Every time I had intimacy with my wife, she demanded everything be done according to her feelings. If she said stop, we had to stop immediately, regardless of whether I had finished or not. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was. I should have been more assertive with a cold and heartless woman like Lu Ruyan. Just yesterday, Lu Ruyan slammed the divorce agreement in front of me, her face full of disdain. Feeling the chill radiating from her, I glanced at her indifferently and picked up the pen. Seeing this, the coldness in Lu Ruyan's eyes faded slightly. My reaction had clearly surprised her. She had noticed me growing increasingly distant lately, especially after she skipped our wedding anniversary dinner last night. Today, my indifference toward her was even more pronounced. Men and their push and pull games. If you want to play, I'll play along until you completely break. So she drafted a divorce agreement, convinced I wouldn't dare sign it. Lu Ruyan expected me to beg on my knees in tears, but I didn't. Instead, I gave her a cold look and signed my name without hesitation. For a moment, an inexplicable panic surged in her heart, but she quickly dismissed it. So you're playing a deeper game this time, huh, Chubai? Let us see how long you can keep this up. After signing, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The constant anxiety of the past was finally gone. For 5 years, I had loved Lu Ruyan deeply. She disliked me being an actor in the public eye, so I left the entertainment industry, even though I had been nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Rooster Awards in China. At the time, my income was nearly 10 million, all of which went toward our household expenses. She didn't want me interacting with other women, so I cut off all contact with them. Except for the night of the wedding, when the two of you had your first intimate moment. Lu Ruyan biting her lower lip so hard the bedsheet bloomed crimson. The last time was when you both drank, and she showed a rare, alluring side. Just as you were about to take things further, she pushed you away, saying she was already fine. The night before last, you prepared a table full of delicious food, eagerly awaiting Lu Ruyan's return to celebrate your 5th wedding anniversary. You called her, honey, today's our anniversary. I've already made dinner. But all you got in response was a bone-chilling coldness. Don't bother me. What's there to celebrate about an anniversary? I have work to do, unlike you with all your free time. Can't you just eat by yourself? With that, Lu Ruyan hung up. In that moment, you felt as if you'd plunged into an icy abyss. Suddenly, you found yourself ridiculous. All the deep affection had been wasted. This was the final straw that broke you. Your gaze turned cold, and your heart gradually froze over. You dumped all the food into the trash. Even if Lu Ruyan hadn't brought it up, you were going to ask for a divorce. So when Lu Ruyan saw your eyes devoid of any love today, she panicked. Her chest felt stuffed with cotton, suffocating her with a dull ache. Staring blankly at your signature on the divorce papers, her numbness inexplicably twisted into rage. Chubai, let us go get the divorce certificate right now. You've been eating my food, living under my roof. Even a dog knows to wag its tail in gratitude. But you? You're just an ungrateful lunatic. Did a chicken peck your brain or something? With that, you stood up and walked to the door. Turning back to look at Lu Ruyan, who still sat there dazed, your voice was icy. Let us go. Lu Ruyan strode forward, her pointed black heels clicking sharply against the floor. Her heart grew even colder. Chubai, you bastard. You'll regret this. Even if you beg on your knees later, it won't make a difference. She seethed inwardly. You sit silently in Lu Ruyan's car, and she glances at you in the back seat. Gone is your usual gentleness. Now you just stare coldly out the window. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan grows even angrier. Chubai, keep pretending. I hope you can keep that same expression when you come begging to me later. You stride into the Civil Affairs Bureau with your long legs, Lu Ruyan following with a frosty expression. Soon, the divorce is finalized, and you walk away with 10 million in assets. As you hold the divorce certificate, a faint smile tugs at the corner of your lips. Lu Ruyan, who had been staring blankly at her own certificate, looks up and catches your smirk. Her face turns icy, and she can't help but lash out. Was being with me just about this money? Hearing this, you feel nothing but disappointment. If not for her, you would have already achieved fame and fortune. Your assets wouldn't be a mere 10 million. All your deep affection was wasted on the wrong person. Now, you can't be bothered to argue. Your love for Lu Ruyan has vanished, replaced by outright aversion. The usually cold and composed Lu Ruyan, for once, loses her temper. Suppressing her rage, she speaks icily. Chubai, don't even think about taking anything from the villa. Pack your things and get out. Keep it all. I don't want any of it. It's all trash. Throw it away if you want. I'll just buy new stuff. With that, you don't even spare Lu Ruyan a glance before turning and walking away. Chubai, stop right there. You'd better think carefully. If you dare to leave today, don't ever come back. But you ignored her completely, treating her as if she were air. Lu Ruyan stomped her foot in anger, yet an inexplicable, sharp pain surged through her heart. Still, she refused to believe you would truly abandon her. You love her too much, so much that you've lost yourself. Chubai, I'll wait and see how you beg me later. I want to hear you admit with your own mouth that you were wrong. Lu Ruyan didn't even know how she made it back to the villa. It still felt like a dream she had actually divorced you. She shook her head, staring at the cold, empty villa, and realized this was reality. Yet she couldn't bring herself to believe it. You loved her so much, how could you really bear to leave her? The divorce must have been your way of forcing her to compromise, a ploy to make her yield. I've always supported you. I even stayed by your side when you were injured and unconscious, though you might not know it. I hired nurses to care for you, yet you've never shown an ounce of gratitude. As for you taking care of me, isn't that what a man should do? Petty men like you never understand my hardships. Lu Ruyan was convinced she hadn't done anything wrong. As she lost herself in thought, she grew a little hungry. Walking into the kitchen, she was startled to see several discarded meals piled haphazardly in the trash bin. Among them, she could still make out her favorite dishes: steamed red grouper, sweet potato, and red date soup with snow fungus, and wagyu beef steak. Now, they all lay silently in the garbage. Lu Ruyan fell into silence, her heart inexplicably tightening. She didn't understand why the sight unsettled her so deeply. She opened the refrigerator door, and inside were neatly arranged various ingredients. It was clear that Ning Yuan had put a lot of effort into organizing it. She closed the refrigerator door and, as if by some unseen force, she walked into Ning Yuan's room. Ning Yuan's room was much smaller than hers, containing only a desk and a wardrobe. The wardrobe contained only a few pieces of clothing, and on the desk was a desk lamp with several books beneath it. It was very simple. There was no wedding photo on the bedside table, as Lu Shuiying had never wanted to take wedding photos with Ning Yuan. Although Ning Yuan had mentioned it casually a few times. But Lu Shuiying pretended not to hear, and Ning Yuan never brought it up again. When you come back, if you beg me, I'll go with you to take wedding photos just to pity you, Lu Shuiying snorted coldly. Lu Shuiying walked over to the desk and glanced at the books there, all of which were related to acting. Since Lu Shuiying had asked him to quit the entertainment industry, Ning Yuan had terminated his contract with the company and dedicated himself to taking care of Lu Shuiying at home. Lu Shuiying knew how much Ning Yuan loved acting. She could imagine him alone at night, reading by the desk lamp. Ding dong! Just as Lu Shuiying was staring blankly at the desk, the doorbell rang. Lu Shuiying suppressed the unusual emotions in her heart and regained her icy expression. Ha, Ning Yuan, couldn't you resist coming back? You weren't so proud when you signed the papers? Why did you come back now? Besides me, who else would want you? Ning Yuan. She laughed coldly, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. Her breathtaking beauty was enough to captivate anyone. She hurried to the door, opened it, and saw a face that seemed capable of bringing ruin to a nation. His face seemed perpetually cold and aloof, giving him an icy elegance. What followed was a figure so exaggeratedly curvaceous it seemed straight out of a manga. The icy elegance of his face contrasted sharply with his fiery physique. The other person's curvaceous figure made Lu Shuiying feel inadequate. She wore a black blazer on top, with a white blouse underneath, perfectly highlighting her full bust. Her waist was slender, followed by hips wider than her shoulders, with an astonishing curve. An enviable waist-to-hip ratio. The person who arrived was her aunt, Meng Nanyu. Lu Shuiying felt that her aunt Meng Nanyu's hips seemed even larger than before. She wore a body-hugging skirt, followed by black stockings and high heels. Upon seeing her aunt, Lu Shuiying lowered her gaze. A mix of emotions she couldn't quite pinpoint whether it was disappointment or anger began to spread through her heart. The crisp sound of high heels echoed as the cold and ethereal Meng Nanyu walked in. Xiao Ning, have you eaten yet? Lu Shuiying replied gloomily, no. Of course, Ning Yuan had already left. Who would help her cook? She didn't like eating takeout either. Meng Nanner quickly noticed something was off. Where's Xiao Yuan? Why isn't he here? Lu Shuiying's expression froze. He ran away from home. She didn't mention that they had already divorced. Because Lu Shuiying thought Ning Yuan was just throwing a tantrum. Ning Yuan would be back soon. Did you two fight? Meng Nanyu was startled. Her gaze grew sharp, and she quickly spotted the divorce certificate on the table. Lu Shuiying hadn't put it away, mainly because she didn't take the divorce too seriously, and secondly because she hadn't expected the person who came to be her aunt Meng Nanyu. Lu Shuiying followed Meng Nanyu's gaze and noticed the divorce certificate. She quickly picked it up and hid it behind her back. Meng Nanyu's eyes narrowed, and her heart was like a stormy sea. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ning got divorced? Divorced? A surge of uncontrollable joy welled up in her heart, like a dam bursting, nearly overwhelming her entirely. At 30 years old, she held the position of group president at Meng Group, with a net worth of over 100 billion, and had long since developed the ability to remain calm in the face of any situation. But at that moment, she even forgot to control her expression, her lips curling upward involuntarily. She couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ning, you two aren't really divorced, are you? Fortunately, Lu Shuiying was also lost in her own thoughts and didn't notice Meng Nanyu's expression. Upon hearing her question, Lu Shuiying froze. She never expected her own aunt to see the divorce certificate. We did, but Ning Yuan was just trying to provoke me and play games with me. He'll come back after he's finished venting. Meng Nanyu knew what kind of person her niece was: cold and indifferent. She also knew Ning Yuan's personality: gentle and considerate, yet he had decided to divorce her. It seemed that Lu Shuiying had hurt Ning Yuan too deeply. In the past, Meng Nanyu had seen Ning Yuan's lonely expression many times, and it always broke her heart. Yes, heartbroken. This heartache wasn't because Ning Yuan was her nephew-in-law, but because she had deeply loved him for 10 whole years. 10 years. At that time, Meng Nanyu, as an outstanding representative, went to Ning Yuan's high school to give a speech. During her speech, Meng Nanyu immediately noticed Ning Yuan, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Ning Yuan was tall and slender, clean-cut, with a pair of captivating almond-shaped eyes. His smile was pure, like a ray of sunlight on a spring morning, piercing through the shadows in Meng Nanyu's heart. The moment Meng Nanyu saw him, her once barren heart felt as though it had encountered spring, bursting with vitality. A tingling, bittersweet sensation filled her chest. She was deeply captivated by him. A handsome young man, one glance, and she was lost forever. After that, Meng Nanyu deliberately attended activities at Ning Yuan's school just to catch a glimpse of him from afar. She even took the opportunity to cross paths with Ning Yuan a few times. Meng Nanyu was waiting. She was waiting for Ning Yuan to grow up. She had enough patience to wait for Ning Yuan to come of age. And for him to fall in love with her. Later, Ning Yuan was admitted to the Beijing Film Academy, which made Meng Nanyu even happier. Because Ning Yuan was now closer to her. However, the Meng family faced a major crisis, and Meng Nanyu was stretched thin. Later, the head of the Lu family fell seriously ill, and Lu Shuiying suddenly announced her intention to marry. When Meng Nanyu saw Ning Yuan at Lu Shuiying's villa, she was initially overjoyed, thinking he had come to find her. However, when Lu Shuiying introduced her husband as Ning Yuan, Meng Nanyu was so shocked she couldn't speak. She felt as though her heart had been torn apart by a blender, bleeding in pieces. Meng Nanyu's heart had died. The pain of losing her beloved was almost unbearable. That day, Meng Nanny didn't know how she made it home. There was no rain outside the car window, but she couldn't see the road clearly. Later, Meng Nanyu could only occasionally visit Lu Shuiying's home, using the pretext of caring for her niece, to see Ning Yuan. This was her way of easing the deep-seated longing that had seeped into her bones. But seeing the tender expression on Ning Yuan's face as he looked at Lu Shuiying filled her with unbearable pain. She often woke up in the middle of the night, only to find her face wet with tears. She thought she would spend the rest of her life alone in an empty room, a life of solitude. But then, Ning Yuan and Lu Shuiying actually got divorced? Meng Nanyu closed her eyes and silently thought to herself, is this heaven showing mercy on me, giving me another chance? Meng Nanyu opened her eyes and looked at Lu Shuiying, vowing in her heart. This time, even if it means dying, I will never let anyone take Ning Yuan away from me. A determined expression flashed across Meng Nanyu's delicate features. She couldn't wait any longer. Every cell in her body seemed to be cheering for her to hurry and claim him. Lu Shuiying didn't notice the coldness fade from Meng Nanyu's face, leaving her stunningly beautiful. She spoke to herself, Auntie, someone as useless as Ning Yuan, only I would give him another chance. Besides me, who else would want him? Chapter 3, Burn the Divorce Certificate, Block Lu Shuiying. Meng Nanyu didn't take the bait. She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and smiled at Lu Shuiying, saying, Xiao Ning, if you haven't eaten yet, I'll cook for you. Meng Nanyu knew that Lu Shuiying couldn't cook. She quickly prepared 2 dishes and a soup. Meng Nanyu and Lu Shuiying ate together. However, both had their own concerns and lacked an appetite, leaving the 2 dishes untouched. After Meng Nanyu left, Lu Shuiying looked at the empty room, and her heart felt hollow. As night deepened, Lu Shuiying couldn't fall asleep, staring at the ceiling with wide-open eyes. In the past, whenever Lu Shuiying couldn't sleep, Ning Yuan would sit by her bedside, holding her hand until she fell asleep, then go to his own room to sleep. She suddenly began to miss Ning Yuan's warm, broad hands. However, the cold and proud Lu Shuiying had no intention of contacting Ning Yuan. She wanted him to apologize first. Only then would she consider forgiving him. You've made me so angry. I won't forgive you unless I teach you a lesson. But what she didn't know was that Ning Yuan would never bow down to her again. As Ning Yuan walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he didn't even glance at Lu Shuiying once before walking away. Left behind, Lu Shuiying was so angry that her face grew even colder. She clenched her lips and turned to leave. She sat in the car and waited for a moment, thinking Ning Yuan might follow, but when she looked through the rearview mirror, she saw he had already walked far away. She slammed the steering wheel in anger. Ning Yuan walked into a department store and bought a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He didn't usually smoke, and Lu Shuiying didn't allow him to smoke either, but at that moment, he really wanted to have one. Ning Yuan took out a cigarette and used the lighter to set the divorce certificate on fire. The divorce certificate was supposed to be kept, as it would be needed if they wanted to remarry. But now, the divorce certificate was burning fiercely in Ning Yuan's hands. He lit his cigarette using the bright flames. The cigarette but flickered, and Ning Yuan's gaze grew distant as he watched the divorce certificate slowly turn to ash. His thoughts swirled in his mind, recalling the first time he saw Lu Shuiying and was struck by her beauty, falling in love at first sight. He recalled how Lu Shuiying had taken the initiative to tell him she was willing to be with him and had quickly agreed to marry him. Ning Yuan had once speculated whether Lu Shuiying had married him to bring good fortune to her grandfather. But now, all the answers no longer mattered. He took a few puffs of smoke and extinguished the cigarette. Ning Yuan stood up and walked away, his black leather shoes crushing the ashes of the divorce certificate, sending dust and ash into the air. Let the past be the past, and let the future begin. Let this divorce certificate serve as a foundation for the future. When he reached the entrance of a restaurant, Ning Yuan felt a bit hungry. He had lost his parents at a young age, and after leaving Lu Shuiying's villa, he had nowhere to go. At this time of day, he would usually be at the Lu family villa preparing dinner for Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying was very picky about food, and Ning Yuan had spent half a year learning cooking just for her. Even the head chef praised him highly. However, Ning Yuan had never received any positive feedback from Lu Shuiying. She would eat a few bites with a blank expression before stopping altogether. This led Ning Yuan to doubt his own cooking skills. Fortunately, the beautiful woman who was rumored to be his future mother-in-law, Lu Shuiying's younger sister, her best friend, and her younger sister all praised Ning Yuan's cooking. Ning Yuan shook off his thoughts, walked into the restaurant, ordered 2 dishes, and began to enjoy them slowly. It wasn't that Ning Yuan didn't want to order more dishes, it was just that he was short on cash, with only a few thousand yuan left. Lu Shuiying was afraid he would get into trouble, so she wanted to spend his money and make him dependent on her. The 10 million yuan she received in the divorce settlement, she coldly stated at the time, would be transferred to him after some time. There were still meals to eat, clothes to buy, and a place to rent. The usual household expenses were all paid by Ning Yuan. Although Lu Shuiying was a billionaire CEO, she had never given him any money. As Lu Shuiying put it, men with money will inevitably go astray. In her view, once Ning Yuan had spent all his money, he wouldn't be able to go out and waste it, and would naturally have to stay home obediently waiting for her to return. Apart from occasionally giving him a set or 2 of clothes, Ning Yuan had never received any other gifts from Lu Shuiying. Even when Ning Yuan saved Lu Shuiying, his right chest was pierced by a knife, causing severe pneumothorax and hemothorax. In simple terms, his lungs were leaking air, and his chest was filled with blood, causing him to struggle to breathe and requiring immediate emergency treatment and surgery. Lu Shuiying never came to visit him, but her aunt, her best friend, and her younger sister came to see him a few times. Later, Ning Yuan heard from a nurse that a woman had stayed outside the operating room all night. However, the nurses were too busy assisting the doctors in the emergency situation to get a clear look at her face. After the surgery, he had to pay the hospital bills himself. The several million yuan in acting fees Ning Yuan had received initially were all spent within 5 years. An actor who had been nominated for Best Leading Actor ending up like this was indeed rare. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Of course, in this miserable relationship, he wasn't entirely without gains. At least he learned that before loving someone else, one must first love oneself. Moreover, it had honed his ability to withstand pressure. He had weathered the storms surrounding Lu Shuiying, so there was no reason for him to sink in the calm waters outside. However, he felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, and needed some time to rest and recharge. As he ate, he pulled out his phone and, without a flicker of emotion, blocked and deleted all of Lu Shuiying's WeChat and phone contacts. He then proceeded to block and delete the WeChat and phone numbers of Lu Shuiying's younger sister, her aunt, and her best friend, all at once. Since he had chosen to leave, it was best to have no further contact. The best ex is a dead ex. After finishing his meal, Ning Yuan checked into a hotel room and prepared to get a good night's sleep. After waking up, he would start living his life properly again. From now on, he would give flowers to himself and ride horses through flowers toward freedom. Ning Yuan slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. He sat up, stretched, and felt refreshed all over. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. Ning Yuan got up, finished his morning routine, and went out to buy 2 sets of clothes. He then called his former boss, Xiao Rulin. Xiao Rulin was a natural seductress, every move she made exuded endless charm. She was the daughter of a prominent family in Beijing and owned an entertainment company called Starlight Entertainment, where Ning Yuan had originally signed as an artist. Even when Ning Yuan was still unknown, Xiao Rulin went against everyone's advice and cast him as the male lead. Later, Ning Yuan wanted to leave the entertainment industry and terminate his contract. The shareholders of Starlight Entertainment naturally refused to let go of this cash cow and demanded an astronomical breach of contract fee. In the end, it was Xiao Rulin who intervened, allowing Ning Yuan to terminate the contract smoothly, with only a symbolic breach of contract fee paid. When Ning Yuan left, Xiao Rulin saw him off at the door and said, "If you ever want to make a comeback, please call me first. I will always be there for you." Ning Yuan dialed Xiao Rulin's phone number. The call connected quickly. "Ning Yuan, I never expected to hear from you." Xiao Rulin's voice rang out. She was a mature and alluring woman, her voice both seductive and cool. Her seductive voice carried a barely perceptible hint of joy.
Sister Roland, it's been a long time.
Ning Yuan, you haven't called your sister in so long.
Did you forget about me? Why did you suddenly call today? Is something wrong? Jelan, I want to make a comeback. What? Ning Yuan, you said you were leaving the entertainment industry for your family. 3 years have passed, and now you suddenly want to make a comeback? Is it because Lu Shuiying went bankrupt and can't afford to support you anymore?
Xiao Rulan asked, surprised yet teasing.
She knew about Lu Shuiying. Ning Yuan had mentioned her before.
2 years after Ning Yuan married Lu Shuiying, he requested to terminate their contract, so Xiao Rulan remembered it clearly. At the time, Xiao Rulan had felt it was a great pity, as she had high hopes for Ning Yuan and believed he had a good chance of becoming a leading actor. Now, 3 years later, it's understandable that Ning Yuan wants to make a comeback. However, the entertainment industry is constantly evolving, with new talents emerging all the time. For Ning Yuan to re-establish himself, it won't be easy. However, Xiao Rulan is more curious about what compelled Ning Yuan to decide to make a comeback. Ning Yuan had no intention of hiding this from Xiao Rulan, who had once given him a chance.
Sister Rulan, I've divorced Lu Shuiying. What? You? Divorced? Xiao Rulan was utterly shocked. She never imagined that Ning Yuan would divorce Lu Shuiying.
It was simply beyond belief. If it weren't for Ning Yuan telling her himself, Xiao Rulan would have thought the other person had lost their mind.
Alright, let's meet up and talk about it in detail. Alright, I'll wait for you then.
Ning Yuan said politely, waiting for Xiao Rulan to hang up.
Chapter 4, A Fourth Tier Unknown, Rising Again.
He hailed a taxi, got in, and opened his Weibo account.
His Weibo account was simply named Ning Yuan.
At its peak, it had over 10 million followers. He was firmly in the second tier, with a chance to rise to the first tier, and even becoming a top-tier actor wasn't completely out of the question. However, after he withdrew from the entertainment industry, he now only had 478,000 followers left. He had completely fallen from second tier to fourth tier obscurity. Of these 4 million followers, most are fans who admire his looks and die-hard fans. When Ning Yuan first debuted, he caused a stir due to his striking good looks. He possesses an otherworldly level of good looks, standing at 186 centimeters tall with long, straight legs and an impeccable physique, which once caused fans to scream in excitement. What surprised fans even more was that Ning Yuan was extremely dedicated to his acting and highly talented. His first leading role in a film earned him a nomination for Best Actor at the Golden Rooster Awards. It can be said that Ning Yuan was at the peak of his career at the time, with a bright future ahead of him. However, after he withdrew from the industry, he faded into obscurity, and many fans stopped following him. Despite this, he still has over 4 million fans, and most of them are genuine fans, which is truly impressive. The taxi quickly arrived at Starlight Entertainment, where they saw Xiao Rulan standing at the entrance. A group of people were gathered around her. Xiao Rulan was wearing a strapless red long dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her neck was as white as snow. Her breasts were full, and one couldn't help but imagine the breathtaking curves beneath the dress. A true one-in-a-million beauty. Her waist-to-hip ratio was otherworldly, with curves that were exaggerated yet perfect. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She resembled Kim Min-young from a Korean manhwa. Ning Yuan felt that Xiao Rulan was a natural beauty, every smile and frown exuding an irresistible charm. She was as beautiful as a seductive demon, yet over the years, no one had ever seen or heard of her being with any man, and no one knew why. At the company, Xiao Rulan was always serious and aloof, and many male managers dared not even glance at her. Only when facing Ning Yuan did Xiao Rulan ever smile. Xiao Rulan also noticed Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan is now 25 years old. Compared to 5 years ago, he has lost some of his youthful vigor but gained a sense of maturity. His peach-colored eyes have lost some of their clarity but have become deeper and more alluring. He was like a fine wine, even more intoxicating. He looked a bit slimmer, and Xiao Rulan had heard that Ning Yuan had been injured recently, which might be the reason. A pang of sympathy flashed through her heart for no apparent reason. Now, as long as Ning Yuan is back, that's all that matters. Xiao Rulan's beautiful face was adorned with a smile. Xiao Yuan, welcome back. The male staff members and actors around him all looked at Ning Yuan with envy. Xiao Rulan was usually serious and rarely smiled at others. Only when facing Ning Yuan did she speak and laugh so freely. Such favor was truly enviable. After all, besides her stunning looks, Xiao Rulan's family had immense power and influence. Many people wanted to curry favor with her but couldn't even get close. The female staff members and actresses, on the other hand, couldn't help but gaze at Ning Yuan with hearts in their eyes. Ning Yuan is truly a man of unparalleled charm, a gentleman without equal in the world. Ning Yuan looked at Xiao Rulan and said earnestly, Sister Rulan, you've gotten even more beautiful. Xiao Rulan's charming face lit up with a smile. Xiao Yuan, your mouth is still so sweet. Let's go back to the office to talk in detail. Xiao Rulan led Ning Yuan back to the office. As they walked, Ning Yuan looked at the once bustling company. He noticed that the company had become much quieter. He had also heard about the current state of Starlight Entertainment. Starlight Entertainment had invested in 5 films last year, but all of them had received lackluster responses and failed to make any waves. Only one managed to break even, while the other 4 all incurred losses. In the television drama sector, due to a shrinking market, Starlight Entertainment, which had never been particularly competitive in this field, suffered a major setback.
The 3 ancient romance dramas it invested in all lost money. Of course, this is also due to the oversaturation of historical romance dramas, leading to audience fatigue. Starlight Entertainment is now on a downward spiral, with fewer new signings and even some veteran actors choosing to leave.
This has caused widespread anxiety within Starlight Entertainment. Xiao Rulan sat down, crossing her legs elegantly. She gestured for Ning Yuan to sit down as well.
Xiao Yuan, why did you suddenly get divorced? Can you tell me about it? Xiao Rulan was genuinely curious and couldn't help but ask. Ning Yuan didn't want to go into details.
My heart has grown cold, so I divorced. Seeing that Ning Yuan didn't want to talk about it, Xiao Rulan wisely dropped the subject.
Xiao Yuan, you've seen it too. Our Starlight Entertainment is not doing well lately. If you're willing to sign, that's fine, but you should really think it over carefully. Taking advantage of the empty office, Xiao Rulan spoke frankly.
She admired Ning Yuan and didn't want to betray him for her own benefit.
Ning Yuan nodded decisively. Sister Xiao Ruan, I'm willing to sign.
Ning Yuan wasn't agreeing blindly. He had already given it serious thought on his way over. First, he had debuted with Starlight Entertainment and had a good impression of the company, especially since Xiao Rulan had given him a chance. Second, he had been out of the entertainment industry for 3 years, and the audience had mostly forgotten him.
Signing with another company wouldn't get him good resources either.
Lastly, Xiao Rulan had been honest with him, which deeply moved Ning Yuan. If it were anyone else, even if the company were on the brink of collapse, they would only say the company was thriving and that Ning Yuan would soon become a film emperor. They'd just keep making empty promises. Xiao Rulan looked at Ning Yuan with even softer eyes, her pupils glistening with tears.
Xiao Yuan, thank you. I'll do my best to help you rise again.
She called the department head and had him draft a contract, then brought over a middle-aged man who was a bit on the heavy side. She pointed at the man and introduced him. Xiao Yuan, this is our top agent, Yang Dong, Mr. Yang.
From now on, Mr. Yang will be responsible for your agency matters.
Ning Yuan extended his hand with a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Yang. Yang Dong shook his hand. Ning Yuan, there's no need to call me Mr. Yang.
Just call me Yang Dong.
Yang Dong had a very good impression of Ning Yuan.
First, his appearance was outstanding.
Even in the entertainment industry, where there were so many good-looking men and women, Ning Yuan was definitely among the top tier. Second, about an hour earlier, before Ning Yuan had arrived, Xiao Rulan had called him and asked if he was willing to be Ning Yuan's agent.
Given Yang Dong's seniority at Starlight Entertainment, if he truly didn't want to take Ning Yuan under his wing, even Xiao Rulan wouldn't be able to force him. Yang Dong pondered for a moment and said he needed half an hour to think it over.
He first called Ning Yuan's former agent, Li Gu, to inquire about Ning Yuan's situation.
Li Gu said that Ning Yuan's defining trait was his relentless determination to achieve his goals.
To portray himself as an addict, Ning Yuan starved himself until he lost 30 pounds.
After hanging up, Yang Dong looked pensive.
He decided to take another look at Ning Yuan's acting skills. Yang Dong had never worked with Ning Yuan before, but since they were in the same company, he naturally knew that Ning Yuan had been nominated for the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actor. He knew Ning Yuan was a good actor, but he hadn't paid much attention to how good he was. So, he dug out the movie for which Ning Yuan had been nominated and watched it again. The result left Yang Dong speechless.
Ning Yuan's performance was exceptional.
His initial descent into despair made Yang Dong even doubt whether Ning Yuan had ever used drugs. Later, when Ning Yuan awakened to love, overcame his addiction, and ultimately sacrificed himself to protect his girlfriend. When he was held in the arms of the female lead, the pain, relief, and reluctance were all perfectly conveyed through his eyes.
After finishing the film, Yang Dong couldn't wait another half hour. He immediately called Xiao Rulan. I'm willing to be Ning Yuan's agent.
His voice sounded almost desperate. Chapter 5, Lu Shuiying waits for Ning Yuan's call, while her aunt Meng Nanya worries. Yang Dong felt that this Ning Yuan was worth taking under his wing and worth investing in. An agent's income is closely tied to the stars they represent. Among these, an agent's income includes basic salary and bonuses. However, the majority of an agent's income comes from commission. The agent can take a certain percentage of the fees from the stars they represent, including their film salaries, endorsement fees, and performance income. In other words, the more successful the stars they represent, the higher their income, and the more Yang Dong earns. After meeting Ning Yuan, Yang Dong became even more convinced of his own views. Ning Yuan is sure to carve out a niche for himself in the entertainment industry in the future. Next, Ning Yuan signed a contract with the head of the business department, which also included a talent agency contract. After both parties signed the contract, Yang Dong presented several scripts. 3 of them were movie scripts, and 2 were TV series scripts. Ning Yuan, take a look at these 5 scripts.
These are the projects we at Starlight Entertainment will be producing next.
Ning Yuan took the scripts and began to read them carefully. Meanwhile, at the Global Group headquarters, in the office of President Lu Shuiying, several subordinates stood nervously with their heads bowed, dared not look at Lu Shuiying sitting in the president's chair. Today, Lu Shuiying was noticeably more somber than usual, and the entire office was deathly quiet, like the oppressive stillness before a storm. Lu Shuiying waved her hand, and the subordinates, as if released from a prison, quickly left the office.
After stepping out, they patted their chests in relief. Today's president must have been upset by someone, as her aura had grown even colder. Terrifying.
Lu Shuiying leaned back in her chair, her stunning figure on full display. Her full, almost overflowing breasts rose and fell slightly. This was all because of Ning Yuan. Yes, ever since we got divorced at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, Ning Yuan has been as if he'd vanished. No phone calls, no WeChat messages. This morning, Lu Shuiying checked her phone at least 10 times, but there was still no message.
Humph.
Ning Yuan, with this attitude, I have no intention of forgiving you. The group of senior executives assumed that their CEO, Lu, was waiting for important business information, unaware that Lu Shuiying had been waiting all along for Ning Yuan to call.
Could the phone be broken?
Lu Shuiying stood up and examined her phone carefully, but found nothing wrong.
It's not broken, so why hasn't Ning Yuan sent any messages yet? Is he worried I won't forgive him, so he daren't send it?
Lu Shuiying hadn't slept a wink all night, her mind a jumble of thoughts, making it impossible for her to rest. When she woke up in the morning, Lu Shuiying felt as though her entire head was throbbing with a sharp, stabbing pain, as if she had been pricked by needles, making her feel extremely miserable. So much so that she couldn't help but throw all of Ning Yuan's clothes and books out. She threw them directly into a large garbage bag. If you don't apologize properly to me today, I'll throw all these things away when I come back tonight, so they don't ruin my mood. Lu Shuiying thought to herself angrily. She checked her call history, and the last call was from Ning Yuan the night before last. Ning Yuan said he had prepared a delicious meal and was waiting for her to return to celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary. She had replied, "What's there to celebrate about an anniversary?" She opened WeChat again, and the last message Ning Yuan sent was a video. "Honey, look at the juice balcony I planted. It's blooming. The flowers are creamy yellow, aren't they beautiful? Haha, I wanted to show you these fragrant flowers while you're busy. I hope you have a good day too." Ning Yuan's voice was filled with excitement and joy. She replied coldly, "Boring." Then it abruptly ended. She opened the video and watched it again carefully. As she listened to Ning Yuan's voice, the corners of her lips curved slightly, and the chill in her body lessened. A thought flashed through her mind, maybe I shouldn't have said that. If Ning Yuan sends it to me again next time, I'll just reply with a smile emoji. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Nanyu sat on the bed, slowly removing her black stockings, revealing a pair of long, slender, white legs. She stood barefoot on the floor, and her slightly curved posture made her full hips stand out even more. Her white, delicate toes looked as though they had been carved from jade, tempting one to touch and play with them. She removed her black suit and pencil skirt, replacing them with a purple nightgown. The purple nightgown clung tightly to her alluring figure, accentuating her curves. Ever since she found out about Ning Yuan and Lu Shuiying's divorce, she had been in a state of excitement.
"Xiao Yuan," Meng Nanyu murmured.
With a sudden jolt, she snapped back to reality, breaking out in a cold sweat from a thought that had crossed her mind.
She knew how much Ning Yuan had invested in this relationship. Could it be that Xiao Yuan didn't agree to the divorce but Xiao Ning insisted on it? After the divorce, would Xiao Yuan be able to handle it? Would he do something foolish?
The thought of this possibility filled her with extreme fear, causing her body to tremble slightly. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, Meng Nanyu dared not take the risk. Ning Yuan was like weeds to Lu Shuiying. But to Meng Nanyu, he was like a precious treasure. Originally lying in bed, she suddenly sat up.
She first tried dialing Ning Yuan's phone. "The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later."
She dialed several times in a row, but the same message repeated each time.
Meng Nanyu's heart sank.
She had been blocked by Ning Yuan. She had been dragged into this by Lu Shuiying.
But that wasn't the priority right now. The key was to confirm Ning Yuan's safety. She found another phone and tried calling again. "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off."
This number had never been in contact with Ning Yuan before, so it couldn't have been blocked. Either Ning Yuan had turned off his phone while sleeping,
or something has happened to Ning Yuan.
At this thought, Meng Nanyu felt as though she had been plunged into an ice cellar.
She immediately contacted her subordinates and instructed them to use special channels to track down Ning Yuan's whereabouts.
Meng Nanyu's icy tone filled them with fear, and they immediately pledged to search every corner of Jinghai to find Ning Yuan. Finally, after using some special means, Meng Nanyu saw Ning Yuan enter a hotel. After a sleepless night filled with worry, Meng Nanyu's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing Ning Yuan, she couldn't help but feel a tear welling up in her eyes. She finally placed her hand on her full chest and exhaled in relief. Ning Yuan showed no signs of distress, appearing instead to be quite at ease. Meng Nanyu's heart grew soft.
No, I can't keep waiting silently anymore. I need to take the initiative. I can't bear the pain of losing him again.
Meng Nanyu's voice, gentle and tinged with the unique charm of a mature woman, echoed in the air. If anyone from the Meng group were present, they would likely be stunned. As the head of the Meng family and the CEO of the Meng group, Meng Nanyu was usually noble and aloof, intimidating to those around her. But at this moment, she was as if she were a young girl in love.
Chapter 6. The one who has been sponsoring his education all along is his aunt?
Ning Yuan quietly reviewed the 5 scripts, while Yang Dong kindly marked the roles he could help Ning Yuan secure.
After finishing, Ning Yuan fell into deep thought.
It could be said that all 5 scripts were quite good. Perhaps due to the failures of several films and TV series last year, the management of Starlight Entertainment had become more cautious this year. 2 of the TV series were crime thrillers. The other was an urban workplace drama, focusing on the emotional entanglements of career women. 3 films, one is a coming-of-age drama, one is a crime thriller, and the last one is a tear-jerker about the warm bond between a father and daughter.
Ning Yuan himself prefers to play the male lead in the urban workplace drama.
While films are often more profound and influential, Ning Yuan has been out of the entertainment industry for 3 years, and directors, producers, and investors are sure to have reservations about him.
What is Ning Yuan's current box office appeal? Has his acting skills declined?
Therefore, the film roles he can secure are mostly minor parts. Television dramas, on the other hand, have rich plots and ample time for Ning Yuan to showcase his acting skills, and the filming process allows him to gradually find his acting rhythm and readjust to the pace of performance.
This is still quite important for Ning Yuan. After Ning Yuan put down the script, Yang Dong said, Ning Yuan, I've read all 5 scripts. I think your best option right now is this urban workplace drama. We'll secure the role of the second male lead for you. This character is portrayed as a handsome, deep-hearted romantic, which is very appealing to fans.
Yang Dong truly lives up to his reputation as a top-tier agent with a keen eye for talent.
Ning Yuan nodded, signaling him to continue.
Meanwhile, Xiao Rulan sat at her desk, propping her arms on the surface, watching Ning Yuan. Her captivatingly beautiful face was fixated on Ning Yuan's profile.
Ning Yuan glanced at Xiao Rulan, and their eyes met.
Ning Yuan paused for a moment. Xiao's sister's gaze seems a bit off. Yang Dong dared not look at Xiao Rulan for long, so he didn't notice.
He continued. The second option is this crime thriller. The father's daughter is bullied to the point of suicide, and will help you secure the role of the father. You can showcase your acting skills, but the screen time is minimal. Additionally, films are more unpredictable than TV series. Personally, I think your top priority should be to regain your fans' attention. Fans are the foundation. Without them, no matter how talented you are, it doesn't matter. Ning Yuan pondered, can I play both roles?
Yang Dong glanced at Xiao Rulan.
Xiao Rulan stood up and nodded, it's possible.
If Ning Yuan wants to make a comeback as the lead actor, even if Xiao Rulan appreciates him, it would be difficult to explain to the shareholders. There were already whispers circulating that the company had been operating at a loss, unable to cover its expenses, due to Xiao Rulan's limited capabilities as CEO. However, Xiao Rulan's family influence was too powerful, and no one dared to openly criticize her. However, a supporting role in a TV series and a minor role in a movie were decisions Xiao Rulan could make on her own. Yang Dong nodded, although there is a scheduling conflict, given that the father's role in the movie isn't very significant, I'll try to arrange it for you.
It should be fine. Ning Yuan's face lit up with a smile.
This way, he can skip the audition process and have more time to study the role.
Of course, this doesn't mean that Ning Yuan can't appear in films produced by other entertainment companies.
The contract Ning Yuan signed is non-exclusive, meaning that as long as he obtains permission from Starlight Entertainment, Ning Yuan can participate in films produced by other companies.
Starlight Entertainment will receive a certain percentage of the proceeds. However, the percentage is lower than that of other entertainment companies.
Xiao Rulan naturally wouldn't take advantage of Ning Yuan, but she also had to consider the company's interests. Ning Yuan, you should focus on reading the TV script and memorizing your lines. This production team was already missing a male lead, and now that you've joined, we should be able to finalize the shooting schedule soon, after which you can start script readings. Ning Yuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dong-gu.
Yang Dong laughed heartily, his cheeks trembling. No need to thank me. Let's hope we work well together. The two shook hands. Yang Dong would now assist Ning Yuan with career planning and resource integration, which included securing auditions and arranging advertising opportunities. He would also handle scheduling and promotional activities for Ning Yuan's return. He also needed to find someone to take over Ning Yuan's Weibo account. Ning Yuan hadn't posted anything on Weibo for 3 years, causing his fan base to dwindle rapidly. This made Yang Dong realize that Ning Yuan's Weibo account also needed to be managed properly. These remaining fans are the core fan base and must not be lost.
With so many matters to attend to, he excused himself for the time being. After Yang Dong left, Xiao Rulan also extended her hand, her face radiating a captivating smile.
Ning Yuan, let's work together smoothly. Xiao Zong, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Ning Yuan also extended his hand and smiled. Xiao Rulan's hands were small and slender, soft and warm to the touch. Xiao Rulan, however, felt Ning Yuan's palm was broad and strong, emanating a burning heat. Xiao Rulan, who was as comfortable as a fish in water in the entertainment industry, blushed for the first time. As their hands parted, Xiao Rulan playfully tapped Ning Yuan on the shoulder and teased, "You used to call me Sister Rulan so affectionately, but now that we've signed the contract, you're calling me Mr. Xiao?"
Humph, man.
Ning Yuan hurriedly apologized, "No, I was just joking with Sister Rulan."
Xiao Rulan laughed, "Then shouldn't you treat your sister to dinner?"
"Of course."
"Sister Rulan, shall we go eat now?"
Xiao Rulan was initially delighted, but upon checking the time, she sighed regretfully, "I'm afraid tonight won't work.
I have a meeting later.
Let's reschedule." Lately, morale has been low, and Xiao Rulan and the senior management need to hold a meeting to discuss how to address this issue.
Alright then, Sister Rulan, I'll definitely treat you when you have time.
Ning Yuan was genuinely grateful to Xiao Rulan. After bidding farewell to Xiao Rulan, Ning Yuan took the contract and script and headed back to rent an apartment before going out to eat. As he stepped out of the Starlight Entertainment building, his phone rang. Ning Yuan pulled out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number with no name saved.
Ning Yuan answered, "Hello? Xiao Yuan."
A gentle voice came from the other end.
Lu Shuiying's aunt, Meng Nanyu?
It could be said that among the people around Lu Shuiying, her aunt Meng Nanyu was the kindest to him. But times had changed, and Ning Yuan didn't want to get too involved with the Lu family anymore. Because of the kindness Meng Nanyu had shown him, he didn't hang up immediately.
Instead, he politely asked, "Auntie, is there something you need?"
Her voice carried a barely perceptible hint of distance. On the other end, Meng Nanyu paused for a moment before speaking.
"Xiao Yuan, do you remember the saying seeking fish on a tree?" Ning Yuan's breath caught in his throat.
A storm of emotions surged within him. Ning Yuan's parents had been buried in a low-lying house during a landslide when he was in middle school. When they were finally found, they were already gone. Ironically, his parents had always been good people, always helping others in times of need, especially during funerals, where his father often assisted. Yet after their deaths, some uncles even said no one should approach the graves.
Ning Yuan became an orphan.
The village applied for basic living assistance for him and built him a small house to live in. Ning Yuan had food and shelter, but life was still very difficult. During high school, one day the principal approached Ning Yuan and said that someone wanted to sponsor his education, providing 2,000 yuan per month to help him live a better life. This person continued to sponsor him until he graduated from university. The two stayed in touch and exchanged many letters. Ning Yuan sometimes felt lost and distressed, desperately missing his parents, and would cry uncontrollably in the middle of the night. The sponsor would comfort him, reassure him, and even send him birthday gifts. Ning Yuan has always been deeply grateful to the sponsor, though he never knew the person's name. He only remembered the sponsor's nickname, seeking fish from a tree, and regarded him as his benefactor.
Chapter 7, Lu Shuiying was furious. Meng Nanyu initially didn't want to bring this up now.
However, the subtle sense of distance in Ning Yuan's words made her feel that they could no longer communicate as they had before. The highly intelligent Meng Nanyu knew that the identity of this aunt would be detrimental to her efforts to take her relationship with Ning Yuan to the next level. The three characters Lu Shuiying had become an emotional anchor for Ning Yuan. In other words, anything or anyone that reminded Ning Yuan of Lu Shuiying would trigger his subconscious resistance and distancing. Meng Nanyu didn't blame Ning Yuan, because she had hidden her feelings too deeply. Everything she had done for him, he knew nothing about. She had originally planned not to put pressure on Ning Yuan, but now it was clear that keeping this a secret was no longer feasible. She had to break the deadlock. Revealing this information to Ning Yuan is a way to break the deadlock. Seeking fish on a tree was too important to Ning Yuan. It had once been the sole motivation keeping him alive. However, he had always believed that Yuan Mu Choyu was an older man, and the handwriting in the letters was elegant and flowing, which only reinforced his belief. When Meng Nanyu mentioned Yuan Mu Choyu, Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hesitated. "How do you know about Yuan Mu Choyu?" "Because I am Yuan Mu Choyu. The letters you wrote, I still remember every word." Meng Nanru repeated the contents of the letter Ning Yuan had written, word for word. She had read those letters so many times that even she couldn't count how many times, and she could recite the contents as if they were her own words. Meng Nanyu's gentle voice echoed in his ears, but Ning Yuan's heart was racing, unable to calm down. Yes, climbing a tree to catch fish. Could it be longing for a jujube? The person who had been supporting him all along, listening to him pour out his heart like a close friend, was actually Lu Shuiying's aunt, Meng Nanyu. That's right. In high school, he had indeed heard Meng Nanyu give a speech at their school. The speech was about dreams and setbacks, and since it was based on Meng Nanyu's personal experiences, it was very convincing and highly popular among the high school students. No wonder Meng Nanyu always looked at him strangely when he was at Lu Shuiying's house, and she had always been kind to him.
Auntie, this. Ning Yuan didn't know what to say. Meng Nanyu spoke softly, don't call me auntie. You can call me sister.
Meng Nanru naturally didn't want their relationship to be constrained by her connection to Lu Shuiying.
She wanted to start anew with Ning Yuan under a new identity. Sister Nanyu, thank you, Ning Yuan said naturally.
He wasn't a sentimental person, but thinking about how someone who had always helped and accompanied him was now by his side and someone who was so kind to him he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. At that time, Ning Yuan had no one in the world. Seeking fish on a tree seemed like an angel had descended beside him, saving him. Ning Yuan had once feared that all of this was just a dream. Meng Nanner said again, Xia Yuan, come to my house for dinner.
Let's chat when we meet. How about it? If he didn't know that Meng Nanyu was Yuan Mu Choyu, Ning Yuan would never have gone.
But now, knowing that she was the Yuan Mu Choyu who was so important to him, he agreed immediately.
Sure, Sister Nanyu. Send me the address, and I'll take a taxi over there. Xia Yuan, you blocked me. Meng Nanyu's voice sounded a bit resentful. Sorry, I didn't know at the time. I'll unblock you right now.
Ning Yuan opened the blacklist and unblocked Meng Nanyu. Then he sent her a message on WeChat, Sister Nanyu.
Meng Nanyu replied, send me your location, I'll come pick you up. I'll just come over myself. Meng Nanyu replied directly, then I'll drive first, and you send me your location later.
Alright, Ning Yuan had no choice but to send his location to Meng Nanyu.
Meng Nanyu saw the address Ning Yuan sent and couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile.
As long as Ning Yuan was coming, that was all that mattered. She had already prepared some port wine at the villa. This was a Portuguese fortified red wine, with a higher alcohol content than regular red wine. It was sweet and easy to drink, making it easy to get drunk if one wasn't careful.
Meng Nanyu knew Ning Yuan better than she knew herself, so she naturally knew that Ning Yuan wasn't much of a drinker. Xia Yuan, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't resist.
Yes, Meng Nanyu now realized that waiting patiently was all nonsense. She had waited patiently for 5 years, only to find out that Ning Yuan had gotten married. Another 5 years of marriage, and suddenly a decade had been wasted. How many decades does she have left? Possession is a miracle, loss is the norm of life. So she must seize this opportunity firmly. Forget it, forced love isn't sweet, but it quenches your thirst. Thinking this, Meng Nanyu's smile grew even deeper. She swayed her voluptuous, stunning figure into the garage and settled into her Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the other side, Lu Shuiying finally finished her day's work, sat in her office, propped her cheek, and rarely felt like going home. The Lu family villa was usually where she and Ning Yuan lived. Her younger sister, Lu Shuefu, who was just a freshman in college, occasionally stayed in the guest room. Perhaps because her courses had become more demanding recently, she hadn't come over to stay with them for quite some time. Now that Ning Yuan was gone, she was alone. Although Lu Shuiying was the CEO, she rarely went out except for necessary social engagements. She basically went home after work. It could be said that she rarely went out to socialize, staying at home to torment Ning Yuan. But now, she doesn't want to go home. Thinking about the house without Ning Yuan, the Lu family villa feels like something is missing. It's already the second night, and Ning Yuan hasn't come back or called. Her phone remained eerily silent. Finally, Lu Shuiying stood up, her chest trembling slightly. Her stunningly beautiful face regained its icy expression as she drove back to the villa. Upon returning to the villa, she immediately checked to see if Ning Yuan had come back, only to find the door locked from the outside. Lu Shuiying's eyes, as clear as autumn water, drooped downward. Opening the door and stepping inside, the villa was deathly quiet. Lu Shuiying felt the entire villa was eerily cold and desolate. She turned on all the lights, and what greeted her eyes was a large garbage bag containing Ning Yuan's clothes and books. Her heart twisted in pain. She went into the kitchen, took out some noodles and eggs, and cooked a bowl of noodles. The noodles weren't particularly tasty, nor were they bad, they just lacked flavor. Or rather, it didn't have the flavor of the noodles Ning Yuan used to cook. Boring. After taking a few bites, she lost her appetite and put down her chopsticks. She bent down to take off her stockings, revealing her stunningly long legs. She walked barefoot to the sofa and sat down. Lu Shuiying hugged her knees, resting her chin on them. For some reason, she felt an intense anger welling up inside her. You worthless Ning Yuan, such a petty man. You've been in a bad mood for so long and didn't come back, leaving me here alone. I'll give you 3 more days. By then, even if you beg me, I'll really never want you again. Chapter 8. Meng Nanju's beautiful legs wrap around Ning Yuan's waist. Lu Shuiying lay on the bed, a thin blanket covering her body, her seductive curves outlined beneath it. Especially her breasts, which pushed the blanket up, forming 2 massive peaks. She tossed and turned, clearly exhausted, yet unable to fall asleep. The restlessness in her heart was almost suffocating her. Suddenly, she sat up. Lu Shuiying remembered something. If Ning Yuan returned and saw the books and clothes discarded in the trash bag, would he be furious and leave again? At the thought, her heart tightened. She turned on the light, barefoot, and ran to the living room, taking the trash bag to Ning Yuan's room. She carefully took out the books, dusted them off, and placed them back on the desk, stacking them one by one.
You jerk, Ning Yuan. I'm not afraid of making you angry, I just feel sorry for you. Lu Shuiying thought coldly. She then took out the clothes and hung them up one by one.
After hanging them up, Lu Shuiying felt that the clothes seemed wrinkled.
Her brows furrowed. Would Ning Yuan notice that she had thrown away his clothes?
No, he mustn't find out.
She took all the clothes out again and fetched the iron from the wardrobe.
She had never used the iron before, but Ning Yuan often did.
He frequently helped Lu Shuiying iron her clothes.
However, Lu Shuiying always looked down on it, coldly saying, "Just throw them away after wearing them once.
Why bother ironing them?"
Ning Yuan would always smile and say, "It's such a waste to throw them away after wearing them just once or twice. Let me iron them for you, they feel much more comfortable to wear." Indeed, Lu Shuiying felt very comfortable wearing the clothes that Ning Yuan had ironed. However, she still said, "You're right.
Ning Yuan, you're just sitting around all day. Doing these things is good for you." Ning Yuan's expression froze, but he didn't say anything.
Lu Shuiying shook off her thoughts, laid Ning Yuan's clothes on the bed, and took out the iron to start ironing.
It doesn't seem to be working? Oh, I forgot to plug it in.
After plugging it in, Lu Shuiying slowly began ironing Ning Yuan's clothes. However, while holding the iron, she couldn't help but think of Ning Yuan. Distracted, she heard a sizzling sound. Lu Shuiying was burned by the iron on her index finger, and her skin started to smoke, causing her eyes to turn red from the pain. She rushed to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and rinsed it with cold water, but it still hurt a lot.
Damn Ning Yuan. It's all your fault.
Lu Shuiying felt wronged, her nose stinging with tears. After rinsing for half an hour, her finger felt a little better, though it still hurt.
She suddenly didn't feel like helping Ning Yuan with the ironing anymore.
However, she eventually mustered the patience to iron each item for Ning Yuan and hang them up. When she saw the clothes neatly hung up, a smile curved the corners of Lu Shuiying's mouth.
You stubborn Ning Yuan. When you come back, you'll be so proud of this.
She had been busy for a while, and it was already midnight. She glanced at her WeChat but still hadn't received any messages from Ning Yuan.
That good for nothing Ning Yuan. You can really take it. I'll see how long you can keep it up. After finishing everything, she felt exhausted and lay down on Ning Yuan's bed, curling up into a ball. Ning Yuan's blanket was kicked aside by her delicate little feet, landing on the floor.
The blanket is just as annoying as you are. Whether it was from exhaustion or the lingering scent of Ning Yuan on the bed, Lu Shuiying soon fell into a deep sleep, clutching Ning Yuan's blanket in her arms without even realizing it.
Ning Yuan sent his location to Meng Nanyu.
He found a secluded spot to wait for Meng Nanyu to pick him up.
Half an hour later, Meng Nanyu arrived.
The car window rolled down, and Meng Nanyu smiled and waved at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan smiled back, greeted her, and got into the passenger seat. Meng Nanyu was dressed in a mature, feminine style today, perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure. She wore a white, waist-cinched blouse with the top button undone, revealing a glimpse of her curves. The lower half of her body was covered by a black bodycon skirt, and due to her sitting position, the curves were even more pronounced. Black stockings hugged her long, slender legs.
This outfit was elegant and ladylike, yet also seductive, and Ning Yuan dared not look away.
The delicate fragrance of gardenias wafted toward his nose, a scent unique to Meng Nanyu, fresh and delicate, very pleasant. Since Meng Nanyu had occasionally come to the Lu family villa for meals in the past, Ning Yuan had caught a whiff of it from afar and remembered the scent. Meng Nanyu noticed the slight startled expression on Ning Yuan's face when he saw her, and the smile on her lips grew even wider. All the effort she had put into choosing her outfit was well worth it. It was elegant yet alluring, brimming with subtle charm.
Meng Nanny smiled gently. "Xiao Yuan, haven't you eaten yet? I've asked Huang Ma to prepare a meal. You can come to my house and eat."
Meng Nanyu's smile made Ning Yuan feel as though he were bathed in spring breeze. Indeed, seeking fish on a tree was the best for him.
If it were Lu Shuiying, she wouldn't even think about whether Ning Yuan was hungry. She'd just start ordering him to cook when she was hungry.
And even after cooking, she would often find fault with it.
"Thank you, little. Thank you, Sister Nanyu." Ning Yuan almost blurted out auntie. However, Meng Nanyu didn't mind. A new relationship needed time to adjust.
When the two arrived at Meng Nanru's villa, Huang Ma was just beginning to serve the dishes. After serving all the dishes, Huang Ma excused herself. Ning Yuan looked at the table, which was filled with all his favorite dishes, and even the spicy ones he loved, and couldn't help but glance at Meng Nanyu again.
"Sister Nanyu is really too kind to me.
She's always helped me before, she's my benefactor." The gratitude in Ning Yuan's heart welled up. After Huang Ma left, the entire dining room was left with only Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu.
"Xiao Yuan, why don't you join me for some red wine?" Meng Nanyu looked over and asked. Ning Yuan nodded eagerly.
Since she wanted to drink red wine, he naturally wouldn't refuse her and would accompany her for a glass. though his tolerance for alcohol was rather average.
Alcohol tolerance is something that requires both natural talent and practice.
Ning Yuan had no natural talent for drinking, and over the past 5 years, since Lu Shuiying didn't like him drinking, he had barely touched a drop, so he hadn't had the chance to practice. Meng Nanyu smiled brightly, her eyes reflecting Ning Yuan's tall, handsome figure. Her heart couldn't help but race. Xiao Yuan was still so handsome, always able to make her heart race. Meng Nanyu's smile carried a hint of triumphant scheming. However, Ning Yuan didn't notice, only feeling that Meng Nanyu was smiling happily, with a slightly enchanting aura. He was startled, wondering if it was just his imagination, but today's Meng Nanyu seemed particularly alluring.
Meng Nanyu took out a bottle of ruby port wine in 2 stemmed glasses.
She poured a small amount into Ning Yuan's glass first, then poured a small amount into her own. Although she had already decided to seduce Ning Yuan tonight, Meng Nanyu still felt inexplicably nervous. After all, this was her first time. The two clinked their glasses, and Meng Nanyu smiled and said, "Ning Yuan, try it and see if you like it." Ning Yuan picked up the glass, took a sip, and savored it slowly.
Not bad. The aroma is rich, the taste is sweet, and there's a hint of almond flavor. Meng Nanyu smiled and said, "Not bad. It seems like Xiao Yuan knows a thing or two about red wine." "No, I've just dabbled in the subject a bit." Huang Ma's cooking was indeed excellent. Ning Yuan hadn't had such a satisfying dinner in a long time.
And because of their close relationship with Meng Nanyu, the two chatted animatedly.
Of course, they deliberately avoided mentioning Lu Shuiying.
Before they knew it, they had finished the entire bottle of red wine. Meng Nanyu opened another bottle, and the two drank nearly half of it. By this point, Ning Yuan was already feeling tipsy.
Meng Nanner's face was flushed with a beautiful blush, and her eyes were seductively half-closed. Meng Nanyu tried to stand up but nearly fell. Ning Yuan quickly stood up and supported her. Meng Nanyu touched her forehead and collapsed into Ning Yuan's arms.
The corners of her lips curved into a seductive smile, but Ning Yuan couldn't see it. Her tolerance for alcohol was truly remarkable.
"Xiao Yuan, my head is spinning. I want to sleep. Can you help me upstairs?" Meng Nanyu was so drunk she could barely speak.
Ning Yuan supported Meng Nanyu's body, feeling that she was far too voluptuous, and her body was radiating a scorching heat, leaving Ning Yuan unsure where to place his hands. Ning Yuan placed her hand on his neck and used the other hand to support her waist, guiding her up to the second floor.
Following Meng Nanyu's instructions, he helped her into the room. Meng Nanyu kicked off her high heels.
Whether it was Ning Yuan's imagination or not, he felt Meng Nanyu's body growing closer and closer, until her two white, delicate arms were wrapped around his neck. They were now face to face, and Meng Nanyu's warm breath tickled his neck. Ning Yuan carefully guided her to the bedside, but Meng Nanyu lost her balance and fell onto the bed. Since her hands were wrapped around Ning Yuan's neck, he fell forward as well, landing on top of Meng Nanyu. Ning Yuan's breath caught in his throat, and he quickly pushed himself up with his arms, trying to stand up. What sent a shiver down his spine was that Meng Nanyu's beautiful legs had, at some point, wrapped around his waist. Feeling the full, soft body beneath him, Ning Yuan felt his mind buzz, almost exploding.
Chapter 9, Deep Affection, Meng Nanru's Emotional Awakening.
It wasn't just his mind that was about to explode. 5 long years had passed, and he had lived like a monk. Ning Yuan wasn't sure if Meng Nanyu was drunk or if it was an unconscious action, so he dared not make a move. But Meng Nanyu only clung to him tighter, her delicate, curvaceous body pressed tightly against Ning Yuan. She breathed softly, "Xiao Yuan, let me hold you tightly." Ning Yuan's body stiffened, and his heart skipped a beat.
She called my name. She was conscious.
Ning Yuan remained propped up on the bed, unsure of what to do. Meng Nanyu released her arms from his neck and instead cradled his handsome face, murmuring, "Xiao Yuan, I've waited 10 years for you."
Ning Yuan's pupils dilated, and his heart was in turmoil. My sister Meng Nanyu has been waiting for me for 10 years?
His drunkenness faded, and his mind cleared.
Seeking fish on a tree, longing for the jujube as my sister, hoping I admire her and pursue her? Nanyu.
Before Ning Yuan could finish speaking, Meng Nanyu lifted her head and kissed his lips. Her soft, delicate lips left Ning Yuan completely speechless.
"Ah, sister, I'm going to die."
Meng Nanyu's lips and eyelashes trembled, her movements awkward. Ning Yuan held her tightly and began to respond actively.
Meanwhile, Meng Nanyu's heart was trembling violently.
A mix of tension, excitement, and pleasure filled her entire chest. Her body felt like it had been electrocuted. Her white, delicate toes curled nervously.
In the darkness, Ning Yuan held Meng Nanyu.
She gestured for him to open the door, and Ning Yuan pulled out the key, unlocking the room. That night, Meng Nanyu took Ning Yuan on a tour of many parts of the villa. The two engaged in a heated discussion about the villa's spatial layout. Meng Nanyu whispered softly in Ning Yuan's ear, "Xiao Yuan, being with you makes my heart so happy." This sent a wave of emotion coursing through Ning Yuan, while Meng Nanyu felt like a small fish washed ashore by the waves, unable to breathe or move, sinking deeper into Ning Yuan's tenderness.
He became even more passionate. Finally, the two embraced each other contentedly and fell into a deep sleep.
The next morning, Meng Nanyu snuggled into Ning Yuan's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her slender white fingers. Ning Yuan kissed Meng Nanyu's forehead. Nanyu. He still felt as though he were in a dream. The man who had loved her for 5 years without success had a sister, Meng Nanyu, who had waited for him for 10 years. However, he believed it in his heart. He believed everything the saying, seeking fish on a tree, implied. Meng Nanyu tilted her face upward, her cheeks still flushed, her eyes filled with Ning Yuan's image. Xiao Yuan, last night was the happiest day of my life. Before she could finish, her eyes welled up with tears. Her heart was filled with joy, obsession, and sorrow, a mix of emotions that nearly overwhelmed her. The sadness stemmed from the fact that the past 10 years had been unbearably difficult, each day feeling like an eternity. The joy was that she had finally waited for Ning Yuan, rather than spending her life alone in poverty. Fortunately, the bitter days were now behind them. Ning Yuan held her tightly. Manhwa, this is the happiest day of my life. You're back by my side. Ning Yuan kissed her lips, and Meng Nanju responded shyly. Another hour passed, and Meng Nanyu and Ning Yuan got dressed. Meng Nanyu's cheeks flushed. Xiao Yuan, you go out first. Ning Yuan was puzzled but left anyway. Meng Nanyu folded the bedsheet, which had a vibrant flower on it. When Meng Nanyu came out, Ning Yuan said, Nanyu, what would you like for breakfast? I'll make it for you. Meng Nanyu walked over and took his hand. You worked hard last night. Don't make breakfast. Rest properly. I'll have Huangma make breakfast. Although she really wanted to eat the breakfast Ning Yuan had made with love. But she couldn't bear to see him work so hard. Seeing Meng Nanyu's sincere gaze, Ning Yuan nodded. Whatever Sister Nanju says, that's what it is. But it seems like you had a pretty tough night too, Sister Nanju. Of course, he wouldn't dare joke with Meng Nanyu like that yet. Give them a little more time, and they'll get along better. Fortunately, the two have been pen pals for years and know each other well enough to avoid awkwardness. As for Meng Nanyu, she quickly accepted the close relationship between her and Ning Yuan. This scene had played out countless times in her mind. Now it was just a dream coming true. Now, holding Ning Yuan's hand, she felt as though she were floating on a cloud, as light as a feather. The mix of disbelief and joy was indescribable. After Huangma finished preparing breakfast, Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu each served themselves a portion and began eating slowly. Meanwhile, Meng Nanyu's gaze was fixed on Ning Yuan, her eyes sparkling with a unique charm. Her gaze was almost melting. Last night, the two of them seemed to love each other endlessly, and Ning Yuan thought Meng Nanyu might not be able to get up this morning. But it seemed that his sister was a tough fighter after all, even though her walking posture was a bit odd. Xiao Yuan, what are you thinking about? Meng Nanyu noticed the smile on Ning Yuan's lips. It was rare. In fact, every time Meng Nanyu came to Lu Shuiying's villa and saw Ning Yuan, he looked dejected, and she felt sorry for him but couldn't do anything about it. Now, seeing him smile at her, Meng Nanyu's lips curved even more. Me? I was wondering what Nanyu is thinking. Meng Nanyu was delighted to hear him call her Nanyu and replied gently, I'm thinking about how to make Xiao Yuan happy forever. Ning Yuan held her hand and shook it gently. I'm already happy now. Meng Nanyu smiled. Xiao Yuan, where do you plan to live in the future? Ning Yuan replied without hesitation, I was thinking of renting a place. Meng Nanyu pretended to be upset. My Xiao Yuan, how can you rent a place to live? Just move into the house in the city center. I'll transfer the ownership to you. Ning Yuan shook his head firmly. I can't take Sister Nanyu's house. She's already given me so much. She had already sponsored him before, and now Meng Nanyu was even giving herself to him. Ning Yuan really couldn't bring himself to accept her house. He wanted to work hard and buy a house for his sister in the future. Meng Nanyu stood up, sat beside him, and gently stroked his face with her slender hands. Your sister is more than willing to give it to you. I hope you can live comfortably. After all, your feelings matter more than anything else. Ning Yuan was deeply moved. If it were Lu Shuiying, she wouldn't care about his well-being at all. In fact, out of fear that Ning Yuan might become corrupted by wealth, she had hardly ever given him anything. Sister Nanyu, I can't accept this. Meng Nanyu interrupted him firmly. If you don't want it, your sister will be upset. Meng Nanyu puffed out her cheeks, giving her a unique charm. The mature and sophisticated Meng Nanyu's sister actually had such a cute side. Ning Yuan was momentarily speechless. Thank you, Nanyu. Is that all you're going to say? Meng Nanyu blushed. Ning Yuan leaned in close and whispered something in her ear. Meng Nanyu's face grew hot. Xiao Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so naughty. However, Meng Nanyu warned herself, Meng Nanyu, last night was because of 10 years of pent-up feelings. From now on, you must be more reserved. Don't let Xiao Yuan think you're too promiscuous. Next time we meet, you must resist. Don't let Xiao Yuan tempt you again and give yourself away for nothing. Although she loved Ning Yuan deeply, she couldn't always be the one to take the initiative. Otherwise, it would leave a bad impression. A resolute expression flashed across Meng Nanyu's gentle and graceful face.
Meng Nanyu was confident she could resist next time.
At the same time, she thought about last night when they didn't take precautions.
Could she really be pregnant? If she ended up bringing a child in front of Xiao Ning, would she get angry? Sigh, never mind.
While Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu were enjoying their breakfast together, Lu Xuening was still lost in her dreams. She dreamed that Ning Yuan had returned and was begging her for forgiveness.
Lu Shuiying hummed lightly, initially unwilling to forgive him.
But Ning Yuan pampered her in every way, massaging her shoulders and pinching her cheeks, and finally even cried and begged her. Seeing him so pitiful, Lu Shuiying finally lifted her face and said disdainfully, "Humph, I'll forgive you this time, but don't ever do this again. You must understand that if I don't want you anymore, no one else will want a good-for-nothing like you. If it weren't for our past, I wouldn't take you back." Ning Yuan hurriedly nodded, taking her hand. Lu Shuiying followed closely behind him, but her face betrayed her unwillingness.
Chapter 10, Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan, come back and continue being my dog.
Seeing Ning Yuan kneeling and begging for mercy, Lu Shuiying smiled in her sleep. The next morning, after Lu Shuiying woke up, she realized it had all been a dream. She felt disoriented for a moment, then her expression visibly darkened. She once again adopted a cold, icy expression. "You in my dream are 100 times cuter than you are in real life." Lu Shuiying's voice was icy. She kicked Ning Yuan's blanket away with force.
Ning Yuan's blanket really stinks. Actually, it wasn't really smelly. Instead, it had a faint scent of cedar from Ning Yuan's body, which was quite pleasant.
It must be said that Lu Shuiying was much more assertive during the day than she was at night. Lu Shuiying was sulking, while on the other side, Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu had finished breakfast. Meng Nanyu handed the keys to the luxury mansion in the city center to Ning Yuan.
Take it for now. The exact location is Building A, 8th floor of Tangchen Ipin in the city center. You can move in once you have the keys.
I'll help you set up fingerprint and facial recognition next time. Ning Yuan had once been a second-tier actor and knew many wealthy individuals, so he was familiar with Building A of Tangchen Ipin, where each floor was a separate unit, available as either a single-level or duplex layout. The 8th floor was a duplex, with an area of approximately 800 square meters. As far as he knew, many celebrities from the entertainment industry lived in Tangchen Ipin. This gift was simply too extravagant. Ning Yuan held the keys, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. Lu Shuiying was always worried about giving too much, while Meng Nanyu always worries about giving too little.
As cousins, how could the two of them be so different?
Ning Yuan hugged Meng Nanyu into his arms, and Meng Nanyu looked at him with tenderness, rubbing against his chest.
"Thank you, Nanyu. Do you want to live with me?"
Meng Nanyu's face flushed red, and she tilted her head up, her eyes filled with mist.
"Xiao Yuan, do you want to live with me?" Meng Nanyu's expression was too alluring. This mature charm was simply too much for Ning Yuan to resist.
Especially Meng Nanyu in his arms, her full, curvaceous body resembling a seductive fairy.
Recalling last night, Ning Yuan finally understood why ancient emperors would neglect their duties. It was simply because their sisters were too alluring.
He recalled his first time with Lu Shuiying, who had looked at him with a cold expression, clenching her teeth, her face, though breathtakingly beautiful, filled with disdain. He thought she disliked him, so he treated her with utmost care, as if she were a delicate flower, yet he feared she might slip away at any moment. As a result, their first time was rushed and far from pleasant. Finally, Lu Shuiying snorted, turned over, and pulled the blanket over herself, facing away from Ning Yuan.
He watched her slender silhouette.
At the time, Ning Yuan felt deeply guilty. Now, when Ning Yuan thinks back, he feels utterly foolish for not considering Lu Shuiying's feelings at the time. When dealing with this cold-hearted woman, he should have stood up and kicked her hard. Ning Yuan had let go of the past, but if there was one thing he regretted, it was that he hadn't stood up and kicked that despicable Lu Shuiying once. Even after Ning Yuan finished smoking a cigarette, Lu Shuiying was still smoking. Of course, the two had already divorced and would never see each other again, so there would likely never be an opportunity to kick her hard.
When Meng Nanyu asked if he wanted to live together, Ning Yuan snapped back to reality.
"Of course, I want to live with Nanyu." Then I'll come stay with you.
"But the apartment in the city center is pretty far from the office, so I can only stay there occasionally."
"Alright, once my sister arrives, I'll cook 3 meals a day for you."
Meng Nanyu stroked his face and said softly, "What we eat doesn't matter. What matters is who is eating with me."
After speaking, Meng Nanyu looked at him with intense eyes.
Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat.
Meng Nanyu was truly skilled at flirting, making his heart race.
"Nanyu, I have to go to work.
I'll be heading to the set of a movie and a TV series next." Ning Yuan mentioned this because he was worried that Meng Nanru wouldn't agree to him making movies and TV shows. After all, Lu Shuiying had already opposed him continuing his acting career, believing that it was too exposed, and had urged him to quit his job. Meng Nanyu looked at him with concern. "Xiao Yuan, you have to work hard then.
Shooting a movie and a TV series must be very tiring." Ning Yuan looked at her seriously. "Do you not like me acting?"
He decided to be straightforward.
"What? Why wouldn't I like you acting?" Whether you act or not depends on whether you like it. If you like it, I'll naturally support you. Having something you love to do makes me happy for you.
Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment before kissing Meng Nanyu's lips.
He murmured, Nanyu, how can you be so kind? Meng Nanyu blushed and responded.
Now her movements were no longer awkward, she had learned how to kiss. This was Meng Nanyu's true feelings. She never expected that Ning Yuan would be so moved by her answer. It seemed that Xiao Ning had been hurt too deeply by her. Therefore, taking Xiao Yuan away was the right decision.
Meng Nanyu believed that Lu Shuiying would eventually ruin Ning Yuan. Of course, this doesn't really count as taking him away. It was Lu Shuiying who had given up the best version of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu parted ways and went to work separately. Ning Yuan reported to Starlight Entertainment. Xiao Rulan assigned Ning Yuan an office.
In reality, many actors spend most of their time on set and rarely come to the company, so they don't need an office. If they need to work, they do so in the actor's shared office area.
This was also a special favor Xiao Rulan was granting Ning Yuan. As Ning Yuan entered the office, Yang Dong knocked on the door. Ning Yuan invited him in.
The TV series you're involved in, Step by Step in the Workplace, has been scheduled for an actor's table read on Wednesday.
The preliminary plan is for 5 days of table reads.
Actually, according to past practice, for a TV series like Step by Step in the Workplace with a relatively simple plot, the table read would typically take 2 or 3 days. However, our company isn't doing so well recently, as you probably know, so the production team has requested that you gain a thorough understanding of the script, which is why the time has been extended.
Ning Yuan nodded. Alright, thank you, Donggu.
Ning Yuan, the male lead of this series, is the popular young actor Wu Xin, and the female lead is the rising star Sun Yanxiu. You'll be acting opposite them, so take some time to get to know them. Ning Yuan smiled and thanked him. Alright, thank you.
I will.
I'll continue reading the script. After Yang Dong left, Ning Yuan took out the script for Step by Step in the Workplace and began reading it word for word. Originally, he had planned to read the script in detail last night, but he was delayed by meeting Meng Nanyu. Now he needed to first conduct a thorough reading of the script, then analyze the characters, and finally come up with a preliminary performance concept. Only with thorough preparation could he respond smoothly when the director asked questions during the table read. After all, it seemed like they were taking the table read very seriously. Ning Yuan spent the entire day in the company office reviewing the script and analyzing the characters. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiying's global group also primarily operates in the film and television industry. However, unlike Starlight Entertainment, Global Group is thriving and is rapidly catching up to the 3 major players in the film and television industry. Meanwhile, Starlight Entertainment, which was once on par with Global Group, now pales in comparison, overshadowed by Global Group.
In the president's office, Lu Shuiying angrily threw down her phone. That damn Ning Yuan.
It's been 3 days, and there's still no message.
Ding. The phone suddenly rang with a message notification.
Lu Shuiying's lips curled into a smile.
Ha ha ha. You couldn't resist after all. Ning Yuan. Chapter 11, Lu Shuifu, stupid sister, you finally let go.
Lu Shuiying picked up her phone and saw the caller ID was Lu Shuifu.
She was so angry she almost hung up immediately.
However, she had a good relationship with her younger sister, Lu Shuifu, and knew she couldn't take her anger at Ning Yuan out on her. She forced herself to stay calm and answered the call.
Shuifu, what's wrong? Sis, I'm coming home for dinner tonight. Make sure your husband prepares a good meal.
Lu Shuifu's cheerful voice came through.
Your brother-in-law got angry and left. Ning Yuan has something to do in ISNT home. What's he doing?
Lu Shuifu asked from the other side, sounding confused.
Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Sis, I'm already 18 years old. How am I a kid?
Lu Shuifu said discontentedly.
Alright,
you're not a kid, but I'm telling you, don't fall in love at school. Lu Shuifu muttered unhappily, but you were only 21 when you got married. Besides, I'll never fall in love in my lifetime. Lu Shuifu seemed a bit disinterested.
Lu Shuining wasn't in the mood to chat with Lu Shuifu. I'm off work now. Do you want me to pick you up?
No, I'll go back on my own.
See you later.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Shuiying went to the garage to drive home, returning to the Lu family villa.
Just as she sat down, a girl with an exquisitely delicate face and stunning beauty walked in. It was Lu Xiefeng, Lu Shuiying's younger sister.
Lu Shuifu was shorter than Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying was 172 centimeters tall, while Lu Shuifu was approximately 168 centimeters. Lu Shuiying had a cold and elegant appearance, while Lu Shuifu's appearance was pure, sweet, and adorable. She looked like a fairy descended from heaven, unlike any ordinary mortal. Most importantly, Lu Shuifu had skin as white as snow. When Ning Yuan first saw her, he was also stunned by her snow-white complexion. Lu Shuifu is extremely fair-skinned, with a cold, pale complexion that has a hint of pink, making her entire body seem to glow. Fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. Combined with her adorable and sweet features, she is as delicate as a porcelain doll. She was only a freshman when she was voted the most beautiful campus beauty by the male students at Jinghai University. Today, she was wearing a JK uniform, with a white shirt on top.
A carbon gray checkered bow tie adorns her neck.
She pairs it with a carbon gray checkered skirt, black knee-high socks, and a glimpse of her white, tender thigh.
She is wearing black Mary Jane shoes.
She looked even fairer. Her gaze swept around the room, and she noticed that Ning Yuan was indeed not there, only her sister sitting on the sofa. She tossed her backpack onto the sofa and sat down beside Lu Shuiying.
Lu Shuiying frowned. Why are you wearing such clothes? Hee, how about it? Cute, right? This is a man-slaying outfit.
I heard it boosts attack speed.
Lu Shuiying's frown deepened. What do you mean increases attack speed? Hee, you don't understand.
Unfortunately, the person she wanted to show it to wasn't there today. Seeing that Lu Shuiying was about to lose her temper, Lu Shuifu quickly changed the subject.
Sister, doesn't your brother-in-law always stay by your side every day?
Where did he go today? She asked casually.
He went back to his hometown.
Lu Shuiying's eyes darted around, and she spoke hesitantly.
Lu Shuifu's eyes darted around. Something's off. There must be something going on that I don't know about. Could it be that my sister and Ning Yuan had an argument, and Ning Yuan ran away from home?
A fleeting expression crossed her eyes.
The living room is a bit messy. She stretched lazily. I'm so hungry. Is there anything good to eat? She pretended to be hungry and walked into the kitchen.
The kitchen was also in disarray. This was something that would never happen if Ning Yuan were home. This meant that Ning Yuan hadn't left the house today, but had been gone for 2 or 3 days. Knowing Ning Yuan as she did, she naturally knew he was an orphan, so he rarely returned to his hometown, only going back around Qingming Festival each year to pay his respects.
Sister, there's nothing to eat. Did your husband not prepare any ingredients before leaving?
No. Now, Lu Shuifu was completely certain that the two had argued, and Ning Yuan had left home. Normally, if Ning Yuan had to go out, he would either cook a meal for Lu Shuifu or prepare the ingredients so she could cook something simple.
Sister, I'll cook.
Lu Shuifu was only 18 years old, but she had often watched Ning Yuan cook and learned from him. Her cooking skills weren't as good as his, but they were still decent. When Lu Shuifu finished cooking, she brought the dishes to the table and set them down. The two began to eat. Lu Shuiying had little appetite.
Lu Shuifu suggested having a drink. What kind of wine should a child drink? Lu Shuiying frowned.
However, Lu Shuifu was too clever for that. She easily diffused the situation.
Sister, there's only the two of us at home right now, so it's okay to have a little wine. Besides, girls should practice their drinking tolerance.
After all, if there's ever a situation where we have to drink in the future, I'll get drunk easily and might end up being taken advantage of.
Lu Shuiying thought about it and realized she had a point.
So she brought out a bottle of red wine, and the two began to drink.
Lu Shuifu deliberately kept toasting frequently, even suggesting they clink glasses for the coincidence of having the same mother.
Lu Shuiying soon felt a little tipsy. Lu Shuifu said teasingly, "Oh, how could your brother-in-law be like that?
Doesn't he know that you can only eat home-cooked meals and can't handle restaurant food? You're too lenient with him."
Lu Shuifu sighed.
Sure enough, the coldness on Lu Xiefeng's stunning face grew even more intense. Seeing her sister's expression, Lu Shuifu's lips curved slightly.
She continued to pour oil on the fire. "Sister, let me be honest with you.
You work so hard every day, isn't it all for this family? But your brother-in-law doesn't understand you and still throws tantrums. It's really unfair.
I feel so sorry for you." Lu Shuiying's face flushed red, as beautiful as a freshly blooming rose.
She coldly said, "Even you think so? I've been too lenient with him."
Sure enough, the two were arguing.
But to what extent, no one knew.
Lu Shuifu continued to probe. "Sister, I heard at school that some men threatened to break up with their girlfriends to make them take them seriously.
Does your husband threaten to leave home or even divorce you?"
"Ha, he's already threatening me with divorce." Lu Shuining, who had drunk some wine and was 7 parts drunk, spoke without guarding herself, as Lu Shuifu was her younger sister.
Lu Shuifu was startled.
This was a bombshell. She suppressed the intense pounding of her heart.
"You two aren't divorced, are you?"
"Sister." Lu Shuiying felt a surge of irritation in her chest. Her innocent younger sister asking such a question, she might as well tell her the truth to prevent her from being deceived by a scoundrel in the future. So she nodded slightly, her lips parting. "Ning Yuan just likes to play these games of teasing and withholding, just to get my attention." Lu Shuifu felt as though she had been hit by a tsunami, taking a moment to compose herself. "Sister, I have a friend who was threatened with breakup by her boyfriend, and she gave in.
Now she can't even look him in the eye anymore."
Lu Shuiying rested her cheek on her hand, her breath carrying the scent of red wine. "I'll never bow down to Ning Yuan."
"Wow, sister, you're so cool. That's the sister I admire."
"Sister, you're drunk.
Let me help you to your room to sleep."
Lu Shuefu helped her sister up and laid her comfortably on the bed. Her beautiful eyes seemed to glance at the desk unintentionally. Her pupils contracted slightly. Lu Shuening had intended to go to Ning Yuan's room to sleep, but with Lu Shuefu nearby, she felt too embarrassed to go. After settling her sister, Lu Shuefu stepped out of the room and closed the door gently. After closing the door, her pure and adorable face turned as cold as ice, just like Lu Shuening's. My foolish sister, you finally let go. Chapter 12, Lu Shuefu's seductive spaghetti strap dress. Earlier, Lu Shuefu had seen a divorce certificate on the desk in Lu Shueying's room. Sure enough, her sister wasn't very tidy, as Ning Yuan usually kept the house in order. Lu Shuefu had a natural tolerance for alcohol. Her sister Lu Shueying was already drunk, but she was only slightly tipsy. Her face was slightly flushed, as vibrant as the evening glow of autumn. Lu Shuefu entered the bathroom, removed her school uniform, and gazed at her perfect, delicate figure in the mirror with icy eyes. Ning Yuan, my foolish sister has finally divorced you. Over the past 3 years, what seemed like casual insults were actually carefully planned schemes. Sister, in business, your IQ is higher than mine, but in love, 10 of you couldn't match one of me. She carefully washed her white, delicate body, continuing to mutter to herself. Now it's perfect. The sister who claims not to love her brother has escaped him. I can pursue him and be kind to him. Ning Yuan brother, having left the sister who doesn't love him, has escaped suffering. He'll receive my love and care. The steam from the bathroom enveloped her delicate, soft figure, making her irresistibly tempting. The corners of her lips curled upward. Sister, look, isn't this a win-win situation? You, me, and brother all win, don't we? You should really thank me. Actually, at first, Lu Shuefu had also urged her sister to be kinder to her brother-in-law, but her sister wouldn't listen. Seeing her sister didn't love her husband and how sad he was every day, Lu Shuefu changed her strategy and simply went along with her sister's words, which proved to be highly effective. At that moment, she thought, why not ruin their relationship and let them leave each other alone? After taking a shower, she put on a white strapless tight-fitting nightgown and a pair of white stockings that only reached mid-thigh, giving her a pure yet seductive appearance. She took a photo of herself in the mirror. Not bad, but it wasn't perfect yet. She knelt on the ground, her round, firm buttocks sticking out, sideways toward the mirror. In the mirror, her skin was as white as snow, the tight nightgown couldn't hide her overly developed breasts, her tempting buttocks curves, and the white stockings wrapped around her white, tender toes, making one want to play with them. Indeed, the effect was stunning, incredibly alluring. She took a few more photos, thinking, what excuse should I use to send this to Ning Yuan for his opinion? She opened WeChat, found Ning Yuan's profile, and sent a message. She still needed to pretend she didn't know they had already divorced. Brother-in-law, where did you go? I went out to eat today but didn't see you. To her disappointment, a message came back quickly. The message was sent but was rejected by the recipient. Wah. This is bad, I've been dragged into this by my sister. My brother has blocked me too. Anyway, I don't care. After you two divorce, I've already been awarded to your husband. This inheritance must be mine. Lu Shuefu twisted her snow-white body and pouted in a pout. Ning Yuan finally read through the script carefully and conducted a character analysis. He liked to jot down his analysis and interpretations of the characters in a small notebook. The male lead in Step by Step in the Workplace, played by Ning Yuan, is a rich second-generation heir who grew up with the female lead, Qin Dai, and they were childhood sweethearts. Yen Ting has always deeply loved Qin Dai, or rather, he is the ultimate lapdog for the female lead Qin Dai. He has never dared to confess his feelings to her. During their school days, Yen Ting helped her academically. After graduation, Qin Dai joined a company where she met her true love, her superior Lu Yuan, and the two began a love-hate relationship. Meanwhile, Yen Ting inherited his father's business but continued to secretly help Qin Dai, eventually sacrificing himself for her. Until his death, he never told Qin Dai that he loved her. Because he didn't want to see her troubled. Ning Yuan wrote a detailed account of Yen Ting's character in Yen Ting's character profile, spanning 2,000 words. In summary, the key points are as follows. First, deep affection. Ning Yuan couldn't help but mock himself. He had been a lapdog for 5 years and could be said to be unmatched in portraying deep affection. It wasn't he even acting anymore, it was simply a reenactment of his previous daily life. This role seemed tailor-made for him. Second, selflessness. This was all about helping Qin Dai without expecting anything in return. 3. Suffering. This is something Ning Yuan came up with on his own, it wasn't mentioned in the script. But Ning Yuan immersed himself in Yen Ting's role and quickly felt the pain of seeing the woman he deeply loved fall in love with someone else. After finishing the character profile, Yang Dong knocked on the door. Ning Yuan, it's time to get your Weibo up and running. Let's go take some photos to announce your return. Ning Yuan asked in confusion, Brother Dong, can't we just announce it together during the movie promotion? Yang Dong laughed, if we announce your return during the movie promotion, the focus will be on the movie. But if we announce it now, the focus will be on you. You might even make it to the trending topics.
Ning Yuan smiled and said, alright.
Yang Dong brought along his assistant, a young girl wearing glasses with acne on her face, named Ji Xiaoju. When Ji Xiaoju saw Ning Yuan, her face suddenly turned red, visibly excited. If it weren't for Yang Dong standing beside her, she would have rushed over to ask Ning Yuan for an autograph. After all, she used to be a big fan. She was one of Ning Yuan's fans. Now that she saw Ning Yuan in person, she realized he was even more handsome and better looking than on camera. His striking, chiseled features were like those of a god who presided over beauty in ancient times. Yang Dong saw Ji Xiaoju looking like a starstruck fan and snorted lightly. Ji Xiaoju immediately put on a serious expression, and the three began discussing what kind of photos to take.
While they were discussing, Ning Yuan opened his Weibo.
His last post was still the one from when he had left the industry. There were roughly 20,000 comments below the post.
Medicine, brother. I just started following you, and you've already retired? No way. I can't handle this. As a Yuan Bao, my heart is breaking. I wanted to see you create works for the rest of your life.
Ning Yuan's fans are called Yuan Bao, a homophone for the character Yuan in his name.
I'm crying. Oh no. The sky is falling.
I was looking forward to seeing Yuan Jai this weekend, and now you're telling me you're leaving the industry.
Good news, no house collapse. Bad news, the house is gone. I'm unfollowing you.
I never thought you were so love-struck. At your age, you should be thinking about building a career, but you're giving up your career in fans for love?
You've really disappointed us, Yuan Bao. Exactly. We, your fans, work hard every day to boost your rankings, promote you, and defend you online. What about you? You just abandoned us and ran away.
Ning Yuan, when you wake up in the middle of the night, do you ever feel guilty for letting down our support? When Ning Yuan saw this earlier, he also felt a pang of regret. Now seeing it again, he still felt guilty for letting down his fans' love. From now on, he must work even harder, become a beacon of light for them, and let his fans shine alongside him. He must not let their love go to waste.
Chapter 13, The Ascetic Male God Ning Yuan.
After discussing for a while, Yang Dong and Ji Xiaoju proposed several ideas, but they were all rejected by themselves.
Ning Yuan said, no need for all that flashy stuff.
I think just taking a normal photo of him drinking tea or coffee would be fine.
Yang Dong smiled and said, you're right.
Ning Yuan is naturally handsome, no, naturally good looking.
The simpler, the better. Just highlight how handsome he is.
Yeah, that's true, Ji Xiaoju agreed. She believed that no matter what pose Ning Yuan took, he would always look top-notch handsome. Just as the three were discussing, Xiao Rulin walked in with a graceful posture.
What are you discussing?
Her voice was seductive and alluring, naturally captivating with a strong sense of recognition. Combined with her fully developed figure, her ample breasts trembling slightly, and her overly curvaceous hips, she resembled a seductive demon.
Ning Yuan sometimes wondered if the ancient Daji was any different. He smiled and said, Ms. Xiao, we're planning to take a photo shoot to promote our comeback on Weibo.
He then briefly outlined their discussion. Xiao Rulin's alluring eyes glanced at Ning Yuan, and the corners of her lips curled up. Indeed, handsome people don't need to pose, every move they make is charming. Ning Yuan felt a bit embarrassed Rulin Jie actually called him handsome. Mr. Xiao, the word handsome is too kind. Xiao Rulin said, don't be modest.
Yang Dong, send someone to set up a scene. We'll just take photos of Ning Yuan drinking coffee.
Shooting outside isn't out of the question, but to capture Ning Yuan's style and emotional atmosphere, it wouldn't be appropriate. Plus, there are too many passers-by, which would disrupt their work.
Starlight Entertainment has various indoor scenes, so taking photos is simple, just make a few adjustments and it'll work.
About half an hour later, Yang Dong received a call saying that the cafe had been set up according to their requirements and they could go take photos now. When Ning Yuan arrived at the indoor set, he indeed saw a coffee shop with a cool color scheme, primarily black and gray, emphasizing a minimalist style. Most cafes are warm-toned because people come to relax and unwind, but a dark, gloomy atmosphere would make customers feel even more oppressed, which is completely inappropriate. However, Yang Dong had arranged it this way primarily to highlight Ning Yuan's ascetic, godlike aura, and the cool color scheme better accentuated that quality. Yang Dong asked Ji Xiaoju to bring the clothes he had prepared and had Ning Yuan change into them in the changing room. When Ning Yuan emerged from the changing room, Xiao Rulin's eyes narrowed. Ji Xiaoju was even more dramatic, her face flushing red as she covered her mouth. She almost screamed out loud. She had always been a fan of Ning Yuan's looks and had a filter on him. Now, seeing him up close, he was even more handsome than on screen. How could she not be excited? Ning Yuan was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with strands of hair falling over the frames. His eyelashes were long, and his almond-shaped eyes were deep and alluring. His straight nose and slightly pursed lips had a defined lip line. From the side, Ning Yuan's jawline was clearly defined, sharp and distinct. Such a striking appearance is almost irresistible to look at. Ning Yuan was wearing a black shirt and a brown tie. His Adam's apple was smooth, and even a hint of his collarbone was visible. Beneath the black shirt, faint muscle contours are visible.
Ning Yuan is wearing black trousers and black leather shoes.
He stands tall and elegant, handsome yet restrained, with sexual tension at its peak. For a moment, Xiao Rulin didn't know what to say, but eventually couldn't help but praise, Xiao Yuan looks so good. This outfit is perfect. Her voice carried a faint, barely perceptible hoarseness. The man's gold-rimmed glasses were no less alluring than a woman's black stockings. His refined yet debauched aura was like a potion of desire. Ning Yuan smiled, thank you for the compliment, Miss Xiao. Yang Dong was also satisfied. He called over the photographer and had him take over a dozen photos of Ning Yuan. The photos were mainly front and side shots, capturing Ning Yuan's striking good looks from various angles. Combined with the slightly oppressive atmosphere of the cafe, Ning Yuan looked like a cold, reserved, and melancholic prince. After finishing the shoot, the four selected 2 photos and posted them on Weibo. One was a front-facing shot, and the other was a side profile. The caption read, "The stars once hid, but the passion remains. As you make your comeback, may you continue to be a ray of light in my life." However, there was a little twist. Selecting the photos took longer than the actual photo shoot. Xiao Rulin, the CEO, and Ji Xiaoju, the assistant, found every photo beautiful and couldn't bear to part with any of them. They spent a long time deliberating over each photo. In the end, Ning Yuan and Yang Dong each selected 1 photo, and after reaching a consensus, they finally posted them on Weibo. Ning Yuan still doesn't know how his fans reacted to his comeback. I'll probably have to wait until tomorrow to check the comments. They politely declined Xiao Rulin's invitation to have dinner together, mainly because Meng Nanyu was coming over tonight to have dinner with Ning Yuan. Although Xiao Zong has always been very kind to him, he could only refuse Xiao Zong this time. Ning Yuan took a taxi to Tangshan Ipin under Xiao Rulin's resentful gaze and entered the residential complex. He didn't encounter any security guards harassing or questioning him, likely because Meng Nanyu had already informed the security personnel in the community. Ning Yuan entered building A, 8th floor, used his key to open the door, and the scene before him left him speechless. The house was enormous and divided into quiet and active zones. The first floor of the duplex was a multi-purpose hall, with living areas, work areas, and entertainment areas, including a gaming room prepared specifically for him. The living area included the kitchen. The second floor was the rest area, primarily consisting of bedrooms, with the master bedroom being particularly spacious. It even reminded Ning Yuan of a joke about a young master waking up from his 100 square meter bed. Though not that exaggerated, the bed in the master bedroom is still quite large. Meng Nanyu mentioned earlier that the master bedroom will eventually be where Ning Yuan sleeps. The entire house is well ventilated with a north-south orientation, offering excellent views, and is decorated in a very luxurious style. The villa where Ning Yuan had previously lived with Lu Shuiying couldn't compare to the opulence of this place. What moved Ning Yuan even more was that when he opened the study, he saw several photo albums on the desk, containing photos of himself from different periods of his life. There were photos from high school, university, and more movie posters from his films. Some of the high school and university photos were even ones he had never seen before. Nanhua, thank you. Ning Yuan put down his backpack and, while Meng Nanyu hadn't returned yet, began preparing dinner for her. Fortunately, the refrigerator had all the necessary ingredients. Ning Yuan still didn't know Meng Nanru's preferences very well, so he could only guess roughly. So he made stir-fried shrimp, steamed grouper, and blanched Chinese broccoli. The presentation was appealing, and the taste should be decent after all. Ning Yuan was quite confident in his cooking skills. Just as Ning Yuan finished cooking, Meng Nanyu returned. She saw Ning Yuan in the kitchen, wearing an apron and busy cooking. Even when he was cooking, he looked incredibly handsome. Meng Nanyu even had a momentary illusion that she felt like she was keeping Ning Yuan as her young lover. Through the kitchen glass door, Ning Yuan's profile was simply breathtaking. No matter how many times she looked, her heart still raced. She silently reminded herself, Meng Nanyu, tonight you've got to hold back. Don't take the initiative. Chapter 14, The Extreme Contrast of Meng Nanyu. Meng Nanyu wasn't trying to play hard to get, she just didn't want Ning Yuan to think badly of her. So, it was better for Ning Yuan to take the initiative, and she would play hard to get. That way, everything would be perfect. When Ning Yuan had finished setting the table, Meng Nanyu took a look at the dishes he had prepared and couldn't help but feel her appetite stir. Wow, Ning Yuan, your cooking is amazing. It smells so good, I'm drooling. Ning Yuan smiled. See, that's the difference. Yuju's sister is giving so much emotional value. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiying would always belittle and criticize him. Ning Yuan wanted to serve the food to Meng Nanju, but she snatched it away. You worked hard cooking, let me serve the food and wash the dishes. Sis, I'll wash the dishes later. Meng Nanyu smiled and said, housework should be shared. I didn't ask you to do it to make you serve me. Being with you isn't about the mundane details of daily life, I just want to journey through love with you. But the word serve feels a bit odd. Meng Nanyu's face flushed slightly, clearly thinking of the intimate aspect of serving in bed. Ning Yuan looked at her sister's blushing cheeks. Since Meng Nanyu's skin was fair and delicate, the flush was very noticeable, making her even more beautiful.
Ning Yuan's breath caught in his throat. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Sister Nanyu, you work hard, so it's only right that I do more.
Ning Yuan joked, people say that life is full of bumps and bruises, so husbands and wives should understand each other and support one another to make life sweet.
But after saying that, Ning Yuan paused slightly, unsure if his sister would like hearing the word wife.
He quickly stopped himself.
Sister Nanju, I was just using an example. It's okay, I understand what you mean.
Meng Nanyu smiled, but her heart was racing. Her hands trembled slightly as she served the rice, and the bowl was about to slip from her grasp. Ning Yuan quickly grabbed her hand.
Sister Nanyu, you must be tired from work today. Let me do it.
Held by Ning Yuan's broad hand, Meng Nana raised her eyes and saw Ning Yuan's flawlessly handsome face. And those thin lips so tempting. Her heart, which had been racing wildly from hearing the word wife, now pounded even harder, almost bursting out of her chest.
Woo, Xiao Yuan is so tempting, I want to kiss him so badly. Hold back, hold back. Be composed, be composed.
Taking a deep breath, Meng Nanju sat down at the dining table, and the two began to eat together.
This could be considered the first day of their cohabitation.
Rarely feeling this happy, Meng Nanyu opened a bottle of red wine. However, to prevent herself from getting too carried away later, she didn't open the port wine but instead opened a bottle of lower-proof wine.
Meng Nanyu clinked glasses with Ning Yuan and said, Xiao Yuan, how does it feel to be back at the company? Are you getting used to it? Ning Yuan replied, it's not bad. My colleagues are quite nice to me. Meng Nanyu smiled, how is Xiao Rulin treating you? Meng Nanyu naturally knew Xiao Rulin, the CEO of Ning Yuan's company.
They had met at a business dinner and were acquaintances.
Xiao Rulin was too alluring, and Meng Nanyu couldn't help but be cautious. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't say anything carelessly.
After all, even someone as ethereal as Meng Nanyu would get jealous. Mr. Xiao has been kind to me and hasn't caused any trouble.
Hearing this, Meng Nanyu's smile grew even wider.
She served some fish to Ning Yuan.
Xiao Yuan, eat more. Look how thin you've become.
Of course, he also looked much more handsome. At the moment, Ning Yuan was still wearing a black shirt, looking restrained and handsome. Meng Nanyu felt that she had shown remarkable self-control for not immediately rushing forward to kiss him.
Nanyu, you should eat too.
Ning Yuan carefully peeled each shrimp for Meng Nanyu and then placed them on her plate. Meng Nanyu felt a sweetness in her heart. Her eyes grew moist and filled with longing as she looked at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan couldn't stand her gaze anymore, so he pulled her into his lap.
Nanyu, you're so beautiful.
Ning Yuan praised her sincerely. And she was simply too alluring. Meng Nanyu let out a soft moan, her delicate body sitting on Ning Yuan's lap, her body tensing involuntarily.
Be modest, be modest. However, Ning Yuan's scorching breath still made Meng Nanyu's cheeks flush.
Her body grew weak, and she buried herself in Ning Yuan's embrace, feeling the slight bulge of his chest and abdominal muscles beneath his thin shirt. Meng Nanyu's chest rose and fell violently, making her own breasts appear even more majestic. Her breathing also grew faster.
Meng Nanyu struggled to stay awake. Xiao
Yuan, we haven't finished our wine yet.
Nanyu, I want you to feed me. Whoa, I'm going to die. Help me.
Xiao Yuan is so tempting I can't hold on much longer. Meng Nanyu screamed inwardly. She took a sip of red wine, tilted her face slightly upward, and pouted her cherry lips. Ning Yuan curved the corners of his lips and gently kissed her lips. Meng Nanyu's body trembled, her breathing grew, and the rise and fall of her chest became more pronounced. She closed her eyes and passed the wine to him. Ning Yuan's voice was hoarse, his tone carrying a hypnotic magnetism.
Nanyu, you're so sweet. Ah!
Meng Nanyu's defenses crumbled completely, her body nearly melting into a pool of water.
Xiao Yuan, take me. After the passionate encounter, Meng Nanyu looked utterly dejected. In the end, she couldn't resist any longer. Damn it! I promised to be reserved. In the end, it was all for nothing.
It's all Xiao Yuan's fault for tempting me. She was lying in Ning Yuan's arms, so angry that she bit a lip mark on his chest. Ning Yuan didn't feel any pain, just a slight itch, which almost made him laugh. Meng Nanyu hummed under her breath, thinking, I swear, next time I'll hold on tight.
I can't ruin my reputation as an ice queen.
Yes, the entire Meng group, including their competitors, all said that Meng Nanyu was an ice queen, someone who never gave men a second glance. But whenever she was with Ning Yuan, she acted like a love-struck teenager, fiery and passionate. If anyone who knew her saw her now, they would be utterly shocked. Who would have thought that the ice queen Meng Nanyu, who always seemed so aloof and cold, would be like this? Now she's lying in Ning Yuan's arms with a flushed face, biting her lip, her expression a mix of satisfaction, joy, and a touch of regret. Even more, she rubs against Ning Yuan's chest, acting like a little kitten. No one would associate the current Meng Nanyu with her usual decisive and icy demeanor. This is the matriarch of the Meng family, a powerhouse in the Jinghai business world known as the female demon lord, with roots deep and intricate. The contrast was simply too stark. Ning Yuan ruffled her hair and said to the lazy Meng Nanyu in his arms, "Nanyu, shall I carry you to take a bath now?" "That's not a good idea." Meng Nana refused rather half-heartedly. "I just saw how tired you were, Nanyu." Meng Nanyu's face flushed slightly, and she nodded almost imperceptibly. "Ugh, I can't seem to refuse Xiao Yuan." Chapter 15, Lu Xuening, Ning Yuan, has he really left? Ning Yuan held Meng Nanyu in his arms and took a shower with her for over an hour, until finally Meng Nanyu blushed and said, "Stop rinsing," and the two stopped washing. Ning Yuan then carried the limp Meng Nanyu back to bed, and the two lay together chatting. "Xiao Yuan, you're so amazing." Meng Nanyu stroked Ning Yuan's 8-pack abs. She felt like Ning Yuan was a perpetual motion machine. As if he didn't know what fatigue was. This was actually thanks to Ning Yuan's consistent exercise routine and his focus on maintaining his physique. After all, he had quit his job, rarely socialized, and had no marital life. All that excess energy had to go somewhere, and exercise was the perfect outlet. Ning Yuan caressed her smooth, delicate back, his lips curving into a smile. "It's mainly because you're too beautiful, Nanju." Meng Nanyu's face flushed slightly. Ning Yuan sat up and played with Meng Nanyu's pink, jade-like little feet. Meng Nanyu's face grew even redder. "Xiao Yuan, don't touch my feet like that, it's tickling." "Nanyu, I like you sleeping in black stockings." Meng Nanyu let out a soft hum. Xiao Yuan's tastes are truly peculiar. However, she still got out of bed, went to the wardrobe, and slowly put on a pair of black stockings, making her pair of beautiful legs look long and alluring. Ning Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed. The two of them were growing closer and closer, speaking more freely now, without the initial awkwardness. So Ning Yuan said naturally, "Nanyu, could you give me a massage? It's my first day back at work, and I'm feeling a bit tired." "Ha? But I don't know how to massage, Xiao Yuan," Meng Nanyu said hesitantly. "But I'll try to massage your trapezius muscles to help you relax." Ning Yuan smiled slightly, "Not with your hands." He glanced at Meng Nanyu's beautiful legs. "Ah." Meng Nanyu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. "Xiao Yuan, you've become so naughty." However, Meng Nanner couldn't resist Ning Yuan and began massaging him half-heartedly. An hour later, Meng Nanyu blushed as she took off her stockings and put them in the washing machine. Ning Yuan tenderly stroked his sister's legs. "Does it hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you?" No wonder Meng Nanyu's feet were so tired and sore. Meng Nanru's eyes sparkled, her water-like gaze filled with desire. She gave Ning Yuan a playful scolding glance. "It's all your fault, hump, you stinky Ning Yuan." After speaking, she couldn't help but blush and burrow into his embrace. Ning Yuan finally felt sleepy and was about to hold Meng Nanyu close to sleep together. At that moment, Ning Yuan noticed a message on his phone. He opened it to find a text message from an unfamiliar number. "Oh my gosh, brother-in-law, it's Shuefu. Why did you delete me?" "What, did you delete me by mistake?" Ning Yuan didn't reply. Since he had chosen to leave, it was best not to have any lingering connections. After all, Lu Shuefu was Lu Shuiying's younger sister. However, Ning Yuan couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Lu Shuefu had always shown him respect as her brother-in-law, constantly pestering him with questions and calling him brother-in-law all day long. Ning Yuan treated her like his own sister, answering all her questions gently. The two got along well. It could be said that Ning Yuan was a good brother-in-law, and Lu Shuefu was a kind-hearted sister-in-law. Ning Yuan didn't know how to respond to Lu Shuefu. If he spoke the truth, he feared it might hurt her. If he didn't tell the truth, it was hard to explain. So he simply didn't reply. However, Lu Shuefu clearly hadn't given up, and Ning Yuan soon received a second message. "Brother-in-law, I came home for dinner tonight but didn't see you, and I was really upset. I wanted to tell you on WeChat, but you blocked me. Brother-in-law, did I do something to make you angry? You can scold me or hit me, but please don't ignore me, okay?" Ning Yuan fell silent. There was a moment of emotion in his heart. After all, Lu Shuefu and he had no conflicts. Now that she was saying this, Ning Yuan felt a bit reluctant to ignore her. Fortunately, Meng Nanyu was already very tired and was dozing off in his arms, unaware of Ning Yuan's expression. Ning Yuan thought for a moment, then steeled himself and didn't reply. On the other side, Lu Shuefu was wearing a strapless dress, her eyes brimming with tears. She felt that her brother-in-law had seen the message but didn't want to acknowledge her. With reddened eyes, she continued sending messages. "Brother-in-law, did you see my message? I've been under a lot of pressure from my studies lately, and no one is willing to listen to me vent. I drank some alcohol tonight, and now my head is pounding, and my stomach is churning. Brother-in-law, can you please talk to me? Don't ignore me." She didn't mention that she had drunk with her sister, as she didn't want to use the name Lu Shuiying to provoke him. Lu Shuefu was extremely intelligent and naturally knew not to mention her sister at this time. She was a freshman in college, the class monitor, and a prominent figure on campus. She was the teacher's favorite and the object of admiration for male students.
She always acted aloof at school. Being cold and distant could avoid a lot of harassment.
The more approachable you are, even if you're as beautiful as a goddess, there will always be people who think they can take a chance and try to flirt with you, which drove Lu Shuefu to the brink of frustration. So in others' eyes, Lu Shuefu was always cold and arrogant. Who had ever seen her looking so weak and on the verge of tears? Any man who saw her like this would have his heart melted, even if he were as hard as iron. The stars in the sky would seem to shatter just to form a heart for her, to coax a smile back onto her face. Finally, Lu Shuefu saw Ning Yuan's reply, "Shuefu, I'm not angry with you. Don't overthink it, your studies are important." "Wow, that's wonderful. I'm so happy." My brother-in-law actually replied to me. "Okay, brother-in-law, I'll listen to you. I'll go to sleep now. Good night." The little green tea, Lu Shuefu, knew that this tone of surprise must have pleased the other person greatly. Anyway, it's all about emotional value. I don't believe my brother-in-law wouldn't like it. As she had expected, a smile did indeed appear on Ning Yuan's face. This little girl, I never thought she'd still be thinking about her ex-brother-in-law. So Ning Yuan replied, "Good night." Upon seeing the words good night, Lu Shuefu's eyes lit up. A mischievous smile spread across her face. Of course, there were still tiny pearls hanging from the corners of her eyes. Earlier, she had both played her cards and shown her true feelings. Lu Shuefu didn't press Ning Yuan further. As long as her brother-in-law was willing to respond to her, that was enough. She had enough patience to wait for Ning Yuan to add her back on WeChat and rebuild their relationship. Without the aunt and nephew relationship, it might not be a bad thing. They could start over as friends. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes like autumn water, and began weaving countless stories in her mind. A young girl's thoughts are like kites, drifting aimlessly in the sky, but ultimately unable to stray far from the string, or perhaps everything originates from that string. That person. On the other side of the wall, Lu Shueying, who had been drinking, felt a headache and thirst. She instinctively called out, "Ning Yuan, I'm so thirsty. Can you get me some water?" "Ning Yuan, did you hear me? Ning Yuan." Suddenly, she fell silent. Her clear, calm eyes drooped downward. The traces of drunkenness slowly faded from her face. The bedroom was pitch black, not a sound to be heard. All that could be heard was the sound of her own heartbeat, thud, thud. Ning Yuan had left. It wasn't a dream. He had truly left, never to return, and there was no word from him. It was as if he had never existed at all. Lu Shueying's heart tightened, and her body trembled slightly. She frantically pulled out her phone and looked at the call log, where Ning Yuan's phone number was listed. Chapter 16, Lu Shueying and Lu Shuefu meet in Ning Yuan's room in the middle of the night. Lu Shueying panicked. For the first time, a thought crossed her mind. Ning Yuan had truly decided to leave. He wouldn't be coming back. She was startled by this thought. Looking at Ning Yuan's number on her phone, she trembled as she reached out to tap it, intending to call. But in the end, she forced herself to resist. Reason slowly returned. She remembered what she had said, "I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't come back by then, even if you beg me, I'll really never want you again." It was only the second night. Hold on. He just wants me to give in, and then he'll mock me mercilessly. How could he possibly leave? He loves me so much, loves me to the point of madness, even giving up his job and social life for me. He couldn't bear to part with it. It was all just a trick to make him feel better. He must be suffering more than I am, perhaps hiding in some deserted corner, crying in secret. Or maybe he's so desperate to see me that his heart is breaking into a million pieces. It must be like that. Lu Shueying tried to comfort herself. Such comfort clearly relaxed her a great deal. But soon, she noticed the pain in the palm of her hand. It turned out she had unconsciously clenched her fists. Her knuckles were white, and her nails had scratched her palm, causing a trickle of blood to seep out, which she only noticed now. Lu Shueying's hair was disheveled. She sat up, gathered her long hair into a bun, and pulled up her purple nightgown, which had slipped down to her thighs, once again completely covering the small panties adorned with a butterfly bow and bell. Lu Shueying got out of bed, her delicate, white feet bare, and walked into the hall, drinking a glass of water. For some reason, she found herself sneaking toward Ning Yuan's room. To avoid waking Lu Shuefu, she tiptoed slowly and gently pushed open the door. Ning Yuan's room inexplicably gave her a sense of comfort. She didn't bother turning on the light, instead feeling her way in the darkness to the bed and lying down. To her surprise, her hand touched a warm body. She jumped in surprise, let out a startled cry, and sat up immediately. The person on the bed also let out a startled cry. That voice sounds so familiar. Lu Shueying trembled as she turned on the light, only to see Lu Shuefu sitting up on the bed as well. Lu Shuefu was rubbing her sleepy eyes. Lu Shuefu's skin was snow white, and she was wearing a white nightgown, looking like a porcelain doll at that moment. Lu Shueying was furious inside. She had nearly been scared to death just now. For a moment, she thought Ning Yuan had returned and was sleeping in his own bed. But the person lying on the bed was actually Lu Shuefu.
Lu Shuiying was both angry and inexplicably sad. She crossed her arms and glared coldly at Lu Shuefu, whose face was flushed red. Shuefu, how did you end up sleeping in your brother-in-law's bed? Lu Shuefu was so nervous, feeling as embarrassed as a thief caught red-handed. But she didn't show any signs of panic on her face. She looked at Lu Shuiying in confusion. Sister, why did you come to my room in the middle of the night? Look at this. Is this your room, Lu Shuefu? Lu Shuefu rubbed her eyes, looked around, and gasped. How did I end up in my brother-in-law's room? What's going on? She scratched her head. I must have been drunk, so I came here. Lu Shuiying believed her, as she couldn't think of any other reason why Lu Shuefu would end up in Ning Yuan's room. Seeing that she was still covered with Ning Yuan's blanket, Lu Shuiying snatched it away. Lu Shuefu felt inexplicably angry inside. Earlier, she had been dreaming, and the dream was at a crucial moment she was about to kiss him when Lu Shuiying woke her up. She felt an indescribable sense of loss. Seeing that her sister believed her, Lu Shuefu retorted, Then what were you doing in your brother-in-law's room? Lu Shuiying froze. Her heart raced. Yes, what was she doing in Ning Yuan's room in the middle of the night? She couldn't possibly tell her sister that she had gone to Ning Yuan's room because she wanted to sleep with his blanket. Did she have no self-respect? However, as the CEO, Lu Shuiying reacted quickly. I just heard some noise coming from Ning Yuan's room, so I came to check. The air froze, suddenly becoming silent. Now, the two sisters couldn't bear to stay there anymore. Lu Shuiying angrily threw Ning Yuan's blanket back onto the bed and kicked it with her foot. Shuefu, you're still using his stinky blanket. Lu Shuefu's face flushed slightly, but her sister didn't notice. I was asleep and felt a bit cold, so I just grabbed the blanket. I didn't mean to. She got up, yawned, and said, Sister, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Lu Shuiying avoided her sister's gaze. I'm going back to my room too. The two of them returned to their respective rooms and each exhaled deeply. Ning Yuan naturally had no idea what had happened at the Lu household. At that moment, he was holding Meng Nanyu's soft, fragrant body tightly, sleeping soundly. When they woke up the next morning, both of them opened their eyes and saw each other, their eyes lighting up. Especially Meng Nanyu, who suddenly felt that the 10 years of waiting hadn't been entirely in vain. It was precisely because of the bitter waiting that the current possession felt so fulfilling, so intoxicating. It was like someone who had been starving for 3 days and was suddenly given a roasted chicken. They would remember the taste of that chicken for the rest of their life. The two of them washed up together, had breakfast together, and held hands as they walked out the door. Upon arriving at the garage, Meng Nanyu pointed to the 7 or 8 luxury cars and said, Xiao Yuan, now that you've made a comeback, there will inevitably be people who say unkind things to you. You should drive one of these cars to reduce the gossip. These were all luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions: Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Bentleys, Maybachs, Bugattis, and more. Ning Yuan remained silent for a moment. Refusing now would seem overly sensitive. Indeed, sometimes a luxury car worth tens of millions can save you a lot of trouble. That's just human nature. It's like a boss driving an ordinary car to negotiate a deal. The deal is likely to fall through. But if he drives a Rolls-Royce, the chances of success increase significantly. Which one do you like? I can give it to you. Meng Nanyu smiled, linking her arm through Ning Yuan's, like a girl deeply in love, her eyes fixed on him. If you can't decide, you can choose more than one. Ning Yuan chose a Maybach, and Meng Nanyu handed him the keys. She remained in her own Rolls-Royce Phantom. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Meng Nanyu, Ning Yuan drove to the Starlight Entertainment garage. After parking, Ning Yuan opened the car door. Just then, Xiao Rulin, who had parked next to him, also opened her car door. Chapter 17, Ning Yuan joins the film crew. Xiao Rulin joked half teasingly, half testingly, Little Yuan has really made it big, driving around in a luxury car now. Ning Yuan smiled and said, This big car is just borrowed from a friend. Do you prefer this big car or the old A8? I like the big car, but I also like the old A8. Xiao Rulin blushed and playfully scolded him. Does that mean a wealthy woman has taken a liking to you? No way. The only rich woman I've ever met is Sister Rulin. Ning Yuan joined in the joke. Xiao Rulin gave him a disdainful look. You really want a rich woman to keep you, don't you? It's not impossible. Name your price. The two walked side by side. Ning Yuan smiled and said, That 1T be cheap, you know. Xiao Rulin's face turned seductive, her voice irresistibly alluring. Oh? Go on. Just promise me that we'll be together forever, and I'll take care of your 3 meals a day. Ning Yuan suddenly spoke seriously. The most terrifying thing was when someone suddenly turned serious in the middle of a joke. Xiao Rulin was startled by Ning Yuan's sudden seriousness, her face flushing for no apparent reason. She laughed and scolded, That's indeed not cheap. However, she believed what Ning Yuan had said. Ning Yuan was the kind of person who could do such things for love. At the height of his career, Ning Yuan had resolutely given up his career for love, something few men could do. As Ning Yuan put it, probably no one else was as foolish as he was at the time. The two walked into the company, one in front and one behind. Xiao Rulin, the CEO, walked in front, and Ning Yuan followed behind. Ning Yuan couldn't help but notice Xiao Rulin's perfect figure.
That is, narrow shoulders, a slim waist, and wide hips. As the old saying goes, a butt wider than your shoulders brings happiness like a god. The woman named Meng Nanyu whom Ning Yuan had recently encountered had a similar figure. Ning Yuan finally understood the meaning behind it, something that couldn't be shared with outsiders.
Indescribably wonderful.
Now, Xiao Rulin, the boss, is even more so, especially since she loves wearing business attire, white shirts, bodycon skirts, black stockings, and high heels. As she moves around, her curvaceous hips trace graceful arcs, and every sway exudes an alluring charm, her mature and seductive aura fully on display.
Ning Yuan couldn't bring himself to look too closely. Upon arriving at the office, Ning Yuan met his agent Yang Dong and Yang Dong's assistant Ji Xiaoju.
Mr. Yang, so early.
Not that early. Ning Yuan, how's the script coming along? I've gained some insights.
Ning Yuan shared his understanding of the script, as well as the character profiles and character analysis with Yang Dong.
Not bad. It seems you've put a lot of thought into it and have some insightful perspectives.
Today we're joining the production team.
Let's get everyone acquainted and start the script reading.
Having been away from the set for so long, Ning Yuan felt a little excited. Ji Xiaoju, who was recently in charge of managing Ning Yuan's Weibo, took out her phone, opened Ning Yuan's Weibo, and said with a smile, "Brother Ning, the post you shared yesterday received a good response. The number of followers has also increased significantly, now reaching 5.35 million. This might be due to the return of old followers and some new ones. Plus, the post is still gaining traction and made it to the trending list, currently around 40th place." Ning Yuan opened Weibo, found the trending topics list, scrolled down, and sure enough, saw his name at the 40th position.
The entire internet is ablaze.
Ning Yuan, who retired from the entertainment industry for love, has made a stunning comeback. Ning Yuan continued scrolling through Weibo and saw even more sensational headlines from marketing accounts. Ning Yuan makes a shocking comeback.
There's a shocking secret behind it. The entertainment industry is trembling.
Your king, Ning Yuan, has announced his return. Ning Yuan makes a high-profile comeback. His otherworldly good looks leave everyone speechless.
Oh no, don't do this to me. Ning Yuan sighed, holding his forehead. Ning Yuan opened his own Weibo and saw the many comments below. Woo woo, my brother is actually back.
This comment had the highest number of likes.
Brother seems even more handsome. Brother keeps flying, Yuan Bao will always follow. What a magnificent face.
I want to set it as my screensaver. I never thought I'd live to see brother make a comeback. I'm about to cry. I love Ning Yuan's acting so much. I hope he'll make more great movies after his comeback.
Looking at Ning Yuan, I feel the same helplessness as Su Peisheng when he looks at Jin Chiranti. Under this comment, many people wrote, "Ha, this is hilarious. I always thought I was into abs, then I realized I was into bad boys, then I thought I was into suits, but seeing Ning Yuan made me realize I'm just into good-looking guys. Now I know I'm just a simple pervert."
Most of the comments were positive, but there were a few fans who weren't optimistic about Ning Yuan's comeback.
It's been 3 years.
The world has changed. Ning Yuan missed his best opportunity.
Coming back now is just to cash in on his remaining fame. Ning Yuan has no name recognition and no investment value left. Ning Yuan?
What kind of third-rate celebrity is trying to ride my brother's coattails? Seeing it Starlight Entertainment, sigh, it seems Ning Yuan is going down with the Titanic that is Starlight Entertainment. Ning Yuan's expression didn't change much after all. Where there are people praising him, there will also be those who criticize him. Yang Dong also smiled and said, "The current situation is favorable, with more support than opposition, and it's trending on social media."
This not only highlights Ning Yuan's good looks but also shows that the audience hasn't completely forgotten his name. Ning Yuan nodded, "It's a good sign, but the focus should be on the upcoming TV series and movies. That's the real test. Good looks are just a stepping stone. Talent is what truly determines whether one can establish a foothold in the entertainment industry."
Yang Dong drove, taking Ning Yuan and Ji Xiaoju to the film studio. Building one of the film studio featured modern office settings, including an executive office, specifically designed for the TV series Step by Step in the Workplace.
Soon, Ning Yuan met the director of the shoot, Wang Ying, and the assistant director, Lu Hong. Director Wang Ying looked very fortunate, or perhaps just very overweight.
He was the in-house director for Starlight Entertainment, though his health had always been poor.
However, Starlight Entertainment was currently in decline, so they had no choice but to bring him back to save face. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Wang Ying's smile grew broader.
Ning Yuan perfectly matched the aura of the male lead in his eyes.
Standing beside director Wang Ying were a man and a woman.
The man was quite handsome, with an air of arrogance, and his gaze toward Ning Yuan was filled with scrutiny.
He must be Wu Xin.
Seeing that Ning Yuan was even more handsome than him, his expression wasn't very pleasant. The woman, on the other hand, was beautiful and radiant. Her beauty was distinctive, and she naturally exuded an office lady vibe, making her perfect for playing a career woman. Her figure was slender, but her bust was surprisingly full, a figure often described as a slender branch bearing abundant fruit. Netizens dug up her old photos and discovered that even before she debuted, back when she was in high school, she was already exceptionally well endowed. This was none other than the rising star Soo Nyeonseo. She glanced at Ning Yuan, her eyes brightening. It seemed she couldn't believe that Ning Yuan, the male lead, was so handsome. Unsatisfied that everyone was focusing on Ning Yuan, Woo Xian cleared his throat lightly. He enthusiastically shook hands with Wang Ying, Lu Hong, and Soo Nyeonseo, but deliberately skipped over Ning Yuan. Chapter 18, Soo Nyeonseo, Ning Yuan's performance makes me look so amateurish. Woo Xian shook hands with Wang Ying, Lu Hong, and Soo Nyeonseo, but deliberately skipped over Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Woo Xian, who was dubbed a young heartthrob, was actually a year older than Ning Yuan and was already 26 this year. He debuted as an idol, but now that he's getting older, the path of a traffic star no longer suits him. Therefore, he was eager to transition, and coincidentally, the global group had the resources to place Woo Xian in Wang Ying's production team. Initially, Wang Ying had hoped to use actors from Starlight Entertainment as the leads, but the investors insisted on Woo Xian as the male lead, leaving Starlight Entertainment and Wang Ying with no choice. Soo Nyeonseo, on the other hand, is a rising star under Trend Culture, one of the three major entertainment companies. Woo Xian views this TV series as a crucial step in his career transition. If he can break through with this show, it would pave the way for his transition. However, the second male lead, Ning Yuan, was simply too handsome. It was rumored that he had once been nominated for the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actor, but had since retired from the industry. Woo Xian is confident in his acting skills and doesn't believe Ning Yuan's acting is better than his. As someone in the entertainment industry, he knows that if you have the right connections, even without acting skills, you can still get a lot of resources and even be nominated for awards like Best Actor. Ning Yuan was only 22 at the time, and Woo Xian believed he likely rose to fame through connections. Woo Xian had previously starred in a few short dramas, and both his agent and fans were blown away, calling him a natural talent. So Woo Xian believed that with his acting skills, he could easily outshine Ning Yuan. However, Ning Yuan is genuinely handsome, and that is the real threat. This easily steals the spotlight from Woo Xian, so it's no wonder he's not in a good mood. Of course, they were all professionals, so Woo Xian restrained himself from mocking him. But when it comes time to start filming, Woo Xian plans to underplay Ning Yuan's scenes, undermine him, and then write a few articles praising his own acting and claiming his rival can't keep up. That's definitely the plan. Wang Ying smiled at Ning Yuan and said, "Ning Yuan, it's been a while." Director Wang, it's been a while. You still look as vibrant as ever, even more energetic than before. Wang Ying laughed heartily. "Xiao Yuan, you're just flattering me. Your mouth is always so sweet." Woo Xian couldn't hold back anymore and coldly muttered from the side, "Flatterer." Wang Ying and Lu Hong both looked at him in surprise, including Soo Nyeonseo. They never expected Woo Xian to have such low emotional intelligence. Because that remark had actually offended Wang Ying as well. Ning Yuan had spoken kindly, but Woo Xian had dismissed his words as flattery, implying they were insincere. How could Wang Ying feel comfortable in that situation? You may dislike someone, but at least on the surface, everyone should maintain a harmonious relationship. Ning Yuan didn't have the habit of not retaliating when someone confronted him. He smiled and said, "I'm just being honest. It's like you, Woo Xian. I also think you have a pure heart and speak with childlike innocence." Woo Xian's face turned ugly, but what made him feel even worse was that Ning Yuan's words were superficially flattering, and he couldn't bring himself to react. Otherwise, he'd really make a fool of himself on set. After saying that, Wang Ying couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. This Ning Yuan is too clever. He didn't directly retaliate, but it was more painful than a direct confrontation. With such a pure mind and childlike way of speaking, wasn't he just saying you were like a child, stupid and unable to express yourself? Soo Nyeonseo couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, but Woo Xian dared not say anything to Soo Nyeonseo, so he just glared at Ning Yuan. Soo Nyeonseo had a deeper background and more fans than him, so he dared not offend her. Soo Nyeonseo also disliked Woo Xian, who acted like he was something special. Earlier, when they met at the door, he had flirted with her, thinking he was handsome. However, there was no direct conflict between them, so Soo Nyeonseo couldn't make a scene. Now, seeing Ning Yuan, the master of sarcasm, take a dig at him, Soo Nyeonseo felt a sense of satisfaction. Plus, Ning Yuan spoke humorously, so she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She extended her hand. "Mr. Ning, hello, I'm Soo Nyeonseo." "Ms. Soo, no need to be so formal. Don't call me Mr. Ning. Then don't call me Soo either. Call me Nyeonseo. I'll call you Ning Yuan." "Alright, Nyeonseo. I've seen your performances, you're amazing. Please give me your guidance in the days to come." "Ning Yuan, you're the one nominated for the Golden Rooster Award. You should be the one guiding me. The two exchanged compliments and were polite to each other. Next, Ning Yuan and the second female lead, Lu Xiaoming, and the third male lead, Su Yu, also exchanged greetings. The female lead was a social media influencer with a distinctive appearance, but she was quite polite. The third male lead, Su Yu, was a true heartthrob, only 19 years old, and had been a key focus of Starlight Entertainment's training program over the past 2 years. However, his acting skills hadn't improved much, and Xiao Rulan hoped Ning Yuan could help mentor this junior at the company. Ning Yuan had no objections, but he knew that improvement ultimately depended on the individual. He could only offer suggestions, and whether they were taken or not was beyond his control. After everyone had a brief introduction, Wang Ying distributed the script to everyone. Once everyone had their copies, Wang Ying, as the host of the table read, began by saying, "I believe everyone has read the script to some extent. We will now focus on discussing the script. I will first share my overall understanding of the script." After sharing his thoughts, Wang Ying turned to Wu Xian. Wu Xian, as the male lead, please share your understanding of the character Lu Yuan. I think Lu Yuan, as Qin Dai's superior, should be strong and domineering yet have a tender side. Wang Ying furrowed her brows while Wu Xian had some understanding. It was limited. Lu Yuan is indeed domineering and authoritative, but what is more prominent is his prideful and stubborn nature. He clearly likes Qin Dai but pretends not to care, only to end up jealous and furious on the inside. This extreme emotional tug of war is the key. It must be portrayed to create this contrast, allowing the audience to become their antis and ship the couple. Next was Sun Yanxiu's interpretation of the role of Qin Dai. It was standard, neither good nor bad. Wang Ying nodded. Wang Ying turned to Ning Yuan. Xiao Yuan, what are your thoughts on the character Yenting? Ning Yuan takes out his previous script and his character profile. Ning Yuan flipped through the script and the profile, and everyone noticed that the script was heavily marked up, and the character profile was several pages long. Everyone looked at Ning Yuan in surprise. Bro, are you serious? We all felt like students being randomly checked by a strict female teacher, but you're just asking to be picked on. Ning Yuan spoke confidently, I think the character of Yenting. Ning Yuan started by discussing Yenting's character traits, then outlined the key points of his performance, and analyzed Yenting's motivations. He analyzed from a psychological perspective the deeper reasons why Yenting is so obsessed with Qin Dai. Everyone couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Sun Yanxiu looked resentful. Bro, you're making us look like we're the 9th batch out of 10 that didn't get the goods. We only got one batch. Chapter 19, Lu Shuiying, is Ning Yuan unable to resist coming back? Ning Yuan saw everyone's expressions and thought to himself, this is nothing. When I first entered the entertainment industry, I only slept 6 hours a day, spending the rest of the time studying and perfecting my acting skills, figuring out how to portray the character. Ning Yuan studied the method acting style, which involves immersing oneself in the character's inner world and becoming one with the role. In the end, he became the character, and the character became him one and the same. After Ning Yuan finished speaking, Wang Ying led the applause, and the assistant director Lu Hong praised him repeatedly, excellent, excellent. Ning Yuan has put in a lot of hard work. Wu Xian shot Ning Yuan a disapproving glance. What a show-off. Making him look just as capable. But seeing that director Wang praised him so highly, Wu Xian naturally didn't dare to speak up. Moreover, he had a vague idea that the more high-profile Ning Yuan became, the better. After all, the higher you're lifted, the harder you fall. When the time comes, Wu Xian will simply use his acting skills to humiliate him. Thinking of this, the corners of his lips curled slightly. After director Wang Ying encouraged everyone to speak freely, it was time for the actors to practice and rehearse their scenes. Sun Yanxiu and Su Yu both wanted to rehearse with Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was Su Yu's senior at the company, so naturally he would practice with him. Senior Ning, please give me your guidance. Ning Yuan gave off an aloof and handsome vibe, and Su Yu felt he might not be easy to get along with. Ning Yuan smiled and said, we're here to learn from each other. Seeing his gentle demeanor, Su Yu's tension eased slightly. Sun Yanxiu, however, was more direct. Ning Yuan, I'd like to focus on practicing scene 650 with you. Sun Yanxiu admired Ning Yuan's dedication, but she was also a prodigy and confident in her acting skills. Having heard that Ning Yuan was a skilled actor, she was eager to see how their rehearsals would unfold and hoped they could deliver a compelling performance together. Lu Xiaoming, with her snake-like face, glanced at Ning Yuan. If it were based on looks alone, she would have chosen him. However, Wu Xian far surpassed Ning Yuan in both commercial value and fan base. After hesitating for a moment, she sweetly approached Wu Xian and said, Wu Xian, can I act with you? Wu Xian had originally planned to act opposite Sun Yanxiu, who was stunningly beautiful and had a bright future ahead of her. He had his own ulterior motives. But Sun Yanxiu had gone to act with Ning Yuan instead, which made him feel uneasy. Ning Yuan, this guy, hadn't even started filming yet and was already trying to take what was his. He was indeed a formidable rival. Now that Lu Xiaoming had approached him, he couldn't refuse. If no one asked him, the male lead, to rehearse, he'd be in an awkward position.
He reluctantly nodded and went to practice with Lu Xiaoming.
Ning Yuan, meanwhile, took Sun Yanqiu and Suyu downstairs to the small garden.
It could be said that Step by Step in the Workplace was a female-centric feel-good story.
Xin Dai was first liked by Ning Yuan, who played Yen Ting, and later met her superior Lu Yuan, who also liked Xin Dai. But that is not all, there is also Suyu, who plays a colleague who joined the company at the same time and also likes Xin Dai. Ning Yuan felt that the title Step by Step in the Workplace should be changed to Three Men and the Beautiful Female Manager's Love and Hate Entanglements to better capture the essence of the story. In the 650th scene, Yen Ting learns that Xin Dai deeply loves Lu Yuan, plunging him into despair and collapse. However, he ultimately cannot let go of his love for Xin Dai and chooses to stay by her side silently. Sun Yanqiu first recites her lines.
Seeing that Ning Yuan isn't looking at the script, she asks, "Ning Yuan, don't you need to look at the lines?"
Ning Yuan points to his head and smiles, "No need." In reality, he had already memorized all the lines. Sun Yanqiu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment.
"You didn't memorize all of it, did you? That's terrifying."
However, she still had some doubts. After preparing, the two began their scene.
Suyu shouted from the side, "Action!" Ning Yuan's face showed extreme grief. "You love Lu Yuan? Do you really think he can bring you happiness?" "But I..."
Sun Yanqiu muttered under her breath.
"Ning Yuan, you're way too twisted. She hadn't even gotten into character yet. You didn't even take the time to build up the emotion, you just jumped right into it." The sorrowful expression on Ning Yuan's face was so convincing that if Sun Yanqiu didn't know it was an act, she would have believed it.
She even saw Ning Yuan's lips trembling slightly from the pain and his eyes turning slightly red. She could sense that Ning Yuan was suppressing himself, refusing to let the tears fall. Ning Yuan slowly raised his gaze and looked at Sun Yanqiu. Sun Yanqiu suddenly understood the emotions in Ning Yuan's eyes. They were grief, regret, and unwillingness.
Sun Yanqiu exclaimed inwardly, "Goodness, Ning Yuan is actually drawing me into the role."
She had only ever been guided by an old master actor before, a seasoned artist whose acting skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Yet here was Ning Yuan, only a few years older than her, who could also direct. Though she didn't want to admit it, Ning Yuan's acting was far superior to hers. Sun Yanqiu soon became immersed in the scene due to Ning Yuan's performance. She remained silent for a moment before finally shaking her head. Yen Ting, I'm sorry." Looking at Ning Yuan, a pained expression flashed across her face. She wasn't unaware of Ning Yuan's deep feelings for her, but she couldn't deceive herself. She had always only seen Ning Yuan as her older brother. Ning Yuan lowered his eyes and forced a painful smile. "I wish you and Lu Yuan." Ning Yuan turned around, paused for a moment, then took a step forward and walked away. She could even see the slight tremor in Ning Yuan's hands as he walked away. Sun Yanqiu raised her hand to call him back, but in the end, she lowered it and silently murmured, "Yen Ting. I'm sorry." Of course, in the TV show, Yen Ting didn't leave afterward and continued to quietly watch over Xin Dai. The performance ended, and Suyu clapped his hands. "Yuan Gu, that was amazing. Yanqiu's sister was great too." Sun Yanqiu gave Ning Yuan a deep look. The three of them finished their performance and went out to eat together before returning to their respective rooms. On her way back to her room, Sun Yanqiu encountered Wu Xian. Wu Xian crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Sun Yanqiu, what acting skills does Ning Yuan have? Going to act with him is a waste of time. You'd be better off practicing with me more." Sun Yanqiu retorted, "Ning Yuan's acting is excellent. I've learned a lot from him." Wu Xian sneered, "Haha, are you kidding me? Ning Yuan is just riding on the coattails of his connections. You'll see, I'll crush his performance and show you who the real actor is." Sun Yanqiu ignored him. "You're crazy." Wu Xian lost his composure, his face contorted with anger. Ning Yuan returned to his room to continue studying the script. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiying finished her day's work and returned to the villa. She collapsed onto the sofa, her full breast swaying violently. She kicked off her high heels, revealing her legs wrapped in black stockings. Her phone rang. The corners of her mouth curled upward. Could it be that Ning Yuan couldn't resist contacting her today, the third day, and was coming back? She didn't know why, but she felt a little nervous. She pulled out her phone and saw it was her best friend Ling Xian calling. Her expression softened, but she still answered the call. "Shui Ning, it's been ages since we had a drink together. How about we have a few tonight?" Lu Shuiying felt restless and thought drinking might help ease her mind. So she said, "Come to my villa then." "I'm home alone." Ling Xian asked, "You're home alone? What about Ning Yuan?" "Ning Yuan isn't home." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Oh, where did he go?" "Never mind, we can just drink by ourselves." Chapter 20, The Dominant Woman. Ling Xian confronts Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying said, and Ling Xian said, "Wait for me." About half an hour later, Lu Shuiying heard the doorbell ring. She went to open the door, and Ling Xian walked in. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and Ling Xian's appearance, figure, and demeanor were also perfect. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes always exuding a cold, aloof aura. Her nose was high and straight, her lips were red and luscious, and her cheekbones were beautifully defined. Ling Xinyu was tall and slender, just like Lu Shuiying, both standing at 172 centimeters. She was wearing a black blazer, paired with black tailored shorts and black knee-high boots. She holds a black handbag in her hand. Her aloof, domineering, and sexy aura was overwhelming. Lu Shuiying greeted her at the door. "Professor Ling, why did you suddenly have time to come by today? Aren't you supposed to be working on your physics research project?" Ling Xian smiled slightly, as she was used to being aloof, and even when she smiled, it was barely noticeable. "Well, one needs to rest sometimes. Projects are always there, but the desire to drink isn't always present. One must indulge such whims. After all, one shouldn't push oneself too hard." Lu Shuiying couldn't help but tease her best friend. Professor Ling, people who don't know you would think you can drink a lot." Ling Xian didn't care at all. She sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and wrapped her arms around her chest, looking aloof and cool. "Drinking is about reaching that wonderful state of mild intoxication. You drank a lot to get there. I drink a little and reach the same state. Doesn't that mean I get to the peak of happiness faster?" Lu Shuiying sighed helplessly. You always have such logical arguments. I'm just curious, will there ever be someone who can make you lose your composure and feel at a loss?" A figure flashed through Ling Xian's mind. She said softly, "There probably isn't such a person." Ling Xian was 28 years old and already an associate professor at Jinghai University, one of the top universities in the country. This was due to her outstanding achievements in physics research after completing her postdoctoral studies at Stanford University. It was a rare promotion. Ling Xian's lectures were the most popular among students at Jinghai University. She explains complex concepts in a clear and accessible manner, citing numerous examples and references, and her stunning beauty naturally makes her highly popular. It can be said that she has successfully broken into the mainstream through her beauty and talent. There are many videos of her available online, and everyone envies the students in the physics department at Jinghai University for having the opportunity to attend Professor Ling's lectures. Someone like Ling Xian, a prodigy in the academic world, naturally has high standards, so she has never dated anyone. Lu Shuiying once advised her close friend to give love a try and experience its sweetness and bitterness. Ling Xian asked Lu Shuiying, "Have you tasted the saltiness and sweetness with Ning Yuan?" This made Lu Shuiying blush, and she never mentioned it again. Ling Xian's eyes swept around the room. "Is Ning Yuan really not home?" "He isn't here." Ling Xian noticed that Lu Shuiying's expression was very unnatural. "Did you two fight? Did Ning Yuan run away from home?" "Yes." Lu Shuiying didn't hide anything from her best friend. "No, Ning Yuan is so good to you, he treats you like a precious treasure. How could you argue with him? Aren't you afraid he'll run off with another woman? He dares." Lu Shuiying blurted out without thinking. But she quickly realized something was wrong. "Whether Ning Yuan runs off with someone else is none of my business. You know I don't love Ning Yuan. I hope he doesn't come back to bother me." Lu Shuiying frantically tried to backtrack. Ling Xian saw right through her insincerity. "Alright, I know you don't love him. No need to emphasize it so many times. I'm asking why you argued with him." I didn't argue with him. He has been treating me badly lately." "Stop, don't say anything else. I'll order dinner. Bring out 2 bottles of red wine. I'll listen to you while we drink." Lu Shuiying's face turned cold with anger. "You're just rubbing salt in the wound, aren't you?" Ling Xian completely ignored her, her curiosity piqued. Soon, the dinner Ling Xian ordered from the luxury hotel arrived. Lu Shuiying opened a bottle of red wine. Lu Shuiying didn't want to clink glasses with Ling Xian, but Ling Xian took her glass and clinked it against hers. Ling Xian took a sip. "Your wine is still better. Thinking about using your tragic, roller coaster-like story as a side dish for the wine, I feel like tonight wasn't wasted." "Shui Ning, you can start talking now. You mentioned earlier that Ning Yuan has been treating you badly lately." This made Lu Shuiying snort in anger. However, she decided to tell her best friend the truth. The recent events involving Ning Yuan had been weighing heavily on her heart, making her feel miserable. "It was on our wedding anniversary. I didn't come home for dinner because I was working overtime at the office. When I came back the next day, he didn't even acknowledge me." Ling Xian cut her off sharply. "Lu Shuiying, you stayed at the office all night on your wedding anniversary? Is your company about to go bankrupt?" "No, don't make things up. Then on such an important day, you didn't come home to be with him? Did a chicken step on your head?" Lu Shuiying dared not speak up. She and Ling Xian had grown up together, and their bond was deep. She also knew that Ling Xian was usually cold and aloof, with a dismissive gaze. But when she drank, she became extremely sharp-tongued, and you couldn't argue back. If you did, she'd say even harsher things, leaving Lu Shuiying unable to defend herself. So Lu Shuiying turned to her best friend and said pitifully, "He has been so cold to me lately, so I wanted to teach him a lesson."
Ling Xian placed 2 large lobsters in Lu Shuiying's bowl.
Lu Shuiying said thank you, thinking to herself, she's still my best friend, caring about me. Lu Shuiying, help me peel the lobster while you keep talking.
So you're telling me to peel them for you?
Lu Shuiying glared at Ling Xian, who gave her a sharp look, forcing her to obediently help peel the shrimp. Ling Xian coldly said, Lu Shuiying, you've always been so indifferent to Ning Yuan, acting like you don't care, but you never think you're at fault. Ning Yuan was hurt by you, so he was cold for a few days, and you couldn't stand it, so you had to punish him. Ling Xian fumed, he started being cold because there's a problem in your relationship. You should fix it. Instead, you didn't even attend the wedding anniversary. That's like not communicating at all and directly swinging a knife at Ning Yuan's head. Even Ling Xian, who was usually so aloof, was dumbfounded by her best friend's stupidity. Lu Shuiying, you're the CEO, yet your problem-solving skills are worse than Nuagula Yuanbao's.
Lu Shuiying tilted her head. Who is Niuzun Lu Yuanbao? It's the name of the new dog we just bought.
Ling Xian picked up the shrimp she had peeled for Lu Shuiying and put it back into her own bowl. Here, take it.
You won't get any smarter by eating it.
Lu Shuiying was so angry she could have exploded, but she dared not react.
If Ling Xian found out she had divorced Ning Yuan, would she be beaten to death by Ling Xian? Chapter 21, Lu Shuiying, I'm going to call Ning Yuan and tell him I don't want him anymore.
Ling Xian scolded her for being ungrateful. Lu Shuiying, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but Ning Yuan loves you so much. He once risked his life for you, gave up his career to take care of you full time, even went to learn cooking, and takes care of the household every day. Who else could do that? You should see his efforts and treat him better.
Lu Shuiying, I've been very good to him too.
Besides, it's only natural for him to be good to me. Actually, Ling Xian usually didn't want to get involved in her best friend's affairs, but seeing her heading down the wrong path and getting further and further away, with Ning Yuan not even at home, she decided to speak her mind.
Do you even believe yourself when you say that? Where have you been kind to him? Lu Shuiying stammered. Lu Shuiying, you're worth billions, but have you ever given him a gift?
Ling Xian had never seen Lu Shuiying give Ning Yuan any gifts, and Ning Yuan's watch had always been his own Rolex. Ning Yuan also didn't have a car, and the two of them didn't have any other houses, so Ning Yuan also didn't have any property registered under his name. Everything was Lu Shuiying's premarital property. Lu Shuiying remained silent. What's so great about you? You're too scared to speak, aren't you? And why should he be expected to be good to you? Goodness is mutual. He was good to you so that you would be good to him too, not to make you, Lu Shuiying, look so great. This statement broke through Lu Shuiying's defenses, even causing a hint of resistance to arise in her heart. She retorted stubbornly, Ling Xian, you've never been in love.
You don't understand. I don't understand? I think you're the one who is stubborn.
If you keep this up, Ning Yuan will eventually divorce you. Lu Shuiying's expression changed. Ling Xian's gaze was sharp, immediately picking up on this subtle change.
Oh my god, Lu Shuiying, you two aren't really getting divorced, are you? Lu Shuiying's face alternated between pale and red.
Seeing she couldn't hide it anymore, she reluctantly nodded slightly. However, she stubbornly added, Ning Yuan won't leave me.
He just wants me to submit. Ling Xian didn't bother to respond to her nonsense. How many days have you been divorced?
The 5th day. After saying this, Lu Shuiying paused for a moment, realizing that Ning Yuan had been gone for 5 days. These past 5 days had felt like an eternity to her. And tonight was the final deadline she had given Ning Yuan for the last 3 days.
Ling Xian sighed, utterly speechless.
Although she often teased Lu Shuiying for being clumsy, Ling Xian knew that Lu Shuiying was very smart in business. She never imagined that Lu Shuiying could be so clumsy and foolish in matters of the heart.
Stubborn and self-righteous. Ling Xian's gaze grew deep, and unusually, she didn't scold her.
Lu Shuiying had braced herself for a scolding from her best friend, but to her surprise, Ling Xian only gave her a long, complicated look.
What's that look on Ling Xian's face? Ling Xian remained silent for a moment.
Xu Wenning, as your best friend, I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you keep this up, you'll lose Ning Yuan.
No one will wait for you forever. He's taken 99 steps toward you, aren't you willing to take even one step toward him? Put yourself in his shoes, wouldn't you feel disappointed too? As Ling Xian said this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Ning Yuan.
Lu Shuiying, who had been ignored by Ning Yuan for the past few days, was seething with anger and snorted coldly.
If he's so capable, let him never come back.
If he won't wait for me, I don't need him to wait for me either. She continued, I'll see who else is willing to have him besides me.
Ling Xian didn't respond.
Her intelligent and cold face flashed a serious expression.
Lu Shuiying, I'll ask you one last question.
If you find out that Ning Yuan really isn't coming back and is with someone else, are you sure you won't regret it? Or, if you discover that you actually love Ning Yuan deeply, what will you do then?
Ling Xian wanted to make one last attempt to awaken her best friend.
When Lu Shuiying heard Ling Xin mention that Ning Yuan was with someone else, she felt extremely uncomfortable, and a surge of anger rose within her. Then she heard Ling Xin ask her if she would regret it, and what she would do if she realized she was in love with Ning Yuan. She recalled when Ning Yuan had asked her, "Don't you have even a little bit of love for me?" She said she didn't even like him. After hearing this, Ning Yuan's expression grew even colder, filled with resolve. Thinking back to that scene, for some reason, a faint pang of pain flashed through Lu Shuiying's heart. Lu Shuiying pushed aside her tangled thoughts, suppressed the discomfort in her heart, and stubbornly refused to bow her head. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do so. Regret? Impossible. Ning Yuan is better off with someone else. He won't be around to bother me anymore. Finally, Ling Xin, let me tell you this, I could never fall in love with Ning Yuan. This kind of joke isn't funny. Ling Xin's expression grew complex, her eyes flickering. A joke? Oh, I see. I'll remember what you said today. The two then focused on eating and drinking, not mentioning the matter again. Ling Xin dared not drink much, she couldn't hold her alcohol well. When she drank too much, she became like a different person, passionate and direct, completely different from her usual intellectual and aloof demeanor. Therefore, she dared not drink more. Lu Shuiying, however, had no such reservations. The questions Ling Xin had asked earlier had left her feeling irritated, and she couldn't help but want to drink more. Soon, she was slightly tipsy. Her usually icy cold face turned a deep crimson, stunningly beautiful. However, Lu Shuiying dared not mention Ning Yuan in front of her best friend. Ling Xin was too clever, and she felt a bit intimidated by her, fearing that Ling Xin might ask more questions, leaving her even more at a loss for words. In fact, she knew she had many issues she dared not address directly when Ling Xin asked her earlier. After finishing their drinks, the two chatted idly for a while before Ling Xin left. Before leaving, Ling Xin deliberately gave Lu Shuiying a lingering look, opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. The sound of her long boots clacking on the floor echoed as she walked away. The villa was once again left with only Lu Shuiying alone. Loneliness seemed like a lurking ghost, quietly enveloping her. Lu Xuefu had gone to school, Lu Shuiying's mother rarely contacted her, Ning Yuan had left, and Ling Xin had gone. It felt as though the entire world had abandoned her. For a moment, she wanted to hug herself. But she merely walked into the bathroom with a cold, indifferent expression, stripped off her clothes, and let the warm water from the showerhead cascade over her body. Water droplets trickled down her voluptuous body, flowing down her calves. She dried the droplets from her delicate body, put on a bathrobe, and checked the time on her phone. It was already past midnight. The 3-day deadline had expired. But Ning Yuan hadn't even called or sent a message. Days of pent-up frustration, resentment, and anger swirled together. With the courage from the alcohol she had drunk, Lu Shuiying dialed Ning Yuan's number directly. She wanted to scold him fiercely, tell him to get out, and never come back. Who made Ning Yuan make her so upset? She wanted to see how he would break down when he heard her say she didn't want him anymore. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Chapter 22, Lu Shuiying's Broken Heart. Lu Shuiying's body stiffened, and she dialed again in a panic. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Her heart felt as though it were being crushed by a heavy weight, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Her trembling fingers dialed the number 5 or 6 times before she finally collapsed onto the floor in defeat. Ning Yuan had blocked her? Ning Yuan had blocked her. She seemed to think of something and quickly opened WeChat, then tried calling again using WeChat voice call. The other party has not added you as a friend, so voice calls are not available. Ning Yuan has blocked my WeChat too. Lu Shuiying murmured unconsciously, how could this happen? How could this be? She clenched her phone tightly, so hard that her knuckles turned white. The other hand clenched tightly, her nails scraping the palm, but she felt nothing. Ning Yuan was really leaving. Ning Yuan didn't hesitate. Lu Shuiying's heart felt like a piece of glass, shattered into 1,000 pieces. She clutched her chest, feeling an excruciating pain that made it hard to breathe. Grief, anger, disbelief, all these emotions swirled together, making her already icy face even colder. Ning Yuan. You're nothing but a worthless dog. How dare you leave? You promised to always be good to me, and now you're breaking your promise. You bastard, that's how you treat your wife? She suddenly recalled what Ling Xin had said, what good have you done for Ning Yuan? Yes, what good was he? Back then, Lu Shuiying chose Ning Yuan to bring good fortune to her gravely ill grandfather. This was a great favor to Ning Yuan. You've already gained an immense favor by getting me. What more do you want? Lu Shuiying felt she had made a great sacrifice. Moreover, although she made Ning Yuan retire from the entertainment industry, part of the reason was for his own good. The entertainment industry is a mix of good and bad, full of intrigue and betrayal. Ning Yuan is in that world, who knows when he might be devoured by others? Isn't it better for him to stay home and do some light housework every day? As for not sending gifts, Ning Yuan rarely socializes. What would he do with gifts? Besides, she is very busy, isn't she? She is not as idle as Ning Yuan. She doesn't have time to pick out gifts. Lu Shuiying thought about this and felt rather wronged.
No. Ning Yuan wouldn't really leave. I don't believe it. Yes, I just need to give him a way out. If I call him first, he'll come back. Maybe Ning Yuan is just waiting for my call.
Lu Shuiying stumbled to her feet. She had several phones. She picked one she rarely used and dialed Ning Yuan's number.
Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Bang! The phone was thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces. Lu Shuiying stormed into Ning Yuan's room, swept all his books onto the floor.
She then kicked his blanket several times with all her might. Her eyes were red, her nose stung, and a sense of injustice she had never felt before filled her heart. She sat on the floor, burying her head in her knees. The gentle breeze outside the window rustled the books scattered on the floor. Lu Shuiying looked up and saw that the books were cracked. She suddenly snapped back to reality and jumped in surprise.
Oh no!
If Ning Yuan came back and saw this, he'd be furious. She suddenly felt afraid, got up, grabbed some glue, and carefully glued the books back together, then neatly stacked them one by one. She lay on Ning Yuan's bed, hugging his blanket with disdain.
Ning Yuan would come back. If he left her, she wouldn't know what to do.
She should talk to him nicely and give him a way out, and Ning Yuan would agree to come back. Her mind was in a complete mess, her thoughts jumbled. She recalled what Ling Xin had said earlier, if Ning Yuan is with someone else, will you regret it? Earlier, she had stubbornly said she wouldn't regret it, but there was a reason for that. She believed Ning Yuan wouldn't really leave. Now that Ning Yuan had actually left, it was possible that he might be with someone else in the future. Thinking of this, her heart ached sharply.
No, Ning Yuan can only be mine. I must call him tomorrow.
Ning Yuan loves me, he wouldn't be with someone else. But there are those seductive women who might tempt him. He's been at home for years, rarely socializing, with little experience in the world. He might get deceived. I need to give him an out while I can. He just needs an out. Right, I need to get Ning Yuan's divorce certificate back. We'll need it when we remarry. Lu Shuiying, who had silently made up her mind, had already forgotten her earlier vows that no one else would ever want Ning Yuan. And because of Ling Xion's words, her heart began to race. Ning Yuan had turned off his phone and gone to sleep last night. When he woke up in the morning, he felt refreshed. When he turned on his phone, he saw several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers.
Ning Yuan didn't think much of it.
Opening WeChat, he first saw a message from Meng Nanyu.
Meng Nan's message was simple, Xiao Yuan, I miss you. Ning Yuan replied, Nanyu sister, I miss you too.
Such a good boy, Xiao Yuan. Then when you come back, I'll reward you.
What kind of reward do you want?
A reward? Well, when I get back, I want Nanyu to feed me alcohol and give me a massage while wearing stockings. Naughty Xiao Yuan, always thinking about such things.
We'll see.
Ning Yuan knew she had agreed when he saw Meng Nanyu say that. Ning Yuan briefly mentioned the general situation on set, but Meng Nanyu didn't respond afterward.
He continued scrolling through WeChat and saw a friend request.
Ning Yuan recognized it immediately as Lu Shuifu.
Brother-in-law, can I add you on WeChat?
I already know you divorced my sister, but we don't have any issues. I've always respected you, and after you divorced, I was legally assigned to you.
You can't abandon me, can you? Upon reading the last sentence, the corners of Ning Yuan's lips curled upward.
This little girl is quite humorous.
Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment but eventually added Lu Shuifu on WeChat.
He was a decisive man, and Lu Shuifu did indeed respect him. There was no conflict between them, so they could at least be friends.
He couldn't be completely heartless. Ning Yuan added Lu Shuifu on WeChat, and soon she sent him a cheerful emoji *.
She then sent a few more messages in rapid succession.
Ning Yuan could tell she was genuinely happy, and his mood improved instantly.
Just as he was in a good mood, he received a call from an unknown local number. Ning Yuan answered, and on the other end was a voice that was both familiar and coolly elegant.
Hello, is this Ning Yuan? It was actually Lu Shuiying calling.
Chapter 23, Lu Shuiying was furious.
Ning Yuan's expression grew cold, and he remained silent.
In the hallway, while on the phone, he encountered Sun Yinxiu.
Sun Yinxiu smiled sweetly, her voice a bit coquettish. Ning Yuan, you're so early? Ning Yuan nodded.
On the other end of the phone, Lu Shuiying spoke coldly. Ning Yuan, your strategy of playing hard to get has worked.
This is the first time in my life I've ever backed down. I'm giving you an out.
Come back now, and I'll forgive you.
We can remarry. Ning Yuan coldly interrupted her. If you're mentally ill, go to the hospital and get checked out. It might be too late to cure you. Ning Yuan actually cursed at me. The phone went dead. Ning Yuan had already hung up. Lu Shuiying was so angry she immediately called back.
Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. She had been blocked by Ning Yuan again, and he wouldn't even bother to communicate properly. Lu Shuiying was so angry her face turned green.
She threw her phone on the ground with a loud thud, shattering the screen into pieces, just like her heart at that moment. Lu Shuiying's female secretary knocked on the door. "President, what happened?" Lu Shuiying's face was so cold it seemed like frost was forming, and she spoke indifferently. "Nothing, I accidentally dropped my phone." The secretary scratched her head. Accidentally dropping a phone wouldn't make that much noise, would it? But she dared not ask. Although Lu Shuiying had always been cold, she had always been patient with her subordinates. But lately, her expression had grown increasingly gloomy, making everyone feel uneasy. They were constantly worried they might have done something wrong and would face her wrath. Lu Shuiying plopped down into her chair, her full chest rising and falling rapidly, almost popping open the buttons of her shirt. A wave of frustration filled her chest, making it hard to breathe. She trembled as she undid the top button of her shirt. A sense of unease welled up in her heart. Ning Yuan didn't do as she had expected. Instead of giving her an out, he took it. Instead, he called her crazy and blocked her again. Lu Shuiying tasted the bitter taste of defeat for the first time. The situation was completely beyond her control. Moreover, she seemed to have heard a seductive girl's voice calling out, "Ning Yuan, so early?" Lu Shuiying grew even more anxious, pacing back and forth in the office. Where was Ning Yuan? Why was there a girl with him? And their voices sounded so intimate? What was their relationship? Has Ning Yuan been unfaithful? Is this woman seducing him, causing him to refuse to come back? Did Ning Yuan start seeing her before the divorce, which is why he agreed to divorce? Has he already betrayed her? These questions were driving her crazy, but she couldn't stop thinking about them. She also recalled what Ling Xian had said. Would she regret it? She didn't know. Lu Shuiying only knew that she was in immense pain, filled with anger, yet also felt a bit wronged and wanted to cry. All these emotions were like a overturned jar of mixed spices, leaving her unsure of what she was feeling: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, all at once. Even this bittersweet emotion went unnoticed by her. She thought about how she had said that Ning Yuan would have no one if he left her, but now it seemed like he was living a fulfilling life. Lu Shuiying's inner frustration grew even more intense, making her unable to sit still. After all the humiliating emotions, there was only complete anger. Angry at Ning Yuan for daring to leave her, angry at herself for still thinking about giving him a way out, angry at Ning Yuan for being so carefree. She couldn't and wouldn't let Ning Yuan off so easily. After Ning Yuan blocked Lu Shuiying's new number, he finally had some peace and quiet. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that Lu Shuiying was truly annoying and seemed to have a screw loose. "Since you chose to divorce, let us go our separate ways and never see each other again." She actually called to say she was giving him an out, asking him to come back and remarry her. "Lu Shuiying, you're just being ridiculous." Ning Yuan ignored the woman and continued working. Over the next 4 days, Ning Yuan spent his time at the film studio rehearsing scenes, which gave him a new understanding of the character Yin Ting, whom he had already studied in depth. Lu Shuiying called several times over the first 2 days, but each time she was hung up on and blocked by Ning Yuan, leaving her furious. However, starting from the 3rd day, Lu Shuiying stopped calling because she knew Ning Yuan wouldn't answer. Ning Yuan believed that Lu Shuiying, with her aloof personality, would have given up after being rejected so many times and wouldn't contact him again. By the 6th day, the production team finally began filming in earnest. Everyone first burned incense to worship heaven and earth, then cut open the roasted pig. Director Wang Ying removed the red cloth covering the camera, and filming began. The TV series did not begin with Qin Dai, the female lead, during her high school days, but rather directly with her joining the sales department of Shenghuan International Company. On the first day, Qin Dai clashed with her superior, marketing director Lu Yuan. In subsequent work, they also had many disagreements. Qin Dai was innovative and proactive but somewhat idealistic. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, is cold and ruthless, often criticizing Qin Dai's proposals harshly. Qin Dai, however, is fiercely stubborn. She had spent a lot of time compiling the data and had come up with many innovative proposals, believing that Lu Yuan was intentionally targeting her. But Lu Yuan didn't care. He slammed the documents on the table, scattering papers everywhere, and said, "Qin Dai, submit a proposal that meets the standards by tomorrow, or you're out." The previous scenes were all between Sun Yanqiu and Wu Xian, but Ning Yuan had also arrived at the filming location to observe. There was almost nothing worth learning from Wu Xian's performance, so Ning Yuan could only carefully observe their shortcomings and think about how he could improve his own performance. He had always done this before, never missing an opportunity to learn. Especially when he used to act opposite veteran actors, which had greatly benefited him. Of course, there were few people left who could teach Ning Yuan acting now. So when he saw Wu Xian's stiff performance, he couldn't help but sigh. Sun Yanqiu and the others were called out multiple times by Wang Ying due to Wu Xian's poor performance. Wang Ying was furious. He didn't care who Wu Xian was connected to. "Wu Xian, stop looking so stiff. Can you show some expression?" Also, when Sun Yanqiu was expressing anger or dissatisfaction, you shoot her and show some emotional changes. Do you even understand camera language? The camera is over here, you should at least glance at it with your peripheral vision. After shouting cut 3 more times, Wang Ying couldn't take it anymore. Ning Yuan, come up here and perform this scene for Wu Xian to see.
Ning Yuan, who was called upon, looked stunned.
This isn't my scene. I've just been watching them perform for a while.
However, he still walked up. Since director Wang Ying had spoken, refusing him would be a lack of respect.
Wu Xian walked off the stage with a cold expression, thinking to himself, can Ning Yuan really perform better than me? He believed his previous performance was already perfect, it was just Wang Ying looking for faults.
Ning Yuan began to portray Lu Yuan.
He acted opposite Sun Yanxiu. Watching their performance, the surrounding actors and crew members were all stunned, their mouths agape. Chapter 24, Ning Yuan's acting skills.
Ning Yuan acted so well that if they didn't know he was playing the second male lead, Yin Ting, they would have thought he was the male lead, Lu Yuan.
He truly captured Lu Yuan's expressions perfectly.
For example, his lowered gaze, furrowed brows, raised eyebrows, and cold smile were all performed exceptionally well.
You might even think he was Lu Yuan himself, not Ning Yuan.
Plus, Ning Yuan is naturally handsome, and he managed to capture Lu Yuan's rugged charm and coldness, unlike Wu Xian, who always just tries to look cool. What's even more surprising is that Ning Yuan pays close attention to camera angles, always standing in the right spot to ensure the best possible visuals on camera.
This talent is truly remarkable. Lu Hong was impressed. Ning Yuan, very good.
Wang Ying, on the other hand, rubbed his chin with a smile in his eyes. He had been so frustrated earlier that he had called Ning Yuan to demonstrate, unsure if he could pull it off. But now, it was flawless. Perfect.
This was the actor he truly wanted to collaborate with. Sun Yanxiu had just been rehearsing with Wu Xian and felt like she was going to spit blood.
Now, acting with Ning Yuan felt so much more comfortable. Ning Yuan not only knows how to carry a scene but can also seamlessly pick up where you leave off.
But when facing Wu Xian, Sun Yanxiu felt like he was acting against a piece of wood.
It's even worse than facing a piece of wood. Looking at his stiff, trying to be cool face makes him want to laugh and break character.
Wu Xian frowned, his expression growing even colder.
But he refuses to accept it.
Is that all he's got? What's so special about it? I don't see any difference either.
He thought to himself, Ning Yuan is at most on the same level as me.
Why are you all acting so surprised?
Wang Ying, seeing his unconvinced expression, called him over to the camera and showed him 2 different videos. One was of him performing, and the other was of Ning Yuan performing.
Wu Xian's face froze.
What made him uncomfortable was that Ning Yuan's performance was genuinely better than his. His own performance lacked any tension, like a stagnant pool of water. Ning Yuan's performance, however, made him feel that although the lake's surface was calm, there were turbulent waves beneath the surface, filled with anticipation.
Wu Xian stammered, this.
He wanted to say that Ning Yuan's performance was slightly better than his own, but he couldn't bring himself to say it.
He didn't want to admit it.
He had been in an ivory tower for too long, or perhaps in a well for too long, to recognize his own abilities. The praise from those around him had made him lose sight of himself.
Wu Xian gave Ning Yuan a meaningful look. Next, Wu Xian might have had Ning Yuan's performance as a template, so his own performance was slightly better, though not by much.
At least it was watchable.
Ning Yuan, of course, didn't care about Wu Xian's imitation.
This TV series was his comeback project, and if the lead actor performed poorly, it would affect the entire series and, by extension, him.
Soon, the day's filming wrapped up, and due to Wu Xian's delay, progress was slow.
At the end, Wang Ying announced that tomorrow's filming would start with Ning Yuan and Wu Xian's scenes together. Wang Ying had her own reasons for this decision.
Wu Xian's acting wasn't great, and to make matters worse, he was overly confident.
Now it was necessary to use Ning Yuan to bring him down a notch, make him more humble, and encourage him to improve.
Today, sending Ning Yuan on set had already yielded good results. Wu Xian walked over to Ning Yuan and sneered, Ning Yuan, just wait and see tomorrow. Don't think you can get away with acting well in one scene. Wu Xian decided to take it seriously tomorrow.
He felt that when he was serious, he would be terrifyingly strong. Ning Yuan remained non-committal. Wu Xian, I won't see you off.
Your path is already smooth. Sun Yanxiu and Suyu both burst into laughter. Wu Xian scratched his head. What did that mean? Ning Yuan's words weren't very polite, were they? There's nothing wrong with that statement. Why are you laughing? After eating, Wu Xian slowly walked back to his room. Back in his room, he kept thinking about what Ning Yuan meant. Suddenly, he had an epiphany.
The road is smooth, it's just that there are no pebbles.
Ning Yuan was mocking him for lacking ability. Damn it, this guy is way too sneaky. Wu Xian was furious and wanted to leave the room to confront Ning Yuan.
But he was afraid that Ning Yuan would play mind games with him again, and he wouldn't understand what he was saying.
Tomorrow isn't it the day we act opposite each other? I'll make you look like a fool. Let's see who lacks ability.
In the middle of the night, Wu Xian suddenly sat up, slammed the bed hard, and shouted, Ning Yuan, you're the one with no talent.
The next day.
Since this was a very important scene, all the actors and most of the crew members gathered around the set to watch. The scene was bustling with activity. After all, this was the showdown between Lu Yuan, Qin Dai, and Yen Ting. Who wouldn't want to watch a showdown? The cameraman adjusted the lens. The clapperboard was raised, and the director called, "Take 180, first shot, action." Yen Ting and Qin Dai are having dinner. Recently, Yen Ting helped Qin Dai secure a major order. So Qin Dai invited Yen Ting to dinner. Qin Dai smiled and said, "Yen Ting, what would you like to eat?" "It's my treat today." Yen Ting looked into Qin Dai's eyes, which were filled with deep affection. Soon Yanqiu's heart skipped a beat. Ning Yuan's gaze was too intense. His eyes, already as brilliant as stars, nearly drew Sun Yanqiu into their gentle, loving depths. Wang Ying whispered to Lu Hong beside her, "Director Lu, look at Ning Yuan's gaze. With his almond-shaped eyes, he could make even a dog look deeply in love." "Ha, Director Wang, don't let Ning Yuan hear you say that." On set, Yen Ting looked at the menu Qin Dai handed him and smiled. "Well, I won't be polite today. I'm going to treat you to a feast." The dishes Yen Ting ordered were all expensive. Because of this project, Qin Dai had become quite thin, and Yen Ting wanted her to gain some weight. He called over a waiter and, without Qin Dai noticing, handed him a gold membership card, instructing him to charge it to his account. Soon, the dishes were served. As they were eating, they happened to run into Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had just finished dinner with a client. Upon seeing Yen Ting and Qin Dai dining together, he felt an intense sense of unease for some reason. He was jealous. Lu Yuan forced a smile and said, "Qin Dai, who is this?" Qin Dai introduced, "This is my friend." Yen Ting and Lu Yuan's eyes locked. These were two equally outstanding men, both of whom loved Qin Dai, though Lu Yuan was still unaware of his own feelings. The moment they saw each other's eyes, they immediately felt a sense of threat. This was the instinct of two men. Yen Ting sat down, while Lu Yuan stood up, his hands clenched tightly. Yen Ting's gaze shifted from tender to sharp, staring directly at Lu Yuan. Wu Xian felt a sharp pain in his hand. Wu Xian had been staring at Ning Yuan, but now, under Ning Yuan's gaze, it felt as though he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, causing Wu Xian's heart to race and forgetting his lines entirely. He was terrified. His mind went blank, and he couldn't think of a single word to say. He had been completely overshadowed by Ning Yuan. Director Wang Ying let out a sharp exclamation and began slapping his thigh furiously. Ning Yuan's outstanding performance, which had the potential to become a classic scene, was ruined by Wu Xian. Wu Xian failed to pick up the cue. Chapter 25, Lu Shuiying's best friend Ling Xian and Ning Yuan's friend. Following this, Wu Xian was completely out of it. Ning Yuan's presence was too overwhelming, leaving Wu Xian unable to keep up with the scene. He was completely overshadowed by Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's gaze was too aggressive, too fierce, and Wu Xian had the illusion that he had truly stolen the woman Ning Yuan deeply loved. Wu Xian's forehead was covered in sweat, his lips were pale, and all traces of his previous arrogance had vanished. The audience was stunned. Was Ning Yuan really that skilled an actor? It was utterly overwhelming. Wang Ying had no choice but to call cut. "Oh, Wu Xian, are you feeling unwell? Do you want to take a break?" Wang Ying asked with concern. In reality, Wang Ying was overjoyed inside. "Wu Xian, you're just putting on a show, aren't you? I can tell you don't want to practice properly." During the group reading, even Ning Yuan's acting was improving steadily. "You, Wu Xian, are just here to sightsee. You think too highly of yourself." As the leader of a production team, Wang Ying didn't want someone like that around. Wu Xian wiped his sweat and waved his hand. "It's nothing." He glanced at Ning Yuan beside him, but Ning Yuan didn't even look at him, or rather, he didn't even acknowledge his existence. Wu Xian now realized the gap in acting skills between himself and Ning Yuan. He couldn't compare to Ning Yuan at all. If Ning Yuan wanted to, he could easily outshine him, and Wu Xian wouldn't be able to keep up, making him a laughingstock to everyone. Thinking of this, Wu Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Even if Ning Yuan eventually relented under the director's pressure and stopped holding him back, he wouldn't be able to perform well in his current state. This role, which he had hoped would be his breakthrough, was now completely ruined. This wasn't the outcome he wanted. In fact, after thinking about it, he realized there was no real conflict between him and Ning Yuan, it was just jealousy on his part. As long as he apologized sincerely, everything would be fine. But he felt a bit too embarrassed to speak up. Fortunately, he had started out as an idol and had experienced his share of obscurity, so he was capable of adapting to any situation. He walked over to Ning Yuan, lowered his head, and said earnestly, "Brother Yuan, I'm sorry. I overestimated myself and underestimated your acting skills." Ning Yuan didn't expect him to apologize. He hummed in acknowledgement, "It's fine." Ning Yuan wouldn't easily forgive someone like Wu Xian, but since Wu Xian had already apologized, he saw no need to hold a grudge. After all, this TV series was a case of one for all for one. Of course, once the TV series was finished, there was no need to maintain any further contact. Moving forward, Ning Yuan didn't cut his scenes but instead gave him more opportunities.
Wu Xian felt the exhilaration from Sun Yanxuo's performance yesterday, a tingling, numbing, and exhilarating sensation.
Ning Yuan was like an emotional torchbearer, passing the flame to Wu Xian, who caught it effortlessly.
Moreover, Wu Xian felt his potential had been unleashed, and his performance became more vivid.
Wang Ying's lips were curled into a smile, and there wasn't a single cut called during the 18th scene.
Fantastic.
Ning Yuan, Nianxiu, and Wu Xian all did great.
Keep it up, we'll get this in one take. After filming, Wu Xian couldn't wait to watch his performance on the camera.
There was a noticeable improvement. He looked at Ning Yuan with a bright expression.
Yuan Gu, thank you so much.
He was genuinely grateful.
Ning Yuan waved his hand. No need to thank me.
You did a great job. No, I know you were guiding me emotionally just now.
I understand. Wu Xian was very humble.
Wu Xian was a self-centered person who thought highly of himself, but he wasn't cunning.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have mocked Ning Yuan directly.
He was better than those who stabbed people in the back.
Ning Yuan didn't want to interact with him further, and Wu Xian seemed to know this.
He politely thanked him again and went to eat after finishing the morning's filming.
Lu Xiaoming, however, felt awkward.
She had thought the two would remain on opposite sides.
So she chose Wu Xian. But Wu Xian, the leader, had already surrendered.
She looked at Ning Yuan and the others, but none of them acknowledged her. She had no choice but to follow Wu Xian.
Ning Yuan had dinner with Sun Yanxiu and Su Yu.
Su Yu said admiringly, "Brother Yuan, you're so impressive.
Even someone as arrogant as Wu Xian is now submitting to you." Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Whether he surrenders or not doesn't matter. What's important is that we have the strength. Then, no matter what situation we face, we won't be afraid." Su Yu nodded thoughtfully. Sun Yanxiu kept glancing at Ning Yuan from time to time. She was curious about Ning Yuan.
Ning Yuan's acting was so good, if he hadn't quit the entertainment industry back then, he might have become a film emperor by now.
It was said that Ning Yuan had left the entertainment industry for love. Why had he returned now? Could it be that his relationship had issues, so he came back?
She had seen Ning Yuan online before, but had never met him in person.
She only thought he was very handsome.
When Ning Yuan was eating a boxed meal across from her, Sun Yanxiu felt that Ning Yuan couldn't be described simply as handsome. It should be described as a national disaster. Sun Yanxiu thought to herself, if I had a boyfriend like Ning Yuan, I'd probably slap myself in the face if we argued. I wonder how his partner could bear to let him lose. So you notice Sun Yanxiu staring at Ning Yuan, chewing her food without speaking.
Yanxiu, what's wrong?
Sun Yanxiu snapped back to reality, her face flushing slightly.
Nothing, I was just thinking about how to act in the next scene.
Su Yu exclaimed, wow, no wonder Nianxiu's acting is so good, you've been studying it even while eating. Seeing Ning Yuan's handsome peach-colored eyes looking over, Sun Yanxiu's face turned even redder.
No, Xiaoyu is too kind. Su Yu, you big mouth.
Fortunately, Ning Yuan didn't notice me looking at him, otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing.
Fortunately, Ning Yuan wasn't paying attention to the conversation as he noticed a friend request on WeChat. Ling Xian, Lu Shuiying's best friend. Ning Yuan didn't reject it immediately. To be honest, Ling Xian is much more normal than Lu Shuiying, and she treats Ning Yuan quite well.
Sometimes when she sees Lu Shuiying giving Ning Yuan the cold shoulder, she even speaks up for Ning Yuan and confronts Lu Shuiying directly. Although Lu Shuiying didn't listen to her best friend's advice, Ling Xian was indeed very kind to him.
Ning Yuan pondered in his heart. Ling Xian is an associate professor.
She must have noticed that I deleted her, which means she knows there's trouble in my relationship with Lu Shuiying. With her intelligence, it wouldn't be hard for her to find out if we've divorced.
If she knows I've divorced Lu Shuiying, why would she still add me? Ning Yuan had originally thought that Ling Xian might not even notice that he had deleted her.
After all, they were only connected through Lu Shuiying, and there seemed to be no reason to keep in touch. But Ling Xian, who had always been kind to him, had noticed he deleted her and was now trying to add him back. Ning Yuan thought about it and decided to accept the friend request. He thought Ling Xian was coming to reconcile, but he never expected that her first words would leave him deeply astonished.
Chapter 26, Lu Shuiying secretly saved Ning Yuan as Weibo photos.
On the other side, Ling Xinyu saw that Ning Yuan had accepted her friend request and sighed in relief. She said, Ning Yuan, I know you've been wronged. Divorce is for the best for both of you.
If it's not meant to be, there's no need to keep hurting each other. If fate brings you together again, you'll reunite. If not, parting is for the best.
In truth, she wanted to say a few kind words on Lu Shuiying's behalf. Lu Shuiying actually cared deeply about Ning Yuan. As a close friend of 20 years, Ling Xian had never seen Lu Shuiying care so much about anyone before. Otherwise, given Lu Shuiying's personality, if it were anyone else but Ning Yuan, she wouldn't have agreed to the arranged marriage in the first place, and even trying to persuade her would have ended in a fight. It's just that Lu Shuiying couldn't express her love.
Love should be understanding and tolerance, respect and freedom, support and encouragement. It's not about using love as an excuse to manipulate or restrict someone else.
Lu Shuiying clearly doesn't understand these things, and she has already caused deep harm to Ning Yuan. Defending her now will only make Ning Yuan feel uncomfortable.
Ning Yuan replied, "Thank you, Ling Xin." Ling Xin thought for a moment and continued, "Ning Yuan, are you okay? Should I come visit you? Or is there anything you need help with?" "No, thank you, Ling Xin. I'm at the film set now, and everything is fine." Ling Xin finally smiled.
Ning Yuan wasn't wallowing in his pain and had started his acting career anew. That was good. She didn't want to say too much, so she sent a message, "Keep it up. I've seen your previous movies, they were great." Xin thought to herself, "Ning Yuan, you don't know that I'm still Yuan Bao." The first time Ling Xin saw Ning Yuan at Lu Shuiying's house, it was because his appearance had left her speechless.
When did Ling Xin begin to quietly take notice of him?
It was that time when Ning Yuan leaned against the window, gazing dreamily into the distance. The twilight cast sharp, cold angles along his shoulder line, and at that moment, Ning Yuan resembled a beautiful Greek sculpture left behind in time. His lowered eyes, even the shadows, seemed to sigh silently. At that moment, Ling Xin even hoped the breeze would be as gentle as possible, to sweep away the sorrow from his body. Ning Yuan silently gazed into the distance, while Ling Xin stared at his back for a long time. The sound of the world faded away, leaving only the loud thudding of her heart. Ning Yuan's polite yet distant reply snapped Ling Xin out of her thoughts. "Thank you, I should get back to work.
We can chat another time." "Alright, Ning Yuan, go ahead."
Currently, Ling Xin's secondary account was still following Ning Yuan, and she was one of his top fans.
Nyotsunlu Yuan Bao wagged its tail excitedly and ran to her feet. Ling Xin bent down and patted its head. Nohulu Yuan Bao happily ran off, biting its tail and spinning in circles. Ling Xin thought to herself, now that Ning Yuan seems to have moved on, what about Lu Shuiying? Can she move on too? Lu Shuiying was resting in the president's office during lunchtime.
There was a small room there. Lu Shuiying lay on the bed, her legs crossed, clad in black stockings. It had been over 10 days since she divorced Ning Yuan. 5 days ago, she found out that Ning Yuan had blocked her, and she frantically called him using other numbers. But every time he heard her voice, he would hang up and block her immediately. Lu Shuiying's eyes were red, and she felt as though ants were slowly gnawing at her heart, causing a dull pain and restlessness. For the next 3 days, she swore she wouldn't call Ning Yuan again.
"If I call you again, Ning Yuan, I'm a dog." "Fine, you want to cut ties completely? Then let us cut ties completely. From now on, we have no connection whatsoever. You take your path, and I'll take mine. You'll regret it sooner or later." Sigh, he doesn't seem to regret it. There are still women around him now. Damn Ning Yuan. Over the past 3 days, Lu Shuiying felt like each day was an eternity, as if one day felt like a year. Every night, she clung tightly to Ning Yuan's blanket. Many times she woke up from her dreams, hoping it was all a nightmare, that Ning Yuan was still by her side, patting her and reassuring her it was just a bad dream, soothing her back to sleep. She picked up her phone countless times, hoping Ning Yuan would call. There were even times when her hand unconsciously pressed against Ning Yuan's phone number, almost dialing it. But in the end, she snapped back to reality. Do you want to keep being mocked by Ning Yuan? Do you want to be a dog? She believed that with time, she would forget Ning Yuan completely. To prevent herself from dwelling on it, she worked overtime, often not returning home until midnight. She hoped that after exhaustion, she would sleep better. But clearly, she couldn't sleep, and her sleep grew increasingly shallow. She gradually grew thinner. On the third night, she couldn't sleep at all, so she took out her phone and started scrolling through Weibo. Global Group was in the film and television industry, and she followed many of the actors under their agency. As she scrolled through, she noticed a trending topic. Ning Yuan's comeback was around the 50th spot on the trending list. Ning Yuan is making a comeback? Lu Shuiying's body trembled, and an ominous premonition flashed through her mind. She hadn't been following Ning Yuan's account before. She typed Ning Yuan into the search bar, found his Weibo account, and sure enough, saw his latest post, Ning Yuan wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a black shirt, looking both restrained and alluring. He looked too good. The Ning Yuan who had left seemed even more captivating. Damn it! You're dressed so nicely, are you trying to seduce other women? She had never wanted him to be in the public eye, she had only hoped he would stay at home. Now, seeing the strikingly handsome Ning Yuan, who was about to be adored by everyone again, she felt her eyes widen in fury. A surge of anger made her instinctively reach for her phone to confront Ning Yuan, but she quickly snapped out of it. Ning Yuan had blocked her, and she had sworn never to call him again. Now, Ning Yuan must be liked by many people, right? Thinking of this, her heart felt like it was being twisted tightly by a piece of iron wire, almost making her unable to breathe. Hold on. He has nothing to do with you anymore. What does it matter what that good-for-nothing Ning Yuan does? She took a deep breath. She slowly closed her eyes. An hour later, Lu Shuiying opened her eyes. Damn Ning Yuan.
Her fingers pressed against her phone, but a voice inside her kept reminding her.
Don't be a dog. Don't be a dog. Don't be a dog. Where's your pride, Lu Shuiying?
She opened Weibo, scrolled back to Ning Yuan's post, clicked on the photo, downloaded it, saved it all in one fluid motion.
And then, she secretly followed him using a secondary account.
Meanwhile, Lu Shuifu hadn't spoken to Ning Yuan for several days because she had been busy attending a comic convention. She was cosplaying as the most iconic character, Hatsune Miku. Lu Shuifu had two pale green ponytails, wearing a black and red headband and earphones. Her eyes were adorned with emerald green contact lenses. She wore a white form-fitting top that accentuated her perfect figure. A pale green tie was tied around her neck, and on her snow-white left shoulder was a red QR code marked with 01. Her lower body was clad in a black mini skirt adorned with futuristic-looking accessories. Her white, delicate legs are adorned with white knee-high boots, and a white ankle bracelet with the word Krypton is visible. When Lu Shuifu appeared in this cosplay outfit, she immediately caused a sensation. Lu Shuifu was already the campus beauty of Jinghai University, known for her pure and beautiful appearance, snow-white skin, and dazzlingly fair complexion.
Combined with this Hatsune Miku cosplay outfit, she was simply breathtaking. Cosplay fans exclaimed, "Wow, perfect recreation. Perfect replica. Can I collect your autograph?" The crowd, regardless of gender, went wild.
Countless people wanted to add her as a friend and take photos with her, eventually forming a long line.
Lu Shuifu's cherry lips parted slightly as she patted her overly developed chest, startled by the scene before her.
However, all the boys had been rejected by her, and only a few girls had taken photos with her, mainly because there were too many people and she couldn't take photos with everyone. There were also photographers who volunteered to be her personal photographer for free, but all of them were turned down by Lu Shuifu. Lu Shuifu had her roommate take several photos, selected the best one, and sent it to Ning Yuan.
"Oh my gosh, brother-in-law, I went to the comic convention. The character I cosplayed is Hatsune Miku. Does it look good?"
Her voice was a bit muffled but sweet and pleasant to the ear. Since she was worried Ning Yuan might not know who Hatsune Miku was, she specifically told him.
However, Ning Yuan didn't respond.
Lu Shuifu also filmed a video and posted it on her Douyin account. It immediately caused a sensation, and her fans went wild.
Lu Shuifu gained 1 million followers in a single day. This is the charm of Hatsune Miku, and also the charm of Lu Shuifu. Chapter 27, The Final Performance.
When Ning Yuan saw this photo on set, his pupils couldn't help but narrow slightly.
Lu Shuifu's outfit was indeed stunning.
Even in the entertainment industry, where he had seen countless beauties both naturally beautiful and those who had undergone transformations, he couldn't help but admit that Lu Shuifu was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. There was no one else like her.
He replied, "Shuifu, you look great." Lu Shuifu should have been online at that moment, as Ning Yuan saw the message indicator showing she was typing.
But he waited for 3 whole minutes and still didn't receive a message.
Finally, Lu Shuifu sent 2 words, "He." Then she added, "I think so too." Ning Yuan replied, "Then have fun.
I'll get back to work.
We'll chat later." "Okay, go ahead, brother-in-law." Lu Shuifu was overjoyed inside.
But soon, a look of frustration flashed across her exquisitely beautiful face. In truth, she wanted to say, "Go ahead, Ning Yuan," but she was afraid Ning Yuan wouldn't like her calling him that. Now calling him brother-in-law confined their relationship to that of brother-in-law and sister-in-law, making it difficult to break free. She puffed out her cute cheeks, torn between her feelings. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan, after seeing Lu Shuifu's reply, began his afternoon work. The morning's filming had been disrupted, so the afternoon returned to the normal schedule. As the filming progressed, everyone began to be captivated by Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was a talented actor who worked hard even when he didn't have scenes. He arrived early. He had no airs about him and treated all the staff with kindness. Most importantly, he was incredibly good-looking. Imagine working with a handsome guy. It naturally makes the mood much more pleasant.
Su Nianqiu was no exception.
Her eyes are already fixated on Ning Yuan. Her gaze can't help but search for Ning Yuan in the crowd.
Autopilot mode. She didn't even realize it herself.
Recently, Su Nianqiu had an idea to recruit Ning Yuan into the trend culture scene. She believed that her older brother, Suyu, would definitely agree after seeing Ning Yuan's performance. If that didn't work, she could always use her charm as the princess of trend culture to persuade her brother. If that doesn't work, she'll just beat Suyu up and show him who's in charge.
Time was passing slowly.
Ning Yuan didn't have many scenes, and after a month of filming, he only had 1 scene left. Tomorrow, after the final scene, Ning Yuan would wrap up the shoot. If anyone missed Ning Yuan the most during that month, it was Meng Nanyu. Before they were together, Meng Nanyu also missed Ning Yuan, but she could endure it. Because she hadn't experienced it before, she didn't know how good it was to have him.
Now, Meng Nanyu had tasted the sweetness and couldn't get enough. If it weren't for the video calls, she wouldn't know what to do.
However, Meng Nanyu, being the clever woman she is, bought several pairs of black and white stockings and asked Ning Yuan which one he preferred. There are so many tempting women on set, she can't let Ning Yuan be lured away. What should she do? She'll just seduce him herself.
Meng Nanyu also showed Ning Yuan the new purple lace halter top she had bought.
During the video call, after Meng Nanyu put on the lace camisole, Ning Yuan's breathing became rapid. The lace camisole, moving with Meng Nanyu's breath, perfectly outlined her stunning S-shaped figure, making her appear particularly tall and slender. The lace patterns at the waist wrapped around her slender waist, faintly revealing her fair, smooth skin. Following the slender waist were exaggerated hip curves, making Meng Nanyu look like a sensual goddess, causing Ning Yuan's heart to race.
Little vixen Nanyu, tempting me, are you?
Seeing Ning Yuan call her a little vixen, Meng Nanyu felt an overwhelming surge of joy for some reason.
Who told you to stay away for so long, Xiao Yuan?
Now that they were much closer, having spent so much time together, Meng Nanyu and Ning Yuan spoke to each other more casually.
I'll be back soon. When I do, you'll have to beg me for mercy. Meng Nanyu didn't say anything, just gave Ning Yuan a playful glare. After a while, she finally said, Xiao Yuan, don't say such things. It's so embarrassing.
Ning Yuan was about to speak. The mature and alluring Meng Nanyu lowered her head and whispered softly, who will beg for mercy, we'll see.
Ning Yuan's heart raced with joy. Meng Nanyu's shy, teasing demeanor was utterly irresistible.
The two exchanged more intimate whispers, and finally, after so long apart, Meng Nanyu was amused, and they ended the video call. Over the next month, Lu Xuefu occasionally sent some photos, all of them very cute. Seeing Lu Xuefu's joyful smile in the photos, with her youthful energy radiating from them, Ning Yuan's mood improved significantly. Ling Xian occasionally sent greetings and congratulated Ning Yuan on his new beginning, saying, when you come back, I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate.
Thank you, Ling Xian.
I'll treat you.
Thank you for standing up for me back then. Ling Xian felt a pang of sadness seeing Ning Yuan being so polite and distant.
However, she quickly composed herself and replied, sure, I'll be waiting for your feast. On the other hand, Lu Shuiying didn't call again.
However, he received the 10 million yuan from the divorce settlement.
Ning Yuan didn't bother with it was best not to get entangled with her anymore. The next day, Ning Yuan began filming his final scene. The clapperboard clapped, take 968, first shot, action. Ning Yuan, Sun Yanxiu, and Lu Xiaoming entered the set. Qin Dai was promoted to sales manager due to her outstanding performance.
Qin Dai's lips curled into a smile.
She had every reason to be happy after all, she was the youngest sales department manager in the history of Shenghuan International Company, and she hadn't let herself down. Colleagues were celebrating Qin Dai, with congratulations echoing throughout the office. Only Meng Yun, who had joined the company with her, kept her head down, her expression grim. Meng Yun had always believed that this position was hers. She was more capable than Qin Dai, but she lacked Qin Dai's luck. She didn't have two men to help her. Intense jealousy twisted her face into a hideous grimace. That evening, Qin Dai returned home with a smile on her face, only to encounter Yen Ting, who had come to celebrate with her. At that moment, a red car suddenly emerged from a dark corner of the street and barreled straight toward Qin Dai. Qin Dai saw Meng Yun's terrifying face in the driver's seat and froze in place, her mind going blank. In this critical moment, Yen Ting rushed over from the side and pushed Qin Dai out of the way. Yen Ting was violently thrown by the car's immense force, rolling several meters away. Meng Yun hurriedly drove away. Qin Dai rushed to Yen Ting's side, saw him lying on the ground, covered her mouth, and tears streamed down her face. She trembled as she knelt down and held Yen Ting's hand. Yen Ting's entire chest had been crushed, and blood was seeping from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Yen Ting tried to speak, but his mouth opened without sound, his throat emitting only a gurgling noise. He could only cling tightly to Qin Dai's hand. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, mixing with the fresh blood, slowly dripping from his temples onto the ground. Finally, his hands lost their strength, unable to hold onto Qin Dai's palm, and they fell limp. Chapter 28, the scene was wrapped. Excellent. Ning Yuan did a fantastic job. Director Wang Ying's eyes were red with tears. Ning Yuan perfectly captured the expression of a dying person. At first, his eyes were filled with regret, but by the end, they were filled with relief. He had sacrificed his life to save Qin Dai, fulfilling his promise to protect her for the rest of his life. And he died by Qin Dai's side, with her tightly holding his hand. He finally managed to grasp Qin Dai's hand, even if it was in his final moments. Ning Yuan's face was heavily made up, pale as paper from excessive blood loss, with lips and a throat filled with blood, making it impossible for him to speak coherently, a performance that was flawlessly executed. The actors and crew members on set clapped their hands, and many others were moved by the emotional atmosphere, shedding tears. Sun Yanxiu was one of them. Tears continued to stream down her face. In that moment, it felt as though Ning Yuan had truly died for her. She couldn't explain the suffocating sensation in her chest. In fact, she felt a strong dislike for Lu Xiaoming, even though in the play, Lu Xiaoming had been sentenced to death for intentional murder. Ning Yuan handed her a tissue, and she blushed as she accepted it, tears streaming down her face as she said with a smile, "Thank you.
I must be too immersed in the role. Why won't these tears stop flowing? Ugh, this is so embarrassing," Sun Yanxiu thought to herself. Suyu had completely become Ning Yuan's biggest fan, clapping wildly. "Farther, you're amazing." Wu Xian, who was watching, was completely impressed and joined in the applause, staring intently at Ning Yuan. Over the past month, he had attended every one of Ning Yuan's performances to observe and learn. To be honest, Wu Xian had actually learned a lot from Ning Yuan. It wasn't just Ning Yuan's acting skills, but also his dedication, his diligence in learning, and his manner of interacting with others. Because everyone on the crew liked Ning Yuan, Wu Xian realized just how skilled he was at building relationships. It wasn't until now that he realized how ridiculous the fans' praise for him had been. Similarly, as he got to know Ning Yuan better and continued to emulate him, Wu Xian grew increasingly impressed by him, even showing signs of becoming a die-hard fan. On Weibo, one of Wu Xian's fans commented under his post, "Ning Yuan isn't very famous now. Will this TV series drag our brother down after it airs?" Wu Xian replied, "Ning Yuan's acting is too strong. I've learned a lot from him. His performance will definitely surprise everyone. I'm even looking forward to seeing how people will evaluate Ning Yuan after the TV series airs." In fact, openly praising another actor like this on his own Weibo has an impact on him. Because this response not only affirms Ning Yuan but also has a hint of overly praising him. Some fans might think the older brother is being humble, but others might feel annoyed. Why do fans often say that one person outshines another, or why do they care so much about the number of endorsements their favorite idol has? It's because they want the person they love to be the best and the greatest forever. When Ji Xiaoju told Ning Yuan about this, Ning Yuan was also surprised, as he hadn't expected Wu Xian to praise him so highly. Wang Ying smiled at Ning Yuan and said, "Ning Yuan, your performance was really great. I believe you'll make a comeback. Finally, congratulations on wrapping up your scenes." Ning Yuan gave him a quick hug. "Thank you, Director Wang, for your guidance over the past month. I've learned so much." Wang Ying playfully scolded him, I can't guide you. Your acting style is already very mature. I look forward to the day you soar to new heights." He then addressed the group, "Let's congratulate Ning Yuan on wrapping up his scenes. Everyone, please see him off when the time comes." Since the others still had scenes to shoot, Wang Ying didn't organize a grand farewell party, and Ning Yuan didn't mind either. Sun Yanxiu sneaked over to see Ning Yuan off. Ning Yuan was carrying a small bag and about to slip away quietly when he saw Sun Yanxiu standing at the door. Her delicate face was still filled with a look of disappointment, but her tears had finally stopped. Sun Yanxiu spoke up, "Ning Yuan, I want to tell you something. Would you consider joining our trend culture company? We definitely have better resources for you, I promise." Ning Yuan now knew that Sun Yanxiu was the younger sister of Suyu, the CEO of Trend Culture. Suyu was ruthless and merciless, but he doted on his younger sister and feared her the most. It could be said that Suyu and his wife had raised Sun Yanxiu like their own daughter. Ning Yuan smiled and politely declined, "Thank you, Yanxiu. But I'm doing well at Starlight. I haven't thought about changing places." He believed that if he had agreed, Sun Yanxiu would definitely secure more resources for him. However, Xiaozong has been kind to him, and Ning Yuan is a man who values old friendships. He wouldn't leave for personal gain. Though it would be understandable to prioritize one's future, Ning Yuan felt that life should have something one was willing to persist in. Sun Yanxiu lowered her eyes. "Think it over, Ning Yuan. I'm sincerely inviting you to join our company." Ning Yuan shook his head again. Seeing her reddened eyes about to tear up, Ning Yuan quickly said, "Yanxiu, although I won't be switching to your company, we're still friends. We can always meet up in the future." The three of them had already created a group chat called the Slacking Squad. The group was created by Suyu, but he handed over the group admin role to Sun Yanxiu. It's funny to think about it now, but Wu Xian discovered the group and insisted on joining. Suyu, being the nice guy he is, couldn't refuse, so he added him. However, Wu Xian was promptly kicked out by Sun Yanxiu. Sun Yanxiu said, "We need to assess you first. The assessment period will be 1 month." Surprisingly, Wu Xian didn't get angry and agreed. Sun Yanxiu saw Ning Yuan say this and his expression softened a bit. "Alright, Ning Yuan, once I wrap up filming, let's the three of us organize a dinner gathering. We'll meet then. Sure, let us strengthen our revolutionary friendship. Alright, see you later. Goodbye, Yanxiu." Just as Ning Yuan was about to leave, Sun Yanxiu suddenly rushed over and hugged his waist. Ning Yuan's body stiffened. He never expected that Sun Yanxiu, with her slender build, could be so well endowed. She was literally a walking landmine. Ning Yuan's hands froze mid-air. After her impulsive outburst, Sun Yanxiu's face flushed red, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she buried her head in Ning Yuan's chest, rubbing against him before suddenly running away. From the distance, her voice trembled slightly, "Have a safe journey." Ning Yuan watched until she was out of sight, then quietly left the film crew.
Just as Ning Yuan was about to call Yang Dong to send a car, a Porsche suddenly pulled up beside him. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a seductive face with a mix of joy and teasing.
It was Ning Yuan's boss, Xiao Zong. Chapter 29, Dinner with Xiao Rulan, and an unexpected encounter with Lu Shuiying.
Ning Yuan never expected his boss, Xiao Rulan, to come pick him up.
After all, Xiao Rulan was very busy. Besides being the CEO of Starlight Entertainment, she had invested in many industries, such as the currently booming AI sector.
It was now the year 2030, and after years of development, AI technology had become increasingly advanced. The AI-powered robotic nanny she had invested in could not only play games with children but also play the piano, cook, and take care of pets. Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Sister Rulan, I'm so touched.
I never expected you, my boss, to come and pick me up personally."
Xiao Rulan's delicate features lit up with a smile, and her seductive, alluring voice echoed, Ning Yuan, don't get too carried away.
I was just passing by. Such a remote place, and Miss Xiao just happened to be passing by? You're such a Ning Yuan. You're taking advantage and still acting innocent. Are you asking for a beating?"
Xiao Rulan scolded with a smile, her face flushing slightly.
Ning Yuan opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Sister Rulan, I'm truly moved." He glanced at Xiao Rulan.
Today, she was wearing a red dress, beautiful and alluring, like a proud queen.
Xiao Rulan had an amazing figure.
From the side, her curves were like rugged mountains, with a seatbelt cinching the waist, making the peaks even more prominent.
What a humiliation.
Ning Yuan glanced at her and felt too embarrassed to look again.
Xiao Rulan seemed to notice his gaze and gave a soft hum.
Only her neck was tinged with a faint blush.
"How's life on set? Everything going smoothly?" Xiao Rulan asked.
Ning Yuan replied, "Director Wang Ying has been very kind to me. I've learned a lot from him, and I'm deeply grateful for his guidance. In the workplace, never speak ill of your superior to the boss, as it will only make the boss think you are two-faced and a tattletale. Such people are unlikely to gain the boss's trust. In the workplace, speaking positively leads to fewer mistakes.
Moreover, Wang Ying has been very kind to Ning Yuan."
Xiao Rulan takes good care of Ning Yuan, but currently, they are still in a superior-subordinate relationship, so they must adhere to this principle. Sure enough, when Xiao Rulan heard this, she also smiled. "Xiao Yuan, you're quite humble. I heard from Wang Ying that you performed very well."
"Sister Rulan, I'm just doing my best."
Ning Yuan said this very seriously. He has always been very serious about his work and his performances. This is also why he was nominated for Best Leading Actor at such a young age. Ning Yuan's personality is such that if he deeply loves something or someone, he is willing and eager to make sacrifices. Just like when he loved Lu Shuiying, he was willing to do everything he could for her, including risking his life to save her, getting stabbed by an assassin, and suffering severe injuries.
Xiao Rulan said, "I believe in you. I've never doubted your efforts. Let's go have dinner first." "Alright, I'll treat you to dinner, thank you for always taking care of me."
After signing with Xingguang Entertainment, Ning Yuan received a sum of money. Now, with the 10 million he received from the divorce settlement, treating everyone to a meal was no problem at all.
Xiao Rulan gave him a playful scolding glance. "Oh, still being polite to your sister? Didn't you say you'd let me take care of you? Ha ha. What? When did we agree on that?"
Ning Yuan noticed that he and Xiao Rulan, his boss, had a pretty good relationship behind the scenes, even joking around like this. Seeing Xiao Rulan joking around, Ning Yuan also laughed and said, "Sister Rulan, you wouldn't really serve me a bowl of tonic soup and hit me if I didn't drink it, would you?" Xiao Rulan raised her face and said, That's not certain. It depends on whether you're a good little wolf dog or not. Little wolf dogs aren't obedient, they're only fierce. Wolf-type boyfriends are all possessive. So you must be a little puppy dog. You're not fierce at all." Xiao Rulan drove while glancing at him sideways. Ning Yuan shot her an annoyed glance. "Hey, Xiao Zong, look at my 8-pack abs. Where don't I look like a little wolf dog? I'm fierce, you know." Ning Yuan tightened his shirt, revealing the outline of his 8-pack abs. Xiao Rulan glanced at him. "Damn it, Ning Yuan, what are you doing? Who knows if they're real?" Xiao Zong's heart suddenly raced, and she almost scraped the car next to her, but she managed to brake in time. "You bastard, Ning Yuan, you're deliberately tempting me, aren't you?" Xiao Zong looked furious, but her ears turned a faint shade of pink. Her heart was still racing a bit. "Of course it's real. I've been going to the gym every day." Xiao Rulan had already stopped the car. She looked at Ning Yuan and suddenly said, I don't believe you." "Show me." Ning Yuan was taken aback. "Are you serious? Miss Xiao, are you asking your male subordinate to inspect the goods first?" However, he still lifted his shirt, and Xiao Rulan indeed saw 8 well-defined and attractive abdominal muscles. Xiao Rulan suddenly felt her mouth go dry. Just as she reached out, Ning Yuan slapped her hand away. "You can't just touch me like that. If you do, you'll have to take responsibility." Ning Yuan joked, lowering his shirt. Xiao Rulan glared at him disapprovingly. "What are you talking about? Ning Yuan, you're way too self-absorbed.
Who said I wanted to touch you? I just wanted some gum. She picked up the gum and asked Ning Yuan, want some? Ning Yuan took it and said, thanks.
The two of them got into the car and arrived at the Jinghai Central Tower. The Central Tower had 118 floors and was the tallest building in Jinghai.
Xiao Ruolin had reserved a spot on the top floor.
The two of them went up to the 118th floor, which is known as the Peak of Jinghai, offering a panoramic view of the entire city.
Especially at night, the view was breathtaking, with neon lights twinkling like a dream. No open flames are allowed on the 118th floor, so they ordered cold dishes. The taste was only decent. Ning Yuan felt it wasn't as good as what he could cook himself. However, the main attraction was the view.
Ning Yuan and Xiao Ruolin enjoyed their meal while taking in the scenery of Jinghai and chatting casually.
Xiao Yuan, after finishing this drama, take a good rest. Then it's time to prepare for the movie.
Yeah, I plan to rest for 2 days, then ask Donggu for the movie script and start preparing.
Just 2 days?
You don't have to push yourself so hard. Otherwise, people will think I'm a heartless boss who's trying to squeeze every last drop out of you.
It's fine. I'm strong enough, you can't drain me dry. How strong are you?
Xiao Yuan, I'm really looking forward to your TV series. I can't wait to see it first. The filming will take another half a month or so, plus post-production, submission for review, and promotion, so it'll probably take another 2 or 3 months before it's released.
Of course, that's already pretty fast.
Ning Yuan has also been keeping an eye on his Weibo recently and saw how much his fans are looking forward to his TV series. His fan count had reached 5.8 million, an increase of several hundred thousand. While Ning Yuan and Xiao Ruolin were chatting, on the other side of the restaurant, Lu Shuiying was having dinner with a female client. When Lu Shuiying looked up, she saw Ning Yuan's silhouette. Her heart skipped a beat, her fingers trembled, and the fork fell onto the table.
The cocoon she had painstakingly woven for herself crumbled to pieces in an instant upon seeing Ning Yuan's back. Chapter 30, Lu Shuiying and Xiao Ruolin's Showdown Part 1.
It could be said that Lu Shuiying had endured an extremely agonizing month. Countless times, she picked up her new phone, intending to dial Ning Yuan's number to confront him about why he could so easily abandon 5 years of their relationship. But she was an extremely proud person, and every time this thought arose, she suppressed it fiercely.
If he can leave, why are you asking? Remember, if you contact him again, you're no better than a dog.
Lu Shuiying harshly told herself. Deep down, she still harbored a glimmer of hope, hoping that Ning Yuan was just venting his anger and would return once he had calmed down. He would come back to apologize to her, telling her, I still love you, I can't leave you. But as time passed, this hope grew fainter, and her heart grew more and more painful and fearful. She deleted Ning Yuan's number, telling herself she wouldn't look for him anymore. But she had already memorized the number deeply in her mind, and deleting it had no effect at all. In the end, she could only numb herself with work, exhausting her body to forget everything. But while her body was exhausted, her mind remained unusually clear, her thoughts tangled and impossible to untangle. Lu Shuiying grew increasingly haggard. Her already fair skin had become even paler.
Now, she drank every night.
If she didn't drink, she would dwell on her thoughts and couldn't sleep at all. About half a month ago, Lu Shuiying suddenly saw a figure on the street that resembled Ning Yuan. In that moment, no promises could hold her back. She panicked and ran after him, wanting to call out to him. But when he turned around, she realized it wasn't Ning Yuan. In that instant, she froze, her heart sinking to the depths of despair.
The man, upon seeing the stunning Lu Shuiying, looked surprised and asked, Beautiful lady, are you looking for me?
Lu Shuiying ignored him with a cold expression. The man had never seen such a cold yet extraordinarily beautiful woman before, and naturally didn't want to give up.
Can we get to know each other? You've truly taken my breath away. But Lu Shuiying didn't notice what he said. Her mind was in chaos, filled with disappointment, bitterness, and anger at herself for being so weak.
Yes, she had seen a figure resembling Ning Yuan and rushed over, forgetting her vow not to act like a dog. The man tried to persist, but Lu Shuiying gave him a cold stare. That single glance carried the overwhelming authority of someone in a position of power, causing the man to startle and halt his steps involuntarily. Seeing the intense warning in Lu Shuiying's eyes and her air of wealth and nobility, the man left awkwardly. Lu Shuiying returned home in a daze. Then she took out her frustration on Ning Yuan's blanket, punching and kicking it furiously. To calm her mind, Lu Shuiying recently began practicing calligraphy again, copying Buddhist scriptures such as the Great Compassion Mantra. However, she couldn't calm her mind at all. After another agonizing half-month, Lu Shuiying went to the Jinghai Center Tower with a female executive from another company for a meal and to discuss business. What shattered Lu Shuiying's resolve was that she saw Ning Yuan again. To be precise, it was his back. Could it be that I can't let go of Ning Yuan, so I'm hallucinating? No. How could that be? I couldn't possibly still care about him. Lu Shuiying had come to understand her feelings for him during this time, but she still refused to acknowledge them. She stared at his back once more. It was Ning Yuan. Tall and slender, even his silhouette was striking and elegant.
There was no way she could be mistaken this time. Bang! Lu Shuiying knocked over the cold drink and juice trickled down the tablecloth. But Lu Shuiying didn't notice.
Because she saw the person sitting across from Ning Yuan Xiaorulan.
Her arch rival.
Why was she her arch rival? First, their companies were in direct competition with each other. Second, she, Lu Shuiying, Meng Nanyu, and Xiaorulan were all stunningly beautiful female CEOs in Jinghai City, often compared by the media. Lastly, at the previous entertainment industry gala, the two had clashed openly, with their words sharp and unyielding. At the time, Xiaorulan approached with a glass in hand. Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan has great acting talent, you shouldn't let him leave the industry.
Lu Shuiying replied coldly, what's it to you? You live by the sea, why are you meddling so much?
Xiaorulan's expression also turned cold. Lu Shuiying, I used to be Ning Yuan's boss and his friend. I just can't bear to see his talent go to waste.
Lu Shuiying retorted sharply, if you're really his friend, why don't you tell him yourself? Besides, don't bother.
Ning Yuan is happy taking care of me at home.
She looked down on Xiaorulan. Xiaorulan, put away your petty thoughts.
You like picking up other people's trash, that's your business. But for me, even if it's the most worthless thing, I wouldn't give it to you even if I threw it away.
Xiaorulan laughed in anger, you're truly unreasonable. And remember, my family doesn't live by the sea. We live on a yellow earthen hill.
Your family lives in a pigsty, and your father is your mother's cousin.
Lu Shuiying was furious but could do nothing about it.
Both families had deep roots and extensive connections. The Lu family was deeply entrenched, with their influence spreading far and wide. Plus, there was the massive Meng family backing them up. Xiaorulan was a prominent young lady from the capital, naturally well connected and influential, so neither side could easily overpower the other.
All he can do is talk big.
So, when Lu Shuiying saw Ning Yuan's back, she noticed that sitting across from him was Xiaorulan.
Her body tensed up instantly.
Ever since Xiaorulan came to her and asked her not to let Ning Yuan leave the industry, Lu Shuiying had suspected that Xiaorulan and Ning Yuan weren't just simple boss and subordinate.
Xiaorulan might have feelings for Ning Yuan.
Lu Shuiying suddenly stood up.
The client asked in surprise, Xuening, what's wrong? Lin Jia, it's nothing. I have no objections to the cooperation.
The specifics will be discussed by our legal team with yours. Lu Shuiying sat down, speaking while her eyes kept glancing toward Ning Yuan. Her mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by an uneasy feeling that something precious was being coveted. Under the table, Lu Shuiying clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, and she didn't even notice her nails scraping her palms. Moreover, Lu Shuiying heard two girls at the neighboring table discussing Ning Yuan in hushed tones, their faces flushed.
Is that Ning Yuan? He is so handsome in real life. Is that his girlfriend? Should we go ask for an autograph? What a joke of a girlfriend.
Lu Shuiying almost blurted it out loud. Ning Yuan and Xiaorulan finished their meal and stood up together, preparing to leave.
Are they going to check into a hotel? Lu Shuiying's heart tightened, and she didn't bother with formalities anymore.
She directly told her assistant, stay with Lin Jia. Remember, make sure to treat Lin Jia well. She turned to the female client surnamed Lin and said, Ms. Lin, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. If there's anything I didn't take care of properly, please forgive me. Without waiting for the client's response, she hurriedly followed after them, her high heels clicking on the floor.
However, Ning Yuan and the others had already taken the elevator downstairs first.
Lu Shuiying guessed they must have gone to the underground garage. She hurriedly pressed the button for another elevator, but it was moving slowly, leaving her pacing anxiously. Fortunately, she was lucky, and the third elevator arrived quickly.
Lu Shuiying got on and pressed the button for the garage.
When she arrived at the garage, she indeed saw Ning Yuan and Xiaorulan not far away, opening the car door and preparing to get in.
Ning Yuan. Xiaorulan. What are you doing? Chapter 31, Lu Shuiying and Xiaorulan Showdown Part 2.
Ning Yuan and Xiaorulan heard the angry shout from behind them and turned around simultaneously.
Upon seeing Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan's expression turned cold.
Lu Shuiying had originally planned to confront them loudly, and she had been watching Ning Yuan closely the entire time, naturally noticing his expression change. Ning Yuan's expression caused her anger to falter, and she felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if she had been pricked by a needle. Xiaorulan, upon seeing Lu Shuiying, also felt displeased. Tonight, she had been chatting pleasantly with Ning Yuan, and her mood had been good. However, upon seeing Lu Shuiying, her good mood was completely ruined. Her heart sank, and her expression grew cold.
What's it to you? Lu Shuiying, do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling so much? Lu Shuiying froze. Weren't those the exact words she had used before? Now Xiaorulan was using them against her.
She wanted to retort with Xiaorulan's your father is your mother's cousin, but Ning Yuan was standing nearby, so she couldn't bring herself to use such vulgar language. Ning Yuan pulled Xiaorulan aside, Sister Rulan, wait here for a moment. I'll talk to her.
Ning Yuan didn't want her to hear certain things.
Xiaorulan worried, Xiao Yuan, you won't soften your heart, will you?
Ning Yuan laughed, no way.
If you've seen through someone and still go back, you're the cute one. Right? Xiao Rulin could only walk to the other side, but she kept glancing back at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan walked back and glared coldly at Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying stared at Ning Yuan. He had been gone for over a month, and now seeing him again felt like a lifetime had passed. It really felt like a dream she had actually divorced Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan seemed even more handsome, and in his white shirt, he looked incredibly handsome. What left Lu Shuiying speechless was that her heart was beating rapidly. It felt like a deer's heart racing. But her face remained cold and indifferent. Ning Yuan, so you divorced me because you cheated on me. And your taste is really terrible, you're with an older woman. Xiao Rulin is 28 years old, indeed older than Ning Yuan and Lu Shuiying. Of course, Xiao Rulin is also older than Lu Shuiying in other ways. The look in Ning Yuan's eyes toward her no longer held the tender affection of the past, it was now as cold as ice, just like the look she had once given him. Lu Shuiying felt a sharp pain in her chest, which gradually spread, causing her fingers to tremble. Lu Shuiying, I'm divorcing you because you've disappointed me too much. In my 25 years of life, the biggest regret is marrying you. I just want to live the life I want now. Plus, Xiaozong isn't just more handsome than you, his heart is also purer than yours, you malicious Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying was struck speechless. Her eyes went blank, and she muttered to herself, regret? So you regret marrying me? I'm evil? I never thought you'd see me that way. Lu Shuiying's eyes welled up with tears. Ning Yuan heard her mutter and coldly said, yes. Lu Shuiying, you've always only thought about yourself, selfish and cold-hearted. Do you think I see you as a beautiful and kind person now? Ning Yuan, you weren't like this before. Lu Shuiying's eyes turned red, and her nose grew sore. The Ning Yuan of the past was so gentle and considerate. How could he ever say such harsh words? Ning Yuan's eyes also turned slightly red, but it was because he felt sorry for his past self. He had given everything, yet he had never received any warmth in return. As for Lu Shuiying, back then, he was the sunset, the full moon, the beat of her heart, irreplaceable. Yet Lu Shuiying had discarded him like an old shoe. So Ning Yuan withdrew his gaze from Lu Shuiying, and she became a stranded shell, gradually losing all sound, turning into an insignificant grain of sand among countless others. You know it's the past? Lu Shuiying, let us spare each other some dignity, don't make me look down on you. Ning Yuan turned and walked away. Lu Shuiying was completely panicked. Ning Yuan has always loved me so much. He couldn't possibly do this. It must be that wicked woman Xiao Rulin who seduced him and instigated him. It must be. Lu Shuiying refused to admit her own failure, she only blamed everything on Xiao Rulin. She suddenly took a step forward and rushed toward Xiao Rulin, standing in front of her. Old woman, did you corrupt Ning Yuan? If you dare to seduce Ning Yuan again, I'll deal with you. You wild woman, you're the one who's too inferior, that's why Ning Yuan doesn't want you. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Rulin crossed her arms. Lu Shuiying, enraged, rolled up her sleeves, pounced forward, and grabbed Xiao Rulin's hair, yanking it violently. Xiao Rulin winced in pain and slapped Lu Shuiying across the face. Lu Shuiying had never been hit before, her face burned with pain. While Lu Shuiying was stunned, Ning Yuan, who had caught up, came to Xiao Rulin's side. He pried open Lu Shuiying's fingers and pushed her to the ground. Lu Shuiying, stop acting crazy. If you're sick, go to a mental hospital. Xiao Rulin saw Ning Yuan standing by her side and felt overjoyed. The stunningly beautiful woman looked at Ning Yuan with a pout, shaking his arm. Xiao Yuan, she's bullying me, pulling my hair so hard it hurts. Ning Yuan gently rubbed her head and said, Sister Rulin, are you okay? Let's go. Don't pay attention to this crazy woman. Xiao Rulin, feeling victorious, shot Lu Shuiying a sideways glance before swaying her body and following Ning Yuan away. Lu Shuiying sat on the ground, dazed and confused. Ning Yuan actually protected that woman and pushed her down. He even called me crazy. He called me a mad woman? Yes, I must be crazy to have run after him. She clutched her chest, the pain making it hard to breathe. Drip. A tear fell onto her wrist. She raised her hand and wiped away the tear. She staggered to her feet. Xiao Rulin's slap was hard, leaving one side of her face red and swollen. But the pain on her face was nothing compared to the agony in her heart. She felt empty inside, as if the most important thing in her life had been taken away. This hollow feeling made her almost lose her mind. Her vision grew blurry. Ning Yuan, why are you doing this to me? You're such a scoundrel. You promised to love me forever, but you've teamed up with other women to bully me. She stumbled into her car, collapsed onto the steering wheel, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Ning Yuan and Xiao Rulin got into the car. Xiao Rulin rubbed her forehead, it still hurts. Ning Yuan could only help her continue massaging. Ning Yuan's fingers were long and slender, with clearly defined joints. As he massaged her head, she felt a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. An indescribable, wonderful sensation filled her entire body. She looked up, her eyes filled with tears, staring at Ning Yuan. Her charming cheeks had turned a deep crimson for some reason. She never expected Ning Yuan to help her. It seemed he had truly moved on. In the past, Ning Yuan had suffered a lot with Lu Shuiying, and she had always felt sorry for him. Now that Ning Yuan had managed to move on, it was the best outcome possible. Ning Yuan happened to lower his head, his eyes meeting Xiao Ruolan's. His gentle voice echoed in Xiao Ruolan's ear, What's wrong? Xiao Ruolan bit her lips slightly and said, Nothing, there is someone behind your car window. What? Ning Yuan turned his head to look out the window. There was no one there. When he turned back, his lips accidentally brushed against two soft, moist lips. Ning Yuan stiffened, and Xiao Ruolan blushed like a thief, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Her slightly trembling eyelashes seemed to reveal the turmoil in her heart. His chest rose and fell violently, like waves crashing against the shore. Ning Yuan couldn't believe it. He had been kissed by his boss, Xiao Ruolan. Ning Yuan instinctively looked at Xiao Ruolan, who was flushed red, her voice trembling as she said, Don't look at me. Xiao Ruolan had wanted to kiss him for a long time. The Xiao family was a prominent clan, and over the years, the Xiao family had been actively arranging matches for her, but Xiao Ruolan had refused to meet any of them. Having worked together at the same company for 2 years, Xiao Ruolan had shown him a great deal of care. Although Ning Yuan had an agent named Li Gu didn't spend much time with him. On the other hand, Xiao Ruolan often took him out, teaching him how to behave in society, introducing him to veteran actors to learn acting, and introducing him to big shots in the entertainment industry. Xiao Ruolan wasn't without her own reasons for wanting to get closer to him. Or perhaps she couldn't help but want to be near him. After meeting Ning Yuan, Xiao Ruolan's heart was filled with thoughts of him. How could there be room for anyone else in her heart? Her heart was too small. There was only room for Ning Yuan in it. Chapter 32, Dreaming of Nan Yu losing the circle. I don't want to be apart from you. Ning Yuan said, Jia, you. Xiao Ruolan forced down her blush and brushed it off lightly. Ning Yuan, don't mind it. I just slipped up earlier. In reality, a child inside her was cheering, this is so thrilling. I wonder what it feels like to kiss Xiao Yuan. I'm going to lose my mind. But I still want to eat. What should I do? Wah? But Xiao Ruolan's expression remained calm. Ning Yuan looked at Xiao Zong, this seductive temptress, at her heaving chest, and chose not to expose her. I meant to thank Sister Ruolan for tonight's dinner. Also, because of me, you were pulled by Lu Shuiying, and I feel really embarrassed. Xiao Ruolan chuckled inwardly. Tonight had been quite fruitful. Not only had she slapped Lu Shuiying, something she had wanted to do for a long time. Plus, she had secretly kissed Ning Yuan, and it felt so unreal. Even now, her heart was racing so fast it felt like it might burst out of her chest. No need to thank me. We're colleagues and friends, after all. Besides, Lu Shuiying's mistake has nothing to do with you. There's no need to feel embarrassed about it. Xiao Ruolan was the company's boss, so calling them colleagues wasn't inappropriate. The two returned to the company. Ning Yuan got out of the car and went to start his own Maybach. Xiao Ruolan sat in the driver's seat, watching him drive away until she finally exhaled deeply. She was so nervous. She hadn't planned on doing this, but when she saw Ning Yuan's profile, she couldn't resist. When she kissed him, though it was just a brief touch, she felt every cell in her body trembling with excitement. A sweet and sour sensation spread throughout her body, from every organ to every cell and nerve. It was like a fish in a dried-up pond, suddenly filled with water and swimming freely with newfound energy. What was even more embarrassing was that even a gentle kiss felt like an electric shock. When Ning Yuan drove back to Tangshanipin and opened the door, a figure rushed toward him. Ning Yuan was afraid of dropping her and quickly reached out to embrace her delicate body. Meng Nanyu clung to Ning Yuan with all her strength, as if afraid he would vanish. Her pale, delicate legs were tightly wrapped around his sturdy waist. Her small, round breasts pressed tightly against Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan lowered his head, and Meng Nanyu quickly offered her soft, fragrant lips, letting him take whatever he wanted. Until Ning Yuan kissed her until she couldn't breathe, he finally let her go. Meng Nanyu panted slightly, burying her head in his chest, pouting her lips, and said in a pouty voice, It's been so long. I felt like I waited for you for another lifetime. Only then did Ning Yuan notice that Meng Nanyu was wearing a purple lace nightgown that just barely covered her hips. Her long, beautiful legs were adorned with knee-high purple stockings, showcasing her mature, alluring charm. It must be said that purple truly had a certain charm. Ning Yuan felt a surge of emotion. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his voice hoarse. Nanyu, didn't you say earlier that we'd see who begged first? Are you sure? Meng Nanyu's face flushed red, and she buried her face in Ning Yuan's chest, saying nothing. After a long while, she finally spoke in a soft, almost inaudible voice, Ning Yuan chuckled softly, Nanyu, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Meng Nanyu, ashamed and angry, huffed, You little brat, I'm not talking to you anymore. She tried to struggle down. Ning Yuan quickly picked her up and carried her into the room, then kicked the door shut with his heel, causing it to slam shut with a loud bang. Ning Yuan threw Meng Nanyu onto the bed. She covered her face, her neck flushed pink.
Ning Yuan took out a box of rings.
Meng Nanyu saw them through her fingers, sat up, snatched them, and threw them away. Now she was so embarrassed that her whole body turned red, and she hid under the blankets.
Ning Yuan's breathing grew, and he realized that Meng Nanyu actually liked walnuts.
Soon, he saw Meng Nanyu sneak a peek out from under the covers, revealing a beautiful, crimson cheek. Ning Yuan leaned in, and Meng Nanyu let out a startled cry before diving back under the covers. Meng Nanyu lay in Ning Yuan's arms, her face flushed.
Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Nanyu, didn't you say you wouldn't beg for mercy? Why were you saying please just now?"
Meng Nanner blushed deeply, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and bit his shoulder, leaving a red mark on Ning Yuan's shoulder. Earlier, she had almost been ruined by Wang Yuan, and she said angrily.
Ning Yuan didn't mind, gently rubbing her white, soft back and whispering, "Nanyu, did you miss me?"
Meng Nanyu let go, raised her eyes, and her misty, beautiful eyes flickered with endless tenderness. She clung tightly to Ning Yuan and murmured, "No."
Ning Yuan pinched her nose, "Really not?"
"I didn't want to for a moment, but the rest of the time I did."
Meng Nanyu blushed.
Ning Yuan felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. Meng Nanyu was truly a master of teasing. Ning Yuan whispered something in her ear, prompting Meng Nanyu to give him a playful punch. She parted her cherry lips and murmured, "Xiao Yuan, you've become so naughty." Though she said this, seeing Ning Yuan's expression, she was overjoyed inside. What she feared most was that Ning Yuan would become obsessed with the past.
Meng Nanyu lifted her beautiful face and asked Ning Yuan, "Did you miss me?" "No."
"What?" "Let me put it this way, when I see the winding alleys, it's as if I see Nan Yu and me walking leisurely under an umbrella. When I see the night sky, it's as if you're snuggling up to me, with starlight sprinkling on our shoulders. When I see the golden beach, it's as if you're running toward me barefoot.
All I see is Nanyu. Why would I need to think of you specifically?"
Meng Nanju let out a soft moan and tilted her head to offer her red lips. The kiss left her cherry lips slightly swollen before they finally parted.
Meng Nanyi's lips curved into a smile she couldn't suppress. Xiao Yuan, are you writing an essay?"
"So literary."
Ning Yuan looked at Meng Nanyu's shy and graceful appearance and couldn't help but sigh. "Nanyu, having you is truly wonderful."
With Meng Nanyu by his side, his heart finally found a place to rest. While Meng Nanner and Ning Yuan were being affectionate with each other, Lu Xuanning finally recovered. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen. She drove back home, took off her high heels upon entering the door, and walked into the living room. She slowly removed her black stockings, walked barefoot to the sofa, tossed the keys onto the coffee table, and collapsed onto the sofa. Her beautiful legs crossed, her mind kept flashing back to Ning Yuan's words. "Lu Shuiying, I'm divorcing you because you've disappointed me too much. In my 25 years of life, the biggest regret I have is marrying you. Xiao Zong not only looks better than you, but his heart is also purer than yours, you malicious Lu Shuiying.
You know it's the past? Lu Shuiying, let us give each other some dignity. Don't make me look down on you." Every time she thought of it, her heart ached. But she couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 33, Lu Shuiying, have I fallen in love with Ning Yuan? Lu Shuiying stood up, applied a warm towel to her face, and continued lying on the sofa. At the time, Lu Shuiying only felt betrayal and anger. Now, alone and calm, she began to seek answers. Did Ning Yuan divorce me because he was truly disappointed in me? Did he divorce me because he couldn't stand me, not because of someone else? Why does my heart hurt so much? Especially when I saw him leave with Xiao Roland, it felt like I couldn't breathe. It feels like losing the most important thing in the world. Is it because I can't bear to let go of Ning Yuan, or perhaps, because I actually love Ning Yuan? That's why I'm feeling this way? Is that why I can't sleep every night? Is that why I feel safe in his room? No. How could I have fallen in love with Ning Yuan? I couldn't possibly love him. What does he have that's worth loving? Lu Shuiying felt like there was a little black figure inside her mind constantly arguing. But another red figure sneered, you do love him. Otherwise, why haven't you been able to move on after more than a month? If you don't love him, wouldn't divorce be exactly what you want? Then why are you so unwilling? Why do you keep trying to find him? The black figure sneered, if I love him, why don't I know it myself? The red figure crossed its arms, you didn't know your own feelings before. Now that you've lost him, you finally realize how important Ning Yuan is to you. Impossible. I don't love him. You do love him. The black and red figures began to fight. She recalled Xiao Roland's gaze toward Ning Yuan. It was a look of admiration. Lu Shuiying could no longer deceive herself into thinking that Ning Yuan was worthless. Ning Yuan was extremely handsome and good-looking. Ning Yuan was worth loving just based on his appearance alone. There must be countless women who loved him. So she returned to the previous question. Do I love him? Lu Shuiying didn't know. Her heart was in turmoil. She only knew that she couldn't accept any other man getting close to her. She had always believed she wouldn't fall in love with anyone. But Ning Yuan was different.
Although she felt she didn't like Ning Yuan, he could get close to her, and she didn't even mind holding hands with him. She took out her phone, opened TikTok, and searched, "How do I know if I love someone?" There was a video with the highest number of likes, and it basically said this: if the person you care about were in a life-threatening situation, like about to be hit by a car, would you risk your life to save them? Lu Shuiying was startled to discover that when she imagined Ning Yuan about to be hit by a car, she would react in a certain way. The answer was that she would save Ning Yuan, even if it meant dying herself. Yes, she would push Ning Yuan away without hesitation, even if it meant she would be hit by the car. Though she didn't want to admit it, she would still choose to save him. I hate him, don't I? Why did I instinctively choose to save him? Lu Shuiying's heart was even more chaotic. Another video said it like this: if you don't love someone, you don't care what they do. Even if they go to a bar to party, drink, pick up girls, stay out all night, or even go missing, you wouldn't care at all. When you love someone, you love them so much you become like a madman. When you think I'm acting like a madman, that's actually when I love you the most. I've always been like a madman, haven't I? Lu Shuiying froze, her mind in chaos, as if thousands of threads were tangled together. Over the past period, she had vaguely sensed that she cared deeply about Ning Yuan. But she hadn't taken the time to think about whether this care stemmed from dependence or love. Deep down, she had an answer. She loves Ning Yuan. At this thought, Lu Shuiying suddenly sat up, causing the towel on her face to fall off. She shook her head. How could that be? It must be because I've been too tired lately. How could I even think that I deeply love Ning Yuan? It's absurd. Her face flushed, and her heart raced. Her flushed cheeks were even more beautiful than those of a shy fairy. Lu Shuiying exhaled softly. She took off her clothes, revealing her flawless, radiant body. She walked barefoot into the bathroom, turned on the cold water, and let it pour over her head. Snap out of it. Lu Shuiying, will never love anyone in this lifetime. Under the cold water, Lu Shuiying regained her icy expression. As if the hint of allure that had just appeared had never existed. She dried the droplets of water from her body and covered her curvaceous figure with a robe. After the shower, Lu Shuiying felt a bit chilly and exhausted. She walked to the door of Ning Yuan's room still wearing her robe. After hesitating for a moment, she let out a soft hum, turned around, opened her own door, and lay down on her bed. She was too tired, and before long, her eyelids began to droop. Lu Shuiying fell asleep faster than she ever had before. In the middle of the night, Lu Shuiying woke up groggily. Her head ached intensely, as if countless needles were piercing the top of her skull. Her entire body felt feverish. She struggled to sit up and touched her forehead. She had a fever. No wonder days of exhaustion, habitual insomnia, and a cold shower. It would be strange if she didn't catch a cold. Ning Yuan. Lu Shuiying's voice was hoarse, and her throat ached fiercely. Lu Shuiying instinctively called out Ning Yuan's name, but she quickly realized that Ning Yuan had divorced her. Ning Yuan had already left. Her head ached even more, and her chest began to hurt as well. Lu Shuiying got out of bed, reached into the bedside table, and took out a thermometer. She measured her temperature, 39.8 C. She had a high fever. Due to the high fever, Lu Shuiying felt extremely weak all over her body. She struggled to get up and reach for the medicine cabinet. The medicine cabinet had been prepared by Ning Yuan. The medications were neatly categorized and arranged inside: cold medicine, stomach medicine, allergy medicine, and first aid supplies, all organized in order. I'm afraid that one day when I'm not home, you'll take the wrong medicine, Ning Yuan had said at the time, his handsome face filled with a smile, his eyes brimming with her image, speaking to her gently. Ning Yuan. Lu Shuiying looked at the first aid kit, her eyes darkening. Perhaps because she was sick and feeling vulnerable, she suddenly felt an urge to cry. Her eyes welled up, and her nose felt sore. With a trembling voice, she murmured, Ning Yuan, where are you? I miss you so much. As soon as she touched the medicine box, Lu Shuiying felt the world spin, and the box clattered to the ground, scattering the medicines around the bed. Lu Shuiying fell straight to the ground, her head hitting the bedside table with a thud. The intense pain caused the unconscious Lu Shuiying to groan softly. Her body slowly slid to the ground, and blood trickled down her cheeks, forming a pool on the floor. Chapter 34, Meng Nanyu, you're always driving all day long. Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu woke up happily. It was the weekend, and Meng Nanyu had rarely taken a day off for herself. Ning Yuan kissed Meng Nanyu on the forehead. Nanyu, I'll go make breakfast for you. Meng Nanyu's hair was disheveled, her beautiful face radiating a mix of playfulness and charm. Xiao Yuan, even though I'm not great at cooking, I can make noodles for you. My noodles taste pretty good, you know. Ning Yuan smiled and said, Nanyu, didn't you say last night that you were tired and wouldn't come? Just lie down and rest for a while. I'll make breakfast for you. Meng Nanyu's eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at Ning Yuan, but she murmured lightly. I didn't say anything embarrassing, Xiao Yuan, you're making things up. But I'm really looking forward to you making breakfast. Ning Yuan made a multigrain porridge for Meng Nanyu and also made a taro paste sandwich.
This taro paste sandwich is a bit complicated.
You have to steam the taro and purple sweet potatoes until they're tender, then mix them with condensed milk and mash them into a paste. Then, the edges of the bread were trimmed off, a thick layer of taro paste was spread on top, and finally, it was coated with egg batter and pan-fried over low heat until golden brown. Meng Nanyu got up, washed up, and sat down at the table. She took the taro paste sandwich Ning Yuan handed her and took a gentle bite. So good. Meng Nanyu spoke indistinctly, her eyes growing brighter as she looked at Ning Yuan.
Xiao Yuan, your cooking is amazing. You could open a restaurant. I've never thought about opening a shop.
As long as Nanyu was happy eating it, you're my most precious customer. Meng Nanyu looked at Ning Yuan beside her, her lips curving into a smile. She thought to herself, Xiao Yuan's breakfast is so delicious, just like him.
I want more.
After eating their fill, the two went for a stroll in the park before heading to the ski resort to go skiing. It was pretty crowded on the weekend, so Ning Yuan held Meng Nanyu's hand tightly the whole time to make sure she didn't get separated from the crowd. Meng Nanner was especially happy, as she hadn't expected Ning Yuan to take her to such a crowded place. However, since Ning Yuan was a public figure and Meng Nanyu also had a significant reputation in the business circles of Jinghai, they both obediently wore masks. When skiing, neither of them knew how to do it, and they were equally clumsy, falling all over the place. Every time Meng Nanyu was about to fall, Ning Yuan would rush to pull her up, only to be pulled down by Meng Nanyu as well. The two lay in the snow, gazing at each other for a long time, unable to help but laugh. After skiing, the two went to the vegetable market together. Meng Nanyu had never been to this place before, but Ning Yuan had often come here to buy vegetables and cook for Lu Shueching. Meng Nanyu found everything interesting, and what was even funnier was that she never imagined such a handsome and refined young man like Ning Yuan would haggle with the vegetable vendor. After buying the vegetables, Ning Yuan smiled at Meng Nanyu and said,
Don't underestimate these ants.
They're sharp. If they notice you're dressed differently, they intentionally quote a higher price because people like you usually don't haggle. For regular customers or those who clearly frequent the market, they offer a reasonable price. Otherwise, those in the know would just walk away if they heard a high price.
Meng Nanyu held Ning Yuan's hand and smiled. It's survival wisdom. Every industry has its secrets. Without some tricks, it's hard to survive.
Ning Yuan felt his sister was so kind. After packing the vegetables, the two headed home together.
Driving home, Meng Nanyu couldn't suppress the smile on her lips.
She had long imagined going out to play with Ning Yuan, shopping for groceries together, cooking at home, and falling asleep in each other's arms. Now, all her dreams had come true. She slapped herself on the face. Ning Yuan saw this and quickly rubbed her face.
Why are you hitting yourself, Nanyu? It feels so unreal.
Then, let's not eat yet. Let's eat you first, so you can feel what it's like to be truly fulfilled.
No, I already know it's real. Meng Nanyu blushed fiercely. Ning Yuan glanced at Meng Nanyu's voluptuous buttocks. No, what if we're really in a dream?
I'll slap you a few times later to see if it feels real. Ning Yuan's gaze was scorching hot, and Meng Nanyu felt an unusual sensation in her buttocks. She fidgeted nervously, and when I hit my own face, you feel sorry for me.
But when you hit me there, why don't you feel sorry? Don't you enjoy it too? I never said I was happy. I'm driving, and you're always driving.
Ning Yuan stopped teasing Meng Nanyu and let her focus on driving. Upon returning home, Meng Nanyu went to the study to attend to some matters, while Ning Yuan headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. On his WeChat, in the fish-catching squad group, several messages had been sent.
Suyu, the first day missing brother Yuan. Su Nianxiu, the first day missing brother Yuan.
Suyu, the film crew without brother Yuan feels like it's lost its soul. Su Nianxiu, without brother Yuan, life feels dull and lifeless.
Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Yuan, you two are doing stand-up comedy, aren't you? Why are you so idle today? Shouldn't you be busy later?
Su Nianxiu, Ning Yuan, after you left, the progress yesterday and today has clearly slowed down. Director Wang has scolded people several times.
Especially Wu Xian, who was scolded the most.
To the point where Wu Xian sighed, if only Yuan Gu were here. Suyu, that is why I said that once brother Yuan left, the crew felt like they lost their soul.
Ning Yuan, you're exaggerating. I'm not that influential.
Su Nianxiu, anyway, everyone really misses you. Sigh, I can't wait for filming to wrap up so I can eat with you. Ning Yuan recalled the time this little girl had accidentally bumped into him, but he didn't think much of it. Perhaps Su Nianxiu was just too immersed in her role.
Ning Yuan, well, keep up the good work.
A prince needs to enjoy his lunch. Ning Yuan took a photo of the dishes he had prepared for lunch and uploaded it to the group chat. Steamed crab with glass noodles, spicy crab legs, scallion braised eel, sweet and sour ribs, and garlic-infused Chinese broccoli. This made the two of them drool with envy.
Su Nianxiu, Ning Yuan, that is too much. Suyu, brother Ning, I think you're being too much too. We're eating boxed meals. We've been eating this for over a month and we're about to throw up. Ning Yuan, didn't Miss Su ask her assistant to order private cuisine?
Suyu, Nianqiu Jie is eating the same boxed lunch as us.
Ning Yuan, oh, well, enjoy your boxed meals then. I'm about to dig in. Su Nianqiu, ah. Suyu, a ton of damage.
Ning Yuan ignored the two of them and started calling Meng Nanru out to eat. Meng Nanyu finished her work, came out of the study, and saw the dishes Ning Yuan had prepared.
She couldn't help but be surprised. You made this? Little Yuan. Ning Yuan nodded.
Meng Nanyu said with concern, you've worked so hard.
I'm with you, not to have you cook for me.
Ning Yuan smiled, but you know, cooking for my sister makes me feel so happy. This almost made Meng Nanyu's eyes sparkle like water, and Ning Yuan quickly stopped himself. Sister, let's eat. If he hadn't stopped her in time, he would have had to feed Dream Sister first, and who knows when they would have gotten to eat. Chapter 35, Lu Shuiying, dreaming of Ning Yuan getting married, and the bride was her. After they had eaten their fill, Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu sat on the sofa. Ning Yuan lay down, resting his head on Meng Nanyu's thigh. Meng Nanyu had a faint fragrance on her body, which made Ning Yuan feel very comfortable. She gently stroked Ning Yuan's hair, and this feeling made Meng Nanyu feel very warm and cozy. Ning Yuan tilted his head to listen for any sounds from Meng Nanyu's stomach.
Meng Nanyu's cheeks turned slightly red. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? We didn't take any precautions. I'm just checking if you're pregnant. It's not that easy. It's all about luck. Xiao Yuan, then, do you want your sister to have a child for you?
After saying this, Meng Nanner blushed deeply, becoming breathtakingly beautiful.
Ning Yuan asked seriously, sister, do you want our child? Meng Nanner blushed and turned away. I didn't wear that, doesn't that mean I want a child? Ning Yuan sat up, cupping Meng Nanyu's face. Of course I want our child. I asked because I was afraid that if I said I liked children first, you'd say you liked them because you were considering my feelings. I hope you like children because you truly do, not because of me. Meng Nanyu gave Ning Yuan a quick kiss. I know, that's why I told you clearly. Ning Yuan smiled and said, sister said having children isn't easy, it depends on luck. So it must be that I haven't tried hard enough. Why don't we try harder now? Meng Nanyu gave a playful hum and playfully hit Ning Yuan. No, not during the day. Then we'll try harder at night, right? I don't know. Ning Yuan laughed heartily. Meng Nanru snuggled into Ning Yuan's embrace, gently punching him a few times with her delicate fists. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Nanyu said, Xiao Yuan, what do you think of Xuanning? What do you feel about her? The two had never discussed this topic before, or rather, they had both deliberately avoided it, not wanting their feelings for each other to be affected by Lu Shuiying. Ning Yuan spoke without hesitation, sister, don't worry. I've divorced her, so I won't go back. I promise you. Meng Nanyu didn't respond immediately, but after a long pause, she said, actually, Xuanning does have feelings for you. She just doesn't know how to express them. Ning Yuan shook his head. Sister, whether Lu Shuiying has feelings for me or not no longer matters. It's like she took a knife and stabbed the past version of me to death. Whether she did it intentionally or not, the past me is already dead. The same goes for her feelings. I've been hurt, and I no longer have any feelings for her. I can't go back. Ning Yuan feared his sister might suspect he still had feelings for Lu Shuiying, so he spoke decisively. Meng Nanyu wasn't worried that he would go back, but she felt a little guilty inside, as if she had taken Xiao Yuan away from her niece. What if if she realizes she truly loves you and comes back to you? Ning Yuan shook his head firmly. It's impossible. Late affection is as worthless as grass. It's like a fan in winter, a cotton coat in summer, and her deep affection after I've given up on her. All of that is unnecessary. Meng Nanyu was both moved by Ning Yuan's resolve and overjoyed, but on the other hand, she felt a little sorry for Lu Shuiying. She had watched Lu Shuiying grow up from childhood and had deep feelings for her. In truth, she had another thought she dared not voice, fearing Ning Yuan would be angry. If Xuanning were to see her true feelings, realize her own feelings for Ning Yuan, and be willing to come back, she would be willing to share Ning Yuan with Xuanning. Of course, if Xuanning wanted to keep him all to herself, she would never allow it. Having Ning Yuan was already more than enough for her. Of course, if Xuanning couldn't see clearly into her own heart, or if Ning Yuan himself didn't want to, she wouldn't say anything else. After all, this outcome would be better for her. In any case, she couldn't bear to see Ning Yuan in a difficult situation. It's fate playing tricks on people. Let us see how their own destiny unfolds. When Lu Shuiying woke up, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. Sister, you're awake. You really scared me to death. Lu Shuefu returned home on the weekend and found her sister lying in a pool of blood, thinking she had attempted suicide. Terrified, Lu Shuefu's hands and feet went numb. She rushed over, checked her sister's breath, and sighed in relief. She was still alive. She touched her forehead, which was burning hot. Lu Shuefu realized her sister had a fever. Additionally, her sister seemed to have hit her head, with bloodstains on her face that had already begun to clot.
Lu Shuefu helped her sit up, then called 120 and asked them to send an ambulance. She then fetched 2 towels, soaked one in cold water and placed it on her forehead, and used the other to wipe away the dried blood from her face. After cleaning her face, she noticed that her sister had a scrape on her temple, but fortunately, the bleeding had stopped and a scab had formed. She helped Lu Shuiying lie down on the bed and gave her some water to drink. Lu Shuiying's eyes were tightly closed, but she finally regained some consciousness, her lips moving slightly. Lu Shuefu leaned closer and heard Lu Shuiying mutter, "Ning Yuan.
Ning Yuan, don't leave."
Lu Shuefu snorted, "Stupid sister, if you care so much, why did you always act so cold toward him?
You're just being stubborn.
However, in her heart, she thought, sister, even though we have a good relationship, that's one thing, and this is another.
I must have my brother-in-law, no matter who comes. After all, heaven gave you a chance, but you couldn't take it."
When the emergency room doctor and nurse arrived at the Lu family villa, the doctor saw Lu Shuiying lying on the ground and Lu Shuefu standing anxiously beside her, and couldn't help but be startled. She had seen thousands of patients, but she had never seen 2 sisters as beautiful as these 2. They were both beautiful, but there was a difference. The older sister lying on the bed had a slender figure and was taller. The younger sister, however, was more delicate and beautiful, with fair skin, resembling a moon goddess. Despite her surprise, she didn't hesitate. She directed the others to lift Lu Shuiying onto a stretcher, load her into the ambulance, and rush her to the hospital. After treatment, Lu Shuiying finally regained consciousness.
"Ning Yuan!"
Lu Shuiying shouted as soon as she woke up.
Lu Shuefu looked at her in astonishment.
Lu Shuiying, however, was completely unaware. She was still immersed in the dream she had just had. In her dream, Ning Yuan was marrying someone else, and she felt her heart break into pieces. She cried and begged Ning Yuan not to leave her. But no matter how much Lu Shuiying begged him, it was all in vain. He pushed her away forcefully, causing her to fall to the ground. She scrambled to her feet and ran over to see who the bride was, but no matter which direction she ran, she couldn't see the bride's face, only the red veil. Finally, she rushed forward and tore off the red veil, but she was knocked down by the guests. Fortunately, she finally saw the bride's face. It was Ling Xin. Her face went pale, and she murmured in a daze, how could it be you?" Ling Xin sneered and turned to exchange vows with Ning Yuan. She screamed in despair, "Ning Yuan! Don't!" Then she woke up. When she woke up, she touched her face and found it covered in tears. The dream was too real. However, she secretly felt relieved that it was just a dream. The cool, intelligent, and wise Ling Xin could never fall for any man, let alone Ning Yuan. She gently patted her heavy chest, feeling a little more at ease. Chapter 36, Lu Shuiying, have I always loved Ning Yuan? Lu Shuefu sat down and asked, "Sis, how do you feel?" Lu Shuiying finally noticed Lu Shuefu beside her. "Shuefu, what am I doing?" "Sister, you fainted from a fever and hit your head." Lu Shuiying touched her temple and winced. "No wonder it hurt so much. Did I say anything when I was sick, Shuefu?" She remembered that she had called out Ning Yuan's name. Lu Shuiying had an extremely proud and stubborn personality naturally, she didn't want Shuefu to hear her call out Ning Yuan's name. How embarrassing. "Sis, you said you'd buy me a car when you were sick of Porsche. You even said you'd be a dog if you didn't buy it." Lu Shuefu. Lu Shuiying glared at her angrily. "Haha, sis, it's true. You're just making things up. But I could buy you one, just don't show it off at school." Lu Shuefu beamed with joy, "Thank you, sis. I won show off." Lu Shuiying hesitantly asked, "Shuefu, just now, did anyone come to visit me?" Lu Shuefu knew Lu Shuiying was asking if Ning Yuan had come. "Sis, if you keep this up, your husband will really be gone."
"My brother-in-law?
He didn't come, and no one told him either."
I didn't mention Ning Yuan."
You're still being so proud." Lu Shuefu ignored her. For the sake of the Porsche, Lu Shuefu decided to remind her once. But that was all she could say. "Sis, I was going to tell your husband, but he blocked me." "You two aren't divorced, are you?" "I'm telling you, your husband is so handsome, there are lots of girls who like him. You better be careful."
"He blocked you too? Cough cough, kids don't understand anything. Divorce? That's not true."
Lu Shuiying felt a sharp pain in her heart again.
"Sis, I saw the divorce certificate." "What? You saw it? Alright, we did have a fight."
"Sis, I don't think it's just a fight. Your husband has been gone for over a month, and there are so many temptresses out there, sis." Lu Shuefu had her hair tied in a side bun, with long bangs, and wore comic-style glasses. She was wearing a white off-the-shoulder blouse and a JK skirt, sitting on a chair, revealing her long, white, delicate legs. Her feet, wearing Mary Jane shoes and white socks, were gently swaying. She was the very picture of a little vixen. Lu Shuefu's statement had a flaw, as she inadvertently revealed that she already knew Ning Yuan had been gone for a month. Lu Shuiying, however, didn't notice that she had fallen ill and Ning Yuan hadn't come to see her, leaving her feeling extremely disappointed. In the past, if she felt even the slightest discomfort, Ning Yuan would become extremely anxious, his eyes filled with concern. Thinking back to those days, Lu Shuiying's heart ached even more. This kind of pain wasn't physical, but it was even more agonizing. This distress made everything feel meaningless, as if something was constantly hanging in the air, making it impossible to sit still.
People are more vulnerable when they are sick. She thought back to when Ning Yuan was injured. He must have wanted her by his side as well, right? Was that also one of the reasons he said he left, because he was disappointed?
After this illness, Lu Shuiying finally confirmed her feelings.
She loves Ning Yuan.
Even in the moment before she lost consciousness, her thoughts were still with Ning Yuan. The thought of losing Ning Yuan forever made her heart ache so much she wanted to die. I should have made things clear to Ning Yuan.
I can't let that seductive woman, Xiao Rulan, beat me.
However, after much deliberation, she felt that things weren't as bad as she had initially thought.
Ning Yuan didn't come to visit me because he doesn't know. If he knew, he would definitely be worried about me.
He couldn't have stopped loving me all of a sudden. He's probably just still angry, just like he said he was too disappointed. I apologized to him sincerely, telling him that I love him and that I now realize I didn't care enough about him before.
Ning Yuan will definitely come back. What's so great about that old woman Xiao Rulan?
She's not as young or as beautiful as me, and her company can't compete with mine.
Humph. Ning Yuan must only have Xiao Rulan lurking around him, right? Lu Shuiying wasn't afraid of Xiao Rulan.
She could defeat her in business and also in love. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait any longer.
Shuefu, go tell the nurse I want to check out. I'm not staying here anymore.
Lu Shuefu frowned. Sis, are you sure? You don't know how terrifying you looked when you were unconscious.
I was afraid you were gone.
Lu Shuining glared at her and gently tapped her lips.
How can you speak like that? What do you mean you're gone?
Children shouldn't speak without thinking. She still wanted to be happy with Ning Yuansheng.
Go ahead and arrange for my discharge.
After Lu Shuefu finished the discharge procedures, Lu Shuiying, despite still feeling weak, rushed to find Ning Yuan. But she soon froze in place.
How was she supposed to find Ning Yuan?
She didn't even know where Ning Yuan lived. When she called the new number, he hung up immediately. What should she do? Oh, he's with Xiao Rulan.
He must be at Xiao Rulan's company.
He is actually at Xiao Rulan's company, her sworn enemy.
Lu Shuiying was so angry she could bite her teeth off.
Ning Yuan had been spending time with Meng Nanyu for 2 days, and on the third day, he started going to work at the company.
Upon arriving at Starlight Entertainment, Ning Yuan spotted Xiao Rulan.
Xiao Rulan saw Ning Yuan, and her alluring face flushed slightly. The boss had secretly kissed a male subordinate, and it was a bit awkward afterward. Of course, it was awkward, but Xiao Rulan didn't regret it. For the past 2 nights, she couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, still thinking about that kiss. At the office, Ning Yuan usually called Xiao Rulan Ms. Xiao, but in private, he would call her Sister Rulan.
Ms. Xiao, good morning. Ning Yuan, you're here so early to start work?
Since you don't have many film deals, endorsements, or events right now, take a couple more days off.
Once you're back in the spotlight, you won't have time for that. Ning Yuan laughed, no need.
Thinking about the company needing me, I can't focus on leisure.
I just want to work. Ha, if we were in ancient times, you'd definitely be a sycophant.
If we were in ancient times, Xiao Zong would definitely be dodgy. For the first time someone called her dodgy, Xiao Rulan's lips curved into a smile.
Smooth talking. Ning Yuan suddenly felt playful, stepped closer, and whispered, how does my sister know? Ah.
Startled by his sudden approach, Xiao Rulan blushed, twisted her hips, and fled in embarrassment.
Ning Yuan smiled, walked into the office, and sat down.
Just then, his phone buzzed with a message.
He opened it and saw it was from Ling Xin. Ling Xin, Ning Yuan, have you finished filming? How about having dinner together tonight?
Chapter 37, Lu Shuiying, Shuefu is too innocent and naive.
Ning Yuan replied, sure, let's do that. Ling Xin, see you tonight, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, see you tonight.
Lu Shuefu also sent her a message. The first thing that caught her eye was a photo of a pair of delicate, dainty feet, as white and smooth as sheep's fat jade.
The 10 toes were incredibly cute, resembling smooth, translucent jade. Ning Yuan's breath caught in his throat.
He was a foot fetishist. Lu Shuefu's legs were long and white, and her small feet were delicate and translucent, completely captivating him. However, she was his own younger sister-in-law. He mustn't have any strange thoughts.
Lu Shuefu, Ning Yuan brother, I hurt my knee. It hurts so much.
Ning Yuan took a closer look at her beautiful legs and finally spotted a small red mark on her left knee.
Does it feel like you did that yourself? Also, Shuefu called me Ning Yuan brother? That feels a bit odd. Aren't you always calling me brother-in-law? Ning Yuan, is everything okay? Why are you calling me brother?
Lu Shuefu, brother, you and my sister got divorced, so I can't call you brother-in-law anymore.
I can only call you Ning Yuan brother now. Is that okay? Ning Yuan brother. Ning Yuan, alright then. Lu Shuefu, Ning Yuan brother is the best.
Lately, my roommates have been telling me that the roller coaster and the big swing at Jinghai Heartbeat Amusement Park are really fun, but I've never been there.
My sister is too busy and doesn't pay attention to me. Ning Yuan brother, can you take me there? Ning Yuan, you can ask your friends to go with you. Lu Shuefu, they've all been there before, and no one will protect me.
I'll be scared.
Please, Ning Yuan brother.
Ning Yuan, alright, we can go together on the weekend when I'm free.
Lu Shuefu, wow. Oh my gosh. Ning Yuan, you're the best. I'm so excited. Ning Yuan, I'll get back to work first.
Lu Shuefu, brother, work hard.
Bye, brother. Ning Yuan shook his head.
He really couldn't handle this little girl. On the other side, Lu Shuefu saw that Ning Yuan had agreed to her request and jumped for joy.
Bang! Lu Shuefu yelped, covering her head and sucking in cold air. Lu Xuanning, who was driving, looked at her through the rearview mirror and said, Shuefu, what are you doing? Don't hit the roof of my car.
Lu Shuefu touched the bump on her head and forced a smile. Haha, nothing. I just suddenly remembered that my sister bought me a car, and I was so happy I wanted to jump for joy.
Joy turned to sorrow.
However, thinking about her first solo date with Ning Yuan, it was a solo date, after all. Lu Shuefu felt incredibly happy, and her headache vanished.
Oh my, what should I wear? Should I go with the double ponytail with speed boost paired with the cunning heartbreaker JK outfit?
I'll just make up an excuse later that I'm tired from walking and ask Ning Yuan to massage my little feet in white stockings.
Perfect plan, check.
Lu Xuanning looked at her sister, who was smiling, and was speechless inside.
This is bad. Such a naive and innocent sister will probably be easily deceived by boys.
I need to find time to teach her a lesson. After replying to the WeChat message, Yang Dong arrived, followed by his little sidekick Ji Xiaoju.
Ning Yuan, you've worked hard. Congratulations on wrapping up your new show. Ning Yuan smiled and thanked him. Yang Dong handed Ning Yuan a movie script. This is the next film we'll be shooting, Rage.
The film is timely, focusing on juvenile crime. You'll play Zhang Weiguo, a father whose daughter was bullied to death, leading him to seek revenge. In recent years, there have been many films focusing on school bullying, and Ning Yuan had watched a few good ones.
However, Rage is different. In a strict sense, it is a thriller and suspense film. It does not immediately reveal that three teenagers bully a classmate to death.
Instead, it begins with the terrifying and suspenseful stories experienced by these three teenagers. It gradually reveals that they had previously bullied over a dozen classmates, causing them severe harm.
Behind these terrifying events are three enraged parents. Of course, these three parents also have their own disagreements.
The parent played by Ning Yuan is the most brutal and ruthless, insisting on blood for blood. Another parent believes they shouldn't be killed too quickly, but instead made to suffer for the rest of their lives. The third parent, however, wants to gather evidence and have the judicial authorities punish them. Ning Yuan looked at the cast list, and when he saw the name Mu Qingma, his eyes narrowed slightly. A cold smile appeared on his lips. He had thought they would never cross paths again, but here they were, enemies reunited. Truly, enemies are destined to meet. Ning Yuan recalled the other person's despicable actions and couldn't help but feel furious.
He snapped back to reality and continued reading the script.
He took out his notebook and began writing a character profile for Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Guowei, 35 years old, air conditioner repairman, quiet and reserved, deeply loves his daughter Zhang Xiaoyu. However, he is not good with words and has never expressed this love, so communication between him and his parents is limited. When he found out that Zhang Xiaoyu was being bullied, he didn't tell her. After Zhang Xiaoyu jumped to her death, Zhang Guowei discovered the truth about his daughter's bullying in her notebook, including being beaten severely, having urine poured on her head, and having nude photos taken of her. This enraged Zhang Guowei to the point where he wanted to kill the three bullies who had tormented his daughter, one woman and two men. Finally, Ning Yuan began to analyze Zhang Guowei's inner world. First, he felt somewhat inferior, believing he couldn't provide his daughter with a good life. Second, after his daughter's death, he felt mostly hatred, followed by guilt. 3. There was also the hatred he felt toward himself and his self-destructive tendencies, which were never expressed in the script. This was very subtle. After finishing the character profile, Ning Yuan began to imagine how to portray the key moments of Zhang Weiguo's character. The first pivotal moment is at the beginning, when he loves his daughter but is unable to express it, remaining silent and awkward. The second is the grief and anger he feels upon learning that his daughter was bullied to death. Third, the relief he feels after avenging his daughter's death, followed by the despair he faces in his lonely life after losing her. Additionally, Ning Yuan is handsome and 10 years younger than Zhang Guowei. Fortunately, it is now 2030, and makeup technology has advanced significantly, so transforming Ning Yuan into a weathered middle-aged man is not too challenging. Ning Yuan was busy all day, eating lunch at the company cafeteria. Immersed in the script, he even declined Xiao Rulan's invitation to have a big meal together at noon. By the time he finished work in the afternoon, Ning Yuan told Meng Nanyu that he was going out to dinner with friends and would return later.
Meng Nanyu replied, alright, I'll wait for you.
Ling Xian had already sent him the address of private dining establishment renowned in upper-class circles.
Peach Blossom Gathering.
Upon arriving at the Peach Blossom Gathering, Ning Yuan saw Ling Xian standing at the entrance. Ling Xian had her hair tied up, wearing smoky gray glasses, and dressed in a new-style purple waist-cinched, body-hugging cheongsam dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. She was wearing red-soled black high heels.
Long time no see, Ning Yuan. Chapter 38, Forced Kiss by Ling Sun, the best friend of Lu Shuiying.
Ling Xian exuded an intellectual beauty, combined with her aloof and restrained style, giving her a regal aura. Ning Yuan knew many people were drawn to the type of stunning female professor. Especially if the professor wore gold-rimmed glasses, a body-hugging skirt, black stockings, and held a pointer in her hand. I bet a lot of people would shout, "Mom, step on me."
Ning Yuan greeted her, Ling Xian, it's been a while. In reality, he had almost no personal connection with Ling Xian, and this was their first time meeting alone. Ning Yuan guessed that Ling Xian must be trying to persuade him to reconcile with Lu Shuiying, otherwise why would she be looking for him?
Ling Xian stared at Ning Yuan for a moment, her stunningly beautiful face adorned with a smile, her red lips parting slightly. Ning Yuan, you've lost weight, but you're even more handsome now. Ning Yuan smiled back, thank you. You're still as beautiful as ever, Ling Xian.
Ling Xian gestured for him to enter, come in. Let's eat and chat. The two sat down in the Flower Fruit Mountain room.
The Flower Fruit Mountain room wasn't very large, but it was decorated quite elegantly, making it suitable for two people to dine.
After ordering their meal, Ling Xian spoke first, Ning Yuan, how's life on set? Are you adjusting well? It's been okay. Actually, it took a little time to get into the acting groove at first. But I've been reading books on acting over the past few years, so I've gained some insights, and it's been manageable. Ning Yuan answered honestly. He added, Ling Xian, you're really impressive. You've become an associate professor at such a young age.
Ling Xian sighed, being an associate professor comes with a lot of pressure. There's the pressure from research, applying for projects, and publishing papers. It's enough to give me a headache.
Luckily, I don't have too much teaching pressure, otherwise my head would be even more spinning.
Ning Yuan laughed, Ling Xian, netizens say you're a breath of fresh air in the professor world.
You must be very popular with students. Ling Xian sighed helplessly, being too popular isn't always a good thing. Today's students are much bolder than we were back then.
I've received many letters from students saying they've been secretly in love with me for a long time.
Haha, really?
These male students are indeed bold.
Not just male students, but female students too. Ning Yuan was stunned, that's possible? Female students confess their crushes on you? Ling Xian, you're a heartbreaker for both men and women. That's why I said they're more daring than we were back then.
As they chatted, the initial sense of distance between them faded away. Ling Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange expression as she asked, Ning Yuan, Xuanning, has she contacted you?
Ning Yuan shook his head. No, I blocked her.
Ling Xian paused for a moment before saying slowly, actually, Xuanning must still love you deep down. Ning Yuan's gaze drifted for a moment, and he said indifferently, perhaps.
But it's been 5 years. What's the point now? It doesn't matter anymore.
To put it bluntly, the child is starving to death, and she comes to nurse him.
What use is that?
Ling Xian let out a soft laugh, like an iceberg melting, breathtakingly beautiful. She quickly covered her mouth.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. I just couldn't help it. I understand how you feel. Sigh. Ling Xian didn't want to speak ill of her best friend, Lu Shuiying. Perhaps you were meant to be together but not destined to be. Ning Yuan spoke softly, Ling Xian, are you trying to reconcile them today? Ling Xian waved her hand. You're not children anymore. What's there to reconcile? I actually hope both of you are happy. Ning Yuan couldn't help asking, Ling Xian, you've been talking about me the whole time. What about you? Do you have someone you like? Ling Xian's cheeks suddenly flushed like the evening sky.
I see all beings as grass and trees, but when I see you, you are the green mountains.
My heart delights in you, but you do not know. Ning Yuan was surprised to see the intelligent and restrained Ling Xian blush. However, in that brief moment, Ling Xian seemed like a lotus blossoming for the first time, breathtakingly beautiful.
Ning Yuan was completely mesmerized.
Ling Xian blushed even more under Ning Yuan's gaze. After a moment, Ling Xian whispered softly, is it there? Ning Yuan chuckled, what do you mean maybe? If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. Ling Xian didn't respond but instead called the waiter to open a bottle of Lafite.
The waiter poured the wine for both of them, bowed slightly, and then exited the room.
The two clinked their glasses. Ling Xian took a sip before saying, yes, but I can't reveal it. Ning Yuan didn't ask again, it would have been impolite to do so. The Lafite Chateau red wine had a rich, smooth flavor with a lingering aftertaste. The two couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. Soon, the bottle of red wine was empty. Ling Xian ordered another bottle.
In truth, by this point, her face was as rosy as a peach blossom. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Ning Yuan stopped her, telling her not to drink anymore. But Ling Xian's eyes were filled with tears, and she smiled at Ning Yuan, making his heart race.
Ling Xian, stop drinking. You're drunk.
Ning Yuan stopped her from pouring more wine. He truly hadn't expected Ling Xian to have such a low tolerance for alcohol. Ling Xian could barely sit upright, her slender body feeling as though it would slip off the chair at any moment.
Ning Yuan, I'm not drunk. You asked me who I like, didn't you?
I'll tell you. Ning Yuan quickly stood up and went over to hold her, preventing her from slipping onto the floor.
Go back and rest first. You can tell me another day.
But Ling Sun suddenly sat up straight and reached out to turn his face toward her.
No, I have to say it now.
Their faces were only a fist's length apart.
Ling Xian could feel Ning Yuan's breath, and her hands could sense the warmth of his cheeks.
His thin, slightly parted lips were right before her eyes,
making Ling Xian's mouth go dry.
Her face grew even redder. Her eyelashes began to tremble slightly. Ning Yuan could only coax her, all right, go ahead.
I like you. I like you.
Even if she was drunk, she couldn't help but feel shy when she said those words.
What?
Ning Yuan was startled.
Ling Xian likes me? No way. You help me up.
Ning Yuan hadn't recovered from the shock yet, so he could only help her up. Ling Xian struggled to stand straight. Her tall figure was accentuated by the low-cut neckline of her cheongsam dress, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin that was incredibly alluring. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan felt that Ling Xian was being very domineering at that moment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was pushed against the wall by Ling Xian. Before he could speak, she suddenly lifted his chin. Ning Yuan felt Ling Xian's fingers were cool and smooth. Ling Xian then pulled his collar, forcing him to lower his head. And Ling Xian's soft lips had already pressed against his, gently parting his teeth. Her lips trembled, yet she was utterly resolute. Ning Yuan grabbed her shoulders, trying to push her away, but she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him even deeper.
If she hadn't been clinging tightly to Ning Yuan's neck, she wouldn't have been able to stand.
Her body was growing weaker, her limbs were going limp, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from her chest.
Ning Yuan couldn't push her away forcefully, afraid she would fall.
Finally, when she could no longer breathe, she released him, but not before sneakily licking his Adam's apple.
This sent a shiver down Ning Yuan's spine.
What a seductive professor, driving one wild.
Before Ning Yuan could react, Ling Xian collapsed onto Ning Yuan's shoulder and had actually fallen asleep. Ning Yuan held her body, speechless.
He never would have imagined that tonight he would be wall-kissed by the professor.
Chapter 39, The Entertainment Industry Queen, Mu Qingmo makes her debut.
Ning Yuan had no choice but to pick her up horizontally. Ling Xian was tall and slender, standing at 172 centimeters, but fortunately, Ning Yuan was 186 centimeters tall, otherwise it would have been difficult to carry her. Ning Yuan didn't notice that Ling Xian, who was nestled in his arms, had her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her chest was rising and falling rapidly. The arm that had slipped between her thighs was scorching hot, making her feel as though she'd been burned by a branding iron. Her body twisted uncomfortably. Ning Yuan was speechless. Tonight, you ambushed me, and now that you're drunk, you can't even behave yourself. If he hadn't held her tightly, Ling Xian would have fallen. Her body's movements made Ning Yuan feel uncomfortable as well.
After all, he was a normal man.
Ning Yuan slapped her, and Ling Xian let out a soft moan but stopped writhing. He carried Ling Xian downstairs, called a car, and carried her into the vehicle, then drove her to the entrance of her residential complex. Ning Yuan and Lu Shuiying had once visited Ling Xian's small bungalow and knew where she lived.
However, Ning Yuan's arms were already sore.
He set her down, stood her up, then picked her up again, holding her hips with both hands to prevent her from slipping down. Strangely, Ning Yuan felt Ling Xian's body growing hotter and hotter, causing his back to sweat slightly.
Ling Xian opened her eyes while on Ning Yuan's back and bit her lower lip.
The palms of Ning Yuan's hands felt like they were electrified, causing her entire body to go weak and tingly, with her chest rising and falling rapidly. Ling Xian had wanted to use her hands to support herself so her chest wouldn't press against his back. But since she had been pretending to sleep, she couldn't just wake up immediately. She had pretended to be asleep to avoid awkwardness, but waking up now would be even more awkward. Well, if they were already touching, she might as well pretend not to notice. Ning Yuan must feel it too, right? Ning Yuan indeed felt the heavy weight pressing against his back, and his breathing grew. He carried Ling Xian to the door, held her hand, and used her fingers to press the fingerprint lock, opening the door. Ning Yuan threw her onto the bed and exhaled deeply. Ling Xian was as heavy as a deadweight. Ning Yuan had carried her all the way, and now he was slightly out of breath. Ning Yuan touched her forehead. Fortunately, she didn't have a fever. He helped Ling Xian cover herself with the blanket, took off her glasses, poured her a glass of water, and placed it on the bedside table before leaving the room and closing the door. The room fell silent, but Ling Xian's heart was pounding like a drum, fast and intense. She opened her eyes and put her glasses back on. Her face, already flushed with 7 parts drunkenness, turned a deep crimson, making her even more stunningly beautiful. Especially with her gold-rimmed glasses, her aloof expression paired with her crimson cheeks created a mesmerizing beauty. Earlier, Ling Xian had felt Ning Yuan cover her with a blanket, bring her a cup of hot water, and place it neatly before leaving. She felt a vague sense of loss, but more than that, she was deeply moved by his thoughtfulness and tenderness. Earlier, when she had been lying on his back, listening to his heartbeat and feeling the strong hands on her hips, Ling Xian still felt a tingling warmth on her buttocks.
Ning Yuan.
She closed her dazzling eyes and let out a soft moan. As Ning Yuan stepped out of the residential complex, he exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders.
Tonight's Ling Xian had shocked him too many times. Usually, she gave off an intellectual yet aloof aura, seeming uninterested and hard to approach. Yet the two of them actually got along quite well. And he never expected her to say she liked him. Then she even kissed him forcefully. Since Ling Xian's kissing skills were terrible, awkward, and clumsy, it felt like she was just randomly nibbling on him, leaving Ning Yuan's lips slightly sore. However, Ning Yuan is getting more and more confused. The alluring older sister Meng Nanyu has always loved him, and his boss Xiao Rulan, this seductive temptress, has been stealing kisses from him, her male subordinate, and it seems she likes him too. Now even the cold and aloof Ling Xian has been infected, actually saying she likes him and kissing him forcefully. Ning Yuan shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. When he returned home, Meng Nanyu was already lying in bed asleep. After taking a shower, Ning Yuan also got into bed and hugged her from behind. Meng Nanyu hummed softly, turned around, and buried her face in his chest to continue sleeping. The next day, Ning Yuan went to the company office to review the script. Tomorrow was the day he would join the film crew, and Ning Yuan wanted to prepare even more thoroughly. The Slacking Squad group chat. Su Nianxiu, Ning Yuan, I heard you're going to start filming a movie? Ning Yuan, how did you know?
But then again, she's the princess of street culture, so it's no surprise she knows about it. Su Nianxiu, I have a friend on the set of Rage, and she said she saw your name.
Ning Yuan, what's your friend's name? Su Nianxiu, it's the female lead, Mu Qingma. You know her, right? She's a really nice person, very gentle. Maybe you two could become friends.
Su Nianxiu and Mu Qingma became friends because they get along well, and they share a common principle: they don't take on intimate scenes, such as kissing or hugging. Su Nianxiu has strong financial backing, allowing her to be selective about the roles she takes. Mu Qingma's aunt is a famous director, so she naturally has the same luxury. However, Su Nianxiu thought about it and felt something was off.
If Mu Qingma spends more time with Ning Yuan, might she develop feelings for him?
She was startled. Su Nianxiu quickly added, but she should be indifferent to men. Just don't provoke her.
Ning Yuan chuckled, Mu Qingma, gentle?
That tigress is quite fierce.
Ning Yuan, alright, we'll definitely get along peacefully.
Ning Yuan then went on to outline the life story of Zhang Guowei. The next day, Ji Xiaoju drove Ning Yuan to the set. This production team was quite large, with the director being the renowned film director Su Kuan. Su Kuan was a highly controversial young director, but there was no denying his exceptional commercial talent and keen insight into the market. The production team was large, the shooting schedule was tight, and the location was far from the city, so an assistant was needed to drive him there. Ning Yuan got out of the car and told Ji Xiaoju to go back on her own. Mr. Ning, Mr. Yang asked me to stay behind to take care of your daily needs and help arrange your schedule. Ji Xiaoju said hesitantly. Ning Yuan thought for a moment and didn't hesitate. Alright, this filming schedule is quite tight. If he had to handle his own clothes and meals, it would be too much trouble. At that moment, a Maserati pulled up beside him, and a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of the back seat. Her eyebrows were as graceful as distant mountains, her eyes as clear as autumn water, her nose high and straight, and her lips as red as roses in full bloom, dripping with sensuality. She wore a red strapless long dress, with a black suit jacket draped over her shoulders. Her ample bust pushed the neckline of the red dress open, revealing a deep valley and a hint of purple lace trim. Her expression was as cold as ice, and her entire being exuded an overwhelming aura that made others feel unwelcome. She is none other than Mu Qingma, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the entertainment industry and the queen of the entertainment world. Mu Qingma stands at 176 centimeters tall, and even taller in high heels. Combined with her naturally proportioned figure, she exudes an innate sense of dominance, making it difficult for others to look her in the eye. However, Ning Yuan stared at her coldly. She noticed him as well, and the coldness on her face intensified, almost freezing the air around her. She walked toward him in her high heels, her heels clicking on the floor. Mu Qingma spoke coldly, isn't this Ning Yuan? What's the matter? Abandoned by a rich woman? Coming back looking so pitiful? Chapter 40, Enemies Always Meet. Ning Yuan glared at her coldly. You woman, the calendar said I shouldn't go out today because I'd attract trouble, but I didn't believe it. Look at me now, I really did meet you. Mu Qingma flew into a rage at the word tomboy.
This lady has a bust and a butt. Where does that make me a tomboy? Are you blind? Mu Qingma gritted her teeth and sneered, "You're the biggest disaster I've ever encountered in my life, okay? And how I am is none of your business. If you have time, you should focus on improving yourself. You look so sleazy."
Ning Yuan was also so angry he laughed.
"I'm a total hunk, and you call me sleazy?" He and Mu Qingma were university classmates.
During their first year, when Mu Qingma, with her nine-headed figure and otherworldly beauty, introduced herself on stage, Ning Yuan thought she was as beautiful as a goddess. When Mu Qingma saw Ning Yuan, she also stole a few glances at him.
This guy was so handsome it took your breath away.
Their first glance was like a fleeting glimpse of a swan, and time seemed to stand still.
However, both Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma were performing arts prodigies, gifted beyond measure, and the top students in the entire performing arts department. However, Ning Yuan always came in first, consistently outshining Mu Qingma.
Mu Qingma couldn't accept it and repeatedly challenged Ning Yuan to a duel, but she always came up short.
The fiercely competitive Mu Qingma was so upset she cried.
Ning Yuan let her win once, but Mu Qingma was even more upset, saying she didn't want him to let her win, feeling that Ning Yuan was insulting her.
From then on, Mu Qingma kept a close eye on Ning Yuan.
Any minor infractions, such as arriving late to class or dozing off during lessons, were reported by Mu Qingma to the homeroom teacher. These were all minor issues.
In college, who would bother with such things?
The homeroom teacher just turned a blind eye. After all, both of them were talented students, and teachers always gave special attention to such students.
But Mu Qingma was too determined to win.
She wouldn't let it go, and Ning Yuan was constantly being called to the teacher's office, which drove him crazy.
Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and blocked Mu Qingma on a small path. The golden couple faced off. "Mu Qingma, can you stop being so annoying? Why are you always staring at me? If you have a crush on me, just say it." Mu Qingma, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploded. Me, you think I have a crush on you? Ha! You should take a look at yourself. Then why are you always following me? You're acting like a love-struck fool.
Let me tell you, stop showing up in front of me all the time, you're just trying to get my attention.
Ning Yuan wasn't being self-centered, he was saying it on purpose. After all, having someone constantly watching you to see if you're making a mistake is pretty annoying, isn't it? You're the clingy one. Your whole family is clingy. Ha, you can't beat me in acting class, so you're trying to win me over with these cheap tricks? Mu Qingma, you're really a stalker.
Mu Qingma was furious, ran over, and suddenly kicked Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was also furious.
Wait, you're the one who has been causing trouble all day, and you're the one who kicked me? Plus, that kick was really fast, and Ning Yuan couldn't dodge it.
Mu Qingma's family is a martial arts clan, and she herself is skilled in martial arts.
Ning Yuan isn't one to back down, so the two of them started fighting.
The key is that Mu Qingma is ruthless. She knows how to use a low kick and the monkey stealing peaches technique. She's really bad. Ning Yuan accidentally got kicked in a certain spot and could only hold it while hissing in pain. Mu Qingma raised her bright face and sneered, "See if you dare to provoke me again." Ning Yuan suddenly sprang into action, knocking her to the ground and pinning her beneath him.
Mu Qingma knew some martial arts techniques, but Ning Yuan was simply too strong. She couldn't break free from Ning Yuan's grip.
Ning Yuan pulled his hand away and slapped her sensitive area several times, causing Mu Qingma to bite her lower lip and her eyes to turn red. She struggled desperately, and Ning Yuan felt that Mu Qingma was harder to subdue than a year-old pig, almost beyond his control.
Mu Qingma cursed furiously, "You bastard, Ning Yuan. Trash. Pervert."
Ning Yuan tried to hold her down with both hands, but couldn't spare a hand to cover her mouth, leaving him vulnerable to her verbal attacks. Ning Yuan hardened his heart and kissed her directly.
The soft touch, the warm breath.
Mu Qingma's eyes widened, her face flushing red, but she quickly reacted and bit down on Ning Yuan's lips. Fortunately, she didn't bite too hard, but the pain was still excruciating for Ning Yuan.
He mumbled, "Let go."
Mu Qingma, tears streaming down her face, mumbled back, "I'll bite you to death, you pervert."
Woo woo. Her first kiss was gone. It wasn't until their classmates arrived that they were separated. Mu Qingma glared at Ning Yuan, and Ning Yuan glared back just as fiercely. The classmates all chuckled secretly, but feared the two academic geniuses would fly into a rage, so they dared not laugh out loud, enduring the pain until their stomachs ached. Afterward, the two were dragged to the principal's office for a scolding. "What were you two thinking? You're both adults now, 18 years old, yet you're acting like children, fighting like this. I'm asking you both, don't you feel ashamed?" The two exchanged glances, then turned away angrily. The teacher was so angry she could barely speak, scolding them for another half hour before finally ordering, "You two must apologize to each other immediately and shake hands to make peace." But the two remained motionless. The teacher's anger flared up again. "Fine. You don't even listen to me. Now, each of you write a 5,000-word self-criticism essay, and I'll read them out loud at the class meeting." In the end, their relationship didn't improve at all. Instead, their hatred for each other grew even deeper.
Ning Yuan went to the hospital to get his lower lip stitched up. Mu Qingma, on the other hand, had a swollen butt from the beating and couldn't walk up or down the stairs without pain, so she stayed in bed for 2 days. Fortunately, they stopped fighting physically and resorted to verbal sparring instead. Ning Yuan called her a tiger mom and a man woman.
Mu Qingma, in turn, called him a pervert. Later, Ning Yuan gained recognition in the film industry, got married, and retired from the entertainment industry.
Mu Qingma, on the other hand, rose to fame in the entertainment industry with her remarkable acting skills, winning the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actress and becoming the envy of the industry, earning her the title of Queen of the Entertainment Industry. Now, the two haven't seen each other in years, but upon meeting again, they still couldn't hide their mutual hatred.
You man-eating woman, you call me perverted? You're the perverted one, aren't you? Mu Qingma puffed out her cheeks and clenched her teeth. This damn Ning Yuan, how can he still be so infuriating?
She moved her snow-white legs, intending to stomp on his feet with her high heels. Ning Yuan's assistant, Ji Xiaoju, and Mu Qingma's assistant, Lian Qingqing, were both stunned.
They exchanged glances and chose to remain silent.
After all, two assistants couldn't start yelling at each other.
They realized that the rumors circulating online were true.
Back when Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma first debuted, they were hailed as the golden couple, and since they were classmates, a small group of fans quickly formed. Later, a classmate of Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma revealed that the two were arch-rivals and had even fought during their university days. Everyone thought the CP fans would lose interest, but instead, their numbers grew rapidly.
It wasn't until Ning Yuan retired from the entertainment industry that the CP fans finally disappeared.
Mu Qingma walked over to Ning Yuan in her high heels, clicking her heels as she went.
Chapter 41, Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan face off. Ning Yuan saw Mu Qingma approaching with a cold expression and looked displeased.
Lian Qingqing quickly grabbed her. Sister Mu, don't act impulsively.
There are so many people from the crew watching.
Given her sister's temperament, she was genuinely afraid the two would come to blows again.
Ning Yuan didn't want to keep arguing with her either. You tomboy, I'm giving you a chance. You've always wanted to beat me, haven't you? Let's see who can't keep up during the performance after the cameras start rolling. Let's see who gets overshadowed. Mu Qingma fell into deep thought, as if it were a good idea. Ning Yuan sneered, why aren't you saying anything? Are you scared?
Mu Qingma narrowed her eyes, her gaze flashing dangerously.
She dismissed him with disdain, afraid of you, you pervert?
These past few years, you've been kept by a rich woman, while I've been constantly improving.
You'll see the difference soon enough.
She looked confident and triumphant. After all, she had worked tirelessly to improve her acting skills over the years, all to make Ning Yuan admit defeat in front of her. Of course, she would occasionally recall the moment when Ning Yuan kissed her lips, and anger would immediately flare up in her heart.
My precious first kiss was stolen by this pervert. Damn it!
Ning Yuan smiled to himself.
The competitive Mu Qingma had fallen into his trap.
He would use his acting skills to completely crush her, making her understand that he scored 100 because the score was out of 100, while she, Mu Qingma, scored 98 because her actual ability was only 98.
Of course, Ning Yuan wouldn't underestimate her.
He would give it his all. After all, Mu Qingma had definitely improved over the past few years. Once he defeated her, she wouldn't keep her eyes on him anymore. At that moment, Director Su Kuan arrived with Assistant Director Nia Feng and a group of staff members. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma shouted in unison, Director Su, Director Nia, hello. Mu Qingma, seeing that Ning Yuan had spoken at the same time as her, shot him a disapproving glance. Su Kuan, a smooth-talking individual, noticed Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma standing together and smiled, saying,
Qingma, Ning Yuan, seeing you two chatting so happily makes me very pleased. It seems our filming will go even smoother. Enjoying a pleasant conversation? Ji Xiaoju and Lian Qingqing exchanged a speechless glance.
Just now, those two seniors were on the verge of a fight, and you have no idea how tense the atmosphere was. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma's gazes locked, as if sparks were flying between them. Su Kuan was no fool. He saw the look in their eyes and knew that these two really didn't get along, just as the rumors online claimed. However, he didn't care at all, and even seemed a bit excited. He made movies, and what he emphasized was passion. A harmonious atmosphere without any clash of acting skills was, to him, the same as trash.
Competition drives progress, after all.
The film reading session began.
Everyone introduced themselves first.
The most prominent figure on set was Mu Qingma, who played the female police officer Su Ran.
She began with her self-introduction. Hello, everyone, I'm Mu Qingma.
She then sat down without further introduction. However, everyone was well aware of her personality, cold as ice, a true ice queen, and she wasn't the type to be overly social. Given her status and prominence, even a simple nod from her would prompt everyone to clap. Applause filled the room, and Ning Yuan sighed, clapping his hands lightly. Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan were seated next to each other by the director, so Mu Qingma glanced at Ning Yuan beside her, her delicate, smooth chin tilting upward slightly.
The implication was clear. What do you think?
With my status, you, Ning Yuan, can only clap for me obediently.
Ning Yuan ignored her. Next came Ning Yuan's introduction.
He was tall and slender, with a handsome face and a smile that made everyone feel like they were in spring.
Director Su, Director Nya, esteemed seniors and teachers, I am Ning Yuan. I am honored to join this team. During the upcoming filming and rehearsals, please guide me. I will strive to present my best self and deliver an even better performance.
Ning Yuan's humble introduction earned him a warm round of applause.
Mu Qingma snorted, flatterer.
Seeing the admiring glances directed at Ning Yuan, Mu Qingma felt annoyed and muttered to himself. Sigh, another bunch of people fooled by that psychopath Ning Yuan's outward appearance.
He's actually a very cruel and wicked person.
Only I can see through his facade. Next, it was the turn of the other two parents and the four young boys and girls to introduce themselves. Hu Pei'er, who played Zhang Xiaoyu, the daughter of Zhang Guowei, was a child star and introduced herself with poise and confidence. The three bullies, however, seemed rather shy and blushed slightly when introducing themselves. Following that, each of them shared their understanding of the script. When Ning Yuan shared his interpretation of the script, he once again won over the audience. Even Mu Qingma couldn't help but admire Ning Yuan for this. Ning Yuan is too meticulous in his work, leaving no detail overlooked. He wrote several thousand words for the character profiles, which is truly awe-inspiring. One cannot help but admire him. However, Mu Qingma thought to himself, even if you're serious about your work, it can't hide the fact that you're a pervert. Next came the group reading, where everyone read the script together. This stage was relatively relaxed, mainly aimed at enhancing everyone's understanding of the script. After the group reading, during the mutual rehearsal, Mu Qingma took the initiative. She approached Ning Yuan and said in a playful tone, Ning Yuan, I want to rehearse with you. Let's perform the third scene from the 600th take. Everyone looked over in surprise. Ning Yuan gave her a meaningful look and nodded. The two walked toward the garden on the other side, where there were few people around. Mu Qingma, with her nine-headed figure and delicate curves, walked ahead in her high heels, her long, fair legs peeking out from under her skirt. Above were her full, rounded hips and a waist so slender it could be grasped in one hand. As if noticing Ning Yuan's gaze, Mu Qingma narrowed her eyes. Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Ning Yuan sneered, how would I know you're looking if you don't tell me? And you're so self-absorbed. You're as fierce as a tigress, and I have no interest in you at all. Enraged, Mu Qingma bit her teeth, wondering what to do next. This damn Ning Yuan is so infuriating. She forced herself to calm down and took out the script. Later during the scene, when Ning Yuan can't keep up, I'll mock you mercilessly then. I'll just endure it for now. Ning Yuan snatched the script from her and threw it away. You need to look at the lines for the scene? Mu Qingma, you're a bit disappointing. Mu Qingma had mostly memorized her lines, but she couldn't recite them perfectly yet. Seeing Ning Yuan toss the script aside, she felt angry but also determined. I don't believe you can remember all the lines right now. This guy is definitely trying to trick me. I'm not falling for it. The 600th scene, the third take, was the confrontation between Zhang Guowei and Su Ran. At this point, Zhang Guowei and his group had already completed their revenge and were being pursued by Su Ran and his men. The other two parents were ready to fight Su Ran and his group to the death, while Zhang Guowei, having lost his daughter, had no reason to live on. It was Su Ran who had intentionally aimed the bullet off target, allowing Zhang Guowei to avenge his enemies. If Su Ran hadn't intentionally missed, the remaining bully, class monitor, would have escaped justice, and Zhang Guowei would have died from that bullet. Therefore, when the other two parents ambushed Su Ran, Zhang Guowei stepped forward to block the fatal blows. One stab was to the chest, and the other to the abdomen. The two parents were shot and injured by Su Ran's colleague, while Zhang Guowei died from his severe injuries. The scene begins. As Ning Yuan delivered each line flawlessly, Mu Qingma's stunning face was filled with shock and disbelief. This guy is too twisted. How am I supposed to win? Stay calm, don't panic. If I can't match his lines, I can still win with my acting. Watch me use my acting to silence him. Chapter 42, Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan Showdown. At that moment, Su Koan, who had been watching the performance, walked over. Mu Qingma hurriedly called him over. Director Su, could you please take a look at our performance? Su Koan, upon hearing that the two wanted to compete in acting with him as the judge, agreed without hesitation. He had always held high hopes for Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. Two people who refused to back down, colliding with each other, could bring out the best in each other. The performance began. Su Ran watched Zhang Guowei slowly collapse and froze in shock. She wore a sorrowful expression and rushed to Zhang Guowei's side, trying to save him. Zhang Guowei coughed up blood, but his face bore a look of relief. Thank you. Don't save me. My daughter is coming to take me. He had always owed Su Ran a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, she would have secretly let him go, and he wouldn't have had the chance to kill his enemy. Blood gushed from his mouth, and soon he could no longer speak. His head slowly tilted to one side. She felt deeply sorry for Zhang Guowei and his daughter. They could have lived happily, but some monsters in human form had ruthlessly devoured their happiness. They had to watch others suffer 1,000-fold just because of their own petty grievances. Su Ran shed tears, placing her palm on Zhang Guowei's face and gently closing his eyes. The two were acting, of course, just going through the motions and reciting their lines.
Mu Qingma wasn't actually holding him up. After the scene, Ning Yuan shot Mu Qingma a sideways glance.
Mu Qingma glared back with her beautiful eyes, her flawless face brimming with disdain, but her heart was in turmoil.
Terrifying. Terrifying. This Ning Yuan, this performance was absolutely divine.
The sense of relief and liberation before death, along with the physical pain, were all perfectly portrayed. It made you believe he was genuinely injured and on the brink of death.
That's truly terrifying. Mu Qingma hasn't seen any young actor who can match this level yet.
Of course, Mu Qingma believes that she also gave her best performance of her life just now. Perhaps inspired by Ning Yuan, she gave it her all, showcasing her best form.
The two of them went back and forth and ended up evenly matched.
Of course, this was her own assessment. Ning Yuan performed exceptionally well, with no flaws to speak of. Qingma, your performance earlier had sufficient emotion, but it lacked depth, making it feel slightly flat. What we require is that the performance have depth, rhythm, and authenticity. Additionally, there was a moment just now when you lost your focus. Mu Qingma was startled. Just now, when she saw Ning Yuan's thin lips moving, she had briefly lost herself in the moment. Because a flash of memory had crossed her mind of when Ning Yuan had forcefully kissed her. Although she tried to cover it up with her acting afterward, she didn't expect Su Kuan to notice it so quickly. A lesser director might not dare to speak so bluntly to Mu Qingma, but Su Kuan, in his late 30s and nearing 40, was already a billion-dollar director.
Mu Qingma could only listen attentively to his criticism. Mu Qingma reflected on her performance earlier and realized that Su Kuan was right, her acting did have some minor flaws. Ordinary people might not notice, but a seasoned director like Su Kuan could spot them.
If that was the case, it meant that she, Mu Qingma, had lost.
Mu Qingma glared at Ning Yuan, still feeling a bit resentful. This guy has been out of the game for 3 years, and I still can't beat him? However, the results might be different under the camera, and I still have a chance to win. Ning Yuan smiled. Mu Qingma, have you conceded yet? Director Su is here today. His judgment won't be biased, right? Mu Qingma's stunning face flashed with anger. Today's performance was slightly better than mine. But that doesn't mean you'll outperform me throughout the entire film. Plus, the way you appear on camera is different.
Let us wait until filming starts and see how we stack up then.
Su Kuan shook his head. Let these two sort it out on their own.
It seems like both of them are stubborn. Maybe if they compete more, they'll grow fond of each other over time and end up together.
Then wouldn't I just become a pawn in their game?
I'll go check on the others.
You two keep practicing.
Remember, having a competitive spirit is good, but know when to stop. He gave them a reminder to prevent them from getting too competitive and disrupting the filming schedule.
Ning Yuan was speechless. Do you want to compete too? You didn't beat me completely. Mu Qingma pouted. Ning Yuan coldly replied, I don't want to compete anymore. It's a waste of my time. You won, admitted if you lose.
Mu Qingma's cold face turned slightly red, and she stammered, but I didn't admit it.
I just didn't perform at my best. We can try again in front of the camera, and then we'll see who's stronger.
Ning Yuan shook his head decisively, I don't care.
I don't want to compete with you anymore. I find it boring.
Mu Qingma clenched her teeth. No, you have to compete with me.
Ning Yuan turned and walked away.
Mu Qingma hurriedly chased after him in her high heels, wrapping her arms around his arm to stop him from leaving.
Her voluptuous breasts brushed against Ning Yuan's arm, but she didn't notice. Ning Yuan felt Mu Qingma's voluptuous figure, but he still pulled his arm out without hesitation. Mu Qingma walked in front of him again and blocked his path.
She didn't know why she just wanted to beat Ning Yuan once, even if it was just once. Perhaps it was a stubborn obsession deep within her heart.
Don't go.
Mu Qingma's expression was cold as she pressed her lips together, spreading her arms to look at Ning Yuan.
Seeing Mu Qingma like this, Ning Yuan knew she wouldn't give up until he agreed. How could he make her stop insisting on the duel? He quickly came up with an idea. If you want me to compete with you, that's not impossible. But you have to agree to one condition. Mu Qingma looked at him warily. What condition? If you lose, you have to kiss me.
If I lose, I'll post on Weibo that your performance skills are better than mine. Mu Qingma's face flushed red, her teeth clenched tightly, and her stunningly beautiful cheeks looked incredibly alluring.
No way.
You're a pervert. She recalled the time she had been forcefully kissed by Ning Yuan.
Forget it, it's up to you whether we compete or not.
Ning Yuan pushed aside her outstretched arms and tried to leave. Mu Qingma's full breasts rose and fell as she bit her lower lip, her delicate face flickering with a look of struggle.
Stop. I'll agree to your terms.
But the kiss must not be in a crowded place.
It must be in my room. Mu Qingma eventually agreed to the condition. All right. Deal. I will definitely beat you. Mu Qingma's beautiful eyes blazed with fierce determination. Chapter 43, Lianqingqing, the CP can start shipping now.
The next day, after director Su Koen delivered his opening remarks, everyone lit incense and prayed for good fortune. Afterward, Su Koen and the staff removed the red cloth covering the camera lens.
The entire cast and crew took a group photo. After the photo, Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan received small red envelopes. These were real red envelopes, each containing 6 yuan, symbolizing safety and smooth sailing. The filming of Rage officially began. The initial plot revolves around 2 young boys and a young girl. Class monitor Lin Yu is the teacher and classmates' favorite student. He comes from a wealthy family, is handsome, has good grades, and is very considerate of his classmates. He is the teacher's favorite. However, he has recently encountered strange occurrences. A shadowy figure has been following him at night. Even when he doesn't sleep, he can see someone wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and a mask standing under the streetlight outside his window, staring intently at him. His close friend has also encountered strange occurrences. His classmate Lu Lei, a sports student, recently saw a dark figure at the bottom of the swimming pool. He hurried to swim up, but the dark figure clung to him tightly. If it weren't for his strong swimming skills, he would have been dragged down. Another bodyguard, the young woman Mo Miao Miao, also encountered a stalker. This stalker suddenly ran up with a stick, nearly scaring her to death. She gasped for breath and ran away as fast as she could. Su Koen looked at the camera and smiled, saying, "Ning Yuan, your gaze is very good, it does look quite scary. I even felt a little afraid when I saw it." Ning Yuan was the man in black. His gaze was so intense that Zhou Zhu, who was playing the class monitor Lin Yu, was so scared that he couldn't continue the scene and even called cut twice. Ning Yuan had to tell him, it's okay to look scared like that, because Lin Yu is supposed to be afraid when he sees the black-clad man. After Ning Yuan explained and helped him get into character, the scene was performed very well. Due to the tight schedule, assistant director Nie Feng and another crew were filming the police station scene. That was the scene with the female police officer Su Ran. Shooting was in full swing. Ji Xiaoju and Lianqingqing, who had some downtime, initially felt awkward talking to each other because of the tension between Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. Soon, the two struck up a conversation due to their similar ages and the monotonous life on set. It turned out that both of them had been fans of the Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma couple in the show. After Ning Yuan left the industry, the two CP fans finally stopped supporting them. This instantly brought them closer together. Ji Xiaoju laughed, haha, back then I was obsessed with shipping Far Brother and Clear Ink Sister. I was crazy about it. Lianqingqing covered her mouth and laughed, yeah, I was in the Qingling Love CP group chat every day, making collages of Yuan Gu and Qingma Jie, editing videos, and even wrote tens of thousands of words of fan fiction about Qingma Jie and Yuan Gu. Ji Xiaoju exclaimed in surprise, wow, you're so talented. I really want to read your novel. Lianqingqing lowered her eyes, her tone slightly disappointed, it was pretty childish, and after the CP group disbanded, my novel disappeared too. Ji Xiaoju also sighed regretfully, yeah, it's even harder to ship them now. Who would have thought that Yuan Gu and Qingma Jie would act like cats and dogs when they meet, completely incompatible? Lianqingqing agreed. When Qingma's sister sees Yuan Gu, she completely transforms into a different person, totally unlike her usual cold and aloof nature. She's like a firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. And Yuan Gu is the fuse. They broke up their own CP. Ji Xiaoju and Lianqingqing couldn't help but sigh. Now that Yuan Gu has made a comeback, do you think there's still a chance for them? Ji Xiaoju asked. Lianqingqing pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up, I think it's really possible. Qingma hasn't been in a relationship before, maybe she's been waiting for Yuan Gu. Ji Xiaoju also perked up, right. Maybe they don't get along because they don't know each other well, but deep down, they both have feelings for each other. Suddenly, she saw Mu Qingma walking over and standing behind Lianqingqing. Ji Xiaoju quickly signaled to Lianqingqing, but Lianqingqing was too excited to notice. Yeah, I also think Qingma has feelings for Yuan Gu. Maybe she's been thinking about him all along. Thud. Lianqingqing was hit on the head with a knuckle. Ouch. Lianqingqing clutched her head and cried out. Then she heard Mu Qingma's cold voice, I have feelings for Ning Yuan? I've been obsessed with him? Lianqingqing. Who told you that? Lianqingqing dared not turn around. Her face turned pale as she stammered, Qingma, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. That guy Ning Yuan? You say I'm obsessed with him? That's an insult to me. I don't want this to happen again. Qingma's sister, I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Lianqingqing admitted her mistake honestly, but she wasn't really afraid. Mu Qingma was usually cold, but she had always been kind to her assistants. Ji Xiaoju also said, Qingma's sister, I was the one who started talking. I'm sorry. Mu Qingma didn't dwell on it further. Let us go eat. By the way, you're Ning Yuan's assistant, right? Go tell him that Mu Qingma has never disliked anyone in her life, and he is the exception. He is the person I hate the most, without a doubt. Ji Xiaoju said, alright, I'll convey Mu Qingma's words to Brother Yuan. She said that, but she dared not do so. Although Mr. Ning was also very easygoing, such words would surely make him unhappy.
Mu Qingma and Lian Qingqing left, but Ji Xiaoju soon received a WeChat message from Lian Qingqing. Xiaoju, I think we should create a new Green Lemon Love group.
This CP can be shipped again. Aren't you afraid of Sister Qingma? Hee, Qingma is a nice person. What S done is done. Let us just not discuss it publicly. Alright. I can't wait to read your new fanfiction.
After finishing his afternoon filming schedule, Ning Yuan encountered Mu Qingma unexpectedly on his way back to the hotel. Mu Qingma had just heard Lian Qingqing say she was obsessed with Ning Yuan, and now seeing him, her expression was unpleasant.
Ning Yuan didn't spare her. What's wrong? Did you swallow a fly, you tomboy? Your face looks so constipated. Ah. Die. Mu Qingma couldn't hold back and charged at him. Ning Yuan ran while turning back to taunt her. You're so quick to anger, even Lady Rome would shake her head at you.
Woman, run faster.
People might think we're out on a romantic stroll.
Mu Qingma was so angry she kicked off her high heels, bent down to pick them up, and threw them at Ning Yuan, who dodged them.
Mu Qingma continued to chase after him.
If I catch him, I'll bite him to death.
Ning Yuan hurried back into the room. Mu Qingma was out of breath, knocking on the door for 2 minutes.
When Ning Yuan didn't open it, she was about to leave when Ning Yuan suddenly opened the door, threw a bag of trash at her, and said, "Help me throw this out, thanks." Then he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. By this time, the commotion had alerted others. Mu Qingma had originally planned to throw the trash at the door, but upon seeing others peeking out, she could only put on a faint expression and walk away with the trash.
Chapter 44, Ning Yuan, Qingma, my wife.
After returning to the hotel, Ning Yuan video chatted with Meng Nanyu. Meng Nanyu rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching Ning Yuan. Her beautiful, mature face was filled with tenderness. Recently, Meng Nanyu had been practicing cooking, saying she wanted to make delicious meals for Ning Yuan instead of always just boiling noodles for him. Ning Yuan shared his experience. There's no secret to it, it's all about practice.
The more you do, the better you'll get. Great. I'll be your guinea pig when you come back. Sister, I'll love whatever you make.
Xiao Yuan, when you're not home, I feel like something is missing, and my heart feels restless.
Meng Nanyu's gentle and graceful face showed a hint of sadness.
I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Ning Yuan spoke gently. This movie will be done soon because we need to meet the deadline for the Spring Festival release. Once I have free time, I'll stay home every day with you. Just don't bother me, okay? The two chatted for an hour before Ning Yuan told Meng Nanyu to go to bed early.
In the slacking squad group chat. Suyu, day 8 missing brother Yuan.
Suyu had already decided to follow Ning Yuan's lead. From what he heard from those around him, Ning Yuan was definitely going to rise to prominence. And if he wanted to share in Ning Yuan's success, he needed to invest early. It's like in 2025, when the Middle Eastern Slipper Guy followed his big brother Dongda. Now, in 2030, Slipper Guy has quietly become the big boss of the Middle East. He can now sit at the table to eat, rather than being just a dish on the table. This shows the importance of choosing the right boss to follow. Sun Yanxiu, I heard that director Wang has started promoting the TV series. He'll edit some behind-the-scenes footage from the crew and air it to boost the popularity of Step by Step in the workplace.
Apparently, there are quite a few scenes featuring you, Ning Yuan.
Suyu, Yuan Gu is definitely the focus of director Wang's promotion.
Ning Yuan, you guys are flattering me like this, aren't you afraid I'll get arrogant?
Sun Yanxiu, anyway, I'll only give you 82 points, and the remaining 18 will be given to you in threes.
Sun Yanxiu, by the way, Ning Yuan, how's the filming of Rage going? Is Qingmo easy to work with?
Ning Yuan, if I hadn't run away quickly just now, I would have been beaten to death by her.
Sun Yanxiu, what? No way. I don't believe you. After chatting for a few more minutes, Ning Yuan hung up.
To his surprise, after Ling Xin forcefully kissed him, she didn't contact him at all.
However, Ning Yuan naturally wouldn't reach out to her first. Perhaps it was just a coincidence.
Sleepiness washed over him like a tide, and Ning Yuan drifted off to sleep. The next day, Ning Yuan saw Mu Qingma, who had returned to her usual icy demeanor. As he passed by her, she didn't even glance at him. However, Ning Yuan didn't bother with her either. Both of them ignored each other. Filming began. The three of them reported the incident to the school teacher. When Lin Yu returned home, he was met by his furious father. His father was the owner of a small company, kept many mistresses, and due to the economic downturn, the company was facing increasing pressure. His father often beat him and his mother. His mother could only cry and dare not resist, even telling Lin Yu not to fight back. His mother said, "If it weren't for your father supporting us, we wouldn't be able to survive." The oppressive and despairing life completely overwhelmed him. The three of them encountered increasingly terrifying incidents, as if the perpetrators were intent on killing them. They grew increasingly afraid. Meanwhile, as Su Ran and others investigate, they discover there is more to the story. The film crew's shooting was proceeding smoothly. The filming of Ning Yuan's group was progressing smoothly thanks to his exceptional acting skills. Soo Koan, the billion-dollar director, had worked with many talented actors before, but someone like Ning Yuan who grasped concepts quickly, learned easily, and had his own unique insights was a rare find. Not only that, but some of Ning Yuan's ideas clashed with Soo Koan's, sparking new inspiration for the filming. Ning Yuan is also skilled at guiding others. Sometimes, a single word of guidance from him can help younger actors quickly grasp Soo Koan's intentions, making the filming process smoother.
Soo Koan rarely smiled throughout the process.
He said, "Everyone did a great job this morning.
These scenes turned out better than we expected. Especially Ning Yuan, you did an excellent job." Everyone looked at Ning Yuan with envy, as receiving Soo Koan's approval was something everyone aspired to. After all, he was a young billionaire director whose every film was a blockbuster hit. Ning Yuan merely smiled faintly. Soo Koan continued, "We'll resume filming at 2 p.m. Everyone take a break for lunch. The costume and props teams should prepare in advance to ensure the afternoon's filming goes smoothly." Everyone dispersed. During the lunch break, a few people came to visit the set. Visits to the set are permitted, but generally require prior approval from the production team. Visits must be scheduled during non-shooting hours and should not be too lengthy to avoid disrupting the shooting schedule. Of course, there were also considerations for confidentiality and security. When Ning Yuan and Ji Xiaoju finished their meal and were about to return to the hotel for a nap, they saw Mu Qingma being harassed by a man with a slick-back hairstyle. This man was about an 8 on a scale of 10, far below Ning Yuan's flawless 9.8, but still slightly more handsome than the average person. Mu Qingma's flawlessly beautiful face looked even colder than usual. "Fu Mingxian, who told you to come visit the set?" The man named Fu Mingxian wore a fawning smile, fiddling with his hair as he said, "Qingma, I missed you." Mu Qingma's expression grew even colder. "Get out. Who gave you permission to call me Qingma? And there's no connection between us. Don't dare say you miss me." Fu Mingxian was the son of her father's friend. He had studied abroad in Australia and had been captivated by Mu Qingma the first time he saw her, pursuing her relentlessly. Mu Qingma was utterly fed up, so she didn't even bother to spare her father's face and told him to get lost. But Fu Mingxian had an exceptionally thick skin. He firmly believed in the saying, "A strong woman fears a persistent suitor." As long as he didn't give up, Mu Qingma would eventually fall for him. Fu Mingxian said, "You're single, I'm single. If we spend time together, we'll naturally develop a relationship." Ning Yuan didn't bother to listen and walked past him. Mu Qingma saw Ning Yuan and her eyes lit up. Between two evils, choose the lesser one. Compared to Fu Mingxian, Mu Qingma found Ning Yuan more to his liking. She walked over to Ning Yuan, took his hand, and said softly, "I've been waiting for you." As Ning Yuan tried to break free, she quickly leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Help me get rid of him, and I'll grant you one favor." Ning Yuan looked into Mu Qingma's pleading eyes and nodded. He even agreed instinctively. However, he was a decisive person. Once he agreed, he stuck to his word. He turned to her and asked in a doting tone, "Honey, who is that?" It must be said, Ning Yuan was indeed a professional actor. The word wife carried endless tenderness. Chapter 45, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma confront Fu Mingxian. Mu Qingma stiffened upon hearing the word wife. Ning Yuan's gentle voice and the affection in his eyes made her momentarily lose her bearings. However, she quickly snapped back to reality, and a surge of anger rose within her. "You bastard, Ning Yuan. Taking advantage of the situation, are you?" But she couldn't bring herself to confront him. After all, she had asked him for help. Husband, this is Fu Mingxian, the son of my father's friend." Mu Qingma clenched her teeth and uttered the words husband. She felt an inexplicable wave of shame wash over her. How utterly embarrassing. I wonder how other couples manage to say it. Except for today, when I had no choice, I would never utter the word husband in my entire life. Absolutely not. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam flashing in his pupils. "You're Fu Mingxian? I heard you've been harassing my wife. I'm warning you, stay away from her." Fu Mingxian saw the hostile expression in Ning Yuan's eyes and jumped in surprise, forcing himself to say, "You're just an actor. What are you acting so high and mighty for?" Before she was married, everyone had the right to pursue her. Ning Yuan was speechless. Mu Qingma was also an actress in your mouth. Your emotional intelligence must be off the charts if you think you can win her over. This Fu Mingxian is truly an idiot. Ning Yuan sneered, "A pretty face like you thinks you can chase after Chang Mo? With your emotional intelligence, even a dog could talk better than you." Fu Mingxian was so angry he could barely breathe, his face flushed red, and the veins on his neck bulged. You can't even speak properly." Mu Qingma didn't let Ning Yuan fight alone. She stepped forward and coldly said to Fu Mingxian, "You're not even worth a single finger of my husband." This time, the word husband rolled off her tongue much more smoothly. This broke Fu Mingxian's resolve. "Qingma, what am I lacking compared to him? I'm richer than him." Mu Qingma retorted, "You're not as handsome as him, and you're not as tall." Fu Mingxian continued, "I have a higher education than him. I got my Master's degree in Australia and went to the UK for my PhD.
Mu Qingmo remained expressionless. You're not as handsome as him, and you're not as tall as him. Fu Mingxian refused to give up. My family background is better than his. My father is the CEO of a company, and his net worth is over 100 million. Mu Qingmo remained unfazed. You're not as handsome as him, and you're not as tall as him. This statement completely broke Fu Mingxian's resolve. Can't you give me a different reason? Mu Qingmo ignored him. Alright, you're uglier than him and shorter than him. Fu Mingxian was nearly ready to spit blood. He clutched his chest, his eyes red. Can't you give me a chance? I'll love you more than anyone else. Mu Qingmo refused without hesitation. No. Never. Whether you love me or not, as long as it doesn't affect me, it's none of my business. I only love Ning Yuan. Fu Mingxian pointed at Ning Yuan. You're Ning Yuan, aren't you? Why are you calling him your father? Fu Mingxian was so enraged he could barely breathe. I won't give up easily. Ning Yuan gently kissed Mu Qingmo's cheek and said softly, let's go. Let him stay here and wallow in his own emotions. Mu Qingmo felt the coolness of Ning Yuan's lips on her face, her heart trembling slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered. She bit her lips tightly. Hold on. Just pretend it was a kiss from a dog. What can I do? I need his help. What made Mu Qingmo even more miserable was that she had to act shy and coy. Husband, she cooed. Fu Mingxian saw the couple acting so affectionate and romantic, and his heart ached as if he had been hit by a ton of magical damage. He pointed at Ning Yuan and Mu Qingmo. You. He couldn't finish his sentence and walked away in a daze. Once she was sure he was far enough away and wouldn't return, Mu Qingmo immediately let go of Ning Yuan. You bastard, Ning Yuan. You took advantage of me again. You called me old wife and kissed my face. You're too much. Mu Qingmo was furious, flailing her arms and legs, eager to pounce on Ning Yuan and beat him up. But then she remembered that Ning Yuan had been trying to help her, so she couldn't bring herself to scold him. Ning Yuan innocently said, Hey, you tough girl, I was just trying to help you. Do you know how much I sacrificed? To make it look more realistic, I called you wife, and it gave me goosebumps. I almost threw up my dinner. Do you think it was easy for me? Mu Qingmo took a deep breath. I'm not angry. Fine, I'll endure it. She continued with a cold expression. Then why did you kiss my face? How do you explain that? Ning Yuan felt even more wronged. You saw it yourself. This Fu Mingxian is clearly clinging on and refusing to give up easily. If I don't take drastic measures, how can I make him back down? Besides, Mu Qingmo, you don't understand men. No matter how harsh words you say, he might not care that much and still delude himself. But if he sees you kissing another man, he'll accept reality immediately because no one except a pimp could accept their beloved being intimate with another man. Ning Yuan spoke seriously by the end, leaving Mu Qingmo momentarily speechless. Seeing Mu Qingmo silent, Ning Yuan delivered another blow. Mu Qingmo, this Fu Mingxian already knows my name. Though I'm not afraid he knows my name, he could find it out easily. It could still get me into trouble. So the sacrifices I've made are enormous. Mu Qingmo fell into deep thought. He couldn't deny that Ning Yuan had indeed made sacrifices. Husband? Put. Mu Qingmo's face suddenly turned bright red. She had accidentally blurted out the word husband. She was so embarrassed she could have dug her toes into the ground to create a 3-bedroom apartment. She truly wished she could find a place to hide. I called you the wrong name. It's all your fault. Mu Qingmo puffed out her cheeks. Ning Yuan, I know you helped me. I promise to accept your conditions, and I won't go back on my word. You can make your demands now. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, then pointed at Mu Qingmo and said, Then I want you to. This startled Mu Qingmo, and her face flushed red. No way. You can't ask for something so inappropriate. Ning Yuan laughed. Mu Qingmo, your thoughts are so dirty. I never even thought of that. But you've reminded me. Mu Qingmo clutched her overly voluptuous chest and said nervously, No way. Ning Yuan glanced at her indifferently. I haven't decided yet. Mu Qingmo sighed in relief, yet felt inexplicably tense again. She had no idea what outrageous conditions he would demand later. Ning Yuan, that despicable man, would definitely come up with something that would embarrass her. To her surprise, Ning Yuan said, I've thought of the conditions. Just don't bother me in the future. Ning Yuan didn't intend to gain anything from this matter. After all, he had experienced the pain of being harassed by someone firsthand. Helping Mu Qingmo was also a way of accumulating merit. Mu Qingmo's heart trembled. She never expected Ning Yuan to let her off so easily. She bit her lower lip, watching Ning Yuan's back as he walked away. Chapter 46, Lu Shuiying comes to visit. Ning Yuan returned to the hotel and was about to lie down when he received a message from Lu Shuifu. Lu Shuifu, Ning Yuan, good afternoon. Ning Yuan, Shuifu, what's wrong? Lu Shuifu, oh, Ning Yuan, I've been eating well lately and feel like I've gained a little weight. Ning Yuan, can you take a look and see if that's true? Lu Shuifu sent a selfie from earlier. Then, Ning Yuan received a photo. In the photo, Lu Shuefu was wearing a white, form-fitting strapless nightgown. The nightgown was so tight that it accentuated her well-developed bust, making it appear even more prominent. The lace hem of the nightgown just covered the top of her thighs, with a pair of white stockings reaching mid-thigh, tightly hugging her white, tender, and slender legs. A sliver of skin as white and smooth as jade was exposed. The delicate toes beneath the stockings were faintly visible, curled slightly, resembling the paws of a kitten. Lu Shuefu kneels on the ground, her full, rounded buttocks resting on her heels. From the side angle, the alluring curves of her chest and hips were clearly visible. The key is that she is so fair-skinned that her entire body seems to glow, making her beauty seem otherworldly. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. This little vixen. I wonder if she did it on purpose. Ning Yuan, Shuefu, you can't just show these photos to outsiders. Lu Shuefu, Ning Yuan, you're not an outsider, so it's okay to look. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This little vixen knows how to tease with her words, though she probably doesn't realize how alluring she sounds. Ning Yuan stared for a while before realizing that Lu Shuefu wanted him to check if she had gained weight. Ning Yuan, you haven't gained any weight. You're still as slim as ever. Lu Shuefu, huh, that's good. Then I'll eat less from now on. Ning Yuan, you're still in your growth phase, you should eat more. Lu Shuefu, Ning Yuan, I dare not eat too much, it's getting bigger and bigger. Dilemma. It's getting bigger? Where? Is this something we should be talking about? Ning Yuan sent a head-banging emoji. Lu Shuefu sent a crying and hugging emoji. Ning Yuan, you really say anything? Alright, go to bed early. I need to rest too. Lu Shuefu, Ning Yuan, it seems like my sister is coming to find you. Ning Yuan, what does she want with me? Lu Shuefu, I don't know. Ning Yuan didn't dwell on the issue and went straight to bed. Meanwhile, the Lu Shuiying they mentioned was in the CEO's office, with a slight smile on her lips. Finally found Ning Yuan. It wasn't easy. She had been searching for Ning Yuan's whereabouts all this time. And she herself was growing increasingly nostalgic for Ning Yuan. During this time, she also had an unpleasant encounter with Lu Shuefu. The reason was that she discovered Ning Yuan's blanket was missing, and a wave of sadness swept over her. Ning Yuan was gone, and now this blanket, which carried his scent, was leaving her too. She felt inexplicably anxious, rushing around frantically, searching everywhere, thinking she must have accidentally put the blanket somewhere in her sleep. Finally, she found the blanket on the balcony. It had been taken by Lu Shuefu to be washed in the washing machine. She was so angry that she didn't speak to Lu Shuefu for 3 days. But holding the blanket she had lost and found again, she missed Ning Yuan even more. She missed the meals he had prepared for her, the tenderness with which he would come to cover her with the blanket in the middle of the night, and his thoughtful care. But it seemed like all the memories were of Ning Yuan taking care of her, while she had never taken care of him or cared about how he was doing. Thinking of this, her eyes welled up with tears. The juice balcony that Ning Yuan had planted, she had watered every day. However, the roses on the juice balcony quickly fell ill and withered, eventually dying. She suddenly realized that watering the roses too frequently could attract aphids. This was Ning Yuan's favorite juice balcony, and she had killed it. If he found out, he would be so disappointed, wouldn't he? Lu Shuiying's nose grew stuffy, and her eyes welled up again. She suddenly thought, perhaps my relationship with Ning Yuan is like this juice balcony? Would it also wither and die in the end? Just as Lu Shuiying was lost in her thoughts, her subordinate finally tracked down Ning Yuan's whereabouts. It turned out he had gone to the set of the TV series Rage to film. Hope rose again in Lu Shuiying's heart. Ning Yuan, this time I'll talk to you properly. I miss you every day. I love you. Ning Yuan will come back, right? Yes, he must come back. In the afternoon, Ning Yuan encountered Mu Qingma again on the set. Mu Qingma might have recalled the time she had called Ning Yuan husband, and her snow-white neck turned slightly red. Ning Yuan couldn't help but glance at her again. Mu Qingma's flawless cheeks flushed with a blush, and she huffed, "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Alright, here comes Mu Qingma, the fiery one. Ning Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets and sneered, "You tough girl, come on over." Mu Qingma bared her teeth, but deep down, she was scared. What if he suddenly calls her wife or even kisses her? She huffed and launched into her tough talk mode. "If there weren't so many people around, you'd see what I'd do to you." Ning Yuan raised his chin at her. "Why don't you come to my room? Let's settle this one-on-one." Mu Qingma's face flushed like the evening sky. She couldn't argue back, so she just huffed, "Pervert." Then she fled the scene as if escaping. Lian Qingqing also raised her fist at Ji Xiaoju. "I'll hit you." Ji Xiaoju shouted back, "I'm not afraid of you." Ning Yuan watched the two of them putting on a show and couldn't help but find it amusing. Lian Qingqing quickly followed Mu Qingma. She glanced back at Ji Xiaoju and gave her a knowing look. The two shared a smile. Now that they saw Yuan Gu and Xingma Jia arguing, they weren't nervous anymore. Instead, they burst into laughter. This is just too good to handle. The performance began, and the clapperboard was struck. Take 58, shot 3, action. The police intervened and discovered that there seemed to be more to the story. Su Ran, after investigating, discovered a rumor. It was said that several girls had been bullied by Lin Yu, Lu Lei, and Mo Miao Miao. But she has no evidence. The scene shifts. Mo Miao Miao, who usually appears delicate, is organizing photos and videos from the shoot. The girl who appeared most frequently in the photos and videos was named Zhang Xiaoyu. In the videos, Zhang Xiaoyu is being slapped, having urine poured on her head, stripped naked and photographed, and having her arms burned with cigarette butts. Zhang Xiaoyu, her face filled with fear, kept saying no as she limped away, while Lin Yu, Lu Lei, and Mo Miao Miao, like demons, laughed savagely behind her. Run.
Why aren't you running?
Lin Yu, who usually looked like a model student, now resembled a demon from hell, his face twisted with cruelty. He swung the baseball bat in his hand and struck Zhang Xiaoyu's calf with all his strength. Zhang Xiaoyu fell to the ground, her piercing screams of pain echoing across the wilderness. There was no scene with Ning Yuan in the afternoon, but he was watching from the sidelines. Zhou Zhu approached him humbly and asked, "Brother Yuan, I'd like to ask you how to portray that kind of ruthlessness." Ning Yuan smiled and told him, "To portray cruelty, the eyes are the most important. Here's a little trick I use: slightly furrow your brows, clench your teeth, and let the muscles in your face tense slightly. This will enhance the cold, stern appearance. Then fix your gaze on the other person, focusing your attention fully, without blinking. Your eyes should be sharp and intimidating, as if you can see right through them."
Zhou Zhu tried it, and it worked wonders. His gaze became much colder and more ruthless.
While Ning Yuan was teaching Zhou Zhu, Lu Shuiying called the Rage production crew to let them know she was coming to visit the set. Thinking about seeing Ning Yuan soon, she felt a mix of joy, nervousness, and anxiety, but mostly anticipation.
Perhaps Ning Yuan had been waiting for her to come find him all along?
Chapter 47, Lu Shuiying and Mu Qingma's Clash Part 1.
Ning Yuan was unaware of Lu Shuiying's arrival and continued guiding Zhou Zhu.
Su Kuan overheard their conversation and heard Ning Yuan teaching the young actor how to express such emotions.
He couldn't help but nod approvingly.
Such a hidden technique was something most people wouldn't teach. Ning Yuan was truly a promising young man. If given the opportunity in the future, Su Kuan would like to collaborate with him. He had seen too many actors with a little bit of talent who kept their skills hidden, always afraid others would learn their techniques. Ning Yuan was unaware of his thoughts, otherwise he would have laughed silently. This was just one of his many techniques, not his best kept secret. Even if others learn it, it doesn't matter. After all, relying on just one or two techniques won't make a good actor. Acting is an endless journey, and he is still exploring it himself. Zhou Zhu and Hu Pei'er were relatively talented in acting. Zhou Zhu was humble, while Hu Pei'er had a composed expression, giving the impression that she held herself in high regard. Ning Yuan doesn't mind giving some guidance to the humble Zhou Zhu, just as the old actors once guided him. This can also be considered a form of transmission. As for Hu Pei'er, forget it. After the afternoon shoot ended, Ning Yuan headed back to the hotel. On the way, he encountered Mu Qingma, who deliberately avoided looking at him. However, Ning Yuan helped her, so she at least didn't speak harshly to him. But the two of them still didn't get along. As Ning Yuan was about to walk past her, he heard a surprised voice from behind him, "Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan." Ning Yuan froze, instantly recognizing the voice. Lu Shuiying. She had actually come looking for him. Mu Qingma also stopped out of curiosity, wanting to see who had come to find Ning Yuan. Upon seeing Lu Shuiying's icy cold, stunningly beautiful face, for some reason, a fleeting sense of unease flashed through Mu Qingma's heart, so subtle she barely noticed it herself. This woman seemed to be Ning Yuan's wealthy ex-wife? The president of Global Group? Why is she called his ex-wife? Because recently, there have been numerous online speculations about the reason behind Ning Yuan's comeback, all suggesting that he had divorced. One netizen even stated firmly, they've already obtained the divorce certificate. As for the reason, I can't say. Soon, netizens noticed that Ning Yuan had unfollowed Lu Shuiying's Weibo account, which he had previously followed. This further confirmed the rumors of their marital troubles. Mu Qingma didn't know why, but from the moment she first saw Lu Shuiying, she didn't like her. When Lu Shuiying glanced at Mu Qingma, she noticed her tall stature and stunning beauty. However, her mind was filled with joy at seeing Ning Yuan, so she didn't pay much attention to her. "Ning Yuan, it's been a long time," Lu Shuiying said with a smile, lifting her face. Ning Yuan was cold and distant. "What are you doing here? Ning Yuan, you haven't come home in so long. I wanted to ask you to come home." Because Mu Qingma was standing nearby, she felt too shy to say, "I missed you." Ning Yuan coldly replied, "Lu Shuiying, we're already divorced." "What home are you talking about?" Mu Qingma was startled to hear they had really divorced. This was some shocking news. "Hurry up and leave, or you might end up being silenced by Ning Yuan." Lu Shuiying's expression froze, and her heart tightened. She never expected Ning Yuan to be so indifferent, which made her chest ache slightly. She walked over, intending to take Ning Yuan's hand. Ning Yuan dodged her and instead walked over to Mu Qingma, grabbing the hand of Mu Qingma, who had been watching the scene and was about to slip away.
Then, in a seemingly intimate tone, he whispered in her ear, "It's your turn to help me now. After that, you can make a request as well."
Mu Qingma, holding Ning Yuan's hand, felt her eyelashes tremble slightly. Her heart raced, and she instinctively tried to pull away, but then heard Ning Yuan tell her to help him. She recalled how Ning Yuan had helped her before and had even made a request that wasn't really a condition, effectively helping her for free.
Mu Qingma bit her lower lip and finally agreed to Ning Yuan's request. Lu Shuiying noticed Ning Yuan holding Mu Qingma's hand and began to observe her closely. It could be said that this woman was as beautiful as her younger sister, Lu Shuefu, but her figure was much taller and more curvaceous, with every curve in the right place, making her the embodiment of sensuality. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, Lu Xuening didn't dwell on who the woman was, as a sharp pain pierced her heart. She rushed forward, pulled their hands apart, and grabbed Ning Yuan's hand.
"Ning Yuan, don't just bring anyone here to deceive me. I don't believe it. Ning Yuan, let's go home, please. I love you. Ning Yuan." Lu Shuiying said urgently, her eyes reddening, as if she were about to cry at any moment. She didn't care who was around and blurted out, "I love you." Ning Yuan was also slightly surprised. He never expected the usually aloof Lu Shuiying to confess her love for him so openly. But it was too late. Thinking back to how Lu Shuiying had treated him coldly for 5 years, Ning Yuan's expression grew indifferent. Mu Qingma's hand was suddenly pulled away, and a fleeting sense of unease flashed through her heart. She didn't know where this unease came from. As Ning Yuan looked at Lu Shuiying, his expression was as cold as ice. This chill made Lu Shuiying's heart sink, and she grew even more panicked. She had said, "I love you," but Ning Yuan hadn't been moved. Instead, he had become so cold. If Ning Yuan were angry, she wouldn't be afraid, because that would prove he still cared about her. But now he was so indifferent, it felt like she was plunged into an ice cellar. Her heart felt as though it had been stabbed with a knife. Ning Yuan shook off Lu Shuiying's hand and took Mu Qingma's hand again. Lu Shuiying saw Ning Yuan holding this woman's hand again, and her heart ached even more. Ning Yuan whispered softly into Mu Qingma's ear, "Speak." Mu Qingma's hand was being held again, and the slight annoyance faded away, replaced by a hint of shame. Speak? What should she say? Although Mu Qingma was a skilled actress, she was now being asked to improvise on the spot, and she suddenly had no idea what to say. "Never mind, just say something." "Ha, Ning Yuan is my man. I hope you won't show up in front of us anymore." Mu Qingma glanced sideways at Lu Shuiying with an impatient expression. It wasn't entirely acting, she truly didn't want Lu Shuiying to appear again. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shuiying finally looked at her seriously. This woman, she is the queen of the entertainment industry, Mu Qingma? Yes, it was her. The most stunning woman in the world. Lu Shuiying felt a strong sense of threat. Ning Yuan's reaction made her feel heartbroken, while Mu Qingma's reaction stirred up resentment and anger deep within her. "You're Mu Qingma, aren't you? Ha, I heard you're very aloof, but it turns out you like to steal other people's husbands in private. You've already divorced, yet you still call my Ning Yuan husband? You're so desperate to climb up the social ladder. Have you never seen a man before?" Mu Qingma retorted. Lu Shuiying was furious. This statement broke her defenses. As the CEO, she had never been spoken to like this before. The tension between the two grew thicker by the second. Lu Shuiying suddenly charged forward, raising her hand to slap Mu Qingma's face. She wanted to snap Mu Qingma out of it. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Mu Qingma was skilled in martial arts, and Ning Yuan couldn't overpower her just by relying on brute strength. Moreover, Mu Qingma had a highly competitive nature. He wouldn't tolerate being slapped in the face. So as soon as Lu Shuiying raised her hand, Mu Qingma's palm was already there. Smack! Lu Shuiying was knocked to the ground, her face burning with pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. She covered her face and looked at Ning Yuan pitifully. Her gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground. Ning Yuan was speechless. What was Lu Shuiying doing here? She had been beaten by Xiao Ruolin last time, and now she was being beaten by Mu Qingma. Chapter 48, Lu Shuiying and Mu Qingma's Clash Part 2. Lu Shuiying fell to the ground, her hair disheveled, one side of her face swollen, her usual cold demeanor gone, leaving her looking disheveled and pitiful. Her knees hit the floor, scraping the skin, with a few drops of blood seeping through her black stockings. Lu Shuiying covered her face and looked up at Ning Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing with hurt and sadness. Mu Qingma's palm strike was no light blow, it was even a bit too heavy. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Mu Qingma looked at Ning Yuan, signaling with her eyes whether she had hit too hard. But she had acted instinctively just now. Who told Lu Shuiying to charge at her and try to hit her? Ning Yuan gestured that it was fine. He was tall and muscular, with the last rays of the setting sun casting a golden glow on his chiseled profile, making him look incredibly handsome, like a prince stepping out of a painting. Ning Yuan looked down at her from above, just as Lu Shuiying had once looked down at him. The shadow of his towering figure fell upon Lu Shuiying, seeming to exert an overwhelming pressure. Lu Shuiying looked at his handsome face and the distant, indifferent gaze in his eyes, and her heart ached even more. Ning Yuan looked at Lu Shuiying and spoke softly, "Go back.
Don't come here anymore. And whether you love me or not doesn't matter to me. You don't need to come all the way here to tell me." Hearing these words, Lu Shuiying's expression froze.
"Does my love no longer matter to you?" she murmured, her eyes losing focus, her delicate face suddenly turning pale, completely devoid of any luster. Her face, which had been pitiful from the start, now looked desperate and shattered, giving off a sense of complete breakdown. Lu Shuiying felt as though her heart was exposed on the street, being repeatedly crushed by passing vehicles. The hands that had been covering her face now clutched her chest. It hurt so much, as if a piece of her had been torn out. The pain on her face paled in comparison to the agony in her heart. Her eyes grew redder, her nose grew stuffy, and tears trickled down onto her wrist. She forced her head back, refusing to let the tears fall, not wanting Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma to see her in such a pitiful and defeated state. But the tears, like a dam had burst, flowed even more fiercely. She frantically wiped away the tears with the back of her hand, but they only flowed more freely. Mu Qingma felt sorry for her. He glanced at Ning Yuan and saw Lu Shuiying nodding toward him. It meant, "Are you really not going to help her?" Ning Yuan ignored her, saying, "Lu Shuiying, leave.
Don't come looking for me again."
His tone remained as cold as ever. Lu Shuiying seemed to have lost her soul, stumbling to her feet before falling again. She struggled to stand once more, steadied herself, covered her mouth, and ran toward the door. Her tears fell into the air, glistening in the setting sun like strings of tiny pearls. Ning Yuan glanced at her once before turning away and saying to Mu Qingma, "Don't look.
Let's go." Mu Qingma nodded.
After walking a few steps, Mu Qingma realized their hands were still holding each other. Ning Yuan's broad palm made her palm feel hot.
Mu Qingma's face flushed red. She fiercely shook off Ning Yuan's hand and said angrily, "You jerk, Ning Yuan, you're taking advantage of me again." This time, Ning Yuan didn't retort. Instead, he said sincerely, "Thank you, Mu Qingma." Mu Qingma was taken aback.
Ning Yuan's reaction caught her off guard. Since they were always bickering, Ning Yuan's formal gratitude made her feel awkward. She stroked the hand that Ning Yuan had held, her snow-white neck turning slightly red.
"No, it's okay."
Ning Yuan said again, "Mu Qingma, I told you I could agree to one of your conditions.
You can ask now."
"Ha? Then, let's just proceed with our previous challenge as planned."
"You can't go easy on me." Ning Yuan was surprised. "That's it?" Mu Qingma nodded slightly. "This one."
"Alright, I'll give it my all," Ning Yuan said earnestly. But when Ning Yuan said he would give it his all, Mu Qingma felt a little anxious inside. If she lost, wouldn't she really have to kiss his cheek? Come to think of it, they had already kissed twice. Once was during a fight in college, when Ning Yuan forcefully kissed Mu Qingma to make her stop talking, and Mu Qingma bit his lip until it bled.
Ning Yuan had to get stitches.
The second time was at noon when Ning Yuan helped Mu Qingma drive away Fu Mingxian, and Ning Yuan kissed her on the cheek. Mu Qingma thought about this, and her face grew slightly warm. This perverted Ning Yuan had already attacked her twice. After they parted ways, Ning Yuan returned to the hotel. Today, Lu Shuiying was coming to find him, and he truly hadn't expected it. Because Lu Shuiying was an extremely proud person, or rather, a proud and stubborn one. Even if she truly loved him, Ning Yuan would only think she would keep it bottled up inside and never say it out loud. But she had actually said it out loud today, though there was the provocation from Mu Qingma as a catalyst. Later, she broke down and cried because of Ning Yuan's words. This was a side of Lu Shuiying he had never seen before. The Lu Shuiying he had known before always presented herself as superior in his presence, with a condescending gaze and an icy demeanor. Sigh, what a pity. Those belated confessions were nothing more than stardust scattered in the evening breeze. Though brilliant, they could never be pieced back together into their original form. The words "I love you" were like a tiny spider sealed in amber, lifelike yet forever frozen in a misplaced moment in time.
Let everything fade away with the wind. I have moved forward and do not wish to look back. Because that would make me see the desperate and broken version of myself I once was. Ning Yuan lay on the bed, lost in thought, when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Meng Nanyu. The moment he saw the message, Ning Yuan sat up abruptly. Because Meng Nanyu said her period was delayed. Ning Yuan, really? Meng Nanyu, yes, I even went to the pharmacy today to buy a pregnancy test and the result was. Ning Yuan hurriedly typed, what was the result? Meng Nanyu felt a bit disappointed. She really loved children, especially the idea of having a child with Ning Yuan. But she didn't know if Ning Yuan wanted a child right now, since he had just returned to work and might prioritize his career. She replied, one line. What cheered Meng Nanyu up was that Ning Yuan replied quickly. Ning Yuan, one line might mean you're not pregnant, but I really hope my wife is pregnant. I want our child. Meng Nanyu was initially disappointed, but when she saw that Ning Yuan wanted their child, her eyes welled up with tears, and the joy in her heart spread like ripples on a lake. It doesn't matter if she didn't get pregnant this time, as long as Xiao Yuan loves children. Xiao Yuan. She longed for Ning Yuan to be by her side, to jump into his arms and hold him tightly.
Chapter 49, The Devastated Lu Shuiying.
Although Meng Nanyu was happy, she still said, it might not be accurate. It could also be that you just got pregnant, so it's not noticeable yet. Ning Yuan, honey, I'll take a day off to accompany you to the hospital for an HCG test.
Ning Yuan now called her wife, and Meng Nanyu had grown accustomed to it.
Meng Nanyu, no need. I can go get the blood test myself.
If I'm really pregnant, Xiao Yuan, you can come with me for the prenatal checkup later.
Ning Yuan, be careful, dear. Meng Nanyu, okay, I will.
You know, I'm not even sure yet if I'm pregnant or not, so there's no need to be so nervous. The two chatted for another hour before Ning Yuan urged Meng Nanyu to go to bed early.
On the other side, Meng Nanyu couldn't help but smile.
But she truly hoped she was pregnant.
Ancestors of the Meng family, please bless me so that I can get pregnant.
I will definitely fulfill my vow when the time comes. She lay in bed, her overly voluptuous breasts rising and falling slightly with her excitement.
She thought to herself, if I really do get pregnant and have a child, Xuening will eventually find out, right? Will she be angry? Will she even spank my child?
But that's not acceptable. Ah, never mind, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Unfortunately, Lu Shuiying had no idea about this.
Otherwise, she would have shouted, do you think I'm Japanese or something?
She ran back to the car in a daze, collapsed on the steering wheel, and tears streamed down it.
Go back. Don't come here anymore. And whether you love me or not doesn't matter to me. You don't need to come all the way here to tell me. Go back. Don't come looking for me again.
Ning Yuan's words echoed in her mind like a loop, torturing her heart over and over again.
It hurts so much. Why is it so painful? For a moment, she suddenly didn't know the meaning of her existence. Despite the company's thriving business thanks to her efforts, she wasn't happy. Her younger sister, Lu Shuifu, would be fine without her, and her mother, well, it was as if she didn't even exist. Her father had passed away over a decade ago. Her aunt was busy running her own company. Her best friend Ling Xian was the one she stayed in touch with the most, but Ling Xian had always been independent and didn't really need her.
Ning Yuan had divorced her again. Now it was twilight, with lights shining in every household, yet not a single light was left on for her. She suddenly felt like a complete failure as a person, with no one who needed her. She sat slumped over the steering wheel for a long time, her tears finally stopping. She sat up straight, started the car, but didn't know where to go. She didn't want to go back to the villa, and she certainly didn't want to go to the company. She just wanted to find Ning Yuan, but Ning Yuan didn't want to see her. She drove aimlessly, and if it weren't for the rapid advancements in autonomous driving technology, she would have crashed into a tree several times. Finally, she drove to a quiet beach and stopped. She took a shortcut to the beach. The nighttime beach was deserted, quiet and serene. She took off her high heels and stockings, revealing her white, delicate feet, and stepped onto the soft, fine sand. She sat down and listened to the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. The moonlight shone on the sea, creating ripples that looked like countless shifting patterns of light. Lu Shuiying had suffered a tremendous blow today, shattering many of her illusions. It wasn't that if she chose to return, Ning Yuan would accept her. He didn't love her as deeply as she had imagined, nor was he waiting for her to return. Though she had a hunch that Ning Yuan and Mu Qingmo weren't a couple. But the truth is, whether they are a couple or not doesn't really matter. What matters is Ning Yuan's attitude. It's now clear that Ning Yuan doesn't even love her anymore. On the contrary, he is quite repelled by her. For a moment, Lu Shuiying thought of giving up in a fit of pique. But as soon as that thought arose, she thought of the long, lonely future without Ning Yuan, and her heart ached intensely. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, which began to fall. Alright, I won't give up. Her emotions gradually calmed down. Lu Shuiying was furious inside. Now Ning Yuan didn't want to acknowledge her, but she couldn't give up. The very thought of it made her heart ache terribly, as if she were suffocating. What am I supposed to do? Lu Shuiying struck her left chest. Unfortunately, aside from the sharp pain at the tip of her chest, it had no effect, and her heart still ached deeply. Maybe I should ask Ling Xian. Right, everything Ling Xian said earlier came true. An outsider sees things clearly. I should ask her. After coming to her senses, Lu Shuiying felt that the beach was too desolate and chilly, giving her an uneasy feeling. She quickly put on her stockings and high heels, got into the car, and drove away. A message came in the fish-catching squad group chat. Sun Yanxiu, Ning Yuan, the behind-the-scenes footage from Step by Step in the Workplace has been released on the official account. You have a lot of scenes. Suyu, brother Yuan, many people are looking forward to your performance. Unfortunately, I only have one scene, and if you don't pay close attention, you might not even notice it. Feeling sorry for myself. Ning Yuan, Suyu, don't worry. Focus on your own work. Good things come to those who wait. When I first started out, I was just a background extra. To get more opportunities, I even helped the crew with whatever I could. Suyu, thank you for your encouragement, Yuan Gu. I'll work hard. Suyu sighed inwardly. Yuan Gu is so handsome. Even if he just relied on his looks, he could make a name for himself.
I don't have that kind of talent. Su Nianxiu, Suyu, you have a lot of talent. Keep up the good work. Suyu, thank you, Sister Nianxiu.
Su Nianxiu never had the experience of starting out as a supporting role. She landed the lead role right from the start.
Su Nianxiu, thinking about how there's only about half a month left before we wrap up filming, I'm really happy.
Also, Ning Yuan, come visit the set when you have time.
Ning Yuan, count on it. Su Nianxiu, ha.
He exited the group chat and opened Weibo, where he saw that the official account for Step by Step in the Workplace had posted many behind-the-scenes videos from the shoot.
There were also many comments under the post. Ah, is this the Ning Yuan who made his comeback? He is so handsome. Whoa, Ning Yuan is so handsome he's making me blush. My beloved husband has finally appeared. Who gets it? His Adam's apple is so sexy, I want to kiss it. Ah, is this a love triangle? Is Ning Yuan playing the handsome, wealthy, and devoted second male lead? I'm so excited for Ning Yuan's performance.
Fun fact, Ning Yuan used to be a movie actor and was nominated for the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actor.
Ning Yuan, look at me. I'm your fan, I have some coins to throw.
In the end, most of the comments were from Wu Xian's fans. The production team must be out of their minds.
Ning Yuan's videos are the most numerous. Don't they know Wu Xian is the one with the fan base? Our Wu Xian is the lead, yet the second male lead has the most photos? Does anyone even look at Ning Yuan? Wu Xian is absolutely stunning. Ning Yuan, don't try to ride his coattails. In the Chinese entertainment industry, Wu Xian is still the most handsome. Chapter 50, Xiao Rulin is pressured to marry. I already have someone I like. Ning Yuan ignored these Wu Xian fans.
If he responded himself, it would just make him look cheap.
However, although his fans weren't numerous, they were highly united and had decent fighting spirit. Ha, Wu Xian has the best looks in the Chinese entertainment industry?
If your eyes are bad, you should donate them.
Anyone with even a shred of taste wouldn't dare say that Wu Xian has the best looks in the Chinese entertainment industry.
True to form, his fans are just like him, ordinary yet so confident. The two fan groups were engaged in a heated online battle. Ning Yuan reposted the Weibo post, looking forward to the broadcast. His fan base has grown to 6 million, all genuine fans with no fake accounts. It quickly received tens of thousands of likes. He checked Weibo again and saw Wu Xian's post. Ning Yuan was slightly taken aback. Your performance is truly masterful, I've learned so much.
At Ning Yuan. As soon as the post went live, it immediately climbed to the 20th spot on the trending chart. No one in the industry could understand why Wu Xian posted that Weibo post. Wasn't that just hurting his own fans? As a result, many fans expressed their dissatisfaction in the comments section of Wu Xian's post.
Of course, more fans chose to understand, even feeling that Wu Xian was becoming more humble. Ning Yuan saw that he had been tagged, so he had no choice but to respond. As the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child, so Ning Yuan commented on his Weibo, let's learn from each other.
Your performance was amazing. At Wu Xian. This comment was very humble and didn't provoke any attacks from Wu Xian's fans. However, many fans still weren't satisfied because they believed Wu Xian was the best. Ning Yuan didn't take it seriously at all.
Once the TV series airs, the truth will be revealed. On the other side, Xiao Rulin drove back to the Xiao family's old mansion because Xiao dad and Xiao mom said there was an urgent matter to discuss. Xiao Rulin thought to herself, this must be a trap. After parking the car, she was greeted by her two older brothers. Xiao Han and Xiao Hao, upon seeing her, immediately smiled obsequiously.
Xiao Han smiled and said, little sister, it's rare for you to come back. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Hao also looked relaxed, seeing you makes me so happy.
Xiao Rulin stared at the two of them, thinking, no good deed goes unpunished.
Haha, why are you staring at us like that? The two of them laughed awkwardly. Xiao Rulin chuckled, you two are in the same boat. Don't drag me into this later.
Your parents' guns are all aimed at you.
Xiao Hao said, sis, you're not a kid anymore. It's time for you to get married. We're different, we just haven't found the right person yet. Xiao Rulin sneered, so you want to push me out to bear the brunt of mom and dad's marriage pressure? Xiao Han said seriously, no way.
The three of us need to stick together.
Don't sabotage each other. It feels like the two old guys are coming with a big entourage tonight. The three entered the mansion.
Father Xiao Guodong ignored his two sons and smiled at Xiao Rulin, saying, Rulin, you're back.
Hurry up and eat. Huang Ma, bring the food.
Xiao Rulin sweetly called out dad and mom, then handed over the gift she had prepared.
Xiao dad had a unique hobby, collecting thankas.
Xiao Rulin gave her father a sacred thanka, intricately crafted, which cost her 150,000 yuan. When Xiao Rulin handed the thanka to Xiao dad, he was clearly delighted, with the corners of his mouth curling upward. The gift for mom was a custom-made dress in her favorite purple color, equally expensive.
Xiao Mama's gentle face lit up with a smile. You're so thoughtful, unlike your two older brothers, who came empty-handed.
Xiao Han and Xiao Hao could only laugh awkwardly. Once the dishes were served, the Xiao family adhered to the rule of no speaking while eating. After all five had finished eating and returned to the living room, Xiao dad and Xiao mom sat down at the head of the table. Xiao Rolan sat on the sofa, but her two brothers were about to sit down when Xiao Guodong snapped, "Stand up." The two exchanged glances, realizing that another agonizing round of marriage pressure and criticism was about to begin.
Xiao Hao and Xiao Han exchanged glances. Xiao Hao turned to Xiao Guodong and said, "Dad, I heard that your sister's classmate got married this year and had a big, healthy son. Did you receive the invitation, sister?" Xiao Rulan slowly turned her head, and the cold glint in her eyes made the two of them shiver. "Wait, did one of you two sell me out?" Her expression was icy, and Xiao Hao and Xiao Han both jumped in surprise. However, they thought, better the friend die than the poor monk, and decided to sacrifice their sister. Xiao Guodong's stern face hardened, and he slammed his hand on the chair. "When the neighbors eat chili, the next door gets spicy. You two have the nerve to mention your sister? What about yourselves?" Xiao Rulan stirred the pot from the side. "Xiao Hao, you're 40 years old, Xiao Han, you're 39. Don't you think about yourselves? Don't you think about your parents? Our parents are getting old and want to hold their grandchildren. Can't you fulfill this wish? There are 3 great disgraces in life, and having no descendants is the greatest. We agreed not to fight among ourselves, but now you've brought the fire onto me. Don't blame me for what happens next." The two of them immediately changed their expressions. Sure enough, Xiao Guodong and Zhao's mother heard this and glared at them with displeased expressions. Xiao Guodong stood up and shouted angrily, "Bow your heads." The two tall men could only bow their heads obediently before Xiao Guodong, who was a head shorter than them. Both were struck hard on the head twice. The pain made them grimace in agony. Xiao Han immediately said, "Dad, we're both trying our best to find suitable partners. You should be more concerned about your younger sister. She's so busy with work, how does she have time to worry about her own marriage? Mom and Dad, you should make more time to give her some advice." Xiao Hao chimed in, "That's right, Dad and Mom. Men can have children anytime, but women can't, plus, our sister has such high standards. If you don't pay more attention to her, are you really going to let her spend her whole life alone?" Xiao Guodong and Zhao's mother heard this and realized he had a point. They both turned their heads toward Xiao Rulan. However, Xiao Guodong was still furious and snapped at Xiao Han and Xiao Hao, "Look down." The two obediently lowered their heads, and Xiao Guodong gave them 2 more sharp slaps on the head. The two of them looked dejected and asked, "Dad, why are you hitting us again? Who told you not to set a good example? As older brothers, you should be setting a good example instead of slacking off all day." Xiao Rulan couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, when she saw Xiao Guodong's gaze turn toward her, she knew that old Deng had taken his two brothers' words to heart. Her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Xiao Guodong turned to her and said, "Rulan, your father recently attended the wedding banquet of my friend's daughter. She was wearing a beautiful wedding dress, and the happiness on her face was truly unforgettable. I couldn't help but think that if Rulan were to wear a wedding dress, she would be the most beautiful woman in the world." Xiao Rulan was startled. Old Deng was indeed an old leader. He used this roundabout tactic well. In truth, Xiao Rulan understood their concerns and worries. She wanted to say she wasn't ready to marry yet, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She spoke up, "Mom and Dad, don't worry. I already have someone I like. I like Ning Yuan, my male subordinate." All 4 of them were startled. Xiao Guodong and Zhao's mother both stood up, their faces filled with joy. Chapter 51, Dream of Southern Jujube. "Xiao Yuan, you're not pregnant yet. We need to keep trying." Xiao Guodong didn't even bother with his 2 sons anymore. He excitedly asked, "Rulan, who is it? Does Dad know him? Is he from the compound? When will you bring him home for Dad and Mom to meet?" Xiao Guodong's questions came pouring out like a barrage. Xiao Rulan shook her head, "Mom and Dad, you don't know him. It's still too early to talk about marriage. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring him back to meet you." She thought of Ning Yuan's appearance and a blush spread across her face. Xiao Guodong had been a playboy in his youth. Seeing the blush on his daughter's face, he knew exactly what was going on. He exchanged a smile with Xiao Guodong. This daughter of theirs had finally come to her senses. Her 2 older brothers curiously asked, "Which man could resist your charm? You're sure to win him over easily." Xiao Rulan said, "When the time is right, I'll bring him back for you to see. As for you two, Xiao Hao and Xiao Han, you've been searching for the right person for 10 years. Do you plan to keep searching for another 10 years and end up marrying an old woman who is ready to collect her pension?" The 2 of them widened their eyes. "No, sister, how could you ruin our plans?" Xiao Guodong had always thought his daughter was smart and rational, not the type to get carried away by love, so he felt reassured. He shifted his attention back to his 2 sons. Xiao Guodong's eyes fixed on his 2 sons. "Come here, bow your heads." The 2 sons approached reluctantly, lowering their heads, and received 2 more sharp smacks on the head. Xiao Han and Xiao Hao covered their heads, revealing sour expressions. Xiao Rulan couldn't help but laugh beside them. She thought to herself, "See if you dare to stab me in the back now." We agreed to form a united front and not undermine each other. Instead, the two of you switched sides in an instant. Now you really deserve it. You two, stop making excuses. Within 3 months, each of you must bring me a girlfriend, and within 6 months, you must get married. Otherwise, family discipline will be enforced, and the family will no longer assist your companies. Family resources will no longer be available to you. Xiao Guodong's anger intensified. After all, if the two of you don't want to marry, then what use are the resources? If you don't want to take responsibility, then just live as wealthy idlers. Using these resources on you is a waste. The two lowered their heads, feeling ashamed by his words. It seemed this time, old Deng was serious. Seeing that Xiao Guodong was truly angry, they dared not defy him further. Father, I'll try my best. Dad, I'll try my best. Xiao Guodong didn't bother to say more. Slogans are useless. I want you to do it. If you can't, accept the consequences. The two knew there was no escaping this time, and both glared fiercely at Xiao Rulan. Xiao Rulan smiled and went back to her room. She lay on the bed, hesitating for a moment, but eventually couldn't resist sending a message to Ning Yuan. Xiao Yuan, how's life on set? Ning Yuan didn't reply, and Xiao Rulan assumed he must be asleep. She couldn't help but sigh softly. She recalled the day in the garage when she had secretly kissed him, and his surprised, dazed expression. Xiao Rulan's lips curved into a smile. Her voluptuous, beautiful body rolled around on the bed. How could he be so cute? Ning Yuan woke up in the morning and saw Roland's message. He replied, Sister Roland, I'm doing well on set. It's been quite fulfilling. How has Sister Xiao been lately? Xiao Roland replied quickly. I'm not doing well. Ning Yuan asked with concern, what's wrong? I miss someone very much. Ning Yuan was taken aback. Was she talking about missing him? Was she being so direct? Who is Roland thinking about? That jerk who asked me. Ning Yuan was truly at a loss. How was he supposed to respond to such a direct question? I also miss my sister. Really? So shy. Really? Xiao Zong was rolling around on the bed again, but she might have realized she was being too love-struck. She sat up, looking serious. Alright, then take good photos. Alright, bye. Ning Yuan replied. Xiao Zong couldn't help but roll around again. Ning Yuan got up, washed up, had breakfast, and then went to the filming location. Mu Qingma spotted him from afar, but she immediately hummed disapprovingly and turned her face away. Ning Yuan saw her expression and couldn't resist teasing her. Qingma, what's wrong? Did you see me and your heart started racing, feeling shy? I'll jump your head off. Mu Qingma gestured angrily. Lian Qingqing and Ji Xiaoju couldn't help but laugh beside them. Soon, Su Kuan arrived, and the day's filming officially began. Take 165, take 2, action. The clapperboard was struck. Imo Miao comes from a single-parent family with only a weak mother, so she was drawn to Lin Yu. Later, she discovered that Lin Yu was a dark, cold, and brutal person in private, but she didn't leave him instead, she became even more obsessed with him. This paradoxically gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Lin Yu repeatedly watched these photos and videos, which gave him a perverse sense of pleasure. Imo Miao and Lu Lei remind him to destroy this evidence. Lin Yu kicked both of them to the ground, coldly and arrogantly saying, who can trace it back to me? Even if they do, I'm a minor, what do I have to fear? But soon, he began to feel afraid, because Lu Lei had gone missing. He sensed something was wrong. Lu Lei's body was soon found, stuffed into a bag, cut into pieces. Lin Yu and Imo Miao were terrified, living in constant fear. The final scene showed Zhang Guowei holding a blood-stained knife, his eyes filled with cruelty and brutality. Zhou Zhu was truly startled, and now the onlookers among the crew were also terrified by that gaze. It was too unsettling and terrifying. Su Kuan led the applause. Ning Yuan, that look of yours is legendary. Everyone joined in the applause. Mu Qingma reluctantly joined in, though she was deeply shaken inside. Ning Yuan is a psychopath. Not only is he a psychopath as a person, but his acting is also psychotic. Tomorrow is their showdown. Can I really beat him? Does that mean I have to kiss him? No, I might not lose yet. Humph. Ning Yuan bowed his fist in thanks to everyone. After filming wrapped up, Ning Yuan had a hearty meal and returned to the hotel, lying on the bed to rest. The phone rang. Ning Yuan answered, and heard Meng Nanyu's disappointed voice. Xiao Yuan, I'm not pregnant. Ning Yuan sighed deeply, as he knew Meng Nanyu was 30 years old and really wanted a child. Honey, it's okay. Let's keep trying. Okay, Xiao Yuan, I'll wait for you to come back. Kisses, honey, I'll check the results. Meng Nanyu sent the results over. HCG level 5, indicating no pregnancy. But don't worry, keep working hard, and we'll definitely have a chance. Chapter 52, Lu Shuiying's Regret. Ning Yuan saved the results, and the two chatted excitedly for a while. Honey, don't work too hard. Try to rest more. Meng Nanyu nodded, I know. There's nothing special going on at the company right now. Plus, the company has a complete system in place. I'm only responsible for making decisions. The actual execution doesn't require my personal involvement. Ning Yuan asked, did the doctor mention anything special to note for trying to conceive?
Just to maintain a balanced diet and regular sleep schedule. Oh, right, Meng Nanyu blushed and reminded him, Xiao Yuan, I asked the doctor, and they said we can do ovulation tracking and have intercourse during ovulation, which will make it easier to conceive. Ning Yuan didn't dwell on the matter. After all, his wife's health was the most important thing.
I know, we'll be careful. But honey, you'll have to work hard from now on. I'll be the one doing all the work.
Meng Nanyu's snow-white neck turned crimson, and her cheeks flushed. Ning Yuan said, honey, I like black stockings, purple stockings, and white stockings.
No white stockings. So that means we can use black and purple stockings?
It depends on the situation, and whether you're a good boy or not.
Honey, I'm a good boy. My nickname is Ning Waigwei. Seeing Ning Yuan acting silly, Meng Nanyu couldn't help but laugh.
After a moment, a look of disappointment flashed across her delicate features.
I miss you, Xiao Yuan. I miss you too, honey. And can I call you husband? Husband. Ning Yuan suddenly thought of a question. If Xiao Meng Nanyu really gets pregnant in the future, wouldn't that mean calling Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu her aunts? Lu Shuiying would probably be furious. But it doesn't matter what her reaction is. I'll just do whatever makes me happy. Lu Shuiying sneezed. Who is thinking about me? Could it be Ning Yuan thinking about me? Sigh, that's impossible. Ning Yuan is so indifferent to me. Why would he think of me? Even if I were to die right now, he wouldn't bat an eyelid, would he? Thinking of this, Lu Shuiying's nose suddenly felt a bit stuffy.
She had become increasingly sentimental lately. After being slapped by Mu Qingma yesterday, her face still hurt and showed no signs of swelling. So she didn't go to work today. The pain from that slap, combined with Ning Yuan's indifference, had completely awakened her. She suddenly understood how Ning Yuan must have felt when she had treated him so coldly in the past. Perhaps Ning Yuan hates her because of this? That's why he said, I left because I was disappointed. She had indeed not shown him enough care in the past. Even when he was seriously injured, she had only stayed outside the emergency room all night while he was being treated, and then stayed another night by his side when he was admitted to the ICU. For those 2 nights, Lu Shuiying hadn't slept a single minute. After Ning Yuan was out of danger, Lu Shuiying never visited him again. At the time, her company and Xiao Rulin's company were engaged in a fierce battle, with both sides employing every possible means. This included offering high salaries to poach the other side's core staff, hiring online trolls to attack and manipulate public opinion, copying the other side's successful films and creative ideas, and reporting the other side's violations to the relevant authorities. It was all too much for Lu Shuiying to handle. Therefore, she had to stay at the company to oversee operations. Additionally, she was assisting the police in their investigation. The assailant who had attempted to kill her and severely injured Ning Yuan had been identified, but the mastermind behind the attack remained unknown. Of course, it was later discovered that it was another small entertainment company seeking to compete with Universal Group. The boss of the small entertainment company was arrested and sentenced to prison, while the shareholders of the company and the family of the boss faced Lu Shuiying's brutal revenge. Given Lu Shuiying's proud nature, she naturally wouldn't tell Ning Yuan that she had stayed by his side for 2 nights. Lu Shuiying thought to herself, I stayed by Ning Yuan's side for 2 nights, but he was still unconscious after surgery and couldn't see me when he was in the ICU. Does he think I never visited him at all, and that's why he hates me so much? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She stood up, intending to go find Ning Yuan immediately to explain everything. But then she thought better of it and sank back into her seat. What could she say now? Ning Yuan wouldn't believe her, would he? I'm sorry, Ning Yuan. I didn't do enough. Tears streamed down her face. At the time, she had won the battle against Xiao Rolin, but now she had lost Ning Yuan. What was the point of that? Lu Shuiying reflected on the past and realized that she hadn't just made a few mistakes. She hadn't done much right at all. During this time, she had wanted to learn how to cook so she could cook for Ning Yuan in the future. But she discovered that cooking involved buying groceries, washing vegetables, cooking rice, preparing dishes, washing dishes, cleaning the kitchen, and tidying up. Housework was more exhausting than working at a job. And she had once thought that Ning Yuan was just lounging around at home. Reality had slapped her in the face. Ning Yuan had given up a thriving career to stay home and take care of her. What a sacrifice he had made, and she hadn't even understood it. Thinking of this, Lu Shuiying suddenly felt sorry for Ning Yuan and slapped herself hard across the face. Smack! The pain made her tears stream down her face. Because she had hit the right side of her face, which had been slapped by Mu Qingma the previous day, and now it seemed even more swollen. Wah, how stupid of me. Why didn't I hit my left cheek? Lu Shuiying felt even more wronged. Moreover, Lu Shuiying realized that the method of applying a hot compress last time was also wrong, as her face swelled even more after applying it. After all, these little household matters had always been handled by Ning Yuan in the past. After crying for a while, Lu Shuiying started applying a cold towel to her face. She had learned from experience.
She called Ling Xin, Ling Xin.
Originally, she had wanted to invite Ling Xin over for dinner, but with her face so swollen, she felt too embarrassed to see anyone. On the other end, Ling Xin sounded urgent. Lu Shuiying, spit it out.
Lu Shuiying snorted, Ling Xin, you're a professor, how can you be so rude? Ah! My Luna broke. It's dead. Lu Shuiying. Hurry up and tell me what's so urgent. There's nothing urgent. Beep beep beep, the call was hung up. After waiting for about half an hour, Ling Xin called back.
Her tone had returned to its usual intelligent and gentle manner.
Shuiying? Why are you calling me? I was in the middle of playing a game. Phew, after a 50-minute battle, I finally won.
You should be grateful, Lu Shuiying.
Since I won, I can vent my anger on the enemy.
If I had lost, that anger would have been directed at you. Lu Shuiying had always been puzzled by Ling Xin, who was intelligent and well-mannered, yet enjoyed playing games in her free time. Moreover, she was known for her sharp tongue and ability to cut people down. She was used to her best friend's unconventional words and actions, and said, Ling Sun,
Ning Yuan isn't talking to me anymore. What should I do?
Ling Xinkong heard the sadness and helplessness in Lu Shuiying's voice and fell silent for a moment.
She was so torn, should she help her or not? Chapter 53, Lu Shuefu, Snowing Sister, sharing a room is your duty. Ling Xin was indeed torn.
On one hand, Lu Shuiying was her best friend, and seeing her in such pain made her feel heartbroken. However, from her own perspective, Lu Shuiying was like her rival, and the two were in competition with each other. Helping a rival to win over someone you like seemed like a foolish thing to do. After all, everything else can be compromised, but not feelings. However, she decided to compromise. She would analyze the current situation for Lu Shuiying but not tell her the solution, letting her figure it out on her own. After all, by analyzing the situation clearly, she would have fulfilled her duty as a best friend. As for whether she could come up with a good solution herself, that was another matter entirely. Plus, she was curious about what had happened between the two of them, leading Shuiying to say that Ning Yuan wasn't paying attention to her.
Could it be that Shuiying went to find Ning Yuan and he completely ignored her? That's possible. Curiosity is through the roof. So she said, Shuiying, how about this? Let's have dinner together tonight.
I'll help you analyze the situation and act as your strategist.
Lu Shuiying stammered, no, it's okay. Just tell me over the phone. Ling Xin immediately sensed something was off. No, Shuiying, are you hiding something from me? Be honest. No, there's nothing.
Lu Shuiying tried to hide it.
Ha, you can't lie to me. If you won't even tell me the truth, then it seems like you don't want my help. Lu Shuiying grew anxious.
Lately, she had been overwhelmed by this matter, racking her brain for solutions but to no avail. She truly needed Ling Xin, her close friend, to analyze the situation for her.
Then come over. You'll see when you get here. Ling Xin said, alright, see you later.
By evening, Ling Xin left school and arrived at Lu Shuiying's villa. Lu Shuiying opened the door for Ling Xin, who immediately noticed Lu Shuiying's swollen face. Her once flawlessly beautiful and cold features had transformed into a baby-like roundness, unexpectedly becoming soft and adorable.
Ling Xin exclaimed in surprise, what happened? Did you fight with Ning Yuan?
Lu Shuiying's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and she pouted, it wasn't Ning Yuan who hit me, but he didn't stop him either.
Ling Xin asked with concern, does it still hurt? Let me go buy some medicine for you.
Lu Shuiying shook her head.
No need. I've already applied an ice pack. I feel much better now.
The two walked over to the sofa, and Ling Xin asked, tell me what happened. Just as Lu Shuiying was about to speak, a figure darted into the room. She was carrying a cute little backpack and wearing an adorable school-style dress, looking incredibly youthful.
It was Lu Shuefu. Sister, oh my, Ling Xin is here too. Welcome, welcome. Lu Shuefu ran over and sat down.
Lu Shuiying didn't want her to see her face, so she turned her head away, but the sharp-eyed Lu Shuefu quickly noticed something was off.
Sis, when did you get so fat?
Your face has gotten so much bigger. Lu Shuiying was so angry she gave her a sharp tap on the head.
Ling Xin said, Shuefu, your sister was hit by someone.
Lu Shuefu was shocked and opened her mouth wide, then angrily said, who dared to hit my sister?
I'll go deal with him. Ling Xin pulled her back, listen to your sister first and find out what happened.
One was her best friend, the other her younger sister, both were on her side. Lu Shuiying didn't hesitate to speak up, as she still wanted Ling Xin's advice. I went to find Ning Yuan and told him, Ning Yuan, you haven't been home for so long.
I want to go home with you.
I was so angry I wanted to slap Mu Qingma, but as soon as I raised my hand, she slapped me first. Ning Yuan was still so cold.
He didn't even help me up. Instead, he told me to leave and not come back.
By this point, Lu Shuiying was clearly choking up. Because she had once again recalled Ning Yuan's indifferent expression, which caused a dull ache to resurface in her heart.
Ling Xin and Lu Shuefu exchanged glances.
They never expected the usually ice-cold Lu Shuiying to act like a abandoned little girl, looking so wronged. Lu Shuefu felt sorry for her older sister, but also thought she deserved it.
When Ning Yuan was good to you before, you didn't cherish it. Now that he's really gone, you're trying to hold on, but it's too late, he doesn't care anymore.
Ling Xian pondered for a moment and said, so, you were beaten by Mu Qingma, and Ning Yuan didn't stop him as you claimed, but he simply couldn't stop him in time. However, after you were beaten, he didn't help you up but instead treated you coldly. Lu Xuening said with reddened eyes, that's right.
I don't know why Ning Yuan is like this.
I admit I didn't care enough about him before, but I didn't do anything to wrong him.
I didn't flirt with anyone else. Why won't he give me a chance? Why is he so cold to me, not even as kind as a stranger? Ling Xian shook her head. Xu Wening, your thinking is wrong. I ask you, do you love Ning Yuan?
Are you trying to salvage this marriage because you're unwilling to let go, or because you're addicted to him and experiencing withdrawal symptoms after the sudden divorce? Lu Shuiying didn't hesitate, I love him.
It's not because I'm unwilling or because I'm not used to him. I just want him.
It had been over a month, and she was suffering so much she was on the verge of breaking down, and it was getting worse by the day, with no signs of improvement. How could she not realize that she had fallen in love with Ning Yuan?
Ling Xian coaxed her gently, alright, since you say you love him and want to save the marriage, right?
Then you need to acknowledge your own mistakes.
Suppose Ning Yuan told you, I haven't gone out with other girls, I haven't gone to bars, doesn't that prove I love you? Is that true? No. Ning Yuan would never say something so unreasonable.
Lu Shuiying replied firmly.
Exactly. It's like if I said, I haven't hit you, Xuening, so doesn't that mean I'm not being good to you? Not hitting you is something I should do anyway.
Similarly, you haven't wronged him or been flirtatious with others, those are things you should do, not sacrifices.
Do you understand, Xuening?
Lu Shuiying bit her lower lip and nodded.
Lu Shuefu chimed in, that's right, sis. You can't confuse duty with sacrifice.
For example, if you sleep with your husband, you think you've sacrificed so much, but that's your duty as a wife. After all, you agreed to marry him. Of course, even though it's your duty, that doesn't mean you have to obey your husband's every demand, especially if they're strange requests.
He. Lu Shuiying blushed and pretended to hit her, you little brat, what are you saying? You're so young, talking like that. Chapter 54, Lu Shuiying, Lu Shuefu, and Ling Xian, each with their own agendas. Lu Shuefu giggled and dodged, sis, I'm just telling the truth, and you don't want to hear it. Lu Shuiying frowned, you're not allowed to fall in love early. Lu Shuefu huffed, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You and your brother-in-law got engaged at 20, even though you didn't get married. I'm 18 now, and you don't want me to fall in love early, but you can get married early yourself. Humph. Lu Shuiying was speechless. Ling Xian interrupted their escalating argument and continued. Xu Wening, now we know that not being involved with someone isn't a sacrifice. So tell me, what have you sacrificed? Even the smallest thing counts.
Lu Shuiying tilted her head and thought for a moment, her face flushing with shame.
Yes, she couldn't think of anything she had sacrificed.
Looking at Ling Xian's wise yet sharp gaze, she said softly, when Ning Yuan was injured, I stayed outside to watch over him for 2 nights.
Then I ask you, why was Ning Yuan injured? Look me in the eyes and answer me. He was injured for me. He was injured for you, and he almost died. Wasn't it your duty to protect him? Look at me and answer me. Do you think it was your duty? Ling Xian's tone grew harsher.
Thinking of how Ning Yuan had nearly died, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger.
It was. Lu Shuiying stammered. Lu Shuefu interrupted, exactly. Sister, your brother-in-law took a knife for you and nearly died. You guarded him for 2 nights. Do you expect him to remember your kindness? That's turning the world upside down. Lu Shuefu's eyes grew cold, and her voice grew louder.
Lu Xuening dared not vent her anger at Ling Xian, but seeing her younger sister speak, she thought to herself, you little brat, dare to lecture me?
She said angrily, what does a child know? Meanwhile, Ling Xian sensed something was off. Lu Shuefu was clearly siding with Ning Yuan. She gave Lu Shuefu a scrutinizing look. Shuefu seems to be overly protective of her brother-in-law.
Meanwhile, Lu Shuefu was also staring intently at her.
She too noticed something off about Ling Xian.
Ling Xian's words seemed like a neutral, rational analysis, but her true allegiance lay with Ning Yuan.
Isn't Ling Xian supposed to be her sister's best friend? It seems like she has been defending Ning Yuan all along.
The key point was that Ling Xian's composed and rational demeanor set off alarm bells in Lu Shuefu's mind. One was a cool-headed, intelligent associate professor with an astonishing IQ, the other was a cunning, scheming little green tea. Both of them exchanged a wary glance before hiding their thoughts deeply.
Lu Xuening scolded Lu Shuefu, but Lu Shuefu smiled sweetly. Oh my dear sister, if it weren't for the lingering worry between your brows lately, heavier than raindrops on withered lotus leaves in autumn, I would have thought you and your husband were as harmonious as a lute and zither. Lu Shuefu's words, reminiscent of Lin Dayu, annoyed Lu Shuiying greatly, but she couldn't vent her frustration and could only snort in response. Ling Xian gave Lu Shuefu a meaningful look. Shuefu isn't simple.
Those words may seem polite, but they're actually the sharpest rebuke. And that sarcastic tone is absolutely perfect. She's way more emotionally intelligent than her sister. The three of them each had their own agendas, and the atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Ling Xian continued, to summarize, Xuanning hasn't made any sacrifices for Ning Yuan, or at least, the sacrifices she claims to have made are one-sided.
Now, let's take a look at Ning Yuan's sacrifices. She listed them one by one. First, he was willing to quit the entertainment industry for you. Second, he has been taking care of your daily life without complaint, and he's been using his own money. You haven't given him a single penny. Third, he took a knife for you, which is a life-saving favor. Fourth, you told me you wouldn't allow him to have normal social interactions with women, and he's followed that. There's a whole list of things. Lu Shuiying was speechless, not knowing what to say. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Ling Xian, how do you know all this so clearly? You. Ling Xian seemed to have anticipated her question and remained expressionless. The first time you two were together was at 12:30 a.m., it lasted 20 minutes, and then Ning Yuan was pushed away by you. Didn't you say all of this yourself before? So tell me, why would I know? Ah. Ling Xian.
Lu Shuiying's delicate face and snow-white neck flushed red, and she jumped up to cover her mouth.
How could you say such things in front of Shuefu?
Lu Shuefu slightly parted her lips, then covered her mouth and giggled.
Such provocative words, how could I possibly hear them? But my sister is really domineering.
If it were me, I wouldn't suddenly push my brother-in-law away.
Whoa, what am I thinking?
Lu Shuefu's fair, delicate ears turned slightly red.
Ling Xian pried her hands apart and snorted coldly, so you were doubting me, weren't you? That's why I said it out loud.
Lu Shuiying hurriedly said, no, I wasn't doubting.
Then, what should we do? Ling Xian said, the situation is clear now.
It's because you didn't treat Ning Yuan well in your marriage, making him feel like his 5 years of effort were wasted, leading him to leave in disappointment.
You're the dog.
Lu Shuiying huffed angrily.
Ling Xian slapped her, don't interrupt. You think you can go find Ning Yuan once and fix things, fantasizing about going back to the way it was before? You're being too naive. As for what to do next, that's up to you. I can't change anything. Don't, Ling Xian, you've been the kindest to me. Please help me think of a way.
Lu Shuiying looked pitiful and pleaded.
Ling Xian looked at her and felt sorry for her. Use your sincerity to move him. As for how to do it, you'll have to figure that out yourself. I really can't help you. Lu Shuiying fell into deep thought.
Next, Lu Shuiying seemed to be struggling to figure out how to win back Ning Yuan, while Ling Xian and Lu Shuefu were cooking together.
Their glances occasionally met. Lu Shuefu was kneeling down to pick vegetables.
She smiled sweetly and said in a cute voice,
Sister Ling Xian, you're a little older than my sister.
My sister got married and divorced already.
Have you found a boyfriend yet?
Ling Xian stirred the pan while staring at her and laughed.
I have someone I like. But what about you, Shuefu? Do you have someone you like?
But let me tell you this, when you're young, it's easy to develop admiration for older men because they usually have more experience, knowledge, and wisdom than your peers. Plus, they know how to take care of people, which can easily make you feel dependent on them. So, I hope you don't confuse admiration with love. Lu Shuefu snorted coldly in her heart.
Ling Xian, you're subtly taking a dig at me.
You're 10 years older than me, but you're not necessarily more experienced in matters of the heart. At this thought, her smile grew even brighter. Sister Ling Xian, even when we're young, we can feel our hearts race wildly. Even when we're young, we can sweat palms just from seeing someone. Even when we're young, we can see light in someone else that illuminates the darkness of our lives.
You tell me, how could that be admiration? Ling Xian looked at her intently, and Lu Shuefu also stared back at Ling Xian without flinching.
The tension grew thicker and thicker.
Chapter 55, Lu Shuefu's Memories.
Lu Shuefu no longer wanted to give, and no one could make her change her mind. Her thoughts drifted back to the past. Back then, when Lu Shuefu was in her senior year of high school, she was a rebellious teenager who hated studying, often argued with teachers in class, and loved wearing eccentric outfits, making her an outcast in the eyes of others. After all, her older sister was too busy to pay attention to her. Her father had passed away long ago, and her mother, the woman Lu Shuefu had only seen twice, was a stunningly beautiful woman, but she didn't allow Lu Shuefu to call her mother, only aunt. Naturally, there was no emotional bond between them. Because Lu Shuefu refused to obey school discipline, Lu Shuiying was called to the school several times, which made her increasingly annoyed with Lu Shuefu. She felt that Lu Shuefu was beyond redemption and no longer wanted to bother with her, choosing to let her do as she pleased. Lu Shuiying had already decided to give up on her. Lu Shuefu first met Ning Yuan in her second year of high school, which was the second year her sister had been with Ning Yuan. Lu Shuefu harbored an inexplicable hostility toward this man who had taken her sister away, as her sister was her last remaining family member. She deliberately wore odd clothes and applied smoky makeup, just to show she didn't welcome him.
However, Ning Yuan didn't mind her hostility.
He ruffled her hair and smiled brightly. Shufu's clothes are so cute, and you look especially beautiful with makeup on.
You look like a porcelain doll.
Lu Shufu tried her best to look cold and indifferent, but her face turned red. She dared not look into Ning Yuan's eyes, her heart racing, feeling inexplicably nervous.
I don't like you, she suddenly said.
Ning Yuan smiled, looking as handsome as a prince from a shoujo manga.
But I like you, Shufu.
Although she knew that Ning Yuan didn't mean it in that way, her face couldn't help but grow even redder.
Lu Shufu's heart skipped a beat.
She wanted to speak but couldn't. Anger toward herself welled up inside her, and she fled into the room as if escaping.
After that, ever since Ning Yuan moved in, whenever Lu Shufu was criticized by the school, it was Ning Yuan who went to the school to listen to the reprimand. Watching Ning Yuan firmly tell the school principal, "I've always thought Shufu was a good kid."
For some reason, Lu Shufu felt a lump in her throat and an inexplicable warmth filled her heart. For the first time, someone was willing to stand firmly behind her and believe in her. Especially when she saw Ning Yuan being scolded by the grade director because of her and having to smile apologetically, Lu Shufu felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, Lu Shufu's single homeroom teacher, the woman who seemed so harsh in Lu Shufu's eyes, looked at Ning Yuan with a shy and timid expression, and her eyes sparkled when she looked at him. This scene made Lu Shufu furious. It felt like someone was coveting something that belonged to her. This feeling made her feel strange.
Why was she feeling this way?
Ning Yuan was just her brother-in-law.
Yet, she didn't want Ning Yuan to be called to school.
She began to change her eccentric outfits, behave more obediently, and study diligently. However, her studies had fallen too far behind, especially math, which was in a dire state. Lu Shuiying didn't bother with her, so the responsibility of helping her with her studies fell once again on Ning Yuan's shoulders.
At first, Lu Shufu was completely overwhelmed by math, wanting to give up countless times.
It was Ning Yuan who patiently encouraged her not to give up. Seeing her brother-in-law's earnest expression, she no longer mentioned giving up and started from the beginning. Although Ning Yuan had studied acting, he had excelled in high school, especially in math, making him a true academic star.
Lu Shufu was already intelligent, and with Ning Yuan's dedicated tutoring, her grades improved significantly.
In her senior year, Lu Shufu scored in the top 50 on her monthly exam for the first time. Overjoyed, she rushed home to share the good news with Ning Yuan. Lately, she had noticed that Ning Yuan seemed unhappy when he was with his sister, always looking melancholy. She tried to ask Ning Yuan what was wrong, whether he was unhappy being with her sister. But Ning Yuan always smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, "Shufu, you'll understand when you're older."
So she wanted to tell Ning Yuan the news to make him happy too.
She often looked up at his profile while he was explaining a problem, noticing his furrowed brows, and felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. She really wanted to reach out and smooth his brows, but she dared not. "Uncle, I made it into the top 50 in the entire school."
Lu Shufu happily waved her report card, like a young swallow returning to its nest, and threw herself into Ning Yuan's arms.
The scent on her brother-in-law's body was so pleasant, just as she had imagined. It was the crisp scent of cedar. Lu Shufu had her own little thoughts. She had wanted to throw herself into her brother-in-law's arms for a long time, to see what it felt like. With this report card, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? She wrapped her arms around Ning Yuan's waist and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." Her pretty little face rubbed against Ning Yuan's chest. Ning Yuan made her stand straight and ruffled her hair.
"No need to thank me. You're already very talented, Shufu." Lu Shufu's ears turned bright red.
Later, Lu Shufu was admitted to Jinghai University, and her life returned to the right track. But she knew that if it weren't for her brother-in-law helping her, not giving up on her, and patiently tutoring her, her life might have been ruined. This kind of ruin wasn't about money. The Lu family was wealthy, and she would have become a wealthy but useless person. Therefore, Ling Xian said she only admired Ning Yuan because he was older and more knowledgeable. Lu Shufu scoffed at this. Ling Xian didn't understand that besides admiration, she also felt attachment, admiration, and gratitude toward Ning Yuan. A single emotion may be too fragile, but when multiple emotions intertwine, they form an incredibly solid foundation.
"Sister, when I was in school, I was the top student.
After becoming a teacher, I became the youngest associate professor in the school's history this year. In the lab, whether it's research or writing papers, I'm the best.
Whatever I want to achieve, I can make it happen. Shufu, do you understand?"
Ling Xian's cold, elegant appearance, combined with her intelligent and rational demeanor, gave her an indescribable sense of pressure.
Ling Xian's words snapped Lu Shufu back to reality. It seemed like Ling Xian was making a direct declaration of war. However, Lu Shufu had never been one to admit defeat. She had spent a year transforming herself from a poor student into someone who could get into Jinghai University. She was someone who was willing to fight and sacrifice everything. The scenery at 4 o'clock in Jinghai, she had seen countless times. Ling Xin, a man's heart can't be won over by ability alone.
You know, no matter how old a man is, he will always love an 18-year-old girl.
Chapter 56, Ning Yuan wins the duel against Mu Qingma. Their gazes collided like lightning. Ling Xin said indifferently, then we'll see how it goes.
After speaking, she straightened her tall, proud chest.
Lu Shuefu wasn't about to back down. Ling Xin, let's each use our own methods. She, Lu Shuefu, had never feared competition. She was now delicate and graceful, with skin as white as snow. Though her beauty didn't rival that of the legendary moon-shaming, flower-shaming beauties, she was still exceptionally attractive, matching anyone else in appearance. She was also skilled in makeup, could wear various JK uniforms, hanfu, and even nuns' robes to provide emotional value. Her physique was the sensitive type preferred by men, with sensitive breasts that were highly responsive. Even Tang Bowu couldn't compare. Her entire body is shaped like her brother-in-law's. How could I possibly lose? That's a huge joke. It's a complete walk in the park, isn't it?
I, Lu Shuefu, have plenty of strength and means. After dinner, at the table, Lu Shuiying, who had been silent all along, finally spoke.
Ning Yuan isn't someone I can win back no matter how hard I try. He doesn't love me anymore. What should I do?
She looked dazed and disoriented.
Ling Xin and Lu Shuefu were both quite surprised that Lu Shuiying had actually thought of this.
After all, someone as emotionally clueless as her had managed to think this far. It was a huge step forward. Ling Xin knew there were solutions, such as communicating honestly, admitting mistakes, making genuine efforts to change, and letting the other person see those changes to rebuild trust. Another option was to seek help from others, such as Ning Yuan, who respected Lu Shuiying's aunt, and ask her to speak on her behalf. These were all good solutions Ling Xin could think of. However, emotions are selfish, and the two naturally wouldn't share their secrets. In their eyes, Lu Shuiying was already out of the picture, eliminated. Unless something extraordinary happens, she no longer poses any threat. Lu Shuiying had no idea that her best friend and younger sister had already written her off. She was still deeply heartbroken, and despite Ling Xion's delicious cooking, she had no appetite. As she ate, tears began to fall silently. In the end, she forced herself to finish the small bowl of rice, tears mingling with the food.
Ning Yuan, is there really no hope left for us? But I truly know I was wrong. The set of rage.
After finishing today's scenes, Ning Yuan can wrap up filming. Today is also the day he and Mu Qingma agreed to have a competition.
If Mu Qingma loses, she has to kiss Ning Yuan. If Ning Yuan loses, however, there are no conditions.
After all, it was Mu Qingma, the extremely competitive woman, who wanted to challenge him to a competition, not the other way around. Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan specially invited director Su Kuan and assistant director Nie Feng to serve as judges.
Seeing Mu Qingma's serious expression, the two couldn't help but find it amusing and gladly agreed to the request. They were after better camera angles, and since Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma wanted to compete, why not? Imo Miaomio wasn't as innocent as she appeared on the surface.
At first, she might have been forced into it by Lin Yu. But gradually, she found an indescribable thrill in bullying those weaker than herself. So she actively sought out girls who were overlooked and came from disadvantaged families, compiling a list for Lin Yu, and then joined him in bullying them. Lately, however, she felt like someone was watching her, as if someone had been following her. After bullying another vulnerable girl, Mo Miao Miao returned to her dilapidated home. When she pushed open the door, she saw someone sitting inside, dressed in black, with their back turned to her. At the dining table, her mother's head was wide open, staring at her intently.
"Mom!"
Her heart was filled with pain and fear, and she screamed, trying to run away, but her body was too weak to move. The man turned around, revealing his blood-soaked, terrifying eyes.
"Finally, you're here."
He flipped through the videos Mo Miao Miao had taken, finally stopping on the video of Zhang Xiaoyu. The various brutal and terrifying bullying methods were beyond what any human could conceive. He wept, but soon his tears turned to blood, and all that remained was a dry, hoarse cry. His voice raspy, he said, "It's your turn now." When the police found Mo Miao Miao, she was already dead beyond recognition, her body unrecognizable, leaving no doubt about the torture she had endured. However, according to the clues the police had uncovered, the killer's next target was likely Lin Yu.
Lin Yu, upon learning of Mo Miao Miao's gruesome death, was also overcome with fear.
He truthfully informed his parents of the situation. After slapping him twice, his parents still chose to save him and decided to send him abroad to avoid the turmoil. However, on the eve of his departure, Lin Yu dared not sleep in his room at the Lin family villa. His mind was filled with the horrific details of Mo Miao Miao's death. At that moment, a figure dressed in a black windbreaker appeared outside the window. Those eerie eyes were all too familiar to Lin Yu, as he had seen them in his dreams multiple times. He screamed in terror, "Dad, Mom, save me." He ran out of the room and saw his parents lying in a pool of blood, with blood flowing endlessly. The man in black, holding a blood-stained knife, smiled at him and said, "Lin Yu, don't worry. Let's have some fun. I won't let you die so easily." That smile, however, looked like that of a demon to Lin Yu. His entire body trembled, his face as pale as paper, and his legs shook uncontrollably, as if a giant hand were squeezing his heart, leaving him unable to speak. He had long since lost his former arrogance. Finally, he managed to force out a sentence. Please spare me.
I know I was wrong.
The black-clad man, however, was weeping bitterly, his teeth clenched in anger. When Zhang Xiaoyu begged you for mercy, did you spare her? When others begged you for mercy, did you spare them? You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. In his terrified gaze, the black-clad man severed his arm with a single stroke, causing him to faint from the pain. When he slowly regained consciousness, he discovered that all 4 of his limbs had already been severed. Lin Yu screamed in terror, but his mouth was stuffed with cloth, and he couldn't make a sound. Just as the black-clad man was about to finish him off with a final blow, Su Ran arrived.
Drop the knife, or I'll shoot.
I know you're Zhang Xiaoyu's father, Zhang Guowei.
You've already killed several people. Don't make another mistake.
But the black-clad man, who was Zhang Guowei, did not stop. Instead, he stabbed Lin Yu in the heart. Su Ran fired her gun as well. However, she thought of the young girls who had been brutally tortured by Lin Yu and his men. Whether intentionally or not, her hand trembled slightly, and the bullet missed its mark. Zhang Guowei finished off Lin Yu under his terrified gaze. In the darkness, there were 2 more parents. One of them killed the other parent and attempted to kill both Zhang Guowei and Su Ran, then set the place ablaze to destroy all evidence, ensuring he would face no consequences. When he moved to attack Su Ran, Zhang Guowei noticed his intent and stabbed him in the chest.
The parent's knife also pierced Zhang Guowei's chest. Su Ran supported him.
In his final moments, Zhang Guowei recalled the words on Zhang Xiaoyu's note. Dad, I'm sorry.
I'm too tired.
Xiaoyu, Dad, I'm coming to be with you.
The end of the play.
Su Koan, Nie Feng, and the rest of the crew and onlookers clapped their hands. It could be said that in this scene, Ning Yuan, Mu Qingma, and Zhou Zhu all delivered their best performances. Ning Yuan fully embodied the ruthless vengeance. At the moment of death, his expression conveyed guilt toward his daughter, unwillingness, and relief at having saved Su Ran, all of which were handled exceptionally well. To convey so many emotions so vividly is truly remarkable. Su Koan did not comment on their performance on the spot but called them over and took them to a secluded area. He said,
Qingma, Ning Yuan, after watching your performance with director Nya, we ultimately feel that Ning Yuan has the edge, though Qingma is no slouch either.
However, this also has to do with the more complex nature of Zhang Guowei's character.
Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma exchanged glances.
Mu Qingma blushed, lowered his head, and hummed under his breath, thinking to himself, this is bad.
Am I really going to have to kiss Ning Yuan? What am I going to do? Dear readers who are even more handsome than Yanjin, could you please give a good review?
Writing isn't easy. I hope you can spare a moment to write a good review to encourage the young author. May you also meet a deep-hearted older sister like Meng Nanru and a beautiful girl like Lu Shuefu in your dreams.
Chapter 57, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma kissed.
Ning Yuan gave her a half-smile, and this single glance made Mu Qingma furious.
What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Ha ha. Ning Yuan continued to tease her.
I hope you still have the nerve to say that later. This punishment, Ning Yuan wouldn't let go easily. Otherwise, if he didn't give her a taste of her own medicine, she'd keep challenging him all day long, and that would be a real headache.
Mu Qingma froze and huffed.
She looked at the dispersing crowd and muttered under her breath, it's just a kiss on the cheek. What's there to be afraid of? After finishing his meal, Ning Yuan headed toward the hotel, glancing at Mu Qingma.
Mu Qingma puckered her lips, thinking to herself, are you worried I'll back out?
She turned to Lian Qingqing and said, I'll go get something.
Wait here for me.
Sure.
Go ahead, Qingma. Take your time and bring back plenty. Mu Qingma found her words a bit odd, but didn't think much of it. After Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma had left, Lian Qingqing and Ji Xiaoju exchanged meaningful glances. Are they together now?
Ji Xiaoju asked excitedly.
They're definitely together. I can start writing my novel now. Lian Qingqing jumped up and down with joy. There are a lot more people in the CP group lately. It feels like the team is starting to grow. Do you think they might have secretly kissed?
Ji Xiaoju asked.
Do you think they just kiss? They must have kissed other places too.
The 2 little vixens began discussing excitedly.
On the other side, Ning Yuan walked into the room.
Soon, he heard knocking on the door. Ning Yuan opened the door and saw Mu Qingma standing outside, looking shifty. Upon seeing Ning Yuan open the door, she quickly slipped inside. Ning Yuan looked at her calmly. Mu Qingma looked at Ning Yuan, and her coldly beautiful face suddenly turned red. Finally, she resignedly said, How should I kiss you? Ning Yuan smiled and said, tiptoe up. Mu Qingma was 176 centimeters tall, and with high heels, she was even taller. Standing on tiptoes, she could reach Ning Yuan.
No. Mu Qingma felt that the act of tiptoeing was far too embarrassing.
Ning Yuan suggested again, then go to the bedside, we'll sit together, and you can kiss my cheek once, and that will count as completing the task. Mu Qingma bit her red lower lip, hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
Ning Yuan sat down leisurely by the bed.
Mu Qingma's snow-white neck was flushed red, and her fingers fidgeted nervously with the hem of her dress. Her steps were heavy as she finally made her way to Ning Yuan's side. Ning Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her down to sit beside him.
Mu Qingma, stop dawdling. This isn't like your usual decisive and efficient self. You look like a wronged little wife. You're the one acting like a wronged little wife. Your whole family are wronged little wives. Mu Qingma flailed her arms and legs, returning to her usual self. Ning Yuan burst into laughter.
This was much more interesting. Earlier, it seemed like he was forcing her. Ning Yuan closed his eyes, turned his face away, and said, "Come on, you're getting off easy."
Mu Qingma was furious.
However, as she looked at Ning Yuan's profile, she could see his sharp eyebrows, long eyelashes, high nose bridge, and well-defined jawline.
Mu Qingma couldn't help but marvel, this pervert Ning Yuan is truly handsome. He's truly blessed by heaven.
She tried to psych herself up, puckering her full lips, wanting to kiss him, but she was so nervous that even her eyelashes were trembling. Just as she leaned in close to Ning Yuan's cheek, she couldn't bring herself to kiss him. She clenched her hands tightly, trying to encourage herself.
I can do this. It's just a kiss. What's the big deal? I'll just pretend it's a piece of wood.
She puckered her red lips and leaned in again. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan had been closing his eyes for a long time, feeling a bit impatient. He opened his eyes and turned his face away, just as Mu Qingma, with her eyes closed, leaned in to kiss him. Their lips touched. Ning Yuan's heart trembled, and his breathing grew heavier. Mu Qingma's lips were cool and soft. Her delicate, closed eyes and beautiful face were simply breathtaking.
Ning Yuan couldn't bear to let her go. Mu Qingma also realized she had kissed Ning Yuan's lips.
Her heart raced like a drum. She opened her beautiful eyes and saw Ning Yuan's dazzling, seductive peach-colored eyes. She tried to push Ning Yuan away, but his arms gently wrapped around her neck, deepening the kiss.
In truth, Ning Yuan wasn't using much force, and Mu Qingma could have easily broken free if she had wanted to.
However, as she inhaled his scent and felt his heavy breathing, Mu Qingma felt her body grow weak and limp, and she forgot to push him away. She simply didn't have the strength to do so. Mu Qingma closed her eyes again as Ning Yuan savored the sweetness of her lips, his hands unconsciously caressing her waist.
Mu Qingma felt as though she had been struck by lightning. This time, she was completely awake.
She pushed Ning Yuan away forcefully, using her clothes to wipe her mouth fiercely, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of her chest.
You bastard, Ning Yuan. Pervert. You're bullying me again.
Ning Yuan tried to defend himself, but he dared not say that she had also been lost in the moment, fearing she would become even angrier.
Mu Qingma screamed, I won't listen. I won't listen. You pervert.
Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She kicked Ning Yuan's calf twice. I hate you so much. Then she stomped away in her high heels, looking disheveled and embarrassed.
Ning Yuan touched his lips and had to admit, Mu Qingma was truly sweet. He just couldn't resist. Sigh, he had become such a jerk. He had once believed he would spend his life with Lu Shuiying, just the two of them. Back then, Ning Yuan had never even considered having physical contact with another woman, let alone kissing. Now, when Ning Yuan thinks back, it seems absurd that he would feel guilty just for speaking a few extra words to a girl. Even the pure love war god would shed tears seeing him. For love, Ning Yuan would have unhesitatingly stepped in front of that sharp, cold blade. The pain of the knife piercing his chest was unbearable. He felt like he was dying. If it weren't for divine intervention, if the knife had pierced his left chest or been thrust a little harder, Ning Yuan would have died. The world would have lost him forever. At that moment, he did not regret it. But what did he gain? Nothing but a painful marriage, a life of humiliation and suffering. The so-called pure love war god was soundly defeated by Lu Shuiying, his dignity trampled into the ground. He did not dwell on the past, believing that as long as he had no regrets, that was enough. After experiencing the near-death terror and the failure of his marriage, Ning Yuan's psyche underwent an uncontrollable transformation. He was no longer the innocent young man he once was. It can be said that Lu Shuiying had unknowingly transformed him completely. Perhaps years later, when Lu Shuiying reflects on the past, she will sit up in the middle of the night and slap her thigh. She had turned a man who was once completely devoted to her into a slightly flawed man. Ning Yuan does not wish to betray the woman who loves him. Of course, if she has no feelings for him, he will not pursue her either. Let those who wish to be caught, be caught. One can only sigh that time is an invisible pen, dipped in the ink of time, unknowingly sketching Ning Yuan into a different form from before. Or perhaps Ning Yuan had come to understand the true meaning of life. The future is so uncertain and vague, and those who cherish the present are the most important. The master once said, who cares what others think? As long as we're together, that's all that matters. Remember, it's a few of us, not the two of us. The master's words are something to be remembered, and Ning Yuan has never forgotten them since his divorce. Mu Qingma fled downstairs, her heart still racing. Oh my gosh, what was I thinking? I didn't even push him away. He took advantage of me. I'm so angry.
However, she refused to admit that kissing Ning Yuan felt so magical. Her whole body felt light as a feather, as if she had turned into cotton.
She even couldn't resist wanting to stick out her little tongue. Ugh! What are you thinking?
She slapped her cheeks, which were flushed with a blush, and took a few deep breaths before her breathing finally calmed down.
Lian Xingqing saw her and walked over. Xingma sister, did you finish getting the things? It seemed a bit quick.
Earlier she had said take, but now she asked get. She wondered if it was intentional.
Chapter 58, Intimate Moments with Meng Nanyu. I finished getting everything. Let us go. The two of them left.
A while later, Ning Yuan also finished packing and came down from the hotel.
Xiaoju, let's go back. Alright, brother Yuan. In truth, Ji Xiaoju was a bit reluctant to part with Lian Xingqing. However, since Ning Yuan's scenes had wrapped, there was no reason for him to stay.
Ning Yuan's scenes were wrapped, but others still had scenes to film. Next, they would shoot the scene where Zhang Xiaoyu was bullied at school, as well as the backstories of Lin Yu, Mo Miao Miao, Lu Lei, and others. The production team held a simple farewell party for Ning Yuan and invited him to attend the wrap-up banquet when the entire film was wrapped. Ning Yuan smiled and replied, Director Su, Director Nia, I'll definitely come if I have time. After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Yuan got into the car and drove off. Meanwhile, Mu Qingma stood at the window of her hotel room, staring blankly at Ning Yuan's car as it grew smaller in the distance. Qingma, Ning Yuan has been gone for a while.
I wasn't looking at him. I was just admiring the sunset. Mu Qingma snapped back to reality, her face still as cold as ever.
When Ning Yuan was on set, Mu Qingma would get angry every time she saw him, wanting to confront him. She was always energetic and ready to argue with him. But now that Ning Yuan had left, she suddenly felt a hollow emptiness in her heart, a bitter taste lingering in her mouth. What made her even more uncomfortable was that Ning Yuan didn't even glance back at her.
Pervert, scumbag. You kissed me and then just walked away.
She touched her lips, which still felt warm.
Mu Qingma thought to herself, although I never intended for you to take responsibility, you suddenly kissed me out of the blue, and now you're acting so indifferent. That's really unfair. It was infuriating. Mu Qingma clenched her fist, but it only hit the air.
You bastard Ning Yuan, don't let me catch you next time, or I'll make you pay dearly. In the car, Ning Yuan remained silent, and the atmosphere inside was heavy. Ji Xiaoju drove while trying to find something to talk about.
Yuan Gu, aren't you going to say goodbye to Qingma Jie?
Ning Yuan replied indifferently, no need.
He knew Mu Qingma's temper.
If you went up to her to say goodbye properly, she'd definitely say you were being overly sentimental, just leave if you want to, it's none of my business. But if you don't say goodbye to her, she'll be upset and might even think, why didn't you say goodbye to me? Ning Yuan understood Mu Qingma's personality inside out. If you show her even a little kindness, Mu Qingma might think you have ulterior motives.
So you can't be too nice to her. So, what is your plan next, Yuan Go? No plans. Let us just rest for a few days and see.
This time, Ning Yuan decided to spend some quality time with his wife Meng Nanyu. Ji Xiaoju drove Ning Yuan back to the company, and Ning Yuan drove downstairs to the company and returned to Tangchenipin. When Ning Yuan returned home, he saw Meng Nanyu sitting on the sofa. Meng Nanyu saw Ning Yuan and ran over barefoot. Ning Yuan hurried over, picked her up, and spun her around a few times.
Did you miss me? My wife, Ning Yuan whispered in her ear.
Meng Nanyu inhaled the scent on his body and murmured, yes, I missed you so much.
I almost couldn't resist coming to find you.
Ning Yuan kissed her, then carried her to the sofa, sat down, and had Meng Nanyu sit on his lap. Ning Yuan couldn't resist touching her small belly, thinking she might be pregnant, but unfortunately she wasn't. He could only blame himself for not trying hard enough.
Meng Nanyu couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yuan, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Ning Yuan said, wife, what did you call me? Husband.
Ning Yuan replied without hesitation, that's better. Personally, I prefer girls because they're more well-behaved. Of course, if my wife gives birth to a boy, I'll love him too.
I like girls too.
Meng Nanyu's face glowed with maternal warmth, making her even more beautiful.
Have you eaten yet, dear? If not, I'll cook now.
Meng Nanyu stroked Ning Yuan's face, feeling a bit concerned.
You must have eaten poorly on set. Rest for a while.
I'll have Huang Ma cook for us. Ning Yuan thought for a moment, alright, then I'll hold my wife tightly and chat with her. Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu talked about the script for the movie they were filming.
When they mentioned Zhang Xiaoyu being bullied by 3 classmates, Meng Nanyu clearly grew angry. The theme of this movie is very good. It can raise awareness about juvenile crime and the vulnerable groups in schools. Meng Nanyu asked Ning Yuan, honey, were you ever bullied when you were in school?
Ning Yuan was lost in thought for a moment before saying, yes, because I have no parents, there must be children who want to bully me.
At first, they tried to extort protection money from me. When I refused, they wanted to beat me up.
I didn't care about the others, I just grabbed the leader and beat him mercilessly. They were afraid I'd kill him, so they pulled me away with all their strength.
After that, they dared not bother me anymore. Ha, you're so tough, honey. Meng Nanyu gave him a thumbs up.
Ning Yuan laughed and said, "That is true, but I'm covered in injuries and it hurt for days." Afterward, I acted like nothing happened in front of them, but in private, I was in agony.
Ha ha. The two chatted for a while longer.
Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask Meng Nanyu, "Wife, you said you've loved me for so many years.
When did you fall in love with me? Why didn't you tell me back then?" Meng Nanyu blushed. "Can we not talk about that? It feels so embarrassing." "I want to hear it. It was the first time I saw you. I thought you were such a good-looking boy, and your smile was so pure. That's when I felt a spark." "Honey, you were up to no good." "I was up to no good."
Meng Nanyu continued, "You were still in high school back then.
How could I have told you?
But I kept an eye on you afterward and found out you were having difficulties, so I arranged for the school to provide you with financial assistance. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now that I think about it, I was actually helping out my future husband. Yeah, I never thought I'd be supported by my wife while I was still in high school.
Thinking about it now, I'm so lucky."
The two looked at each other and smiled. Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu's faces grew closer, and they could feel each other's breath. Their cool lips touched, then moved deeper. Later, Huang Ma brought the dinner, and the two ate together. Ning Yuan served Meng Nanyu a lot of food.
Meng Nanyu teased, "Are you trying to fatten me up?" Ning Yuan laughed, "Of course not, I'm afraid you'll run away."
Ha ha. But if you want children, you need to eat more and stay healthy. After finishing their meal, the two rested for a moment, and Ning Yuan suddenly picked up Meng Nanyu. Meng Nanyu let out a soft cry. Ning Yuan whispered in her ear, "Wife, we need to work hard to cultivate the land, otherwise, the seeds won't germinate properly." Meng Nanner blushed and buried her head in his chest. Ning Yuan spent 3 days taking good care of Meng Nanyu, nearly working himself to death. 3 days later, Ning Yuan returned to work. Upon arriving at the company, he received a WeChat message from Lu Xuefu. "Ning Yuan, has the filming finished? Don't forget our promise, you have to take me to the amusement park." Chapter 59, Lu Xuefu prepares for the date. Since posting the cosplay video of Hatsune Miku, Lu Xuefu's Douyin account had been gaining followers steadily. She now had 2 million followers, which was truly astonishing. Many people commented, "The initial sound echoes into the future. This is the best Hatsune Miku cosplay I've ever seen. Ah! I wish I could have been there in person, I missed out. Seeing the group photos with other fans is absolutely breathtaking. She's so beautiful I dare not collect her photos. If I were there, I probably wouldn't dare to get close. Can I lick your feet? Send me a private message. I will submit to your feet." Lu Xuefu ignored all these comments and turned off her private messages. She just found it annoying. At school, Lu Xuefu would also receive handwritten love letters, but she had her best friend Chu Tong throw them all away without even glancing at them. However, she was now torn. "Chu Tong, what should I wear?" The adorable Chu Tong, who was only as tall as Lu Xuefu's chin, touched her chin and thought for a moment. "Xuefu, are you going on a date?" "Yes, it's my first date. We're going to the amusement park together." He he. Lu Xuefu's fair face flushed a shade of pink. The boy who can make the first beauty of Jingda University so happy, I'm really curious who he is. He's not a boy, he's a man. No way, are you dating an older guy? Chu Tong patted her ample chest. Standing at 155 centimeters tall with a Lolita-like appearance, she had an unexpected pair of voluptuous breasts. Lu Xuefu nodded. Chu Tong wrinkled her delicate nose in surprise. "How old is he?" Lu Xuefu tilted her head. 25, I think." "Pfft, that's so old. I wouldn't like a man that much older, and he probably isn't that handsome either." Lu Xuefu snorted. "Little Tong, you're still young, you don't understand." Chu Tong proudly puffed out her chest. "I'm not little. I'm very big." Lu Xuefu nearly burst out laughing. "Xiao Tong, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't say things to provoke me. You just want me to show you what he looks like." He, no one knows me better than Xuefu. "Do you have a photo? Show me quickly. I'm dying to see what kind of man could make our Lu Xuefu, the school flower, so smitten." "Xuefu, as my best friend, you've been keeping this from me all this time? I'm going to be heartbroken." Lu Xuefu thought for a moment, then pulled out the photo of Ning Yuan she had carefully saved on her phone. Just as she was about to show it to her, Lu Xuefu suddenly put her phone away again. She thought to herself, "Xiao Tong is my best friend, but what if she ends up liking my brother in the future? Who knows how things will turn out? I'm still my sister's younger sister. Besides, Xiao Tong is a busty Lolita, some men might find her particularly attractive. Who knows if my brother would like her? I should be cautious. Xiao Tong, you shouldn't look at it. I don't want him to find out yet." "You little, Lu Xuefu. Are you playing with me? Fine, I won't look. I don't believe a 25-year-old man could be that good looking." Tong gave a cold laugh and thought to herself, maybe the man Lu Shuefu likes is ugly, so she's too embarrassed to show him to me, afraid I'll mock her.
That must be it. Lu Shuefu didn't get angry. Hee, then let me ask the smartest Tong, what should I wear for my first date? Should I wear a JK uniform? Tong thought for a moment and said, better not. Although it's cute, there are many people who like JK uniforms, but there are also many who don't. The margin for error is too low. Shuefu, you have fair skin. If you wear a white dress, white socks, white shoes, let your hair down, don't tie it up, and tie a bow at the back, this all-white outfit will definitely make 99% of men fall for you. Lu Shuefu tilted her cute little head, but my sister F. Before she could finish the word husband, Lu Shuefu realized something was off and quickly changed her words, but he's the one in the 1%. Tong puffed out her cheeks, jumped up, and gave her a light tap on the head. Lu Shuefu, I never thought you were such a love-struck fool. He's the 1%? Tong imitated Lu Shuefu's manner of speaking, I don't believe there's any man who can resist your charm. Lu Shuefu proudly lifted her face, of course. But he's an exception, right? Tong rubbed her forehead inside. You're hopeless. Women in love are so terrifying. I thought you were an exception, but you're even more love-struck than a love-struck fool. Lu Shuefu ignored her mockery. Tong, I've thought it over, and I still think your plan is safer. A naive little flower with some cunning isn't a bad look either. Tong instinctively puffed out her chest, of course. I'm the top love strategist. No one has more theoretical knowledge than me. I'm well versed in the 36 strategies of love, and I've read classics like One Night of Madness, The Rich Husband Who Went Crazy for Me, and The Awakening System. I was forced to become a jerk. There's no love situation I don't understand. Lu Shuefu chuckled, maybe when you meet the guy you like, you'll be even more love-struck than me. I'm the main female lead, it's impossible. Next, Lu Shuefu tried on clothes, and Tong helped her choose. In the end, they picked a white dress that showed off her long, slender legs, along with matching white shoes and white socks. Tong smiled and said, I suddenly feel like I'm giving my daughter away. Snow, if you don't mind, you can call me Mom. Lu Shuefu slapped her, and Tong covered her chest, exclaiming in pain. At that moment, Lu Shuefu's phone rang. She opened it to see that it was a message from Ning Yuan. I remember. When does Shuefu want to go? Actually, Ning Yuan didn't want to go at first, but he had promised earlier, so he replied accordingly. Lu Shuefu jumped for joy, dragging Tong around in circles. Tong stumbled and nearly fell. Ah. He agreed. I'm so happy. Tong joined in the excitement. Shuefu, with me as your strategist, you'll definitely charm him to death. Lu Shuefu thought to herself, oh my sister, I'm so sorry. This time, I'm going to win over my brother. Meanwhile, Lu Xuening was completely unaware of this. She had been unable to eat or sleep for the past 2 days, her heart filled with regret and pain. After much internal struggle, she finally dialed the number. Lu Xuening had no other choice but to seek her help. Auntie. Oh, Xuening, so late at night? What's the matter?
The powerful and beautiful woman on the other end spoke calmly, her tone unruffled.
Chapter 60, Lu Xueying, why didn't you bring him back? Auntie, I've divorced Ning Yuan.
Lu Xueying said with a hint of sadness.
Tell me all about it. I have some time tonight.
The voice on the other end remained completely unruffled, as if Lu Xueying's divorce were the most ordinary thing in the world. Lu Xueying trusted her deeply. It could be said that Lu Xueying's ability to grow the company and withstand repeated attacks from powerful enemies was closely tied to the woman's assistance. Lu Xueying recounted everything that had happened between her and Ning Yuan. Oh, divorce is inevitable. The aunt across the table showed no surprise, as if everything was exactly as she had expected.
What? Auntie, why do you say that? Xueying, you made 2 mistakes.
First, if you didn't love him, you should have ended things with him long ago instead of wasting 5 years of your life. If you did love him, you should have told him clearly instead of deliberately ignoring him. And you made an even bigger mistake by using sex as a bargaining chip. If you had maintained a normal marital relationship, even if he harbored resentment toward you, it wouldn't have escalated to this point.
Second, you lost, so just admit it. Instead, you went begging for forgiveness. You're a CEO, you should stand tall and proud, not groveling and crying in front of him. That only makes him look down on you even more. Can't you just tie him back to you?
If I were you, since soft tactics don't work, try force. Whether he wants to or not, if you can't get his heart, take his body. As long as you have something to eat, that's enough. On the other end of the phone, the beautiful woman's voice sounded like a devil's whisper, filled with temptation, causing Lu Xueying's eyes to light up. However, Lu Xueying's delicate face was filled with conflict as she said, Auntie, but won't Ning Yuan hate me to death if we do that? The beautiful woman chuckled, as if he doesn't hate you already. Whether you do it or not, he'll hate you either way.
So what's the difference? Lu Xueying's heart trembled. It seemed like she had a point. Auntie, let me think about it. I'll give it some serious consideration.
Lu Shuiying was still torn. The beautiful woman replied indifferently, "Go ahead. Just one last warning, be careful of your younger aunt Nanyu, Shuefu, and your best friend Ling Xian." Then she hung up the phone.
Be careful of Nanyu, Shuefu, and Ling Xian? What does that mean?
They have no conflict of interest with me.
Auntie must be overthinking things.
Lu Shuiying sat back on the bed, the woman's words echoing in her mind. No, I still want to talk things through with Ning Yuan properly.
It's safer if he sees my changes.
This forced love method is too risky, it might push Ning Yuan further away. Lu Shuiying tried to push this idea out of her mind, but it was like a seed, slowly taking root and sprouting in her thoughts.
No, I can't force him back.
I still want Ning Yuan's heart.
As long as he's not with another woman, I still have a chance.
Lu Shuiying made up her mind. Her face, which had been alternately charming and playful, hardened into a cold, icy expression, her mind set on her course.
The set of rage.
Mu Qingma bit into the chicken leg voraciously, as if it were Ning Yuan himself. She didn't know why, but her mood was growing increasingly sour. These past few nights, she hadn't been able to sleep well, her mind filled with Ning Yuan's face, and her dreams were filled with him pressing her against the wall and kissing her.
It's all Ning Yuan's fault, that pervert. Mu Qingma snorted.
Lian Qingqing spoke timidly from the side. Sister Qingma, you've already cursed brother Yuan 7 times today, 3 times calling him a pervert, twice calling him a scumbag, and twice calling him a rotten apple. Now everyone has lost their passion for filming.
Mu Qingma widened her beautiful eyes. Really? No, that's impossible. You must have remembered wrong. How could I have mentioned him 7 times?
Lian Qingqing nodded earnestly. Sister Qingma, I counted carefully.
Mu Qingma's face suddenly flushed red.
I have an irreconcilable grudge with that dead Ning Yuan.
It's either him or me. Maybe I just couldn't help but want to scold him. Lian Qingqing gathered her courage and asked, Qingma, do you miss Yuan Gu?
This statement made Mu Qingma explode. Ha, Qingqing, you're such an incompetent assistant.
Don't you know how much I hate Ning Yuan? How dare you say I can't bear to part with that pervert Ning Yuan? Is that even possible? No way.
Forget it. Lian Qingqing tapped her index fingers together. I see.
Hu Pei'er said today that Yuan Ji's acting isn't good.
That Hu woman is spouting nonsense.
Ning Yuan has no acting skills?
Even when he's asleep, his acting is better than hers.
What acting skills does she have?
Her crying scenes rely on eye drops, her expressions are stiff, and she can't even compare to Zhou.
Seeing Lian Qingqing's increasingly strange expression, Mu Qingma finally noticed something was off and quickly changed the subject. Of course not. I'm just stating the facts. I'm not taking sides with either of them.
Lian Qingqing thought to herself, Qingma's sister, you're not taking sides means you're just tearing Hu Pei'er to shreds, right? The more she thought about it, the more she felt this couple was a perfect match.
Qingma's domineering and protective attitude toward her husband was simply too cute.
She secretly sent a message to Ji Xiaoju, I got another dose of sugar today. It's so sweet I could die.
Ning Yuan started work.
Yang Dong knocked on the door, and Ning Yuan let him in.
Yang Dong smiled and said, Ning Yuan, how's filming for Rage going? Su Koen sent me a message saying your acting is amazing.
He initially thought you'd need time to adjust, but your acting is even better than before.
Where? Director Su is too kind.
Ning Yuan felt that his acting had indeed improved. Besides his relentless practice, he also thought of another possibility. His mindset had undergone a significant change. During the long wait, he had cultivated rich flowers from the seeds of pain. Many times, when he encountered difficult scenes to perform, he would think, if I could endure 5 years of hardship by Lu Shuiying's side, what other difficulties could possibly defeat me? Moreover, during those 5 painful years, Ning Yuan had a deep understanding of such painful emotions. Coincidentally, Yen Ting is a character who loves but cannot have, while Zhang Guowei becomes because of love. Therefore, Ning Yuan has a strong grasp of these two characters. The filming of Step by Step in the workplace is almost wrapped up. Ning Yuan, your main tasks moving forward will be assisting the production team with post-production voiceovers, reshooting some scenes, and handling promotional activities. The premiere and press conference dates are still undecided, but you'll need to attend and help generate buzz when the time comes. Currently, Step by Step in the workplace has begun online promotion, and Ji Xiaoju, who manages Ning Yuan's Weibo account, frequently reposts the production team's Weibo posts. This is beneficial for both parties. Meanwhile, in the slacking squad group, Sun Yanxiu, Ning Yuan, we're wrapping up filming. Don't forget to throw me a welcome back party. Suyu, brother Ning, the rush to meet the deadline has almost driven us to the brink of exhaustion.
Ning Yuan, you've worked hard. When you get back, I'll make sure to prepare a big feast to welcome you back.
Sun Yanxiu privately messages Ning Yuan, Ning Yuan, don't think you can get everyone off the hook.
I want you to treat me to a big meal alone. Ning Yuan, I never promised you that. Sun Yanxiu, fine, you treat, and I'll pay. Chapter 61, Mu Qingma urges updates in the Qingling Love CP group.
Ning Yuan could only reply, alright, then.
I'll treat you to a big meal when you come out. Soon Yanxiu, okay. Ning Yuan, you can go now.
During this time, as the online promotion for Step by Step in the workplace grew increasingly intense, discussions about the show also multiplied online. Ning Yuan also began to be frequently discussed by fans.
Yuan Bao Group. Our brother's show is about to premiere. Everyone, remember to support it. Can't wait. I've been waiting every day, and finally there's some news. Brother is playing the deeply romantic second lead, and he dies in the original story.
I'm too scared to watch it, I might cry myself to death. Let's just enjoy our brother's stunning good looks, screen-licking emoji.
The Qingning Zhilian CP group is even more lively.
Besides discussing Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma's new movie, group members are eagerly awaiting the group administrator to post new chapters of the novel Chang Ling's Love. The group admin, Qing Jianshui, who is actually Lian Qingqing, just uploaded the latest chapter of the novel. The story revolves around the love story between Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. However, both characters use pseudonyms. Ning Yuan is called Fu Yuan, and Mu Qingma is called Mu Qingma. The story is so dramatic that it has completely hooked the CP fans in the group. It's so good. The group admin should write a novel themselves. So sweet it's sick. Fu Yuan is so pitiful, being bullied so badly by our Mu Qingma. Fu Yuan is so used to being domineering, now he's like this. Is he trying to melt my heart? The group administrator, picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, Ji Xiaoju, hurriedly reminded everyone, don't spread this around.
The group members immediately replied, we won't. Absolutely not. The next day, people had already started selling the novel online. This directly infuriated Lian Qingqing.
If Mu Qingma saw the sweet and heartbreaking novel, she'd be furious.
Xiaoju, something's wrong. Someone has leaked the novel.
Lian Qingqing messaged Ji Xiaoju in private, feeling a bit panicked. Yesterday, she had already been mildly reprimanded by Mu Qingma for being not up to the task.
If Mu Qingma found out that Lian Qingqing had written a novel about her and Ning Yuan falling in love, and even wrote about her forcefully kissing Ning Yuan, wouldn't Mu Qingma go crazy with anger?
Ji Xiaoju comforted her, stay calm, stay calm.
I think you wrote it pretty well. Maybe Qingma will like it too. Lian Qingqing pondered for a moment and replied, that's true.
After all, in the novel, Qingma not only forced Yuan to kiss her but also wouldn't let him sleep with her. If he wanted to sleep with her, he had to do 50 push-ups behind Qingma's back.
Ji Xiaoju was surprised, there's that plot? I haven't finished reading it yet.
Yeah, Yuan risked his life doing 50 push-ups just to get close to her, and he was so exhausted he couldn't even climb into bed.
Ji Xiaoju burst into laughter while typing quickly. If Qingma saw that, she'd be so happy. Yuan Ge would be furious.
Mu Qingma, besides acting, her biggest hobby was reading novels. No one would have guessed that the woman dubbed the queen of the entertainment industry found her greatest joy on her days off, preferably rainy days, lying in bed reading novels. Her favorite genre was romantic, sweet, and heartbreaking novels. Recently, she had read most of the classic novels and was running out of books to read.
Fortunately, she had no filming today and was resting at the hotel.
She hurriedly logged onto her account and asked the book club members to recommend a sweet and heartbreaking novel.
Girls, does anyone have any good sweet and heartbreaking novels to recommend?
Someone messaged her privately, I have a fan fiction novel.
Do you want to read it? Let me tell you, everyone is going crazy online asking for the resources. Mu Qingma's curiosity was instantly piqued. What kind of novel? Is it based on a movie or an anime?
The other person replied, don't tell anyone, it's a celebrity fan fiction about Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan.
Mu Qingma's eyes widened. No way, who's so bold?
I'll report them to the authorities. She gritted her teeth, send it to me, please. The other person replied, I spent a cup of milk tea to get it.
Can you give me the price of a cup of milk tea? That's not too much, is it? Mu Qingma was even angrier.
She transferred 20 yuan to the other person, send it over. The other person sent her the Word document.
Mu Qingma sneered, I'll see what you wrote. The first chapter alone left her speechless.
The author began by describing a terrifying business war. On this turbulent night, Fu Yuan tore off the veil of peace, holding the reins of the global.
Mu Qingma dropped her phone. It's just a kindergarten bus. Don't dirty my eyes.
She continued lying on the bed. After a while, her hand unconsciously picked up the phone and opened the document again. This novel is one of those that, once you get immersed in it, you can't stop reading.
Mu Qingma is no exception.
And it's even based on her life, making the immersion complete. Mu Qingma's lips curled into a smile as she saw Mu Qingma forbidding Ning Yuan from getting into bed, making him do 50 push-ups instead, and finally struggling to climb back into bed.
She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh.
She had finished reading without even realizing it, and only snapped back to reality when her stomach growled. But she still felt unsatisfied. The author cut the story off too abruptly. The novel ended with Mu Qingma falling asleep, and Fu Yuan sneaking up to her, intending to steal a kiss. But Mu Qingma was a light sleeper, and Fu Yuan woke her up as soon as he approached. But she didn't open her eyes, wanting to see what Fu Yuan was doing. Fu Yuan crept closer, his breath tickling her neck, and suddenly kissed her earlobe. Mu Qingma's head buzzed, and her throat itched. She desperately wanted to moan, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay silent. At this point, the novel ended. Mu Qingma was really annoyed. She realized that the author really enjoyed writing steamy scenes, making her blush and her heart race. In the end, she tried to justify herself with a laugh. I'm not that into it. I just wanted to see how Mu Qingma would torment this Fu Yuan. However, the rest of the content was missing, and Mu Qingma began searching everywhere for the source of the novel. Eventually, she actually tracked it down to its source. It had been shared in the Jingning Jilian CP group. Wait, me and Ning Yuan, that pervert, have CP fans? Mu Qingma clenched her fists again. She found the group, created a fake account, and applied to join. After successfully joining, Mu Qingma discovered that everyone in the group was discussing Ning Yuan and herself. There were also many people flooding the group saying, "Group admin, please update." Then came a string of requests for updates. Mu Qingma timidly followed suit and posted, "Group admin, please update." Chapter 62, Mu Qingma's Memories. After typing those words, Mu Qingma still felt a bit ashamed. After all, this was a novel about Ning Yuan and her romance. There were also numerous scenes of her and Ning Yuan driving together. I'll make Ning Yuan do push-ups too. But then she thought better of it. I have nothing to do with Ning Yuan, why would I make him do push-ups? In truth, Mu Qingma reflected that fate was indeed a mysterious thing. Even if it's a bad kind of fate. Mu Qingma admitted that the first time she saw Ning Yuan in college, her heart skipped a beat. With his sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, high nose bridge, and tall, handsome appearance, Ning Yuan was simply too dazzling. When he stood at the lectern, he became the center of everyone's attention. His smile and the sound of his voice were deeply etched in the hearts of the female students. Mu Qingma couldn't help but sneak glances at him like the other girls in the class. She even shared with her friends, "Girl, there's a total hottie in our class. He's really that good looking." In school, having an attractive classmate of the opposite sex was something to boast about among friends. However, while their initial encounter was peaceful, things soon took an unexpected turn. The two began to frequently clash over competing for the top spot in the class, eventually escalating to a physical altercation. Ning Yuan forcefully kissed her, and she bit through his lip, leaving him needing stitches. This incident became the most talked about event among their class, as the school beauty and the school heartthrob had a fight, and the school beauty even bit through the school heartthrob's lip. It was absolutely sensational. They had never heard of anything like it before. However, Mu Qingma's friend had always been interested in Ning Yuan and asked her if she could give him Ning Yuan's phone number so he could add him on WeChat. But for some reason, Mu Qingma refused to give Ning Yuan's phone number to her friend. "I don't have his phone number. You know we're arch enemies, why would I keep his number?" But in reality, Mu Qingma had already memorized Ning Yuan's phone number. Because once, she deliberately called Ning Yuan and scolded him harshly. Of course, Ning Yuan also shouted back. Neither of them backed down. Mu Qingma snapped back to reality and realized that this Qingling Romance CP group was a treasure trove. There was a group administrator named Picking Chrysanthemums Under the Eastern Fence who had edited videos of Ning Yuan and her. These were clips from their TV shows edited together, and it actually looked like they were in a real romance, very sweet. Mu Qingma bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, then secretly tapped download and saved it. After Ning Yuan went to work, Yang Dong started looking for good scripts for him. Here are 10 scripts. I've highlighted these 3 as my top recommendations. I've placed them at the top based on my recommendations. Of course, the final decision is up to you, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan said gratefully, "Thank you, Donggu. No need to thank me. It's no trouble." Yang Dong waved his hand. However, a faint smile still appeared on his chubby face. These were scripts he had carefully reviewed and selected. Ning Yuan appreciated his effort, and he was also very happy. What he feared most were ungrateful people who took everything for granted. Ning Yuan picked up the top script first. He skimmed through it briefly and found it to be a psychological crime thriller. The story revolved around a young woman named Qing Xue who lived alone in a rented apartment. Every night, she dreamed of a man urging her to commit suicide, but she couldn't see his face. At first, the man was outside the door, but gradually he came to her bedside, his figure becoming clearer and clearer. Qing Xue could now see the knife in his hand and his hideous, terrifying face. Qing Xue was terrified and sought help from the renowned psychologist Si Baojin. As they spend time together, Si Baojin gradually falls in love with the fragile and innocent Qing Xue. However, after investigating, Si Baojin discovered that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Qing Xue appeared to be the very person who wanted to kill herself. The second book is a tomb raiding movie, also a popular genre recently. The third book is about 7 college students who ignore warnings and sneak into Ileo Mountain for a camping trip. At first, the 7 felt that although Ileo Mountain was shrouded in mist and filled with toxic fumes, the scenery was truly beautiful because few people had ever been there.
They began setting up camp and then started preparing dinner. After eating, the 7 gathered around the campfire and chatted, enjoying the moment. As night deepened, everyone went to their tents to rest. A couple was cuddling, but the girl lying below noticed 2 shadows cast on the tent. She thought it was a prank by her teammates, but she still tapped her boyfriend, who was busy working. He stopped and asked what was wrong, but suddenly saw the girl's face turn pale with fear. She trembled and pointed at the tent, unable to speak. He turned his head and saw that the zipper at the opening of the tent had been pulled open, revealing 2 pale, stiff faces staring intently at them. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but recall the news about the pseudo-humans in Ileo Mountain. The next day, 7 college students with slightly stiff walks exchanged strange smiles before blending into the crowd. After reading the first 3 scripts, Ning Yuan liked the first and third ones the most. The tomb raiding theme was starting to feel a bit repetitive, making it hard to come up with something fresh. Psychological crime and imposters, on the other hand, offer plenty of material to work with. He glanced at the remaining scripts. The 7 left were decent overall, but they didn't compare to the first 3, they were just average. After finishing the scripts, it was time to leave work. As Ning Yuan stepped out the door, he saw Xiao Rulan standing there. Her 36E figure was incredibly striking, a natural beauty. Ning Yuan couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Zong was intentionally waiting for him. "Xiao Yuan, let's go out for dinner." Mr. Xiao had also started using tactics lately. Previously, he would ask, "Would you like to go out for dinner?" But now he had switched to the definitive statement, "Let's go out for dinner." Ning Yuan shook his head and said, "No, thank you, Rulan Jie. I'd like to go home and eat." Xiao Rulan's seductive face now wore a look of hurt. "Xiao Yuan won't even go out to eat with me." Never mind, never mind. It was all my fault for thinking so much of you. I was just hoping to go out to eat with you, but now I look like the one who doesn't know how to have fun. Anyway, in your heart, my invitation isn't as important as other things. Why should I bother?" Ning Yuan looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Alright. I'll go eat with you. Xiao Zong, Xiao sister, why don't you change your name to Xiao Daiyu? Xiao Rulan's look of grievance vanished instantly, and she smiled brightly. "Xiao Yuan, I'll leave first. You come later. I'll send you the navigation." Chapter 63, Xiao Rulan helps Ning Yuan strengthen his waist and nourish his kidneys. Xiao Rulan had her reasons for saying that. Ning Yuan was an actor, and she was the company president. As public figures, they couldn't openly go out to eat together. Although Xiao Rulan had nothing to feel guilty about, what would others think? Sleazy media might write that she was using her influence to sleep with her handsome subordinate, Ning Yuan. I know their tactics all too well. Though I have nothing to hide and am a woman of integrity, I would never exploit Ning Yuan, Xiao Rulan thought to herself. The two drove into a private kitchen one after the other. The place was very secluded and primarily catered to high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. By the time Ning Yuan entered the room, Xiao Rulan was already seated. "Xiao Yuan, come over and sit next to me." Ning Yuan glanced at Xiao Zong, his eyes narrowing slightly. Xiao Rulan had her hair tied up, secured with a shark clip. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes sparkled with a gentle glow, and the corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, making her beautiful eyes incredibly alluring. Her straight nose, full and moist lips, and slightly upturned corners exuded a subtle, mature allure. The tassels on her earrings swayed gently. She wore a white shirt, with the top button undone, revealing her alluring collarbone and a hint of white skin that seemed ready to burst through the fabric. When she bent over, a deep, mysterious cleft was faintly visible. She wore a gray bodycon skirt, gray stockings, and black pointed toe red soled high heels. When Xiao Rulan saw Ning Yuan, her mature, cold beauty was tinged with a faint blush, creating a striking contrast that made her appear both innocent and alluring. She was utterly captivating, leaving one unable to look away. Ning Yuan walked over and smiled. "Sister Rulan, why suddenly invite me to dinner?" Xiao Rulan patted the chair and gestured for him to sit down. Ning Yuan was tall and lanky, and even when seated, he stood out for his tall, slender frame. Xiao Rulan's heartbeat quickened slightly, and her snow-white neck turned slightly red. She cleared her throat and took Ning Yuan's hand, placing it in her own. However, Xiao Rulan's hand was trembling slightly, imperceptibly, revealing the turmoil within her heart. "Xiao Yuan, look at your hands. They seem so thin." She gently stroked Ning Yuan's long, slender fingers with distinct knuckles. Ning Yuan felt an unusual sensation in his heart. Why does Xiao Zong seem a bit like a love-struck girl today? Because some guys would intentionally hold a girl's hand and say, "Your hands are so small." Or say, "Let me read your palm." Your love line shows that you'll meet your future partner today. Moreover, Xiao Rulan's gaze toward him seemed as though she intended to take advantage of him as her male subordinate, which was a bit unsettling. Ning Yuan tried to pull his hand back, but Xiao Rulan held it tightly. "Xiao Yuan, you've worked hard today. Make sure to eat more and take good care of yourself." Soon, the waitstaff began serving various dishes. Black sesame porridge, sea cucumber, raw oysters, abalone, and seahorse stewed with lamb, among others. Ning Yuan gave Xiao Zong a meaningful look.
Wait, these are all ingredients for strengthening the waist and kidneys.
Isn't that a bit excessive? Without 3 girlfriends, you couldn't possibly eat all this nourishing food.
Otherwise, you'd be banging your head against the bed at night and bleeding from your nose.
Xiao Rulin noticed the strange expression on Ning Yuan's face and couldn't help but blush slightly. Eat more, I heard this is good for men. Xiao Rulin took out a bottle of wine. This wine is also good. Let's have a sip. Ning Yuan asked, what kind of wine is this?
Xiao Rulin didn't know why, but her face grew even redder. This the private chef here made it herself. It's made with deer antler, sistanch, goji berries, and other ingredients. I heard it's very popular with guests.
Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, nearly spitting out his food. It felt like a banquet of doom today.
He wondered if he'd even be able to walk out of here standing up.
Xiao Rulin noticed the serious expression on Ning Yuan's face and gave a light smile.
She thought to herself, there's no way I can miss this opportunity.
Back when Ning Yuan first signed with Starlight Entertainment, Xiao Rulin had been completely blown away by his appearance. He was simply breathtakingly handsome.
As the president of an entertainment company, she had seen countless male celebrities, but a boy with such bright and pure eyes like Ning Yuan was a first for her. He had an enchanting aura about him. After that, she kept a close eye on him, occasionally pretending to pass by his office by chance. Xiao Rulin felt ashamed of her behavior, but she couldn't help herself. Not looking felt like her heart was being scratched by a cat. Even if she only saw his back, she would feel a secret joy in her heart. On one hand, she scolded herself, but on the other, she couldn't help but enjoy it. Later, she noticed that Ning Yuan had a tenacious determination to master something, which helped him quickly establish himself in the entertainment industry and gain fame through his remarkable acting skills. This made Xiao Rulin truly fall for Ning Yuan and hold him in even higher regard, wanting to cultivate him into the pillar of her company. A plan began to take shape in her mind. Over the next 2 years, she would get closer to Ning Yuan, show him more care and affection, and cultivate their relationship. Then, it would be natural for them to be together.
United in purpose, they could achieve anything.
She could also guide Ning Yuan in managing the company and eventually hand it over to him. After giving birth and raising their children, she could return to the company and run it together with him, living a happy family life. The plan was flawless, and Xiao Rulin found it highly feasible.
She couldn't help but smile.
However, as they say, man proposes, but God disposes. Soon, she stopped smiling.
Because Ning Yuan married someone else and then directly withdrew from the entertainment industry.
This left Xiao Rulin deeply hurt, and she couldn't recover for 2 or 3 years, filled with regret every day.
Damn it! Why did I hold back? Why didn't I just go for it?
Well, now that I've given him away, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. There will be no more opportunities in the future. Regret is the most painful emotion, like a knife piercing the heart. Later, when she received a call from Ning Yuan saying he was making a comeback, Xiao Rulin guessed that he must have divorced, and she was so happy she wanted to jump for joy. This must be a blessing from heaven, giving her another chance. What heaven gives, if not taken, will be lost. Therefore, Xiao Rulin decided she needed to be more proactive, preferably by taking matters into her own hands. She smiled and picked up a French Guillardeau oyster with her chopsticks, saying, "Try this."
Ning Yuan took it and said thank you.
The oyster indeed tasted excellent, with tender, juicy flesh and an incredibly sweet flavor.
Indeed, oysters and abalone are my favorites. Ning Yuan glanced at Xiao Rulin. Why aren't you eating, Rulin?
Xiao Rulin picked up her wine glass, clinked it with his, and smiled meaningfully.
I am a bit hungry, but I'd like to try something else. Ning Yuan asked curiously, what would you like to eat? Xiao Rulin smiled. You, tell me? Chapter 64, Ning Yuan and boss Xiao Rulin's first intimate moment.
After eating and drinking his fill, perhaps the wine and food had taken effect, Ning Yuan felt a bit warm, with a slight sweat on his forehead. He lowered the air conditioner's temperature.
Xiao Rulin smiled at him.
She had the waiter clear away the leftover dishes and replace them with teacups, and the two of them sipped tea together.
Ning Yuan took a sip. Good tea, leaves a sweet aftertaste. Xiao Rulin shook her head. Xiao Yuan, this isn't how you drink tea. Let me show you. Ning Yuan asked curiously, how else can you drink it?
Xiao Rulin's cheeks flushed. Close your eyes.
Ning Yuan was puzzled. Why? Xiao Rulin pretended to frown. I told you to close your eyes, so close them. A male subordinate who doesn't listen will be punished by his boss.
Ning Yuan wasn't afraid of threats, but he closed his eyes anyway. Xiao Rulin trembled as she approached, sitting naturally on his lap and pressing her lips against his. Her red lips were full and plump, radiating heat, with an indescribable softness, and a faint scent of tea lingered between them.
Sweet, sweet? Xiao Rulin asked in a trembling voice.
Ning Yuan widened his eyes, but Xiao Rulin blushed and closed hers, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Perhaps due to drinking too much tonic wine, Ning Yuan, who had already felt slightly stuffy, now felt a surge of heat within him. He held Xiao Rulin tightly, feeling the delicate curve of her waist. Ning Yuan began to respond, his kisses growing from gentle to passionate. Both were completely immersed in the moment, unable to tear themselves apart. Xiao Rulan's breathing grew heavier, her delicate face and snow-white neck flushed a deep crimson, and her flawless chest rose and fell rapidly. She wanted to let out a soft moan, but fearing Ning Yuan would hear, she bit her lip and endured the urge. Ning Yuan's hand rested on her white, tender belly, slowly moving upward. However, a minute later, Xiao Rulan suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Xiao sister, Xiao Rulan. Ning Yuan called out to her several times, but Xiao Rulan remained unresponsive with her eyes closed. This startled Ning Yuan greatly. He quickly helped her sit down on the sofa, reached out to feel her breath, and was relieved to find that Xiao Rulan was breathing evenly. She had merely fainted. She's okay, Ning Yuan sighed in relief. It seems that Xiao Zong is fine. She just ate too much. It's not a big deal, but the problem is that she has a big appetite. But her delicate body couldn't handle it. Ning Yuan just rubbed her a bit, and she was already in a daze. Ning Yuan pinched her nose, and Xiao Rulan slowly came to. Ning Yuan felt relieved, but he began to look at Xiao Rulan with a strange expression. Xiao Rulan blushed fiercely under his gaze, quickly covering her face and adopting a CEO's demeanor. What are you looking at? Don't look. However, her appearance was far from that of a CEO. She looked like a love-struck young girl, with disheveled hair and a blushing face, as if she had been teased by Ning Yuan. A flame of desire burned fiercely within Ning Yuan. He murmured resentfully, "Sis, are you a little premature? Premature ejaculation? Ah. I'll fight you." Xiao Rulan's face turned bright red as she angrily lunged at Ning Yuan, ready to punch him. She never expected herself to act this way. The desire was intense, but her body couldn't handle it. However, her body was too weak, and she was held tightly by Ning Yuan, who whispered softly, "Move again, and I'll rub you." Xiao Rulan calmed down. Ning Yuan gently kissed her lips and said, "Let's go back." Xiao Rulan blushed and glanced at a certain spot, then softly asked, "Are you okay?" Ning Yuan smiled, "It's fine." Xiao Rulan lowered her head, blushing, "I didn't know it would be like this. Maybe it's because I'm too sensitive. Maybe we should try more often in the future. If we develop an antibody, it should be fine once we have it." Seeing her pleading eyes, Ning Yuan couldn't bring himself to refuse her. "All right." Xiao Rulan immediately began to smile broadly, her face filled with tenderness. She wrapped her arms around Ning Yuan's arm, her full breasts almost spilling out. Ning Yuan gently scraped her nose. "Let's go." Xiao Rulan stopped him. "Xiao Yuan, I want to give you a gift." She pulled out a key. "This is the key to my little bungalow. It's near the company. This little bungalow is the gift I'm giving you. You can transfer the ownership to you whenever you have time." "Xiao sister, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Ning Yuan returned the key to her. A small villa near the company was already quite close to the city center and would cost several million yuan. Xiao Rulan directly put the keys into Ning Yuan's pocket. "If you don't want it, I'll be upset. This little house is near the company, so you don't have to travel so far to rest." Xiao Rulan had another little plan. She could also go to the small villa nearby to rest, and then she could spend time alone with Ning Yuan, being affectionate with each other. Ning Yuan hesitated, and Xiao Rulan pouted, lowering her eyes until they were red. Ning Yuan had no choice but to accept them. Xiao Rulan finally smiled brightly, tiptoed up, and kissed him. "That's better. Here's your reward." Getting the small bungalow and a reward? Ning Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how kind Xiao Zong was to him. Does this count as eating soft rice? Ning Yuan quickly warned himself not to get carried away and to keep working hard. A man with a career can enhance his own charm. His previous bitter experience with Lu Shuiying had taught him that while he could be kind to his woman, he couldn't neglect his career. Moreover, as the number of women around him increased, Ning Yuan knew that acting was merely a stepping stone. His true goal was to become the capital himself. Xiao Zong hesitantly asked, "Xiao Yuan, if you want to go, you can stay there." I can come too. We can try more things together. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll get dizzy again." By the end, Xiao Rulan was too shy to speak. Ning Yuan looked at Xiao Rulan, whose beauty was beyond compare, and she seemed like a ripe fruit waiting to be picked. Ning Yuan's heart was ablaze. Tonight's food and wine were too nourishing. He estimated he'd toss and turn all night. Ning Yuan kissed her passionately. After that, Ning Yuan called a car, sent Xiao Rulan home first, and then returned to Tangshenipin. However, Meng Nanyu didn't come back tonight. Meng Nanru had several apartments. She had worked overtime tonight and was staying at one of her properties near the Meng Group. Ning Yuan was restless and unable to calm down, feeling as though there was a fire burning in his chest. He took out the script, and as he began to read it quietly, his heart gradually began to calm down. Meanwhile, Xiao Rulan was tossing and turning in bed, but she was mostly filled with regret. Such a great opportunity today, and she fainted by rolling her eyes. Aha! However, today wasn't entirely without gains. She had shared a passionate kiss with Ning Yuan and confessed her feelings to him, even giving him a small villa as a gift. She took off her clothes, and her stunning figure was washed by the warm water from the showerhead. She bit her lower lip, recalling Ning Yuan's hand on her waist. After her shower, she slipped into a purple nightgown and lay on the bed. The embarrassing scenes from today kept replaying in her mind, making her toss and turn.
I wonder if Xiao Yuan can sleep. He must be feeling pretty bad too. Is he thinking about me too? He. Just asking timidly? Could you give the author a good review?
Every word was typed by me personally, with no explicit content.
It's not formulaic. There's a harem, and everyone gets a happy ending. Plus, I listened to feedback and changed Xiaozong's name.
The plot was all thought up by me, just to give everyone a fresh experience.
I hope you can encourage me with a good review. Thank you. Chapter 65, Ning Yuan and Ling Xian play games together. After finishing his book, Ning Yuan was surprised to receive a message from Ling Xian.
Ling Xian hadn't contacted him since she forcefully kissed him last time.
Ling Xian, Ning Yuan, what are you doing? Want to play a game? I'll carry you.
Ling Xian had been busy with research experiments lately, and after sobering up, she felt a bit embarrassed about the forced kiss and didn't know what to say to Ning Yuan. She couldn't just apologize, could she? She didn't want to apologize because she wanted to do it again. However, she heard that after Ning Yuan left the gaming scene, he occasionally played games out of boredom, so she thought about inviting him to play a few games to build some rapport. Hey, once my Luna is flying around and taking down archers in the midst of 1,000 soldiers, Ning Yuan will definitely look at me differently, right? After all, I can't exactly invite him to visit the lab, can I? Ning Yuan happened to be unable to sleep, so he replied, sure, let's play a few rounds. Both of them logged into the game. Ling Xian invited Ning Yuan, and clicked start. They matched quickly. Their teammates included a couple, a show-off guy and a spoiled girl and an invisible top laner. The show-off guy started talking, I'll carry this game. Follow me, honey. He picked mid-lane Zhuge Liang. The girly girl chose Yao, saying, brother, I'll follow you, never leave you. Ning Yuan and Ling Xian felt a chill run down their spines. Ning Yuan assumed Ling Xian was a noob, so he picked his signature hero, Sun Shangxiang. The show-off guy mocked, Sun Shangxiang is way too weak in the early game. Even dogs wouldn't play her. Ning Yuan wasn't one to take insults lying down, that's because you're bad. I'll play Sun Shangxiang, and one roll will turn you into a little dog like you. You. The show-off was furious. The spoiled girl quickly chimed in with a sweet voice, brother, he's so rude. Ling Xian shot back at her, brother, this woman is so fake and dramatic. Ning Yuan found it amusing. He didn't expect the associate professor to be so good at teasing people. The coquettish girl screamed angrily, you're the one pretending. The voice was rough and unpleasant. It was actually a man's voice. The pretentious man was clearly taken aback. Wait, you're a man? Then he shouted angrily, damn it, give me back the money I spent on your skin. Put. You're such a fool. The effeminate man stopped pretending and cursed in a man's voice before logging off. Ling Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ling Xian's mature, seductive voice was much more pleasant than the deliberately affected, girly voice of the woman. The show-off guy recognized the voice immediately and knew the other person must be a beauty. He turned his anger into joy. Miss, let me take you flying, how about it? Ling Xian coldly said, get lost. The pretentious guy, a sycophant, smiled and said, alright, miss. After this brief exchange, everyone continued selecting their heroes. Ling Xian also thought Ning Yuan was a noob, so she picked her signature hero, Luna. The invisible player picked Lian Pa for the top lane. The match began. From the start, they were missing a support player, but Ning Yuan and Ling Xian didn't think much of it. However, the opposing team quickly realized they were outnumbered and started taunting them. Guys on the other side, don't waste your time. You can't win with just 4 of you. Just surrender now. Why not start a new game? You know you're going to lose anyway. The invisible player also sighed and agreed to surrender. 4 people can't win. The show-off hurriedly tried to persuade them. No, guys, I can carry you. No one paid him any attention. Ning Yuan could only hide under the tower at first, farming the minions. The enemy marksman and support, seeing him alone, charged in from all sides trying to kill him. Even their marksman, Little Lu Ban, was hit twice by the tower, leaving him with only half a health bar. Ning Yuan finally reached level 4 while playing cautiously, as he was the only one gaining experience, so he leveled up faster than the enemy. He sneered inwardly. At that moment, the enemy Zhong Kuei attempted to hook him, but Ning Yuan used his first skill to roll to the other side, dodging the hook, and then immediately attacked the enemy marksman. The enemy Xiao Lu Ban immediately counterattacked with his first skill, a sweeping attack, followed by his second skill, aiming to push Ning Yuan into the wall. Ning Yuan dodged with a flash and landed behind the small Lu Ban, then used his second skill, auto-attacked, first skill, auto-attacked, and finished him off with his third skill. First blood. By the time Zhong Kuei approaches, he finds that the small Lu Ban is already gone. At this point, Ning Yuan still has half a health bar. Zhong Kuei tries to hook him, but Ning Yuan dodges with his first skill, then auto-attacks and uses his second skill, dealing half of Zhong Kuei's health. Zhong Kuei tried to flash away, but it was too late. Ning Yuan followed up with his first skill, a basic attack, then his second skill, and another basic attack.
Zhong Kuei is also eliminated. Double kill. Ning Yuan had just gotten really strong.
The enemy team remained silent. Lianpo let out a sigh of relief, regaining some confidence at that moment. The show-off followed suit, shouting, 666. Ling Xian was also surprised. He never expected Ning Yuan to be so skilled. But soon, Lianpo was killed by the enemy's top laner and jungler who had tower dived him.
However, Ling Xian arrived in time, executed a smooth series of moves, and killed the two opponents.
The show-off exclaimed, "Miss, you're amazing."
Ling Xian ignored him. This really angered the opposing team.
They had thought that Ning Yuan and his 4 teammates were just sitting ducks, but they didn't expect them to have some real skill. They called for the jungler from the bottom lane to surround and eliminate Ning Yuan. However, Ling Xian and Ning Yuan, despite being first-time teammates, had excellent chemistry. Ning Yuan had already signaled Ling Xian to ambush them. The show-off also ran over. The enemy was counter-ambushed, and Ning Yuan, with his economic advantage, easily secured 3 kills. This was a huge win. Ning Yuan knew that 4 people couldn't drag the game into the late game, but with his economic advantage, he had already entered his rhythm. He and Ling Xian worked together to wipe out the enemy team, pushing them back to their high ground in just 12 minutes. The enemy team was in disarray. The little Lu Ban was cursing Zhong Kuei for being useless and telling Ning Yuan to push faster. Zhong Kuei also cursed at Xiao Lu Ban.
Then Xiao Lu Ban turned on Ning Yuan, "Sun Shangshan, what are you pretending to be? Without you junglers, you're nothing." Ling Xian couldn't take it anymore. "Xiao Lu Ban, why don't you learn some positioning from the blue buff?"
Xiao Lu Ban, someone who doesn't know you would think you've been hit by the wind.
Ning Yuan almost couldn't help but laugh, not expecting Ling Xian to be so sharp-tongued.
He also started mocking him, "Little Lu Ban, sprinkle some rice on your phone, even chickens can move better than you. Lu Ban, you shouldn't have left the fountain, the minions will kill you."
Enraged, Lu Ban didn't respond anymore.
Even the show-off guy mocked him, "I lost one hand, but I'm still better than you, Lu Ban." Ning Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected the show-off guy to be one-armed. After all, no one would curse themselves like that.
Ling Xian also felt awkward to mock the show-off guy.
Perhaps he felt inferior because of his missing arm, so he always wanted to show off trivial things. They were all unfortunate souls in this world. In the end, Ning Yuan and the others destroyed the crystal. After that, Ning Yuan and Ling Xian played a few more rounds, and these rounds were complete dominations. The two of them worked together seamlessly. They played with such vigor and enthusiasm that Ning Yuan couldn't help but find Ling Xian surprising. A research associate professor who was so skilled at video games. Ling Xian finally said, "Ning Yuan, my computer is broken. Could you come over to my place next time to fix it? We can play games together then." Ning Yuan replied, "I'll see if I can make time later." The two logged off. Ning Yuan lay on his bed, feeling restless again. He had to admit that medicinal wine was pretty potent. This was the first time Ning Yuan had ever felt such a strong desire. His mind was clear, so he sat up and decided to take out the new book he had bought, Fundamentals of Vocal Performance, and started reciting it. The old textbook was left at Lu Shuiying's villa, and he hadn't brought it back. Ning Yuan thought she must have thrown it away. Lu Shuiying gently brushed the dust off Ning Yuan's performance book and placed it carefully. Lately, she had hired an aunt named Li to help with cleaning and cooking, but she had always forbidden Aunt Li from entering Ning Yuan's room. Aunt Li was a decent cook, but Lu Shuiying just didn't have much of an appetite. She only wanted to eat the food Ning Yuan cooked. Lu Shuiying lay on Ning Yuan's bed, her mind drifting back to the days she had spent with him. Back then, Ning Yuan would always smile at her, serve her food, and watch her eat with a loving gaze. Lu Shuiying was too busy with work and developed a stomach ailment. Ning Yuan would specially prepare medicine for her and help adjust her diet. When she was too tired, he would give her a massage. Ning Yuan even took the time to learn massage techniques to help her relax her shoulders and neck muscles. He even planted roses for her, just to make her happier after work. It seemed as though the entire villa was filled with his presence, but he was no longer there. He wouldn't be coming back. He not even as good as a stranger. Those once dazzling, affectionate peach blossom eyes are now devoid of any warmth, leaving only suffocating coldness. Her heart ached once more. Chapter 66, Lu Shuiying's apology text message. She regretted it so much. That feeling of regret coiled around her heart like a venomous snake, tightening its grip until she could barely breathe, the pain unbearable. She trembled as she reached for her phone and inserted a new SIM card. She remembered what Ling Xian had said earlier to let Ning Yuan see her change. Tears fell onto the phone screen as she began to send a message to Ning Yuan. Lu Shuiying wrote, "Can I still love you, Ning Yuan? I know my previous ways of treating you were wrong. I ignored your feelings, and I was too proud. Can I make up for the mistakes I've made? I want to take wedding photos with you, cook delicious meals for you, smile at you every day, and give you a hug every day.
Will you give me another chance to show you who I am? I want to prove myself to you. I can kiss you every day, I can be with you in bed, whatever you desire, I can give you gifts, I can even give you the villa. I can have children with you. Our cute children would be so adorable. I hope she can be just like you. Ning Yuan, I'm in agony every day now.
I can't sleep, I can't eat, and I cry every day looking at your clothes and books.
I know I was wrong, and I know this is the punishment I deserve. Who told me not to cherish you?
My father passed away when I was young, and my mother isn't by my side, so I never learned how to love someone.
Now I understand that love requires mutual sacrifice, not just taking.
I truly want to hold your hand and grow old together. Those who pity and miss each other grow even closer, one lifetime, one generation, one pair of people. From now on, as the misty rain falls on the Golden City, one person holds the umbrella, and two walk together. If you're willing to come back, you can mock me all you want, you can scold me, you can even slap my butt, just as long as you come back.
Ning Yuan, don't ignore me. I really can't bear it. Ning Yuan, I miss you so much. After writing this sentence, Lu Shuiying could no longer hold back her tears. Would Ning Yuan be willing to read the message she had written with such care?
She was so eager for Ning Yuan to read it carefully and reply to her. But she was also so worried that Ning Yuan would delete it without even looking at it. Ning Yuan, can you give me a chance? She murmured to herself, placing her hands over her chest as if to calm her racing heart. On the other side, Ning Yuan, who was reading a book, heard his phone ring. He picked it up and saw the message Lu Shuiying had sent. After reading it, he remained silent for a moment. He never imagined that the arrogant Lu Shuiying would say such a thing. Or even say, in bed, you may take whatever you desire. But alas, from now on, no more love letters will be sent, and the clouds and rain on the painted tower will have no proof. Love is like spring river water, once it flows away, it never returns. A broken mirror can never be mended. Thinking back to the 5 years of oppression and suffering he endured in Lu Shuiying's villa, Ning Yuan no longer wanted to look back. He sighed and did not reply. It was already late at night, and Ning Yuan felt a wave of drowsiness. He went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Ning Yuan went to work and bumped into Xiaozong. Xiaozong swayed her graceful figure. The moment she saw him, her face flushed, and her chest rose and fell. She couldn't help but think of the words premature ejaculation that Ning Yuan had mentioned, and she couldn't help but give him a playful glance. Ning Yuan smiled and greeted her, "Good morning, Ms. Xiao." No. She hadn't been able to sleep all night because a certain man had been causing trouble in her dreams, leaving her exhausted when she woke up. Ning Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing that the company employees were arriving one after another, Xiao Rulin didn't say anything else, only muttering, "I'll tell you next time." Ning Yuan walked into his office. Yang Dong came over and knocked on the door. After entering, he said to Ning Yuan, "Ning Yuan, have you read the scripts? Which one do you think is better?" Ning Yuan thought for a moment. "Personally, I prefer the third one. Fake people is a hot topic lately, and it has built-in buzz. If it's done well, it should perform well." He pointed to the first one. "If the auditions don't go well, this one is also an option. The ending is quite unexpected, and I think it's also good." Since Ning Yuan had made his choice, Yang Dong didn't say much more. The auditions for Human Skin Prison start tomorrow. The director is the renowned horror film director Wen Weiren. As for Mirror, the psychological crime film, the auditions are 5 days later, so the schedules don't overlap. Ning Yuan naturally knew about Wen Weiren, a horror film director renowned both domestically and internationally. He excels at using various techniques to create a terrifying atmosphere and has a knack for plot design. His stories are often filled with suspense and twists, leaving audiences guessing until the very end. Let Xiao Ju accompany me. Dong Ge, you're more familiar with director Wen Weiren. What should I prepare for the audition? Yang Dong laughed. Ning Yuan, with your acting skills, what are you worried about? Ning Yuan looked serious. There's always someone better than you, so don't get cocky. He then took out the script. I should review my lines again. Better safe than sorry. Yang Dong said, good luck, then smiled and left. Ning Yuan was concentrating on memorizing his lines when Xiao Zong walked over with a cold expression. She glanced around discreetly and, seeing no one noticed her, slipped into Ning Yuan's office. Working so hard, Xiao Yuan? Ning Yuan didn't even look up, continuing to read his book, Sister Roland, of course. I'm a good subordinate working hard to make money for the boss. You so-called good subordinate kept me up all night. Ning Yuan raised his eyes, his gaze as bright as stars, causing Xiao Rulin's face to flush slightly. Ning Yuan stood up, cupped her face, and kissed her lips, laughing. Xiao Zong, stop teasing. If the audition doesn't go well tomorrow, it's all your fault. Xiao Rulin blushed and jumped away. The office door isn't closed. Actually, she wanted to say, you don't have to work so hard. But Xiao Rulin didn't say it. The serious Ning Yuan had a special charm. Since Ning Yuan wanted to become a good actor, she naturally supported him. P.S. The author is just taking advice. I want to share an important update with everyone. Many readers commented yesterday, and I've read all of them. Some readers mentioned that Meng Nanyu could get pregnant, but it's too early for that now. My original plan was to have Lu Shuiying see Ning Yuan walking around with the pregnant Meng Nanyu, and that scene would have been explosive. However, many readers don't want Meng Nanyu to get pregnant too early. They feel that if she's already pregnant and then starts a harem, it would make them feel uncomfortable and guilty toward Meng Nanyu.
However, they also really like Lu Shuefu, Ling Xian, Mu Qingma, and Xiao Rulan, and not having a harem would make them even more upset. It's just so conflicting. So agonizing. I understand everyone has feelings, so I've set Meng Nanyu as not being pregnant at this point. However, please rest assured that in the later parts of this book, I will definitely make Meng Nanyu pregnant first, and have her cousin Lu Shuiying help Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu take care of the children. Chapter 67, The Wrap of a Step-by-Step in the Workplace. Then come back soon, I'll wait for you. She had originally wanted to say, I'll wait for you at home, but since they hadn't reached that stage yet, it couldn't be called home. I need to work hard to win over Xiao Yuan, but sigh. But she might roll her eyes and faint halfway through. What should she do? Xiao Rulan's charming face flashed with a look of conflict. Ning Yuan seemed to know what she was thinking and leaned close to her ear. It's okay, a sister who rolls her eyes is still cute. Xiao Rulan blushed and slapped him a few times. You're going to die. I didn't roll my eyes. Ning Yuan knew she was reluctant. Xiao Rulan had already given him the little bungalow. How could he not understand her feelings? If she continued to play hard to get, it would be like pretending not to understand when she clearly did. In his previous 5-year marriage, his deep feelings had gone unreciprocated. Ning Yuan naturally knew how painful that was. Having been caught in the rain himself, he naturally wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Especially for someone like Xiao Rulan, who had helped him and loved him. Ning Yuan closed the office door, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and kissed her cheek under Xiao Rulan's stunned gaze. I'll be back soon. Wait for me at home. The words "wait for me at home" made Xiao Rulan's heart race, and her feelings surged within her. If this hadn't been at the office, she would have wanted to kiss Ning Yuan passionately. The president's office has a restroom, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Ah! What am I thinking? Xiao Rulan, the president, blushed and buried her face in his neck, letting out a soft mmh, her breath tickling Ning Yuan's neck. Fortunately, Xiao Rulan was a highly sensitive person. Even a single kiss made her feel quite satisfied, and she let out a few soft moans. After chatting for a few more minutes, Xiao Rulan was ready to leave. She acted like a thief, quietly opening a crack in the door to make sure no one was looking before slipping out. She stood up straight, adopting a cold, aloof demeanor, her high heels clicking as she returned to the president's office. Back in her office, Xiao Rulan patted her heavy chest. Though she appeared calm on the surface, secretly dating a male subordinate still made her feel nervous. She paced back and forth in her office and accidentally ended up at the CEO's restroom. It really was an accident. She thought to herself. Xiao Rulan eyed the bed in the lounge. It would be a bit cramped for one person, but just right for two. Xiao Yuan could lie on top of me. She shook her head, pushing those unhealthy thoughts out of her mind, sat down in the CEO's chair, crossed her long, slender legs in black stockings, picked up the contract, and began to read it slowly. However, she didn't notice that she had picked up the wrong contract. After Xiao Rulan left, Ning Yuan continued rehearsing his lines. When it was time to leave work, Ning Yuan saw a message from the slacking squad. It turned out that a month had passed, and Wu Xian had passed the organization's test. After reapplying, the group administrator Sun Yanxiu approved his request to join the group. Originally, Sun Yanxiu had refused to let him join the group. However, after observing the crew for a month, Wu Xian had come to understand that Sun Yanxiu had completely transformed into Ning Yuan, constantly mentioning him in every sentence. So he had an epiphany and blurted out, "Sis, I really want to join the group." Sun Yanxiu was taken aback. "Sis-in-law? Aren't you Ning Yuan's girlfriend now?" Sun Yanxiu blushed. No, not yet. However, she promptly accepted Wu Xian's request to join the group. He had misjudged him. Who would have thought Wu Xian was such a talented person? Wu Xian sent a large group red envelope and said, "Earlier, I offended Yuan Gu. From now on, I'll follow Yuan Ge's lead." Ning Yuan replied, "No need to be so formal. Just call me Ning Yuan from now on, and I'll call you Wu Xian." "Alright, Yuan Gu." The four then discussed the wrap-up of step-by-step in the workplace. Sun Yanxiu, finally free. She was secretly delighted, as she could finally go on a date with Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan had already agreed to take her out to dinner. "Suyu, it wasn't easy, but I learned a lot. Wu Xian, this TV drama experience has made me deeply aware of my own shortcomings. From now on, I must stay humble and diligent, and strive to emulate brother Ning in everything I do." Wu Xian also had his own thoughts. He had watched Ning Yuan's acting, which truly left him in awe. Even Su Koan and Nye Fon had nothing but praise for him. Ning Yuan is definitely destined for greatness in the film industry. It's essential to latch on to a powerful figure early on. Once Ning Yuan rises to prominence, there won't be any opportunities left to latch on. Ning Yuan, that's enough, Wu Xian. Wu Xin, I'm being completely sincere, brother Yuan. I truly admire you. Su Nianxiu, it's clear that Wu Xin really wants to improve. Su Yu was stunned. He felt his position was in jeopardy clearly. Wu Xin was better at brown-nosing than he was. Wu Xin has no shame.
Clearly, Su Yu was the first one to cling to Ning Yuan's leg.
Wu Xin is trying to steal his position.
He quickly posted his opinion in the group chat to show his loyalty. There's no need to talk about how amazing our brother Yuan is. The guidance he gave me earlier was truly enlightening.
Su Yu meant, I'm closer to brother Yuan, and he even guided me before. Wu Xin, you should step aside.
Su Nianxiu interrupted their conversation and replied, oh, we have to attend the wrap-up banquet tonight.
Otherwise, we definitely have to ask Ning Yuan to treat us to dinner.
She didn't want to go, but Director Wang Ying specifically instructed her that others could take leave if they had something else to do, but as the female lead, she couldn't. Although Su Nianxiu's brother is the president of an entertainment company, she hasn't developed a spoiled or capricious personality. Since the director had spoken, she would still make an appearance. Ning Yuan chatted with them for a few more minutes before receiving another call from Director Wang Ying. Wang Ying told him to find some time later to come in and do the voiceover work for the character Yenting, ensuring that the voice and visuals match perfectly. Ning Yuan, once the editing is done, we'll watch the final cut together. After that, you may need to set aside time for the press conference, fan meet and greet, and premiere. Ning Yuan replied, alright, Director Wang. If there were no scheduling conflicts, he would naturally attend. After Director Wang instructed him on the next steps, Ning Yuan couldn't help but start looking forward to it. What kind of response would his first TV series after his comeback receive upon its release? Chapter 68, Step by Step in the Workplace Trailer. After work, Ning Yuan returned to Tangchenipin.
Meng Nanyu was preparing dinner in the kitchen.
Just as Ning Yuan was about to compliment her, he heard Meng Nanyu scream, startling him into rushing inside.
Are you okay, honey? Meng Nanyu held a spatula, standing far away from the pot with a pitiful expression.
Well, the oil splashed everywhere, and I got burned. She extended her hand, and sure enough, there were red spots on her pale, delicate wrist.
Ning Yuan took the spatula and kissed her hand again. It's okay, let me do it. But why didn't you ask Huang Ma to cook? Meng Nanyu pouted, I wanted to cook something delicious for you myself.
Ning Yuan put on an apron and gently kissed her forehead.
Everyone has their strengths. You're good at managing the company and making important decisions. You don't need to be good at cooking too. Let's just divide the work. You sit down nicely, and I'll cook.
Then Ning Yuan joked, after all, there aren't too many people like me who can act, cook, and do everything else. Meng Nanyu also smiled. It should be said that there aren't many people who are handsome, can perform, and can cook. Ning Yuan curved his lips, although you said what's on my mind, one should still be humble, haha.
Then I'll give you 99 points.
I'm deducting 1 point so you don't get too proud.
Meng Nanyu didn't leave either. She stayed at the door chatting with Ning Yuan.
She couldn't bear to spend even a single moment apart from Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan smiled tenderly, my wife, you're always 100 points in my heart.
Since we've been together, you've noticed I never add sugar when I cook. Do you know why, my wife? Why? Meng Nanyu tilted her head and asked.
Ning Yuan stirred the pan while laughing, because being with my wife every day is already super sweet. If I add sugar, I'm afraid I'll get diabetes easily.
Meng Nanyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh.
Xiao Yuan, you're such a smooth talker. But the love in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Ning Yuan's words were pure emotional value, making Meng Nanyu's heart bloom with joy.
Meng Nanyu pouted playfully, Xiao Yuan, your mouth is so sweet. Be careful when you go out, some rich women might like your type. Ning Yuan laughed, wife, you mean you, the rich woman, likes my type, right? Ha ha.
She couldn't help but step forward and hug Ning Yuan from behind, I like you. Ning Yuan thought to himself, actually, there had been several wealthy women who wanted to sponsor him before. At the time, he was still in college. Ning Yuan, with his striking appearance and eloquent speech, was often chosen as the host for important school events, which allowed him to meet some wealthy women. A few of them were interested in him and asked if he wanted to be their personal secretary, offering any salary he desired. However, Ning Yuan had refused them all. Even more outrageous was when a wealthy woman who was quite attractive approached him privately and asked if he needed financial assistance. She offered to give him 5 million yuan to help him with his education, and she had 2 close female friends who were also willing to give him 5 million each, as long as he agreed to become their boyfriend. Ning Yuan was startled and firmly refused. He wouldn't be able to afford that. The wealthy woman wasn't willing to give up and offered to give him a luxury car or a small apartment near the city center. In Jinghai, a small apartment near the city center would cost nearly 10 million yuan. This was like becoming a millionaire overnight without any effort, and owning a house that others only dreamed of. However, Ning Yuan shook his head firmly. The mature, wealthy woman seemed a bit annoyed and coldly said, this is an opportunity that many people would kill for, and you're turning it down.
This is a fortune that could let you live comfortably for the rest of your life. If you refuse, you'll regret it later. Ning Yuan ignored her and walked away without looking back. If Ning Yuan had been willing to sell his body, he could have already retired comfortably. Of course, this lying back also had another meaning: he was already weak and exhausted. After all, once he took the money, he would be exploited endlessly by the wealthy woman. Heaven had been unfair to him, taking away his parents at a young age, but it had also been kind to him, granting him an otherworldly appearance. With such good looks, even if Ning Yuan didn't act, he could still thrive in the corporate world. Look at Xiao Rolan, the CEO, who was already eyeing him, his male subordinate, with lust. Ning Yuan prepared a delicious meal, and the two began to eat. Meng Nanyu ate very little. She preferred to watch Ning Yuan eat. Her eyes, filled with mist, gazed at Ning Yuan with love. Ning Yuan had already taken tonics and drunk tonic wine, making his body feel hot. Now, seeing Meng Nanyu like this, his throat tightened. He walked over, picked Meng Nanyu up in his arms, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "My wife, I think I need to eat you first." Meng Nanyu let out a soft moan, wrapping her arms tightly around Ning Yuan's neck. Her snow-white, jade-like toes gently hooked around his waist, her voice sweet and syrupy. "We're eating, don't." Though she said that, her body was almost as limp as a rag. Finally, as Meng Nanyu whispered, "I can't come anymore, I can't," the room fell silent. By then, the food had already grown cold. Meng Nanyu gave Ning Yuan a playful glare. You're such a beast, Xiao Yuan." Ning Yuan laughed heartily, taking her words as a compliment. He suddenly recalled a joke about a guy who took a high-speed train for over 10 hours to meet his girlfriend for a hotel room. As soon as he lit a cigarette, his girlfriend, who had just finished showering, began urging him from the bed in a seductive voice. He set the cigarette aside and began to embrace her. After they finished, the cigarette was halfway burned, so he picked it up and continued smoking the other half. Ning Yuan reheated the food, and the two of them finally finished eating. While Meng Nanru was taking a shower, Ning Yuan was scrolling through Weibo and saw the trailer for Step by Step in the workplace. In the trailer, he had the most screen time and was the most eye-catching. After all, who could resist taking a few extra glances at a handsome, wealthy, and charming young heir from a wealthy family? After watching it, Ning Yuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Without any modesty, he said, "Director Wang really made me look like a god." The fans' comments were even more, making Ning Yuan unable to help but laugh. Chapter 69, Auditions for the Human Skin Prison Crew. Ning Yuan slowly began reading the comments. Ning Yuan realized no one could fight back, so he quit the industry. Now he's back, and still can't find anyone who can fight. Waiting for the brothers show, huh? Keep it up. I finally understand why concubines who are banished to the cold palace are still favored by the emperor. As long as they get a chance to see him, they'll be favored again. As soon as the brother comes out, he's favored again. Can't wait. But isn't Qin Di's eyesight bad? Clearly Yen Ting loves her more and treats her better, so why did she choose Lu Yuan? A childhood friend can't compete with a heavenly sent beauty. Ning Yuan, look at me, I'll mine for you. Anyone who watched Ning Yuan's first movie must be an old geezer by now. My Yuan has saved me countless times, illuminating countless dark nights for me. Crying. However, Wu Xin's fans are clearly more numerous. These coins are hilarious. Ning Yuan has run out of ideas and is retiring from the industry. Do they really think he is retiring at the peak of his career? Exactly, it's obvious that our Xinshuan is better and more handsome. If you can't see it, you should donate your eyes. When it's released, everyone will see how amazing our Xinshuan is. When the tide goes out, we'll see who has been swimming naked. The capital behind Ning Yuan is starting to exert its influence, suppressing our brother. Ning Yuan just smiled at these comments. In the future, when these fans see Wu Xin respectfully calling him Brother Yuan, will they feel a sense of tragedy, like the subject wants to fight to the death, but the emperor surrenders first? Moreover, when the time comes, the audience will judge their acting skills. As one of Wu Xin's fans said, let's wait until the tide goes out and see who's swimming naked. Seeing that Meng Nanyu hadn't come out of the bathroom yet, he chuckled softly and pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. An hour later, Meng Nanyu emerged with a flushed face, gently opening the glass door of the bathroom. The glass door, covered in mist, had two circular shapes on it. The two stepped out, dried their hair, and then embraced each other and fell asleep. The next day, Ning Yuan bid farewell to Meng Nanyu and drove to the company. He then got into Ji Xiuju's car and headed to the set of the human skin prison. After explaining their purpose to the staff at the entrance, the staff led Ning Yuan to the door of the audition room. Today's audition was for the male lead role of Chenin, so the waiting room outside the audition room was filled with male actors. When they saw the tall, handsome Ning Yuan, those who recognized him felt a strong sense of threat, but they still greeted him. Some new actors who didn't recognize Ning Yuan were also stunned by his appearance, and their hearts immediately began to race. Ning Yuan was unaware of the overwhelming pressure he was causing. He greeted everyone and sat down to wait patiently. After waiting for 2 or 3 rounds, the staff began calling out names. Sun Yang, start your audition. Ning Yuan, get ready.
Sun Yang went in and came out about 15 minutes later, looking slightly disappointed, apparently not having performed well.
Ning Yuan, start your audition. Hu Jingtang, get ready.
Ning Yuan stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked in. The other actors around him instinctively looked at him, their eyes following his movements. Upon entering the audition room, Ning Yuan saw 3 people sitting in front of him. The one in the middle was the renowned horror film director Wen Weiren, the man to his left was the assistant director Mo Xiaowei, and the man on his right looked familiar. Ning Yuan searched his memory and realized that the man was the veteran actor Lei Jingjie. Ning Yuan greeted the 3 politely, Director 1, hello.
Assistant Director Mo, hello. Mr. Lei, hello. I'm Ning Yuan here for the audition. When Weiren smiled and said, Ning Yuan, no need to be so formal. I know you Yang Dong mentioned you to me. However, while we may know each other, whether you can secure the role will depend on your performance. Of course, I understand, Director Wen.
I'll do my best to perform. Wen Weiren and the others whispered among themselves for a moment. Wen Weiren then said, Ning Yuan, you were nominated for the Best Actor Award at the Golden Rooster Awards, so your acting should be decent. Why don't you perform the first scene of scene 365? The staff handed him the script. Ning Yuan glanced at the scene for the 365th take, first take. It was Chen Ning fighting desperately with a fake person, his body covered in injuries. Despite his injuries, he clung tightly to the fake person's leg and shouted, Xiaolei, run. However, the Xiaolei in front of him suddenly smiled sinisterly, her expression stiff and unnatural.
Chen Ning, why are you telling me to run?
Chen Ning's mouth dropped open, his pupils dilated, and his body trembled violently as he looked at his girlfriend Xu Lei in despair. He had no idea that his girlfriend had already been replaced by the imposter.
When Weiren said, Ning Yuan, you have 10 minutes to prepare.
Ning Yuan shook his head and said, Director 1, it's not necessary.
We can start now. When Weiren became interested, oh? That's fine. Lei teacher, come and act with Ning Yuan.
Lei Jingjie nodded and walked to the center of the set with Ning Yuan. The crew members first engaged in a struggle with Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan clung to the crew member's leg, his face contorted in pain from the severe injuries, but he refused to let go and shouted desperately, Xiaolei, run. At that moment, Lei Jingjie suddenly turned around, his face contorted into a sinister, rigid expression that was truly unsettling.
It must be said that the veteran actor's performance was truly remarkable. A eerie voice echoed, Chen Ning, why are you telling me to run?
The voice was enough to send chills down one's spine.
Lei Jingjie's performance was filled with oppressive force, and it was unclear whether this was intentional. If one's acting skills were not strong, they would be unable to match Lei Jingjie's performance.
Ning Yuan's face betrayed shock, his eyes welling up with tears, his pupils dilating, and his body trembling violently. His expression twisted into a mask of pain and despair.
Xiaolei, you.
A pair of hands plunged into his chest.
Ning Yuan seamlessly took over Lei Jingjie's performance, and the emotional transition was smooth and natural. When Weiren led the applause, well done, Ning Yuan. You truly deserve the Best Actor nomination. Your performance was outstanding.
Lei Jingjie nodded with admiration, Ning Yuan, I've only seen you on screen before.
I never expected your acting to be so good.
Ning Yuan humbly replied, Director Wen is too kind.
Your performance was so amazing that I almost couldn't keep up with you. Seeing Ning Yuan's humility, the two exchanged a smile. Finally, when Weiren said, Ning Yuan, you can go back now.
We'll notify you of the audition results in 2 days. Ning Yuan naturally knew that such a large production team wouldn't announce the results on the spot. They had many factors to consider.
After Ning Yuan politely took his leave, the actors waiting outside couldn't help but glance at his expression. However, Ning Yuan looked as calm as ever, and they couldn't discern anything from his expression.
As Ning Yuan stepped out of the production crew, Ji Xiaoju had already driven the car over. After getting into the car, Ning Yuan received a WeChat message from Lu Xuefu.
Ning Yuan, tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we go to the amusement park together?
Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment. He had no special plans for tomorrow, so accompanying Lu Xuefu would be fine. So he replied, sure.
Yay! That's great. Aha, Ning Yuan, you're the best. Mua. Chapter 70, The Heartbroken Lu Xuening and the Overjoyed Lu Xuefu.
Ning Yuan returned to the company, and Ji Xiaoju suddenly asked, Brother Yuan, have you seen any fan fiction about you lately? Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, no, I've been pretty busy lately and haven't read much. When I used to read, I often read novels by Xia Ku Wang Yu Ban Fengyi, they're all classics. But he's now a best-selling author, achieved financial freedom, and doesn't write novels much anymore. I rarely read other novels. What's up? Ji Xiaoju said, I meant fan fiction about you, Brother Yuan.
There are people writing fan fiction about me?
Ning Yuan was a bit curious.
Would you get angry if you read them?
Ning Yuan laughed and said, no, that's just fans showing their love for me.
As long as it's not too extreme.
I recently read a fan fiction novel about you and Xingma's sister.
It was pretty interesting. Oh? Did I beat her up badly in the book? Is she so in love with me that she can't live without me?
Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows.
Haha, brother Yuan, sorry about that.
It seems like you're the one being tortured by Qingma, and you're so obsessed with her. Ning Yuan chuckled. No way, then it seems like the author doesn't respect reality.
They're just making stuff up without any basis in reality. Do you want to take a look?
Ji Xiaoju asked. Ning Yuan shrugged it off with a smile. Sure, send it to me. I'll take a look when I have time. He was quite busy lately and didn't have much time to read novels. Ji Xiaoju nodded. Alright, I'll send it to you later.
She was genuinely curious about Ning Yuan's reaction after reading the novel.
Lately, everyone in the group had been obsessed with this novel, especially a fan named Mo Ranqing Huan, who complained daily about the melodramatic plot but kept demanding updates and even sent red envelopes, clearly a die-hard fan who couldn't get enough.
Ji Xiaoju drove back to the company. Ning Yuan was heading toward his office when he passed by Xiao Rulan's office. Xiao Rulan suddenly coughed twice. Ning Yuan, come in. Her voice was cold and authoritative, as if she were conducting official business. Ning Yuan entered. Ms. Xiao, is there something you need? Ning Yuan also adopted a business-like demeanor. Xiao Rulan glared at him playfully. Come with me. I want to show you something. She walked ahead in her high heels, her curvaceous hips swaying, making her waist look impossibly slim. Xiao Rulan walked into the restroom, pointed at the small bed, and said to Ning Yuan, what do you think of this bed? Ning Yuan looked up in confusion. It's nice, Sister Rulan. What's wrong? There was no one else around, so Ning Yuan called her Ruolan again. Xiao Rulan's ears turned slightly red. Nothing, I just wanted to show you and get your opinion. Since Xiao Rulan still had work to do, Ning Yuan returned to his office, completely confused. Upon receiving Ning Yuan's text message, Lu Xuefu was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly. Xu Tong watched her dancing with joy and sneered, "Humph, look at you. Is that 25-year-old old man asking you out on a date?" Lu Xuefu shot her best friend a disapproving glance. Hey, Big N Tong, watch your mouth. What 25-year-old old man? That's the prime of a man's life, the strongest, most handsome age. Lu Xuefu, if you call me Big N Tong one more time, I'll fight you. Xu Tong flailed her arms and legs, her chest rising and falling with anger, making it appear even larger. Lu Xuefu looked down on her with disdain. With you? I could pin your head down, and your little hands and legs wouldn't even reach me. Speaking of which, you eat so much every day all that meat must be going straight to your chest. You're not growing any taller, are you? I'll fight you. Xu Tong pounced on her, frantically rubbing and pulling at Lu Xuefu. Lu Xuefu didn't back down, pinning Xu Tong beneath her and teasing her. Until Xu Tong's face turned red and she was panting heavily. Help! Lu Xuefu, you're a bully. You're immoral. Don't touch there. Let me go. Xuefu's sister, I'm sorry. Finally, Lu Xuefu released the pitiful Xu Tong, who was crying. You get bullied every day, yet you still provoke me. Tong Tong, do you like being touched by me? Xu Tong glared at her angrily, her face flushed. You're lying. She was just too weak to fight back. After a while, Xu Tong asked, so you're going to the amusement park tomorrow? Take lots of photos so I can see what your boyfriend looks like. This time, it was Lu Xuefu's turn to blush. Well, we're not officially boyfriend and girlfriend yet, but I feel like it'll happen soon. Xu Tong was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. You're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet? Are you the one chasing him? No way, the most beautiful girl in our school, and you're the one pursuing him? Sigh, Tong Tong, you don't know. He's very popular. Let me tell you, there's a teacher at our school who likes him too, and we're competing for him. You have to help me out. There's another female teacher competing with you? Is she that attractive? Xu Tong was now extremely curious, feeling as restless as a cat scratching at something. This gossip was simply too shocking. Who was this man? Xu Tong couldn't think of anyone, unless it was a man like her idol. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine such a man existing in real life, someone worth Xuefu and a female teacher fighting over. After all, it's Xuefu. She must be liked by countless boys, including wealthy second-generation heirs, and even some male teachers pay special attention to her. However, Xuefu never gives them a friendly look. Lu Xuefu is just too love-struck. If it were me, no matter what kind of man he is, I wouldn't go out of my way like that. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but a two-legged man isn't that hard to come by. Lu Xuefu was unaware of her best friend's thoughts. She happily packed her things and returned to the Lu family villa. Upon entering, she saw her older sister, Lu Shui, holding a wilted rose bush with a downcast expression, lost in thought, and hadn't even noticed her arrival. Lu Xuefu suppressed the bright smile on her face. Chapter 71, Lu Xuefu, if it comes to that, I'll just lend you Ning Yuan for one night. Lu Xuefu walked over to Lu Shuiying and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Lu Shuiying snapped out of her trance, her voice tinged with barely perceptible sobs, and said, Nothing. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll ask the maid to prepare something. No, sister. Is something bothering you?
Mentioning sad things, Lu Xuaning's expression grew even more downcast. She had sent Ning Yuan a text message 2 days ago but hadn't received a reply, and she didn't know if he had even seen it. Perhaps he had already deleted them. Lu Xuanying was completely in the dark.
But at least she could be certain that Ning Yuan wouldn't easily forgive her.
Despite having prepared herself mentally, Lu Xuanying still felt a pang of heartache.
If 2 months are this hard to endure, how did Ning Yuan survive the 5 years he was neglected?
As she began to feel the pain herself, Lu Xuanying started to gradually understand Ning Yuan's situation back then. 5 years as Ning Yuan was ignored and neglected, growing increasingly despondent until it turned into despair, that must have been incredibly painful. Perhaps Ning Yuan was like her now, spending each day in sorrow and despair. She hadn't failed to notice his despair, yet she hadn't made any effort to change things. That was the most heartbreaking part of all. These emotions swirled within Lu Xuanying: regret toward herself, sympathy for Ning Yuan, and pain over his indifference toward her. It was as if countless insects were gnawing at her heart, causing every nerve in her body to scream in agony.
Husband, I'm sorry, but I don't want to give up.
I must win you back, even if it means spending the rest of my life atoning for my sins. Lu Xuanying had hardly ever interacted with men since she was a child. Ning Yuan was her first man and the only one who had ever made her feel comfortable enough to accept him and have an intimate relationship with him. With any other man, just being near her would make Lu Xuanying feel distinctly uncomfortable. Her icy expression would grow even colder, and she couldn't help but feel repulsion deep within her heart. I hurt you for 5 years.
Let me spend the next 5 years trying to win you back.
If 5 years aren't enough, then the world will no longer have a Lu Xuanying. Lu Xuanying's hands trembled slightly, then slowly clenched into a fist. Once her emotions had settled somewhat, she asked Aunt Li to start cooking.
Sister, are you not willing to let go of your brother-in-law? Lu Xuefu asked.
In the past, Lu Xuanying would have firmly shaken her head and said, of course not.
How could I miss him? That's not funny.
But now, Lu Xuanying nodded.
Lu Xuefu fell silent.
In truth, Lu Xuefu sometimes wondered if meddling in their relationship was unethical. But she had once advised her sister to treat her husband well and told her that her husband seemed unhappy every day. But her sister hadn't listened, instead dismissing her with a sneer, saying, "You're just a child, what do you know?" As she watched their relationship grow increasingly distant and her brother-in-law become more and more miserable, Lu Xuefu finally began to consider breaking them apart. After all, two people who don't love each other being together is just mutual torture. What's the point? So she went along with her sister's words, amplifying those feelings, and her sister actually agreed wholeheartedly. Sigh. If you had been a happy couple, I would have never interfered even if I liked my brother-in-law. But you don't love each other, you're tearing each other apart. If I hadn't gotten involved, would they have divorced? Yes, a frozen river doesn't thaw in a day. Lu Xuefu felt that the problems between them were growing increasingly severe, and divorce was inevitable. At most, she had merely acted as a catalyst. If I were to use a metaphor, my sister's feelings for Ning Yuan are like a cup of coffee. And I'm just the extra piece of sugar in the coffee. I can't change the rich aroma of the coffee, nor can I alter its bitter essence. I just make it taste a little less bitter. Moreover, even if they were to reunite, would they necessarily be happy? Would they definitely be happy? Not necessarily. But I will definitely treat brother Ning Yuan well, that's beyond a doubt. Brother will definitely be happy. So, sister, even if you're unhappy, I'm still going to win Ning Yuan back. At most, I'll lend you Ning Yuan for one night in the future, let you have a taste, and that'll make up for our sisterly bond. Of course, you have to return him. What's borrowed must be returned. Borrowing again won't be difficult. Aunt Li had finished cooking. Lu Xuanying and Lu Xuefu were each lost in their own thoughts and didn't speak. After finishing their meal, Lu Xuanying returned to her room to rest, hugging Ning Yuan's blanket with a sorrowful expression. After Lu Xuefu had washed Ning Yuan's blanket once, it no longer had his scent, but she still liked holding it. On weekends, Lu Xuefu usually came back, so she decided to take the blanket back to her own room on weekends. Unlike Lu Xuanying's sorrowful expression, Lu Xuefu was smiling, especially when she thought about her date with Ning Yuan tomorrow. Her lips couldn't help but curve upward. It could only be said that the joys and sorrows of people do not intertwine. The next day, Lu Xuefu got up early, drove her newly purchased Porsche to Jinghai Heartbeat Amusement Park. When she arrived at the amusement park, she waited for nearly half an hour before Ning Yuan finally drove up. Ning Yuan saw Lu Xuefu and asked, "Xuefu, did you come here early?" "I'm sorry, I'm a bit late." Ning Yuan's gaze fell on Lu Xuefu, and he paused for a moment. Lu Xuefu's hair was loose, not tied up. Her eyebrows were as delicate as distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled with a gentle glow. Her nose was straight and elegant, and her lips were small yet full. She wore a white dress, the hem of which reached mid-thigh, revealing her fair, slender legs. Her white shoes and socks outlined her delicate ankles, sparkling like translucent jade. Such a girl was like the moonlight in every young boy's heart, bright-eyed and beautiful, exquisite and delicate to the extreme, like a porcelain doll. Lu Shuefu smiled sweetly as she walked over and naturally linked her arm through Ning Yuan's. No, I just arrived too.
Ning Yuan, you came just in time.
Lu Shuefu held him tightly, and Ning Yuan could even feel the soft curves of her hips against his elbow.
Ning Yuan's expression grew serious, and he gently moved his arm away, standing straight.
Lu Shuefu was as cold as ice in front of others, but in front of Ning Yuan, she was always lively and mischievous.
Seeing Ning Yuan so serious, she couldn't resist teasing him.
She tiptoed up, leaned close to Ning Yuan's ear, and said anxiously, Ning Yuan, I was in such a hurry when I left today that my skirt is empty underneath.
What should I do?
Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing halted.
He turned his face in shock and looked at Lu Shuefu. What? Really? Lu Shuefu nodded dejectedly.
Ning Yuan could only say, let's go back to the car first, and I'll buy you some underwear?
This was a bit awkward.
Lu Shuefu suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Ning Yuan, I was just teasing you.
Why are you so serious when you came out to play with me?
Ning Yuan frowned, unable to suppress a smile, and playfully gave her a light tap on the head.
Chapter 72, Shuefu and Ning Yuan's first date, full of cunning schemes.
Ning Yuan was amused by Lu Shuefu's playful antics, even feeling his heart race a bit. After all, Ning Yuan was a normal man.
When a young girl says she's not wearing anything, how could he not feel a little flutter in his heart?
Ning Yuan had taught her before and knew that Lu Shuefu was clever and full of tricks, with deep schemes. The nickname Little Green Tea was well deserved. What makes her so skilled is that while she has many clever ideas, she knows how to keep things in check and is exceptionally good with words. Her sweet talk can make you feel incredibly happy, maximizing your emotional investment, making it impossible to dislike her.
You can't help but find Lu Shuefu quite adorable.
However, from the very beginning today, Lu Shuefu pulled this move, making Ning Yuan feel that today's amusement park trip might not be as simple as he had imagined.
Sure enough, as Ning Yuan was thinking about it, Lu Shuefu gently pulled his hand.
Ning Yuan turned his head to look at her, and Lu Shuefu pouted her little lips pitifully.
Ning Yuan, there are so many people here. Can I hold your hand? Otherwise, I'll get lost.
Lu Shuefu's hands were small, soft, and delicate, tightly wrapped in Ning Yuan's large hands.
Lu Shuefu wasn't as composed as she appeared on the surface.
It was her first time holding hands with a boy, and she felt inexplicably nervous. She could only feel Ning Yuan's long, strong hands, and the warm sensation made her heart race and her palms sweat slightly. She took a deep breath. Ning Yuan had no ulterior motives toward the young girl. Seeing her holding his hand, he instinctively tried to pull it away, but Lu Shuefu quickly said, Brother, hurry up and get in line.
There are so many people buying tickets.
Lu Shuefu hurriedly pulled him to the back of the line. Ning Yuan had already put on a mask and sunglasses, but despite this, his 186 centimeters height and his sharp eyebrows that reached his temples frequently drew glances from people ahead in the crowd. Especially since Ning Yuan was holding hands with the beautiful and adorable Lu Shuefu. Lu Shuefu had skin as smooth as jade, wearing a white dress, white socks, and white shoes, looking as pure and beautiful as the first love in a story, also attracting countless glances. The handsome man and beautiful woman became the most eye-catching sight in the amusement park.
After finally buying their tickets, they noticed someone trying to take a sneaky photo of them, which scared Lu Shuefu into quickly pulling Ning Yuan away. No. If we get snapped, my sister will see and beat me to death. They had purchased all-access tickets, allowing them to visit the animal zone inside the amusement park and enjoy any rides in the themed park, including the Caribbean water world. After buying the tickets, Ning Yuan asked Lu Shuefu, Shuefu, wait here. I'll go buy some water.
Lu Shuefu tightly held his hand and shook her head. I already have a water cup.
Here, brother, can you hold my phone for me while I get the water cup?
Ning Yuan took her phone with his other hand and saw a photo of himself and Lu Shuefu on the screen.
Ning Yuan murmured softly, when did I take a photo with Shuefu?
Oh, it was taken with Lu Shuiying and Lu Shuefu together.
Did Shuefu cut out Lu Shuiying's part?
But why did Shuefu set a photo of herself and her as her wallpaper?
He looked at Lu Shuefu suspiciously.
Lu Shuefu, however, kept her head down, rummaging through her bag for the water cup.
The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly. Hey, Ning Yuan, you must have seen the photo, right? Well, what can a girl do? We have to be a little cunning. Lu Shuefu pulled out the water cup. Ning Yuan was taken aback. Just a water cup? Are we going to share it? Brother, I don't mind, so why should you?
Besides, you're my brother, not someone else.
What's wrong with using the same cup? We have nothing to be ashamed of. Ning Yuan could only give in. The two began queuing for the roller coaster. Lu Shuefu held Ning Yuan's hand, and the corners of her mouth curled upward involuntarily.
Finally, she could hold Ning Yuan's hand openly. After riding the roller coaster, they could hold hands tightly. She turned her head and glanced at Ning Yuan. He was tall, and she could clearly see his Adam's apple. How embarrassing. But I really want to lick his Adam's apple. What's wrong with me? Lu Shuefu's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Ning Yuan and Lu Shuefu held hands while waiting in line, with two young girls whispering behind them.
That guy is so tall and handsome. You can see how handsome he is even with a mask on? Look at his facial features, he must be handsome.
Plus, his girlfriend is so pretty he can't be ugly.
Not necessarily.
Maybe the pretty girl has a thing for ugly guys.
Don't be so negative.
I think he might be a celebrity, but I can't place him.
Haha, no way. How could a celebrity be ahead of us? I don't believe my luck is that good. Lu Shuefu was initially delighted and a bit shy when she heard them say she was Ning Yuan's girlfriend.
But when she heard the other girls say she might have a thing for ugly guys, she was furious.
My brother is so handsome, and you're saying I have a fetish for ugly people?
Lu Shuefu was about to turn around and argue, but Ning Yuan pulled her back, signaling her to ignore them. When it was their turn, they went through the ticket check and walked over to the roller coaster. Lu Shuefu went inside first and sat down, while Ning Yuan followed and sat down as well. Lu Shuefu reached out and held Ning Yuan's hand, turning her head and saying pitifully, "Brother, I'm so scared."
Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Don't be afraid.
If you're really scared, just close your eyes."
Brother, open your palm.
Ning Yuan opened his palm, and Lu Shuefu slipped her fingers between his, gently holding his hand, their fingers intertwined. Ning Yuan furrowed his brows and looked at her. Lu Shuefu smiled and said, "Brother, your hands are so warm.
This way, I really won't be afraid anymore." Ning Yuan said nothing.
The roller coaster hadn't started yet, but Lu Shuefu suddenly leaned in close, gazing intently at Ning Yuan. The sudden closeness of her beautiful face made Ning Yuan's breath catch. Lu Shuefu's lips curved slightly, thinking to herself that this was exactly the effect she wanted.
Full of little schemes.
Her eyes sparkled. "Brother, your eyelashes are so long, and your eyes are so beautiful, like they're hiding stars."
Lu Shuefu wasn't lying, she truly meant it.
She leaned closer to Ning Yuan's face to take a better look.
Ning Yuan could even hear her faint breathing and the delicate scent of orchids. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He leaned back slightly. All right. Get ready. The roller coaster is about to start."
"Okay." Lu Shuefu silently gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. Getting close, creating a flirtatious atmosphere check. However, despite her careful planning, getting so close to Ning Yuan made her heart race wildly, giving her an overwhelming urge to kiss him.
"I've never kissed anyone before.
I heard that kissing makes you feel like you're floating, and it's something really exciting and comfortable.
I wonder if I'll get a sweet first kiss today. I'm so excited." Chapter 73, Shuefu and Ning Yuan's first kiss.
The roller coaster began to move, slowly climbing upward along the tracks. Lu Shuefu felt her body pressed against the seat, making it hard to breathe.
She couldn't help but feel nervous, gripping Ning Yuan's hand tightly.
Ning Yuan gripped her hand tightly, signaling her not to worry. Lu Shuefu gave him a bright smile. "Thank you, big brother." With Ning Yuan by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. In her heart, as long as Ning Yuan was by her side, she wouldn't be afraid of anything, not even a fiery inferno. The roller coaster climbed to its highest point, moved forward horizontally for a moment, then suddenly plunged downward. Lu Shuefu felt her body lose all sense of gravity, and the screams of the passengers around her echoed in her ears. She couldn't help but scream out loud.
"Ah! Ning Yuan! This is so thrilling! It's too fast! I can't take it anymore! I feel like I'm flying."
Despite coming from a wealthy family, this was Lu Shuefu's first time riding a roller coaster, so she found it incredibly thrilling. Ning Yuan also felt the thrill, but it wasn't enough to make him shout out loud. He knew that Lu Shuefu was very nervous. Her small hand was clutching his palm tightly. Ning Yuan took the initiative to grip her hand tightly, wanting to give her more security. Finally, after several more rounds of intense twists and turns, the roller coaster came to a stop, and Lu Shuefu's voice was almost hoarse from screaming.
"I'm not coming again, it's too thrilling," she said weakly.
To be honest, before coming, Lu Shuefu had thought, "It's just a small roller coaster, I've got this." Now she realized that during the freefall and weightlessness, it felt like every cell in her body was being pulled apart, her heart racing wildly. Lu Shuefu even feared for a moment that her heart couldn't handle it and might suddenly stop or burst. As the roller coaster gradually came to a stop, Ning Yuan helped Lu Shuefu, whose legs were still trembling, down from the ride. Seeing her beautiful face turn slightly pale, Ning Yuan asked with concern, "Shuefu, are you okay?
Do you want to rest for a moment?"
Lu Shuefu said pitifully, "Yes, please help me up, brother." Ning Yuan led her to a quieter resting area, and the two sat down on a bench. Lu Shuefu took a piece of candy from her bag, put it in her mouth, then gently rubbed her eyes.
"Oh, brother, something got in my eye. Can you blow on it for me?"
Ning Yuan, without thinking twice, took off his mask, leaned close to her eyes, puckered his lips, and was about to blow. But Lu Shuefu suddenly looked up and, under Ning Yuan's stunned gaze, kissed him on the lips. Lu Shuefu's lips were so soft and pink, like a peach, incredibly tempting. This made Ning Yuan's heart skip a beat.
He quickly placed his hands on Lu Shuefu's shoulders to prevent her from getting any closer.
Ning Yuan leaned back slightly, his face stern, and said, Shuefu, don't do that again. At first, Lu Shuefu had a smug expression on her face, but upon seeing Ning Yuan's unusually serious expression, she panicked. Tears suddenly began to fall from her eyes. She felt an inexplicable sense of injustice. Yes, it had always been her taking the initiative, always wanting to take their relationship with Ning Yuan to the next level, but Ning Yuan had never responded. Perhaps he had never had a place for her in his heart, and had always seen her as a younger sister? Seeing her cry, Ning Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, but he still said, Shuefu, I've always seen you as my little sister.
Lu Shuefu's tears kept flowing. Then can't you stop treating me like a sister from now on? Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat.
Shuefu, you're still young.
There are many uncertainties in the future.
Lu Shuefu suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing, I don't care.
I want Ning Yuan. Don't tell me I'm too young. I'm an adult now. I know what I want and what I don't want.
Her voice choked up. Xiang was 16 when she met Yang Gui at Fengling Ferry and ruined her life.
I was 16 in my second year of high school when I met you. Do you want me to ruin my life too? Do you want me to spend my whole life waiting for you?
Her voice was soft, but it left Ning Yuan speechless, his heart trembling. Lu Shuefu's sobs grew fainter, and she eventually collapsed into his arms, clinging tightly to him.
After a while, Ning Yuan said, Get up. You've cried enough. Do you want to keep playing?
Lu Shuefu's eyes were still red, and she pouted her lips, speaking in a pouty voice, Why did you treat me so harshly just now? My eyes are swollen, and my lipstick is smudged. Brother, please help me check my lipstick. Ning Yuan looked down at her lipstick, but Lu Shuefu suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. This time, Ning Yuan didn't push her away, afraid she would start crying again. Lu Shuefu saw that Ning Yuan hadn't pushed her away, and her heart filled with joy. However, she had never kissed anyone before, so she was very awkward. Because she had rushed forward in haste, her cherry lips accidentally collided with Ning Yuan's lips, causing a slight sting.
Fortunately, Ning Yuan was very gentle and didn't say anything.
Lu Shuefu continued to explore, from the touch of their lips to sucking, and gradually found the rhythm, beginning to gently bite Ning Yuan's lips. Her own breathing grew increasingly rapid, her breath carrying a warm, fragrant scent like orchids, causing the temperature between them to rise steadily. Moreover, her delicate body was writhing in Ning Yuan's arms, making him feel quite uncomfortable.
Ning Yuan couldn't help but get lost in the moment.
He had to admit that Lu Shuefu was a natural seductress, a little devil who made him unable to resist. Moreover, this little vixen had deliberately eaten a strawberry candy, leaving a faint strawberry scent on her lips.
So sweet. It made Lu Shuefu even sweeter.
Until Lu Shuefu was panting heavily, almost unable to breathe, she finally let go of Ning Yuan. She looked up at Ning Yuan, who was also staring at her. This little vixen, rare for her, blushed and lowered her head.
Ning Yuan couldn't resist teasing her. Hey, our Shuefu get shy too? You were pretty bold earlier, using all sorts of tricks on your older brother, huh?
Lu Shuefu hummed, there were no tricks.
Brother is just making things up. I'm pure and innocent. Ning Yuan laughed. I only just noticed your little tricks. First, you said something got in your eye, then your lipstick smudged, and before the kiss, you ate a piece of candy. Now every time I eat strawberries, I'll think of you. Ah! Don't say that. Brother, you're so mean.
Lu Shuefu threw herself into Ning Yuan's arms again, looking up at him with stars of joy gathering in her eyes, growing so intense they couldn't be contained. Big brother's embrace is so comfortable. If only I could hold you every day and wake up in your arms, that would be wonderful.
He. Chapter 74, Lu Shuefu's little tricks to tease Ning Yuan. Lu Shuefu stared at Ning Yuan with a dazed expression.
Her world had always been filled with only Ning Yuan, her entire being devoted solely to him, leaving no room for anyone else. Earlier, she had even cried, thinking that her brother didn't have a single thought for her in his heart. But now it seemed clear that her brother did love her. Just moments ago, she had kissed and hugged the man she loved most in the world. That sudden surge of joy and happiness felt like a tidal wave breaking through a dam, flooding her chest with happiness. Every cell in her body seemed to be dancing with joy. So much so that even the usually quick-witted Lu Shuefu could only cling tightly to Ning Yuan, as if trying to merge herself into his body, quietly savoring this happiness. After holding him for an unknown amount of time, Lu Shuefu's emotions gradually calmed down. She lifted her gaze to look at Ning Yuan.
Ning Yuan looked at her with tenderness, gently stroking her hair. Shall we continue playing now?
Lu Shuefu pouted, okay, but I want my brother to kiss me first. In truth, she suddenly didn't feel like playing anymore. She just wanted to stay in her brother's arms and keep kissing him. She wondered if she had developed a skin hunger for her brother.
Lu Shuefu looked up. Your Adam's apple is so sexy. She licked Ning Yuan's Adam's apple.
Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her with a deep gaze. Lu Shuefu continued to explore upward. Your lips are so beautiful. She gently kissed Ning Yuan's lips again. Your nose is also so beautiful.
She kissed Ning Yuan's nose again, making him feel ticklish.
Lu Shuefu then touched Ning Yuan's earlobe. Your earlobe is so soft to pinch. She licked Ning Yuan's ear again, like a kitten's tongue. Ning Yuan's head buzzed. This made him feel itchy inside, causing him to sigh in admiration.
Lu Shuefu, this little vixen, was truly irresistible.
The emotional value was also very high.
Like a seductive little kitten. Ning Yuan finally understood why the domineering CEO would say, "Woman, you're playing with fire."
Ning Yuan also felt that Lu Shuefu was playing with fire, as a fiery passion began to burn within him. Perhaps Lu Shuefu herself didn't realize how tempting her little gestures had been.
His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice grew hoarse. "Stop teasing me. Let's go."
This was a public area. He didn't want to end up seeing their video in the domestic section later. Ning Yuan picked up Lu Shuefu, who was sitting on his lap, and placed her aside. He then stood up, pulled her to her feet, and said, "Let's go."
"What else do you want to do?" Lu Shuefu was still lost in the afterglow of the kiss.
Hearing Ning Yuan's question, she snapped back to reality, tilted her head, and thought for a moment, let's go play the big swing.
Ning Yuan pinched her little nose. "Are you sure? The big swing is scarier than the roller coaster.
With my brother here, I'm not scared at all. You make me feel so safe, I'm not afraid of anything,"
Lu Shuefu said confidently.
Ning Yuan raised the corners of his lips. Alright then. What else could he do? He could only spoil her. Ning Yuan put on his sunglasses and mask again and joined Lu Shuefu in line for the big swing. Surprisingly, Lu Shuefu was fine after riding the giant swing. When she got off, she didn't look pale at all. Instead, she seemed eager for more.
That was so thrilling. Let's go ride the drop tower.
The two held hands tightly, and she dragged Ning Yuan along again.
After riding the drop tower, Lu Shuefu finally felt a bit dizzy.
Brother, those sudden impacts were too much for me.
My head is spinning. Let's rest for a bit and eat something. Ning Yuan nodded.
When it came to eating, Lu Shuefu took out her bag. Ding 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 ding.
Brother, look, all this food. What do you want to eat?
Lu Shuefu opened her bag, which was well stocked with soft, fluffy bread rolls, small cakes, drinks, snacks, cookies, and some nuts.
The two found a secluded spot by a tree and sat down on the grass, holding hands.
Lu Shuefu looked around and suddenly blushed, whispering to Ning Yuan, "Brother, someone is doing something bad over there."
Ning Yuan looked around but didn't see anyone.
"Where?"
Lu Shuefu whispered, "Over there in the small forest."
Ning Yuan looked closely and indeed saw a couple at the edge of the grassy area, under a cluster of trees. The girl was sitting on the boy's lap, and he could vaguely see the boy's hands reaching inside her clothes. The two were completely engrossed in kissing, unaware of Ning Yuan and the others. Perhaps they noticed but didn't care after all, they were just part of the scene.
"Brother, they're so bad." Lu Shuefu hummed. Ning Yuan sighed and smiled, "Don't mind them. Let's eat something."
Lu Shuefu placed the bread in Ning Yuan's hand and pouted, "Feed me, big brother." Ning Yuan brought the bread to her lips, and Lu Shuefu ate it in small bites.
After finishing, she took Ning Yuan's finger into her mouth and licked it. Ning Yuan's heart raced, his eyes growing deep. "Shuefu, don't do that."
Lu Shuefu pouted, "Brother, I saw there was food residue on your finger, and I didn't want to waste it."
Ning Yuan stared at her. "Where did you learn that little trick?"
Lu Shuefu, seeing that her brother had figured it out, blushed, lowered her head, and tapped her finger. My best friend taught me."
She learned it from a dating show.
This was indeed something Tong Tong had taught her. Tong Tong claimed to be an expert in all kinds of dating techniques, having read countless dating books, watched numerous dating shows, and believed there was no man she couldn't win over.
Though Tong Tong herself had never put them into practice.
Lu Shuefu apologized to Chu Tong in her heart. "Tong Tong, I'm sorry.
Anyway, you won't meet my brother."
Sure enough, Ning Yuan said, "Don't learn these things from her in the future."
Lu Shuefu obediently nodded. "Yes, brother, I'll listen to you. I always listen to you."
"Then I'll make sure you don't sneak kiss me anymore."
"Will you listen?" Ning Yuan teased.
This left Lu Shuefu at a loss. Her beautiful, delicate face was filled with a look of confusion.
How should I answer this?
I said I'd listen, but I can't help wanting to steal a kiss from my brother.
This question really stumps me.
Suddenly, Lu Shuefu had a brilliant idea.
"Oh, I always listen to my older brother. I promise I won't sneak kisses from you anymore.
I'll just kiss you openly, that's okay, right?"
He. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "You're such a little trickster."
Lu Shuefu stuck out her tongue. After finishing their meal, Lu Shuefu leaned her head close to Ning Yuan. "Brother, let's take a photo together." She took out her phone, opened the selfie camera, leaned her head against Ning Yuan's shoulder, and made a scissors gesture toward the phone. "Brother, look at the camera, say cheese."
Ning Yuan smiled too, and Lu Shuefu quickly pressed the shutter button, capturing that moment. Chapter 75, Ling Xian saw Ning Yuan and Lu Shuefu on their date.
Lu Shuefu looked at the photo she had taken, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Already a youthful beauty, she now radiated such brightness that it was hard to look away. Ning Yuan couldn't help but be drawn to her, glancing at the young girl a few more times. Lu Xuefu treasured the photo like a precious gem, saving it carefully and looking at it over and over again. Unfortunately, she didn't know that this photo would later become the spark that ignited the war between the two sisters. Otherwise, she would never have kept it. Meanwhile, Ling Xin couldn't stand her 10-year-old niece's constant pestering, so she took her to the amusement park on Saturday. They rode the pirate ship together, and despite her earlier claims of not being afraid, the little niece ended up vomiting spectacularly. They then rode the spinning carousel and a small roller coaster, which were relatively less thrilling. Ling Xin's tall, slender figure and intelligent, delicate features caught the attention of many male visitors. However, Ling Xin didn't bother to notice the attention. From her school days until now, she had always been the campus goddess, constantly in the spotlight. What she had told Lu Xuefu earlier was also true. She had always been someone who could get whatever she wanted, never failing in her endeavors. She had always been the neighbor's little girl everyone looked up to, the center of everyone's attention. But soon, the attention on her faded as everyone was drawn to a couple walking by in the distance. The man was tall and slender, probably over 180 centimeters, though he wore sunglasses and a mask. However, his facial features were striking. The girl was youthful and radiant, wearing a white dress, white shoes, and white socks, pure and beautiful to the extreme. Everyone around her gasped in awe. Her niece suddenly lit up with stars in her eyes. Wow, that sister is so beautiful. Ling Xin also turned her head curiously. At that glance, Ling Xin's bright eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous glow. That girl was Lu Xuefu, and she naturally recognized her. That tall man was someone she would recognize even if he returned to ashes. Wasn't he Ning Yuan, the man she had forcefully kissed? Great, you two actually snuck off to the amusement park for a date. Especially seeing Lu Xuefu and Ning Yuan holding hands tightly, and the bright smile on Lu Xuefu's face. Ling Xin's heart suddenly raced, and her mind felt like a jar of mixed emotions had been overturned: sour, bitter, spicy, salty, and sweet, every flavor imaginable. It was unbearable. Ling Xin's chest rose and fell as anger surged within her. How dare you, Lu Xuefu, steal my crystal? She turned cold and was about to confront them about what they were doing. Auntie, you're hurting me. Her niece's pained voice rang out, causing Ling Xin to halt in her tracks. She snapped back to her senses, calming down. With her niece by her side, she couldn't make a scene it would scare the child. She watched as Ning Yuan and Lu Xuefu walked away. Lu Xuefu was clearly in a great mood, bouncing around Ning Yuan, which only made Ling Xin's anger flare up even more. Well done, Lu Xuefu. I thought you were a college student and wouldn't pose much of a threat. But you're more troublesome than I was when I was in college. I underestimated you. But I'm not going to lose. I'll never lose. Ling Xin had originally planned to develop feelings for Ning Yuan slowly, waiting until there was a solid emotional foundation before things progressed naturally. But now it's clear that won't work. Things are moving too slowly. There's already Lu Xuefu, and Xuening is also trying to win Ning Yuan back. Who knows if there are superiors or secretaries involved too? Damn it, enemies are everywhere. But holding hands isn't a big deal. Whoever gets him into bed first is the winner. Additionally, given Ling Xin's intelligence, she had already realized that her relationship with Ning Yuan was the weakest among all of them. Previously, she was Lu Xuening's close friend, and their relationship had remained platonic. The drunken kiss last time was her way of expressing her feelings, but unfortunately, Ning Yuan had gone back to the film set. Just as things were starting to get a little flirty, there wasn't enough time to solidify the relationship before it cooled off again. Her status seemed high, but her chances were the lowest. It was a major underdog situation. As for Ning Yuan, he's like a crystal. Now everyone wants to sneak a peek and see if they can secretly win him over. Interesting. I love playing against the odds. The more people competing for him, the better. It just proves how good he is, right? Ling Xin's gaze grew cold as she silently plotted her next move. Her young niece looked up curiously and asked, Auntie, the girl in the white dress and the tall uncle next to her, are they a couple? Ling Xin squatted down, shook her head, and said, Xiaowen, they're not a couple. They're just brother and sister. Didn't you see the girl playing around next to her brother? Oh, I see. Her young niece asked curiously again, then do you have a boyfriend, Auntie? Ling Xin said, yes, Auntie has a boyfriend. When you grow up and reach the right age, you can also date. Of course, your current goal is to study new knowledge happily and experience the different surprises life brings you, like today's amusement park trip. But Ling Xin was thinking to herself, my boyfriend is the one who was just holding her hand. Thinking of this, Ling Xin felt annoyed. Additionally, her approach to education differed from others. If it were someone else, they might tell their niece, I don't have a boyfriend. Girls should be independent. What's so good about dating? Don't think about such things. Such direct rejection might lead the child to develop incorrect views on marriage and romance. She would even encourage her niece to have a romance when she goes to college. Ling Xin cast a lingering glance at the spot where Ning Yuan had disappeared, then continued playing with her niece. However, her mind was clearly elsewhere.
Lu Shuefu didn't play much afterward.
The two simply held hands and walked around the animal area, feeding the small animals. As the afternoon wore on, the tourists began to leave one by one.
Lu Shuefu and Ning Yuan, tired from playing, started heading back.
Lu Shuefu leaned her entire body against Ning Yuan. "Brother, I'm so tired.
Why don't you carry me?" Ning Yuan smiled and said, "There are too many people. It'll draw too much attention. We can do it next time when there's fewer people."
Lu Shuefu wrinkled her cute nose. "A quiet place?
I want a kiss."
Ning Yuan tickled her nose. "You're so young, acting like a little love-struck girl."
I just like my brother."
As they reached the entrance of the amusement park, Ning Yuan and Lu Shuefu hugged each other briefly before saying goodbye.
Ning Yuan entered the garage. Just as he was about to get into the car, Lu Shuefu couldn't bear to part with him.
She opened the car door and got in, saying, "Give me a kiss, and I'll drive back myself."
Ning Yuan sighed helplessly.
Lu Shuefu sat on his lap, her skirt slightly spread apart due to her straddling position, revealing her snow-white, tender thighs. Her voice trembled. "Brother, kiss me." But before Ning Yuan could react, Lu Shuefu had already pressed her lips against his thin, cool lips. Ning Yuan was also lost in the sweet kiss of this young, beautiful girl.
As they were kissing, Lu Shuefu's phone rang.
With her eyes closed, she whispered tremblingly, "Brother, don't stop." Ning Yuan heard her words but didn't stop, continuing to gently kiss her neck and earlobe.
Lu Shuefu's breathing was slightly irregular.
She fumbled for her phone, didn't look to see who was calling, and answered it directly.
"Shuefu, I'm cooking dinner tonight.
Remember to come home early to eat," came Lu Shuiying's cold voice. Ning Yuan wanted to let go of her, but Lu Shuefu pressed his head tightly against her, urging him to continue kissing her earlobe. Hearing her sister's voice, Lu Shuefu's body seemed to tremble even more violently.
Chapter 76, Lu Xuening. "Shuefu, why are you breathing so heavily?"
Lu Shuefu desperately suppressed the urge to moan that was rising in her throat, and the tingling sensation on her neck made her heart race. Especially when she heard her sister's voice, her heartbeat reached its peak. She replied in a hoarse voice, Sis, what did you do?" On the other end, Lu Xuening was confused. "Shuefu, what are you doing? Why are you breathing so heavily?" Lu Shuefu was even more flustered. She clung tightly to Ning Yuan's head with one hand while holding her phone with the other, but her hand was trembling so much she could barely keep it steady.
Nothing. Sister, I'm just running with my classmates. I'm so tired, that's why I'm breathing so heavily." "Alright, I was planning to fry some dried fish. You can try my cooking when you get back."
"Okay,
What's wrong, Shuefu?"
Lu Shuiying asked with concern.
"Just now,
I saw a huge snake standing upright. It was so long and thick, it scared me to death."
"What?"
"Be careful. Don't go to secluded places. If you get bitten by a venomous snake, you'll bleed and get poisoned, foaming at the mouth."
Okay, sister. Let's talk more when we get back." The two hung up the phone. Lu Shuefu's body went limp, and she collapsed into Ning Yuan's arms.
She was truly exhausted. The experience had been too intense. There was an odd sense of pleasure. But it didn't really count as stealing. After all, her sister and Ning Yuan had already divorced.
Lu Shuefu pouted cutely. "Oh my brother, you're so naughty, kissing my ear, it's so ticklish."
"Where's it tickling you?" Ning Yuan laughed. "Shuefu, you were the one holding me so tightly. You're not exactly an angel either." Ning Yuan dared not say, "You even let your sister hear the sound of your kisses. You're such a little rascal. Hi, we're both big bad guys.
I'm going to eat you up,"
she said, then gently bit Ning Yuan's chest, making him feel ticklish too. The two of them played around for a while before Lu Shuefu reluctantly got out of the car.
"Brother, make sure to call and text me often, okay?"
Ning Yuan nodded, and she walked away, looking back every few steps. Lu Shuefu drove back to the villa and saw her sister had already prepared dinner. Lu Xuening was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her. "Sister, why did you decide to cook yourself? What's the occasion today?"
"I just felt like cooking. It's not a special occasion." Lu Shuiying's cool voice rang out.
She had mentioned earlier that she wanted to change for Ning Yuan, so she wanted to improve her cooking skills so she could occasionally cook for him in the future. Lu Shuefu put down her bag, took off her shoes, changed into slippers, and then walked over. Upon seeing the meal on the table, Lu Shuefu felt doomed.
"Did you find out that I went on a date with Ning Yuan, so you're trying to poison me? It's not impossible.
Look at those black, mushy fish cakes, there's definitely something wrong with them.
And what on earth is this tomato and egg scramble?" Lu Shuefu forced a smile and decided to play the emotional card. "Sister, just say what's on your mind. We've been relying on each other since we were little. What deep-seated grudge could we possibly have? Let us just talk it out."
Lu Xuening said indifferently, "Try it first.
If it's not good, I'll improve it." Lu Shuefu's face turned pale. Her sister was completely unyielding, showing no regard for their sisterly bond. How heartless. If I have to die, then so be it. Ning Yuan, I'm leaving. It's a pity I'll never see you again.
Her eyes welled up with tears.
Sister, you only have one younger sister. If I'm gone, you'll never have another. What are you saying? Shuefu, try it and give me some feedback. I feel like I didn't do a good job.
Lu Shuefu snapped back to her senses, patting her chest.
Oh my god. You scared me to death.
It turned out her sister was practicing cooking and had asked her for feedback.
She pointed at the pile of, sis, is this dried fish? Lu Xuenning's icy face.
Yes, I was trying to fry some small fish jerky, but it turned into a mess.
I have no idea what happened.
Lu Shuiying had heard that men enjoy eating small dried fish with a little wine, and how pleasant that must be.
These small dried fish were ingredients prepared by Aunt Li for her.
Lu Shuefu had learned how to make them from Ning Yuan, so she knew the method. Sis, frying dried fish is neither easy nor difficult. Just remember one thing: hot pan, cold oil, and a pinch of salt. Heat the pan until it's hot, add oil, sprinkle some salt, then immediately add the dried fish that's been drained of water.
Fry over high heat for a moment, then turn to low heat, and it's basically done.
Lu Xuening scratched her head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Earlier, she hadn't drained the water either, and when she put the fish into the pan, it splattered everywhere, and she got splashed, which hurt badly.
What about tomato scrambled eggs?
Tomato scrambled eggs is a classic dish, so she wanted to learn it first.
Lu Shuefu asked curiously, how did you do it? How did it turn into a messy paste? Lu Shuiying blushed, well,
I cut the tomatoes into chunks and stir-fried them, then mixed the eggs with water and added them.
Lu Shuefu was speechless, giving her a thumbs up. That's impressive. But you can't do it like that. You should watch a video and learn. Figuring it out on your own won't work. If it doesn't work, just don't learn it. I'm really worried you'll blow up the kitchen one day and hurt yourself. No, I have to learn. I'll buy a cooking class. She had to learn. She had promised herself she'd change, and she couldn't give up halfway. Just search online and take a look. I can teach you too, sis. Lu Shuefu picked up her chopsticks, scooped up a bit of tomato and egg mixture, and tasted it. Put.
Sis, I know you're rich, but you don't have to be so stingy with the salt. Lu Xuening lowered her eyes.
Lu Shuefu was surprised to see a hint of hurt on her usually composed sister's face. She couldn't bear it and said, sis, do we have any more ingredients?
I'll show you how to make it, and you can do it yourself next time. Lu Shuiying's beautiful eyes lit up, and she nodded.
Lu Shuefu entered the kitchen, and Lu Shuiying followed obediently, watching and learning from behind.
When Lu Shuefu finished cooking, the dried fish was crispy and fragrant, and the tomato scrambled eggs were delicious. The two enjoyed a delicious dinner together. After eating their fill, Lu Xuening took a bath and returned to her room. Ning Yuan still hadn't replied to her. It had been several days now, and there was no word from him. She hugged Ning Yuan's blanket, and a hint of sadness flashed across her delicate face. She stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Shuefu, who was in the room next door, had also finished her shower and returned to her room. She hugged her small blanket, recalling the kiss she shared with Ning Yuan earlier that day. She touched her lips, feeling as though his warmth still lingered there.
Aha! So happy. She rolled around excitedly.
Chapter 77, Xuening, be careful of Meng Nanru.
Lu Shuiying felt very upset.
She couldn't help but call her aunt and told her everything that had happened recently. The stunningly beautiful woman paused for a moment before saying softly, Xuening, this might not be a bad thing. You sent the message from a new number, so he must have seen at least one of them.
If he doesn't respond, there are a few possibilities. First, he's still angry and doesn't want to forgive you yet.
Being angry isn't necessarily a bad thing, it means he still cares about you. Second, he might be torn and unsure how to respond to you.
This situation is better.
Third, he might have already let go and decided to move on, not wanting to get entangled with you anymore. This situation is more complicated and not ideal, but since he didn't speak harshly to you, perhaps he also feels some regret.
Regardless, at least your attitude has been seen, which is a good start. After 5 years together, some things aren't easy to forget. He just doesn't want to revisit those memories. You should control your emotions and take it slow.
After being comforted by her, Lu Shuiying's mood improved significantly.
Thank you, Auntie.
The stunningly beautiful aunt smiled gently. You finally started to understand love.
Lu Shuiying let down her guard in front of her and pouted, Auntie. What I'm worried about now isn't Ning Yuan, but Nanju.
The beautiful woman paused for a moment before speaking lazily.
Auntie? Such a gentle auntie, what's there to worry about?
I've warned you before to be careful of her. Even though you're already the president, your vigilance isn't enough.
Nan Yu is terrifying. You don't think that in the vast Meng family, with the Meng Group's annual revenue of hundreds of billions, she became president and head of the family just because she's gentle and kind, do you? It was achieved through bloody means and ruthless struggles. So I hope it's all just a misunderstanding on my part. Otherwise, you won't be able to match her.
Because back then, she had seen Mang Nanruwa gaze at Ning Yuan with eyes as gentle as water, and even she was stunned.
In the Jinghai business world, Mang Nanyu has a nickname, the female demon.
Back when the two sisters were in school, they were both harassed by some thugs. Her response was to beat them so badly they were left begging for mercy. But later, when Mang Nanru was studying, she encountered the same troublemakers who had harassed her before. This time, the troublemakers disappeared. It was said that they had been drowned at sea. And she suspected it was Mang Nanyu's doing. She doesn't act unless she has to, and when she does, it's a fatal blow.
Lu Shue's eyes narrowed. Are you saying we should be careful of my aunt because she wants to compete with me for Ning Yuan? But my aunt doesn't like men, does she?
I've never seen her interact with Ning Yuan.
Anyway, I've already warned you. Whether you listen or not is your business. I'm going to sleep now. Don't disturb me. I'm hanging up. She hung up the phone.
The beautiful woman preferred to sleep naked. She took a blanket and gently covered her voluptuous, snow-white figure, quickly drifting off to sleep.
Lu Shuiying was left speechless with shock. Auntie?
However, her trust in her aunt made her unconsciously grow more vigilant.
However,
she didn't take it too seriously in her heart.
In her eyes, Xiao Rulan and Mu Qingma seemed to pose a greater threat.
That's right, Ning Yuan now had two women, Xiao Rulan and Mu Qingma, coveting his body. Thinking of this, Lu Shuiying felt a pang of jealousy in her heart.
No. We're too passive right now.
The key issue is that we haven't seen Ning Yuan, and many of our plans can't be carried out.
For example,
she opened the wardrobe, which contained numerous pieces of lingerie, black stockings, white stockings, gray stockings, red stockings, and a maid's outfit.
The maid outfits come in black and white, and there's also a nun's outfit.
There was also a black collar.
She put on a black and white checkered maid's apron tied at the waist, with nothing underneath.
Her figure was very curvy, and the short apron couldn't hide her curves at all. She took out the black collar and put it around her neck, then walked to the mirror. Lu Shuiying's demeanor had indeed changed. Her originally cold and icy face now exudes a sensual aura, blending the elegance and dignity of her necklace and apron with a hint of desire. This stark contrast made Lu Shuiying appear even more restrained yet alluring, easily arousing a man's desire to conquer her, making it impossible to look away. Looking at herself, Lu Shuiying couldn't help but blush slightly. She lay back on the bed, her slender body twisting slightly.
I wonder if Ning Yuan likes it. If he comes back, I could. Her eyes were filled with desire, and her white, slender legs unconsciously brushed against Ning Yuan's blanket. But I can't even see him. What should I do? I've got it.
Lu Shuiying sat up, her eyes sparkling. She had come up with a good plan. Ning Yuan returned to Tangshanipin, but Meng Nanyu hadn't come back. She was resting at a villa near the company today. Just then, the fish-catching squad group chat received a message from the members. Su Nianxiu, last night was the banquet, so tonight you have to treat us to dinner, Ning Yuan.
Suyu, that's right.
This is also our first group dinner.
Wu Xian, Brother Yuan, everyone, meeting is a matter of fate. To celebrate this rare opportunity, tonight's entire bill will be on me, Wu Gongzi. Suyu was speechless. Wu Xian was too considerate.
The main reason was that he didn't have much money, while Wu Xian was wealthy and generous.
Ning Yuan didn't want to end up alone either.
Since the group was having a meal, he naturally wanted to participate actively.
Ning Yuan, no, let me treat everyone tonight.
Wu Xian, Brother Yuan, if you insist on paying for this meal, it means you still don't consider me a friend.
This Wu Xian. You're too considerate. I can't let you treat me.
The four of them decided to have the dinner at the private kitchen Jinwei Fang, a very famous private kitchen that takes pride in its ingredients and flavors.
The four arrived at Jinwei Fang and entered the room Wu Xian had reserved.
Su Nianxiu hadn't seen Ning Yuan in a long time. Upon seeing him, her eyes seemed to have tracking devices installed, constantly fixating on him.
Wu Xian couldn't help teasing her. Nianxiu, have you had enough? Our brother is getting shy. Wu Xian. What are you talking about? I wasn't looking at him.
Her beautiful cheeks flushed slightly, and as she lowered her head, she couldn't help but glance at Ning Yuan's reaction. Ning Yuan casually said, Wu Xian, stop teasing Nianxiu.
Come on, everyone sit down.
Today we're going to really splurge. Su Nianxiu also said, exactly, we have to order the most expensive dishes.
Wu Xian smiled at Ning Yuan and said, Brother Yuan, I've already ordered 2 signature dishes because they take a long time to prepare. You guys can order a few more. Order whatever you want, don't be shy.
Su Nianxiu sat beside Ning Yuan with a calm expression, but in reality, she didn't know if it was because she hadn't seen Ning Yuan in a long time, but sitting beside him, Su Nianxiu felt a bit nervous. Thinking back to the last time she had hugged Ning Yuan, she suddenly wanted to hug him again. Chapter 78, Ning Yuan and Su Nianxiu play truth or dare with 4 people. Su Nianxiu and Ning Yuan had both ordered their dishes, but Suyu hadn't. You guys just order.
I can eat anything.
In reality, Suyu was too shy to order. After all, he wasn't the one treating, and he didn't feel as accomplished as Ning Yuan. Being with the three of them made him feel a bit of pressure. It was a bit of self-consciousness. As the dishes were gradually served, the four of them ate while chatting about funny stories from the film crew, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. The sense of was completely gone. Wu Xan suggested, "Yuan go, I ordered some red wine. Why don't we have a drink while we eat and play a game to liven things up?" Ning Yuan had no objections. "Sure, what game do you want to play?" Wu Xan said, "Let's play rock paper scissors. The loser can choose between a dare or telling the truth. What do you think, Yuan go?" Sun Yanxiu was very interested. "Great idea. Let's all play together, Ning Yuan." She had so many questions she wanted to ask Ning Yuan, and Wu Xan's suggestion was perfect. Ning Yuan said, "Since Nianxiu wants to play, let's go with that." Suyu was just a food machine. Since the three seniors had agreed, he had no objections. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Ning Yuan chose scissors, while the other three chose paper. Ning Yuan won, and the three of them continued to play rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Sun Yanxiu threw a fist, and the other two threw scissors. Sun Yanxiu won. Finally, Suyu and Wu Xan played rock, paper, scissors, and Wu Xan won against Suyu. Ning Yuan was the first to win, so he got to choose the next game. Since they were playing such a game, it naturally needed to be a bit more entertaining. So Ning Yuan asked, "Suyu, do you choose truth or dare?" Suyu chose truth. "How many girls have you liked so far?" This question wasn't too difficult, and Suyu answered, 5. Ning Yuan and the others were stunned. "What? You, who look so honest, have liked so many girls?" Especially since Suyu looked like such a good boy. Seeing that the three of them were confused, Suyu blushed and said, 2 in high school and 3 in college, so 5 in total. Ha ha. Ning Yuan and the others laughed. That's not so unusual. After all, you can like 5 or 6 girls just by scrolling through TikTok. Liking 5 girls in high school and college isn't that bad. The game continued. This time, Suyu-chan won, and the loser was Wu Xan. Suyu asked, "Wu Xan, which one do you choose?" Let us go with the truth. Mainly because Wu Xan thought Suyu's question shouldn't be too difficult. Suyu scratched his head, thought for a moment, and asked, "Wu Xan, if you were in the bathroom and a thief slashed your butt, would you wipe your butt first or go chase the thief immediately?" Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu laughed. Wu Xan laughed and scolded, "I never thought Suyu, who looks so honest, could come up with such a tricky question. As for me, I'd go after the thief immediately. Not wiping my butt would be uncomfortable for a few days, but not chasing the thief would make me miserable for the rest of my life." Ha ha. Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu were amused again. The game continued, and this time Wu Xan won, while Sun Yanxiu lost in the end. Wu Xan wore a mysterious smile and asked, "Sun Yanxiu, do you choose truth or dare?" This stumped Sun Yanxiu. If she chose truth, she felt Wu Xan would definitely ask who her favorite person was, which was way too awkward since Ning Yuan was right there. If she chose dare, what if Wu Xan told her to kiss Ning Yuan? After a moment of indecision, Sun Yanxiu chose dare. Of course, she wasn't doing it to kiss Ning Yuan. Wu Xan grinned mischievously, "Dare, of course. You have to choose dare. Sun Yanxiu, hold Ning Yuan's hand and confess your feelings to him for 3 minutes." Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu exchanged glances. Sun Yanxiu struggled to walk up to Ning Yuan, who reluctantly extended his hand. Sun Yanxiu took his hand. This was utterly embarrassing. Sun Yanxiu's cheeks flushed like the evening sky, and her heart raced. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, then began searching her mind for common phrases to confess her feelings. "Ning Yuan, I've liked you for a long time. From the moment I first saw you, you deeply captivated me. Your demeanor is so outstanding." Wu Xan and Suyu couldn't help but laugh. After finally finishing her confession, Sun Yanxiu let go of Ning Yuan's hand. The two sat back down, and Sun Yanxiu's ears were still bright red. She felt as though she had truly confessed her feelings to Ning Yuan. This time felt like a rehearsal. Would she have more experience next time? Thinking about it, her heart trembled slightly. The game continued. This time, Ning Yuan won, and Wu Xan was the one who lost. Ning Yuan wore a smile on his face, but for some reason, it made Wu Xan feel a chill. "Brother Yuan, don't be too harsh," he said, choosing the dare option. Ning Yuan laughed. "Wu Xan, send a voice message to each of your ex-girlfriends, using a spoiled tone to say, 'You're so bad.'" After Ning Yuan finished speaking, Sun Yanxiu and Suyu also laughed. "That's a bit harsh." Wu Xan stopped smiling. "This is going to be the end of me." He sent each of his ex-girlfriends a voice message in a spoiled tone, "You're so bad." He sent 3 in total. Soon, his phone rang, and Wu Xan hung up immediately. The other party kept calling, so Wu Xan had no choice but to answer. "Wu Xan, what do you mean?" "Nothing, just playing a game." "Humph. I don't believe you. Clean yourself up tonight, I'm coming to find you." The other person's voice was loud enough for Ning Yuan and the others to hear.
Wu Xian quickly hung up the phone, his face still showing signs of fear. Ning Yuan and the others couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Wu Xian had quite a story to tell. The game continued. This time, Wu Xian won, and Ning Yuan lost in the end. Wu Xian snorted, "Yuan go, now I'm going to get my revenge. Do you choose truth or dare?" Ning Yuan thought for a moment and chose dare. If Wu Xian asked him which girls he liked, he couldn't possibly list them all one by one. Yuan Gu, post a WeChat moment that says, "I like you, and this post is only visible to you." Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan, Sun Yanxiu, and Su Yu were all stunned. This dare was way too harsh. Fortunately, Ning Yuan's WeChat moments were only visible to his friends, and there were no strangers. After all, as a public figure, he needed to protect his personal privacy and couldn't just add anyone. Ning Yuan had no choice but to post the WeChat moment with the caption, "I like you. This post is only visible to you." After Wu Xian confirmed that Ning Yuan had posted it, the punishment was over, and Ning Yuan naturally wouldn't let the three of them see the replies to the post. Ning Yuan didn't look either. However, his social media feed exploded. Ji Xiaoju, Yuan Gu? Lu Xuefu, Ning Yuan. I knew it. Mua. Ling Xian, Ning Yuan, we should just talk about this privately. But seeing you say that makes me happy. Meng Nanyu, Xiao Yuan, kiss me JPG. Boss Xiao Roland, ah. Xiao Yuan. I'm waiting for you in the room. This time I'm definitely up for it. Yang Dong, huh? Chapter 79, Kissing Ning Yuan for 10 seconds. Wu Xian asked with a smile, should we continue? Ning Yuan glanced at Sun Yanxiu, who was also in the mood for fun. Let's continue. Since everyone was familiar with each other, although the game was thrilling, it was still within acceptable limits. Rock, paper, scissors. Wu Xian and Ning Yuan won first, leaving Sun Yanxiu and Su Yu to continue. Sun Yanxiu liked to choose rock, so she thought for a moment and decided that Su Yu might choose scissors, so she chose fist. Actually, Su Yu hadn't thought about it at all, he was just eating and randomly chose rock. Sun Yanxiu lost again. Wu Xian smirked, Sun Yanxiu, do you choose truth or dare? Sun Yanxiu glanced at Ning Yuan, who was also looking over at her, so she quickly turned away. I choose dare. Kiss one of the men here for 10 seconds. Su Yu gave Wu Xian a thumbs up. Even Su Yu, who is usually so honest, could tell that Sun Yanxiu had feelings for Ning Yuan. This was clearly creating an opportunity for Sun Yanxiu. This game, while seemingly meant to liven up the atmosphere, is actually meant to bring Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu together? Su Yu glanced at Wu Xian, thinking that Wu Xian's emotional intelligence shouldn't be this high, yet tonight his emotional intelligence seemed to be at its peak. Sun Yanxiu blushed and stammered, I. Wu Xian cut her off, we don't allow such behavior here. I'm not being stubborn. Sun Yanxiu looked at Ning Yuan, who also seemed helpless. In this game, the chosen one has no right to refuse. Sun Yanxiu shifted her body closer, dared not look up at Ning Yuan, and clutched her skirt tightly with one hand. She said shyly, Ning. Ning Yuan, look down. Ning Yuan was too tall even sitting down, he was still a head taller than Sun Yanxiu. Ning Yuan sighed and lowered his head. Sun Yanxiu had a slender figure with a delicate waist but full breasts. Now, due to her nervousness, her breasts rose and fell with each breath. She dared not look into Ning Yuan's dazzling eyes, so she closed her eyes and pressed her lips toward where she imagined Ning Yuan's lips would be. However, she ended up kissing Ning Yuan's nose. Sun Yanxiu felt something was wrong. She opened her eyes to see she had kissed Ning Yuan's nose, so she trembled and lowered her lips, kissing Ning Yuan's cool lips. Their lips touched, but they did not kiss or bite each other, let alone engage in a tongue kiss, as there were still two people watching. After about 10 seconds, their lips quickly parted. Su Yu lowered his head, trying to suppress his laughter, while Wu Xian laughed out loud. Sun Yanxiu, actually, kissing Ning Yuan's nose already counts as completing the task. I didn't ask you to kiss his lips, you added that part yourself, didn't you? Sun Yanxiu gasped, her face flushing red. Wu Xian. I'll fight you. Ning Yuan pulled the flailing Sun Yanxiu back down and sat her down, saying, don't worry, I'll help you get revenge. The others continued. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, Ning Yuan won first, and the three losers continued. In the end, Sun Yanxiu and Su Yu defeated Wu Xian. Wu Xian looked at Ning Yuan, brother Yuan, please spare me. I've been good. Wu Xian, do you choose truth or dare? Ning Yuan remained unfazed. Wu Xian felt that Ning Yuan's truth question would definitely be perverted, so after much hesitation, he chose dare. The punishment is this, you and Su Yu must eat a single noodle together. It cannot be broken or dropped, or you'll have to start over. Su Yueying and Wu Xian both exclaimed that Ning Yuan's punishment was too cruel. Yuan Gu, I never thought you were so mean. Yuan Gu, this punishment made me tense. However, seeing that Ning Yuan had no intention of changing the punishment, the two reluctantly picked up a noodle. Wu Xian bit one end, and Su Yu bit the other. Wu Xian told Su Yu not to move and to let him pull.
So Wu Xian puckered his lips and sucked, while Suyu watched his lips get closer and closer, feeling a chill run down his spine.
He accidentally bit the noodle in half.
The two had no choice but to start over. This time, they decided to suck on both ends at the same time. The noodle grew shorter and shorter, and the two grew more and more tense.
Wu Xian mumbled, "Suyu, don't panic. Let me handle it."
However, the noodles were a bit soft and felt like they were about to break at any moment.
Wu Xian grew anxious and muttered, "Damn it, don't break." In that split second, their lips touched. "Ah! Wu Xian, what are you doing? Suyu, couldn't you have dodged?" Suyu touched his lips. "Wu, I feel unclean now. My first kiss." Wu Xian quickly accepted the unexpected situation. "Be grateful. I've kissed a few voluptuous women. You've basically kissed a few of them indirectly." Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suyu remained silent, thinking to himself, if you hadn't kissed her lips, wouldn't that mean I've indirectly kissed her too? Wu Xian, you pervert.
He felt a tingling sensation inside. It was getting late, so the four of them stopped playing, had another glass of red wine, and were about to leave.
Wu Xian said, "Yuan Ge, you take Nianqiu home, and I'll take Suyu." Suyu glanced at Wu Xian and thought to himself, why do I feel like being with you is a bit dangerous? Wu Xian grabbed Suyu and walked out.
The two of them exited the Jinwei Fong gate.
Wu Xian's assistant drove the car over, and Ning Yuan and Suyu got in. Once inside the car, Wu Xian fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward.
Suyu broke the silence, choosing his words carefully. "Xian Ge, I feel like you're different from when you were at the theater."
Wu Xian smiled faintly. "Do you think I have low emotional intelligence on set? Now I have high emotional intelligence?" Suyu was taken aback and nodded. He didn't expect Wu Xian to have guessed what he was thinking.
Wu Xian admired Suyu and didn't mind giving him some advice, so he smiled and said, "When dealing with ordinary people, I don't need high emotional intelligence. I can just be myself, and others will think I'm genuine. But when it comes to people I consider important, it's different. My teacher told me that you have to make them feel comfortable. Just treat it like you're pursuing a girl, put your heart into figuring out what they're thinking."
Xian Ge, you're so smart.
"No, I misjudged this time too.
But people make mistakes.
Change your strategy early, don't worry about saving face. As we say in Guangdong province, admit your mistakes when you're wrong, and stand your ground when you're hit."
That's what it means. What does that mean? Suyu scratched his head.
Wu Xian laughed. "It means if you make a mistake, admit it. If you get hit, stand tall."
That's right.
At first, he thought Ning Yuan wasn't important, but now he realized Ning Yuan is really good at handling people and has great acting skills. Such a person is definitely destined for greatness. Ning Yuan has now caught the eye of Sun Yanxiu, the princess of trendy culture, and his future prospects are limitless.
Suyu was about to ask more when Wu Xian's phone rang.
Wu Xian sighed helplessly. "Ah, my teacher is calling." What Suyu couldn't see was that the call was from Wu Xian's former wealthy girlfriend, who was still obsessed with him and had once been his mentor. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu, who had just kissed, were now in a romantic mood.
Tonight had been eventful, with both the earlier confession and the subsequent kiss.
Actually, the confession was all what Sun Yanxiu truly felt. She had spoken her mind.
I wonder if Ning Yuan understands.
She sneakily glanced at Ning Yuan.
Chapter 80, Tong Tong, Shuefu, you can't even handle an old man? Ning Yuan, everything I said tonight. Sun Yanxiu stammered. Ning Yuan smiled and said, it's all just a game. Don't take it seriously, okay?
Sun Yanxiu really wanted to say that it was all true. But she felt a bit embarrassed. However, she was afraid that if she admitted it was all fake, she would lose her chance with Ning Yuan.
It's not entirely a game, Sun Yanxiu said, her face flushing red.
Ning Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly.
Is part of it real?
Sun Yanxiu clenched her hands on her skirt, the lace hem trembling slightly. Ning Yuan laughed, don't joke around. Yanxiu, you're beautiful and the princess of trendy culture.
There must be plenty of people pursuing you.
Sun Yanxiu hurriedly said, there are some who want to get close to me, but I don't even glance at them.
In my heart, you're the only one who's special.
After saying that, she felt a bit shy.
Fearing that Ning Yuan might misunderstand, she blurted it out.
Indeed, as the princess of trendy culture from one of the 3 major entertainment companies, there were naturally many people eager to curry favor with her.
However, Sun Yanxiu found them all annoying.
Ning Yuan never expected that his casual remark would reveal so much. It was as if Ning Yuan had just tapped her, and Sun Yanxiu had unleashed all her skills and ultimate moves.
Yanxiu, thank you for appreciating me. I also feel that I'm special. Sun Yanxiu froze for a moment. Had she just been politely rejected?
She grabbed Ning Yuan's hand, her eyes red. Ning Yuan, I really like you. Ning Yuan replied seriously, Yanxiu, you don't know me well enough.
Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy? Sun Yanxiu looked up innocently, are you a bad guy? Ning Yuan didn't say anything. It's late. Let's go back.
Seeing Ning Yuan about to leave, Sun Yanqiu rushed into his arms and clung tightly to his waist. Shuagua was also pushed slightly apart.
Ning Yuan, I'm serious. When I was on set, I thought about you every day.
Every morning, I woke up thinking about sending you a message, but I was afraid you'd find it annoying.
I checked your Weibo every day, looking for any news about you. I often imagined what it would be like to be with you in the future. I really like you so much.
Sun Yanqiu initially thought this was just admiration for Ning Yuan's acting skills, but she realized she was constantly daydreaming, dreaming about him at night, even dreaming about him teasing her, yet she found herself enjoying it and feeling incredibly happy. She realized she must have fallen for Ning Yuan.
Sun Yanqiu murmured, so even if you're a bad guy, I still like you.
Ning Yuan, you bad guy, you've stolen my heart, and I want you to give it back.
Ning Yuan looked at her, how do I give it back?
Sun Yanqiu tilted her head back and suddenly kissed him. When she saw Ning Yuan looking at her again, she pulled his head down and kissed him passionately. If Sun Yanqiu had been somewhat reserved earlier because of Wu Xian and Suyu nearby, she was now clearly swept up in her emotions, even lifting Ning Yuan's shirt and letting her slender hands unconsciously stroke his muscular back. The fruit was also rubbing against him, causing Ning Yuan's eyes to grow deep, and he couldn't help but wrap his arms around her waist. However, Ning Yuan decided not to rush things, as he didn't want Sun Yanqiu to regret it. After all, he hadn't spent enough time with Sun Yanqiu. Unlike Meng Nanru, Ling Xian, and Lu Xuefu, Ning Yuan was more familiar with them and had a certain understanding of each other. Or rather, they had a certain emotional foundation. When Sun Yanqiu stopped because she was out of breath and snuggled into his arms, Ning Yuan said, Yanqiu, shall I take you home?
But won't you be too tired?
Since they had kissed, Sun Yanqiu considered Ning Yuan to be her boyfriend in her heart. So she asked him with concern, as she could go home on her own if he was tired.
No, I'm wide awake. Ning Yuan smiled brightly. Seeing Ning Yuan smile, Sun Yanqiu couldn't help but become mesmerized. There was nothing she could do about it.
Ning Yuan was tall and handsome, with features as delicate as a painting, and his almond-shaped eyes were both deep and alluring. His jawline was sharp, and his face was sculpted, every feature perfectly showcasing three-dimensional beauty. He looked like a prince straight out of a manga, utterly handsome and without equal. Sun Yanqiu couldn't help but think to herself, even if Ning Yuan is a bad guy, I love him so much. How could I possibly leave him? In fact, she now secretly hoped that Ning Yuan would be a little more mischievous, like giving her a sudden kiss. Being cornered by such a tall, handsome man like Ning Yuan must be quite thrilling, right? How could she make Ning Yuan corner her like that? How should she hint at it? Sun Yanqiu traced circles on Ning Yuan's chest with her fingers. Ning Yuan, I heard from a friend that some guys really like to force a kiss on girls.
Is that true? I don't even know what that feels like.
Oh, this hint seems pretty obvious, Sun Yanqiu thought to herself.
However, Ning Yuan clearly understood, his gaze darkening.
Sun Yanqiu, you look so eager, it's like you have Ning Yuan, come kiss me forcefully written all over your face.
I can't help but notice.
So Ning Yuan suddenly picked up Sun Yanqiu, holding her tightly in front of him.
Sun Yanqiu's legs instinctively wrapped around his waist.
Ning Yuan lowered his head, gently pressing his lips against hers and biting them lightly. Sun Yanqiu's body stiffened, her heart pounding in her chest, her snow-white neck tilted back, and her teeth clenched tightly. When Ning Yuan finally let her go, she collapsed onto him, letting out a soft moan.
It was indeed thrilling.
Kissing was so comfortable. Earlier, she had talked about it with Mu Qingma, who had sneered, men who force themselves on girls are perverts. You should be careful. And that feeling is also disgusting. Sun Yanqiu saw Mu Qingma's furious expression and couldn't help but believe him 3/10 of the way. Now it seemed that Mu Qingma was completely wrong. The truth was that it felt incredibly good. She had almost let out a moan just now, but she managed to hold it back. Additionally, her snow-white toes were tightly curled, making it clear how embarrassing and heart-pounding being kissed against her will must have been. Ning Yuan looked at Sun Yanqiu, and Sun Yanqiu felt his gaze, letting out a soft moan. Ning Yuan, you're such a bad guy.
But I like it.
Ning Yuan laughed, alright, you just said you think about me every day on set and search for news about me every day.
Since Yanqiu is so obedient, this is your reward. The reward is over, go back now. Sun Yanqiu really wanted to say she didn't want to go back.
But then she thought, tonight's progress had already been quick. Hurrying things would only lead to failure. She'd put in more effort later and conquering Ning Yuan wouldn't be a problem. Ning Yuan sent Sun Yanqiu home and returned to Tangchen Yipin himself. After glancing at the script and some acting books, he went to bed. Meanwhile, Lu Xuefu was thinking about her amusement park trip with Ning Yuan. Her beautiful face was filled with a dreamy expression.
The phone rang, startling Lu Xuefu awake.
She picked up her phone to see it was Chu Tong calling. Chu Tong's first words were explosive. Xuefu, did you get it? Did you have a fierce confrontation with him in the wild? Intense conflict in the wilderness?
Lu Xuefu thought for a moment before realizing what she meant.
She blushed, you're such a tease, Tong Tong. What are you talking about?
There's no way that happened. But I did see a couple, and they might end up fighting. No fight? Really? With me, the invincible strategist, the Zhuge Liang of the dating world, by your side giving you advice, you couldn't handle an old man? Shuefu, are you even capable? Chapter 81, Xiao Rulan, bold male subordinate, posting a love confession on WeChat moments. Are you trying to seduce me? Lu Shuefu rolled her eyes. Tong Tong, you little pervert. There's no way you did that on your first date. You're just a talker. Maybe you're worse than me when it comes to love. Tong Tong screamed wildly, her two large rabbit ears almost popping out. Lu Shuefu, how could that be? I'm a woman who knows all 36 strategies of love. How could I be as lame as you? Don't compare me to you. By the way, what did you two do on your first date? Lu Shuefu blushed. We held hands and kissed. Tong Tong gasped. Wow, that's not bad. Snow, tell me, did you French kiss? What was your first kiss like? Did you really feel like you were floating? Lu Shuefu softly nodded. It was indeed very comfortable. My body went weak, and if my brother hadn't been holding me, I probably would have collapsed. Tong Tong naturally believed her best friend's words, and a look of anticipation appeared on her face. Ah, I thought novels were lying. Sigh, I've never met someone I like, so I've never had the chance to experience it. Tong Tong sighed. Usually, many boys wanted to pursue her, often running up to her on the street to ask for her WeChat, but she ignored them all because she didn't feel anything. Do you have any photos, Shuefu? Lu Shuefu giggled. Of course I do, but I can't show you. Tong Tong quickly feigned hurt. Shuefu, I consider you my best friend. I never thought you wouldn't even show me a photo. It seems like we're just plastic best friends after all. There's no use arguing. I'm not showing you. Lu Shuefu huffed. Tong Tong was so angry her chest puffed out. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shuefu pulled out the photo and looked at it again. She kissed the screen. Good night, big brother. XOXU. Then she turned off her phone and went to sleep. Next door, Lu Shuining couldn't sleep. She had already transferred the ownership of another fully paid-for villa to Ning Yuan's name today. All he needed to do was sign his name. She thought about how she had indeed been stingy with money toward Ning Yuan in the past, because she had always feared that he would become corrupt if he had money. Now she realized that this idea was completely wrong. It was all unnecessary. If Ning Yuan really wanted to go astray, he wouldn't need money. Women would spend their own money on him. Now she thinks about him every day. Doesn't that mean other women want to think about him too? Ah, I'm so stupid. Really? I feel like I've let a succubus go free, and now she doesn't want to come back. Thinking of this, Lu Shuiying regretted it deeply, feeling as though she were a mute eating bitter melon. Her heart was filled with sorrow she couldn't express. Even though it's late, doing something is still better than doing nothing. If I try to make amends, Ning Yuan might not forgive me, but if I don't, he'll never forgive me. Come on, Lu Shuiying. I hope my father's spirit will protect me so that I can continue to be with Ning Yuan. She opened a box, which contained a very special outfit. Since ordinary methods won't work and Ning Yuan will leave as soon as he sees me, I'll wear this outfit and maybe I can talk to him. She felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. On the other side, Ning Yuan woke up in the morning, stretched lazily. He washed up, got dressed, and went to work. Upon arriving at the office, Yang Dong knocked on the door, and Ning Yuan gestured for him to come in. Ning Yuan, what did you mean by that post on your social media? His expression was serious. Ning Yuan's WeChat post had kept him awake all night, and he was worried about it. Ning Yuan smiled and said, the filming of Step by Step in the workplace wrapped up, so I had dinner with some friends and played Truth or Dare. Didn't scare you, did I, Donggu? Ha ha. Yang Dong finally exhaled, you, ha. They then moved on to business. Yang Dong asked, Ning Yuan, how did the audition for the human skin prison crew go? Ning Yuan shook his head, no results yet. They said they'd let me know today. Yang Dong stroked his chin, you have a good chance. When Weiren and Su Kuan are close friends, so they're likely to recommend you. You have a good reputation with Su Kuan, so you have a high chance of getting recommended. Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, let's hope so. If it doesn't work out, I'll try out for that psychological crime movie. It's also a good option. That's true. This psychological crime film. Yang Dong was about to mention the audition time for the psychological crime film when Ning Yuan's phone rang. Yang Dong stopped and gestured for Ning Yuan to answer the call first. Ning Yuan picked up the phone and saw it was an unknown number. He said, hello. The other person said, Mr. Ning, hello. This is the production team of the Human Skin Cage. We're calling to inform you that your audition was successful. Please report to our production team in 3 days. Alright, thank you to Director 1, Director MO, and Mr. Lei. Please convey my gratitude to them. Thank you for calling to share this news with me. After hanging up, Yang Dong excitedly said, Ning Yuan, did it work out? Ning Yuan's lips curved into a smile, it's done. Yang Dong clenched his fist, great. Get ready. I'll have Ji Xiaoju go with you when the time comes. He went out and called out to Ji Xiaoju.
When she came in and saw Ning Yuan, her face turned red. Ning Yuan quickly understood why Ji Xiaoju reacted that way and smiled as he explained the situation to her. Ji Xiaoju left with a complicated expression. After she left, Ning Yuan picked up the script, intending to read it carefully again and memorize the lines. A graceful figure slipped in. As Ning Yuan looked up, a fragrant breeze swept past him, and a full, soft body was already sitting in his arms.
Who else could it be but Xiao Rulin? Xiao Zong wore a smile, her eyebrows arched, and her slender fingers lifted Ning Yuan's chin. How dare you? You dare to express your feelings for the boss on social media? Is the male subordinate trying to seduce me? Her fingers were cool, and the way she lifted Ning Yuan's chin was inexplicably alluring. Ning Yuan shook his head with a smile. I don't want to. Xiao Zong twisted her body, refusing to give in, and pouted. No, say you want to. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to embrace her waist. Xiao Rulin's body trembled. Xiao Zong, you're so domineering. If I don't seduce you, is that not enough?
Ning Yuan's palm felt like it was electrified, making Xiao Rulin's heart race, but she remained defiant, snorting coldly, no way.
The president orders you to seduce me. Otherwise, I'll punish you. Chapter 82, Lu Shuiying's Pursuit of Her Husband Part 1.
Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows, gave a lazy smile, and leaned down to kiss her lips.
Mr. Xiao, how will you punish your disobedient male subordinate?
Their lips parted after a brief touch, but Xiao Rulin still felt the coolness of Ning Yuan's lips. Her head spun, and she couldn't help but cling to him, stammering,
I'll punish you.
Ning Yuan kissed her again, this time deeper. Xiao Rulin's originally cold and elegant face flushed red, even her snow-white neck turning crimson. She exhaled softly, her breath fragrant, and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. No, don't.
Ning Yuan let her go again. Miss Xiao, do you still want to punish me? No.
You big rascal, watch out or I'll fire you.
Ning Yuan laughed instead. Sister, you should be careful I fire you instead. Xiao Rulin was truly weak all over, lying in Ning Yuan's arms, breathing lightly.
Xiao Yuan was too skilled. Those heart-stirring words were too much for her to bear. Ning Yuan smiled faintly. It was time to tease Xiao Zong again.
Sis, you're so weak.
Humph. I'll get you someday, Xiao Yuan.
Xiao Zong was completely limp, but her mouth remained stubbornly firm.
After a moment of tenderness, Xiao Rulin blushed and looked up.
Xiao Yuan, what did you mean by that post on your social media?
Actually, Xiao Rulin knew what it meant, but she just wanted to hear Ning Yuan say it again.
It was rare for Xiao Zong to act so spoiled. It's just that I like you, Xiao Rulin.
Ning Yuan suddenly said seriously. Ugh. This time, Xiao Rulin was truly trembling all over, feeling her heart race wildly, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. This was the first time Ning Yuan had called her Xiao Rulin, not Rulin Ji or Xiao Zong, but her real name. What's more, Xiao Yuan had said he liked her. Xiao Rulin's heart felt like it was melting. Her eyes were as gentle as water, and she longed to be intimate with Ning Yuan right then and there.
But they were in Ning Yuan's office, so it was best not to act impulsively.
She feared she might faint from embarrassment or blurt out a scream, which would ruin her reputation forever. Who knows, maybe tomorrow the news in Jinghai City would read, Jinghai's stunning female CEO, Xiao Rulin, fainted after getting intimate with a male subordinate, unresponsive for half an hour, and was rushed to Jinghai People's Hospital for emergency treatment.
That would be so embarrassing. But Xiao Rulin really wanted to kiss him. Seeing her reluctant to leave, Ning Yuan gave her a tongue kiss.
Xiao Rulin was truly overwhelmed, her mind spinning. She stumbled out of Ning Yuan's arms, walking as if she were drunk. She gently rubbed her face, regaining some composure, and adjusted her body-hugging skirt. Earlier, because she had been sitting astride him, the hem of her skirt had been lifted up. And her black stockings, she had no idea how Ning Yuan had managed to take them off. This rascal! Xiao Rulin snatched the stockings from his hand, cleared her throat, and slipped out of Ning Yuan's office. She raised her head slightly, gave a soft hum, and resumed her usual cold and aloof CEO demeanor. Two female subordinates saw her and greeted her. Good morning, Miss Xiao.
Xiao Zong merely nodded faintly.
Back in her office, she patted her chest and exhaled.
How nerve-wracking.
But it was also thrilling, like an addiction.
Xiao Rulin loved going to Ning Yuan's office.
That was why she had come to the company so early that morning. Then she seemed to glance at Ning Yuan as he entered, but in reality, Xiao Rulin had been observing the situation at the door for quite some time. Ning Yuan saw Xiao Rulin leave satisfied and continued to focus on memorizing the script. Besides memorizing his lines, he started writing a character profile for Chen Ning. Chen Ning was deeply in love with Xu Lei, even willing to sacrifice himself for her. So when he saw Xu Lei also turn into a fake person, he was so shocked and despairing. The script doesn't specify when Xu Lei became a fake person, but judging from the script, it must have been before they entered the Ileo Mountains. What was truly unsettling was that, given how much Chen Ning loved Xu Lei, he must have been extremely attentive and caring toward her. Yet he didn't realize when his girlfriend's body was taken over by a fake person, nor did he notice any abnormalities during their time together. So, if it were a couple or family members who weren't often together and had only a superficial relationship, if one of them became a fake person, it would be impossible to tell the difference. Ning Yuan was carefully analyzing the movie, including aspects not explicitly shown in the script. In the evening after work, Ning Yuan first called Huang Ma to ask her to buy groceries, as he planned to cook a delicious meal for Meng Nanyu tonight. He took the elevator down to the garage and walked toward his car. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice calling his name from behind. Ning Yuan, wait. The voice was faint, but it sounded like Lu Shuiying's. He turned around and saw a frog puppet. Having spent the entire day studying artificial intelligence, seeing a bizarre frog puppet making the voice of his ex-wife and running toward him was unsettling. Ning Yuan was startled and slapped the frog puppet as it ran toward him, shouting, "Don't come closer." The frog puppet let out a cry, fell to the ground, then struggled to stand up. "Don't hit me, Ning Yuan, it's me, Lu Shuiying." Lu Shuiying removed the frog mask, revealing her icy cold face. Ning Yuan, seeing it was Lu Shuiying, sighed in relief it wasn't an imposter after all. He said coldly, "Lu Shuiying, what are you up to now?" Ning Yuan never could have imagined that Lu Shuiying would go to such lengths to see him disguising herself as a frog puppet.
Is this really the same Lu Shuiying who was once so arrogant and aloof?
Calling her a love-struck fool wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lu Shuiying rubbed her sore buttocks, pulled out 2 items from inside the puppet costume, and hurriedly said,
"Ning Yuan, I was wrong. This is the property deed for the villa I bought for you. This is a black card with 10 million yuan deposited in it. I want to express my apology. Please accept them."
She was afraid Ning Yuan would leave without listening to her, so she decided to speak her mind directly and get straight to the point.
Ning Yuan didn't take them. Xiao Ruolin and Meng Nanyu had already given him houses, and if Ning Yuan needed them, they would also give him bank cards without hesitation. Ning Yuan didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Shuiying anymore. He said indifferently, "Go away. I don't need it anymore." He turned to leave. Lu Shuiying panicked and hurried after him. As a CEO, she had never worn such a doll-like outfit before. While running, she lost her balance and fell directly toward Ning Yuan. In her panic, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. That familiar feeling washed over her, sending a shiver down her spine. The scent of cedar on Ning Yuan's body was also so familiar and intoxicating. After all, the blanket Ning Yuan had left behind had been washed by Xue Fu and no longer carried his scent. Lu Shuiying parted her lips slightly and took a deep breath of Ning Yuan's scent. It was an epic experience. Ning Yuan saw that people were coming down from the company, so he immediately pried her hands apart. Lu Shuiying heard more footsteps approaching and felt embarrassed, so she quickly tossed the property deed and black card into Ning Yuan's arms before stumbling away. Ning Yuan wanted to return the items to her, but thinking about the inevitable tug of war, he decided not to move. He planned to give them to Lu Xuefu when he saw her next and have her pass them on to her sister. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiying fell several times while running, her buttocks aching, but she was exceptionally happy. First, she had finally seen Ning Yuan and hugged him, smelling his scent. Second, she had given him the apology gift, and if he accepted it, that would be best. Even if he came back later, at least she had made her feelings clear. Perfect. Ouch. In her joy, she tripped and fell again. Chapter 83, Ling Jiyun gives advice to his daughter Ling Xin. Lu Shuiying ran to the car and took off the frog costume. This was Xiao Ruolin's territory. If that woman saw her wearing the frog costume, she would definitely mock and ridicule her. Lu Shuiying carefully placed the frog costume in the trunk. "If I can remarry Ning Yuan, you'll deserve all the credit. I'll definitely put you on a pedestal." She got into the driver's seat, savoring the scent of Ning Yuan lingering on her, and drove off while there weren't many people around. Over the past 2 months, she had been mired in the gloom of losing Ning Yuan, feeling depressed and unhappy. Today, seeing Ning Yuan again, he was still as handsome as ever. When Lu Shuiying saw him, her heart raced, and she even felt a bit nervous. As the CEO, Lu Shuiying had seen it all. But when she saw Ning Yuan, her hands trembled slightly, though she managed to hide it well. Seeing Ning Yuan and holding him felt so intoxicating she wanted to hold him forever and never let go. Why hadn't she felt this way before? Perhaps it was because she only realized how indispensable he was after losing him. Lu Shuiying felt much better, perhaps because she saw a glimmer of hope to win Ning Yuan back. She couldn't help but want to share her joy, so she asked the smart assistant to call Ling Xin. Ling Xin had been very busy lately. Last night, she had stayed up late organizing and analyzing the experimental data she had recorded, then uploaded the data. Ling Sun's mother, Ling Jiyun, was resting at home. Seeing her daughter so busy every day and showing no signs of romance, she couldn't help but grow anxious. She brought Ling Xin a bowl of warm ginseng and lotus seed soup for her heart. "Xinshin, you work so hard every day. Your mother is so worried about you." Ling Xin smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom. But this is the nature of my work. There's nothing I can do about it." Ling Jiyun, being a highly educated woman, knew her daughter didn't like being pressured to marry.
However, with Ling Xin so busy, she worried she might miss out on a good man. After all, the older one gets, the harder it is to find someone. As a mother, she decided she had to try to persuade her.
After some consideration, Ling Jiyun said,
Xin, Mom has been going through old photos lately and saw a picture of you when you were little, holding onto my skirt and saying you wanted to stay by my side forever. It made me realize how quickly time flies. At my age, I sometimes think that if I had given myself more time when I was younger to meet interesting people, maybe my life would have a few more warm moments now. You're so successful in your career now, and Mom is so proud of you. But Mom also hopes there is someone who can share life's little joys with you. Ling Xian didn't even turn around, just smiled and said, Mom, if you want to hold a baby, you can get married again. You're only in your 40s, you can definitely have another child.
I don't mind. What on earth are you talking about? Ling Jian laughed in exasperation. Xin, what are you saying? Mom is already so old. I'm talking about your personal life. Mom, if you're really bored, you can find an old man to date. Dad's been gone for so many years.
I'm sure he'd understand. Ling Jiyun was usually a very gentle person, but hearing this made her so angry that she gave Ling Xinyun a sharp tap on the head. Ling Sun rubbed her head. That hurts, Mom.
Ling Jiyun stopped her hand. Does it really hurt? Let me rub it for you.
Ling Sun pulled her hand away. Mom, I'm serious. There are a few middle-aged men in my office who are in their 50s, but they're still very well-mannered and handsome.
Why don't I introduce you to them?
Of course, if you prefer younger men and want to enjoy some pampering, I wouldn't mind either. Although Ling Jiyun was in her 40s, she was still graceful and beautiful, elegant and poised, exuding a unique charm.
Attracting some older men was entirely possible. Hey, what are you talking about? Don't introduce anyone to Mom. Ling Jiyun immediately refused.
Mom, when you came to our school last time, I saw Professor Lee chatting with you quite nicely.
Why don't I introduce him to you? No, don't even think about it. He greeted me, so I can't just ignore him, can I? Ling Jiyun immediately refused.
However, she soon realized with a start that she had been urging her daughter to marry, only to end up urging herself instead.
Xin, you're bringing Mom into this again.
Mom doesn't want you to end up like me, alone and lonely.
I hope you can find someone who cares about you.
Mom, if you feel lonely, I'll introduce someone to you.
Xinyun, are you trying to drive Mom to her grave so you can inherit Mom's inheritance?
The mother and daughter laughed and teased each other for a while.
Ling Xian then said directly, Mom, I have someone I like. Ling Jiyun knew her daughter too well. Ling Xian was usually cold and aloof.
Seeing her expression now, with her eyes and brows full of charm, Ling Jiyun knew she must be truly in love.
Ling Jiyun's eyes lit up. Xin, do you have a photo? Let me see. Ling Xian's face flushed slightly. No photos. We haven't taken any. Then how far have you two gone? Mom is very open-minded. You can get on the train first and buy the ticket later. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have much money, our family has money.
As long as he's a good person and you like him, that's all that matters. This time it was Ling Xinyun who felt embarrassed.
Mom, what are you saying? It's not that fast.
Ling Jiyun smiled gently. Xian, if you like him, you have to be decisive. Your father was the dream guy of many girls.
Do you know why Mom ended up being the one who won his heart? Xian was utterly surprised her mother had never mentioned this before. There must be more to this story.
Ling Jiyun curved her lips. Your mother got your father drunk, and that's how you were conceived.
Marriage before love isn't so bad, is it?
Ling Sun's mouth dropped open in shock, as if she could swallow an egg. She never imagined her mother's views were so progressive.
Mom, you're so bold. Aren't you afraid Dad will take advantage of you and then leave you?
Ling Jiyun ruffled her hair.
That's why you need to test your ability to judge people.
Besides, if he doesn't want to acknowledge it, just pretend you made a mistake and choose not to have children.
Mom, you're so clever.
The longest road Dad has ever walked is probably your schemes. Ling Jiyun's face flashed with a nostalgic expression.
Who knows? Maybe your dad is actually a hunter who appeared in the form of prey. Ling Xian couldn't help but laugh. But she suddenly thought of Ning Yuan. Was he really the hunter, just appearing as the prey? Last time I got drunk and kissed him forcefully. Could I use the same method of getting him drunk again to get what I want? Mom, how did you get Dad drunk?
It seems like Dad can hold his liquor pretty well. Ling Jiyun smiled mysteriously. Xin, so you shouldn't just focus on your work. You should also observe life more.
What advantage do women have? We know how to be cute. You should be like a little green tea. Just say, brother, I really can't drink anymore. Help me drink it. Brother, you're so amazing. Brother, don't bully me.
If he still refuses, say, I'll kiss you if you help me drink a sip.
What guy could resist that? But I'm older than him. Isn't that even more exciting?
Ling Xian's eyes lit up, as if it might actually work.
Mom really knows her stuff. But I wonder if it'll work on that guy Ning Yuan. If he just says, "Are you keeping goldfish? Give it to me to drink," then we're doomed.
Chapter 84, The Battlefield Part 1. Thanks to Wu Chuxing Kaiyong for the 2 gifts. Ning Yuan returned to the villa, where Huang Ma had already bought the groceries and washed them for him.
Ning Yuan said thank you and began cooking. At that moment, Meng Nanyu returned.
She bent down, slightly lifting her full, rounded hips, and removed her high heels. Perhaps because of Ning Yuan's care, Meng Nanyu had become even more beautiful. She used to have trouble sleeping at night, and now she still often couldn't sleep at night. However, her complexion was noticeably different. Her skin had become even fairer and more delicate, as though it could be pierced by a finger. Her eyes had lost their former coldness, becoming warm and full of affection. With a sense of peace in her heart, her entire demeanor had become even more graceful and feminine. The female tyrant of the Jinghai business world, who once struck fear into the hearts of all, now resembles an 18-year-old girl in love. She heard the sounds coming from the kitchen and knew it was probably Ning Yuan returning. Her lips curled slightly upward, and she quietly entered the kitchen, wrapping her arms around Ning Yuan's waist from behind.
"Xiao Yuan, what are you cooking? I'm hungry. Just seeing you makes me hungry, Xiao Yuan."
Ning Yuan felt the soft warmth of Meng Nanyu's body behind him and said, "Honey, wait a moment.
I'll be done soon."
Meng Nanyu held him for a while before reluctantly letting go. I can't wait." Meng Nanyu walked back to the living room and slowly removed her black stockings, revealing a pair of white, slender legs. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the tall, handsome, and charming figure in the kitchen. This life with Xiao Yuan, where no one disturbs us, is truly wonderful. She finally felt that her hardships had paid off. Xuening had enjoyed such good food back then, now it was her turn.
Meng Nanyu smiled gently.
Ning Yuan used to be a handsome young man, but now he had grown into a tall, handsome man. She felt as though she had raised her own little husband. Meng Nanyu was lost in thought when her phone rang.
Meng Nanyu picked it up and saw it was Lu Shuefu calling.
This little girl hasn't called me in ages.
What does she want now?
In the past, Lu Shuefu would occasionally visit her and have dinner with her aunt Meng Nanyu. After all, seeing Ning Yuan and Lu Xuening together made her feel uneasy.
"Auntie, I want to come visit you. It's been so long since we had dinner together.
I miss Huang Ma's cooking." The tenderness in Meng Nanyu's eyes faded, and she grew cold. Her first thought was to not let Lu Shuefu come, as she only wanted to spend time alone with Ning Yuan, enjoying their private moments. But then she thought, isn't this little girl coveting her older sister's husband? Well, let her come. Even if she couldn't change her mind, she had to give her a warning.
In Meng Nanyu's heart, Ning Yuan was always number one. Of course, Meng Nanyu didn't know that she was also extremely important to Ning Yuan. Let me put it this way, if he had to choose between saving Meng Nanyu and himself, Ning Yuan would choose to save Meng Nanyu without hesitation.
Unless I'm completely dead, with you standing on my corpse, no one will ever touch the woman behind me.
This was Ning Yuan's declaration as a man.
Meng Nanyu smiled and said, "Shuefu, come on then.
There's someone else here with me. Do you mind?"
Lu Shuefu asked curiously, "Who is it?
Do I know them?"
Meng Nanyu wore a mysterious smile on her face. "You know him.
You'll see when you come."
"Alright, auntie, I'll wait here.
I should be there soon." "Shuefu, you only called me when you were almost here, right? You're just telling me after the fact, aren't you?"
"Hee, auntie, it's just that I missed you so much." In reality, Lu Shuefu had no choice either. Lately, her older sister seemed possessed, frantically cooking all sorts of dishes at home. But the scary thing is, she doesn't seem to have the talent for it. Yesterday, she tried to make fried eels, but she just threw the eels into the oil, and they were jumping all over the place. The kitchen floor was covered in them, and Lu Shueying screamed in terror. The scene was absolutely chaotic. The three of them cleaned up the eels, and Adley couldn't help but gently her, "Miss, why don't I do it? You're naturally delicate and not suited for such heavy work." But Lu Shueying pouted. Ning Yuan spent half a year learning how to cook all kinds of dishes.
How can I give up after less than a month? Absolutely not. Seeing her sister's determination, Lu Shuefu was terrified.
She hurriedly pleaded, "Sister, your life is precious too." Just a moment ago, she had come home and seen her sister start cooking again after work, accidentally spilling half a bottle of soy sauce. Scared, Lu Shuefu quickly slipped away.
"Sister, my aunt invited me to dinner.
I haven't visited her in a long time, so I agreed to go.
You can eat on your own tonight."
Lu Xuening's flawlessly beautiful face was still smudged with oil. Holding a spatula, she looked at Lu Shuefu pitifully and said, "Shuefu, I've almost finished cooking." Lu Shuefu wished her mother had more legs. She smiled and stepped back. "Sis, you and Aunt Li eat more. Although Auntie's housekeeper's cooking isn't as good as yours, I already promised Auntie." Aunt Li shot a resentful glance at the young miss, Lu Shuefu. She had once thought she could live to be 90, but now she felt she'd be lucky to make it to 70. That's why Lu Shuefu called to say she was coming over to Meng Nanyu's house for dinner. Meng Nanyu heard Lu Shuefu giggling and thought to herself, "I hope you can still giggle later." Ning Yuan brought out a dish he had prepared and, seeing Meng Nanyu on the phone, couldn't help asking, "Honey, who are you calling?"
Meng Nanyu smiled faintly. Xiao Yuan, Shuefu said she's coming over for dinner. Should we invite her? Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god.
He was so scared he almost dropped the steamed fish he was holding.
Was this the legendary battlefield he had heard about?
To be honest, he had already sensed that he would eventually face such a situation, but he never imagined it would come so soon.
If you want her to come, then let her. If you don't want her to come, we can just have some alone time, which would be even better.
Ning Yuan couldn't express his true feelings directly, so he can only hint that he preferred to spend time alone with his wife.
Otherwise, if Lu Shuefu came over and saw him so close to Meng Nanyu, would she explode?
This little vixen is so bold, a little green tea girl with so many tricks up her sleeve. I have no idea how she'll react. It might turn into an extremely chaotic scene. Fortunately, Meng Nanyu was still very gentle, so nothing should go wrong. What Ning Yuan didn't know was that this was a battle between a scheming little green tea and the ultimate boss. Otherwise, he would have been even more nervous.
Meng Nanyu gave him a loving yet resentful glance. Alright, I'll let her come.
You continue cooking, Xiao Yuan.
Ning Yuan couldn't say anything, so he turned and entered the kitchen.
He sneakily glanced at Meng Nanyu again, feeling that her gaze was a bit off.
Just as Ning Yuan finished the last dish, the doorbell rang. It seems that Lu Shuefu has arrived. Chapter 85, The Battlefield Part 2. Meng Nanyu stood up to open the door. Upon seeing Meng Nanyu, Lu Shuefu sweetly called her auntie. Lu Shuefu entered the entranceway, bowed to change her shoes, and noticed a tall figure in the kitchen, though it was hard to see clearly through the glass. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the figure. However, Lu Shuefu didn't associate the figure with Ning Yuan, she simply assumed it was a man wearing an apron helping her aunt cook. She opened her mouth and giggled, "Wow, auntie, is that your husband?
I didn't expect that after 2 months of not coming to auntie's place, auntie has already fallen in love."
Meng Nanyu smiled meaningfully. "Yes, you have to call him your uncle later."
Lu Shuefu smiled and agreed, "Alright, I have the sweetest mouth.
I'll ask Uncle Lu Shuefu for red envelopes later."
That's great, Meng Nanyu said, her lips curving into an almost imperceptible smile. But as Lu Shuefu changed her shoes and walked into the hall, she sensed something was off and felt a strange pang in her heart. No, that man's figure looked so much like Ning Yuan. Until she saw Ning Yuan's profile. Her mind felt like it had exploded with a loud buzz.
No, why is Ning Yuan here? Not only that, but why was he wearing casual clothes and helping her aunt cook?
Why did she ask if this was her aunt's husband, and her aunt didn't deny it and even smiled?
These questions completely left her baffled.
Finally, her rationality began to return, and she started to realize something. Her aunt and Ning Yuan are very close, maybe they have a relationship.
Could they be dating?
Lu Shuefu's heart tightened, and her delicate face grew tense.
This is over.
He had thought he could pull the wool over everyone's eyes, that Xuan Ning was no match for him, and that he had already gained the upper hand in his showdown with Ling Xin.
He even grew arrogant for a moment. But now, has my aunt already secretly made her move and taken him down? She muttered, "Ning Yuan brother?" Meng Nanyu chuckled, "Shuefu, didn't you say you have a sweet mouth? Hurry up and call your aunt's husband."
Ning Yuan was also nervous inside. He turned around with a smile on his face, "Shuefu, you're here. I'll call you a big head ghost."
Lu Shuefu didn't even bother with Meng Nanrui anymore and blurted out, "Brother, what are you doing here? What's going on?"
Ning Yuan saw the surprised and unwilling expression on Lu Shuefu's face and hesitated on how to respond. Meng Nanyu walked over and wrapped her arm around Ning Yuan's arm. "Shuefu, your older sister Xuan Ning has divorced your older brother Ning Yuan. You once spoke up for Ning Yuan, and you know your sister wasn't good to him.
The divorce isn't Ning Yuan's fault. I've known Ning Yuan for 10 years, and we've always been pure and upright.
But after Ning Yuan divorced, we spent some time together and realized that we are the most suitable partners for each other in life.
Shuefu, you'll bless us, right? Ha, pure and spotless and having 5 children? You have no shame." Lu Shuefu puffed out her cheeks angrily. Ning Yuan. Meng Nanyu. Lu Shuefu thought to herself, "I'll bless you to hell." She was so angry she could have burst a blood vessel. "You little witch. I respected you so much, yet you didn't play by the rules and actually stole my tower." Additionally, Lu Shuefu was also seething with anger toward Ning Yuan. She even started to blame herself. "I'm too easy to let my guard down. These people have their eyes on my Ning Yuan brother, and they're not giving up." However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, setting aside their blood ties, her aunt was just another competitor. Since they were rivals, she should treat her as such. Lu Shuefu was also a textbook example of a little green tea. She walked over to the other side, wrapped her arm around Ning Yuan's other arm, and said, "Ning Yuan, the other day at the amusement park, you kissed my lips so hard. My lips are still a little swollen." After saying that, she pouted her lips in a playful manner.
Her skin was fair and delicate, and her pouting lips were absolutely adorable.
Ning Yuan thought to himself, this is bad.
Sure enough, Ning Yuan felt Meng Nanyu stiffen beside him.
She gave him a meaningful look.
Ning Yuan forced a smile and looked at her. Meng Nanyu glared at him and mouthed, I'll deal with you later. It seemed like his niece was going to compete with him for his boyfriend. This was the little husband he had waited so long for. How could he let her have him?
Aren't you the one who wanted to play the green tea? Aren't you the one who wanted to act? I'll act until you cry.
Meng Nanyu suddenly gasped, her beautiful cheeks flushing red.
Ning Yuan asked with concern, what's wrong?
Meng Nanyu began to pout, husband, it's all your fault.
You were too rough last night. Lu Xuefu was still a naive young woman and didn't understand what pounding too hard meant at first. But she quickly caught on. Pounding? A pile driver?
Her aunt was implying that Ning Yuan had been relentlessly. Lu Xuefu thought of this, and her face turned bright red.
She glared at Ning Yuan fiercely.
In this highly charged atmosphere, Ning Yuan was trembling inside and dared not speak a word.
Because at this moment, whatever he said would be wrong. He might even get beaten up for stepping with his left foot first. Lu Xuefu was utterly stunned. Wait, did my aunt just steal the boyfriend? Lu Xuefu glared at Meng Nanyu, refusing to back down. Auntie, Ning Yuan is my boyfriend. How can an aunt steal her nephew's boyfriend? There are so many men chasing after you, why are you competing with me?
After saying that, she pulled Ning Yuan forcefully toward herself.
Meng Nanyu laughed lightly, Xuefu, after Xiao Yuan divorced, he should go to his aunt first. After all, you're still young. From now on, you shouldn't call him Ning Yuan brother anymore. You should call him uncle. You can't mess up the family hierarchy.
She refused to budge and pulled Ning Yuan back. The two began to fight over Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, being pulled back and forth, could only speak weakly, why don't we eat first?
Shut up, X2. Ning Yuan sighed helplessly, let go of me first. The food is going to burn.
The two ignored him. They didn't care if they didn't eat. But the person had to be claimed. Ning Yuan turned off the stove and said, this is urgent. I'll go to the bathroom first.
Meng Nanyu glared at him coldly, husband, you're not allowed to leave.
Lu Xuefu also clung tightly to his arm, Ning Yuan, we have to talk this through today. Meng Nanyu looked at him with a half smile, Xiao Yuan, you have to make a choice. Who will you choose?
Ning Yuan sighed helplessly, I choose. Can I choose both? No, X2. Ning Yuan knew he couldn't follow their lead anymore, otherwise, he was doomed.
He first kissed Meng Nanyu fiercely. Meng Nanyu's face turned red, and when Ning Yuan's lips parted, hers continued to move, as if she didn't want his lips to leave. Ning Yuan kissed Lu Xuefu fiercely again. At first, she struggled and her voice was muffled, don't touch me. But she soon went limp, moaning softly as she was kissed.
Chapter 86, Ning Yuan, you can't stay here. What will you do if you sleep with him? A demon's true nature is revealed at first glance.
Now the two of them fell silent. Blushing and with racing hearts, they exchanged glances and both hummed softly before turning away. After all, their minds were still in a daze from the kiss, not yet back online. Lu Xuefu slowly realized something was off.
Why did Ning Yuan kiss Meng Nanyu first and then kiss her? Why didn't he kiss her first before kissing her?
Her mind hadn't caught up yet. Ning Yuan shouldn't have kissed both of them at the same time. Meanwhile, Meng Nanru thought, what a jerk. He kissed both of them. He shouldn't have kissed Xuefu.
Now she and Xuefu were both indirectly kissing each other.
Taking advantage of the moment when the two of them were dazed, Ning Yuan, who couldn't stop thinking about cooking, relit the stove, flipped the wok, and quickly stir-fried the dish before serving it. Then he gave Meng Nanyu and Lu Xuefu each a plate of food and told them to take it out. The two of them had no choice but to obey. He exhaled deeply. Though the chaotic scene was thrilling, he was truly afraid his heart couldn't handle it. One was mature and alluring, the other pure and adorable, both equally stunning. It could only be described as a mix of pain and pleasure. Ning Yuan walked out and sat down, but Meng Nanyu and Lu Xuefu immediately began to argue over the seat next to him. According to etiquette, since Ning Yuan ate with his right hand, sitting to his left would allow one to hold his arm.
You can't have Ning Yuan serving himself and then hug his arm while he is doing it, right? Meng Nanyu glared at Lu Xuefu. She was a CEO and an elder, and the pressure she exuded was overwhelming.
She completely flustered Lu Xuefu, who could only sit on Ning Yuan's right side with a pout. Ning Yuan picked up a fragrantly fried prawn, intending to share it with the two of them.
Meng Nanyu and Lu Xuefu both stared at him intently.
They wanted to see who he would give it to first.
This is tricky. Forget it.
Ning Yuan placed it in his own bowl, began peeling it, and directly put it into his mouth. This prawn had been lightly fried in oil, then pan-fried, and seasoned with chili salt. The flavor was truly exceptional.
Meng Nanyu and Lu Xuefu both hummed disapprovingly.
The two of them each picked one, peeled it open, and took a bite.
Lu Xuefu's eyes lit up. Wow, it's been so long since I've eaten something Ning Yuan made. It's still so delicious.
Especially during this period, she had been constantly tormented by Lu Xuening, nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. So when she tasted these fragrant prawns, Lu Xuefu's eyes welled up with tears.
And Meng Nanju, the CEO herself, took a bite.
She had tasted countless delicacies from all over the world, but the dishes Ning Yuan cooked were always just right for her taste.
She couldn't resist licking her fingers.
She then pulled Ning Yuan's hand over and licked his fingers as well. Her small, soft, and smooth tongue made the sensation on his fingers incredibly sensitive. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze grew deep.
And Lu Xuefu was furious. Her aunt was openly cheating. A cold and irresistibly seductive CEO actually licking a man's fingers. Who could resist that?
No wonder Ning Yuan was seduced by her.
Meng Nanyu finished licking his fingers and then gave Ning Yuan a loving glance.
Xiao Yuan is truly talented. He can handle formal occasions, cook in the kitchen, and even perform in the bedroom. His abilities are off the charts. But Xiao Yuan seems to have turned into a jerk. Meng Nanyu felt a bit resentful, but she wasn't very angry, and even felt a little sorry for Ning Yuan. After being rejected by Xuening all this time, he can't bring himself to reject someone who truly loves him, can he? Meng Nanyu wasn't afraid of healthy competition after all. She was confident in her own charm. Of course, if anyone tries to take advantage of or hurt Ning Yuan, A cold gleam flashed in Meng Nanyu's eyes. She knew exactly which part of the South Sea had man-eating sharks, and she wouldn't hesitate to throw someone in there. As for Lu Xuefu, her own niece, what else could she do? She could only compete fairly.
Can I really lose to a little brat?
And Lu Xuefu truly felt the terrifying power of Meng Nanyu.
After all, a CEO with such a stark contrast couldn't be resisted by any man.
However, she was also very confident in herself.
Since you started playing dirty first, don't blame me.
She took off her Mary Jane shoes, and her white, delicate feet in white socks reached out toward Ning Yuan's calf. I'll just secretly tease my brother under the table. Her delicate feet indeed touched the other person's calf.
Something's wrong. Why is his calf so smooth?
Ning Yuan was wearing his pajamas. There should be pants there.
Oh no! It's Meng Nanyu's calf. It must be Meng Nanyu who placed her calf on Ning Yuan's calf. How annoying!
Meng Nanyu gave her a smug look.
You little thing, you dare to challenge me, Xuefu?
Meng Nanyu thought, a smile spreading across her face. Lu Xuefu puffed out her cheeks, facing her aunt. She was at a loss for words.
She was completely helpless. Just then, Meng Nanyu's phone rang.
She picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Xuening calling.
Her brows furrowed. Why was Xuening calling? Since their last visit to Xuening's villa, the two hadn't seen each other. Auntie, Xuefu came to find you. Did you see her?
Lu Xueying's cold voice came through. Meng Nanyu glanced at Lu Xuefu, who, along with Ning Yuan, was nearby and could hear Lu Xueying's voice through Meng Nanyu's phone.
Yes, Xuefu was here. Do you want to see her?
Lu Xueying said somewhat embarrassedly, Auntie, I haven't seen you in a long time either.
I wanted to come over to your place to visit you and chat.
Lu Xuening was also helpless. Earlier, she had accidentally added too much soy sauce to the dish she was cooking, making it salty and bitter. She simply had no appetite. She also thought that since Xuefu had gone to her aunt's house, she could go visit her aunt as well and have a meal. Earlier, she hadn't been in the mood because the divorce from Ning Yuan had caused her immense pain and suffering, and she hadn't felt like going out at all. This morning, holding Ning Yuan had made her feel a bit better, and since she hadn't visited her aunt in a while, she decided to go see her.
Meng Nanyu and Lu Xuefu spoke in unison, don't come.
Ning Yuan was also mouthing the words, don't come. If Lu Xueying were to come as well, Ning Yuan couldn't even imagine the awkward scene of Lu Xueying, Lu Xuefu, and Meng Nanyu staring at each other.
Auntie, Xuefu, why can't I come? Meng Nanyu thought to herself, if you come, what will happen? We might all end up fighting.
So she smiled and said, Xuening, we're already full, and Xuefu needs to get ready to go back.
You don't need to come over.
Lu Xueying heard this and felt a bit down.
Alright then, make sure Xuefu was careful on her way back. Meng Nanyu hung up the phone. Lu Xuefu hummed, who said I have to go back? If I have to go back, Ning Yuan brother must come with me. Leaving Ning Yuan brother here, what if Meng Nanyu really sleeps with him? Chapter 87, The Conflict Between Lu Xuefu and Lu Xueying Part 1.
After Lu Xuefu finished eating, Meng Nanyu hurried her out. Lu Xuefu naturally didn't want to leave, but there was nothing she could do.
Meng Nanyu kept pushing her out the door. Lu Xuefu grabbed Ning Yuan and tried to drag him away too. But Meng Nanner wasn't going to spoil her.
She pried her hands off and pushed her to the door, then kicked her out with a single kick.
Xuefu, you're being too much.
Coming to your aunt's house for dinner is one thing, but after eating your fill, you want to take Ning Yuan home with you.
Lu Xuefu was so angry, Auntie, I'm going to tell Grandpa and Grandma. I'll tell them you're bullying me. Bang!
What greeted her was the loud sound of the door slamming shut. Lu Shuefu immediately called Meng Nanyu, only to hear the sound of Meng Nanyu kissing Ning Yuan's cheek or somewhere else. Shuefu, if you like hearing that, you can leave the call open when your aunt is getting intimate, and you can listen to your uncle's moans. Lu Shuefu was furious. But there was nothing she could do. She recalled how she had made her older sister, Lu Xuanning, listen to her own heavy breathing.
Was this karma coming back to haunt her now?
Lu Shuefu angrily kicked the villa door twice and stormed off. She felt utterly heartbroken. Her boyfriend had been stolen away by her own aunt. And she had no idea how to deal with her. What should she do? She thought about calling her best friend Tongtong, but now she felt that even Tongtong, who was always so talkative, wouldn't be able to help her in this situation. Who else could help her? After much thought, she realized that the only person who could help her stand up to her aunt was her older sister, Lu Xuanning. If Meng Nanru were to succeed alone, she would have no chance of getting close to Ning Yuan. If she and her sister join forces, there might still be a chance. When two tigers fight, the fisherman reaps the benefits. But should she really help her sister? If she helped her sister, wouldn't that just create another powerful rival? This left her torn. She flipped through the photos she had taken with Ning Yuan earlier, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. Lu Shuefu returned home, and Lu Shuiying had already finished eating. It was Aunt Li who had prepared a simple meal for her, allowing her to eat her fill. Lu Shuiying saw Lu Shuefu return so quickly and asked in confusion, "Shuefu, I thought you'd stay at your aunt's house for the night and chat with her."
"I didn't expect you to come back so soon."
Lu Shuefu puffed out her cheeks. "Sister, Auntie is a big meanie.
I don't want to talk to her anymore."
Lu Shuiying asked in shock, "What happened?
"Did your aunt scold you?"
"She's an elder, she was just trying to teach you.
If you don't like it, just ignore it. Don't get upset."
Lu Shuefu felt suffocated inside, thinking to herself, "Sister, your ex-husband is staying at Auntie's house. I hope you'll still be this calm when you find out."
The two chatted for a few more minutes, but Lu Shuefu was clearly restless and distracted, so Lu Shuiying didn't press her further.
Lu Shuefu sat for a moment before deciding to take a shower and rinse off with cold water. Her mind was in complete disarray, and she felt suffocated inside, unable to calm down.
She stood up and went to the bathroom.
Lu Shuiying watched her back, feeling something was off. She glanced at the sofa where Lu Shuefu had been sitting and noticed that Lu Shuefu had forgotten her phone. Lu Shuiying shook her head, picked it up, and was about to call out to her. But as soon as her mouth opened, she closed it immediately. Because she saw the photos in Lu Shuefu's phone gallery. In the photo, Lu Shuefu was leaning against a man, her head resting on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. The man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, so handsome it was hard to believe. He was looking at Lu Shuefu beside him with a look of indulgence. His arm was wrapped around her waist.
It couldn't be anyone else but Ning Yuan.
The bright smiles on their faces felt like sharp knives piercing through Lu Xuanning's heart. She opened her mouth, feeling an indescribable pain in her chest, almost unable to breathe. She closed her eyes and pressed her hands against her chest. For a moment, she thought she might die. Her heart simply couldn't bear it. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her own beloved sister had stolen the man she loved most. Her sister had betrayed her. Lu Shuiying had always believed that Shuefu was on her side. But now, thinking back, there were many details she had never bothered to question. For example, why did Lu Shuefu sleep in Ning Yuan's bed? Why did she help him wash his bedding? Why did she stir things up and manipulate her emotions before? Could it all be because Shuefu loves her brother-in-law and wants to steal Ning Yuan away from her? A flash of hatred crossed Lu Shuiying's mind. There was hatred toward Shuefu, but even more so toward herself.
Flies don't land on eggs without cracks.
If it weren't for her own stupidity, pushing away such a good man like Ning Yuan, they wouldn't have had the chance. In the end, it was her own stupidity that gave them the opportunity to approach Ning Yuan openly. But she also hated Shuefu. Perhaps she hadn't shown enough care for Shuefu, but in terms of material needs, she had never deprived her of anything, fulfilling her duties as an older sister. But Shuefu had stabbed her in the back, which made her pain even worse. She trembled as she held it, resisting the urge to smash it, and threw it back onto the table. After Lu Shuefu came out, she calmed down a bit after rinsing with cold water. Dwelling on it now was pointless. The key was to find a way to make amends. She had made up her mind, she would ally with her sister to confront Meng Nanyu, the younger aunt. Of course, she couldn't reveal herself yet, she could only offer her sister some assistance. However, when Lu Shuefu tried to team up with Lu Shuiying, she noticed her sister was staring at her coldly. That gaze felt like needles piercing her back. Lu Shuefu's heart skipped a beat. Lu Shuiying sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, and looked at Lu Shuefu with the same expression one might reserve for a stranger. She forced herself to suppress her emotions and spoke calmly.
"Lu Shuefu, have I ever wronged you in any way?"
Lu Shuefu looked at her sister in shock and fear. "Sis, why are you saying this?
You've always been so kind to me. You know I've been good to you, so why did you stab me in the back?" Great, my own sister, my own flesh and blood, you knew I loved Ning Yuan, yet you secretly went behind my back with him. Lu Shuiying stood up, unable to contain her emotions anymore, and screamed at Lu Shuifu, you're such a trashy person. You even dare to steal your own sister's husband. This is how you repay me for everything I've done for you. Lu Shuifu froze, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister, I'm sorry, but you're already divorced. I thought you didn't love your ex-husband, so... Seeing her expression, Lu Shuiying's anger flared even more. She pushed Lu Shuifu to the ground, and Lu Shuifu let out a cry. You're still feeling wronged, aren't you? Lu Shuifu, get out of here. I don't want you as my sister. Don't ever show your face to me again. Get out. Lu Shuiying ignored Lu Shuifu's pleading gaze, pointing at the door and speaking coldly. Chapter 88, The Conflict Between Lu Shuifu and Lu Shuiying Part 2. Lu Shuifu looked at her expressionless sister and the repeated commands to leave. Already in immense pain, her heart now ached unbearably. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Sister, I'm sorry, but I really love Ning Yuan. Woo. She pleaded with her sister, sobbing, Sister, even if I don't pursue brother Ning Yuan, others will still compete with you. Lu Shuiying saw her younger sister crying so pitifully and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. But when she heard her say she truly loved Ning Yuan, she couldn't help but feel angry. Others are others. You can't do it. You're my sister. How dare you steal my man? But he is not your man anymore. What did you say? Fine, Lu Shuifu. Get out of here right now. Lu Shuifu, I never want to see you again. As she spoke, Lu Shuiying picked up Lu Shuifu, carried her to the door, and only then put her down. She then turned and walked back inside. Lu Shuifu screamed behind her, Sister, are you really abandoning me? No. I don't want you as my sister. But tears still streamed down her cheeks. However, she was facing away from Lu Shuifu, so Lu Shuifu didn't see. The two of them had been inseparable since childhood, never having been apart. After Lu Shuiying got married, Lu Shuifu had always lived with her. Lu Shuiying had never imagined that one day she would have to drive Lu Shuifu away. Hearing her younger sister Shuifu's sobs, she felt both anger and heartbreak. In the end, she steeled her heart and closed the door. Lu Shuifu cried for a while, thinking about how her aunt had chased her away and now her sister was doing the same. She felt utterly alone in the world. What's more, her older brother, Ning Yuan, was also with her aunt. Although she had her maternal grandparents, she rarely visited them. Additionally, her relationship with her aunt was even more distant than that between Lu Shuiying and her aunt. She stumbled into the car, with nowhere to go. Crying, she drove aimlessly through the concrete jungle of the city. For a moment, she even felt as though everyone had abandoned her, and she considered ending her life to disappear completely. After Lu Shuifu left, Lu Shuiying, leaning against the door, opened it and looked outside. Lu Shuifu was already gone. Lu Shuiying was still fuming, see if you dare to steal my sister's man. However, not seeing Lu Shuifu, she couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if she had been too harsh. But when she thought of that photo, she felt she hadn't been too harsh. Lu Shuiying was too embarrassed to call her, so she knew Lu Shuifu's best friend was named Tongtong and called her instead. Tongtong saw Lu Shuiying's call and asked in confusion, Sister Shuiying, what's wrong? Lu Shuiying chose her words carefully, good evening, Tongtong. I called to tell you that Shuifu isn't in a good mood. Could you contact her and make sure she doesn't do anything reckless? Tongtong was surprised, what's wrong with Shuifu? Did she break up with someone? Lu Shuiying thought to herself, it's me who got dumped. She stole my boyfriend, so why would she be heartbroken? She suppressed her frustration and said, no, she just had a fight with me and is in a bad mood. She ran out. Keep an eye on her, and don't tell her I called you. Tongtong's expression also turned serious. Xu Wenning, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on her. After hanging up, Tongtong couldn't help but feel worried as well. She immediately called Lu Shuifu. But Lu Shuifu's phone was already turned off. Tongtong's heart sank. This is bad. Could Shuifu really have done something reckless? Has something happened? Terrified, she hurriedly continued calling. Mu Qingmao had finished filming Rage 2 days ago and could finally take a well-deserved break. Lately, she had been so busy with post-production that she hadn't had time to read the novel Clear Lemon Love for ages. She couldn't resist lying in bed to read it, but her breathing grew increasingly rapid and her face grew redder and redder. Because the book was getting more and more like Liu Bei the royal uncle. The content was absolutely explosive. For example, in the swimming pool, on the balcony, and even on a bench in the park. It made Mu Qingmao blush fiercely. The key point was that Mu Qingmao never wanted to, but Fu Yuan always teased her. She agrees verbally, I'll never come in, but in the end, Fu Yuan always makes Mu Qingmao blush and bite her lip, and she finally shouts, I'm not coming. But he still doesn't let her off the hook. However, the author is too cruel. They introduced a new female character in the sequel, who is Fu Yuan's childhood friend and is madly in love with him. Now the childhood friend has returned from abroad and become the CEO of a multinational corporation.
She has realized she can't let go of Fu Yuan and has started pursuing him. This directly led to suspicion and mistrust between Fu Yuan and Mu Qingma, which grew increasingly severe, creating a rift that ultimately led to their breakup. This has driven Mu Qingma, who was reading the book, absolutely mad. She couldn't help but post in the group chat, Fu Yuan and Mu Qingma's relationship was so interesting, but then they bring in this childhood friend? The author is really making me lose my mind. The group administrator, Lian Qingqing, could only explain in the group chat, there's nothing we can do.
A love triangle makes for better drama, right? Mu Qingma was at a loss.
Even the author, the group administrator, had come down to explain. What else could she do? In reality, when Mu Qingma was reading the novel, she had always imagined Ning Yuan as Fu Yuan and herself as Mu Qingma.
After finishing the novel, she couldn't help but think of Ning Yuan.
That pervert who forcefully kissed her hadn't contacted her in ages. Humph. I hope I never encounter you again, otherwise, I'll definitely give you a taste of your own medicine.
Die, Ning Yuan. He kissed me and ran away, what a scumbag. While Mu Qingma was sulking, Lian Qingqing called her.
Qingma, director Wenweiren contacted us and wants to know if you're interested in his horror film. They're still looking for a female lead.
Mu Qingma thought of Wenweiren and knew he was a highly acclaimed horror film director renowned both domestically and internationally.
Mu Qingma had originally planned to rest for a few more days, but since Wenweiren had personally called to invite her to act, she naturally took it seriously. After all, this was a sign of his regard for her.
Moreover, although Mu Qingma was the queen of the entertainment industry and her aunt was a director like Wenweiren no longer needed to consider anyone's face when selecting actors. He must have seen that Mu Qingma's image and acting skills were perfectly suited for the role.
After all, with Wenweiren's directorial prowess, if he were to put out a call for a female lead, countless people would be clamoring for the role.
Mu Qingma pondered for a moment. Qingqing, let me take a look at the script. Chapter 89, Mu Qingma, next time, I'll make you kiss my toes. After reading the script, Mu Qingma's face betrayed a lingering sense of unease. Though she and Ning Yuan were disciples of the same master, her analysis of the script wasn't as meticulous as his, but their perspectives were similar. This script was so unsettling that it sent chills down one's spine upon reflection. Mu Qingma had read many horror movie scripts, but this was one of the few that truly sent chills down her spine. The finished product would definitely be amazing. Moreover, there was a crucial detail: the script contained no intimate scenes. Like Sun Yanxiu, Mu Qingma had an unwritten rule in the industry: she never took on roles with intimate scenes. After all, the woman standing behind her is her aunt, who is also a highly sought-after director. 2 of the top 10 box office hits in China were directed by her aunt. What's more, besides her fame and talent, her aunt is stunningly beautiful, but her temper is even more terrifying than Mu Qingma's, earning her the nickname, the tyrant of the set, and no one dares to cross her. Mu Qingma has played various types of female leads, but she hasn't taken on many horror film roles. Many horror films are poorly made, clearly just cash grabs, and Mu Qingma naturally wouldn't take such scripts. Of course, such a low-budget production couldn't afford to hire a big star like Mu Qingma. Qingqing, call director 1. No, I'll call him myself. I'm willing to take this role. She called director Wen, and they exchanged polite pleasantries. Mu Qingma expressed her enthusiasm for the role and her willingness to take on the challenge. Director Wen smiled and said, actually, the male lead's acting is also quite impressive. I'm sure you two will spark something special. Mu Qingma asked who it was, but when director teased her, saying she'd find out later, Mu Qingma couldn't help but feel curious. How many people could make director Wenweiren praise their acting skills? The female lead in the film Human Skin Prison is a young college student, so the male lead must also be a young actor. Who could it be? She couldn't help but think of that domineering guy who had kissed her forcefully. Could it be him? Could it really be such a coincidence? Mu Qingma couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in her heart. She sneered, if it's you, that's fine. This time, we'll have a proper showdown. If you lose, you'll have to lick my stockings and toes. Muttering to herself, Mu Qingma's delicate feet trembled slightly. Tongtong called Lu Xuefu several times, but the phone was turned off. This made Tongtong feel increasingly anxious. But it hadn't even been 24 hours yet, so calling the police probably wouldn't help. She quickly called Lu Shuiying and told her that Xuefu's phone wasn't answering. Lu Xuening also grew anxious. Xuefu had always been rebellious, but after being disciplined, guided, by Ning Yuan, she had become more positive and proactive. But now that Xuefu had such a conflict with her, and she had even told her to leave, might she be considering something drastic? She quickly called Xuefu again, but still couldn't get through. Terrified, she called her subordinate at the company, arrange for 10 or so people to find my sister Lu Xuefu. She's driving out now in a red Porsche Cayenne with license plate number Jing AXXXX. Go find her immediately. The subordinate agreed and immediately gathered people to search in different directions. As Lu Shuiying grew increasingly anxious, her subordinate called back, President, your sister has been found. She's sitting by the beach, enjoying the breeze. We're keeping watch from a spot where she can't see us. If she shows any unusual behavior, we'll intervene immediately. Alright, thank you for your hard work. I'll let Xiao Xin give each of you a red envelope when you return. Thank you, President.
The person on the other end smiled broadly. Lu Shuefu sat by the sea, crying for a while, then took out her phone and found it turned off.
Will my brother call me?
Even if he does, I won't answer. She had just left Meng Nanru's villa when Ning Yuan had called, but she had hung up.
Bad brother. How dare you not take me with you?
After turning on her phone, Lu Shuefu noticed several missed calls. Ning Yuan had called several times, Tong Tong had called several times as well, and even Lu Shuiying had called twice. Seeing that Ning Yuan had called several times, she felt a little better.
Stupid brother. Why did my sister call too? Does she want to scold me again? Wah, this stinky sister.
She called Tong Tong, her voice still choked with tears.
Tong Tong. Lu Shuefu. Why did you turn off your phone? Don't you know how worried I was? Damn it. You scared me to death. Tong Tong was crying.
Lu Shuefu immediately realized what had happened. Her sister must have been worried something had happened to her, so she told Tong Tong. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to turn off her phone for 2 hours, causing Tong Tong to get so worked up.
Sister. Tong Tong, I'm sorry. I want to turn off my phone again. On the other end, Tong Tong cried while saying, what good does an apology do?
If you don't call me mom right now, I'll never forgive you.
Mom.
Lu Shuefu, moved by her concern, obediently called out mom once.
Where are you now? Should I come find you or should you come back? Let's have dinner at my place tonight.
Lu Shuefu felt much better inside, knowing that her sister still cared about her. Ning Yuan was worried about her, and Tong Tong was also very anxious.
She wasn't alone after all.
I'll drive back.
Tong Tong, I have money. Let's go out to eat.
Although her sister was very angry, she hadn't cancelled her card, so she could still use it normally.
She sent a message to Ning Yuan, stupid older brother, I'm angry.
Perhaps she didn't want to admit it herself, but she did it to prevent Ning Yuan from worrying about her. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiying's subordinates, seeing that Lu Shuefu had left the beach, sighed in relief and reported the situation to Lu Shuiying.
After Lu Shuefu left, Ning Yuan couldn't help but worry about her.
After all, this little girl had her heart completely set on him, and seeing this scene now, she couldn't help but feel hurt. But there was nothing he could do. Perhaps they all had to go through this phase. He took advantage of Meng Nanyu's inattention to call Lu Shuefu, but she hung up immediately. She was clearly upset. But seeing that she was angry, Ning Yuan felt a little relieved.
Being angry is better than doing something foolish.
Of course, at that moment, Ning Yuan had no idea that Lu Shuefu and Lu Shuiying had already gotten into a heated argument. Nevertheless, Ning Yuan called her again later, but Lu Shuefu had turned off her phone. He grew concerned and called several more times, but all went straight to voicemail. Just as Ning Yuan was thinking about going to find her, a message from Lu Shuefu arrived.
Stupid older brother, I'm angry. Ning Yuan exhaled in relief. As long as she was okay.
Meanwhile, Meng Nanyu was hugging her arms and watching Ning Yuan.
Xiao Yuan, you've been very naughty lately. Tonight, I'm going to give you a good scolding.
Ning Yuan looked at Meng Nanyu's resentful expression and his face suddenly changed.
This is bad.
Ning Yuan knew he was in for it. His older sister and wife were going to settle the score with him.
Chapter 90, Ning Yuan, wife, why don't you punish me again?
After a passionate embrace, it was Meng Nanyu who finally begged for mercy. Her face was flushed, and her body was weak and exhausted.
She just wanted to collapse and sleep.
However, her mouth was as stubborn as ever.
I'll let you off this time. Let's see if you dare to tease other girls next time.
Ning Yuan, still unsatisfied, licked his lips. Wife, why don't you punish me again?
No way. Save it for next time. I'm going to sleep. Come hug me.
Ning Yuan held her tightly and called her wife in a soft voice.
Meng Nanyu snuggled into his embrace, found a comfortable spot, and rubbed against his chest.
Exhausted, she closed her eyes and murmured, Xiao Yuan, never leave me. Ning Yuan held her tightly and promised, unless I die, I will never leave my wife. Meng Nanyu quickly opened her eyes and covered his mouth with her hand. She frowned, speaking seriously and sternly, don't say such things.
Xiao Yuan, you will live a long and healthy life.
As she spoke, Meng Nanyu's eyes began to well up with tears.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll always be with you, sister, until the end of time. Ning Yuan kissed Meng Nanyu's forehead. Meng Nanner finally relaxed and fell asleep in his arms. Although it was the middle of the night, Ning Yuan was still wide awake and sent a hugging baby image to Lu Shuefu. He noticed a message from Director Wang. From the message, Ning Yuan learned that Step by Step in the Workplace had been edited and had already had a test screening, with many TV station executives and TV drama buyers in attendance. However, most TV stations were adopting a wait-and-see attitude. They generally had low expectations for Wu Xin and the returning Ning Yuan's market prospects. This left the TV sales representative from Starlight Entertainment and director Wang with a grim expression. However, to Wang Dao's surprise, Huaxia Satellite TV showed a strong interest in the show. Huaxia Satellite TV had once been a leading satellite TV station, but in recent years it had fallen on hard times and no longer held its former glory. After active efforts by Star Entertainment, Step by Step in the Workplace unexpectedly gained the favor of the deputy station director and procurement personnel of Huaxia Satellite TV, and both parties signed a contract. The series will air on Huaxia Satellite TV by the end of this month. After signing the contract, both parties announced the news on Weibo. Ning Yuan replied to Wang Dao, "Hearing this news is truly wonderful. Congratulations. With director Wang's masterful directing skills, we are sure to achieve both high ratings and critical acclaim." Ning Yuan's verbal skills have become increasingly impressive lately, and one can only imagine how thrilled director Wang must feel upon hearing such words. Ning Yuan checked his Weibo again. His follower count had reached 6.5 million, with fans helping him vote and support him. He was deeply moved. These fans who had been silently supporting him all along, never leaving his side, regarded Ning Yuan as their light. And they themselves, were they not also Ning Yuan's light? This Weibo account is currently managed by Ji Xiaoju. Ning Yuan thought for a moment and posted a message. "After a long separation, I am filled with emotion. Every step I took while lying low had meaning because of your steadfast support. Your countless late-night messages and silent waiting are the stars that illuminate my path forward. On the road ahead, I want to carry your love and expectations with me and repay this mutual journey with better works. Thank you for your kindness. Let's continue to walk side by side for the rest of our lives. #thank you for being here #starting a new #. After posting the Weibo, Ning Yuan felt a wave of sleepiness and curled up in bed, drifting off to sleep with the soft, fragrant Meng Nanyu in his arms. In the morning, Ning Yuan woke up around 10 o'clock, while Meng Nanyu had already gone to work. Ning Yuan didn't rush to get up. He had posted a Weibo in the middle of the night and wanted to see how his fans would react. When he logged into Weibo, he was greeted by an overwhelming number of messages in his inbox. They were all heartfelt and touching messages from his fans, which moved Ning Yuan deeply. There is always a period in life when you feel down, but I'm so grateful that I met Ning Yuan during that time. You're like a ray of light in my life, illuminating my path and banishing the shadows. My youth was filled with countless regrets and unhappiness, but luckily, during this dark period, I met you. Your efforts and perseverance were like a lighthouse, giving me the courage to move forward with determination. Now I've found someone who loves me, have a good job, and there is a little life growing inside me. In the future, I'll make sure she supports you too. People come and go in life, but Ning Yuan brother has always been there, and I will always be there too. Yes, back then I was so lost. But seeing you study so hard every day, giving your all for every opportunity, I felt like I saw a shining star. I began to chase that light and discovered a world I had never seen before I got into a top-tier university. I wish you a bright future, free from hardships. This world is chaotic, but you are pure and clean, hanging in my heart, be my moon. This attempt to reach the moon failed again because I can't let go of you in this world, brother." However, there were also some comments with a rather odd style that made Ning Yuan laugh uncontrollably. "My brother is the gravitational pull of the distant horizon, so I keep surging forward. Brother, you've been the thread running through my entire youth. My feelings for brother are deep, fulfilling, and overwhelming. Ning Yuan brother, I'm willing to use my legs to measure your waist. I miss you so much, it's in my bones, growing deeper with time." After reading the comments on Weibo, Ning Yuan resolved to work even harder on his acting career and repay his fans with better works in the future. He got out of bed, and his perfect physique looked even more handsome and charming in a suit. Meng Nanyu had already asked Huang Ma to prepare breakfast for him, so Ning Yuan just needed to get up and eat. There was yam, goji berry, and jujube porridge, steamed purple sweet potatoes, beefsteak sandwiches, and a banana milk oatmeal cup to drink. Ning Yuan slowly enjoyed his breakfast. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Xiao Rulan's call. When Ning Yuan answered, Xiao Rulan's cold, domineering voice came through. You stinky Ning Yuan, you've been nowhere to be seen all day. Don't you care about your boss?" Ning Yuan realized he had been neglecting her lately, so he smiled and said, "How dare I? I think about my Rulan sister 24 hours a day." I don't believe you. Do you not sleep at all? You're just making things up." Ning Yuan knew Xiao Rulan was expressing her dissatisfaction, so he said, "During the day, I think about Ms. Xiao. At night when I sleep, I dream about Ms. Xiao. Does that count as thinking about you 24 hours a day?" After saying this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was getting worse and worse at this. He was getting more and more skilled at flattering girls. Sure enough, Xiao Zong heard this and was over the moon, but she refused to admit it. "Put. Xiao Yuan, you're just trying to flatter me. I don't believe you. Really, I can't help but want to go to the company and kiss my Mr. Xiao." Xiao Zong's voice grew even softer. "Don't." Seeing her adorable reaction, Ning Yuan couldn't resist teasing her. "Ruolan's sister, I have a question for you. Xiao Rulan asked curiously. Xiao Yuan, what do you want to ask?
Ning Yuan feigned mystery. Sister, how many strokes are there in the character RUO in your name? Xiao Rulan, who was in the office, even demonstrated with her hands. 8 strokes.
Oh, my dear daughter.
Xiao Rulan finally realized that Ning Yuan had made her call him daddy.
Ah. Ning Yuan. Wait until you come back, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Ning Yuan burst into laughter. Don't be mean to me. You should be the one getting punished.
In the office, a tall, curvaceous woman wearing a body-hugging skirt and black high heels was so angry that her breasts rose and fell violently, creating ripples.
You little rascal, Ning Yuan.
3 days without a beating and you're already causing trouble.
When you come back, I'll. Wah. It seems like there's nothing she can do to him. Chapter 91, Tong Tong, Shuefu was so stupid.
A few kind words from her boyfriend and she's completely lost. Ning Yuan said a few more kind words, and Xiao Rulan was so delighted she couldn't stop smiling. She was so happy she sat in the office with her legs crossed, humming a tune. The only thing is that Xiao Yuan hasn't been to our little bungalow yet.
That rascal. It's like he is afraid I'll eat him.
Ning Yuan continued eating his breakfast, but he began to notice something was off. Lately, there's been too much chaos.
This frequency of crises isn't normal.
Our great ancestor once said, if 2 people trust each other, then the 3 of us are safe. Extending that, if 2 people trust each other, then the 6 of us, me, Meng Nanyu, Xiao Rulan, Lu Shuefu, Ling Xian, and Sun Yanqiu are all safe. Lately, accidents have been happening frequently.
Besides my own bad luck, I should try to minimize their interactions. Otherwise, I'll really be in trouble.
Imagine this, one day, all 6 of us end up together, and Meng Nanru, Xiao Rulan, Lu Shuefu, Ling Xian, and Sun Yanqiu each call someone husband.
The scene would be chaotic.
At this thought, Ning Yuan, who had been enjoying his breakfast, suddenly lost his appetite. Moreover, he needs to make time for the gym in the future. Otherwise, when the time comes to feed 5 partners and 10 mouths, he might really be in over his head. The real problem was the ambiguous relationships that hadn't been resolved yet, like Mu Qingma, and there was also Lu Shuiying, who had recently come to apologize.
After finishing breakfast, Ning Yuan called Lu Shuefu.
This time, Lu Shuefu finally answered the call, but she didn't say a word.
It seems she is upset. Shuefu baby, are you still upset? Seeing you unhappy breaks my heart.
Hearing Ning Yuan call her baby, Lu Shuefu's lips curled up slightly.
However, she only hummed in response and still didn't speak.
Ning Yuan started playing the emotional card. Shuefu, I can't stop thinking about last time at the amusement park. You were laughing so happily. At that moment, holding you in my arms, my heart felt so sweet it could melt.
Lu Shuefu's smile grew wider, and she hummed, you didn't think about it. You don't have to think about it. You're always in my heart.
Ah.
Big brother, you're so annoying.
Lu Shuefu felt embarrassed. Instead, such sweet words made her body grow warm. She began to complain to her brother, the photos we took that day were seen by my sister.
She was so angry that she kicked me out.
Wah!
Lu Shuefu's eyes welled up with tears.
Come here, let me hug you.
Next time I have some free time, I'll take you out to play, okay? It's okay if she saw them. Your sister and I have already divorced. Everyone has the freedom to pursue their own happiness and shouldn't be restricted by others, right? Do you have a place to stay? Do you want to come live with your brother?
This was also why Ning Yuan was working so hard to make money.
He wanted to buy his own house. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly bring Shuefu to live in Xiao Rulan's small bungalow, could he?
That would be disrespectful to Xiao Rulan. Of course, they could rent an apartment or stay in a hotel now.
Ning Yuan's wallet was already bulging. He had received 10 million yuan from the divorce settlement, plus earnings from a TV series and a movie.
After the company took its cut, he was left with 5 million yuan, totaling 15 million yuan. Even in the expensive city of Jinghai, buying a smaller house wouldn't be a problem. Actually, my sister still cares about me. She's worried I'll do something stupid.
Brother, I have a place to stay now. I can live on campus.
If I stay with you, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist.
Ning Yuan laughed. Can't resist what? Oh no. Don't ask me, big brother.
I'm still young and don't understand these things.
You're so mean. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Tong Tong curiously asked from the side, Shuefu, who is it? You're chatting so happily.
Ning Yuan also heard the sweet, soft voice and guessed it must be Lu Shuefu's friend or close female friend. Tong Tong's voice was a bit loud, and Lu Shuefu glared at her best friend, huffing, oh no, there's nothing.
I'm not happy at all. I'm really upset. Tong Tong realized that the person they were talking to was Lu Shuefu's older boyfriend and realized she had said the wrong thing. She quickly tried to make amends. Okay, Shuefu, don't be angry, okay? Lu Shuefu finally raised her chin in a proud manner. Brother, I'm still angry. You have to come and comfort me.
Ning Yuan knew she was already halfway over her anger, but at this point, he had to go along with her. Shuefu, my dear, that's not called comforting, it's called genuine emotion.
I just couldn't help wanting to be nice to you. Hee hee, cough cough, then you better hurry up. Got it.
Lu Shuefu felt a surge of joy in her heart.
The two chatted for a few more minutes.
Under Ning Yuan's sweet talk, Lu Shuefu was completely defeated, quickly letting go of her resentment toward him and becoming cheerful and lively again. Meanwhile, Tong Tong watched in utter speechlessness. The once pouting Lu Shuefu had been charmed by her boyfriend's words and was now completely disoriented, so happy she didn't know where she was. This silly look on her face probably meant she'd end up helping her boyfriend count his money even if he sold her out. Everyone else is drunk while I alone am sober.
Who else could maintain such a clear head?
Perhaps that's why I've never fallen in love, I'm just too rational, Tong Tong sighed lightly. After finishing her chat with Lu Shuefu, Ning Yuan had also finished his breakfast. He drove to the company, intending to do some preparation before joining the crew, as tomorrow he would be entering the set for script readings. Ning Yuan still didn't know who the female lead would be, but he wasn't particularly concerned about it.
He'd just go with the flow.
If she was a good actress, it would be more interesting for both of them to go head to head. If it was a pretty face with no talent, well, director Win's films probably wouldn't have such a person. If the other person wasn't very skilled, he could just guide them a bit, which would be beneficial for both of them. He picked up the script and read it for a while. Ji Xiaoju knocked on the door and entered. Mr. Ning, the president wants to see you.
She wants you to go to her office. Xiao Ruolin had someone else notify him to avoid any misunderstandings. He nodded, I understand. Go ahead with your work.
Also, make sure to prepare everything.
We're starting filming tomorrow.
Ji Xiaoju smiled. Mr. Yuan, I've already prepared everything you need. Ning Yuan didn't know who the female lead was, but Ji Xiaoju did. Because she and Lian Qingqing had compared notes and discovered that this pair of rivals had crossed paths again. Lian Qingqing let out a few excited we can finally watch them ship each other on set. I've been stuck on my writing lately, but now I have new material. Ji Xiaoju also laughed. If Yuan Gu and Xingma Jia start arguing again, we can pretend to fight too.
Ha, that's right. We have to make it look convincing.
Exactly, let's establish our image as the brave saviors.
Chapter 92, Mu Qingma, Dai, Ning Yuan, what are you doing here? Ning Yuan didn't know what Ji Xiaoju was thinking. He walked out of the office and arrived at Xiao Ruolin's office door. Ning Yuan knocked on the door. Mr. Xiao, I heard you were looking for me?
Xiao Ruolin's secretary, Guagua, saw Ning Yuan and said to Xiao Ruolin, Mr. Xiao, Ning Yuan is here. Xiao Ruolin furrowed his brows, his voice suddenly turning cold and authoritative. It's Ning Yuan.
Guagua, bring him in. Guagua, of course, recognized Ning Yuan and admired him. Seeing Xiao Ruolin's expression, she couldn't help but feel nervous for Ning Yuan.
It seems like Mr. Xiao isn't in a good mood.
Is Ning Yuan about to be reprimanded by Mr. Xiao? Guagua stepped out and said, Ning Yuan, Mr. Xiao wants you to come in.
Then she whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Ning Yuan, Mr. Xiao seems really angry.
Be careful. Ning Yuan quietly said thank you and walked inside.
Guagua closed the door for them.
As soon as Ning Yuan entered, Xiao Ruolin's face turned red.
She quickly stood up, walked over in a hurry, and jumped onto him. The cup on the table was accidentally knocked over by her, shattering on the ground with a loud crash.
Xiao Ruolin didn't care about the cup. She buried her face in Ning Yuan's chest, greedily inhaling his scent.
Xiao Ruolin had a great figure, and fortunately, Ning Yuan was tall and strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold her. Outside the door, Guagua heard the sound of something crashing to the ground and thought, this is bad. Xiao Zong was furious, and Ning Yuan was probably in for a scolding.
Ning Yuan held her tightly and whispered, Ruolin, did you miss me?
Xiao Ruolin looked up and kissed him. Yes, I missed you so much. Ning Yuan picked her up and placed her on the CEO's desk.
Xiao Ruolin's face grew even redder, like the evening glow on the horizon.
Even her snow-white neck was flushed red. Ning Yuan leaned down and kissed her lips. Xiao Ruolin let out a soft moan, closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing grew.
Her hands didn't know where to go, and she instinctively raised them to embrace Ning Yuan's neck.
However, as her hands rose, she accidentally knocked over the file folder on the table, which clattered to the ground.
Guagua, who was listening intently outside the door, felt a pang of anxiety. Was it that serious?
It was almost unimaginable Xiao Zong was actually so angry that she started throwing file folders at Ning Yuan.
Terrifying.
I hope they don't start fighting.
Ning Yuan placed his hand on Xiao Ruolin's stomach. Xiao Ruolin was so nervous she clung tightly to him like a quail. No, we can't. They'll hear us outside.
Ning Yuan chuckled softly, sis, just hold it in.
Don't make a sound. Xiao Ruolin thought to herself, how could I possibly hold back? No, let us go to the small bungalow to be intimate, okay? This place is too dangerous. Although no one dares to come in, what if something happens? Or what if I can't help but scream out loud?
Ning Yuan snorted, then begged me, say big brother, spare me.
Xiao Rulin puffed out her cheeks. No, Xiao Yuan, you're so bad.
Ning Yuan squeezed her hand.
Xiao Rulin's body trembled violently and she murmured, no. Brother, please, let me go.
Ning Yuan finally let her go, satisfied. Xiao Rulin saw the smile on his face and was so angry she could bite her teeth. She bit his shoulder. Ning Yuan yelped, and Xiao Rulin immediately let go.
Xiao Yuan, does it hurt? Ning Yuan picked her up from the desk and said, it hurts a lot.
Sister, hurry up and kiss my shoulder.
Xiao Rulin gently kissed him. Is that enough?
After being carried back by Ning Yuan like that, her body-hugging skirt had written up. She blushed and pulled down the hem of her skirt. However, Ning Yuan still caught a glimpse of the red lace trim at the top of her black stockings.
Ning Yuan almost lost control. Sister, you were dressed so seductively.
Xiao Rulin saw that her little scheme had been discovered, and her face flushed even more, like a blooming peach blossom.
She gave Ning Yuan a playful scold. What are you looking at? Bad boy.
Ning Yuan walked over, hugged her from behind, and whispered softly in her ear, Rualan sister, next time I want you to wear this.
No, don't. Xiao Rulin leaned back slightly, resting against Ning Yuan's body.
For some reason, the sound of his voice in her ear made her heart race.
A tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Ning Yuan gently kissed her earlobe. Sister, do you want to wear it? Ugh, no, don't. Ning Yuan licked her earlobe, his voice magnetic. Do you want to? Sister, my little Rulin. Ugh, okay.
Xiao Rulin covered her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ning Yuan picked her up and placed her on the executive chair, smiling. Then, sister, I'll go back to continue reading the script. Not picking her up and placing her on the chair, Ning Yuan saw her body was limp and feared she might fall. Xiao Rulin couldn't speak, her face flushed red, and she waved goodbye to him.
Ning Yuan walked out of the office and closed the door. Guigui approached with a concerned expression and asked, Ning Yuan, how is it? Did Xiao Zong scold you? Ning Yuan's expression dropped, and he sighed softly. There's nothing we can do. We'll just have to keep improving.
Ms. Xiao is just looking out for me.
Guigui thought to herself. Sure enough, Ning Yuan got scolded badly. Don't take it to heart. Mr. Xiao is usually easy to talk to. He might just be in a bad mood lately. Ning Yuan forced a smile. Thanks, Guigui. I'll go back and reflect on it. Alright, go ahead. Guigui watched Ning Yuan walk away with a pitying expression. Back in his office, Ning Yuan immediately resumed memorizing his lines.
After work that afternoon, he really went to the nearby gym and signed up for a membership.
However, he was wearing a mask.
Interestingly, when Ning Yuan walked in, there were two girls who had just finished working out and were about to leave. Upon seeing him, they blushed and glanced at each other before turning back. However, to their disappointment, Ning Yuan only signed up for a membership and didn't start working out right away. After all, he hadn't brought any workout clothes. Ning Yuan returned to the villa and spent the night with Meng Nanyu. She finally stuck out her tongue, and Ning Yuan let her go. It must be said that Ning Yuan discovered his talent in this area was truly astonishingly powerful. A natural talent. Such a strong talent, yet it had been suppressed by Lu Shuiying for 5 years. One can only imagine how much Ning Yuan loved her back then, and how much she had disappointed him. As Meng Nanyu trembled with her tongue out, she thought to herself, how could I ever leave someone as handsome and powerful as Ning Yuan? Even if he's a bit of a jerk, it's just a minor flaw. But his strengths are simply too overwhelming. They overshadow everything else. However, Ning Yuan seems to be getting worse and worse. He took advantage of her moment of distraction and made her call him dad. Humph. He's completely rotten. But why was she growing more and more fond of him? The next day, Ning Yuan packed his things, and Ji Xiaoju came over early to wait for him. The two drove to the film set together. After parking the car, Ning Yuan opened the door. Another car had just pulled up, and the door opened, revealing two long legs. The person got out of the car, and Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed. Mu Qingma. Why are you following me? Mu Qingma also spotted Ning Yuan. Her expression suddenly turned cold. She crossed her arms, her ample chest pressing against the fabric, and coldly replied, You pervert, Ning Yuan. What are you doing here? And I'm not chasing you. I'm here to act. Don't get the wrong idea. Chapter 93, Enemies Meet Again. Ning Yuan was stunned. He never expected the female lead to be Mu Qingma. It must be said that there was some kind of karmic connection between him and Mu Qingma. Mu Qingma also realized what was happening. Don't tell me you're the male lead. Ning Yuan nodded. Sorry, I am. Mu Qingma almost let a curse slip out. In the previous movie, Ning Yuan played a father avenging his daughter, while Mu Qingma played a policewoman who hated evil with a passion. Though their paths crossed, it wasn't much. Now, they were playing a couple. Although Mu Qingma's character in this couple is a fake person, it's not obvious in the beginning, making them seem like a real couple. This is also a test of Mu Qingma's acting skills, how to blend the sweetness of a girlfriend with the stiffness of a hypocrite. However, what makes it a bit easier for Mu Qingma is that there are no intimate scenes. If there had been any intimate scenes, she would have refused immediately.
Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Mu Qingma, are you surprised to see me?" Mu Qingma couldn't help but curse, "Surprise my ass. Seeing you makes me feel like I'm so unlucky."
Ning Yuan leaned in and whispered, "Don't give me that.
"You're not going to challenge me to a duel again, are you? If you lose, you'll let me kiss you, right? You'll intentionally lose so I can kiss you." "Ah. No way. Die, Ning Yuan, go to hell."
Mu Qingma's face was filled with anger, and she raised her leg, intending to stomp on Ning Yuan's foot with her high heels. Ning Yuan laughed, "If you dare to step on me, I'll kiss you in front of everyone." Mu Qingma's face turned red, her chest rising and falling with anger, but she couldn't do anything about it.
This guy Ning Yuan really dares to do it.
Seeing Mu Qingma, who was usually cold and aloof, now with a playful expression on her face, Ning Yuan found her even more stunningly beautiful and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times.
"You wouldn't really want to challenge me again, would you?" Ning Yuan asked. "I just want to beat you once." Mu Qingma huffed.
"It's not impossible, but this time, the rules of the match will have to change."
Mu Qingma gave him a wary glance.
"What rules?" "You have to kiss me, but I get to choose the spot," Ning Yuan said with a meaningful smile.
"No way. Absolutely not." She thought to herself, "If you say kiss me, kiss my chest, what should I do?" This was something she couldn't agree to. Ning Yuan turned to leave, then forget it.
Wait. Mu Qingma called him back, her delicate face showing a look of conflict. "Alright, you can choose the spot, but it has to be above the neck, right?" Ning Yuan thought for a moment. "Alright, but you have to try your best, Mu Qingma."
"Don't lose to me again." I'll definitely win." Mu Qingma didn't want to respond to Ning Yuan and walked toward the elevator, while Ning Yuan followed behind.
Lian Qingqing and Ji Xiaoju exchanged glances.
Lian Qingqing said irritably, "What are you looking at, Ji? You with the Lian surname, what's your attitude? Want to settle this one-on-one?"
Lian Qingqing rolled up her sleeves, and Ji Xiaoju also prepared to charge forward.
"Stop. What are you doing?" Mu Qingma shouted to stop them.
But the two of them looked like they were ready to fight for their boss, flailing their arms around. They looked like two little dogs. If it weren't for Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma stopping them, they would have bitten each other.
Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma exchanged puzzled glances. "Wait, you two seem a bit too excited, don't you think?"
Ji Xiaoju also realized the performance was too over the top and quickly gave Lian Qingqing a meaningful glance, signaling that it was enough. The act was starting to look too staged. In the end, Lian Qingqing and Ji Xiaoju glared at each other in defiance.
As they entered the elevator, two new actors walked in.
Both new actors recognized Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan. After all, Mu Qingma was the queen, and Ning Yuan had been getting more publicity lately. They greeted Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan, who responded politely. However, when Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan's eyes met, their expressions turned cold again.
Mu Qingma felt quite annoyed inside. You're so kind and gentle to everyone else, but you're so mean to me. That damn Ning Yuan." She couldn't help but glare at him again.
Ning Yuan saw Mu Qingma glaring at him but didn't care, instead curling his lips into a smile. Mu Qingma suddenly blushed.
To avoid Ning Yuan seeing her embarrassment, she quickly turned her head away.
Meanwhile, Lian Qingqing, who was secretly observing them, was overjoyed. This was just like a story of star-crossed lovers.
When the elevator arrived, Mu Qingma stepped out first, her high heels clicking on the floor.
Ning Yuan followed behind her, not because he liked following Mu Qingma, but because they both needed to meet with Wen Weiren and the others. Upon seeing Wen Weiren and the others, Ning Yuan smiled and greeted them. "Hello, Director 1, Director Mo, and Mr. Lei."
Mu Qingma couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Ning Yuan was polite to everyone else, but he was especially rude to her.
How infuriating.
She also greeted them politely.
Wen Weiren laughed. "Ning Yuan, Qingma, no need for introductions, right? I heard you're university classmates, so you must be close. Seeing each other now, are you surprised?" Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "To be honest, I'm very surprised.
Qing Mo was the class beauty in our class, and she's also a talented actress.
We've been good friends since university, supporting each other through thick and thin. Now that I've met Qing Mo again, I feel this play will be more interesting, and the final result will definitely be better." Mu Qingma was stunned by his words. "Wait, we're good friends and have supported each other? I didn't know that. Weren't you the one who fought with me back then?" However, having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she was naturally at ease. "Yes, Ning Yuan has always been a kind and friendly classmate. We often practiced together in college, and it can be said that Ning Yuan has contributed to my progress in acting." Ning Yuan rolled his eyes inwardly. Exchanging ideas was just another way of saying fighting, right? Both of them were inwardly complaining, but their smiles grew even brighter, as if they were reunited after a long time apart. One couldn't help but marvel at their acting skills, which were so polished that there was even a subtle sense of competition between them. Wen Weiren clapped his hands in approval. Seeing how well you two get along, I can finally relax.
Actually, I was worried earlier that you two didn't get along well, so I intentionally kept things vague at first.
It seems I overthought it. You two settle in first, we'll start the table read tomorrow morning.
Ning Yuan and Manhwa shook hands with each other. We'll be counting on Director 1, Director Mo, and Mr. Lei for your guidance. Mu Qingma also added politely, please take care of us, Mr. 1, Mr. Mo, and Mr. Lei. Ning Yuan, to demonstrate their friendly relationship, deliberately pulled Mu Qingma closer.
Mu Qingma, unnoticed by the others, secretly glanced at Ning Yuan.
Chapter 94, The response to the broadcast of Step by Step in the workplace. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma spent the next 3 days on set participating in table reads. On the evening of the third day at 8 p.m., Step by Step in the Workplace officially aired on Huaxia Satellite TV. As a loyal fan of Ning Yuan, Tong Tong had already been waiting in front of the TV for a long time. She had never told her best friend, Lu Xuefu, that her idol was Ning Yuan, and Lu Xuefu didn't know who Tong Tong's idol was either. All Lu Xuefu knew was that Tong Tong really loved reading romance novels. One of the reasons Tong Tong didn't tell Lu Xuefu that her idol was Ning Yuan was because she regarded her admiration for him as a personal, private space. This emotion was very special to her, and she wanted to enjoy it alone, without sharing it with anyone, including her best friend Lu Xuefu. Additionally, she always boasted to Lu Xuefu about being a love expert, claiming she was as clever as Zhuge Liang. If Lu Xuefu found out she was obsessed with a celebrity, her mysterious and unattainable image would be ruined. Although she could watch a couple of episodes online, Tong Tong still preferred watching on the big TV screen so she could see her idol's handsome face clearly. Even when Shu Mom wanted to watch the TV show, she couldn't because the TV was completely taken over by Tong Tong. Shu Mom had no choice but to go back to her room and turn on the projector.
It's starting. It's starting. Ning Yuan is about to appear.
Tong Tong excitedly covered her large chest, her heart racing with anticipation. It had been a long time since she had watched Ning Yuan's TV series or movies, and now she finally got to see it.
The TV series airs 2 episodes back to back every night.
The first 2 episodes are about Qin Dai and Yenting, who were close friends in high school. Qin Dai landed an internship at Xinghuan International Company, and Yenting celebrated with her. Both of them had drunk some alcohol, and Qin Dai couldn't hold her liquor well, so Yenting had to take her home. Yenting briefly considered stealing a kiss from Qin Dai, whose face was flushed red, but he hesitated, fearing it might ruin their friendship, and reluctantly gave up.
When Ning Yuan appeared on the screen, Tong Tong in front of the TV exclaimed, "Yes! Ah! Ning Yuan is so handsome!"
Tong Tong's heart melted, and she wanted to hug the TV and stare at the screen. In Ning Yuan's fan group, messages were flying everywhere.
Ah! Brother's godly looks. Oh my god!
I noticed that brother Ning Yuan and Sun Yanqiu look great together.
Don't ship random couples, girls. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma are the real couple.
Wah wah wah, the expression on brother's face when he lowered his head to steal a kiss was just too much. If the one he was stealing a kiss from was me, that would be perfect.
Stop daydreaming, the guy upstairs. Ning Yuan is my husband.
Meanwhile, on the streaming app, the comments were flying everywhere.
God tier looks. God tier visuals. Go ahead and kiss. Kiss him.
The plot continues with Qin Dai starting her first day at the company, only to clash with Lu Yuan over differing philosophies.
When Lu Yuan appears, the audience no longer finds him as stunning as before.
The number of comments on the online app decreased significantly.
However, Wu Xian's acting was better than expected. Apart from Wu Xian's fans cheering him on, casual viewers didn't feel much. However, some peculiar comments began to appear. Yenting and Lu Yuan are the real couple, right? Both of them have such strong presence, who's the dominant one? However, these comments were quickly drowned out. When the second episode ended, it cut right to the scene where Lu Yuan and Qin Dai were in a heated argument, with Lu Yuan about to fire Qin Dai. After all, they are the main characters. However, it seems like everyone wants Yenting to appear more. Many people in the comments are saying this. Tong Tong was still not satisfied.
This Qin Dai is so stupid, like buying the box and returning the pearl.
If Ning Yuan were to silently protect me like that, I'd be over the moon.
She immediately excitedly joined Ning Yuan's fan group to chat. After the TV series aired, a small group of Ning Yuan and Sun Yanqiu ship fans emerged and began to grow in numbers. At the Huaxia Satellite TV headquarters, the station director, deputy director, and head of the TV drama procurement department were all nervously watching the ratings for Step by Step in the Workplace. The head of the ratings analysis department had already contacted the real-time ratings survey company, Fewright. When the analysis department head announced the ratings for the first episode, everyone cheered. The head of the procurement department rushed over to take a look and excitedly said, "Station director, the first episode's ratings are 4.02%, ranking first among currently airing TV dramas." The station director stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his lips.
"You did a good job this time."
The deputy station director also sighed in relief. He had made the right bet. When he had signed the contract with Star Entertainment and returned to the station, there had been significant opposition and skepticism from many colleagues.
After all, this was the first TV drama Ning Yuan had starred in since his comeback, and it was also Woo Exayan's first TV drama as the male lead. No one really knew how it would perform. Fortunately, the ratings were excellent, completely outshining other TV dramas. This couldn't help but make the deputy station director feel a sense of vindication. Of course, he couldn't afford to be complacent. He needed to step up the media promotion force step by step in the workplace and organize both online and offline events to invite actors to interact with the audience. Additionally, he is collaborating with Star Entertainment to arrange interviews for the actors and production team to expand their influence. He also instructed his subordinates to monitor online audience feedback and guide public opinion. Under these efforts, the ratings for step by step in the workplace continued to rise. Soon Yenchio, Woo Exayan, and Suyu all posted on Weibo to promote the show, with Woo Exayan specifically tagging Ning Yuan. Soon Yenchio also noticed the emergence of online fans shipping her and Ning Yuan as a couple. However, she didn't get angry. Instead, she was secretly delighted. She sent a message to Ning Yuan, step by step in the workplace has aired, and the response has been good. Have you watched it? She knew that Ning Yuan had already returned to the set. Of course, she didn't know that Mu Qingma had also joined the crew with Ning Yuan. Otherwise, she would have started to feel nervous. Although Soon Yenchio and Mu Qingma were friends, when it came to love, the more you liked someone, the more you worried. Also paying attention to the broadcast of Ning Yuan's TV series were Meng Nanyu, Lu Shuifu, Ling Exayan, and Lu Shuiying. Meng Nanyu was watching with great interest. Even when Ning Yuan looked at Soon Yenchio with deep affection, Meng Nanyu thought that Xiao Yuan's acting was truly excellent. After all, Ning Yuan often looked at her like that. Thinking of this, Meng Nanyu began to miss Ning Yuan again. Husband. Lu Shuifu was also watching, but she felt differently. Seeing the way Ning Yuan looked at Soon Yenchio, she felt uneasy inside. You stinky older brother. Even though she knew it was just an act, she couldn't help but feel upset. A little girl's heart couldn't remain as calm as Meng Nanyu's. Lu Shuiying also turned on the TV after a long time. When she saw Ning Yuan appear on screen, her eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 95, Lu Shuiying's reaction to step by step in the workplace. For some reason, every time Lu Shuiying saw Ning Yuan now, her heart would race. When Ning Yuan appeared on the screen, her heartbeat grew faster and faster. He looked so handsome on the screen, just like the first time Lu Shuiying had ever seen him, striking a chord deep within her heart. That's why Lu Shuiying chose to marry Ning Yuan to bring good luck. Perhaps even she had initially believed that her marriage to Ning Yuan was merely for the sake of a happy marriage. But over time, after Ning Yuan left and she experienced the extreme pain of loss, she was forced to deeply analyze her own feelings and finally realized her true intentions. If she were to ask herself honestly, if someone else were to marry Lu Shuiying for her grandfather's sake, would she be willing? Lu Shuiying would absolutely refuse. She would fight tooth and nail. Grandfather needs proper medical treatment and care, not a false and self-deceptive marriage to bring good luck. Yet, after meeting Ning Yuan, she absurdly accepted the arrangement of marrying for the sake of a wedding to bring good fortune. She just refused to admit it because she was too afraid of losing him. As a child, she believed her aunt was her mother, who didn't love her and her sister, so she didn't stay with them. Later, she learned that their biological mother had passed away long ago, and their father had also died. To prevent the sisters from being too heartbroken, their mother's younger sister had temporarily taken on the role of their mother. This was something Lu Shuiying only discovered later. However, as her aunt rose through the ranks in politics and gained more power, she naturally had to step back from their lives. As a result, Lu Shuiying developed a very complex view of love, leading her to deeply distrust it and dare not easily fall in love with others. She always feared that one day, Ning Yuan would also leave her, just like her parents did. It was only after experiencing the extreme pain of loss that she finally understood. Only by giving love can one receive love. But it seems too late now. There have been several nights when she suddenly wondered, what's the point of living anymore? What keeps her going now is the belief that she can win Ning Yuan back. If that belief were to shatter, she would choose to say goodbye to the world and take her own life. Especially after her sister's recent betrayal, she feels utterly disheartened. It feels like no one will ever truly love her again. She had lost the Ning Yuan who loved her. When she saw Yenting sitting by the bed, looking at Qin Dai with such a loving gaze, even though she knew Ning Yuan was acting, Lu Shuiying still felt a pang of pain in her heart. The old Ning Yuan always looked at her with that kind of gaze. But now, Ning Yuan has left. Perhaps in the future, he will look at other women with the same gaze. Thinking of this, Lu Shuiying felt a sharp pain in her heart. Looking at Ning Yuan's handsome profile on the screen, she finally began to realize a problem. If Ning Yuan already had someone else by his side, what should she do? There was no hesitation in her heart. Ning Yuan, she must win him back, no matter who he is with. If we have to fight, then let us fight. Her sister wouldn't be the first, nor would she be the last.
Perhaps, as Auntie had reminded her, many people were already eyeing Ning Yuan greedily. She had also reminded herself at the time that besides Shuefu, there was also her Aunt Meng Nanyu and her best friend Ling Xin.
Aunt Meng Nanyu, best friend Ling Xin.
Those two names sent a chill down her spine, and she jumped to her feet. Once upon a time, Lu Shuiying had never imagined she would have to face them as enemies. They were both too powerful. Meng Nanyu had a stronger business acumen than her, and the Meng Group was an extremely formidable behemoth.
Ling Xin, despite her young age, was already an associate professor, far more intelligent than herself. Shuefu wasn't he the most terrifying one after all. No matter what, Shuefu was still her younger sister. But the others weren't so close to her, why would they willingly give up their positions? For a moment, she even considered calling Ling Xin immediately to confront her about her interest in Ning Yuan. And to confront her aunt about how she could harbor such inappropriate feelings toward her niece's husband? However, she forced herself to calm down. Without evidence, she couldn't act on such thoughts. After all, making that call would mean their relationship had already hit rock bottom. It would even be completely shattered. Regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. This was all her own doing. After all, Ning Yuan had once loved her so deeply, and she had been the only one for him. Now she had to compete with so many others. Among them was her own sister. Even her best friend and her aunt. What a perfect hand she was dealt, yet she managed to ruin it completely. Lu Shuiying couldn't help but slap herself twice, her face turning red. She only muttered, "I deserve it." But after regretting it, she had to look forward. Perhaps, being caught up in the situation, she couldn't see clearly. Maybe Shuefu knew something she didn't. Should she reconcile with Shuefu? She was torn. Meanwhile, after 3 days of script readings on set, Ning Yuan held the kickoff ceremony for the human skin prison, and filming officially began. The opening scene featured Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. Mu Qingma glanced at Ning Yuan and gave a light snort. Yesterday, Mu Qingma approached Ning Yuan and decided to have a competition during the final scene. The final scene was extremely challenging, with numerous plot twists, requiring the actors to constantly change their body language, expressions, and more, truly testing their skills. Mu Qingma felt that he had learned new techniques from his showdown with Ning Yuan in Rage, and he intended to use them this time to ensure he defeated Ning Yuan. The clapperboard clapped, and the director called, "First take, first shot, action." In recent days, a series of terrifying murders have occurred in Jiangning City, Yunnan Province. The killer is extremely brutal, stripping the victims of their skin and leaving only blood-soaked corpses. However, what's bizarre is that all these victims had been missing for a long time, some even for over a decade. Despite the Jiangning police's all-out efforts, they found no clues whatsoever. The killer seems to appear out of thin air and vanish just as quickly. Meanwhile, at Jiangning University, the campus is still filled with laughter and joy. Chen Ning hasn't been in a good mood lately. His girlfriend had disappeared for a week after their last argument. To be honest, Chen Ning is quite handsome, and it was actually his girlfriend, Xu Lei, who confessed her feelings to him first. At first, Chen Ning didn't accept her. However, as the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil between them, and under Xu Lei's persistent pursuit, Chen Ning gradually fell for this cheerful girl and grew increasingly attached to her. But Chen Ning is very handsome and always attracts a lot of attention from girls, which made Xu Lei jealous, leading to a misunderstanding between them. This wasn't entirely Chen Ning's fault, but he realized it had made Xu Lei feel insecure, so he decided to be magnanimous and call her. However, Xu Lei didn't answer at first, and Chen Ning had to call 3 times before she picked up. However, Xu Lei's voice sounded a bit cold. Chen Ning apologized and said he would try to keep his distance from girls in the future. Xu Lei replied with a faint hum. Chen Ning felt something was off and asked if she was feeling unwell. Xu Lei explained that she had been exposed to strong air conditioning a few days earlier, which had blown directly on her cheeks, causing facial nerve inflammation, in other words, facial paralysis. Chapter 96, The Strange Atmosphere Between Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. This section can be considered a setup. Facial paralysis isn't a rare condition. If someone rides a motorcycle in cold weather without a helmet, their face can get chilled and lead to facial paralysis, or sleeping with the air conditioner blowing directly on their face at night could also cause it. Since Xu Lei mentioned she had facial paralysis, Chen Ning had noticed something off about her afterward but didn't think much of it. Today's filming task was this, and both Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma did a great job. Director Wen had a smile on his face the entire time. It seems that casting Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma for the role was the right choice. Ning Yuan felt that filming this scene was a piece of cake, effortless, and even felt a bit familiar for some reason. Of course, for Mu Qingma, it was a bit more challenging. Asking her to be cold and aloof was one thing, but asking her to act like a lovesick teenager, gazing at Ning Yuan with adoration and even acting spoiled, was really putting her in a tough spot. Moreover, Ning Yuan was trying his best to hold back his laughter. If it weren't for the director and the crew members nearby, he would have burst out laughing. Mu Qingma was so angry she could bite her teeth off. So when the two of them went to eat and rest after filming, Mu Qingma couldn't help but stop Ning Yuan in a secluded spot. Her usually aloof face was puffed up with anger. Ning Yuan, what do you mean? Are you trying to make me lose my focus on purpose?
Ning Yuan protested innocently. Mu Qingma, you're accusing me wrongly.
It's like snow in June.
It's mainly because you just confessed your feelings to me like a lovesick teenager, and I couldn't help but laugh a little, okay? Mu Qingma clenched her teeth, her beautiful face tightening in anger. You're the one acting like a lovesick teenager.
Your whole family is.
Ning Yuan's expression turned cold, his eyebrows and eyes seeming to be covered in frost.
Mu Qingma, my parents are both gone. But ignorance is no excuse. This time I won't blame you, but if there's a next time, I'll make you pay. Mu Qingma had never seen Ning Yuan like this before.
He was usually so playful and teasing with her, but now he was cold and distant, as if the air around him was freezing over. And there seemed to be deep pain in his eyes.
Mu Qingma's eyes welled up with tears, unsure whether it was from fear or heartache.
However, she still let out a soft hum and turned her face away, not wanting Ning Yuan to see her red nose and slightly reddened eyes.
I'm sorry, Ning Yuan.
But you said that to me earlier, and it made me unhappy too.
Seeing her like this, Ning Yuan couldn't bring himself to say anything.
Calling her a springtime maiden wasn't exactly a derogatory term, but Mu Qingma didn't like it, and he felt he had offended her. Mu Qingma, I shouldn't have called you a love-struck teenager either.
I'm sorry. Mu Qingma heard Ning Yuan's apology and felt a bit embarrassed again.
After all, the term springtime maiden wasn't really that offensive. Moreover, she noticed that the atmosphere between her and Ning Yuan felt a bit off. How to put it? Back when they were in school, the two of them would never have apologized to each other, not even after that fight.
Not fighting again was already a mercy apologizing? Never in a million years.
But lately, Mu Qingma doesn't know why, even though she's still angry, she's been quite considerate of Ning Yuan's feelings. And if it were before, if Ning Yuan had insulted her, she would have definitely insulted him back. But now, when Ning Yuan insults her, she only feels wronged.
For example, just now, she really didn't know that Ning Yuan's parents were no longer alive.
Otherwise, she would never have said that. After they apologized to each other, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Mu Qingma didn't know why, but her earlobes grew redder and redder, and she felt like her face would turn completely red if she stayed any longer.
Oh my gosh, why am I blushing?
She didn't even understand why she was blushing. All she could think about was leaving as quickly as possible, her words stumbling out, I am leaving. She didn't even look at Ning Yuan and fled the scene.
Ning Yuan went to get his boxed lunch.
Ji Xiaoju, who had been chatting and laughing with Lian Qingqing, saw Mu Qingma walking quickly toward them, with Ning Yuan following behind. They immediately glared at each other. The two began to fight over the boxed meals.
Mine. It's mine.
You, Ji, let go. Mu Qingma said there was plenty left and told them to stop fighting, so the two finally let go.
Ning Yuan said nothing.
He and Mu Qingma each took their boxed meals back to the hotel to eat. While eating at the hotel, Ning Yuan started browsing online reviews of step-by-step in the workplace. That's really bold.
Highly recommended.
A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, not a 40-year-old uncle playing a 20-year-old hunk or a 50-year-old aunt playing a teenage beauty. So visually appealing, especially Ning Yuan, he totally hit the spot for me. Wu Xian's acting has improved significantly, but unfortunately Ning Yuan has already achieved legendary status, so I prefer Ning Yuan.
Those enthusiastic Wu Xian fans who were so active back then aren't as vocal anymore. Because Ning Yuan's fans and bystanders are all criticizing them.
After all, the public's judgment is sharp, it's clear who performs well and who doesn't.
Some of Wu Xian's fans have even unfollowed him and started secretly following Ning Yuan instead.
After all, fans who are into looks are too fixated on appearance.
Some comments even sound like confessions.
I love kissing my older brother the most. Ning Yuan saw this comment and felt a bit off.
Didn't we kiss before? How could you comment like that?
And there were quite a few likes, so I guess everyone has had such fantasies. Ning Yuan, look down at me, I'm only 155 centimeters tall.
Many people commented below this comment, ha, you're too short for Ning Yuan to see. Come find me, I can. Ning Yuan checked the Douban rating again.
Step by Step in the Workplace had over 100,000 ratings upon its premiere, starting with an impressive 8.5 score.
In just one day, it had risen to 9.
The highest rated comment reads, first, Step by Step in the Workplace respects my eyes, and second, it respects my intelligence. Most other comments also focused on Ning Yuan and Sun Yanqiu's good looks, the plot being reasonable and well-paced, and so on. In summary, most of the comments were praise. Just as Ning Yuan was reading the comments, his phone received a message from Ling Xin.
Ning Yuan, after you finish filming this movie, would you like to come over for dinner? I haven't seen you in a long time. Ning Yuan thought for a moment and replied, sure, Ling Xin.
On the other side, Ling Xin saw Ning Yuan's reply and her heart skipped a beat. However, she quickly bit her rosy lips and began to hesitate, should I really get him drunk? Chapter 97, Mu Qingma holds Ning Yuan tightly. Ling Xian also noticed how popular Ning Yuan had become online, even more so than 5 years ago. After all, at 25 years old, Ning Yuan was at the peak of his life as a man. His looks had reached their zenith, and after experiencing so much, he had developed a calm and composed demeanor, which was another major advantage.
Ling Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis.
After all, she was an extremely intelligent woman and knew that a man like Ning Yuan would inevitably be coveted by many outstanding women. Therefore, the sooner she could secure him, the safer she would be. Her mother's words made sense. After all, women must learn to use their advantages. Ling Xian was planning her ultimate plan to seduce Ning Yuan, while Ning Yuan, after replying to Ling Xian's message, continued to read online reviews about his TV series.
Meanwhile, Ning Yuan's fan count was skyrocketing, now at 7 million and still growing.
After finishing his meal, Ning Yuan began to rest. This was his habit. He had to rest as much as possible during his free time to ensure he was in the best condition for work.
The next day, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingmo resumed filming.
Yesterday, Mu Qingmo had almost cried in front of Ning Yuan, which made her feel a bit embarrassed when facing him again. However, seeing Ning Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, she huffed and walked past him without a word. In fact, after returning to the hotel last night, Mu Qingmo tossed and turned for a long time before finally falling asleep. She even realized that she hadn't mentioned the condition about Ning Yuan losing the competition. She didn't know why, but whenever she was with Ning Yuan, her emotions were easily stirred, and her mind felt foggy.
So annoying. Why am I always at a disadvantage when facing Ning Yuan lately? Mu Qingmo pouted her full red lips slightly.
Lian Qingqing, who had been paying the most attention to her, couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise.
Could Mu Qingmo really make such a pouting expression?
The naturally stunning queen, the cold and powerful Qingmo, actually puckered her lips like a little girl and showed a pouty expression.
She was absolutely adorable. Wah, wah, wah. I'm going to stay up all night tonight.
To make the movie more authentic, Ning Yuan, Mu Qingmo, and the rest of the cast and crew drove to a dark forest in another city, where filming began. A few days later, Xu Lei suddenly suggested going camping in Ilao Mountain, saying there were many places untouched by humans where one could see pristine, breathtaking scenery. Chen Ning was a relatively cautious person and initially disagreed. He believed that Ilao Mountain was strictly off limits, with unknown dangers lurking inside, and he didn't want to take the risk.
However, Xu Lei was determined to go.
Even if Chen Ning didn't go, she would go with her friends. Chen Ning had no choice but to go alone. The 7 of them even created a group chat called Adventure Squad. Meanwhile, the recent murder case in Jiangning City was escalating, causing widespread panic. Some people in the group expressed concerns, but Xu Lei dismissed them, saying it was fine since the murderer only committed crimes in the city and wouldn't venture into the deep mountains. Additionally, we shouldn't tell anyone else about our plan to explore Ilao Mountain. That way, no one will find out we're going there, and it'll be safer.
We'll go quietly and come back quietly.
Upon hearing this, everyone found it quite reasonable. The student who had expressed concerns also sighed in relief. Indeed, as long as they didn't tell anyone, no one would know where they were going, let alone the murderer. At the agreed time, everyone kept it a secret from their families and school and secretly took a car to the foot of Ilao Mountain. The driver told them that Ilao Mountain had forest rangers and that they could only enter the developed areas designated for activities. Other areas were off limits. They all nodded in agreement, but after the driver left, they pulled out a map showing a secret path leading into the remote part of Ilao Mountain. They had found it online, and reportedly, many people had successfully entered and exited through this route.
They set off, carrying their backpacks.
However, Ilao Mountain was densely forested with towering trees, making it extremely dark. The sun never reached the ground, and the ground was covered in deep layers of dried leaves and moss. Occasionally, they accidentally fell into deep pits beneath the tree branches. What puzzled Chen Ning was that his girlfriend Xu Lei seemed to be deliberately keeping her distance from him. The once delicate Xu Lei now appeared much stronger, carrying her backpack without once complaining of fatigue. Chen Ning assumed she was still sulking and planned to find a time to cheer her up. As night fell, they set down their backpacks and prepared to camp for the night. Zhao Xiaofeng from the team went to a distant area to gather some branches for firewood. There were indeed many dry branches and leaves here, but the dry branches were hard to break. Zhao Xiaofeng struggled to bend them, trying to snap them off. However, he gradually felt something was wrong. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet and eerily cold, so much so that goosebumps rose on his skin. He stood up, feeling as though someone was behind him. He thought it might be a teammate playing a prank, so he quickly turned around, but there was nothing there. A rustling sound echoed from somewhere Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't see, emerging from the dark, dense foliage in the distance. A pale, eerie face appeared, its eyes entirely black with no whites visible, glaring at him with intense hatred. There were still night scenes to film in the movie, and the forest felt quite eerie. Mu Qingmo, though skilled in martial arts, was still terrified by legends of ghosts and monsters. Ning Yuan, however, had grown up at the foot of the mountain, which was also why his family had experienced a landslide. Ning Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with the forest, as he had often gone up the mountain as a child to chop firewood, pick wild fruits, and climb trees to help his family harvest star anise. When they finished filming and were heading down the mountain, even though there were many people around, Mu Qingma still felt a little scared. For some reason, she instinctively moved closer to Ning Yuan, as if she felt safer by his side. Suddenly, there was a crack, and Mu Qingma accidentally stepped on a dry branch, which snapped under her weight, causing her body to fall downward. There was a deep pit below the branch. Ning Yuan, who was nearby, noticed that Mu Qingma was scared and paid close attention. Seeing Mu Qingma about to fall into the pit, Ning Yuan acted quickly, grabbing her hand to prevent her from sliding further down. Then he wrapped his other arm around her waist and quickly pulled her back up. Mu Qingma had already been scared pale, clinging tightly to Ning Yuan, her entire body pressed firmly against him. Mu Qingma was tall and slender, with a curvy figure and large breasts. Now she was almost hanging off him, so Ning Yuan had to hold onto her hips and hold her tightly to prevent her from falling. Once Ning Yuan had carried her away from the deep pit, Director Wenweiren and the others finally snapped out of it and rushed over to ask, "Are you okay?" Mu Qingma finally began to relax, no longer as tense as before. Even she couldn't believe that when Ning Yuan was holding her, she felt an overwhelming sense of security wash over her entire body. However, the area where his hand was holding her still felt odd, tingling and numb. If it weren't for the director asking, she wouldn't have wanted to leave Ning Yuan's embrace. She blushed and glanced up at Ning Yuan, who was also looking at her. She quickly twisted her body, her cheeks flushed, and pushed Ning Yuan gently. He released his arms, and Mu Qingma reluctantly stepped down from him, saying, "It's okay now." Chapter 98, Ning Yuan flirts with Lu Xuefu. Mu Qingma lowered her head. "Thank you, Ning Yuan." Ning Yuan laughed heartily, "It's nothing. Just be careful. This place is rarely visited, so there might be some pits or holes. Try not to walk near the edges, stick to where others have walked." Mu Qingma listened to his caring words and, for some reason, felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, as if she had been electrocuted. She replied in a barely audible voice, "Yes, I'll be careful." Others saw Mu Qingma's expression and assumed she was scared, acting like a little girl. After all, she usually acted like a queen, always aloof and commanding. Mu Qingma, however, felt that something was off with herself lately. Whenever she was around Ning Yuan, she felt an inexplicable tension in her heart. Especially when there was physical contact, like the hug earlier, her body would feel strange, tingly, and soft. But thinking about the upcoming competition, she felt torn. Whenever Ning Yuan came near her, she started to feel nervous and panicked. How was she supposed to beat him? There's simply no way to win, is there? So, she could only resume her usual cold and indifferent demeanor, but her crimson earlobes betrayed her. Lian Qingqing had nearly been scared speechless just now. She hurried over to ask Mu Qingma, "Sister Qingma, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, Sister Qingma. I was really scared just now." I'm fine. It's not your fault. After all, it happened so suddenly." Lian Qingqing finally patted her chest lightly and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness Yuan Ge was here, otherwise, it would have been dangerous." Mu Qingma hummed in response. Mu Qingma also realized that among all the people present, no one had noticed or reacted in time to save her except for Ning Yuan, who had acted swiftly to rescue her. Could it be that Ning Yuan had been secretly watching her every move all along? At this thought, Mu Qingma's heart pounded like a drum, and her heart nearly leaped out of her throat. She silently scolded herself for being so weak. Why would Ning Yuan notice me? I don't have anything worth his attention." However, at that moment, she dared not look at Ning Yuan. She dared only to sneak a quick glance with the corner of her eye. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was currently chatting with Director Wen and the others and hadn't noticed her, so Mu Qingma let out a sigh of relief. However, for some reason, seeing that Ning Yuan wasn't looking her way, she felt a little disappointed, even though she didn't realize it herself. Deep down, she actually hoped that Ning Yuan would keep paying attention to her. After returning to the hotel, Ning Yuan ate his fill and went to take a shower. When he emerged with a towel wrapped around his waist, the cute little girl Lu Xuefu initiated a video call. Ning Yuan answered, and Lu Xuefu's voice came through. "Good evening, big brother." "Ah. Big brother, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Lu Xuefu quickly covered her eyes. Her heart was racing. Ning Yuan's body was simply too perfect. Tall and muscular, with 8 well-defined abs that looked like they had been meticulously sculpted, exuding strength and a powerful sexual tension. Hormones were surging. Lu Xuefu secretly peeked through a small gap between her fingers, greedily glancing several times, instantly feeling her mouth go dry. She swallowed hard. Ning Yuan was still wrapped in a towel, and she could see some of his contours, which left her speechless. But the outline alone was enough to startle her, making her heart race even faster, and she dared not look anymore. "Brother, put your clothes on quickly," Lu Xuefu said in a soft, playful voice. For some reason, her voice sounded overly sweet. Ning Yuan tilted his head, using a towel to dry his hair. Strands of wet hair clung to his face, dripping down his neck and flowing over his defined collarbone and chest muscles. Having just finished his shower, Ning Yuan seemed even more handsome than usual, with his sword-like eyebrows sweeping into his temples and his eyes as clear and brilliant as a starry sky after the rain. Lu Xuefu stole another glance and her face grew even redder. She thought to herself, this is too embarrassing. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. The inner conflict was almost indescribable. However, her body was clearly more honest, and she secretly took a screenshot. This behavior of the love-struck girl seemed a bit odd. But she quickly found an excuse for herself. What can I do? I'm only 18. How can I resist temptation? Ning Yuan knew when to stop, putting on his pants and black shirt. This was different from the earlier seductive allure. It instantly became restrained and elegant. Lu Xuefu felt like she was going to die. Ning Yuan's brother's stark contrast was utterly captivating. Ning Yuan looked at Lu Xuefu, who had been baited into a pout, and the corners of his lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Xuefu, why do you want to video call me? Lu Xuefu was dazed at that moment, propping her cheek up, gazing at her brother with adoration. I miss you so much, brother. Do you miss me? I want some juice right now. What? You just want juice? Lu Xuefu pouted, feeling a little hurt. Yeah, drink your little silly juice. Lu Xuefu was delighted, her lips curling into a smile. Big brother, you're so cheesy. Ning Yuan said, never mind, I won't say it anymore. No. I like hearing it. He. Lu Xuefu hurriedly said. Brother, there have been so many interesting things happening at school lately. Next, Lu Xuefu chattered non-stop, sharing her happiness with Ning Yuan. Of course, she also shared her unhappiness. Her unhappiness was that Lu Xuening hadn't spoken to her recently. Brother, being with you makes me feel so lucky. My sister just sent me a message asking if I want to go back for dinner. She's not mad at me anymore. Ning Yuan didn't want the two of them to fall out either. The issues between him and Lu Xueying were, rationally speaking, their own private matters. Each matter should be handled separately. He wouldn't encourage Lu Xuefu to distance herself from her sister. Lu Xueying and Lu Xuefu are sisters who grew up together, supporting each other all their lives. Ning Yuan knows that Lu Xueying is still very important to Lu Xuefu. What's odd is that while Lu Xueying is important to Lu Xuefu, she doesn't hesitate to steal her sister's boyfriend. This is akin to the relationship between many people and their parents. They may frequently argue or even engage in cold wars, with numerous conflicts, but if an outsider dares to bully their parents, they would fight tooth and nail against the offender. Ning Yuan smiled and said, then go ahead. Lu Xuefu clearly perked up. Brother, let's chat for a bit before I go. But her face quickly fell. This is bad. I might have to eat my sister's cooking again. Ning Yuan heard for the first time that Lu Xuening was cooking. Oh? Your sister cooks? Yes, she said she wants to change herself and cook something delicious for you. Lu Xuefu hesitated for a moment before finally telling Ning Yuan the truth. If it were anyone else, if it weren't Lu Xueying, she wouldn't have told Ning Yuan. This was practically helping her rival. Sister, I can only help you this far. I'm not being mean now. If you can't do it yourself, don't blame me. Lu Xuefu thought to herself silently. After chatting for a few more minutes and saying goodbye to her brother, Lu Xuefu turned off the video call and drove home. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Xuefu was greeted by her older sister Lu Xueying, who had been waiting for her to come home for dinner. For a moment, both of them felt a bit awkward. After all, Lu Xuefu had been scolded terribly earlier and had cried uncontrollably. And Lu Xueying had coldly told Lu Xuefu not to come back, saying she no longer wanted her as a sister. In the end, it was Lu Xuefu, the younger sister, who broke the silence. Sis, what did you make for dinner? Pan-seared salmon, pan-seared steak, and stir-fried Chinese broccoli. Lu Xuefu washed her hands and sat down. Wow, I can't wait to try it. She picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of pan-seared salmon. It's so fragrant, and the taste is really great. Lu Xuefu looked at Lu Xueying in surprise. She never expected her older sister, who used to be so clumsy in the kitchen, to have improved her cooking skills so much. It seems she really put a lot of effort into it. Chapter 99, Lu Xuening is coming to confront her aunt. Sister, it's delicious. You've improved so much. Lu Xuefu gave her a thumbs up. Lu Xueying's icy expression softened slightly, and the corners of her lips curved upward. Receiving her sister's approval made her feel much happier inside. After all, she had truly put a lot of effort into it. She had once vowed to change and work hard to win back Ning Yuan. If she ever had the chance to let Ning Yuan taste her cooking, and it turned out to be overly salty or utterly inedible, that would be embarrassing. Lu Xueying also picked up a piece of pan-seared salmon, tasted it, and found it truly delicious. Especially since her dishes were all filtered, she felt they could almost rival Ning Yuan's pan-seared salmon. Stay calm, don't get too confident, keep working hard, she silently reminded herself. While eating, Lu Xueying asked, Xuefu, where have you been these past few days? Lu Xuefu pouted, Sister, where else could I go these days? I had to stay at school.
Lu Shuiying snorted, who told you to develop feelings for Ning Yuan? Lu Shuifu pouted, sister, you don't know. Nowadays, many women like Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan. Lu Shuifu dared not call Ning Yuan brother in front of her sister, fearing it would provoke her further. Sister, if you're any slower, there won't be any soup left for you. Lu Shuiying furrowed her brows, her stunning face turning serious. Shuifu, what do you mean? What do you know? Lu Shuifu also had her own ulterior motives. Her sister hadn't yet realized the severity of the situation, always keeping a close eye on her and guarding her tightly. This was for her pursuit of Ning Yuan. She had to divert her sister's attention. Besides, she didn't need to help her aunt hide anything. After all, her aunt was also her rival in love. So she spoke honestly, sister, it was that night. I went to my aunt's house for dinner, and I saw Ning Yuan there. And, my aunt and Ning Yuan, they were very close. Lu Shuiying put down the piece of fish and coldly asked, really? The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, and the air seemed to freeze. Lu Shuifu nodded emphatically, really? That day, I wanted to drag Ning Yuan away, but my aunt kicked me out. Thinking of this, Lu Shuifu felt very wronged. Slap! Lu Shuining's chopsticks fell to the ground. Though she had some preparation, hearing the news directly still left her utterly shocked. She felt a mix of pain, resentment, regret, and anger, all tangled together, almost suffocating her. The pain and injustice stemmed from the fact that in just over 2 months, Ning Yuan and her aunt had become so close, and Ning Yuan had even moved into her aunt's villa. Her aunt had never allowed any man to get close to her, yet now she had let Ning Yuan move into her home. It was clear that something had happened between them that couldn't be spoken of. Regret stemmed from the fact that she had once believed Ning Yuan would always love her and wait for her, which is why she had acted so foolishly. Now she regretted it deeply. Anger stems from the fact that Meng Nanyu is her aunt, yet she dares to steal her husband. Even though they're divorced, Ning Yuan is still her husband. Meng Nanyu dared to steal her niece's husband. That's just too much. How could I have respected you so much? Meng Nanyu, is this how you behave as an aunt? The anger in her heart was about to consume her. She slammed her fist on the table, causing the chair to fall to the ground. Lu Shuiying emanated an icy chill as she stood up, grabbed the keys, put on her high heels, and headed for the door. Lu Shuifu saw this and knew something was wrong. Her sister was going to confront her aunt. Would they fight? No, she had to go with her. Fortunately, she hadn't told her sister earlier that her best friend, Ling Xin, was also eyeing Ning Yuan with interest. Otherwise, she was afraid her sister might lose her temper completely. She was afraid her sister might lose control and cut her too. I'm so clever. She silently praised herself. Lu Shuifu quickly stood up and followed her out. Lu Shuining glared at her coldly, what are you going to do? Seeing her sister's expression, Lu Shuifu knew she was furious and dared not say the wrong thing. Her emotional intelligence and wit skyrocketed under the intense pressure. Sister, I'm definitely on your side. Auntie went too far this time. Lu Shuiying's expression softened slightly. She hurried to the garage, opened the car door, slammed it shut with a bang, and started the sports car. Lu Shuifu hurriedly shouted from behind, wait for me. Wait for me. She hurriedly got into the passenger seat, but before she could fasten her seatbelt, the car roared off. Lu Shuifu jumped in surprise, sis, don't be so rushed. Slow down, slow down. There's no need to hurry. But Lu Shuiying paid no heed, and the sports car sped off toward Meng Nanru's villa at breakneck speed. Lu Shuifu's face tensed up. This is bad. My sister and my aunt are probably going to fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Yuan, after ending his video call with Lu Shuifu, opened his laptop and began summarizing and correcting today's performance. He analyzed every aspect that needed improvement, whether it was execution, emotional depth, or overly obvious acting, and noted them all. Ding dong. Ning Yuan picked up his phone and saw a message on WeChat. Opening it, he found it was a friend request. What surprised him even more was that the person requesting to add him as a friend was Mu Qingma. Ironically, although Ning Yuan had lost contact with many of his former classmates, he still had WeChat, though everyone had tacitly agreed not to reach out to each other. But Mu Qingma, who had been in frequent contact with him, didn't have WeChat. Mainly because, back then, the two of them had been like sworn enemies, always snapping at each other whenever they met. Ning Yuan thought about it and decided to accept her WeChat request. But Ning Yuan didn't rush to send a message. He was waiting. Sure enough, Mu Qingma sent a message shortly after. Ning Yuan, thank you for today. Today, Ning Yuan had saved her, and after returning home, she had been thinking about it all along. Or rather, the image of Ning Yuan tightly embracing her kept playing on repeat in her mind. Every time she thought about it, her heart would race for no reason. Why am I always thinking about this jerk? She clenched the hem of her shirt tightly. Right, she should really thank him properly. Or maybe after the movie wraps, she could invite Ning Yuan out for a meal to express her gratitude. So she added Ning Yuan on WeChat. When Ning Yuan heard her say that, he replied, it's nothing, just a small favor. He didn't mean to hold it over her head.
No, it was too dangerous today.
If it weren't for you, I would have fallen. I want to treat you to a meal after the movie wraps up. Ning Yuan refused. No need. I've already received your thanks. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's refusal, for some reason, Mu Qingma felt a bit uneasy inside.
If Ning Yuan had agreed, she would probably have felt a bit shy, but when he refused, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss.
Chapter 100, Mu Qingma becomes stranger and stranger. That night, Mu Qingma tossed and turned, unable to sleep.
Finally, when she dozed off, that annoying person appeared in her dream, hugging her tightly and tormenting her. It left her with dark circles under her eyes the next morning. Fortunately, the makeup artist on set was quite skilled, and after applying makeup, it was no longer noticeable. Ning Yuan had already finished his makeup and saw Mu Qingma at that moment. Their relationship had recently improved, and Mu Qingma felt a bit embarrassed as she greeted him. "Hi, good morning, Ning Yuan." She felt her face flush for no apparent reason. But she couldn't help but scold herself inwardly. Why was she blushing? However, recalling the absurd dream from last night where she had dreamed of cuddling up to Ning Yuan and begging for a kiss, only for him to refuse, leaving her feeling wronged and angry.
Thinking about that scene, Mu Qingma's face grew even redder. Why did I dream about him? We're not even related. Ning Yuan smiled and replied, "Good morning." Seeing the flush on Mu Qingma's face, he asked curiously, "Why are you so red? Are you hot?"
This made Mu Qingma's snow-white neck turn red as well.
She pouted, "Humph, what's red?"
"Ning Yuan, your eyes are playing tricks on you, this is blush."
Ning Yuan scratched his head. "Oh, really?" However, he didn't dwell on the matter and walked away.
Mu Qingma watched him leave, then patted her chest and sighed in relief.
Today's filming in the primeval forest would continue.
Once everyone was ready, the clapperboard was raised, and the director called, "Take 320, first shot, action." Zhao Xiaofeng spotted a figure staring intently at him. Zhao Xiaofeng was so scared that his face turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. His legs felt as though they were filled with lead, heavy and trembling violently, making it impossible for him to move. He thought he was doomed and tried to scream for help, but due to extreme fear, no sound came out of his mouth. The dark figure slowly approached him. Zhao Xiaofeng finally managed to scream, "Help! Help me! Help!" Chen Ning and the others heard the cries for help and immediately stopped what they were doing. The 6 of them ran toward Zhao Xiaofeng. Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng lying on the ground, they hurriedly asked him what had happened. He trembled, pointing toward the dark bushes in the distance. "There's a ghost face." However, after searching for a while, they saw nothing. So everyone started laughing at Zhao Xiaofeng, calling him a coward and accusing him of seeing things. By this point, Zhao Xiaofeng could barely stand up. He scanned the area for a while and indeed saw nothing. He couldn't help but doubt himself, thinking he might have seen things or scared himself. But the dark figure was walking toward him. How could he explain that? Was it just a figment of his imagination? Nevertheless, he was still very afraid, feeling as though something was watching him. Like thorns in his back. By then, the sky had grown increasingly dark. Everyone gathered firewood and returned to build a campfire, then began eating dinner around it. Everyone took turns telling jokes, and in the midst of the lively atmosphere, Zhao Xiaofeng's mood finally calmed down a bit. However, once he felt less afraid, he looked toward the distance and saw those eerie, cold eyes again. He jumped in fright, his body stiffening. But when he looked again, they were gone. At that moment, the usually lively Zhang Xing suggested, "Everyone, why don't we play something more thrilling? Each of us tells a scary story?" Xu Lei stiffly replied, "Sure." Zhao Xiaofeng was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, don't do anything so scary. We've all seen those videos online of people doing stupid things in the deep mountains and forests. Let's not do anything stupid." Zhang Xing sneered, "Zhao Xiaofeng, if you're so cowardly, why did you come out to play? Earlier, you lied to everyone about seeing a ghost face, and now you're opposing the fun. Why don't you just stay home with your mom and never come out again?" Zhao Xiaofeng's face turned bright red with anger. "Zhang Xing, what did you say? Say it again if you dare." Zhang Xing also stood up, glaring at Zhao Xiaofeng. "Say it. You bastard." Chen Ning quickly intervened, "Stop it, we're all friends. Not everyone is brave. After all, this place is different from school. Let's do this, raise your hand if you want to hear the ghost story. The majority decides." In the end, 4 people raised their hands, and even Lu Kai hesitated before raising his hand. Only Zhao Xiaofeng and Chen Ning did not raise their hands. After all, these were the kind of people who dared to camp in the Ilao Mountains. They were mostly bold individuals. However, Chen Ning also didn't want to hear ghost stories, but he cleverly said, "Then I don't need to raise my hand. There are already more than 4 people." He glanced at Xu Lei, who had raised her hand, and suddenly felt that Xu Lei seemed unfamiliar to him. Yes, the Xu Lei of the past was very timid. Now she dared to go camping in the wilderness and even listen to ghost stories in the dead of night. It was as if she had become a different person. Today's filming is done. Thank you all for your hard work. The script supervisor began thanking everyone. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma packed their things and began to follow the group down the mountain. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to navigate.
Ning Yuan moved closer to Mu Qingma and whispered, "Hey, girlfriend, do you want me to hold your hand? I'm worried you'll fall into a deep pit again." Mu Qingma's earlobes turned pink, but her expression remained calm. We're not girlfriend and boyfriend. It's just in the movie.
And don't be such a downer.
You're so annoying. Ning Yuan smiled, it's just in the movies. You and I are a couple. I'm just looking out for you. Mu Qingma's cheeks grew hotter. I don't want to.
Ning Yuan tried to take her hand, but Mu Qingma's body stiffened, struggling slightly before realizing she couldn't break free, so she let him hold her hand. She turned her face away, unable to look at Ning Yuan, her voice not as cold as usual but instead sounding a bit spoiled. "You're so mean.
I told you not to pull me." At that moment, the director Wen Weiran asked, "Ning Yuan, Mo, what's going on?"
Mu Qingma finally shook off Ning Yuan's hand forcefully, her heart pounding wildly. Ning Yuan, however, smiled and said, "There was a hole there just now. I was afraid Qingma would fall, so I pulled her back." Everyone couldn't help but praise Ning Yuan for his thoughtfulness. Only Mu Qingma muttered to herself, "This bad guy is taking advantage of me." You've all been fooled by his appearance. Lian Qingqing and Ji Xiaoju, who were secretly observing them, struggled to suppress their laughter. This pair is truly amusing. It was already very late. After returning to the hotel, Ning Yuan quickly washed up and prepared to go to bed. Before going to sleep, Ning Yuan habitually sent a message to Meng Nanyu.
However, Meng Nanyu didn't respond.
Ning Yuan guessed she might have already fallen asleep. Because if she hadn't fallen asleep, Meng Nanyu would have replied immediately upon seeing it. Ning Yuan turned off the light, pulled the blanket over himself, and fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that Meng Nanyu and Lu Shuiying had just had a heated argument. Last night, after finishing a busy day of work, Meng Nanyu was thinking about chatting with her lover, Ning Yuan, when she suddenly heard loud banging sounds coming from the villa's front door.
Who is it? It's so late. Could something have happened?
Meng Nanyu furrowed her brows slightly. She contacted several female bodyguards stationed near the villa.
As the head of the Meng family, how could she not have security personnel? They just looked like ordinary people. Chapter 101, The Showdown Between Xuanning and Meng Nanyu Part 1.
Meng Nanru quickly saw Lu Shuiying and Lu Shuefu through the surveillance system at the door, both exuding a cold and intimidating aura. She sent a message to the bodyguards, signaling that everything was under control. Meng Nanyu had Huang Ma open the door and saw Lu Shuiying storming toward her with anger.
"Meng Nanyu,
you're home just in time." Lu Shuiying suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth.
The atmosphere suddenly became tense.
Meng Nanyu roughly guessed what was going on, but remained calm.
"Xuanning, Xuefu, coming over so late, what's the matter? Sit down. Let's talk about it slowly."
Then she turned to Huang Ma and said, "Huang Ma, you can go rest."
Huang Ma, who had been eager to eavesdrop, immediately lost interest.
The colder Miss Lu looked, the more she knew she shouldn't provoke her.
After Huang Ma left, Lu Shuiying pointed at Meng Nanyu with hatred and said, "Meng Nanyu, I never thought that as an elder, you would seduce your own niece's husband. I have always respected you, and this is how you treat me?" Lu Shuiying's aura was intimidating, exuding immense pressure, her cold eyes fixed on Meng Nanyu. Meng Nanner's expression remained unchanged.
Facing Lu Shuiying's overwhelming pressure, she merely replied calmly, "Shuiying, have you two divorced yet?" Yes, as someone in a position of power, she never followed others' lead. She always stayed true to her own rhythm.
Meng Nanner's casual remark left Lu Shuiying speechless. Yes, she had divorced Ning Yuan.
But Lu Shuiying wasn't one to back down easily. She quickly changed the subject.
We were just acting on impulse. We were both angry, so we got divorced. We'll definitely get back together.
As my aunt, not only did you not help us reconcile and get back together, but you came out as a third party.
How could you, an aunt, do such a thing? Don't you know how people will look at you, Meng Nanyu, if this gets out? Meng Nanyu didn't answer her question. Instead, she used a delaying tactic. "Come sit down first. I'll answer your questions later."
After speaking, she sat down on the sofa first, crossing her long, snow-white legs. Lu Shuefu wanted to sit down, but was pulled back by Lu Shuiying, who wouldn't let her. She knew Meng Nanyu was using such petty tricks to gradually reduce her anger. Lu Xiefeng crossed her arms and glared coldly at Meng Nanyu. Meng Nanyu didn't seem to care, speaking casually, "You said you would remarry, but Ning Yuan clearly doesn't want to remarry. If you doubt it, we can call Ning Yuan here to confront you."
Lu Shuiying's momentum faltered. Meng Nanyu continued, "As for spreading it around, let the world slander and defame me, what does it matter to me?
In 100 years, we'll all be nothing but a handful of dust."
Lu Shuefu nodded in agreement.
Lu Shuiying tapped her on the head. Lu Shuiying knew her aunt was different from Lu Shuefu and was well aware of her aunt Meng Nanyu's stubbornness, but she didn't realize she was this stubborn. She didn't get angry at all by her words. If she had gotten angry, it would mean that her words had broken through her defenses, but she remained completely unmoved. She was too stubborn.
Moreover, she dared not confront Ning Yuan directly.
If she went to ask Ning Yuan now, he would definitely say he didn't want to remarry. That would play right into her aunt's hands. Lu Shuiying's mind raced, and she immediately shifted her approach, this time playing the emotional card.
Auntie, I, Lu Shuiying, have never disrespected you, have I? We've always regarded you as our closest family. You know my situation, I've lacked love since childhood and truly don't know how to love Ning Yuan. But you know I do have feelings for him. Are you really hoping I suffer for the rest of my life? Or even that I die? Ning Yuan is my life.
Without him, I truly don't want to live anymore, Auntie.
Lu Shuiying's eyes welled up with tears.
Though these words had a strategic undertone, they were indeed her heartfelt feelings. The two were not mutually exclusive. Even Xuefu couldn't help but glance at her sister a few more times. She gently held her sister's hand. For a moment, she felt a deep connection with her sister. Lu Shuiying gently squeezed Xuefu's hand, signaling that she was fine. Meng Nanyu sat up a little straighter, but not much. She looked at her niece with newfound respect. No wonder she was a CEO when one plan failed, she had another up her sleeve. She was a woman of means. She stood up. Shuining, Xuefu, come with me. I want to show you something. Lu Shuiying didn't know what her aunt was up to, hesitated for a moment, but followed anyway. Lu Xuefu also followed. The three entered the study, and Lu Shuining and Lu Xuefu froze in their tracks. Because they saw the walls covered with countless photos, all of them of Ning Yuan. Many of the photos were of Ning Yuan from his youth, and among them was one where his smile was so bright and cheerful, a smile they had never seen before. Of course, in most of the photos, Ning Yuan looked melancholy, with a sad expression. From the angles, some of the photos were clearly taken surreptitiously, not selfies taken by Ning Yuan. In other words, the owner of these photos was not Ning Yuan, but his aunt Meng Nanyu. They looked at Meng Nanyu in astonishment. Meng Nanyu leaned against the door and smiled calmly. You've all seen it. I've known Ning Yuan since he was in high school, even before any of you. Back then, I already liked him, but I wanted to wait until he grew up. She spoke of the past with a touch of nostalgia, her gaze fixed on Ning Yuan's photo with deep affection. But before I could tell him, you two got married. After you married, I kept this feelings buried deep in my heart, never mentioning it to anyone. I had planned to spend my life alone, but alas, you two divorced. Lu Shuiying's expression changed, a transformation that caught her off guard. She never imagined that Meng Nanyu had known Ning Yuan before her and had always loved him. Do you need proof? This wall of photos is proof, and Lu Shuiying herself doesn't even have a few photos of Ning Yuan. This shows how deeply Meng Nanyu is in love. Meng Nanyu continued. Look, before you two divorced, did I ever cross the line even once? No. Even though watching you two together caused me immense pain, I never did anything inappropriate. But now that you're divorced, it's different. Lu Shuiying had no words to respond. Meng Nanyu's voice remained calm. Shuiying, you're the CEO. You know that in business, if you make a mistake or suffer a loss, your competitors will come after you like sharks. No one will give you a chance to change, and no one will give you a chance to regret it. She stared into Lu Shuiying's eyes. As for losing Ning Yuan, can't you live without him? I can't either. If you won't take responsibility for your own life, why should I? As your aunt, the only thing I can promise you is the chance to compete with me fairly. Chapter 102, Xuening and Meng Nanyu Showdown Part 2, completely overwhelmed. Meng Nanru's words were well reasoned, leaving Lu Shuiying with no room to argue. Like when she faced Xiao Rulin and Mu Qingma earlier, she could at least fight back, even if she ultimately lost. However, she couldn't bring herself to fight against Meng Nan. First, Meng Nanyu was her senior and her aunt. Second, the intangible aura emanating from Meng Nanyu was one of elegance and grandeur. Even ordinary people would dare not speak in her presence. It was only because Lu Shuiying had grown accustomed to seeing her aunt frequently that she had developed some immunity to it. In front of Ning Yuan, Meng Nanyu was as gentle and kind as a neighbor's older sister, but in front of others, she was actually stern and untouchable. Therefore, when Meng Nanyu's expression turned cold, Lu Shuiying felt a chill. Meng Nanru's icy aura flickered briefly. She looked at Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu. Do you two sisters have any more questions? Lu Shuiying remained silent, while Lu Xuefu shook her head. Meng Nanyu looked at Lu Xuefu and said, Xuefu, how does it feel to sit back and watch the two of them fight? Lu Xuefu's expression changed slightly. Auntie, I didn't. Lu Shuiying also looked at Lu Xuefu. Meng Nanyu smiled. In our Meng family and the Lu family, having means isn't a bad thing. You know you can't beat me, so you dragged your sister into it. But you don't want to completely oppose me either, so when your sister spoke up earlier, you remained silent and even nodded in agreement with my words, pretending to be innocent and naive. What's going on? Our little firecracker, the cunning Xuefu sister, has become so obedient? Now even Lu Shuiying looked at her with a suspicious expression. Lu Xuefu hurriedly said, Sister, she's trying to drive a wedge between us. Don't listen to her. Meng Nanyu smiled again. You are indeed sisters, but there's only one Ning Yuan.
Can you really split him between the two of you?
So, you have no room to cooperate. Wake up! You're both just trying to make the other take the hits and reap the rewards. At this, Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu exchanged glances but said nothing.
Meng Nanyu, seeing this, smiled indifferently. See?
Your relationship is as fragile as a sheet of paper, it will crumble on its own. Xuefu, you sisters are always on guard against each other, but I'm different.
I'm more open-minded about this. I don't mind if you're with Ning Yuan, and I'd even be willing to help you.
Lu Xuefu heard this and her breathing grew heavy.
Really? Auntie? Lu Shuiying glared angrily at her. Lu Xuefu, you fickle woman. You're driving me crazy. She's lying to you. Meng Nanru smiled sweetly. Xuefu, of course that's a lie.
But you can still compete, let us see who comes out on top. The two sisters fell silent. Seeing that they couldn't get anything from Meng Nanru, and that they couldn't argue with her, and that one sentence from her could shatter their alliance, the two of them knew they weren't a match for her. They didn't want to face Meng Nanyu anymore and decided to go home. Just as they took a step to leave, Meng Nanyu coldly said, "What? Come and go as you please? Do you think your aunt is nothing?" The two of them were startled. Lu Xuefu turned around in shock and asked, "Auntie? Now you remember to call me auntie. But I just wanted you to stay for a late night snack. Otherwise, others might think Meng Nanyu, don't treat my two nieces well." Lu Xuening snorted lightly, once again being outmaneuvered by her aunt.
"If we're having a late night snack, then let's have it. Are you afraid of me?"
Meng Nanru had Huang Ma prepare a stir-fry, then she brought out a bottle of red wine. The three sat down to enjoy a drink.
Lu Xuefu didn't usually drink, but Meng Nan'er said, "Ning Yuan likes to have a little drink."
Lu Xuefu didn't refuse. The three clinked their glasses, and Meng Nanyu spoke gently. "Some things I said earlier sounded too harsh. Now that everyone is calm and the wine has loosened us up, it's the right time to talk. Xuening, I didn't use my position to suppress you. I gave you a fair chance, which is already quite generous of me. Otherwise, I could have shut down your company first, and then with nothing left, what would you have to compete with me? As for you, Xuefu, you're just a college student. I could have your school expel you immediately, and tomorrow the internet would be filled with negative news about you.
But your aunt didn't do that. Isn't that considerate of family ties?" Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu remained silent.
Though they were unwilling to admit it, they had to acknowledge that their aunt was right. However, Meng Nanyu's demeanor suddenly changed, and her tone became icy cold, terrifying Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu into silence.
"You can like Ning Yuan, I won't stop you.
But if you dare to betray him and cause him pain and suffering, I will never forgive you. At that point, don't ever mention family ties to me again. And Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan was with you before because he chose to be.
I won't interfere in that.
But if you dare to force yourself on him now, I'll cripple you first.
Your company will also be wiped out by me. Did you hear me?"
Neither of them said a word.
Meng Nanyu's voice grew even colder. "Didn't you hear me?"
Lu Xuefu obediently replied, "I heard you. I won't betray my brother."
Lu Shuiying, though reluctant, said, "I heard you.
I definitely won't betray him, and I won't use force." Lu Shuining had never considered betraying Ning Yuan, but she had indeed considered using force to compel him to comply. Though this was her last resort.
But now such methods were forbidden by Meng Nanyu. Meng Nanyu's Achilles heel was Ning Yuan. If they dared to disobey him, Meng Nanyu would definitely take action.
Lu Xuefu didn't know how terrifying her aunt was, but after Lu Shuiying became the CEO, she knew how terrifying Meng Nanyu's methods were.
Several small families who dared to target the Meng family were eradicated by the Meng clan.
Those ringleaders, the most vicious and lawless criminals, are said to be in cement barrels in the South China Sea.
Lu Shuiying's face turned bitter. How could she possibly compete with such an aunt? She couldn't possibly win.
However, she soon came to a realization. Her aunt loved Ning Yuan too much, she couldn't bear to see him hurt. In other words, as long as Ning Yuan likes something, she will silently endure it. This was one of the reasons she was willing to give them a fair chance to compete, not because of family ties, as Meng Nanyu had claimed. So, as long as she focused on winning Ning Yuan's heart and made him think of her again, her aunt wouldn't be able to stop her. Her expression softened slightly. Lu Xuefu had the weakest tolerance for alcohol. After drinking, her delicate, beautiful face turned rosy, making her look very cute. She tilted her head. "Auntie, I want to take a photo of Ning Yuan, is that okay?" She had been thinking about this for a long time, simply because she loved these photos so much.
Lu Xuening's eyes lit up as well. Meng Nanyu laughed. "It's not impossible.
If the two of you can get me drunk, taking photos is absolutely no problem.
Otherwise, don't even mention it." Chapter 103, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma's Showdown Part 1. Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu had no objections, they thought they could give it a try.
So the three of them drank and chatted. Meng Nanyu's beautiful face rarely showed a trace of helplessness as she said, "Actually, Ning Yuan is a dormant dragon waiting to rise. He's been suppressed for 5 years, which can be seen as a period of accumulation and building strength.
Ning Yuan will become increasingly outstanding in the future, and there will undoubtedly be many outstanding women around him.
We can only choose to follow or not follow. He won't easily change his mind anymore. As for herself, no matter what Ning Yuan becomes, she would follow him without hesitation.
In truth, with Meng Nanyu's abilities, how could she not know about Mu Qingma and Xiao Rulin's existence?
However, she chose not to pay much attention to them. She didn't want Ning Yuan to be unhappy, which might create a rift between them. 10 years of waiting hadn't made her narrow-minded or obsessed. Instead, she had become more tolerant and generous. She didn't hold a grudge against Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu either. She merely took the opportunity to give them a gentle reminder.
Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu were equally troubled by Ning Yuan's fickleness, but what could they do? After all, they had fallen for him. Lu Shuiying regretted it even more.
Back then, Ning Yuan had been so devoted, but she had foolishly let him slip away. In the end, both Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu were drunk. Lu Shuiying could no longer keep her eyes open, and she kept crying out, Ning Yuan, don't leave.
Don't go. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong.
As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, making her already delicate features even more heartbreaking. Her body slid off the chair and onto the ground. Meng Nanyu quickly caught her before she hit her head. Lu Xuefu, with her eyes half closed in a seductive manner, her flushed face adorned with a sweet smile, said, Brother, hold me. She then reached out and hugged Meng Nanru, resting her face against her shoulder. Brother, how did your pecs get so big? She even rubbed them. Meng Nanyu angrily slapped her hand away. If I ever drink with you guys again, I'll change my name to Zhu Nanyu. Seeing that they were heavily intoxicated, Meng Nanyu called the bodyguards to carry them to the guest room to rest. As for the master bedroom, that was his room with Ning Yuan. The filming of the human skin prison was progressing quickly. After another 10 days of shooting, they had already reached the climax of the film. Earlier, they had filmed the scene where Chen Ning and Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't stop them from telling ghost stories, so each of them told one. After they finished, even the bold Zhang Xing felt a chill run down his spine. After all, telling ghost stories in the depths of a mountain forest at night was simply too thrilling. That night, Zhao Xiaofeng got into trouble. Everyone else was in pairs, but Zhao Xiaofeng was alone. In the middle of the night, he was woken up by the urge to urinate and couldn't hold it any longer, so he went outside to relieve himself. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. He thought it was a teammate and shouted, "Stop messing around." But the person kept tapping his shoulder. Soon he realized something was wrong. The person's hands were cold, not at all like human hands. Just as he was about to scream for help, the dry, icy hand clamped tightly over his mouth and dragged him deep into the forest.
Next came Zhang Xing and his girlfriend.
At the time, they were plowing the fields when they noticed someone walking back and forth outside their tent. They thought it was a prank, but the person used a sharp branch to tear open the tent, revealing a terrifying, grotesque face. It was Zhao Xiaofeng. In the middle of Zhao Xiaofeng's face was a bloody gash, with some scab forming over it, making him look extremely terrifying. Two blood-soaked figures stood beside him, grinning eerily at them. Before they could scream, their mouths were tightly covered. They regretted their decision deeply. Why had they come to this haunted place to explore? Wouldn't it have been better to live a normal life in the city? But at that moment, regret held no meaning. As the sharp nails pierced their skin, two blood-soaked pieces of human skin were peeled off. However, the noise alerted Chen Ning and Xu Lei nearby, as well as another couple. When they stepped out, they saw the darkness filled with countless blood-soaked figures, their eerie eyes fixed intently on them. The four of them were so terrified that they immediately scattered and fled in all directions. The other couple was quickly attacked, and their piercing screams echoed through the forest. And today's performance was the scene where Chen Ning discovered that Xu Lei was also an imposter.
Mu Qingma found Ning Yuan, her voice tinged with shyness. Ning Yuan, do you remember our promise? Today's filming of the movie's climax is also the time for our acting competition to see who's better. Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows, his voice trailing off. Oh?
Mu Qingma, you seem pretty confident.
Mu Qingma didn't know why she found Ning Yuan's voice so alluring. Her face flushed slightly. Of course. I don't want to lose to you.
Losing means you'll have to be punished, Mu Qingma.
I won't lose this time. Mu Qingma's stunningly beautiful face flashed with determination.
The two asked one director, MO director, and lay teacher to be their judges, and the three agreed readily. Ning Yuan had already auditioned this scene before, but at that time, lay teacher had played the role of Xu Lei, while now he was performing it with Mu Qingma. The plot was that Chen Ning and Xu Lei discovered that all their teammates were dead, leaving only the two of them. Chen Ning led Xu Lei in a sprint, but they were soon surrounded by fake people. One of the fake humans stabbed Chen Ning's ankle with a sharp wooden stick, but he was quickly beaten by the others, likely because he had damaged part of Ning Yuan's skin. Chen Ning is severely injured, but he looks at his girlfriend Xu Lei. Despite his extreme fear, he makes a decisive choice in his mind. He will stay behind to fight the fake humans and give Xu Lei time to escape. Xiao Lei, I'll hold them off. Run. But Shulei turned her head and looked at him with a sinister expression. Who are you calling Xiaolei?
The voice was a chilling, hoarse male voice.
Shulei's hands clutched Ning Yuan tightly, refusing to let him escape. Chen Ning looked at her in despair, his pupils dilating wildly, his face turning pale. He couldn't believe that his girlfriend Shulei had already been replaced by the imposters. After the performance, the two returned to the hotel and privately met with Director 1, Director Mo, and Lei Jinjie. Among the three, Wen and Lei Jinjie believed Ning Yuan's acting was better, while Mo thought both were equally skilled.
When Weiren praised, Ning Yuan's performance was spot on. Especially that desperate moment, it was absolutely brilliant.
Even his lips turned pale and bloodless.
That was truly amazing. Lei Jinjie also commented, yes, although Qingma also performed very well, that eerie smile was spine-chilling.
But Ning Yuan's moment of despair was simply too heart-wrenching.
Mu Qingma's expression immediately dropped. Fortunately, it wasn't a one-sided opinion. Director Mo believed their performances were equally good. This was already an improvement from last time.
On the way back to their hotel room, Ning Yuan glanced at Mu Qingma, who was looking down, and comforted him. Mu, you've really improved a lot.
You're almost as good as me now. Mu Qingma bit his lower lip and remained silent. Ning Yuan didn't say anything else, swiped his card, and opened the door to the room.
He thought Mu Qingma was in a bad mood, so he decided to postpone the punishment for next time. However, when he tried to close the door, Mu Qingma blocked it with her hand. Her face flushed red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Ning
Yuan, I lost. I'll keep my promise.
Mu Qingma, don't have the habit of going back on my word.
Chapter 104, I hate you the most.
Ning Yuan heard Mu Qingma say this, his hand stiffened for a moment, then he let go of the door. Mu Qingma turned around to make sure no one was there, then blushed and sneaked into Ning Yuan's room. Ning Yuan closed the door with a loud thud, and Mu Qingma's heart trembled slightly. She stood at the door, unsure of what to do.
Yes, she was nervous. She didn't even know what to say. Ning Yuan casually said, Mu Qingma, find a place to sit down.
Mu Qingma was as obedient as a lamb at that moment, but Ning Yuan's room only had a chair, a sofa, and a bed that could be sat on. Ning Yuan sat on the sofa, which was very close to the chair.
Mu Qingma dared not approach him at all.
She felt like a lamb being led to slaughter, so she could only sit on the edge of the bed.
Ning Yuan's lips curved slightly.
He couldn't resist teasing her. Mu Qingma, you're being quite obedient. You know you're about to be punished, so you're sitting nicely on the bed first. Mu Qingma's face flushed red, and she jumped up as if her butt had been burned. I didn't. She glared at Ning Yuan, if you're going to kiss me, just do it already.
I need to go back.
Seeing her reaction, Ning Yuan's smile grew even wider.
Mu Qingma was much cuter now than before. If he had teased her like this before, they might have ended up fighting again. Mu Qingma, do you think you can go back after we kiss?
Ning Yuan asked with a seductive smile. Ning Yuan, I only agreed to let you kiss above the neck.
You can't do anything else. Mu Qingma finally couldn't take it anymore and crossed her arms.
Seeing her act like a spooked cat, Ning Yuan soothed her. I know.
I'm not that kind of person. Mu Qingma thought to herself, you're not that kind of person?
You were the one who forced a kiss on me last time. At this thought, her breathing grew slightly, and her ample chest began to rise and fall. Ning Yuan suddenly stood up, his tall figure looming over Mu Qingma. Although Mu Qingma was also 175 centimeters tall, Ning Yuan's height of 186 centimeters made him half a head taller than her. Mu Qingma was so scared she stepped back, her fingers trembling. Ning Yuan leaned toward her, pressing her shoulders to make her sit down, and he sat down beside her on the bed. His long fingers lifted Mu Qingma's chin, and his voice suddenly softened.
Qingma, close your eyes.
Mu Qingma bit her lower lip and obediently closed her eyes. Mainly because she dared not open her eyes. However, her eyelashes were trembling slightly. She trembled. Ning Yuan, don't. Ning Yuan leaned closer to her, gazing at her flawlessly beautiful face, his heart racing.
As Ning Yuan drew nearer, Mu Qingma grew even more nervous.
She could even feel the warm breath he exhaled, gently brushing against her cheeks, making them tingle. She pouted her lips slightly. But Ning Yuan only gently kissed her forehead and smiled, saying, that's enough.
Mu Qingma thought to herself, what? That's it? She didn't know whether she felt more joy or disappointment.
Even she didn't realize that she had been anticipating that kiss. She opened her eyes. But she saw Ning Yuan's lips curl up, and he suddenly turned his head. In the moment she was startled, he kissed her lips. Mu Qingma let out a soft moan, her body stiffening as she didn't know where to place her hands. But Ning Yuan was taking whatever he wanted, without restraint.
Mu Qingma's lips were soft and smooth, like a ripe peach, incredibly tempting.
No matter how much Ning Yuan kissed her, he couldn't get enough.
He wanted to keep kissing her.
When Ning Yuan tried to chase after that little tongue, he was pushed away by Mu Qingma. Their lips were still connected by a thin thread. Mu Qingma didn't know why, but suddenly felt very wronged. Her eyes turned red, and tears welled up.
What, you jerk Ning Yuan, why are you always picking on me?
We're not even together, yet you've kissed me so many times.
I hate you so much, what?
Seeing Mu Qingma suddenly start crying, Ning Yuan felt a pang of sympathy.
Ning Yuan leaned closer to her, cupped her face, and kissed her lips again, asking softly, Qingma, do you still hate me now?
Mu Qingma heard his gentle voice, and her heart was filled with both grievance and a hint of sweetness, which gradually spread throughout her entire heart.
You just know how to tempt me.
She huffed, clenched her little fist, and punched him on the chest, pouting, I hate you.
I hate you the most. The little pink fist hit Ning Yuan's heart, making it race. Ning Yuan gently kissed her delicate cherry lips and asked, do you still hate me now? Mu Qingma's tears had stopped.
Seeing Ning Yuan comforting her, the grievance in her heart gradually faded away. Her delicate face and snow-white neck turned crimson.
I still hate you.
Ning Yuan hugged her tightly, pulling her into his embrace, and kissed her earlobe.
Mu Qingma's earlobe was an extremely sensitive spot.
The sudden attack sent shivers down her entire body, and she let out a soft moan, Ning
Yuan, don't. I hate it.
Ning Yuan suddenly kissed her again, and this time they were completely lost in each other, both savoring the warmth of the other's lips.
Mu Qingma responded awkwardly to Ning Yuan.
Her arms naturally wrapped around his neck. They twisted and turned, sucking and biting, as if they wanted to merge their bodies together. Finally, when Mu Qingma could barely breathe, Ning Yuan released her.
He asked softly, Qingma, do you still hate me now? Mu Qingma was overjoyed inside.
She let out a soft moan, her voice sweet and cloying, I hate you so much.
Ning Yuan smiled and said, anyway, I don't hate my little Qingma. Mu Qingma's heart trembled.
She turned her face away, unable to meet Ning Yuan's burning gaze.
I'm not your Qingma. Ning Yuan suddenly looked into her eyes and asked seriously, I want to ask my dear Qingma, do you like me now? Mu Qingma looked at his face.
For some reason, her cheeks flushed. She didn't know where she found the courage, but she suddenly spread her arms and hugged Ning Yuan's neck.
I don't like you. I hate you. I just hate you.
But her arms were clinging tightly to him, her chest rising and falling wildly with her excitement. This was the first time she had ever initiated such a hug with Ning Yuan, the boy she had fallen for at first sight and had always wanted to follow in his footsteps. The boy who had fought with her and never let her go.
Why did Mu Qingma keep chasing him?
It was because she wanted him to stay by her side forever. She clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go for even a moment. At that moment, Mu Qingma finally heard her heart whisper, I hate you, but I like you even more, Ning Yuan.
Chapter 105, Mu Qingma is a good girl.
Ning Yuan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, but Mu Qingma was sensitive, and her voluptuous body twisted uneasily. Ning Yuan smiled and said, if you're going to be so mean, you're not allowed to hug me anymore.
Mu Qingma pouted, I want to hug you. Who let you kiss me?
Ning Yuan studied the girl in his arms carefully. He gently lifted her face with his hand, making her look at him. But Mu Qingma was too shy to look at him.
What are you doing?
You big bully.
Ning Yuan spoke softly, I just want to see my Qingma. Mu Qingma reluctantly looked up, but her eyes darted away. What's so interesting? You've seen it before.
Ning Yuan looked at her delicate, blushing cheeks, which no longer bore the usual coldness, but were now filled with shyness and tenderness.
She was as vibrant as a blooming peach blossom.
Ning Yuan praised her sincerely, Qingma is truly beautiful.
Mu Qingma's lips curved upward.
She had tried to suppress it, but she simply couldn't.
She could only hum, do I need to say it?
Ning Yuan teased her, if you want to laugh, just laugh.
Mu Qingma pouted, I wasn't laughing. You're mistaken. You're so annoying. You're holding me tight and still calling me annoying? Say it again, and I'll tickle you. Mu Qingma glared at him, I just don't like you.
Try it if you dare.
Ah.
Ning Yuan's hand slowly moved upward. Mu Qingma sucked in a sharp breath, her heart racing in panic, no, don't. Ning Yuan pinched her, and Mu Qingma, who had been trembling all over, mustered all her strength to slap away his mischievous hand.
Pervert. You touched me again. Ning Yuan felt wronged. What do you mean again? I didn't touch you before, did I? Plus, my Mu Qingma is really a good girl, isn't she?
Ning Yuan had already felt it and was certain.
She hides it well, this little watermelon. If I say it, it's true. And of course I'm a good girl, do I need to say it?
Mu Qingma didn't know the meaning of those two words and thought Ning Yuan was complimenting her, feeling both shy and delighted. Ning Yuan was otherwise a decent person, but he was just a bit too mischievous. He hasn't even confessed his feelings yet, and he's already touching her.
How naughty.
Suddenly, she recalled the novel Lemon Love, where Ning Yuan was constantly teased by the protagonist. She couldn't help but giggle softly. However, when she thought of the passionate scenes in the novel, her body grew even hotter. Originally, Mu Qingma had been tightly hugging Ning Yuan, but now, as she recalled those scenes, her chest rose and fell rapidly. She felt that Ning Yuan must have noticed, and she grew even more shy, so she let go of him.
I have to go back. She felt she had to leave, otherwise, staying any longer might lead to trouble. There would be bloodshed. At that moment, Ning Yuan's body also began to heat up. He pulled Mu Qingma closer. Hold me a little longer. No. We're not related. Why are you holding me so tightly? Mu Qingma was even more frightened. She pouted and pushed him away, running out immediately. She even closed the door behind her. Only after leaving the room did she realize she should have checked if anyone was outside before leaving. However, the hotel they were staying in was very secluded, and ordinary people couldn't get in. Mu Qingma patted her chest, sighed in relief, and slowly walked back into the room. Back in the room, she sat on the bed, staring blankly at her phone. She was waiting for a message from Ning Yuan. After waiting for nearly half an hour, there was still no response. What the heck is that jerk doing? He kissed and touched me, and now he's ignoring me. She couldn't help but send him a message, you big jerk. I hate you. At that moment, Ning Yuan had already finished his evening routine and was getting ready for bed. When he saw Mu Qingma's message, he couldn't help but smile. This proud little thing, she clearly misses him, yet she is pretending to hate him. So he replied, Qingma, I was thinking about you earlier, so I got lost in thought and forgot to say goodnight. Good night, Qingma, sweet dreams. On her end, Mu Qingma was overjoyed upon seeing the message. She read the message over and over again, several times, before finally replying, I don't believe you were thinking about me. Well, since you said goodnight, I'll say goodnight too, you stinky Ning Yuan. Mu Qingma also started brushing her teeth and went to bed. At 2 a.m., someone sat up in bed, turned on the light, booted up the computer, and opened WeChat in one fluid motion. He scrolled to the chat interface with Ning Yuan. Qingma, I was thinking about you earlier, so I zoned out and forgot to say goodnight. Good night, Qingma. Sweet dreams. He. The person's face turned red, and they giggled before turning off the light and going to sleep. Bad guy. The next day, filming continued. However, Mu Qingma deliberately kept a distance from Ning Yuan today. Whenever she caught him looking over, she lowered her head. Seeing her shy expression, Ning Yuan didn't tease her during work. Work is work, and love is love, both must be taken seriously. Although they had filmed the climax of the movie yesterday, it didn't mean that all the previous scenes had been completed. Because the production team wanted to save costs and time, they usually concentrated on shooting one scene at a time to avoid repeatedly setting up and dismantling sets, thereby improving efficiency. The scenes set in the deep mountains and forests have been completed. Over the next month, filming progressed quickly, and the shooting schedule began to wind down. Once Ning Yuan finished the last shot, Director Wen announced loudly, Everyone, our film is wrapped today. The entire crew erupted into cheers. Ning Yuan smiled and clapped his hands, while Mu Qingma secretly glanced at Ning Yuan. When Ning Yuan looked over, his gaze met Mu Qingma's. Mu Qingma quickly looked away, her ears turning red. What are you looking at? Never seen me before? Ning Yuan chuckled. This little rascal. It was clearly her who had been peeking at him first, yet she was the one accusing him. Ning Yuan could only say, alright, I'll look at you first. Is that better? Mu Qingma heard his helpless, boyfriend-like tone and couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. Later, the production team organized a wrap-up banquet, and Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma also attended. Ning Yuan and the directors, Wen and Mo, drank until they were 7 parts drunk before returning. Mu Qingma kept an eye on her. Other female actors approached her to chat, but Mu Qingma didn't even notice, just responding with a few half-hearted ahs and ohs. The next morning, everyone returned to the city one after another. Ning Yuan had wanted to hug Mu Qingma, but there were too many people around, so he had to give up. He said to her, Goodbye, Qingma. Mu Qingma refused to say goodbye, she simply disliked those 2 words. Her eyes were red, and even when she got into the car, she looked dejected and said nothing. Lian Qingqing knew exactly what was going on. She knew that Qingma was reluctant to part with Ning Yuan and wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to do so. Lately, she had noticed that Mu Qingma was also reading her novel. She thought to herself, maybe I'll arrange 2 more passionate chapters for Qingma tonight, hoping she'll feel a little happier. But soon, Lian Qingqing saw a faint smile on Mu Qingma's face in the rearview mirror. Mu Qingma tightly gripped her phone. On her WeChat, there were a few simple words from Ning Yuan, I miss you already. Mu Qingma's lips curved into a smile. Chapter 106, The Beautiful Woman at the Gym. Mu Qingma had been feeling very unhappy because she had been separated from Ning Yuan. Now, seeing Ning Yuan's message, she finally felt a bit better. Lian Qingqing noticed that Qingma finally wasn't frowning anymore and was smiling and chatting, so she also felt relieved. The atmosphere earlier had been too oppressive. However, she could still arrange some steamy novel chapters for Mu Qingma when she got back. Ji Xiaoju was driving, and Ning Yuan was sitting in the back seat playing with his phone. He saw that there were dozens of messages in the fish-catching squad group. Suyu was tearfully berating Wu Xin for being such a deadbeat in the group. Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask what had happened. Suyu explained what had happened, and both he and Sun Yanxiu couldn't help but laugh out loud in the group chat.
It turned out that recently Suyu and Wu Xian had been getting pretty close.
Wu Xian wanted to introduce Suyu to a wealthy woman, but Suyu said he wasn't interested.
As a result, Wu Xian later told Suyu that he wanted to take him to a bar to pick up girls.
This thrilled Suyu to no end. He thought his lucky break had finally come.
But when he followed Wu Xian to the bar, he was shocked to find that the place was full of men. It turned out that the so-called picking up girls meant that Suyu was the one being picked up.
Scared out of his wits, Suyu turned and ran away. Wu Xian scolded him, "You don't like rich women, and you're not interested in dating. I thought you liked men. I even found you a bunch of rich second-generation guys. How was I supposed to know you didn't like them either?"
Suyu was about to cry, "I like girls, not rich second-generation guys." Soon Yanxiu comforted him, saying her company had many young women she could introduce him to.
Suyu finally cheered up.
Ji Xiaoju drove Ning Yuan back to the villa. After saying goodbye to her, Ning Yuan turned and entered the villa. Meng Nanyu had already received the message and was waiting at the door. Ning Yuan saw Meng Nanyu smiling, spread his arms, and Meng Nanyu ran over and threw herself into his embrace. This icy beauty, who held such power within the family and the corporation, acted like a lovesick teenager around Ning Yuan, always treating him with tenderness and affection. Ning Yuan held Meng Nanyu tightly, spinning her around a few times before gently setting her down. Meng Nanyu wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest, inhaling deeply, taking a few epic breaths of his scent.
Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel lucky that he hadn't hugged Mu Qingma in the morning, otherwise, Nanyu would have noticed. Never underestimate a woman's sensitivity to smells.
Ning Yuan picked Meng Nanyu up in a waist-high carry. "Honey, let me see if you've grown a little." Meng Nanyu blushed and her heart raced. "Xiao Yuan, it's still morning."
"Perfect, I didn't have breakfast." Ning Yuan carried Meng Nanyu to the bedroom door and kicked it open with a single kick.
Then he threw Meng Nanyu onto the soft bed and pounced on her. By the time Meng Nanyu sat at the dining table with a flushed face, over an hour had passed. Earlier, she and Ning Yuan had engaged in a deep discussion about import and export trade issues.
That guy Ning Yuan. Meng Nanyu felt a bit overwhelmed.
Mainly because Ning Yuan had been eating vegetarian food on set for months and was starving. Meng Nanyu was so exhausted she couldn't even lift her hand, and her voice was hoarse from shouting.
Ning Yuan could only feed Meng Nanyu some porridge. Meng Nanyu gave Ning Yuan a flirtatious glance. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. Meng Nanyu's eyes narrowed. Ning Yuan lowered his eyebrows. He sighed and continued feeding his wife the porridge. After Meng Nanyu finished the porridge and regained some strength, she called the female driver to take her to work. Ning Yuan stayed home to rest. In the afternoon, Ning Yuan had nothing to do and remembered that he had purchased a gym membership. After all, now that he had a few women, even though his physical build was good, he still needed to exercise. Why do men need to work out, and why must they focus on their legs? Because leg training increases testosterone, which makes men more masculine. Why is Ning Yuan so strong? Because he actually works out and has 8-pack abs. When the tall, handsome Ning Yuan entered the gym, he immediately caused a stir. The mask he's wearing adds an extra touch of mystery. The women in the gym were all excitedly whispering about Ning Yuan. The female fitness instructor, who was quite attractive, swayed her hips as she walked over to Ning Yuan and asked in a soft voice, "Handsome guy, need a trainer?" She glanced at the people around him and whispered, "It's free." Ning Yuan shook his head and smiled, "Thanks, but no thanks." The female fitness instructor walked away with a hint of disappointment. Looking at Ning Yuan's physique and facial features, he was definitely her type. Unfortunately, he didn't even glance at her. After changing into his workout clothes, Ning Yuan headed to the strength training area, his eyes narrowing slightly. Because there was a voluptuous woman working out her glutes. She was very fair-skinned, with large, full hips. Her rosy cheeks glistened with sweat, and her exaggerated curves seemed to emanate a sensual aura. That mature allure was indescribable. Men, after all, have two main interests. One is a preference for young women with a mature aura. The other is a preference for women with a youthful appearance. Other muscular men working out were also secretly glancing at her. Ning Yuan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. The beautiful woman seemed to sense someone watching her and turned around. And that's when Ning Yuan saw her face. An inexplicable sense of familiarity. She looked just like a more mature version of Ling Xian. Ning Yuan couldn't help but speculate, could she be Ling Xian's older sister? The beautiful woman also noticed Ning Yuan, and her eyes lit up slightly. This man was incredibly handsome, tall and well-built, with an extraordinary appearance. If she had been younger, she would have fallen for him at first sight. However, now that she is old, she can only watch from afar. Since her husband passed away, this is the first time she has seen such a handsome man. "Alas, I was born too late for you, and you were born too late for me. But at least it's nice to look at," the beautiful woman comforted herself. Ning Yuan warmed up first before starting dumbbell curls. He then used the Smith machine for bench presses and squats.
Ning Yuan lay on the bench press, gripping the barbell on the Smith machine with both hands, pushing it upward until his arms were fully extended, then slowly lowering it back to just above his chest. His well-defined pectoral muscles stood out even more under the intense workout, exuding a surge of testosterone. The beautiful woman glanced a few times before daring to look away. It was truly enough to make one blush. After finishing his workout, Ning Yuan took a shower and left. The beautiful woman watched his departing figure, staring for a while. For some reason, she lost her motivation to continue and began packing her things to go home. Only a group of muscular gym-goers were left behind, lamenting that such a beautiful young woman had left. When the beautiful woman returned home, an equally attractive older woman called out to her, "Mom, weren't you going to the gym? Why are you back so soon? Tonight, I'm going to invite my friends over for dinner." Chapter 107, The beautiful woman at the gym is actually Ling Xian's mother. Ling Xian had sent a message to Ning Yuan earlier that morning, inviting him over for dinner tonight. However, Ning Yuan hadn't replied yet. At the office, Ling Xian's colleagues were surprised to see that Ling professor, who usually looked cold and elegant, was smiling. "Professor Ling, is there something happy happening? Your smile is so sweet." A female colleague couldn't help but ask curiously. Ling Xian was startled. Had she been that obvious? "Nothing much," Ling Xian replied politely. When it was time for class, Ling Xian walked in wearing high heels, her steps light and graceful. Her waist-length hair swayed gently with her slender figure, as if she were the embodiment of cold elegance and sharpness. As Ling Xian stepped onto the podium, the girls in the classroom whispered, "Wow, Professor Ling is so beautiful. I heard many male professors like her." They were all her loyal fans. "Yeah, I've heard that too, but Professor Ling is like a strong female lead in a drama. She probably doesn't like men. Except for being a bit more approachable with us students, she's always so aloof with everyone else. Look at Professor Ling. I feel like she's smiling. Could Professor Ling be in love? I don't think so. I can't even imagine who could be good enough for such a beautiful and talented Professor Ling." Professor Ling began her lecture. On the podium, Professor Ling exudes a unique charm. When she gets into her lecture, her captivating eyes sparkle with a gentle glow. The sunlight streaming in through the window cast a golden glow on her profile. In that moment, the radiance of knowledge and the professor's beauty achieved the most perfect balance. The entire podium became a stage where she showcased her wisdom and charm, leaving the students surrounding her in a state of enchantment. After class, Ling Xian packed her books and left decisively. She couldn't wait to go home. When Ling Xian returned home, Ning Yuan had already replied, "All right, Professor Ling, I'll trouble you tonight." Ling Xian couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Her steps grew lighter, and just then she saw her mother, Ling Jiyun, return home. She asked her mother a question. She took another look at her mother. "Mom, you're getting in better shape. You've got a great figure." Ling Jiyun ignored her teasing and instead zeroed in on the important part. Which of your friends is coming over for dinner?" "Oh, are you talking about the guy you like?" The usually composed Ling Xian blushed slightly and nodded. Ling Jiyun smiled broadly. "Oh, our Miss Ling has finally come to her senses. Should Mom go out tonight?" Ling Sun scolded playfully. "Mom. Oh my gosh, you're thinking too much. Nothing like that will happen. We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. After tonight, won't you be boyfriend and girlfriend?" Ling Jiyun chuckled to herself. They were both adults after drinking, their emotions might get carried away, and something happening wouldn't be unusual. However, her daughter was shy. Even if she had such thoughts, she wouldn't tell her mother. Let the young ones do as they please. She would just put in earplugs and get a good night's sleep. Ling Xian felt both excited and nervous. Now that her mother was out of the picture, Ling Jiyun fully supported her choice. And she believed that her mother would also like this future son-in-law once she saw Ning Yuan. But she didn't know if Ning Yuan would like her mother when he arrived. After all, Ling Xian still hoped that Ning Yuan, as her future family member, could get along peacefully with her mother. However, she believed that Ling Jiyun was an intelligent and well-educated mother, like a proper lady from a good family, who should be able to make Ning Yuan feel at ease. She still reminded her mother, "Mom, don't be too hard on him when he comes." Ling Jiyun laughed. "Oh, our Miss Ling hasn't even become his girlfriend yet, and she is already taking his side. What will happen if she marries him in the future?" Ling Xian clung to her mother's arm and pouted. "No, I'm just worried. I hope you two can get along well." She suddenly remembered another question. "Mom, what should we cook for dinner tonight? Last time we ate, I noticed he didn't seem to have any food aversions and preferred spicy food." This was no problem for the capable and thoughtful Ling Jiyun. If you like spicy food, we can make mapo tofu and diced chili fish head, and add a big plate of chicken. That should be plenty." "Okay, great. Thank you, Mom. I love you the most." Ling Xian hugged her mother's voluptuous body and kissed her on the cheek. Ning Yuan finished his workout and returned home to see Ling Xian's message. He told Meng Nanyu he was going to a friend's house for dinner, and Meng Nanyu gently reminded him not to drink too much. Ning Yuan replied to Ling Xian,
After changing his clothes, he suddenly remembered that if he was going to Ling Xian's house for dinner, he should buy a gift. After all, it was his first time visiting her home. Ling Xian, who's south at your place? Ling Xian replied, just me and my mom. You don't need to bring any gifts, just come over. If it were a girl, this would be a subtle hint to buy a gift. But Professor Ling's personality meant she was genuinely telling Ning Yuan not to waste money. However, even though Ling Xian said that, Ning Yuan couldn't afford to be impolite.
Even though his parents are no longer with him, Ning Yuan doesn't want others to talk behind his back about him having no proper upbringing. He went to a large shopping mall and saw the vast array of goods, unable to decide what gift to buy for Ling Xian's mother. He quickly made up his mind and bought a jar of premium bird's nest and a jar of donkey hide gelatin. He then followed the navigation address Ling Xian had sent and drove to the residential complex where she lived. He found Ling Xian's home and rang the doorbell. Ling Xian opened the door and saw the tall, handsome Ning Yuan with his charming smile. Ling Xian's lips curved into a smile. If her mother hadn't been home, she would have rushed into Ning Yuan's arms and demanded a kiss. It had been so long since she had seen Ning Yuan, and she had been thinking about him constantly. After all, she had been looking forward to this since yesterday. Ling Xian, aren't you going to invite me in? Ling Xian's cheeks flushed, making her appear even more beautiful. Come in, Ning Yuan. I told you not to buy anything, yet you still did. However, the smile on her face grew even broader. After all, Ning Yuan had gone to the trouble, which meant he valued her more. Ning Yuan glanced around the living room and asked in a low voice, "Where is Auntie?" Ling Xian pointed toward the kitchen and said, "There she is, cooking. It should be almost ready." At that moment, Ning Yuan noticed Ling Xian's mother turning around. And Ling Xian's mother also saw Ning Yuan. Both of them froze for a moment. Ling Jiyun's heart raced. She never imagined that the boy her daughter Ling Xian liked was the tall, handsome man she had seen at the gym today. Although he had been wearing a mask at the time, he wasn't wearing one now. She could only smile wryly. It seems our mother-daughter taste and aesthetic sense are quite similar after all, we both like this type. Ning Yuan was also quite surprised. He never imagined that Ling Sun's mother was the voluptuous, fair-skinned beauty he had seen at the gym. Ling Xian's mother looked surprisingly young. Chapter 108, A Nervous Heart, Trembling Hands. To put it bluntly, Ling Xian and Lu Shuiying are close friends, but Ling Xian's mother had never met Ning Yuan before. This was actually Lu Shuiying's fault. She rarely introduced Ning Yuan to others, whether out of selfishness or for some other reason. Even when she was with Ling Sinny, she rarely brought Ning Yuan along. Ling Jiyun suppressed the flutter in her heart and smiled at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan spoke first, politely saying, "Auntie, hello." Ling Ziyun naturally knew Ning Yuan's name. "Ning Yuan, hello. Feel free to make yourself at home, it's like you're at your own place." Ning Yuan nodded. Ling Sun had already taken the gift and smiled at Ling Jiyun, saying, "Mom, Ning Yuan brought you a gift." Ling Jiyun couldn't help but chuckle. Her daughter really liked Ning Yuan. She was just about to say, "Mom, look how nice my boyfriend Ning Yuan is to you." Ling Xian pulled Ning Yuan to sit down and poured him some tea. "Ning Yuan, have some tea." Ning Yuan took the teacup and said thank you. Ling Xian sat down next to him. "Did you drive here yourself?" She added softly, "My mom is very kind. You don't need to worry." Ning Yuan smiled. He had nothing to worry about. "Does your mother know I'm divorced?" "I told my mom. She said as long as there are no children involved and the divorce isn't your fault, it doesn't matter. We can't let you spend your whole life in a hopeless marriage, can we?" Ning Yuan fell silent. Ling Xian's mother was truly understanding and kind-hearted. Ling Xian gazed at Ning Yuan beside her. It had been 2 or 3 months since they last saw each other, and Ning Yuan looked even more handsome. She wanted to cuddle him so badly. Ning Yuan also looked at Ling Xian and praised, "Professor Ling looks so beautiful today." Ling Xian's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't show it on her face. Really? Today, Ling Xian was wearing a simple white shirt with the collar slightly open, giving her an elegant yet sexy vibe. She paired it with a dark-colored straight-cut skirt, giving her a sharp and professional look. She wore black stockings and black high heels, but the soles of the shoes revealed a hint of eye-catching bright red. As people say, red-soled high heels are dubbed attack speed shoes, supposedly capable of making one go all out. Ning Yuan now understood the meaning behind Ling Xian's outfit. Indeed, when you carry legs adorned with red-soled high heels, the contrast is striking. Ling Jiyun finished preparing the meal, and Ning Yuan hurried over to help serve it. He couldn't just sit there like a lord, waiting for his meal. The kitchen was a bit cramped. As Ning Yuan turned sideways, Ling Jiyun was just about to squat down to take dishes and utensils out of the dishwasher. Combined with her already curvaceous hips, the collision was quite dramatic. Ling Jiyun let out a muffled groan, and Ning Yuan felt deeply apologetic. "Auntie, I'm so sorry." Ling Jiyun kept her head down and didn't respond. Ling Xian, who was sitting outside, asked, "Need some help?" Ling Jiyun's voice trembled slightly. "No, it's okay."
so Ling Xin sat there waiting for dinner.
Ning Yuan carefully avoided Ling Jiyun and brought out the chopped chili fish head. The steaming mist carried a fragrant aroma. Ning Yuan also felt hungry and smiled, saying, "Auntie, your cooking is amazing. This diced chili fish head is so fragrant." Ling Jiyun also came out at this moment and said gently, "Little Yuan, eat more."
The three sat down.
Ling Jiyun said to Ning Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, don't be so polite.
Just treat this like your own home.
I'm not sure if this dish suits your taste.
Try a bit and see. Ling Xin, don't just eat. Help your friends serve some food." Ling Sun giggled, "Xiao Yuan, what do you want to eat?"
Ning Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. "Auntie, Ling Sun, no need to be so polite.
I can serve myself."
Ling Sun smiled and said, "Ning Yuan, I just like helping you."
"Ha? That feels a bit odd." Ling Xin picked a large piece of fish head and placed it in Ning Yuan's bowl.
"Ning Yuan, you seem to have lost some weight since you came back from the film set." Ning Yuan said, "Just a little bit, because I had to go into the forest for filming."
Ling Jiyun also perked up. In truth, she knew very little about Ning Yuan, aside from what Ling Xin had secretly mentioned earlier about his divorce.
She basically followed the principle that as long as her daughter liked someone, she wouldn't interfere in her daughter's love life. Of course, if she found the other person unsuitable, she would share her thoughts with Ling Xin, letting her daughter make her own choice.
This was their family's custom.
Since Ling Sun was already an associate professor, she had surpassed her mother in every aspect and had seen more of the world. Ling Jiyun didn't want to impose her own thoughts on her. Ling Jiyun looked at Ning Yuan. "No wonder little Yuan is so good looking.
He's an actor, isn't he?"
Ling Sun's smile grew wider. "Of course, Ning Yuan has a lot of fans." Ning Yuan said to Ling Jiyun, "Thank you, Auntie.
You're too kind." The atmosphere between the three grew increasingly harmonious.
Ling Jiyun did not exhibit the arrogance or scrutiny one might expect from the parents of the bride, but instead remained gentle, making Ning Yuan feel very at ease.
Ling Jiyun asked curiously, "Xiao Yuan, what's it like to be an actor?" "I'm a bit curious." Ning Yuan answered the question seriously, "Auntie, what's it like to be an actor?" "Let me think about it. Actually, being an actor is just a job.
I enjoy being able to play different roles and experience different lives through acting.
In this process, there are many creative elements.
I can use my body, voice, and emotions to bring the character to life. This is actually a form of personal creation and a challenge to myself, which brings me a great sense of fulfillment."
Of course, there's another reason. When I was a teenager, I was actually very unhappy.
But after becoming an actor, I've always had many fans supporting me and encouraging me, which gives me more motivation to keep striving.
Ling Xin and Ling Jiyun were both looking at Ning Yuan.
When he finished speaking, Ling Xin couldn't help but say, "You've worked hard." Ling Jiyun said, "Xiao Yuan, keep up the good work."
The three of them had almost finished eating, and Ling Xin suggested they have a drink together.
Ning Yuan, being the guest, went along with the flow. As they drank and chatted, Ling Xin was surprised to discover that Ning Yuan was truly a natural at making people feel at ease. He was even getting along well with his mother. Seeing that her mother also liked Ning Yuan, Ling Sun finally felt at ease. Ling Jiyun, having learned that Ning Yuan was an orphan, felt a surge of maternal affection and treated him with even greater tenderness. Before they knew it, the three of them had drunk until the early hours of the morning.
Ling Xin wasn't much of a drinker and had already collapsed into Ning Yuan's arms, unable to sit up straight.
Her arms were already wrapped around Ning Yuan's neck, and she was practically hanging onto him. Ning Yuan deliberately restrained himself. After all, it was his first time at someone else's home, and getting completely drunk would not look good. However, he was already 7 parts drunk. Ling Jiyun, on the other hand, had a good tolerance for alcohol and was still fairly sober.
She realized she shouldn't interfere with the two of them. So she asked Ning Yuan to carry Ling Xin to the room. Ling Sun was already babbling incoherently, clinging to Ning Yuan's neck and nibbling on it. Ning Yuan, I miss you so much." Even worse, she had already started unbuttoning Ning Yuan's shirt, revealing his muscular, well-defined chest. Ling Jiyun's breath caught in her throat, and her heart trembled. She quickly turned her head away. This Ling Sun, she shouldn't have drunk so much. Ning Yuan felt embarrassed, but he knew that Ling Xin was extremely reckless when drunk. Last time they had dinner and drank, she had forcefully kissed him. He quickly picked Ling Sun up and carried her to the room, saying to Ling Jiyun, "Auntie, I'll take her to the room." Ling Jiyun's voice trembled. Go ahead." When Ning Yuan carried Ling Xin into the room and slammed the door shut, Ling Jiyun's weak body staggered slightly. She trembled, covering her heaving chest, and exhaled deeply. Chapter 109, Morning light dimly stains the mandarin duck quilt, still remembering when the gentleman removed the jade hook. Ning Yuan carried Ling Xin into the room. The usually cold and aloof female professor now had a flushed face and seductive eyes as she looked at Ning Yuan. She exclaimed loudly, "Ning Yuan, I want a kiss, a hug, and to be picked up high." Ning Yuan quickly covered her mouth. "Don't be so loud, your mother is outside." But Ning Yuan quickly withdrew his hand, as Professor Ling had licked his palm with her delicate tongue.
It was soft, making Ning Yuan feel a tingle in his heart. Ning Yuan glared at her. Stop being so silly.
Professor Ling just giggled.
She leaned in closer. Ning Yuan, I haven't seen you in so long.
I miss you so much. Why won't you kiss me? Ning Yuan sighed and gently pecked her cheek. Is that enough? Ling Xin pouted. Not enough, not nearly enough.
Her body swayed violently, and if Ning Yuan hadn't been holding her, she would have fallen over. Professor Ling pointed to her own mouth. Kiss here, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan could only try to soothe her, gently pecking her lips again.
Is that enough? No, no. It's too little. Ling Xin looked very upset. I want a French kiss.
It must be said that the drunk Ling Xin was completely different from her usual self, innocent and straightforward, like a girl who only knew how to express her thoughts directly without any subtlety. Ning Yuan kissed her lips again, but this time he warned her, don't stick out your tongue.
But Ling Xin wouldn't listen, repeatedly trying to break through Ning Yuan's teeth.
In the end, Ning Yuan could only let her have her way.
Ling Xin was finally satisfied, hugging Ning Yuan and kissing him non-stop.
Sucking, intertwining, rolling around, playing, their breathing growing increasingly rapid.
Ning Yuan savored the sweetness of Ling Xin's lips, each touch like an electric current coursing through his nerve endings, sending shivers down his spine. Ling Xin was even more overcome with emotion.
Her hands had unconsciously wrapped around Ning Yuan's neck, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her entire body pressed tightly against Ning Yuan's, completely immersed in his kisses, unable to tear herself away.
She even wished time would stop flowing and remain frozen in this moment forever.
Professor Ling's body was growing increasingly hot, and Ning Yuan could feel her as if she were feverish.
Ling Xin kissed him passionately, instinctively straddling Ning Yuan.
She felt so hot that she stopped kissing and began unbuttoning her shirt. Ning Yuan quickly grabbed her hand and whispered, Ling Xin, don't be impulsive.
Your mother is still outside.
But his gaze inadvertently fell on the snow-white cleavage beneath Ling Xin's collarbone, causing his throat to tighten. Professor Ling really had an amazing figure. She was simply irresistible. Especially since she was sitting on Ning Yuan's lap, making it even harder for him to resist.
Ling Xin hummed, that doesn't matter. What? Doesn't it matter if your mother heard that?
Ling Xin explained with a drunken slur, Mom, she'll understand. She must have gone back to her room by now.
Ning Yuan placed both hands on her shoulders and said seriously, Ling Xin, do you know what you're doing? I don't want you to regret this later.
Ling Xin's face grew even redder as she stared into Ning Yuan's eyes, which were beginning to glaze over. She suddenly cupped Ning Yuan's cheeks with both hands and said in a dazed voice, if I don't seize this opportunity, I'll regret it later. She leaned in and kissed him again, murmuring, Ning Yuan, take me.
Ning Yuan couldn't take it anymore.
He picked Ling Xin up in his arms, and she curled up in his embrace, her little head rubbing against his chest.
Ning Yuan placed Ling Xin on the bed. No more. An hour later, Ling Xin lay weakly in Ning Yuan's arms, his chest drenched in sweat.
But half an hour later, Ling Xin's snow-white, jade-like toes, clad in black stockings, began to gently tap Ning Yuan's chest. Her eyes were filled with desire, and her voice was incredibly sweet, Ning Yuan, I want it again. Ning Yuan's gaze grew deep as he slipped a pair of red high heels onto her feet. Meanwhile, Ling Jiyun, who was clearing the dishes in the hall, heard her daughter's voice, which sounded like a mix of pain and pleasure, and her heart raced to the point of bursting. After all, she was also a normal woman. She had normal desires. Moreover, she frequently worked out, which not only kept her in great shape but also intensified her desires. Today, when she saw Ning Yuan at the gym, her heart raced faster than usual, and she even secretly hoped to see him again at the gym in the future. However, Ling Jiyun now realized that he was actually the person her daughter Ling Xin liked. For a moment, she felt a bit disappointed. Now, she heard the sounds coming from Ning Yuan in Ling Xin's room. How could she not feel her heart racing and her body growing weak? Her heart was in turmoil. She had intended to return directly to her own room, but an inner force compelled her to approach and listen closely to the sounds. She tiptoed toward Ling Xin's room, pressed her ear against the door, and listened to the strange sounds. In the end, she could only sit helplessly on the floor by the door. She covered her flushed cheeks with her hands. When she heard Ling Xin say, I want it again, the overwhelming emotion surging in Ling Jiyun's chest could no longer be contained. Her right hand, which had been covering her face, dropped limply. When Ling Xin said no again, Ling Jiyun also let out a soft sigh. Finally, she struggled to her feet and stumbled back into the room. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan and Ling Xin had already started their third game. Ning Yuan chose to attack from the center, while Ling Xin opted to provide support, flanking the enemy from both sides. In the end, through their combined efforts, they successfully charged up to the high ground tower and secured victory. The next morning, Ning Yuan looked down at Ling Xin, who was curled up in his arms, and smiled, little lazy cat, time to wake up. Ling Xin had actually been awake for some time, but she felt shy about her behavior from the night before. But she was, after all, Professor Ling. What was done, and this was something she had always looked forward to. She lifted her head from Ning Yuan's embrace, her expression gentle. Good morning, boyfriend.
Ning Yuan kissed her forehead.
The two of them had officially confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend.
At the end of the last game last night, Ling Xian was exhausted but still looked at Ning Yuan with deep affection. Boyfriend, good night. Ning Yuan also looked at Ling Xian tenderly and kissed her forehead. Girlfriend, good night.
When Ling Xian and Ning Yuan woke up, they found that Ling Jian had already prepared breakfast, but it had already gone cold. There was nothing they could do. It was mainly because Ling Xian was too tired and had woken up late. When she got up, she tidied the bed and blushed as she put away the bedsheet with vibrant red flowers. Ning Yuan saw Ling Jiyun by the dining table. Despite his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush slightly. Auntie, Ling Xian got drunk last night and was crying and causing a scene, so I had to stay and take care of her.
Ling Xian's cheeks were also flushed like the evening sky, and she nodded. Ling Jian looked at them with a hint of resentment. You must have had a tough time.
Ning Yuan felt that Ling Jiyun was implying something, but he could only force himself to say, it's our duty.
Mom, Ning Yuan is my boyfriend.
It's only natural for him to take care of me.
Ning Yuan and Ling Xian exchanged glances.
They thought their excuse was solid, since they assumed Ling Jiyun had gone to bed early last night and wouldn't have heard them.
Chapter 110, Professor Ling leaning against the wall.
Ling Xian was about to sit down when she suddenly grimaced in pain.
It hurt so much.
It was mainly because last night, Ning Yuan had been considerate of Ling Sun, thinking it was her first time and didn't want her to be too rough. However, Ling Professor had tasted the sweetness and couldn't resist. Every time she said she didn't want to, she would come back after half an hour, her face flushed, begging Ning Yuan to do it again. This time, it went on for so long that Ling Xian's thighs were cramping and aching unbearably, and she finally had to give in.
There was nothing to be done.
After over 20 years of celibacy and a life of restraint, Ling Shui had suddenly discovered that doing such things with the person she loved most was simply too pleasurable. That tingling sensation shot straight to the top of his head, making his entire brain feel like it was about to explode. Even now, her mind was still buzzing with excitement, and her face was still flushed. Even last night, Ning Yuan teased her, saying, your face is too seductive, it's like you've been drugged with a love potion. After saying that, she was immediately hit several times by Ling Xian, who was riding a horse, with her pink fists.
Now Ling Xian could barely sit down.
Seeing this, Ning Yuan immediately reached out to help her sit down slowly.
Ling Xian gave Ning Yuan a playful glare and let out a soft hum.
Ning Yuan naturally wouldn't argue that it was her own doing. He merely smiled.
Ling Xian's face turned red again. Ling Jiyun, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel annoyed.
Just a moment ago, they were saying that they had to take care of Ling Xian because she had drunk too much last night.
Now you're exchanging glances and acting all lovey-dovey. Do you think I'm some little cutie?
She cleared her throat softly. Hurry up and eat.
It'll get cold. Ling Xian, don't you have class today? Finish eating and go to class quickly. Ning Yuan was worried she wasn't feeling well and asked, Ling Xian, can you still go to class? Ning Yuan was truly afraid she wouldn't be able to go. Ling Xian saw Ning Yuan's worried expression and felt as sweet as if she had eaten candy. Everything felt like a dream. She was finally with Ning Yuan.
Although she desperately wanted to stay with Ning Yuan, not wanting to be apart for even a moment, today's class was important.
There's an important class today. I can't skip it. I'll go. It's okay.
Ning Yuan could only agree, then I'll walk you there.
Ling Xian's lips curved into a smile. Okay, that is fine. Ling Jiyun felt goosebumps all over her body. If she kept watching, she felt like she might develop hypertension and diabetes. You two eat. I'll go to work first.
Ning Yuan and Ling Xian spoke in unison. Goodbye, Mom Auntie.
After Ling Jian left, Ning Yuan asked softly, does it hurt much? Ling Xian gently tapped him on the head. Yes, a little. It just hurts a bit when I walk.
Ning Yuan sighed helplessly. Who told you to take so much? Ling Xinyun's face flushed red. Humph.
I was drunk. I don't usually act like this. Really? But I want to kiss you now.
Ling Sun naturally puckered her lips, waiting for Ning Yuan to kiss her. But Ning Yuan didn't kiss her. Instead, he burst into laughter.
Ah! How could you be so mean? I used to think you were a steady, honest person. Ling Xian refused to give in. Ning Yuan chuckled. I am honest, but that's why Professor Ling lured me back. Professor Ling's lips curved into a charming smile. Would you be willing to be lured back by me? Of course I would. If you sold me, I'd even help you count the money. The two continued eating while chatting sweetly. Ling Xian suddenly said, Ning Yuan, next time I want to eat the food you cook. I know you're a great cook. Ning Yuan wore a mischievous smile on his face. Is cooking the only thing you're good at? I'm not only a great cook, but I also have big kitchenware. What's big about your kitchenware? Ah! You bad guy.
Ling Xian finally caught on, her face flushing bright red, even her snow-white neck turning crimson.
You rascal. However, she actually liked the side of Ning Yuan even more gentle, playful, and able to take a joke. He seemed even more interesting now.
After they finished eating, Ning Yuan picked Ling Xian up and put her in the car, then sped off, driving her all the way to the entrance of Jinghai University.
This was also what Ling Xian had requested.
Although there might be rumors, she wanted her suitors to know she had a boyfriend and give up.
Fortunately, it didn't cause much of a stir.
It was already class time, and there weren't many people at the gate. Once inside the campus, Ling Xian didn't need Ning Yuan to accompany her anymore.
Otherwise, it would have been too flashy.
Of course, this also made Professor Ling, who usually walked with a breeze, bite her lower lip and walk slowly. When climbing the stairs, she could only hold onto the wall to walk.
She simply couldn't stand it anymore. Finally reaching the office, a familiar female colleague noticed her unusual gait and asked with concern, "Professor Ling, what's wrong?" Ling Xian replied with a helpless expression, "I accidentally fell at home yesterday and strained my thigh muscle. It still hurts a bit when I walk."
Be careful in the future, Professor Ling.
Thank you for your concern.
When Ling Xian arrived at the classroom to teach, her two fangirls quickly noticed something off about Professor Ling.
Professor Ling's expression seems different.
Before, she was cold and elegant, but now she looks more radiant, and she occasionally smiles, making her seem more lively and energetic.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's like she's in love. Exactly. I was going to say the same thing. Oh my gosh, could Professor Ling really be in love? If the goddess is in love, how many male teachers and male students will have their hearts broken? Meanwhile, at the other end of Jinghai University.
During class, Lu Xuefu looked at Tongtong beside her with a speechless expression.
Tongtong, stop being so silly. It's just a drama. You're crying like this? I don't even know what drama you're watching.
Tongtong was still wiping away her tears. In the latest 2 episodes of Step by Step in the workplace last night, Yen Ting was hit by a car and died while saving Qin Dai. This was heartbreaking for Tongtong, and she couldn't help but cry for a long time, using up an entire pack of tissues.
Meanwhile, Ning Yuan's fan group was in an uproar, filled with sobs.
Wah, I'm crying so hard. I feel so sorry for brother Yen Ting.
Ah, Yen Ting is gone like this?
The production team, give me back my brother.
This is pointless. I don't want to watch anymore.
I only liked watching the Qin Yen couple.
Moreover, this incident made it to the trending topics, ranking 3rd on the trending list.
A male lead being killed off in a TV drama actually made it to the 3rd spot on the trending list. This has left many people speechless. This shows just how popular the show Step by Step in the workplace is. Huaxia Satellite TV has secured the top spot in the primetime ratings thanks to this show. Ning Yuan has also gained widespread recognition through this show, with his fanbase surpassing the 10 million mark once again.
Tongtong, a die-hard fan, cried for hours last night and couldn't stop crying in class today. At first, Lu Xuefu thought she had broken up with her boyfriend.
But when she heard it was because of the TV show, she almost burst out laughing. Finally, seeing her best friend's eyes swollen from crying, she managed to hold back and comforted her. "It's okay, maybe I'll take you out to play next time."
Tongtong finally stopped sniffling. "Where should we go? What should we do?" Xuefu.
She looked like she was saying, "If you suggest something boring, I'll keep crying."
Lu Xuefu tilted her head and thought for a moment, her eyes sparkling. "How about we go camping?" "Camping?"
Tongtong stopped crying completely, her face lighting up with interest.
"Yes, it's so much fun."
Lu Xuefu's eyes sparkled. "But, Tongtong, 2 girls going camping isn't safe."
"But I can bring Ning Yuan brother along, so it'll be safe. I can even sneak a kiss with my brother, hee hee."
Lu Xuefu thought to herself.
Chapter 111, Top 2 on the school beauty ranking. Actually, Lu Xuefu had thought of camping because her popularity at school was growing.
Everyone knew that the top 2 school beauties at Jinghai University were Lu Xuefu and Xu Tong, and they were also best friends. Speaking of which, there was no dispute that Lu Xuefu ranked first on the school flower list.
Tongtong's second place ranking was highly controversial, as her looks couldn't outshine those of the girls ranked 3rd and 4th.
However, the votes were cast by boys, and Tongtong has an astonishingly large bust, which creates a strong visual impact. As a result, the boys all gave her extra points, forcing her into second place.
Lu Xuefu is also an extremely famous cosplayer.
Everyone thought she would continue to develop in this field after gaining fame from her cosplay of Hatsune Miku. However, to everyone's surprise, after her Hatsune Miku cosplay, Lu Xuefu has not appeared at any anime conventions. Besides her fans, the boys at school are also eagerly awaiting more of Lu Xuefu's cosplay.
However, Lu Xuefu couldn't care less.
Such fame seemed like nothing to her. The vice president of the Outdoor Sports Association at Jinghai University is Lu Xuefu's classmate, and she has been striving to expand the association. The association's main activities include hiking, trekking, cycling, and camping. She thought that if she could invite both Lu Xuefu and Xu Tong, the 2 most popular girls in school, to join the association, the boys in school would go crazy and all want to join the association. That would perfectly achieve her goal. So she took the opportunity to mention to Lu Shuefu several times how fun outdoor sports were, the benefits of joining the association, and even offered her the position of minister. Lu Shuefu, however, scoffed at her. She thought to herself, even if you offered me the president position, I wouldn't be interested. Yet you keep talking about being a vice president. If it weren't for the fact that they were classmates, she would have already kicked her out. Now, besides attending classes, Lu Shuefu also had to watch out for those little temptresses trying to seduce her older brother. She was already busy enough. Who has time or interest in joining some silly sports club? If she had any extra time, wouldn't it be better to go on a sweet date with her brother and cuddle? Hugging and kissing her brother, lifting him high in the air, wouldn't that be better? Even if she wanted to exercise, she could just ask her brother. However, although she firmly refused, the word camping stuck in her mind. Lu Shuefu thought maybe she could go camping too. She could just ask Ning Yuan to accompany her. Seeing Tong Tong crying so sadly, she blurted out that she wanted to go camping with her. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. The main reason was that there were too many rivals now. The big boss Meng Nanyu, her older sister Lu Shuiying, and Ling Xian, her sister's close friend, were all keeping a close eye on her. Fortunately, Ling Xian probably doesn't stand a chance, otherwise she'd really be in tears. If, after the camping trip, even her own best friend ends up liking Ning Yuan, that would be terrifying. She'd really cry herself to death. She'd probably start doubting whether she has a bull's head complex. Everyone would tease her. However, she thought about it and decided there was no need to overreact. Tong Tong claims to be a love strategist, an expert in all kinds of tactics, but in Lu Shuefu's eyes, Tong Tong is just a talker who has never even held a guy's hand. Plus, she doesn't seem very smart, so she doesn't pose much of a threat. After all, with such a large bust, all the nutrients must go to her chest, leaving little for brain development. As the saying goes, big breasts, no brain. Tong Tong had also heard of camping and had been invited by her classmate, the vice president of the outdoor sports club. However, Tong Tong declined, as she wasn't interested. Going out to play with a bunch of strangers, what's the fun in that? But when Shuefu invited her, it was different. She was very interested. Her swollen eyes sparkled. She quickly thought of a question. Shuefu, are just the two of us girls going? That's not safe. Or do you want to bring your boyfriend, that old, that man along? Stop always calling him old. He's not old at all. He's 25, in the prime of his life. You'll see when you meet him. He's 25 and dating us 18-year-olds? That's like an old cow eating tender grass. Don't you think he's bad? He's not bad. Lu Shuefu was getting annoyed and almost blurted out, I like being eaten by an old cow. Lu Shuefu puffed out her cheeks, my brother is a great guy. He is tall, handsome, kind, and famous. There are countless girls who like him. How dare you call him bad? Plus, I'm warning you, if you ever meet my brother, you better not like him. Otherwise, I'll beat you to a pulp. Tong Tong heard such a terrifying threat and covered her chest in fear. Shuefu, you're such a bad girl. I won't let you touch me. Don't worry, I'm not interested in men over 25. She added in her mind, except for him who's 25. Moreover, Tong Tong didn't believe a word of what Lu Shuefu said about her boyfriend being tall and handsome. She probably just thought he was the class heartthrob. Shuefu, Tong Tong, I may not be very tall, but I have high standards. So you can rest assured. You're not just not very tall, you're short. Tong Tong protested wildly. After that, the two discussed when to go camping. But they couldn't go now, they had to wait until after the midterm exams. Yes, you heard correctly. Jinghai University is that strict, even college students have midterm exams. The thing is, Jinghai University isn't just going through the motions, this midterm exam actually counts toward the final grade. It's often mocked by students as feeling like high school all over again. While Lu Shuefu and Tong Tong were discussing quietly, many male classmates in the class also fixed their gaze on them. There's nothing they can do about it, having two school beauties in their class is just too much to handle. Many male classmates couldn't resist bragging to their friends about having two incredibly beautiful girls in their class. And they'd get envious glances from their friends. But Lu Shuefu and Tong Tong were oblivious, still engrossed in their discussion. Tong Tong curiously asked, Shuefu, it's been so long. Can you show me a photo of your boyfriend? I'll tell you about my favorite idol too. Lu Shuefu replied impatiently, your idol? Can he compare to my brother? If you have a boyfriend, we can exchange photos, but your idol is out of the question. Tong Tong wrapped her arm around Lu Shuefu's arm and pouted, her full chest rubbing against her, just tell me, please? You said he's super handsome, right? Let me see if he's really that handsome. Lu Shuefu hesitated for a moment, pulled out her phone, found Ning Yuan's photo, and then covered his face. Look, isn't he tall? His posture is so straight, right? Tong Tong took a look and her eyes widened. Although she couldn't see his face, there was an odd sense of familiarity about his build. Chapter 112, Lu Shuefu runs to meet Ning Yuan. Tong Tong wondered to herself who this could be, and why it felt so familiar. Lu Shuefu's phone received a message on WeChat. She opened it and a look of surprise flashed across her face. It was actually a message from Ning Yuan.
Shuefu, I'm at the school gate.
Lu Shuefu was overjoyed and almost dropped her phone. She hadn't seen Ning Yuan for ages. The last time she saw him was at her aunt's villa, where she had tried to drag Ning Yuan away, only to be kicked out by her aunt.
That wicked aunt. The smile on Lu Shuefu's face couldn't be contained.
She was so happy she couldn't sit still, twisting and turning. Tong Tong watched her speechlessly, unable to help but look down on Lu Shuefu for being so love-struck.
Lu Shuefu just wanted to see Ning Yuan right now. But the teacher was still in class, so Lu Shuefu had no choice but to wait until the bell rang.
As soon as class ended, before the teacher had even left, Lu Shuefu dashed out of the classroom like a whirlwind. She left Tong Tong and a group of classmates who were equally confused and had no idea what had happened.
Lu Shuefu ran to the school gate but couldn't see Ning Yuan anywhere.
She was anxious and quickly took out her phone to call Ning Yuan.
"Brother, where are you? I can't see you anywhere."
Ning Yuan's gentle voice came through. "I'm right in front of you."
"Keep going a little further. Can you see the Maybach?" Lu Shuefu looked ahead and indeed saw a Maybach.
Ning Yuan was waving at her from the car window. Lu Shuefu hurried over and sat in the passenger seat with a smile. Seeing her out of breath, Ning Yuan's smile grew even wider.
"You didn't have to run so fast. I would have waited for you, little dummy."
Lu Shuefu snuggled up to him, wrapping her arms around his arm and pouting, "Big brother, I haven't seen you in so long.
I missed you." Smelling the familiar scent on Ning Yuan's body, she felt incredibly at ease.
Ning Yuan drove the car to a secluded spot before stopping. Lu Shuefu had been clinging tightly to his arm the whole time. Now that she saw no one around the car, her expression grew even more bold. "Brother, brother, give me a kiss."
A young girl's love is so unrestrained and passionate.
Ning Yuan pinched her little cheek, leaned in, and kissed her lips. Just as he was about to pull away, Lu Shuefu wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her soft lips against his. Ning Yuan could only surrender to the sweet fragrance of the young girl. When the kiss had gone on long enough, Lu Shuefu finally had to let go of Ning Yuan, because this naughty older brother was touching her everywhere. He had rubbed her so much that she was about to scream. The two stopped kissing, but Lu Shuefu still clung to Ning Yuan. She pouted her lips. "Brother, you don't like Shuefu, do you? You didn't come to see me for so long. Aren't you afraid your Shuefu will be taken away by someone else?"
"Of course I'm afraid. How could I not be?
I even want to write 'This is Ning Yuan's little treasure' on your forehead.
And I want to plant a few more strawberries on your neck." "Ah, don't, brother."
Ning Yuan buried his face in her neck, and Lu Shuefu tilted her snow-white neck, her eyelashes trembling as she bit her lower lip and breathed heavily.
Ning Yuan planted a few small strawberries on her neck before asking, "Is that enough?"
Lu Shuefu blushed and buried her face in his chest, gently rubbing his chest muscles, her voice soft and sweet. "Enough, big brother." The two spent some time together, but Lu Shuefu had to go back to class. Ning Yuan remembered that he still had something belonging to Lu Shuiying on him. He took out a bag and said, "Give this back to your sister."
"What's this?" Lu Shuefu held the bag, curiously asking. Ning Yuan didn't want to hide it from her, lest it cause unnecessary misunderstandings.
He hated it when both parties in a relationship acted like riddles, refusing to speak their minds and instead causing irreparable misunderstandings. He explained it briefly to Lu Shuefu, who nodded. "All right, I'll give it to my sister." The two parted ways. Lu Shuefu lingered reluctantly, turning back every few steps as she walked back to school. She longed to be with her brother, but for now, it wasn't possible. At least they had shared a moment of intimacy in the car earlier, which eased her longing slightly. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan drove to the company. This time, when Ning Yuan returned to the company, his colleagues reacted differently. When Ning Yuan made his comeback, not many people had high hopes for him. However, now that he had gained recognition from the audience through his role in Yin Ting, although he couldn't be said to have completely regained his former fame, he had at least gained significant recognition. Given his current status, with one or two more works, he might just become a sensation again. The entertainment industry is the most pragmatic place when you have the chance to make a comeback. People's attitudes toward you will inevitably change. So along the way, Ning Yuan could hear his colleagues greeting him. "Ninggu, good morning.
Ninggu is back. You're looking sharp again."
Ning Yuan truly felt that when you succeed, you realize that everyone around you is a good person.
Ning Yuan greeted everyone and walked back to his office.
Yang Dong knew he was back, so he immediately brought Ji Xiaoju over to chat with him.
Yang Dong's smile grew even broader when he saw Ning Yuan. Back when Xiao Ruolin asked him if he was willing to be Ning Yuan's agent, he was a bit hesitant at first.
Fortunately, after reviewing Ning Yuan's resume and films, he finally decided to take the role. It could be said that Ning Yuan was the easiest actor he had ever managed. He had excellent acting skills, a clear career plan, and no airs about him. "Ning Yuan, congratulations on wrapping up your new movie. I also want to congratulate you on the huge success of Step by Step in the workplace. I'm truly happy for you. Along the way, we've all seen the hard work and effort you've put into your role. This success is the best reward. I look forward to seeing you shine even brighter and achieve even greater accomplishments. Ji Xiaoju chimed in, Dongge, Ning Yuan's acting is amazing. Directors Wang, Su, and Wen all praised him highly. You have no idea how hard he worked on set. All of this success is well deserved. This TV series and 2 films were all projects where Ji Xiaoju stayed by Ning Yuan's side, witnessing firsthand how popular he was on set. Ning Yuan, don't get too big for your britches just because you've achieved a little success. A smooth, authoritative voice rang out. Ning Yuan looked toward the door and saw Xiao Rulin standing there. Xiao Rulin was stunning today, wearing a peach-colored chiffon blouse, a black slit front skirt, and black high heels. She exuded a seductive, mature charm. Ning Yuan, come here. I have something to tell you. You must stay humble and avoid arrogance. Xiao Rulin crossed her arms and spoke to Ning Yuan in a calm tone. Ning Yuan's lips curved into a smile. He knew that Xiao Rulin had come personally because she couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 113, Ning Yuan meets Xiao Rulin's parents Part 1. Ning Yuan suppressed his smile and replied earnestly, Alright, Ms. Xiao, I'll be right there. I'll definitely stay humble and keep working hard. Ning Yuan stood up and followed Xiao Rulin out. Ji Xiaoju patted her chest, still shaken, and said, Ms. Zhao Zora is terrifying. I couldn't even speak in her presence. Mr. Ning is probably going to get scolded again. Only Yang Dong, the extremely intelligent one, sneered inwardly. He thought to himself, you're just so naive. In reality, you and I are merely pawns in Xiao Rulin and Ning Yuan's game. As a company veteran, he knew Xiao Zong's personality well. In the past, she would never have allowed a male subordinate into her office. And Ning Yuan, who is frequently summoned to the office by Mr. Xiao for criticism, is completely against the norm. The key point is that Ning Yuan is so handsome that even if the boss were to fall for him, it would make sense. So he speculated that Mr. Xiao and his male subordinate Ning Yuan were engaged in a secret romance. However, he naturally wouldn't say anything. As a smart person, he needed to find a way to help the boss cover it up. So he said. Sigh, Mr. Xiao sees Ning Yuan's rising star and naturally fears he might get too arrogant, leading to poor decisions. For the sake of the company's development, it's necessary to give Ning Yuan a wake-up call. Don't worry, and don't mention this to anyone else. After all, you're Ning Yuan's assistant, we rise and fall together. Ji Xiaoju nodded firmly, alright, I won't say a word. I just feel bad for brother Yuan getting scolded by Mr. Xiao again. Yang Dong shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, you should be worried about yourself. A scolding is a sign of affection. How many people would kill to be called into Mr. Zhao's office for a lecture? Moreover, Ning Yuan might be kissing Xiao Zong passionately right now. And as he had expected, Xiao Rulin walked into the office in her high heels, clicking away. Ning Yuan followed closely behind her. Once inside the office, Xiao Rulin's cold arrogance vanished, replaced by a face full of tenderness, her eyes brimming with tears. She pushed Ning Yuan against the wall and gave him a passionate kiss. Ning Yuan smiled and let her have her way. He knew that Xiao Zong was no match for him. Although she looked strong, she wouldn't last more than 30 seconds. Sure enough, at 25 seconds, Xiao Rulin's body went limp and she leaned weakly against Ning Yuan. She blushed, panting, Xiao Yuan, hold me. My legs are giving out. Ning Yuan held her tightly, otherwise she would have collapsed to the ground. Ning Yuan couldn't help but tease her, Sister Rulin, there's a feast spread out before you, and you're starving yourself to death. Xiao Rulin's face grew even redder. I didn't want to either. Who could have thought this would happen? It's so stimulating. Ning Yuan picked her up and placed her on the executive chair. Ning Yuan lifted her chin, you were just about to scold me. Are you getting bold? This scene was the epitome of a soft-hearted person being taken advantage of. Ning Yuan exuded the aura of Chao Dahua, the tiger of the Special Investigation Unit. Xiao Rulin quickly hugged Ning Yuan's neck. No, little Yuan, there were outsiders around. We can't let them discover our relationship. I'm not afraid for myself, but I'm worried it might affect your career. Ning Yuan stroked her face. Xiao Rulin's skin was so soft and delicate, it seemed like it could burst with a single touch. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. A capable person is like a needle in a sack, they'll eventually make a name for themselves. Even if someone does discover our relationship, don't panic. Although my career is important, Xiao Rulin is equally important to me. I can't keep neglecting your feelings for the sake of my career. Xiao Rulin's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Ning Yuan with a loving gaze. Woo, Xiao Yuan, I really like you. After speaking, she leaned against his neck, rubbing against him like a kitten. Ning Yuan held her, tickling her nose. Is that all you feel, Rulin? Yes, I love you so much. Xiao Rulin murmured. After some affectionate moments, Xiao Rulin said, Xiao Yuan, I told my parents that I have someone I like, and they've been curious about you. Now my parents want to invite you over for dinner. Can you come to my house tonight? Despite Xiao Rulin's efforts to hide it, Ning Yuan could easily see her hope. Xiao Rulin really wanted Ning Yuan to accompany her, but she didn't want to put pressure on him. Ning Yuan gently swept aside her bangs and said earnestly, Rulin, I'd be happy to come to your house.
Ning Yuan agreed.
And he even called her Rulin, the first time he had used such an intimate nickname.
She sat up straight in excitement, asking nervously yet eagerly, Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Ning Yuan kissed her forehead, Why would I lie to you? I'll go with you tonight. But you have to come with me to pick out a gift.
How can you spend your money on gifts for old Deng? No, for my parents.
I've already prepared gifts. Just give my mom a box of cosmetics, I've already bought it. You can give my dad a Thanka painting, I have one here too. Just pick one out. Xiao Rulin was overjoyed and blurted out. Ning Yuan hesitated, That's not a good idea. Xiao Rulin pouted, I can't let you spend my money. You'll have to get more gifts from my parents later. Ning Yuan looked at Xiao Rulin, who was desperately trying to pull him closer, and couldn't help but laugh.
The two spent some time together, then Ning Yuan returned to his office.
Yang Dong brought him a pile of dazzling advertisements and variety show proposals.
There were also numerous scripts for TV dramas and movies, all of which had him cast as the male lead. They had already sensed Ning Yuan's commercial value and were frantically trying to secure their advantage. After all, Ning Yuan was currently commanding such a high price, but his commercial value was skyrocketing. In a short time, it might reach a price they couldn't afford.
Ning Yuan outlined his 3 requirements for taking on advertising deals. First, the brand must have a good reputation and positive word of mouth.
The brand must have a good market reputation, with no major negative news, quality issues, or violations, to avoid damaging Ning Yuan's image. Second, the brand must demonstrate a strong sense of social responsibility, such as positive initiatives in environmental protection or public welfare, which should align with Ning Yuan's own social image.
Third, advertising production arrangements.
Ning Yuan has specific requirements for shooting time, location, and duration, ensuring that the shooting schedule does not conflict with his film production timeline.
Ning Yuan would rather earn less money than compromise its integrity by engaging in false advertising. Among these, there are also invitations from variety shows.
There have even been invitations from music programs like Cross-Genre Singing King. However, Ning Yuan has declined all such offers. However, a variety show focused on acting competitions caught his attention.
As long as Ning Yuan showed interest, further assessment would be conducted by Yang Dong.
By the time it was time to leave work, Xiao Rulin gave him a nod, and Ning Yuan followed her to the underground parking lot.
Xiao Rulin was eager to introduce Ning Yuan to her parents. Chapter 114, The in-laws enjoy themselves.
Once they arrived at the underground parking lot, Xiao Rulin gestured for Ning Yuan to get into her car. Ning Yuan originally wanted to sit in the back seat, he was too lazy to fasten his seatbelt. But Xiao Rulin Wen-ti let him sit in the back and insisted he sit in the front. She even bent over to help him fasten his seatbelt. The way Xiao Rulin leaned over him made it seem as though she was about to crawl onto him, her ample bosom even more prominent, giving Ning Yuan a feast for the eyes. Of course, he didn't stop there. He pulled Xiao Rulin onto his lap, kissed her, and began to fondle her. Xiao Rulin bit her lip, panting softly and pleading, No, stop.
Little Yuan. I'll scream if you keep doing this. Don't touch me anymore. Let's wait until we get back to our villa to be intimate, okay? Call me brother and I'll let you go. Woo woo. Brother.
Ning Yuan finally released Xiao Rulin, whose face was flushed with shame. Xiao Rulin fastened her seatbelt and gave Ning Yuan a seductive glare. Ning Yuan smiled, thinking that Xiao Zong was acting like a spoiled child.
Xiao Rulin sighed helplessly and drove back to the Xiao family estate. At the Xiao family estate, Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom were clearly more tense.
Xiao Dad, Xiao Guodong, asked Xiao Mom, Pinru, what do you think of this outfit? Xiao Mom took a serious look and said, It's great. You've already changed twice.
Xiao Guodong's square face flashed a hint of embarrassment. But when the future son-in-law arrives, we can't let Ruolan lose face, right?
He glared at Xiao Hao and Xiao Han beside him, You two, behave yourselves. If you upset the future son-in-law, I'll skin you alive. Xiao Hao and Xiao Han trembled in fear. Xiao Hao protested, Dad, how do you know he's the future son-in-law?
Ruolan just said she was bringing a friend over for dinner.
Xiao Guodong snorted, Don't you know your sister's taste? She must have already set her sights on him, that's why she brought him back to show us. The Xiao family members stood on guard, waiting for Xiao Rulin to return home. When she did, Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom also saw the tall, handsome man standing beside her.
All 4 of them couldn't help but glance at him.
This future son-in-law is truly handsome.
No wonder Xiao Rulin likes him.
He was a real catch. Zhao's mother, who enjoyed watching dramas, felt that Ning Yuan looked familiar. Suddenly, she realized that this was none other than Yenting. Her own daughter was actually with him.
He's even more handsome in person than he was on TV. While in the car, Xiao Rulin gave Ning Yuan a brief introduction of the family members. Ning Yuan politely greeted everyone, Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, 2 older brothers. My name is Ning Yuan.
I've heard Rulan mention you all before, and I'm truly delighted to finally have the opportunity to meet you today. Ning Yuan handed over the gifts he had prepared, uncle, auntie, and 2 older brothers. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you like it.
Xiao Rulan helped distribute the gifts to the 4 of them.
Xiao Guodong noticed that Ning Yuan was very polite and handled himself appropriately, and his smile grew even broader. Very good, very good.
Little Yuan, right? Come in quickly. Xiao Hao, pour little Yuan a cup of tea. After seating the guests and hosts, Xiao Guodong asked, what does Xiao Yuan do for a living?
Xiao Rulan answered for him, Xiao Yuan is an actor, working at my company. Xiao Guodong and Zhao's mother exchanged glances. They never expected their daughter to use such a clever tactic to gain an advantage. That's good. The relationship between superiors and subordinates seems to indicate that Rulan and Ning Yuan have been working together for quite some time and should have a good understanding of each other. After all, time breeds affection.
They felt a little more at ease. Xiao Ma couldn't help but tell Xiao Guodong, I've seen Xiao Yuan's TV series recently. He's a very popular actor.
Xiao Guodong had no prejudice against actors as long as Rulan liked him, that was fine. He mainly looked at the other person's character and whether they were good to Rulan. And to be honest, if Rulan has set her heart on someone, even if that person were a beggar, given her personality, she would stay by their side no matter what.
They couldn't do anything about it. And the current situation was already good. Rulan ran an entertainment company, and Ning Yuan was an actor.
They had gotten to know each other well and could support each other, so they could go further together.
After chatting for a while, Xiao Rulan asked the housekeeper to start cooking.
Actually, Xiao's mother wanted to cook, but her cooking was mediocre, and Xiao Guodong's culinary skills were also nothing to write home about. As for Xiao Hao and Xiao Han, they had no cooking skills at all. Everyone first chatted about everyday matters, then Xiao's mother asked them about Ning Yuan's family situation, which they were more interested in. Ning Yuan really didn't want to use his parents' situation to play the victim card, but Xiao Rulan's parents were clearly concerned about his family background, so he had no choice but to speak up. Ning Yuan didn't mention that his parents had been swept away by a mudslide. He simply said that his parents had passed away when he was very young. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom couldn't help but sigh deeply.
Xiao Rulan knew about Ning Yuan's family situation.
She held his hand tenderly, wanting to give him strength. Ning Yuan was deeply moved and gripped her hand in return, signaling that he was fine.
Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom looked at Ning Yuan with sympathy.
Though he could speak calmly about it now, he must have endured a lot of hardships over the years. Xiao Dad comforted him, little Yuan, the future will be better.
Come over to Uncle's house for dinner more often. We'll cook something delicious for you. You must be hungry now. Let's eat while we chat.
When they sat down at the table, Ning Yuan looked around and saw that the spread was like a banquet, with over a dozen dishes. It was clear how much they valued him.
Xiao Guodong brought out 2 bottles of fine wine and asked Ning Yuan, Xiao Yuan, would you like to have a drink with Uncle? Xiao Yuan nodded.
Xiao Guodong and Xiao Han and Xiao Hao all wore smiles on their faces. Xiao Rulan scolded, Dad, don't let Ning Yuan drink so much. Xiao Guodong and the 2 Xiao brothers patted their chests and assured her, we'll only have a little to liven things up.
We won't drink too much. However, never trust a man's words at the dinner table.
Soon, they were all tipsy. Xiao Guodong and Xiao Hao and Xiao Han grew increasingly rowdy as they drank more. As Xiao Rulan's boyfriend, Ning Yuan naturally joined in, drinking alongside them. So the 4 of them, in high spirits, started playing drinking games. Xiao Guodong and his 2 sons grew increasingly fond of Ning Yuan. After all, Ning Yuan was tall, handsome, and well-built, which was already a major plus. Additionally, Ning Yuan was quite outgoing and quickly became close with the 3 of them. By the time they were tipsy, they were already linking arms and calling each other brothers. Fortunately, Zhao's mother and Xiao Rulan didn't bother with them and went to another room to whisper to each other. Xiao Guodong, drunk and slurring his words, dragged Ning Yuan and insisted on him becoming his older brother.
Ning Yuan, you're the older brother I've chosen.
Xiao Hao and Xiao Han, the 2 of them, were also drunk and stumbling around, following Xiao Guodong in agreement. Right, brother Yuan, you're our big brother. Ning Yuan was also deeply intoxicated, but his mind was still lucid enough to know he couldn't agree. But at that moment, his tongue was slurring with alcohol. No, we can't mess with the family hierarchy.
Hey, uncle, it seems like you haven't finished your drink yet. And big brother and second brother, you 3 are going to take care of my goldfish, right? Hurry up and drink. Chapter 115, Ning Yuan's Ambitions.
Xiao Guodong and his 2 sons hung their heads in shame. They really couldn't drink anymore.
Ning Yuan finally remembered that this was his future father-in-law and didn't say anything else.
When Zhao's mother and Xiao Rulan returned, the scene they witnessed left the mother and daughter speechless. Ning Yuan, who never smoked, was staring intently out the window, while Xiao Guodong and his 2 sons lay unconscious on the ground. Zhao's mother quickly called the housekeeper and had them carry the 3 men into the room. She then had them help boil some ginger sugar water to help them sober up.
Xiao Rulan walked over to Ning Yuan and asked with concern, Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Ning Yuan shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy.
After this period of development, Ning Yuan's tolerance for alcohol had improved significantly compared to before.
Moreover, Xiao Ruolin had given him a hangover remedy in advance.
He doesn't smoke, and he only drank to clear his head. To be honest, seeing uncle and auntie at Xiao Ruolin's house tonight had left Ning Yuan with a lot of emotions.
Now he had Meng Nanyu, Xiao Ruolin, Lu Xuefu, Mu Qingma, Ling Xian, and Sun Yanqiu by his side. Being favored by so many outstanding women made him feel a sense of urgency.
As an actor, he is easily embroiled in scandals, which could deal a severe blow to his career. In other words, when you're at the mercy of the audience's affection for you, there are many things you can't do. Ning Yuan's ultimate goal is not to become the most famous actor, but to become capital. Once he becomes capital himself, even if the audience knows he has many female confidants, they will only see it as his true nature. This is how society works. When you have enough power and money, people will be very tolerant of you, and even consider a fondness for beauty to be your smallest flaw. Next, Ning Yuan will take on a few more films to challenge himself and aim for the Best Actor award, to further enhance his fame. At the same time, he is preparing to start planning the establishment of his own studio. With a production company, he can participate in film investments. Of course, it won't be limited to the studio. Once he accumulates enough capital, he can expand his business empire into industries such as cinemas, sports, education, gaming, and the internet. He hasn't mentioned this to Xiao Ruolin yet, but he believes she will support him. In fact, even if Ning Yuan stops striving, Xiao Ruolin is willing to support him for life, and the same goes for Meng Nanyu. It's like that actor who played Tang Xing back then. In fact, if Ning Yuan were to ask, he believes Meng Nanyu and Xiao Ruolin would even be willing to give him a certain percentage of the company's shares. Of course, it would be relatively more difficult to arrange with Meng Nanyu, as she comes from a family-run conglomerate. But Ning Yuan knows that Meng Nanyu won't refuse him. However, this isn't what Ning Yuan wants. He doesn't want to just lie around. As the saying goes, a virtuous wife helps me achieve my ambitions, and I repay her with a fortune. Ning Yuan wants to become a man who stands tall and proud, a man whom his virtuous wife can be proud of, a man who can help Meng Nanyu and Xiao Ruolin when they face difficulties. To be able to repay the 10,000 taels of gold. If he just gave up, what would he use to repay the 10,000 taels of gold? It can be said that after leaving Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan had a lot of time to think and made significant changes. In the past, Ning Yuan worked hard, but now he not only works hard but has also made significant progress in how he interacts with others and handles himself in various situations. His demeanor has transformed from the handsome young man he once was into someone who was now resolute and steady, like a deep pond reflecting the moon calm on the surface yet harboring the profound strength to swallow dark currents beneath. His gaze is unwavering and confident, exuding a calming and reassuring presence. This is precisely why these exceptional women, after getting to know Ning Yuan, have grown increasingly fond of him.
Xiao Ruolin saw Ning Yuan smoking for the first time.
The flickering embers of the cigarette tip danced between his fingers, and the smoke swirled upward, casting a warm, hazy glow that softened his features. His sharp jawline formed a cold, angular line, his face bearing a lazy, untamed expression. The smoke rings slowly dispersed, as if hiding Ning Yuan's thoughts in a mist, mysterious and captivating, with a deadly allure like opium. Xiao Ruolin stared at him, her heart racing wildly. This guy, he just loves to tease me. Humph. She was going to be driven mad by him. Xiao Ruolin's voice was incredibly gentle, like water. Xiao Yuan, I'll take you home now. Ning Yuan hummed in response and extinguished his cigarette butt. He politely bid farewell to Zhao's mother. Auntie, thank you for your kind hospitality tonight. The meal you prepared was very much to my taste, and it made me feel right at home.
Thank you both.
Zhao's mother blushed and said, Xiao Yuan, you've seen us at our worst.
Your uncle and I got a little tipsy. I'll definitely scold them properly.
Ning Yuan smiled. No, uncle is very easygoing and kind, so we got a little carried away.
Thank you for taking care of them.
After some small talk, Mrs. Xiao also took out a box and a bag. Xiao Yuan, these are gifts we're giving you.
I hope you'll like them. After some refusal, Ning Yuan reluctantly accepted the gifts. Xiao Ruolin helped Ning Yuan into the car.
After the car started and began to move, Xiao Ruolin curiously asked, Xiao Yuan, take a look at what my mom gave you.
Xiao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Ruolin, don't you already know? Xiao Ruolin shook her head. I don't know either. My parents didn't tell me.
Ning Yuan opened the box and was surprised to see that the gift was a watch of Patek Philippe. Ning Yuan sighed. Ruolin, your uncle and aunt are so kind.
They really put a lot of thought into this. Xiao Ruolin heard Ning Yuan say this and felt very happy.
She curved her lips into a smile. Then you have to be nicer to me from now on.
Ning Yuan replied earnestly, of course I will. Xiao Ruolin's heart began to race again.
Ning Yuan opened the second bag and was a bit taken aback this time. Inside were all kinds of expensive traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, such as dried sea cucumber, seahorse, dried oysters, and Cistanche tubulosa, among others. All of them were for strengthening the waist and kidneys.
Xiao Ruolin couldn't help but laugh at Ning Yuan. She asked in confusion, "What's so special about these?"
Ning Yuan explained to her, "Ruolin, these are all ingredients or herbs for strengthening the waist and kidneys."
"It seems your parents really want a grandchild." "Ah, you're lying." Xiao Ruolin blushed and her voice trembled.
Ning Yuan continued to tease her, "Ruolin, these are all highly nourishing foods. I haven't taken any of them before, and you're already feeling dizzy.
How will you handle eating all of this?" Xiao Ruolin's face turned as red as the evening sky. "Ah, you bad person. You're making things up. Don't say any more." But Ning Yuan's next words made Xiao Ruolin's head spin.
Ning Yuan's magnetic voice echoed, his tone light and teasing, carrying an inexplicable allure. "Ruolin, my darling, why don't we try it later?"
Chapter 116, Ning Yuan. "Ruolin, let me help you wash."
Ning Yuan tempted her, "Ruolin, my darling, why don't we try it later?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruolin's heart skipped a beat, and her mind went blank. She glanced at the rearview mirror to see no one there and hurriedly slammed on the brakes. To her surprise, Ning Yuan hadn't been sitting properly in the back seat and had slammed forward with a thud, colliding with the front seat. Xiao Ruolin was startled, but fortunately there were no other cars around. She unbuckled her seatbelt, turned around, and used her right hand to help Ning Yuan back into his seat.
With concern and apology, she asked, "Xiao Yuan, are you okay?"
Ning Yuan held his forehead and waved his hand.
"I'm fine, Ruolin. Don't startle me like that. You're trying to kill me."
"I didn't try to kill my husband, no, my boyfriend, no, I didn't mean to."
Xiao Ruolin felt so wronged.
Ning Yuan had just mentioned wanting to try something with her, and in her excitement, seeing no one around, she couldn't resist pulling over to ask.
"Husband?"
Ning Yuan's lips curved slightly. Ning Yuan didn't blame her after all. Xiao Ruolin was easily excited when it came to such matters. Seeing that he was fine, Xiao Ruolin rebuckled her seatbelt, pulled the car to the side of the road, and turned around to ask timidly, "Xiao Yuan, what did you say we were going to try?"
Ning Yuan feigned confusion and said, "Huh?
What else could we try? Of course we should try making soup with ingredients like seahorse and taste it together."
"You definitely didn't mean that." Xiao Ruolin pouted playfully. Ning Yuan feigned ignorance. "What else could it mean?" "Ruolin, are you thinking something inappropriate? You bad guy. You're teasing me again."
Xiao Ruolin turned her face away, refusing to look at him.
Ning Yuan laughed. Ruolin doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
I was actually planning to spend some quality time with my precious Ruolin later, but if you don't want to, it's fine." Xiao Ruolin blushed and turned back. "No, I like. Ning Yuan didn't tease her further, lest he upset her. Actually, it wasn't that Ning Yuan was too forward. Xiao Ruolin had already hinted several times for him to go to her little bungalow. To be precise, it was already Ning Yuan's bungalow, as it had been transferred to his name. Xiao Ruolin wanted to spend some intimate time with Ning Yuan in the little bungalow, but Ning Yuan hadn't been there yet. Xiao Ruolin drove the car to the neighborhood where the small bungalow was located. She got out first, opened the door for Ning Yuan, and helped him out. Ning Yuan spoke fairly clearly, but he was still a bit tipsy. His originally handsome face, flushed from the white wine, had a hint of crimson, adding a touch of allure to his already striking features.
In any case, Xiao Ruolin was completely smitten.
Ning Yuan leaned against Xiao Ruolin, who held him tightly, then closed the car door. Ning Yuan couldn't help but marvel that Xiao Ruolin, besides being as beautiful as a fairy, had a figure that was simply too good to be true. Not announced too much or too little, it was perfect.
Ning Yuan could even feel the softness. It was utterly intoxicating. The two walked to the small bungalow, and Xiao Ruolin unlocked the door with her fingerprint.
As the door opened, Ning Yuan was immediately struck by the sight before him. The bungalow was decorated in a modern minimalist style. The layout was very elegant, with the first thing that caught the eye being the gray marble TV background wall in the living room, the dark tones giving it a solemn and steady feel.
It resembled a flowing ink painting.
The fabric sofa was large and also dark in color, placed in the center of the living room, accompanied by several deep blue cushions. In front of the sofa is a black glass coffee table, whose transparent texture makes the space feel more open. A uniquely designed silver chandelier hangs from the ceiling, resembling a blooming metal flower, emitting a soft, cool glow. The bookshelves along the walls are filled with various books and art pieces, including some black and white photographs, adding a rich artistic atmosphere to the living room.
When a man looks at a house, what are the key points to focus on? Naturally, the rooms, the sofa, the kitchen, the balcony, and the dining table. Of course, a smarter man would also check the washing machine.
Ning Yuan chuckled to himself, surprised that Xiao Ruolin also enjoyed photography that made things even more interesting. After all, Ning Yuan had once seen some unpublished photography works by certain celebrities, and he couldn't help but marvel at the boldness and high difficulty of the poses.
However, Ning Yuan wouldn't share them. Even if the camera broke, he wouldn't get it repaired. He just wanted to take photos with Xiao Ruolin and occasionally enjoy them together. It was quite romantic. After Ning Yuan and Xiao Ruolin entered the hall, the look in their eyes became a bit off. It was almost as if they were about to pull a string.
Xiao Rulin was the first to lose control, throwing herself into Ning Yuan's arms, tilting her lovely face up to him, and whispering, Xiao Yuan, I love you so much. Ning Yuan cupped her cheeks with both hands, lowered his head, and kissed Xiao Rulin, whose breath was as fragrant as flowers. Ning Yuan's long fingers threaded through her hair, gripping the back of her neck, while the other arm wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her closer. This aggressive gesture softened into tenderness as their lips touched.
Xiao Rulin couldn't help but let out a soft mmh, one hand unconsciously clutching the hem of Ning Yuan's shirt, the other resting on his chest, feeling the rhythmic thud of his heartbeat. Their noses brushed against each other, exchanging hot breath. Ning Yuan kissed her gently, starting from Xiao Ruanlan's slightly parted lips and moving to her trembling lips, each touch seeming to express the deepest affection. Meanwhile, Xiao Rulin's tiptoes had already betrayed the equally overwhelming love surging within this tempting beauty. After who knows how long, Xiao Rulin finally snapped back to reality. Her face was so red it seemed like it might bleed, and she slapped away Ning Yuan's mischievous hand. You rascal! You're pinching and squeezing! Ning Yuan bent down to pick her up, and Xiao Rulin gasped, No, I haven't taken a shower yet. My body is sticky and slimy. I need to take a shower first. Ning Yuan chuckled, I'm just going to take you with me to shower. No, woo-woo. Xiao Rulin covered her face, so embarrassed she was about to faint. Thinking about the idea of taking a bath together, it was just too embarrassing. No. But Ning Yuan simply picked her up and carried her into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the two of them emerged together, both wearing bathrobes. Xiao Rulin was as timid as a quail, dared not look at Ning Yuan. Earlier, that rascal Ning Yuan insisted that she, Xiao Rulin, was too tired today, and that he absolutely had to help her take a shower. Wah, she couldn't resist him in the end and had to let this rascal wash her. However, Xiao Rulin did get to see Ning Yuan's physique, which left her utterly speechless. He is well endowed. No wonder so many girls like him. He is such a bully, she thought, blushing. Now Ning Yuan was right beside her, with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, but the muscles weren't overly bulky, they were the kind of lean muscles girls loved. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Rulin, my Xiao boss, what are you secretly looking at? Xiao Rulin blushed, her voice barely audible, I wasn't peeking. Ning Yuan picked her up again, and Xiao Rulin let out a gasp. He kicked open the door and said hoarsely, Now you can look openly. Xiao Rulin closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently, her voice so soft it was barely audible. No, don't. Chapter 117, Sharing a cup of clear tea to warm the heart, sharing a dream behind a curtain. Xiao Rulin was utterly ashamed. But deep down, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. It was like when we see a flash of lightning in the sky, we can't help but listen for the thunder that follows, because we know that lightning is often accompanied by thunder. But we also fear that the thunder might be too loud and too long. It might shatter our eardrums. Xiao Rulin's current state of mind was exactly this contradiction. Ning Yuan carried her into the room, gently placed her on the bed, and Xiao Rulin covered her face before burrowing straight into the blankets. Ning Yuan stared at her intently, making no move. After a long time, Xiao Rulin didn't see Ning Yuan move, and she thought, is Ning Yuan taking off his clothes? She gently pulled back the blanket, peeking out to sneak a peek at what Ning Yuan was doing. Instead, she saw Ning Yuan leaning down, smiling at her. This made Xiao Rulin blush even more, and she quickly crawled back under the covers. Ning Yuan pulled her out, but Xiao Rulin didn't resist, just covering her face and breathing softly. She couldn't bear to kick Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan bent down to look at her and said softly, Rulin, open your eyes and look at me. Xiao Rulin heard Ning Yuan's encouraging voice and, though shy, opened her eyes and looked at him. Ning Yuan stepped back, bent down, and bit open the sash of her bathrobe with his white teeth. Xiao Yuan. Xiao Rulin was utterly embarrassed, wrapping her arms around Ning Yuan's neck. After so many intimate moments, Xiao Rulin's resistance had finally improved slightly, but not by much. The two of them were like two flames in the cold, dark night sky, licking at each other in the chilly air, teetering on the brink of extinction. As the tides rolled in wave after wave, the ancient echoes sealed within the shells mingled with the urgent, rhythmic sounds of the waves, surging into towering waves within their pupils. Faint sounds could be heard in the distance. Ning Yuan, it's coming. Xiao Rulin, come. Ning Yuan, here it comes? Xiao Rulin, it's coming. Ning Yuan, are you coming or not? Xiao Rulin, no, I'm not coming. 2 hours later, Xiao Rulin finally woke up, feeling faint. This time, she fainted again. However, compared to before, there had been significant progress. The two had reached the final step, but they hadn't taken it. Everything else had happened as it should have. It was simply that when Ning Yuan was about to take the final step, this girl rolled her eyes and fainted again. However, what surprised Ning Yuan even more was that Xiao Rulin was truly a treasure trove of surprises. Rulin, I never would have guessed you were such a little firecracker. You were just spraying me earlier. Xiao Rulin had just woken up, her mind still a bit fuzzy, her face as red as blood. No way, I don't even know how to insult people. I don't say dirty words. Ning Yuan laughed, I said you insulted me, not that you used swear words. Seeing Ning Yuan's mischievous smile, the clever CEO Xiao Rulin finally caught on.
Now even her snow-white neck was completely red.
She threw herself onto Ning Yuan, gently pounding his chest. "Ah! You bad guy. I didn't."
Ning Yuan suddenly stopped and stared at her, tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear. At that moment, Xiao Rulin's face was flushed red, making her even more stunningly beautiful, as if a fairy had descended from heaven. Ning Yuan praised her. "Rulin, you're so beautiful, you've captured my heart."
Xiao Rulin stopped hitting him and said shyly, "Really? You must have a lot of girls who like you. I wonder if you're telling the truth."
Though she spoke doubtfully, the curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings.
Ning Yuan embraced her and whispered, "I'm telling the truth."
Ning Yuan asked her again, "Rulin, next time, we should really go all out."
"Ah.
Xiao Rulin knew her body was sensitive, and she actually wanted to as well, but her delicate frame couldn't endure it.
Xiao Yuan, you have to be gentler next time."
Ning Yuan kissed her forehead. "Of course.
"If you tell me not to move, I won't move an inch." Xiao Rulin couldn't help but punch his chest. "You're so bad, don't say such things. I can't handle it."
The two of them cuddled for a while before falling into a deep sleep.
They woke up early the next morning.
Ning Yuan patted Xiao Rulin, who was sleeping on top of him, and said, "Little lazy pig, time to get up." Xiao Rulin was awake but found it too comfortable to sleep on top of Ning Yuan. It was truly blissful. Whether it was the passionate embrace from last night that made her soul tremble, or the warm embrace as they fell asleep, everything left Xiao Rulin utterly intoxicated. What kind of heavenly life is this? What kind of miserable life had she lived in the previous 28 years? Back then, Xiao Rulin felt like she was trapped in a damp alley, trudging through the mud alone. The weight of the company's responsibilities bore down on her, making her steps heavy, with no one to share her fatigue with. Now, with Ning Yuan by her side, she felt as though she had suddenly entered a fairy tale garden filled with flowers and sunlight, every moment sparkling with happiness and sweetness. The two of them wore matching pajamas, brushed their teeth together, and Xiao Rulin leaned gently against him, watching their intimate reflections in the mirror with a smile on her lips. By the time they finish getting ready, the housekeeper has already prepared breakfast for them. Actually, the housekeeper's breakfast wasn't as good as Ning Yuan's, but Ning Yuan didn't rush to say he'd make it for her next time. He had come to understand a truth. The master once said, "Money isn't meant to be spent on women, it's meant to be shown to them." Applying this to cooking, there is no need to always take the initiative to cook for your partner. If you do it all the time, your girlfriend will take it for granted and won't feel surprised anymore. But if you do it occasionally, she'll be thrilled. Ning Yuan thought to himself, "Next time after we take the final step, I'll get up early the next morning and make Xiao Rulin a delicious breakfast. The effect will be explosive." Double whammy. After the two of them finished breakfast, Xiao Rulin suddenly had an idea. She decided that next time, she would drink with Ning Yuan too. He would take a sip, and she would kiss him before taking another sip. How perverted. How could I think of such a thing? Xiao Rulin's face turned red. She drove out, with Ning Yuan sitting in the passenger seat, and the two of them arrived at the company garage. Xiao Rulin told Ning Yuan to go up first, and she would follow shortly. Ning Yuan knew that Rulin didn't want to make it public at the company yet, as it would indeed affect his career. Xiao Rulin was completely thinking of Ning Yuan. Otherwise, according to her own thoughts, if they had made it public now and were openly together, she would have been even happier. Ning Yuan returned to his office, and along the way, his colleagues kept greeting him. Ning Yuan politely responded to each one. A short while later, Xiao Rulin, with her stunning figure, wearing sunglasses and walking in high heels, entered the company with a cold expression on her face. Everyone in the company lowered their heads, fearing they might be seen by the president, wishing they could become invisible. They trembled in fear. Xiao Rulin instinctively looked toward Ning Yuan's office. When she saw him grinning mischievously at her, the icy expression on her face softened slightly, revealing a hint of blush. Yang Dong happened to witness this scene and thought to himself, "Sure enough, we've all become pawns in their game." Chapter 118, The Powerful Dream of Wan Jun. Xiao Rulin desperately wanted to call Ning Yuan to her office, hug him, and work together. Sigh, what a pity. But Xiao Yuan is becoming more and more popular in the company. I have to be careful that these little temptresses don't lure him away. Yes, Starlight Entertainment had many female actors, some of whom were quite attractive. However, Xiao Rulin had noticed that Ning Yuan was always very careful in his interactions with them. He neither shows excessive enthusiasm nor is cold, he merely maintains polite formalities. Xiao Yuan is still such a good boy. I should reward him again someday. He. Xiao Rulin returned to her office, and two people also walked into Ning Yuan's office. Ji Xiaoju and Yang Dong. Ji Xiaoju saw Ning Yuan and asked, "Brother Yuan, were you scolded by the president when he called you to his office the other day?" Ning Yuan looked resentful, lightly hitting the table. "Don't mention it. I was ruthlessly suppressed. My temper flared up, and I couldn't help but confront Xiao Zong. Then he criticized me until I was steaming.
Ji Xiaoju looked at Ning Yuan with sympathy. Brother Yuan, that's so tough.
We'll have to be more careful from now on. Ning Yuan's expression softened slightly. Alright, but Xiao Zong was just looking out for me. I don't hold a grudge against her.
Yang Dong thought to himself, Ning Yuan, you're just bragging. The way Xiao Rulan looks at you now, it's like she's about to cry. She must want to hang around you all the time. She's truly an excellent actress, her acting is flawless.
He began to smooth things over for Ning Yuan. Xiao Zong was just looking out for you, so she said a few words.
Don't take it to heart.
Ning Yuan, the final episode of Step by Step in the Workplace has aired, and the online discussions are heating up. What are your thoughts? It can be said that Step by Step in the Workplace is this year's phenomenon-level TV series. And it managed to capture the attention of the entire nation in a short period of time, breaking through all barriers. The ratings for Step by Step in the Workplace were off the charts. Within 21 days of its release, it surpassed 1 billion views across all platforms, and on Huaxia Satellite TV, its ratings broke the 3% mark, setting a new record for the platform.
Huaxia Satellite TV has re-entered the discussion as a top-tier television station thanks to this drama. While it cannot rely on a single show to return to the top, Huaxia Satellite TV has already shown signs of recovery. The most direct evidence is that the television station's advertising department now receives 4 to 5 times more advertising inquiries daily than before.
Additionally, statistics show that Step by Step in the Workplace has been widely shared on social media platforms, with related topics accounting for over 30% of the daily trending topics on Weibo, and short videos on Douyin surpassing 5 billion views. Currently, Step by Step in the Workplace has a 9.4 rating on Douban, with some of its catchphrases becoming widely discussed. Ning Yuan's fashion choices in the TV series have been widely imitated, and he has been dubbed the best-dressed man, with his good looks taking center stage. As a result, the most discussed topic online is, why did Qin Dai choose Lu Yuan instead of Yen Ting, who was both handsome, wealthy, and deeply in love with her?
Why did the writer kill off Yen Ting?
The most popular comments below are also quite amusing.
The screenwriter wouldn't allow it. Although Wu Xian is also handsome and his acting has improved, I'm sorry, but I still prefer Yen Ting.
Yen Ting is too perfect, like he could really exist, willing to do anything for love. I'm really into Yen Ting and Qin Dai. Yen Ting's gentle, delicate, and refined nobleman charm is exactly what I love. A guy commented, look, even a handsome guy like Yen Ting ended up with nothing after groveling. This TV show is actually trying to teach us a lesson, never be a groveler, because grovelers always end up dead. Another die-hard fan's comment was heartbreaking. Actually, I think it's for the best that Yen Ting died in the end. I can't even imagine how painful it would be for him if Qin Dai and Lu Yuan got married.
That would be worse than death.
Meanwhile, Star Entertainment has already achieved its annual revenue target for this year thanks to the show Step by Step in the Workplace. Though the profits aren't huge, at least they've turned a loss into a profit. Sometimes a company just needs one project to drive growth and propel the company forward. Yang Dong said to Ning Yuan, actually, there are many TV drama scripts that want you to play the male lead, all following the domineering CEO falls in love with me trope.
Are you interested? If Ning Yuan had no other options, appearing in a TV drama wouldn't be a bad choice.
However, Ning Yuan currently has several film scripts to choose from, and he prefers to star in films. Ning Yuan also had his own concerns. He said, if I want to build national recognition and pursue stable commercial returns, TV dramas are obviously the safer choice. However, right now I want to aim for awards and enhance international recognition, and clearly, films offer a clear advantage. Moreover, filming movie scripts can better hone one's acting skills, as the limited runtime of films requires actors to deliver their best performances in a short amount of time. If Ning Yuan wants to become a capital asset, then acting in films is the better choice. First, if the film becomes a hit, the revenue share will be significantly higher. Second, film stars have better access to fashion resources and higher international recognition. Yang Dong agreed with his analysis. You've already made a mature decision, so I don't need to worry.
Let's just choose which movie is better next.
After speaking, he pulled out 7 or 8 movie scripts. These are the ones I've selected. They all invite you to star or play important roles in big-budget productions.
You can take a look.
Ning Yuan took them and prepared to read through them slowly. Ji Xiaoju reminded him from the side, Yuan Gu, Director Su called today asking you to do some post-production voiceover work.
Yes, Rach has already entered the post-production phase.
For example, editing and special effects compositing, while also working on sound effects and music composition. Often, the on-site audio quality is poor, so the crew will ask the actors or voice actors to re-record their lines to achieve a better result.
Ning Yuan nodded, alright, I'll go with you later.
While Ning Yuan was busy with work, on the other side, a beautiful woman was also busy beyond measure. She bore a striking resemblance to Meng Nanyu, but their demeanors were completely different. Meng Nanyu's demeanor was cool and reserved, while the beautiful woman exuded a more noble aura and a stronger presence. Dressed in a black suit and skirt, she looked extremely composed and capable. She was naturally stunningly beautiful. As the deputy district chief of Dongan-nu district in Jinghai City, she was followed by a crowd of over 20 people, all leaders from various departments of Dongan-nu district. Yet not a single one dared to look her in the eye. After all, she was no ordinary deputy district chief. Jinghai was a directly administered municipality, and the district chief of a district was equivalent to the mayor of a prefecture-level city. As the executive deputy district chief, she held the rank of deputy department-level official, wielding significant power and influence. She had just arrived at the construction site of the newly built subway line in Dongan-nu district to inspect the progress and quality of the project, and to address any construction obstacles. She then had to rush back to preside over the regular meeting of the Dongan-nu district. If Lu Shuiying were there, she would have recognized the beautiful woman immediately. She is none other than her aunt, Meng Wanjun, the rising political star of Jinghai City and the first person in Huaxia Nation to become a deputy department-level official at the age of 36, holding a position of great power and influence.
Chapter 119. What an interesting person. After Meng Wanjun finished her day's work, the female driver drove her back home. Meng Wanjun received a call from Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying and her sister, Lu Shuiying, would occasionally call Meng Wanjun.
However, Lu Xuefu rarely called her, as she had a closer relationship with Meng Nanyu. Of course, the relationship between Lu Xuefu and Meng Nanyu is now even more complicated. Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu's biological parents passed away when they were very young. At the time, Lu Shuiying was only a few years old, and Lu Xuefu was just 1 year old. Out of concern that the two children couldn't handle such a blow, the Meng family had Meng Wanyun pretend to be the mother of the two sisters, Lu Shuiying and Lu Xuefu. However, Meng Wanjun later entered the political arena, where having obvious weaknesses could easily make one a target for opponents. Therefore, it was no longer appropriate for her to continue as their mother, and she gradually withdrew from their lives. Lu Shuiying, being older, had already realized that Meng Wanjun was not their biological mother. But Lu Xuefu was too young and initially truly believed Meng Wanjun to be her biological mother. As a child, she even resented her for not loving her and refused to acknowledge her. Fortunately, Lu Xuefu later learned that Meng Wanjun was her aunt, the younger sister of her mother, and not her biological mother. This allowed Lu Xuefu to come to terms with the situation, though the two never developed a close bond and remained merely distant relatives.
"Auntie, have you arrived home yet?" Lu Xuening asked. Lu Xuening wanted someone to talk to, but after looking through her contact list for a while, she couldn't think of anyone to chat with. In truth, Lu Xuening had always been a lonely person, with only Ling Xian as her close friend. However, they weren't like other best friends who chatted frequently, they only occasionally kept in touch. She and her younger sister, Lu Xuefu, were still close, but they rarely had heart-to-heart talks. It could be said that Ning Yuan had once been the closest person to Lu Shuiying, spending every day together, but they had since divorced. Now Meng Wanyun had become her closest person. Meng Wanjun understood Lu Shuiying's personality and knew she wanted to chat, so she replied, "Yeah, I just got home." "What's up, Shuiying?" Lu Shuiying replied, "Auntie, can I talk to you? I don't know who else to talk to." "Sure, go ahead, Shuiying. Is something happening between you and Ning Yuan again?" Lu Shuiying replied, "Auntie, you're so smart. Lately, I realized you were right all along. My aunt really has feelings for Ning Yuan, and he's even moved into her house." After a pause, Lu Shuiying said sadly, "Xuefu also has feelings for her brother-in-law. How come I didn't know Ning Yuan was so popular? Auntie, I'm really so stupid." Lu Shuiying's voice grew increasingly low as she recounted everything that had happened over the past few days to Meng Wanyan. Meng Wanjun always saw things from a different perspective. She pondered for a moment, then reached behind her, undid the buttons, and removed her bra, before finding a comfortable spot to sit down. She loved feeling completely unrestricted. She then replied to Lu Shuiying, "Let me ask you a question first. Are you absolutely determined to be with Ning Yuan? Even if he has other women around him?" Lu Shuiying nodded firmly on the other end of the phone. "Yes, I must win Ning Yuan back. I can't live without him." Meng Wanjun paused for a moment before speaking softly. "What I'm about to say might make you very uncomfortable, because these words will hit you right in the heart. Xuening, you must have noticed that Ning Yuan is very popular. Perhaps your pride won't let you admit it, and you don't want to admit that you've fallen in love with him. You're afraid of being at a disadvantage in this relationship, so you keep trying to belittle him and ignore him to regain control. Second, while you appear proud on the surface, your inner self is incredibly fragile. You fear this happiness is fleeting and that Ning Yuan will eventually leave you. To avoid getting hurt, you act indifferent in front of him. The real reason is that, deep down, you are so vulnerable that you dare not even love. Third, given your current state, you should be grateful that your rival is your aunt. Even if she were to act, she would hesitate out of consideration for your relationship. If you weren't her niece, daring to confront her would lead to a disastrous outcome." Lu Shuiying heard these words and was struck speechless. Yes, she had to admit that her aunt was absolutely right. On the surface, she was cold and indifferent, but deep down, she was the one who most hoped that Ning Yuan wouldn't leave her and would stay by her side forever.
Her heart was so fragile that she had never dared to give her true feelings.
Meng Wanjun continued, your rant forbidding you from taking action against Ning Yuan is understandable. But she actually gave you a fair chance to compete.
It seems your aunt also acts on her emotions at times. If it were me, with my absolute advantage, I would definitely use it to gradually erode the other person's will and ultimately crush them completely.
Why would I give you a chance to turn the tables?
Perhaps there's another explanation. Your aunt has an extraordinary confidence in herself, believing that you two aren't even a match.
Auntie, I don't know how to compete with my aunt. I can't possibly match her. Meng Wanjun chuckled, that's your aunt's usual tactic, directly undermining the opponent's confidence to win without a fight.
Xuanning, if you give up so easily, you'll really disappoint me. Actually, you're not without a chance, you just haven't grasped the key point.
Lu Xuanning was overjoyed. Auntie, do you have a good plan?
It's not really a good idea, but remember this, you don't need to defeat Meng Nanyu.
What you need is to gain Ning Yuan's approval.
From start to finish, the only person you need to win over is Ning Yuan. Once Ning Yuan approves of you, no matter how strong your aunt is, it won't matter.
Right, Auntie. You really see things clearly.
But it seems like Ning Yuan is also hard to win over. Meng Wanjun smiled faintly, you've already made so many changes. You dared to love, learned to cook, sent him messages to win him back, and even gave him gifts. Oh, and have Shuefu return that gift for you.
At least you tried, even if it ultimately fails. Isn't that better than doing nothing?
Auntie is right.
Auntie, when are you coming to my house? I want to sleep with you. I'll come when I have time.
Also, when I visit your house, I can help you arrange a meeting with Ning Yuan, so you'll have a chance to see him. She wouldn't sleep with Lu Shuiying, of course. She was used to sleeping naked.
Ah. Thank you, Auntie.
Lu Shuiying was truly delighted. If Auntie could say a few words for her in front of Ning Yuan, it would be worth more than her saying 100 words herself. Because when Meng Wanjun speaks, no one ever doubts her. Upon hearing Lu Shuiying's joyful tone, Meng Wanjun couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head. She had only met Ning Yuan, her nephew-in-law, twice. He was indeed very handsome, but Meng Wanjun had little contact with him and knew him poorly. She never expected Ning Yuan to have so many girls who liked him. What Meng Wanjun found even more surprising was that her own sister, Meng Nanyu, who was so proud, had also fallen for Ning Yuan.
A dragon hiding in the depths? What an interesting person. Chapter 120, Meeting Mu Qingma again.
Ji Xiaoju was driving, with Ning Yuan sitting in the back seat. Sometimes, Ji Xiaoju couldn't help but sneak a peek at Ning Yuan through the rearview mirror. She had realized that having such a handsome actor as an assistant was a form of torture. After all, spending so much time around him, it was hard not to be drawn to him. Fortunately, Ji Xiaoju was self-aware enough to know that she didn't have a pretty face or a seductive figure, so Ning Yuan wouldn't fall for her. Being able to stay by his side and watch him silently was already the greatest happiness for her. Ji Xiaoju is from the south, and every year she returns home to pay respects to her ancestors. After paying respects, she kneels down to make a wish. When Ji Xiaoju knelt down to pray, she made two wishes. First, that her entire family would be safe and sound, and second, that Ning Yuan's acting career would go smoothly and that he would eventually fulfill his dreams. Perhaps one day, when I see my brother reach the pinnacle of success, I'll be so happy I'll cry.
Now, Ji Xiaoju saw Ning Yuan smiling at his phone, and she couldn't help but think, is Qingma's sister chatting with brother Yuan? Ning Yuan wasn't chatting with Mu Qingma. He was reading the chat logs in the fish-catching squad group. After Suyu was taken to the men on both sides bar last time, Wu Xian felt pretty guilty toward Suyu and introduced him to a few younger girls. However, while Wu Xian was chatting and laughing with everyone, Suyu was interested in one of the trainees but was too shy to approach her. Wu Xian knew Suyu was interested in the girl, so he secretly asked her what she thought of Suyu. The girl replied, he's not worth talking to. He's as boring as a box on wheels. Wu Xian, mindful of Suyu's feelings, only said that the girl wasn't interested in dating right now and was focused on her career. Suyu perked up, a career-oriented girl? I like her even more. He wanted to add her on WeChat. This left Wu Xian at a loss, so he asked the girl again, saying that Suyu wanted to add her on WeChat to chat as friends. The girl added Suyu, and he started chatting with her. However, the girl was in the shower 24/7. Now Suyu is wailing in the group chat, am I doomed to be alone? I'm an actor, how can I not find a girlfriend? Wu Xian couldn't resist mocking him, far brother, you have no idea how awkward Suyu was when he was silent. And Suyu, I think your personality would be perfect for Japan. I've already signed you up for an audition at 9Y Media for the role of the husband in The Incompetent Husband. It's very easy, no talking required, just sleep for 2 hours. Ning Yuan and Sun Yanqiu both sent hilarious emojis in the group chat. Put. Wu Xian, you're the one who should play the helpless husband. You're too much. I won't forgive you. If you won't forgive me, then forget it. I was actually going to introduce you to two more. Wu Xian, I'm sorry. I spoke too loudly just now. How about next time we meet, I'll secretly kneel for you? Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxia watched the two of them bantering and couldn't help but laugh.
The group was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Upon arriving at Su Kuan's production company, Ning Yuan got out of the car, and Ji Xiaoju followed him to the production team. Ning Yuan immediately spotted Director Su, who was overseeing everyone's work.
He smiled and greeted Su Kuan. Director Su, it's been a while. You look younger and even more handsome. Su Kuan laughed. You're such a smooth talker. Lately, your news has been all over the internet every day. You've truly been building up your skills and now you're ready to shine. Ning Yuan remained humble. Director Su is too kind.
It's mainly the hard work and contributions of the entire production team. Ning Yuan did not take credit for himself. The success of Step by Step in the workplace was undoubtedly tied to the collective efforts of the entire crew. Su Kuan saw that Ning Yuan wasn't getting carried away by the praise, and his smile grew even wider. He knew this was Ning Yuan being modest. No matter how good the crew is, an actor without enough talent wouldn't be able to make a splash with the audience. In fact, this was exactly what he wanted to see. The more exposure Ning Yuan gets, the more attention the film range will receive, increasing its chances of achieving higher box office receipts. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Ning Yuan is here. Let's give him a warm welcome. Everyone greeted Ning Yuan enthusiastically. This was truly a high honor. Sure enough, as his fame grew, Ning Yuan could clearly feel that the people around him were becoming friendlier toward him. He greeted each staff member and actor in turn. At that moment, Mu Qingma also entered. Mu Qingma saw Ning Yuan and her eyes lit up. Although Ning Yuan had been chatting with her recently, Mu Qingma still felt it wasn't enough. This guy. I wonder what he's up to. Sometimes he replied to messages very slowly, and Mu Qingma had to wait for a long time. But there was nothing she could do. Mu Qingma just couldn't resist checking to see if he had replied. Even if there is no reply, she has to check if the other person is typing. Sometimes, when she has free time, Mu Qingma even visits Ning Yuan's Weibo and his moments. Unfortunately, Ning Yuan rarely posts on his moments. Mu Qingma really wanted to chat with him, thinking about it constantly every day. But if she kept reaching out to him, he'd probably get a big head. Mu Qingma could only endure the agony. Yesterday, the director called her to do some voiceover work. When she heard that Ning Yuan would also be there, Mu Qingma couldn't help but smile. So much so that when Mu Qingma was having dinner with her aunt asked her if there was something joyful happening. Mu Qingma replied that there was nothing special, just something interesting she had thought of. So when she saw Ning Yuan now, dressed in a suit, tall and elegant, with an extraordinary appearance, he seemed like a natural-born little son, always the center of everyone's attention. When Mu Qingma saw him, her eyes lit up, and she felt inexplicably nervous, her heart racing. She didn't even know why she felt so nervous whenever she saw Ning Yuan. This troublemaker. Of course, Ning Yuan also noticed Mu Qingma immediately. Today, Mu Qingma was dressed beautifully, wearing a light-colored blouse on top, a tailored skirt that hugged her hips, and light-colored high heels. She was so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off her, both elegant and stunning. Ning Yuan walked over and smiled. Long time no see, Qingma. As he spoke, Ning Yuan extended his hand. Mu Qingma glared at him but couldn't help but smile and say, Ning Yuan, it's been a while. She reached out to shake his hand. Ning Yuan gently scratched her palm, causing Mu Qingma's heart to skip a beat, and her face flushed red. She tilted her head slightly, and her delicate nose let out a soft hum. She mouthed the words, you rascal. You're teasing me again, in a way only Ning Yuan could see. Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows and responded with the same mouth shape, I just love teasing you. Their hands parted as soon as they touched, but Mu Qingma's heart was still racing. She thought back to earlier, when she and Ning Yuan had been passionately kissing in the hotel room, and she had cried, while Ning Yuan had kept comforting her. This guy, does he even think about me? Seeing the mischievous smile on his face made Mu Qingma want to bite him. Chapter 121, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma alone together. Ning Yuan saw her baring her teeth and knew she wanted to bite him. He said in a casual tone, after this, you can bite me. Mu Qingma stared at him intently, but worried that others might notice, she quickly moved away from Ning Yuan. Next, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma began dubbing the movie. As mentioned earlier, dubbing primarily involves two aspects of work. First, they had to re-record the dialogue. This is because during filming, the on-set environment is often quite noisy. For example, in Rage, there are many ensemble scenes and chase sequences with numerous people and vehicles, resulting in poor synchronized audio. Re-recording the dialogue is necessary to ensure clarity and more natural, emotionally charged delivery. Second, in some scenes, the actors' emotional expressions were not fully conveyed, so the voice actors could adjust the tone, intonation, and emotions during dubbing to make the characters more three-dimensional. Ning Yuan is relatively rare in this regard. His performances are very on point and have been highly praised by the director and the crew. Therefore, Ning Yuan's dubbing work can be completed in a single day. He has several scenes with Mu Qingma, so they have quite a few scenes where they dub together. Mu Qingma is naturally delighted to work with Ning Yuan, and she is more than willing to do so. However, she's a proud and stubborn person, so she won't easily show it in front of Ning Yuan.
By the time the voice acting was finished, it was already evening.
Ning Yuan declined director Su's invitation to dinner, and the two went their separate ways. After Ning Yuan got into the car, he indeed received a WeChat message from Mu Qingma.
Mu Qingma, humph. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh and replied, "What are you snorting about? You're just like a little pig, snorting all day long. That's just how I am. Don't you like it?" Mu Qingma also stood her ground. I like it so much. Want to have dinner together?"
Ning Yuan knew that this proud little guy was actively messaging him, but by just sending him, he was actually trying to spend time alone with him. She quickly prepared a reply, but Ning Yuan noticed she was still typing, hesitating several times before deleting and rewriting. "Since you're so eager to go, I'll have dinner with you.
But you better not touch me." Ning Yuan replied, "Alright, no touching, but you can use your mouth, right?" Mu Qingma sent an angry emoji, "No way. No kissing either." Ning Yuan innocently said, "I didn't say anything about kissing. You're the one who's always thinking dirty. I meant using your mouth to talk or eat." I don't believe you. You're definitely up to something."
The two drove to a private kitchen with good privacy. The private kitchen was named Peach Blossom Gathering, meaning the food was exceptionally delicious, like divine nectar. Originally, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma had called two assistants to come along, but Ji Xiaoju and Lian Qingqing both shook their heads at the same time. How dare they interrupt the two bosses while they were dating?
The bosses are being polite to you, you can't really be impolite in return.
If that's the case, then their careers as assistants are over.
That's just lacking in tact.
Previously, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma often bickered, and the two of them, being sensible, would pretend to bicker as well. Now that Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan are a couple, the two have naturally resumed their friendship.
Xiaoju and I will eat over there.
You two can take your time, Lian Qingqing said, pulling Ji Xiaoju toward the side.
Mu Qingma's face turned even redder.
However, she really wanted to spend time alone with Ning Yuan. After Ji Xiaoju and Lian Qingqing left, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma entered a more private and luxurious private room.
As soon as Ning Yuan entered and sat down, Mu Qingma sat beside him.
Ning Yuan's arms were incredibly strong, he pulled her into his lap. Mu Qingma let out a soft gasp, but as she inhaled the scent of Ning Yuan's body, her limbs grew weak, and her heart raced wildly, nearly stopping. Ning Yuan lowered his head, gazing into Mu Qingma's beautiful eyes. "Qingma, I've missed you." Mu Qingma blushed and closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling.
"No, don't.
I said no kissing."
But her arms had already wrapped around Ning Yuan's neck. Was this a hint that he should kiss her?
Just as Ning Yuan was about to taste the sweetness of Mu Qingma's lips, there was a knock on the door. It was the waiter. Ning Yuan had no choice but to let her go.
However, what amused Ning Yuan was that he noticed Mu Qingma had given the waiter a pouty glance.
He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, this girl, she clearly wanted to kiss too. The waiter handed over the menu, and Ning Yuan ordered a few dishes, including pan-seared alligator tail, 8-year-old sturgeon caviar with drunken foie gras, and a dish of truffle sauce with morel mushrooms and fresh abalone. The last dish was the signature dish of Peach Blossom Banquet, made primarily with morel mushrooms and fresh abalone. The morel mushrooms absorbed the aroma of the truffle sauce, while the abalone was incredibly tender and flavorful.
Ning Yuan handed the menu to Mu Qingma. "Qingma, you should order too."
Mu Qingma saw that Ning Yuan had already ordered 3 dishes and worried they wouldn't finish, so she only ordered a vegetable dish and a soup.
Ning Yuan teased her, "Qingmo, are you starting to save money for your boyfriend? I wouldn't save money for you. I'd rather eat you out of house and home." Mu Qingma glared at him.
However, Ning Yuan only felt that the way she glared at him seemed to be full of charm.
Additionally, Ning Yuan noticed that Mu Qingma didn't object to the term boyfriend, but rather to the idea of saving money. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Mu Qingma was no fool. Seeing Ning Yuan smile, she knew what he was thinking, so she huffed, "Are you feeling particularly smug?"
Ning Yuan laughed, "How could I not be proud to have won the favor of such a beauty like Qingma? As the saying goes, when life is good, one should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain."
"Qingma, why don't we have a drink?" Ning Yuan's words had 2 meanings.
First, he acknowledged Mu Qingma's beauty, and given his understanding of her, he knew she would be pleased. Second, he didn't want to dwell on the matter and decided to change the subject, casually asking if she wanted to have a drink.
Upon hearing the word drink, Mu Qingma's face flushed involuntarily.
Because she recalled the last time, when she had been thinking about drinking with Ning Yuan and feeding each other. Mu Qingma lowered her head, bit her lip, and clutched the hem of her skirt, saying weakly, "Drinking is okay, but we can't do anything bad." Ning Yuan pounded his chest loudly, "Qingmo, you're wrong."
"What bad things? Am I that kind of person? Everyone knows I'm a proper gentleman who can resist temptation." Mu Qingma spat out, "You're just bragging." However, hearing Ning Yuan joking around, she couldn't help but relax a little.
For some reason, whenever she faced Ning Yuan, her body remained tense, her heart pounding wildly.
Chapter 122, Ning Yuan's counterattack against the little spoiled brat. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingmo chatted casually. Ning Yuan asked, "Qingmo, did you miss me at all during the days you were back?"
Mu Qingmo gave a playful snort. "No, I wouldn't think of you.
I hate you the most." Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "If you hate me so much, why did you come out alone with me?"
Mu Qingmo blushed. "Well, sometimes you're not that bad."
Ning Yuan looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Just then, the waiter began serving the dishes. After arranging them on the table, Ning Yuan asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine. The waiter poured each of them half a glass and then left, closing the door behind him. Ning Yuan was also hungry by then. He first picked 2 pieces of meat for Mu Qingmo before digging in himself. When eating with a girl, some guys think the more polite you are, the better. But that's not really the case. Men who are too polite lack sexual appeal. On the other hand, men who act freely and naturally eating when they're hungry and laughing when they feel like it are more appealing to girls. First, such men are more charming. Second, the more natural you are with her, the more relaxed she will feel, and she will think that spending time with you is enjoyable. In economics, there's a term called the anchoring effect, which means that when we make judgments about someone or something, we're easily influenced by the information we get from our first impression. In simple terms, the first impression influences the judgments you make afterward. Therefore, when meeting a girl for the first time, try to showcase your strength, unconventionality, and mystery. This is highly attractive to women. Ning Yuan has undergone a significant transformation. He now exudes an air of mystery, strength, and nonconformity, which is why more and more girls are unconsciously drawn to him. While eating, Ning Yuan occasionally clinked glasses with Mu Qingmo. Mu Qingmo's beautiful, delicate face grew increasingly flushed, as vibrant as a blooming peach blossom, as radiant as a heavenly maiden. After they finished eating, Ning Yuan swirled his wine glass and asked Mu Qingmo softly, "Qingmo, does this red wine taste good?" Mu Qingmo frowned. "It was delicious at first, but now I feel a bit dizzy." She tilted her face upward, her full, honey-like lips parting slightly. "I'd like to try something different." "Is that okay, Ning Yuan?" Ning Yuan smiled. "Of course you can."
He picked up Mu Qingmo and lifted her chin, kissing her red lips. Mu Qingmo let out a soft moan and closed her eyes. Her small hands pushed weakly against Ning Yuan's chest, but in the end, Mu Qingmo, a strong woman with excellent martial arts skills, could only half-heartedly cling to Ning Yuan's neck. "Woo-woo, Ning Yuan, you're forcing me, you bad guy," she thought to herself.
"Stick out your little tongue." Ning Yuan coaxed her gently. Although Mu Qingmo was too shy to resist, she obediently stuck out her little tongue.
Originally, she didn't want to, but since Ning Yuan was such a bad guy, Mu Qingmo feared he might have even more outrageous demands, so she obediently complied.
"I have no choice," she thought silently.
Seeing her humiliated expression, but her arms still tightly wrapped around his neck, Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile. Ning Yuan thought to himself, "I need to teach this spoiled brat a lesson." So Ning Yuan let her go, but the silver thread connecting their lips broke as they parted.
Ning Yuan pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Qingmo, I feel like I sometimes force you too much. As a man, that's not right.
I should respect your decisions." Ning Yuan sat up straight and placed Mu Qingmo back into her chair.
Mu Qingmo's eyes widened, still immersed in the afterglow of the kiss. She spoke softly, "Ning Yuan, that's just your personality. I don't blame you." Ning Yuan looked serious. "No, I think you're right.
We shouldn't touch each other.
Let's just eat and drink properly."
Mu Qingmo bit her lip. "Sigh, Ning Yuan, I'll reluctantly accept what you're thinking. After all, you're so upset.
Occasional intimacy isn't that bad."
Ning Yuan waved his hand, his face stern. Respecting your girlfriend is only right. After all, both people have to like it.
So even if I'm feeling bad and want to kiss you, I shouldn't force you." "What? How can that be?" Mu Qingmo now felt that kissing was the best thing in the world, so wonderful. Now Ning Yuan was saying he wouldn't kiss her? How could that be?
Already tipsy, she felt a fire burning inside her.
Mu Qingmo grew impatient, hesitated for a moment, then said, "You're not really forcing me, are you?"
Ning Yuan, after all, I can't bear to see you feel bad. Ning Yuan's map of Yin Kingdom had come to an end.
It's mainly because Qingmo, you don't seem to like kissing."
Mu Qingmo blushed, pretended to tidy her hair, tucked the ends behind her ear, and then forced herself to sound calm. "Well, actually, I'm not that against kissing."
Ning Yuan sighed. Not disliking something doesn't mean you like it. If you really liked it, why have you never initiated a kiss once? Mu Qingmo's first thought was, how could I ever initiate a kiss with you, you big jerk?
But thinking about Ning Yuan saying he wouldn't kiss her anymore, she felt torn and anxious. She wanted to kiss Ning Yuan once, but she felt too embarrassed.
You boys should take the initiative, right?" Mu Qingmo said weakly.
But seeing Ning Yuan's sorrowful expression, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She leaned in closer and whispered, then I'll kiss you once." She gently kissed Ning Yuan's cheek, then let out a soft moan and covered her face with her hands. Her neck was completely flushed. She was already a delicate, snow-white lamb, and now her entire skin was tinged with a blush, making her incredibly alluring, enough to make anyone's fingers itch. Ning Yuan's throat tightened, but he forced himself to hold back. After a while, Mu Qingma saw that Ning Yuan hadn't reacted, so she peeked at him through her fingers. Seeing that he still looked dejected, she couldn't help but lower her hands and gather her courage to say, "Well, then, I'll kiss you again, okay?" She puckered her pink lips and pressed them against Ning Yuan's thin lips. Ning Yuan didn't respond, but said, "If you're willing to feed me wine with your mouth, it'll prove you really like kissing me." Mu Qingma gave a coy little snort. "You rascal! This is too embarrassing." Ning Yuan said, "Then we won't kiss anymore." Mu Qingma sighed helplessly, bit her lower lip, and finally took a sip of red wine. Then, trembling, she leaned in closer to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan curved his lips into a smile, wrapping his arms around Mu Qingma's slender waist. As their lips touched, he felt a cute little tongue peek out, and then he easily drank the red wine. "Little spoiled brat, you're just giving in." Chapter 123, Cowgirl Outfit. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma kissed passionately, her body growing hotter by the second, her heart racing so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. She felt as though her entire body was floating on a cloud, drifting in a sea of happiness. Especially Ning Yuan, the rascal, when he pinched her, making her unable to breathe, her throat itching, and she couldn't help but want to cry out. But Mu Qingma was afraid that Ning Yuan would mock her, so she clenched her teeth and forced herself not to make a sound. At that moment, she felt like a small fish washed ashore by the waves, helplessly arching her body, struggling to breathe but unable to draw in a breath. Fortunately, she managed to push Ning Yuan away with all her strength, her face flushed red as she glared at him. "You bastard, how could you do that?" Humph. Mu Qingma was also afraid. She was truly afraid that she might not be able to hold back and end up being completely devoured by Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan wasn't a gentle lamb, he was a fierce wolf. Ning Yuan stared at her with a deep, piercing gaze, sending a chill down Mu Qingma's spine. She quickly covered her chest. "What are you doing?" We can't do that now." Ning Yuan's voice was slightly hoarse. "What do you mean like that?" Mu Qingma's face turned as red as blood, even her earlobes were crimson. "That's exactly what I mean. I don't believe you don't know." Ning Yuan didn't press her further. After all, love should progress gradually. Ning Yuan was curious about this proud little girl and wondered what she would be like when she couldn't resist begging him in the future. He had absolute confidence in his abilities. After all, many had tried and praised it. Seeing that Mu Qingma was a bit tipsy, Ning Yuan called over Lian Qingqing and Ji Xiaoju. Mu Qingma told Ning Yuan to go back and rest, as both of them had worked late today and everyone was tired. However, Ning Yuan insisted that Ji Xiaoju drive behind Mu Qingma's car. In the car, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma sat in the back seat, while Lian Qingqing drove. Ning Yuan personally drove her home before asking Ji Xiaoju to take him back. Mu Qingma stood at the window on the upper floor, quietly opening the curtains a little, staring intently at Ning Yuan's figure, the corners of her lips curling upward. She gently pressed her slender fingers against her lips, where she could still feel the warmth and scent of Ning Yuan lingering there. "You tease." While sitting in the car, Ning Yuan found it odd that a faint milky scent wafted toward him. He thought about it for a while before realizing it was the scent lingering on his fingers. He had to admit, Mu Qingmo really had a great figure. It was that kind of large, teardrop shape. Ning Yuan could only go to the small bungalow to take a shower and change clothes before returning to the villa. The one who opened the door was Meng Nanyu, this stunningly beautiful older woman who rarely showed any emotion, but now she had a pouty expression on her face. "Xiao Yuan, did you go out on a date with a girl?" At this point, he couldn't possibly admit it. Don't ever think that telling the truth would make girls stop being angry. They'd rather you have the guts to keep it from them forever. Ning Yuan laughed. "No way. Nanyu, why aren't you sleeping so late?" Meng Nanyu walked over and hugged his waist. "I missed you. I couldn't sleep." Ning Yuan kissed her forehead. "I miss you too." Meng Nanyu knew deep down that Ning Yuan wasn't just with her. Because Ning Yuan was simply too skilled in that department. I don't believe it. I'll give you a good lesson tonight so you won't go out looking for other girls anymore," Meng Nanyu thought to herself. Ning Yuan went back into the bathroom to take another shower, but halfway through, Meng Nanyu slipped into the bathroom. What made Ning Yuan gasp in shock was that Meng Nanyu, who already had an amazing figure, was wearing a cute little cowgirl outfit. Her voluptuous body paired with the tiny cow outfit was the epitome of innocence and sensuality. This stark contrast made Ning Yuan's breathing grow. And Meng Nanyu's shy expression, covering her face, only fueled the flames of desire burning within Ning Yuan. Meng Nanyu let out a soft cry. "Xiao Yuan." Ning Yuan picked her up in his arms, his breath heavy. "Nanyu, are you trying to push me to my limits?" Meng Nanyu feigned innocence. "No way. I just wanted Xiao Yuan to see if this outfit looks good on me." Ning Yuan's gaze grew intense. "You look beautiful, absolutely stunning. My wife, let me help you, wash up." Meng Nanyu grabbed the edge of her cow print stockings, her voice barely audible. "No, let me wash you." Ning Yuan curved his lips. "I'll do it myself." Soon, the bathroom echoed with the blushing sounds of rinsing. The next morning, Mang Nanyu, who had originally planned to scold Ning Yuan, slept soundly. Last night, she had begged for mercy countless times.
Don't come, Xiao Yuan, please, woo-woo. Ning Yuan got out of bed and looked at the cow print pajamas torn into strips by the bed, lost in thought.
Sigh, this cow costume is such poor quality.
It's definitely a big plus.
He decided to leave a review for the store. Your cow costume is of such poor quality, it's not durable at all, but it's really nice. 5 stars. Ning Yuan walked into the kitchen and began preparing breakfast for Mang Nanyu. He made her an avocado and ham sandwich with a heart-shaped soft-boiled egg. Then he made her a dreamy heart-shaped toast and a strawberry latte.
This heart-shaped toast requires a mold. Press the mold onto the toast to cut out a heart shape, then remove it.
Spread a layer of yogurt on the heart-shaped toast, sprinkle coconut flakes, and garnish with mint leaves and edible decorations around the edges. It turned out really beautiful. However, Mang Nanyu was simply too tired, and by the time Ning Yuan finished making breakfast, she hadn't even gotten out of bed. Ning Yuan had no choice but to go in and pick her up. Mang Nanyu, the stunningly beautiful older woman, the company's CEO and head of the Meng family, was actually closing her eyes and acting spoiled in his arms.
Xiao Yuan, you ruined my night last night. Sister needs to sleep a little longer.
She gently punched Ning Yuan's chest with her little fists.
Ning Yuan kissed her cheek and couldn't help but laugh. Wife, weren't you intentionally wearing a milk-themed outfit to seduce me? You started this, so don't blame me now.
Mang Nanyu had said last night that she wanted to knock Ning Yuan out, but now that thought had already flown out of her mind. After all, last night was truly life and death, and she dared not make any more promises. She hugged Ning Yuan's waist, feeling an indescribable sense of security. Mang Nanyu had only one thought in her mind: woo-woo, Xiao Yuan is such a handsome, strong, and capable man. Even if he has 1 or 2 female friends, as long as he has me in his heart, I will never leave him. Ning Yuan gently kissed her earlobe, causing Mang Nanyu's body to tremble. Ning Yuan whispered softly, his voice carrying an inexplicable allure, honey, I saw a nun's outfit in your closet.
Why don't I take a look tonight to see how it looks on you?
Really, I'll just take a look.
Not tonight?
Mang Nanyu's face flushed as red as the evening sky. But you're not allowed to do anything else. Chapter 124, Xiao Rolan, I feel like I'm going crazy.
Ning Yuan smiled and replied, I'm not that kind of person.
I just want to take a look. Mainly, I want to conduct a thorough investigation to see how good my wife looks in a nun's habit. However, Ning Yuan felt that Mang Nanyu would look absolutely stunning in it. She was the kind of beauty that was cold and elegant. If she wore the pure nun's outfit and then revealed her Ahei Yen under Ning Yuan, it would be absolutely mind-blowing. Just thinking about it made him excited. Ning Yuan picked her up and carried her to bed. Mang Nanyu pouted for a while before starting to wash up. Then the two of them had a happy breakfast together. However, Mang Nanyu couldn't bear to see Ning Yuan work so hard and said, Xiao Yuan, the breakfast you made is delicious, but you should let Huang Ma do it from now on. You're my old husband, how could I let you work so hard? When she mentioned the word husband, this woman who could cause an earthquake in the Beijing business world with just a stomp of her foot blushed shyly. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have been utterly shocked. After all, Mang Nanyu was the goddess of the Jinghai business world and even the entire upper crust of Jinghai society. Now she was acting like a love-struck teenager, snuggled up in Ning Yuan's arms, looking up at him with eyes full of love. They would never believe it, and would break down screaming, it's fake.
It's definitely fake. She just looks like her. This isn't Mang Nanyu. Ning Yuan tenderly stroked her face.
Mang Nanyu's skin was as soft and delicate as a young girl's, delicate enough to burst with a single touch.
Cooking for my wife is something I do to make you happier.
There was something else Ning Yuan didn't say. They both had their own jobs and couldn't cook for Mang Nanyu every day. The time they spent together was actually very limited. So last night had a touch of that absence makes the heart grow fonder feeling. Mainly because I'm worried about your health, Mang Nanyu said in her seductive voice, dragging out the last syllable, which sounded inexplicably pleasant. Ning Yuan smiled and said, Wife, I know I need to take care of my health.
There are no fields that can be plowed to death, only oxen that can be worked to death.
Look at your complexion now, it's so radiant, like a flower that's been drenched in dew.
Mang Nanyu pouted, there's no way. Xiao Yuan, I've noticed you're getting more and more mischievous.
However, Mang Nanyu didn't say one thing, I'm falling more and more in love with you. Ning Yuan and Mang Nanyu spent some time together before each driving back to the office to work. When Ning Yuan returned to the company, he passed by Xiao Roland's office and saw her looking dejected.
Ning Yuan noticed the differences between Xiao Roland and Mang Nanyu.
Both women were company presidents and deeply in love with him, but they were vastly different. Mang Nanyu, when she was with him, was very affectionate, but when they were working, she rarely disturbed Ning Yuan and didn't pry into his personal affairs. In simple terms, she focused on the big picture and didn't get bogged down in the details. She gives you enough space and is particularly gentle and considerate when spending time together.
However, Xiao Ruolin, though also a CEO, is extremely clingy, always wanting to see Ning Yuan every moment, as if she wanted to tie him to her waistband.
Yesterday, Ning Yuan didn't contact her much, and she felt like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in anxiety. She was truly missing him deeply. Fortunately, Ning Yuan is her subordinate, so she knows he is at the Rage film set doing voiceover work. Otherwise, she would have worried that Ning Yuan had been lured away by some other temptress. Xiao Ruolin is the ultimate possessive person. Ning Yuan gave her a wink and mouthed, "Ruolin, I miss you so much." The guy immediately sat up straight, gave a soft hum, but couldn't suppress the smile that curled up at the corners of his mouth. "You rascal, you didn't contact me all night." She glared at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan secretly blew her a kiss, and Xiao Ruolin turned as red as a boiling kettle, her face flushing. Seeing Xiao Ruolin's intense gaze, Ning Yuan was startled and quickly slipped away. He returned to his office and began reading the script. Ning Yuan had been considering whether to participate in a variety show, which was a competition showcasing acting skills. Character Showdown was a director casting reality show produced by Sydney Satellite TV. The program was structured as follows: actors were divided into groups and competed against each other while also vying for directors. Actors could choose their preferred director's team, who would then guide them in performing a short scene for the first round of the competition. The acting competition involved actors showcasing their skills through one-on-one scenes or solo performances, while directors evaluated their performances, script adaptations, and scene setup. In the second round, directors compete to recruit actors. The program also categorizes actors based on their years of experience. Ultimately, through multiple rounds of competition, the title of Best Actor of the Year is awarded. This variety show typically invites young actors to participate, but to boost ratings, the production team also invites some highly renowned or exceptionally talented veteran actors. Actors like Ning Yuan, who have both massive popularity and acting prowess, become highly sought after. Therefore, the director of Roll Battlefield personally called Ning Yuan to invite him to participate. However, Ning Yuan considered it and politely declined. First, he was too busy, and second, he feared being criticized for lowering his standards. In the eyes of many casual viewers, variety show stars are considered inferior to film stars. The director of Roll Battlefield wasn't giving up and asked Wang Ying, another director, to persuade him. Wang Ying had already accepted the invitation from the variety show production team and become one of the directors.
Ning Yuan, will you come?
"You'll be the champion if you do," Wang Ying assured him, patting his chest. Indeed, many actors participate in variety shows to win the championship. Especially for actors like Ning Yuan, failing to win the championship would have a significant impact on his career. If he were eliminated in the first round due to unwritten rules, it would be even more devastating and severely damage his reputation. Some people refuse to participate in variety shows for this very reason. However, Ning Yuan mainly felt that this variety show wouldn't bring him much benefit, and might even be harmful. Although he has a good personal relationship with Wang Ying, he still refused. Fortunately, Wang Ying understands him, as she was also acting on someone else's behalf and wouldn't take it personally. After resolving the matter, Ning Yuan noticed a graceful figure standing at the door.
It couldn't be anyone else but Xiao Ruolin, the alluring older woman.
Ning Yuan held the script and smiled lightly. "Ms. Xiao has come to inspect the work.
I failed to greet you properly. My apologies."
Xiao Ruolin leaned against the door, her posture slightly lazy, her expression cold and arrogant as she glared at him.
Ning Yuan, I'm just here to supervise your work. Hurry up and invite your boss in to sit down."
Ning Yuan was wearing a black shirt today, and Xiao Ruolin could see his handsome Adam's apple gently moving. Ning Yuan tugged at his tie, revealing a hint of his collarbone and the faint outline of his chest muscles above his chest. He lowered his gaze, his fingers, with clearly defined joints, letting go of the script. Xiao Ruolin, who was staring intently at him, felt like she was going mad. Ning Yuan's simple gesture was enough to drive her wild, leaving her feeling parched and breathless.
Chapter 125, Meng Wanjuan's Invitation.
Ning Yuan stood up and ushered Xiao Ruolin inside. "Ms. Xiao, please look. I'm reading the script. I wasn't slacking off," Ning Yuan smiled.
Xiao Ruolin stood with her hands behind her back, pretending to glance at it.
The familiar scent of Ning Yuan lingered around her nose, making her heart race like a drum. Xiao Yuan, not bad. You're working hard," Xiao Ruolin praised. Seeing that everyone else in the company was busy working, she took the opportunity while Ning Yuan wasn't looking and secretly leaned in to kiss his lips. The contact was brief, and Ning Yuan only felt a momentary warmth on his lips. Xiao Ruolin, having succeeded in her sneak attack, blushed fiercely, her chest heaving wildly, and fled in a panic.
Xiao
Yuan, keep up the good work."
Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle.
So he went back to reading the script. At lunchtime, he even went out for lunch with Xiao Ruolin, the clingy little thing. If it hadn't been for the short time and the need to avoid others, Xiao Ruolin would have wanted to spend more time with him. However, a verbal spar was inevitable. In the afternoon, Ning Yuan received a call from an unfamiliar number. This call left Ning Yuan feeling extremely surprised.
Because it was from Aunt Meng Wanyun.
Earlier, Ning Yuan had blocked a bunch of people's phone numbers, but he hadn't blocked Meng Wanyun's number. The reason was that they had never saved each other's phone numbers. In the past, Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu would occasionally chat, but he had never had any private contact with Meng Wanyun. The only 2 times they had met, Lu Xuening had been present. So when Ning Yuan heard Meng Wanyun's voice, he was very surprised and couldn't figure out why she would call him. Meng Wanyun's voice was very distinctive, combining the lazy charm of a mature woman with the ethereal quality of a wind chime, exuding a mature elegance. Ning Yuan recognized her immediately. Ning Yuan, it's been a while. Meng Wanyun's seductive voice with a lazy undertone rang out. Ning Yuan replied politely, Auntie, hello. Ning Yuan did indeed hold Meng Wanjun in high regard, as she had always been kind to him despite her high position. She had always treated him with warmth and friendliness.
Meng Wanyun smiled lightly. Xiao Yuan, how's work been lately? Things have been going pretty well lately. There's been some progress.
Ning Yuan answered honestly. His career had indeed made significant strides recently.
After the small talk, Meng Wanjun got straight to the point.
Xiao Yuan, I'd like to invite you to dinner at my place tonight.
How about it? Let's sit and chat. Meng Wanyun asked in a gentle tone. Ning Yuan paused for a moment. Is anyone else coming?
If Meng Wanyun was trying to set him up with Lu Shuiying to remarry, Ning Yuan felt there was no need to go.
Though he did respect Meng Wanyun as a capable aunt. Meng Wanjun smiled. There's also Xu Fu.
She's already agreed to come.
It's been a long time since we last saw each other, so I thought it would be nice for you to come over.
Life is short, only about 30,000 days.
No one knows what the future holds, so since we've met, why not take the opportunity to see each other? Meng Wanjun was helpless.
Last night, Lu Shuiying had called her again, crying bitterly, saying she suddenly missed Ning Yuan and wanted to see him.
But Ning Yuan refused to see her. Lu Shuiying asked Meng Wanyun if she could help her. Meng Wanjun had no choice but to comfort her. I'll invite Ning Yuan over to my place. We can sit together and see if you two can talk things out. It won't work at your place. Ning Yuan won't go. Besides, didn't you say that Xu Fu also has feelings for him? I won't mention your name. Let's just bring Xu Fu along. That way, Ning Yuan won't be as guarded. Ning Yuan agreed after hearing Meng Wanyun's suggestion. Mainly because he didn't seem to have a reason to refuse. What Ning Yuan didn't know was that after Meng Wanjun agreed, she called Lu Xiuefu and invited her over for dinner. Lu Xiuefu initially refused. I'm busy. What? Ning Yuan is coming too? My business isn't urgent either, so I'll go to Auntie's house for dinner. After hanging up with Meng Wanjun, Ning Yuan had about an hour left before work ended. He resumed reading the script. This time, Ning Yuan selected 2 more interesting scripts from the 7 or 8 scripts Yang Dong had given him. One of them was a thriller. Here's the story. Su Nan is a handsome man, a writer, and has a happy family. His wife is very beautiful, works as a cashier at a company, and loves Su Nan deeply. The couple has a daughter who is currently in 3rd grade. Although Su Nan has been writing novels for 10 years, he hasn't made much money and is still struggling to make ends meet, so he has been renting an apartment in the city. Recently, the house they were renting is scheduled for demolition, so the landlord asked them to move out and find a new place to live. Su Nan had no choice but to discuss it with his wife. They decided to move to the suburbs, as it would be cheaper and quieter, which would be beneficial for his writing. His wife, though, felt it would be inconvenient for sending their child to school, but she has always followed his lead, so they began searching for a place in the suburbs. They eventually found an old apartment. Though it was a bit run down, it was spacious and surprisingly affordable. Unfortunately, the area was quite dark and the apartment was quite remote, so no one else lived there. Su Nan didn't mind this at all. He thought it was even better quiet and no one to disturb his writing. After moving in, Su Nan discovered that the bedroom had a very large floor-to-ceiling mirror, covered with a red cloth. Curious, Su Nan removed the red cloth and quickly saw his reflection in the mirror. However, strangely, the smile on his reflection was stiff and unnatural. However, Su Nan thought it might be due to the fatigue from moving and dismissed it as a hallucination. That night, after his wife and child had fallen asleep, Su Nan finished writing 4,000 words and stretched before getting ready to sleep. He happened to glance at the mirror again and saw that the reflection wasn't stretching. Instead, it was staring intently at him with an eerie and terrifying gaze, its face adorned with a cold, sinister smile. Su Nan was so scared that he backed away repeatedly. When he looked at the mirror again, the reflection had returned to normal. Ning Yuan closed the script. He had been so engrossed in the story that he didn't notice it was already time to go home. He packed his things, told Meng Nanyu he was going to a friend's house for dinner, and drove to the address Meng Wanjun had given him. It was quite remote, and not many people would easily find this place. He entered the residential complex, where the security was quite stringent. Ning Yuan even saw guards patrolling at the entrance. Meng Wanyun must have informed the security guards, as Ning Yuan entered without any issues and quickly arrived at Meng Wanyun's house. Ning Yuan rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Chapter 126, Helping his niece pursue love, only to be drawn into the vortex. Part 1.
Ning Yuan rang the doorbell, and someone came to open the door shortly after.
Oh, Ning Yuan. It was Lu Shuefu who opened the door.
She had arrived earlier and was delighted to see Ning Yuan, calling him brother in a soft voice.
Shuefu, you've gotten even more beautiful.
Ning Yuan had intended to pat her on the head, but since this was Meng Wanjuan's home, he refrained. Ning Yuan walked inside, with Lu Shuefu following closely behind him with a smile. It must be said that Meng Wanjuan's home was beautifully decorated, simply described as understated luxury. Some of the small decorations on display were so exquisite that even non-experts wouldn't realize they were antique artifacts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Ning Yuan marveled at the arrangement of the entire house. Lu Shuefu, however, seemed unfazed by it all. At that moment, Meng Wanjun walked out, and Ning Yuan saw this stunningly beautiful aunt for the third time. Meng Wanjuan's dark, beautiful eyes lifted slightly, seemingly devoid of any emotion, like the still waters of a deep pond. Her slender willow-shaped eyebrows arched slightly upward, exuding an air of natural authority. Her elegantly coiled hair covered her snow-white neck. The collar of her white shirt revealed her delicate, fair collarbone. Meng Wanjun had an impeccable figure, her ample bust pushing the shirt upward, leaving one to wonder at the astonishing size hidden beneath. Meng Wanjun smiled gently and coldly upon seeing Ning Yuan. Xiao Yuan, you're here. Find a place to sit. I've already asked the butler to prepare dinner. Please wait a moment. Ning Yuan thanked her and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Lu Shuefu exclaimed in surprise, who else is coming? She muttered to herself as she went to open the door. When she opened the door, she saw her older sister, Lu Xuening, standing there. Sister? What are you doing here? Lu Shuefu turned to look at Ning Yuan, thinking to herself that her sister had arrived, and wondered if Ning Yuan would leave immediately. Lu Xuening said indifferently, what's wrong? Don't you welcome me, Shuefu? Lu Shuefu sighed helplessly, no, it's just that Ning Yuan, he's here too. Lu Shueying walked straight in. I was looking for him. Ning Yuan had already stood up by then, as he had heard Lu Shueying's voice. He didn't want to eat with Lu Shueying, so he got up to leave. Meng Wanjun knew this was the situation and quickly stopped Ning Yuan. Xiao Yuan, don't rush. I didn't mean to keep this from you. I just wanted you two to talk things out and not leave any regrets for the rest of your lives. Rest assured, I won't interfere with whatever decisions you make in the future. Ning Yuan said indifferently, Auntie, I respect you, but there's nothing left to say between me and Lu Shueying. We've divorced and have our own lives now. Let's just go our separate ways. Upon hearing the words live separately, Lu Shueying suddenly broke down. She started crying uncontrollably. Ning Yuan, I know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? I hope you'll give me a chance. Please, look at me, will you? Ning Yuan saw her crying inside. Lu Shueying, over the past 5 years, I've given you many chances. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. When Auntie called me this afternoon, I thought she said something very wise. Life is short, only 30,000 days, and no one knows what the future holds. From now on, I just want to be with someone who can make me happy. Ning Yuan was using Meng Wanjun's words from that morning to counter her. Meng Wanjun, who had been about to speak, wisely kept her mouth shut. After a pause, Ning Yuan continued to persuade her, Lu Shueying, it's time for you to move on. The past is the past. Lu Shueying collapsed to the ground, covering her face and sobbing. Whoa. No, I don't want it to be over. I want you to come back to me. She raised her tear-streaked face and clung tightly to Ning Yuan's pant legs. Ning Yuan, don't be so heartless. I beg you, please. I beg you. Ning Yuan looked at the heartbroken Lu Shueying, who seemed on the verge of breaking down, and sighed. He recalled the proud and arrogant Lu Shueying of the past, the one who had always been so high and mighty. Who could have imagined that one day she would fall to her knees, begging him for another chance? Just as Ning Yuan was about to speak, Meng Wanjun interjected. Ning Yuan, Xuening, let's not bring up the past. Today, just do this for Auntie's sake. Let's have a quiet meal together. What do you say? The housekeeper has already prepared the meal. Don't waste the food. Meng Wanjun sensed that Ning Yuan would refuse, so she cut him off directly. After all, in this situation, once Ning Yuan said those words, their relationship would be even harder to mend. At that moment, Lu Shuefu also spoke up. Logically speaking, Lu Shuefu shouldn't have helped her sister, as that would be helping her own rival. However, she still had deep feelings for her sister, and seeing her in this state, her heart ached as well. Ning Yuan, why don't we eat first? Auntie has been so kind, wouldn't that be better? Ning Yuan nodded. Lu Shuefu helped her sister to her feet. Although Lu Shueying was still deeply hurt, she had regained her composure. She realized that things couldn't be resolved in one go. Asking Ning Yuan to make a decision at that moment had been too hasty. After all, if Ning Yuan refused again, it would be even harder to have another chance in the future. so she silently wiped away her tears and sat down quietly. The female housekeeper began arranging for the maids to serve the dishes, and soon the table was filled with a variety of dishes.
Manhwa had 2 bottles of wine brought in as well.
These weren't purchased from outside but were homemade wine given to her by a female friend. This wine had a unique characteristic: it tasted sweet but made one feel dizzy when intoxicated. In simple terms, because it tasted so good, it was easy to get drunk from it.
Manhwa was thinking of Lu Shuiying, wanting to help her all the way, to see it through to the end.
Once Ning Yuan and Lu Shuiying were drunk, it wouldn't be unusual for something to happen between them, would it?
Manhwa noticed the atmosphere was a bit dull, so to break the ice, she said to Lu Shuifu, would you like to have some?
It tastes pretty good.
Lu Shuifu smiled and said, sure, I'd like to try it too. I'm already an adult, you know.
As she said this, she instinctively glanced at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan felt her gaze and thought to himself, Shuifu is looking over here now.
Her intentions are too obvious. Isn't she that she's not a child anymore and it's okay to start something? The problem was, Manhwa, who was so intelligent, was right there. She must have noticed as well. Sure enough, Manhwa noticed the look Lu Shuifu gave Ning Yuan and smiled enigmatically. Chapter 127, Helping Her Niece Pursue Love, Only to be Drawn into the Vortex Part 2.
Tonight, the butler had prepared a variety of dishes, including Australian lobster sashimi, steamed East Star grouper, Buddha estelite, steamed boneless carp with rare mushrooms, and abalone soup with clear chicken broth, as well as stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and more. Manhwa reminded Lu Shuiying, serve some food to Ning Yuan. Lu Shuiying obediently nodded and picked a piece of steamed grouper, carefully placing it in Ning Yuan's bowl. She recalled the night before their divorce, when Ning Yuan had also prepared East Star grouper for her, but she hadn't returned that evening, and Ning Yuan had thrown away all the East Star grouper. Now she watched Ning Yuan nervously, worried that he would refuse to eat the piece of Dongqing grouper and throw it away. However, Ning Yuan did not do so. After all, he still had to give Manhwa and Lu Shuifu some face. Doing so would have been too rude, and the meal would have been ruined. In the world of adults, some restraint is necessary, rather than complete recklessness. However, Ning Yuan did not throw it away, nor did he eat it. He simply pushed it to one side of the bowl. Seeing this, no one said anything. Although Ning Yuan didn't eat it directly, Lu Shuiying still sighed in relief.
Manhwa's stunning face flashed a look of helplessness.
It seemed that Ning Yuan wouldn't easily forgive Shuiying. That's true. Someone who has stuck to a decision for 5 years, completely unaffected by external influences, wouldn't change his mind so easily once he decided to give up. If he could change his mind so easily, he wouldn't be Ning Yuan. However, as a high-ranking official who had experienced countless political intrigues, Manhwa believed that as long as it wasn't a dead end, there was still a chance. Manhwa raised her wine glass and smiled at Ning Yuan, saying,
Xiao Yuan, welcome to my home.
I saw the TV series you starred in. You did an excellent job, and the online reviews are very positive. Auntie wishes you a bright future and even greater success. Ning Yuan raised his cup, while Lu Shuiying and Lu Shuifu also raised theirs. Ning Yuan replied politely, Thank you, Auntie. I will do my best. This is the career I love, and I won't let my fans down. The four clinked their glasses and began to savor the wine. Ning Yuan could sense that the wine had a unique taste, with the fresh aroma of wild grapes, a distinct graininess, and a rich, smooth texture.
The layers were well defined, giving Ning Yuan's taste buds a very pleasant sensation.
Lu Shuifu also praised, Auntie, this wine is excellent.
The texture is so strong. I want more.
Manhwa poured her a small glass and smiled, You're still young, don't drink too much. However, unlike Ning Yuan and Lu Shuifu, Lu Shuiying wore a bitter expression. Though the wine was sweet, it tasted bitter in Lu Shuiying's mouth.
Manhwa mentioned Ning Yuan's acting career.
Previously, she had forbidden Ning Yuan from continuing his acting career, but she couldn't deny that he had a natural talent for it. However, such a talented person had never performed for her, had always been sincere toward her, and had never asked for anything in their 5-year marriage. How could she have let such a good man slip away? As a political figure and a powerful deputy district chief, Manhwa viewed the matter from a different perspective. She praised him, saying, I fully support Xiao Yuan becoming an actor. I believe it is a meaningful profession. Actors do not merely portray characters in scripts, they also serve as historical recorders, such as in films about the War of Resistance against Japan. Additionally, it serves as an export of our Chinese cultural symbols, showcasing our nation's history, customs, and values through films and TV series. For example, our wuxia films convey the spirit of chivalry. Similarly, countries like Korea and Japan are also using films, TV shows, or anime to attempt cultural penetration. It can be said that Ning Yuan and his colleagues are also fighting for our culture.
Hearing Auntie say this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile.
That's why Auntie can hold such a high position. What she says seems to objectively state facts, without a single direct compliment, yet it makes you feel as comfortable as eating a ginseng fruit. That's true eloquence, that's the art of speaking, no wonder she's a leader. Thank you for your recognition. Ning Yuan raised his glass and toasted Meng Wanjun. Lu Shuefu and Lu Shuiying heard Meng Wanjun say this and couldn't help but think that Ning Yuan's career was pretty prestigious. They looked at him with brighter eyes. Especially Lu Xuening, who had previously forbidden Ning Yuan from performing. Now, after hearing Meng Wanjun speak, she began to think that no matter what job Ning Yuan chose in the future, she would support him wholeheartedly. After all, no job is inherently more noble than another. The rest of the dinner proceeded smoothly, with Meng Wanjun firmly in control of the pace. The originally tense and stagnant atmosphere became much more harmonious under her guidance. Of course, no one mentioned Ning Yuan and Lu Shuiying's relationship anymore. Gradually, everyone had drunk quite a bit. Lu Shuefu, who had the lowest tolerance for alcohol, was the first to get drunk. She started demanding that Ning Yuan kiss her, hug her, and lift her up high. Ning Yuan could only try to comfort her, but he couldn't actually kiss or lift her up. He simply gave her a quick hug, and Lu Shuefu was satisfied, curling up in his arms and falling asleep. Lu Xuening muttered, "Little clingy thing." Ning Yuan noticed that Meng Wanyan and Lu Shuiying were both looking at him with strange expressions, so he awkwardly laughed and said, "Shuefu is drunk. Let's help her inside to sleep." Meng Wanjun was an elder, so she couldn't be the one to help. Thus, Ning Yuan and Lu Xuening had to carry her inside together. Fortunately, Lu Shuefu had good drinking manners when she was drunk. She simply fell asleep and didn't cause any trouble. After Ning Yuan put Lu Shuefu down, he noticed that Lu Shuiying was staring at him intently. Ning Yuan ignored her, stepped out of the room, and returned to the dining table. Lu Xuening also came out, and the three continued chatting and drinking. Soon, all three were nearly drunk. Lu Shuiying was already intoxicated, lying face down on the table. She seemed lost in thought, tears streaming down her face. Meng Wanjun and Ning Yuan were also nearly 80 to 90% drunk. Seeing Lu Shuiying crying, they felt helpless and could only help her inside to rest. Of course, the two of them also understood why Lu Shuiying was crying. When people are drunk, their emotional control is weakened, and they become more sensitive to their inner emotions, making them more easily moved to tears. Meng Wanjun had originally hoped that once the two of them were sufficiently intoxicated, they might resolve their grievances or, under the influence of alcohol, recall past happy memories and put their differences behind them. However, since Lu Shuiying was now completely intoxicated, Meng Wanjun could only give up. After Meng Wanjun and Ning Yuan helped her inside, she instructed the butler to tidy up and arranged a room for Ning Yuan. Meng Wanjun herself could barely stand, so she hurried inside to take a shower. By the time she finished bathing, she was already intoxicated, and she stumbled into her room to rest. After Meng Wanjun finished bathing, Ning Yuan also went in to bathe. Ning Yuan was also intoxicated, feeling the scene before him growing increasingly blurry, his feet light as if he were walking on cotton. With the last remnants of his clarity, he made his way to the room Meng Wanjun had assigned him. He didn't turn on the light, took off his shoes, put on the pajamas Meng Wanjun had prepared for him, lay down on the bed, and pulled the blanket over himself. But he heard a soft moan, and the blanket was pulled back. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and touched the side, only to unexpectedly feel soft, smooth skin. The other person wasn't wearing any clothes. This startled Ning Yuan, sobering him up slightly. Oh no! Had he accidentally entered Lu Shuiying or Lu Shuefu's room? Chapter 128, Helping his niece pursue love, only to be drawn into a vortex Part 3. Just as Ning Yuan was in shock, Meng Wanjun, still drowsy, happened to turn around, and Ning Yuan, who had been reaching out, accidentally touched a voluptuous part of her body. He couldn't control himself. Ning Yuan's heart trembled, and his throat tightened. What a soft, tempting spot. No, this isn't Lu Shuiying, nor is it Lu Shuefu. He had been with both of them before, and neither of them had such curves, nor could they have developed so quickly. A name that sent a chill down Ning Yuan's spine flashed through his mind, Meng Wanjun. At that moment, the dazed Meng Wanjun murmured softly, as Ning Yuan's hand showed signs of waking her up. Ning Yuan held his breath and quietly withdrew his hand. Meng Wanjun seemed to sense something amiss. Just now, it felt like there were hands on her body, and one of them had even taken the opportunity to squeeze her. Now that the hand had retracted, Meng Wanjun assumed it was a hallucination and drifted back into a deep sleep. Ning Yuan sighed in relief. Just as he was about to get up and pick up his phone from the bedside table, he accidentally dropped it, and it landed with a thud on the floor. Meng Wanjun was startled awake by the sound. She shook her head, her consciousness slowly returning. She instinctively reached out to touch the bed, and quickly realized something was wrong because her hand had touched a person. Meng Wanjun was fully awake. She jumped in fright and was about to shout out loud to ask who it was. Ning Yuan knew that if she shouted, it would be over. Everyone in the family knew he had sneaked into Meng Wanjun's room. She couldn't let her scream. In this critical moment, Ning Yuan quickly covered her mouth. Although Meng Wanjun held a high position and was usually unfazed in dangerous situations, being suddenly covered in the mouth still startled her. She let out muffled cries and struggled violently, her tiny fists pounding Ning Yuan, and her long white legs kicking him. Ning Yuan had no choice but to hold her tightly, using his legs to pin hers between his own, preventing her from kicking him. Otherwise, he would have suffered internal injuries.
It hurt so much.
Fortunately, there was no light, otherwise Meng Wanyun, who was accustomed to sleeping naked, would have been completely exposed to Ning Yuan. However, holding such a voluptuous body, Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Ning Yuan knew this couldn't continue, so he quickly came up with a plan and said, "Lu Shuiying, don't move.
Weren't you the one who sneaked into my room on your own?"
Meng Wanyun heard this and realized it was Ning Yuan, and it seemed like he had mistaken her for Lu Shuiying. Surprisingly, she slowly stopped struggling.
Meng Wanyun was momentarily unable to distinguish whether this was Ning Yuan's room or her own.
Ning Yuan whispered softly in her ear. "Lu Shuiying, I know you want me to forgive you, so you sneaked into my room.
I'll let you go now. Don't shout, or Auntie and Xuefu will hear, and everyone will be embarrassed, understand?"
Ning Yuan's warm breath brushed against Meng Wanyun's ear, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. She had been so busy with her career that she had never given much thought to her own future. This was the first time she had ever been so intimate with a man.
Ning Yuan didn't know if this would work, but to his surprise, Meng Wanyu nodded slightly.
Ning Yuan whispered again, "Lu Shuiying, I never expected someone as aloof as you to sneak into my room.
Are you up to something?" Meng Wanjun remained silent.
After the silence settled, their bodies grew increasingly heated for no apparent reason. The two who had intended to part ways seemed to have suddenly forgotten about it, and neither mentioned it again. So, Ning Yuan continued to hold Meng Wanyun in his arms. Ning Yuan knew she wouldn't answer, after all, he had only said that to ease the awkwardness between them. Ning Yuan suddenly spoke in a sorrowful tone.
5 years. You've hurt me constantly over the past 5 years, never once smiling at me. You've shattered my heart into pieces time and again, reducing it to mud that you trample underfoot. Do you know how many nights I've spent awake, my heart aching so much I couldn't sleep?
Although Ning Yuan was intentionally saying this to Meng Wanyun, it was only to make her believe that he truly saw her as Lu Shuiying. However, by the end, Ning Yuan truly recalled the past. Under the influence of alcohol, his true feelings surfaced. As if sensing Ning Yuan's sadness, Meng Wanyun, who was also intoxicated, unexpectedly reached out her hands, wrapped them around Ning Yuan's waist, and hugged him tightly. For some reason, at that moment, Ning Yuan made Meng Wanyun feel deeply moved. Ning Yuan felt Meng Wanyun's curves, and his heart raced with both tension and excitement. However, to maintain the pretense, Ning Yuan sighed. What Ning Yuan didn't expect was that Meng Wanyun seemed to sense his mood hadn't improved. In the darkness, she gathered her courage, tilted her head, trembled her lips, and kissed Ning Yuan's lips.
Meng Wanyu was too inexperienced, but it was precisely this inexperience that nearly sent Ning Yuan into a frenzy. It was too intense.
This was his aunt. That high-ranking, powerful aunt. Ning Yuan had originally intended to pretend he wouldn't forgive the Lu Shuiying before him, but with the alcohol in his system, he had already been aroused by this body, and he couldn't help but respond.
As their lips and tongues intertwined, Meng Wanjuan's body trembled violently.
Her chest rose and fell sharply, and her mind grew dizzy. An indescribable mixture of tingling, tense, pleasurable, ambiguous, and sweet emotions swept over her entire body, as if every cell was trembling, causing her delicate body to involuntarily press closer to Ning Yuan, almost melting into his strong physique. The entire world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the sound of her own rapid heartbeat and labored breathing in her ears. Her toes curled involuntarily, and her body felt as though it had been electrified, with a tingling sensation spreading from the soles of her feet all the way to the top of her head. Her body grew hotter and hotter, her breathing faster and faster. When Ning Yuan began kissing her neck and her earlobe, all her rationality was stripped away, leaving her mind blank. But when Ning Yuan's scorching palm moved downward, she shuddered violently, her heart racing with fear, and pushed him away. She grabbed the blanket and covered herself, but her soft, delicate legs kicked at Ning Yuan.
However, Meng Wanjun remained silent.
Ning Yuan also snapped out of his excitement and said, "Xuening, I know you did that just now to make me forgive you." Ning Yuan was also trying to cover up Meng Wanjuan's earlier actions. He continued, "But we need time.
This room is yours now. I'll sleep in the guest room." In the darkness, Meng Wanyun seemed to nod slightly. Chapter 129, Like a Dream.
Ning Yuan put on his clothes, took his phone, and walked out. Fortunately, Meng Wanyun's house was large enough, and Ning Yuan chose an unoccupied guest room this time. He walked in, closed the door gently, and lay down on the bed. However, the passionate scene from earlier had completely sobered him up. Lying on the bed, with his arm as a pillow, he recalled the events that had just unfolded. Ning Yuan had no choice but to pretend that Meng Wanjun was Lu Shuiying.
In fact, the name Lu Xuefu flashed through his mind for an instant, but Lu Xuefu was clearly unsuitable. First, Lu Xuefu was only 18 years old and still developing, and her build didn't resemble Meng Wanyun's Lu Shuiying, on the other hand, had a similar figure to Meng Wanyun, both being curvy and voluptuous.
Second, Ning Yuan didn't want Meng Wanyun to know about his close relationship with Lu Shuefu yet, as it might give her the impression that he was a frivolous playboy. What baffled Ning Yuan even more was that Meng Wanyun had silently accepted her as Lu Shuiying. That's not all. When Ning Yuan showed signs of sadness, she actually hugged him, and at the end, she even initiated a kiss. Is Auntie trying to help Lu Xuening by kissing me, or did she simply give in to her feelings in that moment? To be honest, Ning Yuan couldn't figure out the reason either. Because Meng Wanjun gave him the impression of being rational, aloof, and as ethereal as a fairy. However, Ning Yuan thought to himself, I should act friendlier toward Lu Shuiying tomorrow. After all, he had just kissed Lu Shuiying, so if he remained cold toward her tomorrow, it would be easy to expose the truth. The next morning, Ning Yuan yawned as he got out of bed. When he opened the door, he saw Meng Wanyun sitting upright at the dining table. Ning Yuan, after all, was an actor. Though he felt a bit awkward inside, his face showed no sign of it. He smiled slightly and said, Good morning, Auntie. Meng Wanjun gave him a deep look, her gaze carrying a subtle scrutiny. Seeing that Ning Yuan showed no signs of unusual behavior, she smiled faintly. Sha Yuan, did you sleep well? Go wash up quickly, breakfast is ready for you. To be honest, Ning Yuan couldn't detect any unusual expressions on Meng Wanyun's face. It was as if the person who had kissed him last night wasn't her, and the voluptuous body that had clung tightly to him wasn't hers either. It all felt like a vivid dream. Meng Wanjun's expression was too calm. If it weren't for the faint bruises on Ning Yuan's body from being kicked and the marks on his back from where she had grabbed him during the kiss, he would have suspected it was all a hallucination caused by his drunkenness. After Ning Yuan finished washing up, Lu Shuiying and Lu Shuefu, the two sisters, also got out of bed. Lu Shuefu sweetly called out, Ning Yuan, big brother. However, upon seeing Lu Xuening beside her, she quickly shut her mouth. Lu Xuening glanced at Lu Shuefu and also spoke up, Ning Yuan, good morning. She thought Ning Yuan wouldn't acknowledge her, but to her surprise, he nodded slightly. Lu Shuiying was overjoyed, her eyes welling up with tears, almost unable to contain her happiness. Was this the moment when the clouds parted to reveal the moon? Had her actions finally moved Ning Yuan? Was Ning Yuan willing to come back to her? Lu Shuiying's mind was filled with thoughts, all of them exciting her beyond measure. However, Ning Yuan merely nodded at her without saying a word and walked past her. Lu Shuiying's heart instantly calmed down a bit. There's still a long way to go. Don't let up, keep pushing forward. The current approach has proven to be effective. Lu Shuiying silently encouraged herself. In Lu Shuiying's car were still the property deed and black card that Ning Yuan had returned to her. These were returned by Lu Shuefu. At the time, Lu Shuiying had scolded her for bringing them back. Lu Shuefu was also upset at the time. She didn't know what was inside either. Ning Yuan had told her to give it to her sister, so she did. Lu Shuiying thought to herself that she would find an opportunity to return them to Ning Yuan later. After they finished washing up, the four of them sat down at the dining table together and began eating breakfast. It must be said that the scene was quite warm, especially for Lu Shuefu. She rarely had the chance to enjoy such a harmonious meal with her family. There was her older sister Xuening, her beloved older brother Ning Yuan, and the aunt who had once served as her mother. And Lu Shuiying's face had also changed from the gloomy rain of last night to the sunny sky of today. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl upward. Even her appetite has improved significantly. She feels this is the best breakfast she has ever had. Ning Yuan, however, remained silent. His gaze occasionally met Meng Wanyun's, but both quickly averted their eyes without a trace. After breakfast, the female housekeeper had already prepared everything and the red flag car. Meng Wanjun smiled and bid everyone farewell. Dressed in a suit skirt and high heels, she walked out with a click-clack of her heels. There was nothing she could do as a high-ranking official in the district. She had to set an example and couldn't afford to be late. Ning Yuan couldn't help but take a closer look at her retreating figure. Meng Wanyun's figure was truly breathtaking, a slender waist, full hips, and those perfectly curved lines that swayed with each step, leaving one speechless. The remaining three each had their own thoughts. Lu Shuefu looked at her sister and said, Sister, you have to go to work too. You should leave early. I'll send Ning Yuan back later. She was thinking that once her sister left, she could spend time alone with Ning Yuan, and the two of them could even go on a date together. After all, today's class wasn't important. She could just ask Tongtong to call in for her. Speaking of which, Lu Shuefu had never skipped class before, but for a date with Ning Yuan, she didn't care about that anymore. Missing a few classes wouldn't make much difference in life, but if she didn't spend more time with Ning Yuan's brother now, she'd definitely regret it later. Lu Xuening glared at her, feeling very upset that Lu Shuefu was now competing with her for Ning Yuan. Since Ning Yuan had just started getting along better with her, she naturally wanted to capitalize on the momentum and create more opportunities to spend time alone with him. Shuefu, aren't you supposed to be in class today? You should go to school early, and I'll drop Ning Yuan off at work later. Lu Shuefu didn't bother to think about it anymore. She snorted, Sister, I don't have class today.
But your company can't run without you, the president, in charge.
Lu Xuening chuckled, sister, you're still too young to understand.
What company needs its president to work themselves to the bone? What's the point of having all those subordinates then?
The two began a heated argument, each wanting to spend time alone with Ning Yuan. Just a moment ago, they were talking about being allies, but now that there are no enemies around, the two have started fighting again.
Lu Xuefu never imagined that their alliance was so fragile, and she couldn't help but sigh, sister, why don't you ask Ning Yuan brother? He'll definitely go with me to play.
Lu Xuening glanced at Ning Yuan but said nothing. Although Ning Yuan's attitude toward her had improved slightly, it was still uncertain whether he was willing to spend time alone with her. Fortunately, she didn't know this was just Ning Yuan's temporary strategy, otherwise, she would have lost even more confidence.
Chapter 130, Xuening, Xuefu, can you drop me off at school and have Ning Yuan come back right away?
Ning Yuan spoke up, stop arguing.
Lu Xueying, go to work. Xuefu, go to class. I've driven here. I'll drop you off later. Ning Yuan's work isn't as restrictive.
Top-tier actors don't need to go to the office, they mostly film on location, shoot commercials, do roadshows, and participate in various events to maintain their popularity. Ning Yuan had recently landed an advertisement for a sports watch brand called Xingqi. His team had already conducted a site visit, and there were no issues. It was a great brand. It's a sports watch that emphasizes speed and endurance, highlighting a tech-savvy and energetic vibe. The watch aligns well with Ning Yuan's image, is of high quality, and the company's values and philosophy resonate with him, making long-term collaboration a possibility. Therefore, Ning Yuan decided to sign a contract with them. Yes, Ning Yuan now has a team, with more assistants around him, 2 additional ones. One is a bodyguard who drives for him. She is an ordinary-looking female bodyguard who served in the military for several years and has high combat skills.
This was arranged by Xiao Roland, as Ning Yuan's popularity is growing, and he needs to travel more frequently. Having a female bodyguard who can drive ensures his safety during trips. Of course, the bodyguard's ordinary appearance was also one of the reasons Xiao Roland chose her.
The other is a publicity assistant, a young woman who primarily helps with public opinion management, content curation, social media platform operations, and event promotion support. After all, Ji Xiaoju is already stretched thin and cannot handle all the tasks of a driver, public relations, administrative coordination, and security work. Now, Ji Xiaoju only needs to accompany him to work, responsible for planning his schedule and coordinating on-site operations. With his current assets, income from filming movies and TV shows, and the revenue from this advertisement, Ning Yuan's total income has risen to 40 million.
So, being an actor is all about making money. As long as you have fame, people will keep coming to give you money, as easy as drinking water.
Upon hearing Ning Yuan speak, both of them stopped arguing.
Lu Xueying dared not defy Ning Yuan now.
Even if Ning Yuan asked her to fetch the stars from the sky, she would try her best to do it for him. But she felt so wronged inside. When Lu Xuefu first heard Ning Yuan tell her to go to class, her little mouth puckered up. Then, when she heard Ning Yuan say he would send her to school, she was overjoyed. Although she couldn't go on a date with Ning Yuan, being alone with her brother in the car was enough to make her happy. She could do something naughty again later. Lu Xueying saw Lu Xuefu's delighted expression and glared at her fiercely. The three of them finished eating and went to the garage. Lu Xueying looked back every few steps, biting her lower lip, reluctant to leave, and looked at them pitifully. She pulled Lu Xuefu close and whispered, Xuefu, once we're in the car, can you two just go straight back to school and tell Ning Yuan to come back early? Lu Xuefu nodded firmly, don't worry, sister. Ning Yuan and I won't do anything. Ning Yuan got into the car, and Lu Xuefu also smiled and got into the passenger seat. Once they couldn't see Lu Xueying anymore, Lu Xuefu immediately threw herself into Ning Yuan's arms. First, she took a deep breath of the cedar scent on Ning Yuan's body. Brother, you smell so good. Lu Xuefu felt that the happiest thing in the world was being close to her brother. These days, college girls had coined a new term called skin hunger syndrome, and Lu Xuefu suspected she might have it. Otherwise, why would she think about hugging, kissing, and cuddling with her brother all day long? If she didn't get to hug and kiss him for several days, Lu Xuefu's mood would mysteriously worsen. It could be said that Lu Xuefu's entire heart and mind were devoted solely to Ning Yuan. Now that she's in his arms, she's so happy she even lets out a contented mmh. Ning Yuan holds her, thinking that this little one won't be satisfied with just this. Sure enough, after holding her for a while, Lu Xuefu suddenly blushed and looked up. Brother, I want a kiss. After saying that, she closed her beautiful eyes, waiting for Ning Yuan to kiss her lips, which were as tempting as a peach. After waiting for a while and seeing that Ning Yuan hadn't kissed her, she secretly opened one eye just a slit, only to see Ning Yuan smiling lightly with his lips curved upward. Lu Xuefu naturally wouldn't give in. She clenched her little fists and gently pounded Ning Yuan's chest, whining, brother, you're bad, sniff sniff. Then Lu Xuefu's soft, fragrant body was tightly embraced by Ning Yuan. Lu Xuefu's increasingly mature body pressed tightly against Ning Yuan's chest, and the two mouths were pressed apart.
Ning Yuan's thin lips touched Lu Shuefu's soft, sweet lips. Lu Shuefu's delicate body trembled, she closed her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes fluttered, she raised her snow-white neck and extended her delicate tongue, responding to Ning Yuan with a shy, inexperienced kiss. When Ning Yuan tried to pull back, the delicate tongue reversed its direction, chasing after him. After kissing for several minutes, Lu Shuefu finally released Ning Yuan, and a silver thread remained between their lips. Lu Shuefu was now fully satisfied. Ning Yuan started the sports car and drove toward Jinghai University. What they didn't know was that Lu Xuening hadn't left at all. She was hiding nearby, watching them secretly. Though separated by the car window, she couldn't see inside, but she could feel the car trembling slightly, and she nearly bit her teeth to pieces. You dare, Lu Shuefu. You actually cheated on him. This is infuriating. But there was nothing she could do. Lu Xueying knew she had to either accept it or leave. So she had no choice but to accept it. But seeing Lu Shuefu and Ning Yuan being intimate with her own eyes still caused a sharp pain and bitterness in her heart. Especially since she suspected they might have had a car accident. However, given Ning Yuan's capabilities, it wouldn't be just a few minutes. It seemed they had only kissed, and thinking this, Lu Xueying felt a little better. Meanwhile, Lu Shuefu in the car was in high spirits, asking Ning Yuan about the interesting things that had happened on set. Ning Yuan told her about some strange incidents that had occurred on set, leaving Lu Shuefu speechless. As they were about to arrive at school, Lu Shuefu suddenly remembered the camping trip she had planned with Tong Tong. She had been so flustered by the kiss that she hadn't thought about it earlier. Brother, after the midterm exams, I want to go camping. Can you come with me? If you don't go, I won't dare to go either. Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment. If I'm free, of course I can. But if I'm busy, you'll have to wait. Okay, I'll definitely wait until you have time. If you don't go, we won't go either. You guys? Ning Yuan was confused. Lu Shuefu smiled. Yes, me and Tong Tong, my best friend. You haven't met her yet. Chapter 131, Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom's Instructions. Ning Yuan reached out and ruffled her hair. Alright, if I'm free at the time, I'll accompany you. But don't go to too remote a place, safety comes first. Lu Shuefu nodded, just around Jinghai, at that popular camping base by the stream where a lot of people go camping. We can camp, play in the stream, barbecue, and cook outdoors. It's safe, it's run by someone. I don't like going to remote wilderness areas, that's too scary. Ning Yuan smiled and agreed. He was worried that Lu Shuefu might go too far or too remote in pursuit of excitement, and some things are simply unpredictable. A gentleman doesn't stand under a crumbling wall, there's no need to take unnecessary risks. After dropping Lu Shuefu off at school, Ning Yuan drove back to the company. The next day, he had to go to Xingqi Company to shoot an advertisement. Meanwhile, Lu Xueying returned to the company, her heart filled with both joy and sorrow. She was happy because, after last night's interaction, or rather, after she had sincerely apologized, Ning Yuan had been a bit nicer to her this morning. This was the first time he had responded to her since his divorce, even if it was just a simple nod. Sadly, she had gotten her hopes up too soon. Ning Yuan didn't want to be alone with her, let alone develop feelings. Now, she didn't even have the chance to give him a gift. However, the experience from last night, along with the joy of Ning Yuan nodding at her this morning, kept Lu Xueying thinking about it constantly. She had been feeling lost and miserable for a long time, so this morning, Ning Yuan's small gesture played over and over in her mind dozens of times. She was obsessed with this happiness. She wanted to experience that joy again. The female executive assistant reported to her, but Lu Xueying didn't hear a word. Her mind was still racing. But how can I increase the time I spend with Ning Yuan? I know, I can ask Auntie to arrange another dinner with him. Next time, I'll take the initiative to talk to Ning Yuan more, and our relationship will develop further. As she thought this, the corners of Lu Xueying's mouth curled upward involuntarily. The CEO's assistant saw Lu Xueying smile and assumed her plan was excellent, as it had been months since the CEO had last smiled. She was greatly encouraged, her face brightening, and she couldn't help but giggle to herself. When she gave her report, her voice was more confident and energetic. Lu Xueying listened to her report, though she didn't hear it all the way through. But she quickly spotted the issues, furrowing her brows. This proposal is riddled with flaws. First, Lu Xueying pointed out each issue one by one, and with each one, the assistant's expression grew darker. In the end, the once adorable CEO's assistant had her face completely drooping. She was no longer giggling inside, tears were streaming down her face. However, she dared not show it in front of the cold and aloof CEO. Ning Yuan returned to the company, and Ji Xiaoju reminded him that today's schedule was to go to the studio to shoot an advertisement. Xiao Rulan saw Ning Yuan return to the company, and she couldn't help but curve her lips. Ning Yuan greeted her with a nod. Ms. Xiao, good morning. Cough, cough. Ning Yuan, good morning. Earlier, she almost used a spoiled tone to say good morning to Ning Yuan, almost asking for a hug. Ugh, how could I be so love-struck? Xiao Rulan recalled last night when she returned home and was immediately grilled by her father and mother. Roland, did you too eat the tonic your father and I gave to Ning Yuan last time? Xiao Rulan answered honestly, yes, we ate it. Ning Yuan said it tasted pretty good. Cough cough, did you too?
Xiao Mom couldn't help but ask, but upon noticing Xiao Dad beside her, she stopped herself.
Xiao Rulan's face turned red. Oh my gosh, Mom. What are you talking about?
Xiao Mom quickly said, Roland, you're already 28.
It's time for you to get married and have children.
While Mom is still young, I can help take care of the kids.
Otherwise, in a few more years, I won't have the energy anymore.
Xiao Dad spoke earnestly.
Roland, our family is counting on you. Your two older brothers have completely given up.
Even if they get married in a few years, they'll just find a retired aunt to marry and collect 2 pensions, settling down right away. Your father isn't an old-fashioned man. I don't have an obsession with having descendants.
I just want you to be happy. Our suggestion is that we still hope you can have children. That sense of happiness is truly indescribable.
When you watch your children grow up, learn to walk and talk, though the process may be tough, every moment will make your mother and me feel it's all worth it. Moreover, no matter how many children you have, it won't be a burden on our family. Not only will your mother and I help you, but we'll also hire a professional nanny to assist you.
So as long as you want to have children, everything else is manageable.
Xiao's mother nodded in agreement. Yes, Roland, you should give it some serious thought. After speaking, she pulled her daughter into the room.
Xiao Rulan didn't really want to discuss this with her parents, but she had no choice.
Previously, Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom had been worried that none of the 3 of them would get married. Now that Xiao Rulan had finally brought her boyfriend home, the 2 elders had set their sights on her.
Zhao's mother pulled Xiao Rulan to the bed and whispered, Rulan, have you and Ning Yuan slept together yet? Xiao Rulan blushed, oh my gosh, Mom, why are you asking that? We haven't yet.
You're such a grown woman now.
What is there to be shy about?
When I was your age, I already had 2 older brothers, and you were already in my belly. Zhao's mother paused, then grew concerned.
Rulan is so beautiful. If you haven't slept together yet, could there be something wrong with Ning Yuan? Xiao Rulan felt even more embarrassed. It wasn't Ning Yuan's problem, it was hers.
As Ning Yuan would put it, she, Xiao Rulan, was too sensitive, always rolling her eyes and fainting at the slightest provocation. As for Ning Yuan, Xiao Rulan had touched him, and she felt that changing his name to Ninggenshua would be well deserved.
Thinking back to their first encounter, Xiao Rulan's face turned as red as blood.
This rascal. He is out to ruin young girls. So she replied to Xiao's mother, oh, Mom, we're still in love. Ning Yuan is in perfect health, there's nothing wrong with him.
He respects my opinion, you know.
This made Zhao's mother panic.
Respect your opinion? Does that mean you don't want to?
Roland, since you and Ning Yuan are so well suited, your father and I aren't old-fashioned. You can get married first and sort out the paperwork later.
Xiao Rulan was utterly shocked.
Back in high school, her mother had always hinted that she shouldn't fall in love so early and had even worried she might fall in love at school. But Zhao's mother had no idea.
Xiao Rulan hardly ever interacted with boys at school. Now, here she was.
Zhao's mother's desire to have a grandchild was practically bursting out of her. It was as obvious as lice on a monk's head. She even said, get on the bus first and pay later. After exchanging a few whispered words, Xiao Rulan's father and mother gave her another box of tonics. Xiao Dad said, tell Ning Yuan to eat more of these. The oysters and seahorses are good for strengthening the waist and kidneys, they're very beneficial for your health.
Xiao Rulan couldn't refuse.
Sure enough, Xiao Rulan placed the box of supplements in the trunk and was now figuring out how to give it to Ning Yuan. The main reason was that this matter was somewhat embarrassing. A girl giving her boyfriend tonics for strengthening the waist and kidneys all day long made it seem like she was desperate and eager.
Chapter 132, Farewell to Ling Jiyun. Ning Yuan, I'll bring you something after work.
Xiao Rulan's face turned slightly red as she spoke to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan nodded and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, leaned in closer and smiled softly. What are you going to give me, Rulan?
As Ning Yuan leaned closer, Xiao Rulan's heart began to race.
Oh, just some simple ingredients that are good for your health. Ning Yuan immediately thought of the ingredients Xiao Rulan's parents had given him last time. Those were the kind of ingredients that made you feel energetic and full of life.
Xiao Rulan didn't say anything else and walked straight into the office. She didn't want her subordinates to notice anything.
Now, she was easily exposed in front of Ning Yuan. After Xiao Rulan left, Ning Yuan, Ji Xiaoju, and the female bodyguard Chen Xan set off together, driving straight to the photography studio. While in the car, Ning Yuan received a text message from Ling Xian, inviting him to come over for dinner. Ning Yuan replied with a simple okay. Upon arriving at the studio, Ning Yuan heard a familiar voice.
Ning Yuan.
The voice came with a touch of surprise.
Ning Yuan looked closely and saw that it was indeed Sun Yanxiu.
When signing the contract, Ning Yuan had already known that the female lead was Sun Yanxiu. And Sun Yanxiu had also signed on because she knew that Xingqi had approached Ning Yuan and had already reached an agreement.
Yanxiu, it's been a long time. You didn't even come to find me.
You promised to take me out to dinner alone, but you still haven't done it yet.
Su Nianqiu sounded very upset. With so many people around, the two couldn't do anything intimate otherwise. Su Nianqiu would have already thrown herself into Ning Yuan's arms.
She hadn't seen Ning Yuan in a long time and missed him dearly. She was still thinking about the time they played dare and kissed Ning Yuan.
Ning Yuan could only comfort her gently. I've been pretty busy lately, Nianqiu. Let me treat you to dinner in a few days, okay? Su Nianqiu finally smiled. That's more like it. Where should we go?
Ning Yuan paused for a moment. Let us go to a private kitchen.
I heard there's a good place we can try. Alright, deal.
Su Nianqiu was afraid Ning Yuan would change his mind.
When the director arrived, Ning Yuan realized he was a fairly young director.
Ning Yuan had heard of him before and knew he was a talented up-and-coming director. His name was Zhu Fengxian. Zhu Fengxian greeted Ning Yuan and Su Nianqiu politely with a smile. Ning Yuan, Su Nianqiu, hello.
I didn't expect the two of you, the male and female leads, to come together. Ning Yuan smiled and said, Director Zhu, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Su Nianqiu and I are friends, so we came over together when we saw each other.
Su Nianqiu also greeted him. Hello, Director Zhu.
After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Yuan and Su Nianqiu began to go and finalize their styling. Since the watch was designed to emphasize a tech-savvy, sporty, and fashionable vibe, Ning Yuan and Su Nianqiu's makeup and styling were geared toward a youthful, energetic, and dynamic look. Once they were done with their styling, Su Nianqiu noticed that Ning Yuan's athletic outfit was simply charming. It must be said that Ning Yuan now looked like a college student, exuding a simple yet youthful charm. Su Nianqiu was so captivated that she couldn't take her eyes off him.
Ning Yuan tapped her on the head, and Su Nianqiu snapped back to reality. The two of them then headed to the photography studio. Ji Xiaoju and the staff waiting there couldn't help but marvel at Ning Yuan and Su Nianqiu's outfits. The two of them looked like a campus couple, the guy handsome and the girl charming. Standing together they truly stunned the ears. Zhu Fengxian explained the shooting script to them. This advertising script was different from a regular script. Actors could offer their opinions. The shooting script was roughly as follows. The couple, Ning Yuan and Su Nianqiu, go for a run, holding hands and being affectionate. Ning Yuan helps Su Nianqiu flip her hair, and at this moment, he suddenly shows off his Star Chaser watch on his wrist. Next, the two encounter two masked thugs who attempt to rob them. Ning Yuan hands over his wallet, asking them to spare him and his girlfriend. But the criminals refuse. He then hands them his phone, but they refuse that as well. Ning Yuan, looking terrified, thought they were going to harm Su Nianqiu, but instead they pushed her to the ground and advanced toward him. Ning Yuan was terrified, thinking they had some kind of peculiar fetish, but they were actually staring intently at his watch. In the end, they snatched the watch and fled. The plot isn't particularly complex, it's mainly a humorous and comedic type of story. There's a small twist, of course, all aimed at highlighting the Xingqi watch. After the director explained some performance details to them, Ning Yuan and Su Nianqiu began memorizing their lines. There weren't many lines, just a few sentences, and they quickly memorized them. Shooting began. The two boys playing the villains kept breaking character, causing the shoot to run a bit longer. However, overall progress was still good, and the scene was wrapped up in the afternoon. Alright, thank you everyone. That was great. You all worked hard. Director Zhu Fengxian clapped first.
Ning Yuan shook hands with Zhu Fengxian and then left with Su Nianqiu and the others.
The next steps involved selecting shots, editing, and voiceover work, which did not require Ning Yuan's participation.
As they reached the door, Su Nianqiu pulled Ning Yuan to a secluded spot where no one was around.
She didn't want to leave. I haven't seen you in ages. Can we go out together tonight? Su Nianqiu looked at Ning Yuan pitifully.
Ning Yuan was helpless. He had already promised Ling Xian to have dinner at her place this morning, so he could only postpone it for next time.
Ning Yuan hugged Su Nianqiu and tried to comfort her. How about next time? I have a dinner engagement tonight. Su Nianqiu was obedient.
She tilted her head up, then kiss me. Ning Yuan kissed her lips.
Is that enough? Before Su Nianqiu could say it wasn't enough, Ning Yuan gave her a deep kiss. This kiss left Su Nianqiu completely weak before he finally let her go. Is that enough, Nianqiu?
Su Nianqiu took a while to recover, her face flushed.
Yes, I forgive you. But remember next time. Ning Yuan naturally agreed. I'll definitely remember. Don't worry. Su Nianqiu finally smiled happily.
After they parted ways, Ning Yuan returned to the company and then drove straight to the residential complex where Ling Xian lived.
Ning Yuan parked the car and went up to ring the doorbell.
The door was opened by Ling Jiyun. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Ling Jiyun recalled his deep growl and rapid breathing from last time. Ling Jiyun's earlobes turned red, and even her snow-white neck blushed pink.
Ning Yuan is here, come in quickly. Sun Sun hasn't returned yet, please have a seat for now. Chapter 133, Alone with Ling Jiyun Part 1. Ning Yuan sat down as instructed, and Ling Jiyun went to pour him some tea.
Ning Yuan felt awkward letting an elder pour tea for him, so he quickly stood up and said, "Auntie, no need to be so formal. Let me do it." But as soon as Ning Yuan approached, Ling Jiyun tensed up, feeling a slight sense of nervousness for some reason. She smiled and said, "Please sit down.
Are you hungry? I'll get you some fruit." Ning Yuan quickly declined.
He wasn't particularly fond of fruit. Ning Yuan wasn't particularly fond of sweet things, and as an actor, he also needed to pay special attention to his diet.
Consuming too many sweet foods could lead to premature aging and weight gain.
Of course, there were some sweet things Ning Yuan did like, such as the sweet-natured girl Lu Shuefu.
The two sat and chatted about everyday matters.
Ning Yuan knew that Ling Jiyun liked fitness, so he steered the conversation in that direction. After learning that Ling Jiyun frequently goes to the gym, Ning Yuan said, "Auntie, you're really amazing."
I only go occasionally.
When the topic turned to fitness, Ling Jiyun blushed ever so slightly. It must be said that Ning Yuan had the best physique she had ever seen, without a doubt.
He was tall and slender, with a lean build and a handsome face.
If she were 10 years younger, she would definitely fall for such a guy at first sight.
So it was no surprise that Ling Xian liked him.
Even now, when Ling Jiyun saw Ning Yuan, her heart would still race for no apparent reason. She would recall the day they met at the gym, the touch in the kitchen, and Ning Yuan's hoarse, deep voice in Ling Xian's room. Ling Jiyun would feel her heart race, a surge of heat coursing through her body. She didn't want to be alone with Ning Yuan here, so she said, "I'll help you cut some fruit."
Ning Yuan truly felt embarrassed, and he didn't want to eat either. Really, there's no need to be so polite.
But the aunt had already gone into the kitchen to cut the fruit, so Ning Yuan could only sit there. After all, as a younger male, following her into the kitchen, such a small space, would seem a bit impolite.
When Ling Jiyun brought out the sliced fruit, Ning Yuan stood up to take it.
As Ning Yuan's tall figure loomed over Ling Jiyun, she felt a strong masculine sense sweep over her. She didn't know why she suddenly felt flustered, took a step back, and ended up bumping into the sofa, falling down gracefully. Fortunately, the two were close enough that Ning Yuan didn't hesitate, quickly stepping forward to catch her. Ling Jiyun found herself half collapsed in Ning Yuan's arms. The strong, muscular arms held her body steady, and the scent of a man's cologne wafted toward her.
Ling Jiyun could even smell the scent of cedar on Ning Yuan's body.
Her face flushed as red as the evening sky, and her heart raced with panic.
She struggled to get up, stammering, I can get up on my own."
She kept scolding herself, "How could I act like this in front of Ning Yuan?
Ning Yuan is Ling Xian's boyfriend."
The more she scolded herself, the more nervous she became.
No. Even though Ling Xian isn't my biological daughter, this is wrong. Ling Jiyun kept telling herself.
Yes, she had always kept a secret.
A secret even Ling Xian didn't know about.
That secret was that Ling Sun wasn't her biological child. Her husband's surname was Zhang. At the time, Ling Jiyun had married him in accordance with her parents' wishes. But after marrying him, she discovered it was a complete mistake. Her husband was impotent and a cuckold, and she naturally became a cuckold's wife. In simple terms, her husband had another husband. At first, Ling Jiyun was furious, feeling betrayed. However, to compensate her, the man bought a house for her parents, secured a job for her brother, and even transferred a property into her name. This man was attracted to Ling Jiyun's innocence and ease of manipulation at the time. Ling Jiyun had considered divorce, but over time she grew accustomed to it. Not being in love wasn't so bad, she could pursue her interests, and the two gradually developed a friendship. After all, aside from not sharing a bed with her, he treated her quite well. Perhaps the man felt he owed her something. They never shared a bed, but Ling Jiyun loved children and always wanted one. She had a female friend who was a single mother. Later, she was diagnosed with cancer and, on her deathbed, entrusted her young daughter to Ling Jiyun, asking her to help raise the child. This infant was later known as Professor Ling Xinling. The man supported Ling Jiyun in adopting the child and was willing to provide financial support for her upbringing, even allowing the girl to take Ling Jiyun's surname. This completely extinguished Ling Jiyun's desire to divorce, as she now had a spiritual pillar in Ling Xian. Decades later, the man fell seriously ill. On his deathbed, he called Ling Jiyun to his side, his voice faint, "I'm sorry." Seeing his hair completely gone and his cheeks sunken, Ling Jiyun forgave him. Perhaps it was Ling Jiyun's kindness and tolerance all along that made the man feel he had always wronged her. After the man passed away, according to his will, the estate was divided into 5 shares. 2 shares went to his parents, 1 to Ling Jiyun, 1 to Ling Xian, and the remaining share was given to another man.
The property Ling Jiyun inherited was worth over 10 million.
There was also this house, which was registered under Ling Jiyun's name.
Although Ling Jiyun was not Ling Xian's biological mother, Ling Xian was adopted by her. She had always treated Ling Xian as her own daughter.
"I cannot have such thoughts, I must not betray Xuan. Ling Jiyun suppressed her emotions and gently pushed Ning Yuan away. She told Ning Yuan to let go of her, she could manage on her own. However, Ling Jiyun nearly fell again. Because she had twisted her ankle, standing up caused excruciating pain. Ning Yuan quickly reached out, caught her again, and helped her sit down on the sofa. Seeing that her right ankle was swollen and red, Ning Yuan went to the refrigerator in the kitchen, took out a large ice pack, found a towel, and wrapped the ice pack in the towel. He walked over to Ling Jiyun, knelt down, and lifted her ankle. It must be said that Ling Jiyun's skin was truly fair and delicate. Years of pampered living had left her untouched by the harsh elements, making her skin as smooth as that of a young girl. Yet she possessed an additional maturity and fullness that a young girl lacked. She was like a perfectly ripe peach, utterly tempting to look at. However, Ning Yuan had no time to notice such things. He applied the wrapped ice pack to her ankle. When Ning Yuan's palm touched Ling Jiyun's ankle, Ling Jiyun's body trembled slightly, and her face turned red without her noticing. Ling Jiyun's backstory is now complete, so everything should be fine. To be honest, I never intended for her to be the female lead at first, but she's been getting a lot of requests. After considering your feedback, I've decided to take your opinions into account. If you think she should be included, please leave a comment. If not, feel free to skip it. I'll compile the feedback. Chapter 134, Xiao Yuan, don't rub there. Xiao Yuan, no, don't touch there. It's not allowed. It's too hard, I can't take it anymore. Ning Yuan felt that Ling Jiyun's voice sounded off and glanced up at her. Auntie's face was flushed red, biting her lower lip, with misty eyes. Her expression now was one of humiliation, like a fairy descended from heaven being shamed by a mortal youth. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yuan thought to himself, Auntie, your expression is really tempting me to tease you. Ning Yuan was helping her apply an ice pack to her ankle joint and massaging her ankle to see if it would swell down faster. Could it be that he was pressing too hard, causing Aunt Ling to feel pain? Ning Yuan reduced the pressure on his hands and asked, Auntie, is this better now? Let me massage it for you, it's all swollen. After a sprain, the first choice is ice packs, followed by moderate massage to promote blood circulation and dissipate bruises. However, heat should not be applied, or it will swell up like a pig's hoof. After Ning Yuan reduced the pressure, Ling Jiyun felt a bit better. This pressure and depth are just right. Earlier it was too deep, and it hurt a bit. Ning Yuan hummed in response, then apologized shyly, Auntie, I'm sorry. I scared you and made you twist your ankle. Ling Jiyun knew it wasn't Ning Yuan's fault, it was her own unexplained panic. She smiled gently, it's not your fault, Xiao Yuan. I was just being clumsy. As they were talking, the front door creaked open, and Ling Xian walked in. She saw Ning Yuan kneeling on the ground, massaging Ling Jiyun's ankle. She stopped in her tracks, staring at Ning Yuan and Ling Jiyun's faces repeatedly, and asked suspiciously, What are you two doing? Ning Yuan remained calm. It was Ling Jiyun who seemed like a guilty party, quickly pulling her foot back. However, as she did so, her foot arched, causing her to yelp in pain. Xin. Ning Yuan looked at Ling Sun and said, Aunt Ling accidentally twisted her ankle earlier, and it's swollen now. I'm applying some ice to it. You're back just in time, you can help out. Ling Sun came over and saw that Ling Jiyun's ankle was severely swollen. She said with concern, Mom, how could you be so careless? Does it still hurt? She took the ice pack wrapped in a cloth from Ning Yuan's hands, knelt down, and gently applied it to Ling Jiyun's ankle. Ling Jiyun shook her head. Though her delicate face was still tense, she clearly felt better than before. I feel much better now. It really hurt at first. Since Ling Jiyun was injured and Ling Xian couldn't cook, Ning Yuan had to take over the kitchen. Ling Xian smiled and said, Ning Yuan, you've worked hard. I'll wash the dishes later. Let us divide the work. Ning Yuan gave her an okay gesture. Ling Sinu's kitchen refrigerator was stocked with plenty of ingredients. Ning Yuan decided to make a simple meal, so he chose to make braised fish, cola chicken wings, and steamed pork ribs. For the vegetarian dishes, he made stir-fried sausage with snow peas and stir-fried Chinese broccoli. 5 dishes were more than enough for them. Ling Xian and the two of them couldn't eat much, but Ning Yuan ate a bit more. After all, Ning Yuan has many girlfriends now, so he has a higher metabolism. As the old saying goes, a good appetite is a blessing, and there's some truth to that. If a man has a good appetite every day and is in good health, his abilities in other areas won't be too shabby either. However, diet can only improve so much. The key lies in exercise, especially anaerobic exercise, which boosts testosterone levels and naturally enhances performance. Previously, the villas of Lu Shuiying's family, Xiao Rulin's small bungalow, and Meng Nanyu's villa all had fitness equipment, and Ning Yuan would go there to work out whenever he had free time. Ning Yuan had already chopped the ingredients and started cooking. By the time he finished cooking, Ling Xian had already been helping Ling Jiyun with ice packs for quite some time. She had Ling Jiyun sit down and went to help Ning Yuan bring out the dishes and serve the rice. Actually, with Ling Sinu and Ling Jiyun's current savings, they could easily afford to hire a housekeeper to cook, but Ling Jiyun preferred to cook herself, so they didn't hire one. After all, if Ling Jiyun didn't do anything, she wouldn't know how to pass the time. After arranging the dishes, the three sat down. Ning Yuan turned to Ling Jiyun and said, Auntie, try some and see if my cooking is up to par. Ling Xian smiled and boasted to Ling Jiyun, "Mom, you don't know, Ning Yuan is a great cook. He could be a chef. You should try it." This made Ling Jiyun's eyes light up, and she began to wonder how delicious Ning Yuan's cooking was. She picked up a piece of braised fish. The fish meat was tender and delicate, with a subtle soy sauce aroma. Ling Jiyun chewed slowly, tasting the sweetness of the fish meat. The fish skin, after being pan-fried, had a hint of crispy aroma. Absorbing the thick sauce, it was salty yet sweet, becoming more fragrant with each bite. Delicious. Ling Jiyun raised her thumb in approval. She then tried the steamed spare ribs and cola chicken wings, which were also excellent. Among the vegetarian dishes, the stir-fried sausage with snow peas was also delicious. The snow peas had absorbed the aroma of the sausage, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Ling Jiyun was now convinced that Ning Yuan's cooking skills had truly improved. These days, there aren't many young people who can cook, and even fewer who can cook this well. For some reason, Ling Jiyun's heart was racing. In her teenage years, Ling Jiyun had also once dreamed of having a sweet romance. It could be said that Ling Xian's current sense of aesthetics was influenced by her. Ling Jiyun also found tall, handsome boys with a slim build attractive, and skills like cooking would only add to their charm. However, after becoming Tone's wife, Ling Jiyun had completely given up on love. She believed her heart was like a deep pool in the mountains, calm and still, incapable of being stirred by any man. But upon meeting Ning Yuan, she realized she was wrong. Ning Yuan was like a magnet, drawing her in deeply. Ling Jiyun could control herself from approaching him, but her heartbeat was beyond her control. Her heart seemed to be waiting for him to appear, waiting to beat for him. But why did she need him now? Why not when she was young? Why was it him, of all people? Ling Jiyun suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. Yes, heaven had played the cruelest joke on her. Her eyes welled up with tears, and if she hadn't forced herself to hold them back, she would have cried. Ling Xian asked, "Mom, how are you?" Ling Jiyun concealed her emotions. "It's delicious. Xiao Yuan is amazing." Ning Yuan smiled, "Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Your cooking is truly delicious." After that, Ning Yuan, Ling Xian, and Ling Jiyun had a few more drinks. This time, Ling Xian didn't get drunk, but it was already late, so Ling Xian arranged for Ning Yuan to sleep in the guest room. Ling Jiyun didn't stop her. Late at night, after taking a shower, Ning Yuan entered the guest room to rest. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking gently on the door. Chapter 135, Ling Jiyun, how could I do this? Ning Yuan heard someone knocking on the door. He curved his lips into a smile. Professor Ling, I guess you couldn't resist, could you? Ning Yuan walked over to the door calmly and quietly opened a small crack. To his shock, standing outside the door was the stunning Ling Jiyun. At that moment, Ling Jiyun was wearing a purple silk satin off-the-shoulder dress, which accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding a lazy yet sensual aura. Ning Yuan was completely confused. Wait, why is Aunt Ling knocking on the door? Ling Jiyun's face flushed red as she stammered, Xiao Yuan, the weather is warm at night and cool in the morning. Are you cold in the morning? Do you want me to get you a blanket? Ning Yuan thought to himself, isn't there air conditioning? However, he was grateful for Aunt Ling's kindness and said, Thank you, Aunt Ling, but it's not necessary. I feel a little warm, so there's no need for a blanket. Ling Jiyun glanced at him. She saw that Ning Yuan had only thrown on a shirt, and the buttons weren't even buttoned properly, revealing the outline of his 8 defined muscles. Ling Jiyun lowered her head, unable to look anymore. Well, get some rest then. After saying that, Ling Jiyun hurriedly left as if escaping. Ning Yuan watched Ling Jiyun's departure and suddenly found the aunt quite adorable. She seemed like a young girl. Ning Yuan closed the door. After a day of filming commercials, he was feeling tired and was about to rest when the door was knocked again. Could it be Ling Jiyun coming back? Ning Yuan gently opened the door and saw Ling Professor sneaking in through the crack. Professor Ling closed the door swiftly before Ning Yuan could react, then jumped onto Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan reached out and caught her steadily. Professor Ling's entire body emanated a faint, refreshing scent as if she had just taken a shower. She wore a pink nightgown that barely reached her knees, made of soft fabric that felt as delicate as her skin. The 2 straps were very thin, and one had slipped down to her elbow, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin. Ning Yuan gently touched the dress, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice grew hoarse. Professor Ling, are you wearing anything underneath? Ling Xinhong blushed, burying her face in Ning Yuan's embrace, her voice soft and delicate, completely different from the cold and elegant Professor Ling she usually was. Don't say it out loud. Just knowing is enough. I know it's because your heart is burning with longing for me. You bad guy, sniff sniff. Can I see the butterfly? No. Ling Xin's breathing faltered for a moment. She gripped Ning Yuan's fingers tightly, pulling his shirt completely askew. The entire room was deathly quiet, except for the sound of sucking and the faint noises coming from her throat, as if a gentle breeze were blowing through the window. Ning Yuan could hear his own heartbeat, like an ancient pendulum, beating steadily, producing a crisp sound that made the bright moon tremble. Outside the door, someone pressed their hands tightly over their mouth, their body sliding down the wooden door. In the darkness, Ling Jiyun's face was flushed red. The sounds inside the room made her heart feel like a tangled ball of thread. A tangled mess that couldn't be untangled. She kept telling herself not to get closer, but she couldn't resist the urge to approach, to hear that sound. She didn't know why just hearing the sound made her body feel so hot. The sound was like a fire in the wilderness, capable of burning away all her rationality. Ling Jiyun covered her face. Why am I like this? How could I be like this? Am I a naturally wicked woman? Why, at my age, am I not content with a simple life, but instead growing more and more desperate? Despite these thoughts, her body didn't move an inch. The next morning, Ning Yuan, feeling refreshed, looked at Ling Xian in his arms and smiled warmly like a father. After the two got up, Ling Xian quietly opened the door and saw Ling Jiyun preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She quickly slipped out and entered her own room, then came out again and stretched lazily. But she didn't notice that Ling Jiyun's movements had paused for a moment. Good morning, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan watched her act and almost couldn't help but laugh. Good morning, Ling Xian. The two walked into the dining room and saw Ling Jiyun looking at them with a gentle expression. Get up and come have breakfast. Ling Xian felt embarrassed. Mom, didn't you sprain your ankle? Why did you get up to make breakfast? Ling Jiyun smiled and said, It's nothing. I didn't feel comfortable eating breakfast bought from outside, so I made it for you. It's safer to eat what I make. After Ning Yuan and Ling Xian finished washing up, they sat down at the table to enjoy breakfast together. Ning Yuan's observational skills were sharper than before. He couldn't help but feel that although Ling Jiyun was smiling gently, she seemed very sad. Yes, Ling Jiyun gave him a very sad feeling, though Ning Yuan didn't know where it came from. He shook his head, thinking maybe he was just imagining things. Moreover, as Ling Xian's boyfriend, he shouldn't pry into Ling Jiyun's personal matters in front of her. Moreover, Ling Xian spent more time with Ling Jiyun than he did, and she hadn't noticed anything either. Maybe his intuition was wrong. After breakfast, Ling Xian hurried off to work, driving herself to school first. Last time she was in pain for 3 days, and even going down the stairs felt like it was taking half her life. This time, after sleeping with Ning Yuan, she didn't feel any obvious discomfort after waking up. Instead, she felt refreshed and even her complexion had become more pink and beautiful. After Ling Xian left, Ling Jiyun kept her head down and didn't look at Ning Yuan again. Seeing that Ling Jiyun hadn't eaten much, Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask, Auntie, is something bothering you? Do you need my help? Ling Jiyun looked up, gave him a deep look, and finally shook her head. Xiao Yuan, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. It's just that the weather has been hot lately, and I don't have much of an appetite. I don't know why, but I've been feeling a bit tired lately. Ning Yuan felt that Aunt Ling Jiyun was very kind to him, and hearing her say that, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. So Ning Yuan urged her, Auntie, you have to take care of yourself. Ling Jiyun gave him a gentle smile and didn't say anything else. She sighed inwardly. Lately, for some reason, she had been feeling restless and unable to sleep, with her mind filled with thoughts, leaving Ling Jiyun feeling somewhat exhausted. As she looked at Ning Yuan's slightly worried expression, a tingling sensation she couldn't quite describe suddenly welled up inside her. It was a warm, heartfelt feeling of being cared for. My shoulders have been aching lately, but I can't reach them myself. Ling Jiyun didn't know why, but she blurted out those words instinctively. Chapter 136, Ling Jiyun's Agony. Ning Yuan felt that the aunt was gentle yet sad, with a hint of unexplainable anticipation. Ning Yuan didn't know what she was expecting. However, seeing her slightly tired eyes, Ning Yuan asked, Auntie, would you like me to massage your shoulders for you? Ling Jiyun's eyes lit up. Can I? Ning Yuan walked behind her and began to gently massage her shoulders. Ning Yuan had studied massage for a while, originally to help Lu Shuiying relax after work. The main techniques include pushing, grasping, kneading, and pressing. There is an acupoint on the shoulder called the shoulder well point. Massaging this area can relieve shoulder and back pain, as well as neck stiffness, and is beneficial for those with cervical spine issues. As Ning Yuan's palms kneaded the muscles of her neck and shoulders, Ling Jiyun didn't know why her heart was racing. Ning Yuan's palms felt like they were electrified, the sensation spreading from her shoulders and neck throughout her entire body, leaving her with a tingling, numb sensation. Every cell in her body felt as though it were being gently soothed. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling lightly. Ling Jiyun tried to relax as much as possible. Slowly, she began to immerse herself in the comfortable sensation of being massaged. In fact, she was so comfortable that she almost couldn't help but moan. Fortunately, she managed to hold back, avoiding that embarrassing situation. Ling Jiyun couldn't help but marvel inwardly, Xiao Yuan is truly a treasure of a boy. Not only is he good-looking, with a great build and tall, but he's also gentle, can cook, and knows how to give massages. How come he seems to have no flaws? Her heart was racing so fast that she feared Ning Yuan might notice, so she pretended to doze off. However, as time passed, she truly felt a sense of relaxation and comfort throughout her body, slowly drifting off to sleep. Mainly because last night she had heard Ning Yuan and Ling Xian's voices, keeping her awake half the night. Now that her body had relaxed, she felt a wave of drowsiness and gradually drifted off to sleep. Ning Yuan saw that she was asleep, so he gently placed his hand on her shoulder, helping her lie flat, then took a blanket and covered her with it. Ning Yuan stepped out of the house, closed the door, and drove off to work. Ling Jian slept for over 2 hours before waking up, feeling refreshed and invigorated. That had been the most comfortable sleep she'd had in a long time. Not a single dream had disturbed her. Upon waking, she looked around and saw that Ning Yuan had already left. The scent of his breath lingered on her shoulders and neck, leaving a tingling, itchy sensation. She was still covered with a blanket, which must have been brought by Ning Yuan. He really was a very thoughtful boy. Ling Jian looked at the house, now silent to the point of emptiness, and felt an inexplicable sense of endless loneliness. It was a stark contrast to the warm and comfortable feeling she had felt when Ning Yuan had massaged her earlier. She felt a sudden pang of sadness, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples that spread out and filled every part of her body with sorrow. If Ning Yuan had never appeared, Ling Jian believed she could endure this loneliness. If she had never seen the light, she could have endured the darkness forever. But now, it was unbearable. Thinking about the decades ahead, filled with such loneliness, she felt a deep sense of despair. If she had never felt this stir of emotion, she would have remained as still as an ancient well, without a ripple. But the pebble had already been thrown into the well, and her heart had been stirred. But why must it be Ning Yuan? Why him of all people? Her heart ached suddenly, and she couldn't help but cover her chest. Ling Jiyun's eyes welled up with tears. How could she dare to covet Ling Xian's happiness? How could she be so selfish? No, I can't. All these years, I've managed to get by. I can endure a little longer. My life will soon be over, but Ling Xian's life is still long. I can't ruin their relationship. I can do this. I'll treat him like an ordinary person. I'll pretend my heart is dead. Yes, my heart was meant to be dead. From now on, I'll try not to see him. If I do, I'll avoid being alone with him. Ling Jiyun made up her mind, but tears streamed down her face. She raised her arm to wipe them away, but they wouldn't come off. Thinking about never seeing Ning Yuan again, her heart felt inexplicably heavy. It felt as though her heart was empty. Ling Jiyun's delicate cheeks were covered in tears. She closed her eyes, and the world around her turned gray once more. It was as if a seed had just sprouted from the barren, gray wasteland, full of vitality, only to be cruelly snapped off. Ning Yuan was unaware of Ling Jiyun's thoughts. He had already arrived at the company. Ning Yuan's team had been in talks with a renowned domestic and international automaker, and both parties were interested in collaborating, though some details remained to be finalized. The other party was optimistic about Ning Yuan's prospects but remained cautious. The current project under discussion was to have Ning Yuan serve as the product spokesperson for one of their sports cars, not as the brand's overall spokesperson. After all, an image ambassador represents the brand's overall image. The other party also insisted on exclusive endorsement within this product category. Ning Yuan's team is aiming to secure the role of brand ambassador with a long-term contract. Professional staff are handling the negotiations, while Ning Yuan continues to review the scripts he hadn't finished reading. Once Ning Yuan put down the script, the new assistant, Long Xiaoman, knocked on the door. Long Xiaoman is a young woman with glasses who looks very refined. Mr. Ning, may I come in? Ning Yuan nodded. Xiaoman, come in. What's the matter? Long Xiaoman primarily reported to Ning Yuan on the status of his Weibo and other major social media platforms. Ning Yuan now had 15 million followers, and his fan base was highly loyal. Due to Ning Yuan's rise to fame, some fans of other popular celebrities have started to criticize him. However, Long Xiaoman had been handling such matters before, and she had already resolved the issue perfectly. In any case, Long Xiaoman does her best to guide fans to remain rational and respect others, so Ning Yuan still has a good public image. Additionally, the studio will take action against those who spread malicious rumors or make personal attacks against Ning Yuan, and will not tolerate any defamation or slander. Ning Yuan is quite satisfied with her capabilities, but he believes that the most important thing is to focus on oneself and let the work speak for itself. Long Xiaoman looked at Ning Yuan in surprise and said, additionally, there's something I need to tell you. Farther. We've been interacting quite a bit with Wu Xian, Suyu, and Su Nianqiu on Weibo. Su Nianqiu, Wu Xian, and Suyu often step in personally to speak on your behalf. Additionally, our clarification video was liked and reposted by Mu Qingma, and director Wang Ying and others also liked it for you. Long Xiaoman sighed inwardly. It seems that Brother Yuan's status in the entertainment industry is much higher than I imagined. Chapter 137, Meng Nanyu boldly protects her husband. Ning Yuan went home after work. He didn't see Xiao Roland today and asked her what she was busy with. Xiao Roland said she had attended a meeting, a strategic decision-making meeting, which was actually an internal core meeting of Starlight Entertainment, primarily discussing the company's medium and long-term development plans. For example, the direction of artist development for Starlight, production priorities for film, music, and variety shows, market strategies, and so on.
Of course, as the current rising star at Starlight, Ning Yuan's career development plans were also part of the discussion.
As soon as Ning Yuan got into the car, he received a call from Meng Nanyu.
Sha Yuan, where are you? I'll arrange for you to meet someone important. Tell me the address, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Alright, I'm at Star Entertainment. I'll send you the location. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel curious. If Meng Nanyu called someone important, they must be quite influential. Of course, Ning Yuan fully trusted Meng Nanyu.
If she had asked him to meet this person, there must be a reason.
Alright, I see it.
Wait there.
Meng Nanyu hung up the phone.
Ning Yuan waited for about 10 minutes before he saw a black SUV pull up. Inside sat a muscular woman with bulging muscles. She looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with.
Her voice boomed, "Are you Mr. Ning Yuan?" Ning Yuan nodded, "Hello. The master sent me to pick you up. Please get in the car."
She got out and opened the door for Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan bowed his head slightly and got into the back seat. The muscular woman didn't say much else and drove Ning Yuan directly to a large estate. The estate covered a vast area, stretching as far as the eye could see. Upon arriving at the estate, Ning Yuan saw Meng Nanyu, a woman of unparalleled beauty, waiting at the entrance. Besides a few people who seemed to be security guards, there was no one else around her. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, she gave him a gentle smile.
"You're here." "Yes, my wife."
Ning Yuan naturally took her hand.
Meng Nanyu gave him a playful glance. "Come with me. I'll take you to meet an important guest." Ning Yuan asked curiously, "What kind of guest? Are you asking me to meet your parents?" Meng Nanyu shook her head.
"He is a Taoist master.
We all call him Master Su. He is 120 years old.
Of course, this Taoism isn't like the one in novels, where one can fly through the skies and do anything. It simply helps to strengthen the body and prolong life. My grandfather once saved his life, so he taught my grandfather, who lived to be 105 years old. He came to our house again 20 years ago, wanting to teach my father and uncle, but neither of them learned it." However, Meng Nanyu didn't tell Ning Yuan that her grandfather wasn't just about longevity, he also had several female companions.
Ning Yuan nodded and said seriously, "Wife, are you suggesting that I should learn this Taoist art?
Why don't you learn it yourself? I hope you'll keep this opportunity for yourself." After Meng Nanyu explained everything clearly, Ning Yuan didn't doubt the truth of the matter. Instead, he felt that this opportunity should be given to Meng Nanyu. She had already given him so much. Meng Nanyu's eyes lit up and she felt deeply moved. If it were anyone else, hearing about a method to extend one's lifespan would likely drive them wild with excitement. After all, ancient emperors would stop at nothing to achieve immortality, even sacrificing countless lives in rituals. But Ning Yuan remained calm, wanting to keep this opportunity for himself.
Meng Naner pondered for a moment. "I cannot practice this.
This is not a Taoist technique, it is likely some kind of method, and it can only be learned by those with abundant yang energy.
Women have heavier yin energy and are not suited for it.
This time, our Meng family has 2 young disciples, plus you, making 3 people who have obtained this opportunity.
However, my 2 nephews haven't mastered it yet. Now it all depends on you. Su Lao will stay for a few days before continuing his travels. Who knows if we'll ever get this chance again."
"Wife, I am not a member of the Meng family." Meng Nanyu narrowed her eyes slightly. "I say you are, so you are.
Who dares to say no? This is a very rare opportunity, you must take it seriously."
Ning Yuan was unaware of how many male members of the Meng family had coveted this opportunity. After all, Su Lao had only allocated 3 spots, and after carefully instructing the 3 of them, he wouldn't be responsible for whether they ultimately succeeded. Apart from Meng Nanyu's faction, almost everyone else opposed her offering this opportunity to an outsider. A lazy uncle wanted this opportunity for his son and publicly accused Meng Nanyu of prioritizing personal gain over the family's interests, demanding that she give up the opportunity.
Meng Nanyu merely laughed coldly.
In truth, Master Su had only granted 2 opportunities, and the third had been secured by Meng Nanyu herself. In exchange, she had promised to provide assistance to Master Su's descendants when necessary. This was no ordinary assistance. After all, Su Lao was already 120 years old, with the demeanor of an immortal, and knew countless powerful figures. Therefore, Su Lao's descendants are either wealthy or noble, and they generally do not require the Meng family's assistance. The only matters that would prompt Meng Nanru to intervene were those involving life and death. However, her uncle's son was a good-for-nothing who spent his days idling away, and he had no qualifications to compete for this opportunity.
Meng Nanyu remained silent at the time.
But soon, evidence of his uncle's embezzlement and corruption, which had harmed the family's interests, was presented before everyone. The uncle was expelled from the family, and all his assets were confiscated.
Cutting the grass doesn't remove the roots, the sprouts will grow again. Someone had already followed the fleeing father and son.
Others looked at the dozens of bodyguards surrounding Meng Nanyu, all with murderous intent, and not a single person dared to utter a word. Finally, Meng Nanyu spoke softly, "Remember, he is not an outsider, he is my man."
The Meng family only obtained 2 opportunities.
This third opportunity was one I secured for him, and no one can take it away. She spoke with a warning in her voice. "I know some people have investigated his background. I didn't care before, but from now on, I will not allow anyone to investigate him. If anyone dares to harm him, then they will be at odds with me, Meng Nanyu, until death.
Think carefully about the consequences."
Some people had already started to act, and Meng Nanyu had to give them a warning. If anyone dared to defy her again, she would make them know where her title of female demon came from.
Note, this won't turn into a cultivation novel.
I'm just giving Ning Yuan a buff, similar to the effects of fitness training strengthening the body and prolonging life. After all, there are too many female leads she can't handle it all. Chapter 138, The Zhuang Yuan Technique and the Art of the Bedchamber. When Ning Yuan heard Meng Nanyu say, "I say you are," he couldn't help but feel his heart race at his wife's domineering aura. Who would have thought those were the words of a wife begging for mercy in bed? If it weren't for the place, Ning Yuan almost couldn't resist kissing her. Then, Meng Nanyu led Ning Yuan into a specially decorated room, which was adorned with antique furnishings and exuded a retro charm. In the center of the room, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard sat in meditation, his spirit vibrant and alert. Ning Yuan noticed that his hair and eyebrows were white, but his complexion was rosy, showing no signs of old age. On the contrary, he looked as energetic as a man in his 50s.
Meng Nanru gently knocked on the door, and Su Lao opened his eyes.
His gaze was sharp and clear, with not a trace of cloudiness.
"Master Su, I apologize for disturbing you. This is my husband, Ning Yuan.
We would like to seek your guidance." This was the first time Ning Yuan had heard Meng Nanyu refer to him as her husband in front of others, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Ning Yuan composed himself and said politely, "Mr. Su, it's an honor to meet you. You truly seem like a divine being." Ning Yuan's words were sincere and natural, which increased Su Lao's favor toward him.
"Nanju and Ning Yuan, right? No need to be so formal. Next, I will teach you the Zhuang Yuan Gong technique." The term Zhuang Yuan in Zhuang Yuan Gong does not refer to the ancient titles of literary Zhuang Yuan or martial Zhuang Yuan, but rather means to strengthen the original qi.
Meng Nanyu heard this and said, "Then you've been working hard. I'll go out first."
Ning Yuan, follow Su Lao and learn well. Su Lao's research on the Zhuang Yuan Gong technique is truly unparalleled, both past and present. Before leaving, Meng Nanyu took the opportunity to flatter him.
She naturally hoped that Master Su would teach Ning Yuan more diligently.
After Meng Nanru left, Su Lao began teaching Ning Yuan how to practice the Zhuang Yuan Gong. There are 3 key points to cultivating the Zhuang Yuan Gong technique. First, the proper techniques. Second, coordinating the movements with breathing. Third, the silent recitation technique.
Master Su first instructed Ning Yuan to stand with his feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, and his entire body relaxed. At the same time, he adjusted his breathing to be natural and steady. Next, while inhaling, clench both fists, simultaneously visualizing the qi rising from the Dan Tian upward, and slightly tensing the arms and waist abdominal area. When exhaling, slowly release the fists while mentally guiding the energy back down to the lower abdomen, relaxing the entire body and maintaining steady breathing. This inhale-exhale cycle is repeated 81 times. Once Ning Yuan had mastered the technique, Master Su said, "Ning Yuan, I will now teach you the method.
Try it yourself while following the movements."
However, he suddenly became serious and said, "This technique is the true transmission of our Taoist school. All beings inherently possess it, and there is no fixed method in the world. Therefore, this profound technique is only passed on to those with karmic affinity.
Remember not to reveal it to others.
Otherwise, if it is passed on to the wrong person 3 times, 3 disasters will befall them, and none will survive beyond 2 weeks." Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before understanding his meaning. It meant that this technique was only meant for those with the right karma. If passed on to the wrong person, it would bring misfortune upon oneself, so it must not be shared lightly. Moreover, there was another reason. What Ning Yuan and his juniors had learned was naturally far less than what Su Lao had gained through a lifetime of study, making it easy for them to teach others incorrectly and harm them instead. After letting Ning Yuan practice for an hour, Su Lao asked him, "Ning Yuan, can you feel the qi sensation?" This qi sensation is naturally different from the internal energy or martial arts techniques described in wuxia novels. Rather, it is a special sensation that arises when one uses the correct method, regulates breathing, guides one's intent, and coordinates movements, resulting in a warm current or even the sensation of qi flowing through the body. This proves that your practice method is correct. Ning Yuan said, "I feel like ants are crawling over me, and my body seems to be getting lighter and lighter." Master Su was initially surprised. He was surprised because what Ning Yuan described was also a form of qi sensation, and he hadn't expected Ning Yuan to feel it so quickly. Then he felt delighted.
Su Lao was delighted because Ning Yuan showed some natural talent in cultivating the Zhuang Yuan Gong technique.
Over the years, Su Lao had taught many disciples, but few had managed to master it.
This is akin to singing.
Some people are naturally able to hit high notes and sing beautifully, touching the hearts of others. Others, however, have a rough, gravelly voice, like a duck's quack, and their singing sounds unpleasant. This is talent, something that cannot be compensated for solely through later effort. Master Su has taught many disciples, but aside from grandfather Meng Nanyu, none have mastered it. Recently, Master Su sensed that his time was nearing its end, so he decided to teach 3 more disciples, hoping to pass down the Zhuang Yuan technique. To his surprise, perhaps it was divine intervention, he encountered Ning Yuan, a person of extraordinary talent, who was perfectly suited for the Zhuang Yuan Gong technique.
Seeing the smile on Master Su's face, Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel happy as well.
He truly feared that he might disappoint Meng Nanyu's expectations and have no natural talent for this at all.
Master Su was in a good mood.
He stroked his beard and asked, Ning Yuan, I see that you have naturally charming eyes, with a hint of emotion in your gaze and upward turning corners.
Your love life is very promising.
I have a set of techniques that, with long-term practice, can enhance harmony with your partner and improve your physical condition.
Are you interested in learning?
Ning Yuan felt a bit embarrassed.
Is that appropriate, Mr. Su? Should we start now?
So, Mr. Su then taught Ning Yuan another set of bedroom techniques. Afterward, Mr. Su provided further guidance to Ning Yuan and answered any questions he had. The teaching session came to an end. From now on, Ning Yuan would have to rely on his own daily practice. Master Su had taught for several hours and was clearly feeling tired. After all, he was already 120 years old, and no matter how skilled he was, his age was a factor. Ning Yuan thanked Master Su, bid him farewell, and left the room. Ning Yuan didn't expect Meng Nanyu to still be waiting for him in the garden outside the room. Ning Yuan hurried over and took Meng Nanyu's hand.
Honey, why didn't you rest? You didn't have to wait for me.
Meng Nanyu looked at him tenderly, then took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead.
Isn't that because I heard about the concept of losing control of one's qi in wuxia novels?
I was worried you might feel unwell, so I waited for you. Ning Yuan looked at the gentle Meng Nanyu and pulled her into his arms.
Thank you. Meng Nanyu also hugged his waist tightly and laughed softly. What's there to thank? We don't need to say these things between us.
Ning Yuan whispered, I'll definitely train hard and make my body even stronger so my wife can be happier.
Meng Nanyu's face, as beautiful as a peach blossom, flushed red, and she playfully bit his ear. What nonsense are you talking about? It's all for your health, not for me.
Ning Yuan whispered in her ear, it should be for both of us. Wife, you said you'd wear a female cultivation outfit for me someday.
Why not tonight?
He had learned some bedroom techniques today and naturally wanted to experiment with Meng Nanyu to see how effective they were.
No, that's not good.
Meng Nanyu's face grew even redder, and even her snow-white, powder-smooth neck seemed to be coated with a layer of pink.
Chapter 139, Meng Nanyu being teased in the pool Part 1.
Ning Yuan held Meng Nanyu's hand, and she couldn't help but feel her heart race at the thought of what was about to happen between them. However, she was overjoyed inside. Though she appeared as a domineering, aloof CEO in public, in private, she had already become a different person completely devoted to Ning Yuan. Meng Nanyu and Ning Yuan got into the Rolls-Royce, with a muscular female bodyguard driving ahead. Ning Yuan looked at the stunningly beautiful Meng Nanyu beside him. Perhaps because of his practice of bedroom arts, he felt she was even more beautiful, seducing him to the core. Of course, the art of bedroom techniques wasn't as magical as the legends claimed. Things like absorbing yin to replenish yang or cleansing the bones and marrow were just plot devices from martial arts novels. However, the bedroom arts techniques passed down to him by Master Su did indeed have the effect of strengthening the body and improving health. During intercourse, both partners feel physically and mentally pleasurable, and a good mood is closely linked to longevity. The sexual techniques taught by Su Lao were designed to enhance this pleasure, making the relationship between partners more harmonious and beneficial for both physical and mental health. Additionally, long-term practice of this technique can help replenish deficiencies and enhance vital energy. It shares a similar principle with the Zhuang Yuan Gong exercise. Of course, these effects are achieved through long-term practice and cannot be seen after just a few sessions. It requires a gradual and steady approach. Ning Yuan couldn't resist taking her hand, leaning in, and kissing her cheek. Meng Nanyu glared at him. After all, her subordinate was driving ahead, and she felt a bit self-conscious. Usually, she presented herself as a capable and decisive leader in front of her subordinates. If she now showed a more vulnerable side, it would be difficult to maintain her authority in the future. Ning Yuan didn't press her, just gave her a quick kiss. Shall we go swimming first? Ning Yuan asked softly. Meng Nanyu's villa was spacious and had an independent temperature-controlled swimming pool. However, both Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu were quite busy, so they had never swum together before. Ning Yuan looked at the stunning Meng Nanyu beside him and suddenly wanted to see her in a swimsuit. Meng Nanyu's face flushed red. She knew Ning Yuan was up to something. However, she had never been able to refuse Ning Yuan's requests.
Alright, but we can only swim. No doing anything else. Don't worry, you know what kind of person I am, don't you?
Ning Yuan had always been a good man and would never take advantage of her while swimming. Especially something like poolside intimacy. Ning Yuan wasn't that kind of person.
Meng Nanyu looked at him suspiciously. She didn't believe Ning Yuan would be that well behaved.
He's turned into a bad guy now. Back at the villa, Meng Nanyu asked with concern, "You didn't eat anything earlier?
Should you eat something before swimming?"
Ning Yuan had been receiving guidance from Mr. Su since he arrived at the Meng family's house this afternoon, so he had only eaten a few bites to stave off hunger and hadn't eaten with Meng Nanyu. Ning Yuan chuckled lightly, "I am indeed hungry, but it's not my stomach that is hungry."
Meng Nanyu pouted playfully, "Bad boy." But deep down, she felt sweet and happy. Seeing her beloved man so obsessed with her body, which woman wouldn't be happy? Meng Nanyu instructed the butler to bring Ning Yuan a swimsuit.
Ning Yuan took a look. It was a simple black swim trunks. Meng Nanyu glanced at Ning Yuan, then blushed and went to fetch a swimsuit for herself. Ning Yuan looked curiously, but Meng Nanyu tucked the swimsuit behind her back. "Let me see." Ning Yuan walked over and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Meng Nanyu let out a soft hum. "No, you'll see it soon enough." Ning Yuan could only say, "Alright." The two arrived at the poolside, and Meng Nanyu went to the women's changing room to change into her swimsuit. Ning Yuan also quickly changed into his swim trunks in the men's changing room. However, the swim trunks were a bit tight, making his contours clearly visible. Ning Yuan walked to the diving board, bent his body slightly, and dived into the deep end. A minute later, he surfaced on the other side. A few moments later, Meng Nanyu emerged from the changing room in her swimsuit. When Ning Yuan saw her, he couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Meng Nanyu was wearing a black one-piece swimsuit that was both sexy and revealing. Her ample bust was barely contained, and the deep cleavage was clearly visible. Except for the back, which was open, the swimsuit was also open where it connected at the chest and abdomen, even revealing the rounded lower part. Below that was a flat abdomen, with the sides of the swimsuit connected by two circular rings. Below that were a pair of snow-white, slender legs, gracefully exposed before their eyes. Meng Nanyu, already fair-skinned and beautiful, wearing such an extremely seductive swimsuit, looked even more breathtakingly beautiful. Even Ning Yuan, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but be deeply attracted. Seeing Ning Yuan staring at her with intense eyes, Meng Nanyu felt both shy and delighted. She covered her chest and pouted, "Bad guy, don't look at me like that." Ning Yuan burst into laughter. "If I don't look at my wife, who else would I look at? You're too beautiful. The phrase captivating the masses was made for you." These words made Meng Nanyu blush slightly, but being praised by the man she loved made her very happy. Ning Yuan reached out his hand, "Jump down, I'll catch you." Meng Nanyu dared not jump, mainly because she was afraid of hurting Ning Yuan if she fell. She walked down the ladder by the pool, facing away from him, so Ning Yuan could see her curvaceous hips swaying in front of him. Ning Yuan swam over and embraced her tightly from behind. Meng Nanyu let out a soft gasp, relaxing as she inhaled Ning Yuan's familiar scent, letting him hold her. Although it was a temperature-controlled pool, the water still felt slightly cool when she first got in. Ning Yuan turned her around and held her close. "Is it a bit cold? I'll hold you." Indeed, when Ning Yuan held her, Meng Nanyu felt much better. However, holding her voluptuous body, Ning Yuan's heart raced, and he couldn't resist kissing her. Meng Nanyu also wanted him. Her kissing skills had become more skilled, and she began to actively respond to Ning Yuan's deep kisses. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Nanyu pushed Ning Yuan away, blushing, and said, "But weren't we supposed to swim? Should we go for a swim now?" Ning Yuan chuckled, "Actually, we don't have to swim to exercise." Ning Yuan dived underwater, and Meng Nanyu didn't know what he was going to do. She quickly covered her mouth and bit her lower lip. She desperately suppressed the sound in her throat, refusing to let herself make a sound, while the other hand tightly held onto Ning Yuan's head. In that minute, Meng Nanyu felt her head buzzing. Ning Yuan surfaced, and Meng Nanyu gasped for air before playfully hitting his arm. "Woo-woo, don't ever bully me like that again." Now she was completely exhausted, and if it weren't for Ning Yuan holding her up, Meng Nanyu would have slipped back into the water. Chapter 140, Meng Nanyu being bullied in the pool Part 2. Ning Yuan supported Meng Nanyu. After she had caught her breath, he asked, "Honey, shall we start swimming?" Meng Nanyu glared at him, "It's all your fault for biting me. I'm too weak to move now." Ning Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "Did you like it?" Meng Nanyu lowered her head, her face flushed, and softly nodded. Ning Yuan smiled again. Meng Nanyu couldn't help but hit him a few times. She rested for a moment before regaining her strength, and Ning Yuan began swimming with her. Ning Yuan had taken swimming lessons in college and could swim the breaststroke, freestyle, and butterfly. The breaststroke was relatively simple, the freestyle required more technique, and the butterfly stroke was even more difficult if one didn't pay attention to their form. They could easily develop swimmer's shoulder. Ning Yuan swam swiftly through the pool like a fish, while Meng Nanyu followed behind at a slower pace.
She watched Ning Yuan's agile body move through the water. By the time Ning Yuan had swum 10 laps, Meng Nanyu had only completed 3.
Sometimes Ning Yuan swam down to her level and looked up at Meng Nanyu's figure from below.
So white and so big. Ning Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Who is the lucky man who gets to marry such a beautiful wife? Oh, it's me, so that's fine.
After swimming for half an hour, Meng Nanyu grew tired, and Ning Yuan told her to get up and rest.
Ning Yuan swam for another half hour before stopping to rest. Honey, give me a hand.
Meng Nanyu swayed her voluptuous body to the edge of the pool, knelt down, and reached out to pull Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan simply picked her up and carried her into the pool.
Honey, why don't we try the feeling in the water? Meng Nanyu's face flushed red, and she spoke haltingly, but her hands clung tightly to Ning Yuan's neck. No, don't, it's too embarrassing. Ning Yuan coaxed her, life is all about experiencing things.
Whether it's good or bad, we have to try it to know.
If we don't try now, are we going to wait until we're old?
Meng Nanyu gave him a shy, flirtatious glance. You're full of nonsense.
Ning Yuan's hands had already climbed up her body. After a moment, Meng Nanyu whispered, no more, woo-woo.
The water in the pool began to ripple, sending circles of ripples spreading out into the distance. Though Ning Yuan felt the pool water was slightly cool, his body sensed warmth and moisture.
An hour later, Ning Yuan carried Meng Nanyu out of the pool.
Even with his now much stronger physique, he still felt a slight ache in his waist and back. After all, there was resistance in the water. If he hadn't been practicing his internal cultivation techniques the whole time, he would have been even more exhausted. Meng Nanyu, however, was blushing and lying in his arms, biting her lips and not making a sound. That was because Ning Yuan had been silently reciting the techniques of the bedroom arts, and during the process, Meng Nanyu felt an electric-like tingling sensation that was incredibly intense. Her voice was hoarse from it. Fortunately, Meng Nanyu was clever and had already sent the housekeeper away. Otherwise, if the maid had heard her, it would have been a huge embarrassment. After Ning Yuan carried her ashore, Meng Nanyu had intended to go to the women's bathroom to rinse off. But this was their family villa, and there was no one else around.
How could Ning Yuan let her wash herself?
So he simply carried Meng Nanyu into the women's bathroom and began helping her rinse off. Ning Yuan had cultivated the Zhuang Yuan technique and the art of the bedchamber, so his recovery ability was even better than before, and he was now full of energy again.
Meng Nanyu resisted at first, but was quickly overpowered by Ning Yuan.
Soon, she could only whimper and submit to his will. After they finished bathing, it was already quite late, and Ning Yuan was also feeling tired. After all, he had gone to work earlier, then practiced the Zhuang Yuan Gong, which was mentally and physically exhausting, and had also endured the dual ordeal of the swimming pool and the bathroom. He was now feeling quite fatigued. He had originally wanted to see Meng Nanyu in a nun's outfit, but now he didn't have the energy for it. However, seeing the black one-piece swimsuit today was quite stimulating. The nun's outfit could wait for another time. Ning Yuan hugged Meng Nanyu. Honey, are you tired? Meng Nanyu reached out to stroke his cheek. You must be exhausted after today. Go to sleep early. I'll watch over you while you rest. Ning Yuan tightened his arms around her. I want to fall asleep with you and wake up together to the morning sun tomorrow.
Okay, let's sleep together. Ning Yuan turned off the light.
Meng Nanyu curled up in Ning Yuan's embrace, found a comfortable position, and the two fell asleep sweetly together.
The next morning, Ning Yuan was still asleep.
Meng Nanyu opened her eyes, gently moved Ning Yuan's hand from her chest, and looked at him sleeping soundly. She smiled tenderly, then leaned in close to his lips and kissed him lightly.
You're so handsome, Meng Nanyu praised sincerely.
She got up quietly, put on a set of loungewear, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast.
She wanted to make Ning Yuan a heartfelt breakfast.
Ning Yuan had made breakfast for her several times before, and she wanted to return the favor. But what should she make? If you asked her to strategize and make decisions for the group and the family, she might find it easy. But making breakfast was a bit challenging for Meng Nanyu. Because besides cooking noodles, she doesn't know how to cook anything else. However, she is a quick learner. She opened a cooking app and decided to make 3 simple dishes. The first was a milk and cereal bowl. Meng Nanyu used ready-made oatmeal, poured hot milk over it, added banana slices and strawberry slices, and it was ready in no time. Next, make a sandwich using whole wheat toast, add a slice of cheese, and microwave it for 15 seconds to melt the cheese into the toast for a rich flavor. Finally, Meng Nanyu felt it was still a bit plain, so she made a porridge for Ning Yuan. She originally wanted to make a black bean, black rice, and black sesame porridge, but that requires soaking the ingredients for 3 hours in advance, so Meng Nanyu decided against it. So she made Ning Yuan a lean pork and yam porridge instead, which is simpler. After she finished, she took a whiff of the aroma wafting from the pork and yam porridge. It smelled delicious. She smiled contentedly and went into the room to call Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was sleeping so soundly that she couldn't bear to wake him. However, thinking about how Ning Yuan had to go to work soon, she leaned closer to him, kissed him gently, and said in a soft voice, "Honey, it's time to get up." Ning Yuan had already woken up, but he kept his eyes closed. Wife, I don't want to get up yet, unless you call me husband 10 times.
Meng Nanyu looked at him with affection. Honey, honey, kiss your honey.
Ning Yuan was delighted, his lips curling into a smile. He jumped up and hugged Meng Nanyu. Honey, I really love it when you call me darling husband.
Next time we're intimate, just call me darling husband. Don't you find that too sappy? Meng Nanyu tapped his forehead. No, I don't. I really like it. Ning Yuan nodded.
Meng Nanyu leaned close to his ear, her face slightly red, and whispered softly, Dear husband.
Ning Yuan nearly exploded.
If he hadn't woken up so late, a scolding would have been inevitable.
Chapter 141, The Woman Who Secretly Followed Him.
To be honest, this Meng Nanyu was simply too captivating. Calling her a fairy descended from heaven wouldn't be an exaggeration. Especially when she blushed and called him darling husband, it was enough to make one's heart race. Ning Yuan managed to suppress the urge to whip Meng Nanyu, and the two of them held hands as they walked out of the room.
After finishing his morning routine, Ning Yuan joined Meng Nanyu for breakfast. Not bad, delicious. Ning Yuan ate the lean pork and yam porridge in big bites, constantly praising it. Meng Nanrue's face lit up with a smile. Is it really that good? You're not just saying that, are you? Ning Yuan took another bite. It's really good.
I never knew my wife had such a talent for cooking. Meng Nanyu finally believed him, as long as you like it. After finishing their breakfast, they spent some time together before heading off to work. Ning Yuan had already decided on the next movie he would direct, The Stranger in the Mirror. His team had already made contact with the production team for The Stranger in the Mirror, and both sides were eagerly anticipating the collaboration. The filming was scheduled to begin in about a week, so Ning Yuan would spend the next few days reviewing the script and memorizing his lines. However, there was another task today, collaborating with the Public Security Bureau of Jinghai Dong'an New District to film an anti-fraud video. It's quite amusing. Initially, the police chief had asked a police officer named Lu to find Ning Yuan for the video. The officer was completely baffled. The problem was that he didn't know Ning Yuan, and given Ning Yuan's current skyrocketing fame, why would he agree to film an anti-fraud video with them? Filming a video with the police department is unpaid work, and given Ning Yuan's current fame, he could earn millions or even tens of millions for a single advertisement. Why would he waste his time on this? But since the boss had ordered it, Officer Lu had no choice but to go ahead with it. After finally tracking down the right person and getting Ning Yuan's team's phone number, when he called Ning Yuan, he didn't hold out much hope. However, to his surprise, when Ning Yuan learned that the video was for public welfare to prevent more people from being scammed, he agreed immediately. Ning Yuan also stated that he would help with the filming for free. Xiao Lu was stunned. Ning Yuan actually agreed? Such a famous celebrity had actually agreed to his request. He was overjoyed, as he had finally completed the task assigned by the director. Thus, the arrangement for today's public service advertisement filming was made. The public service announcement featured Ning Yuan playing a fake soldier named Li Jun, who met several women through social media. Li Jun lied that he could help the women make money. One of the women, impressed by Li Jun's appearance and demeanor, which made him seem like a real soldier, followed his instructions, downloaded a financial app, and invested on a financial website. At first, the woman was able to withdraw small amounts successfully, which made her even more convinced that she could make money, so she continued to invest heavily, eventually investing over 500,000 yuan. However, when she tried to withdraw her money, the system prompted her that she needed to invest another 500,000 yuan before she could withdraw. At this point, the woman realized she had been scammed and reported it to the police. In the end, Li Jun, played by Ning Yuan, was arrested by the police. After filming wrapped, the police officers thanked Ning Yuan, as he had essentially ruined his image by portraying a fraudster. Ning Yuan smiled and bid them farewell. Being able to contribute to society was something he had always wanted to do. Isn't that the meaning of being an actor? As he left the police station, Ning Yuan happened to encounter someone at the government building. Meng Wanjun. Ning Yuan hadn't seen her in several days. Meng Wanyun's elegant and beautiful appearance was like a dazzling snow lotus flower, standing proudly among the crowd. She walked hurriedly, followed by dozens of officials, entering through the other side in an orderly line. However, she did not notice Ning Yuan, who simply watched her walk away silently without greeting her. By this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so Ning Yuan decided not to return to the company and instead head straight home. However, as he was getting into the car, he unexpectedly received a message from Mu Qingma. Are you there? Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile. This arrogant queen of the entertainment industry. She finally couldn't resist sending a message first. After all, Ning Yuan hadn't sent her a message in days. This really annoyed Mu Qingma. She'd been overthinking things all these days. Is Ning Yuan that jerk playing with me? He doesn't really like me at all. He's just lying to me. He kissed me just to make me fall in love with him, and then he mocked me mercilessly. But there's no need for that. When I lost the match, he could have mocked me mercilessly, but he didn't. Instead, he said he'd let me off.
Is he playing hard to get? Waiting for me to come to him? Wah, you jerk Ning Yuan. Why won't you even acknowledge me?
Mu Qingma had checked her phone at least 10 times today, but Ning Yuan, that big jerk, hadn't even sent a single call or message. Bad guy. She felt inexplicably wronged. Finally, she couldn't resist sending him a message. Are you there? Ning Yuan replied quickly, I've been waiting for your message. Mu Qingma thought to herself, I don't believe you, but the dark clouds on her face instantly cleared up.
I don't believe you. If you were really waiting for my message, why didn't you send me one for days?
Ning Yuan started to coax her again, sweetheart, you're really misunderstanding me. These past few days, I deleted the message 800 times, wanting to send you a good morning greeting but afraid you hadn't woken up yet. I wanted to ask what you were doing but feared you were busy. I even saw ants fighting on the road and wanted to send it to you, but I was afraid you'd think I was clingy. Then Ning Yuan sent her another message, but now I figured it out.
No matter how busy you are, I have to let you know. You should know that all I've done these past few days is think about you. Really?
Mu Qingma was truly overjoyed this time, her smile unable to be contained.
Ning Yuan swore, of course it's true.
It's as real as pearls.
Mu Qingma replied, I'm hungry now.
Ning Yuan naturally understood her meaning. She wanted to go out to eat with him, which meant she missed him.
I'll treat you to dinner. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. That's more like it. Mu Qingma felt extremely at ease.
She was completely different from her earlier almost crying state.
Mu Qingma sent Ning Yuan the address, and he drove over. She went downstairs and waited at a secluded spot for Ning Yuan's arrival.
At that moment, a luxury car drove past her. In the back seat sat a stunningly beautiful woman. Upon seeing Mu Qingma, who was wearing a mask and standing by the roadside, her expression froze.
What is she doing here? Could she be waiting for Ning Yuan?
Her heart skipped a beat. She instructed the driver to move the car to a spot where Mu Qingma couldn't see her, then secretly got out to see what Mu Qingma was up to.
Chapter 142, The Second Conflict Between Lu Shuiying and Mu Qingma Part 1.
The stunningly beautiful woman was none other than Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying had previously visited the film set where Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan were shooting a movie and had gotten into a conflict with Mu Qingma.
So even if Mu Qingma was wearing a mask, Lu Shuiying could still recognize her. Even if you returned to ashes, I'd still recognize you, you fox spirit. How dare you try to seduce my husband?
Now, as she passed by and saw Mu Qingma waiting for a ride by the roadside, she suddenly had an idea.
Is she waiting for Ning Yuan? Then the two of them are going on a date? She secretly hid behind a large tree. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan drove to the address Mu Qingma had sent him. He rolled down the window but didn't see Mu Qingma. Just as he was about to call, he spotted Mu Qingma a short distance ahead. Mu Qingma waved happily at him.
Ning Yuan drove forward a few steps, parked the car, and got out. He looked around to make sure no one was nearby. He walked over to Mu Qingma, took her hand, and glanced at her outfit, sincerely complimenting her, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. Today, Mu Qingma was wearing a black strapless dress with a white shirt draped over it, resembling a shawl. She looked ethereal and graceful. Mu Qingma blushed at Ning Yuan's compliment, but she refused to admit it, saying, you're such a smooth talker. Ning Yuan didn't dare linger and urged Mu Qingma to get into the car quickly. As a public figure, she was easily recognizable. Once they were in the car, Lu Shuiying gritted her teeth and emerged from behind a large tree. She ran to the car, opened the door, and got in. Hurry up and follow the car in front. Don't lose it, but don't get too close either. The female driver nodded and immediately followed closely behind Ning Yuan's car. Lu Shuiying was furious. Earlier, she had seen Ning Yuan holding Mu Qingma's hand, and the happiness on Mu Qingma's face was almost overflowing. The jealousy in Lu Shuiying's heart was like a jar of vinegar being overturned, and the intense jealousy made her almost grind her teeth to dust. You devil! Seducing my husband! I'll make you pay for this. She dared not scold Ning Yuan. If she dared to scold him to his face, Ning Yuan would dare to ignore her forever. Lu Shuiying was particularly afraid of making Ning Yuan angry. Now she finally understood that once Ning Yuan made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change his decision. They had finally managed to create a little room for reconciliation, and Lu Shuiying dared not provoke him. Ning Yuan didn't know that Lu Shuiying was following him. He drove to a private kitchen and entered with Mu Qingma, holding hands. This private kitchen was quite famous, with unique dishes. After sitting down, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma ordered a few dishes and waited for them to be served. In the past, Mu Qingma had always been fierce and aggressive in front of Ning Yuan, but now that they had confirmed their feelings, she had become very gentle. In fact, for some reason, she felt a bit shy in front of Ning Yuan. From the moment he got out of the car until now, Ning Yuan had been holding her hand tightly, making her heart race with joy. Ning Yuan noticed her happiness. Although Mu Qingma was dubbed the queen of the entertainment industry, Ning Yuan felt she was very pure-hearted, like a little girl. Even something as simple as holding hands could easily satisfy her.
Now, Meng Nanyu and Ling Xin have become addicted to the taste, and they are no longer easily satisfied. They always want to drain every last drop from Ning Yuan. As for Xiao Rulan, she was both inexperienced and insatiable. Every time, she longed to ride a horse and shoot an eagle, but in the end, she couldn't even withstand a kiss and had to surrender. But she'll dare to do it again next time, shouting the loudest. Ning Yuan has already planned to find a time to show her who's boss. Ning Yuan leaned in close to Mu Qingma and stared at her intently. Mu Qingma's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered, "What are you looking at?" Ning Yuan said seriously, "Qingmo, I've noticed something about you that's really unique." "Where?" Mu Qingma froze, curiously asking. Ning Yuan said, "Your eyes. They're the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. They seem to hold the entire dazzling night sky. I remember when we first started university, during the class meeting, you went up to give a speech. The moment I saw you, I was completely captivated by your eyes. In that instant, my mind went blank, and I couldn't say a single word." Mu Qingma heard Ning Yuan say this and instantly whitened her eyes. The joy in her heart surged like waves, overwhelming her entirely. She threw herself into Ning Yuan's arms, clinging tightly to his waist, her face glowing with joy, but she said with a pout, Then, why didn't you let me have a look back then? You were teasing me." Seeing that she believed him, Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile inwardly. In truth, he didn't remember at all what Mu Qingma had looked like when she gave her speech at the class meeting. These days, even being a jerk isn't easy. You have to know how to make girls happy. For example, when complimenting a girl, most people would just say, "You're so beautiful," but the girl wouldn't even acknowledge it because such empty praise lacks sincerity. But Mr. Ning's praise was different. Praise one specific thing plus give a concrete example. This made it seem sincere. If Mr. Ning wanted to compliment Mu Qingma from another angle, he would choose to praise her smile plus provide a specific example. After all, just saying, "Your smile is beautiful," sounds pretty generic. But our Mr. Ning would say it like this, "Qingma, what truly captivates me is your smile. It feels like everything around me suddenly becomes brighter." And then, specific examples must be added. Preferably ones that evoke memories. "Do you remember where we first met? That afternoon on the tree-lined path? I was feeling a bit down that day, but when I saw your smile, the air suddenly felt sweeter, the sky cleared up, and it was as if all the flowers were blooming. My mood brightened instantly." See, isn't that different? As the number of stunningly beautiful women around Ning Yuan increased, he learned more and more pickup lines. It was these little-known flirting techniques, combined with his unparalleled good looks, that made him increasingly charming, a true game-changer. When Mu Qingma asked why he had bullied her and not given her a break back then, Ning Yuan smiled and said, "Sometimes, when a boy likes a girl, he'll tease her to get her attention. Do you understand?" Ning Yuan was actually a bit annoyed by her at the time, but he certainly couldn't tell her the truth. Fine. But you're not allowed to bully me anymore." Mu Qingma believed him, feeling happy inside, and pouted. Ning Yuan leaned close to her ear, kissed her earlobe, and whispered in a low voice, "No, I'll tease you for the rest of your life." Mu Qingma's body stiffened, and her heart trembled. "No, don't lick there." The ears were one of Mu Qingma's sensitive areas, and when Ning Yuan touched her there, she couldn't bear it. While Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma were being affectionate, Lu Shuiying secretly opened a private room next to Ning Yuan's. She pressed her ear against the wall to eavesdrop, but the wall was surprisingly soundproof, making her so angry that she slammed her fist against it. Ouch! The wall was too hard, and the pain made Lu Shuiying clutched her hand, crouching down and moaning in pain. This was way too painful. Chapter 143, Lu Shuiying and Mu Qingma's Second Conflict Part 2. Since she couldn't hear anything, Lu Shuiying was going crazy. She even considered bribing the staff to see what they were doing. However, even if she bribed the waitstaff, they couldn't enter the private room without being called by Ning Yuan. Moreover, the private chef was particularly mindful of protecting customer privacy, so there were no cameras in the private room. Lu Shuiying scratched her head in frustration, but there was nothing she could do but wait anxiously. They wouldn't be hugging, kissing, or even making loud noises in there, would they? Lu Shuiying was startled by the thought, which caused her to order several dishes but not take a single bite. She had no appetite. On Ning Yuan's side, the dishes he ordered were also served. Unlike Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan had a good appetite and enjoyed every bite. Especially now that he had begun practicing the Zhuan Yuan Gong, his body was consuming more energy than before. The Zhuan Yuan Gong technique is typically practiced at the hour of Mao, which is between 5 and 7 a.m., when the yang energy of the heavens and earth begins to rise, and the body's qi and blood start to become active, making it an ideal time for expelling old energy and inhaling fresh energy, as well as harmonizing the breath. Alternatively, it can be practiced at night when it is quiet and still, which makes it easier to calm the mind and soothe the spirit, making it another good option. Ning Yuan hadn't exercised today, so his appetite would have been even better. Moreover, the private chef's dishes were quite delicious, and Ning Yuan began to eat heartily. Mu Qingma saw Ning Yuan eating happily, and her appetite improved as well. The two of them enjoyed their dinner together. After dinner, Mu Qingma knew she had to leave soon, and she felt a bit unhappy.
She actually wanted to go shopping with Ning Yuan, like a regular couple, and take photos together. Unfortunately, they were public figures and couldn't date like ordinary people. Unless you go to a remote place abroad. Ning Yuan noticed her disappointment and suggested, "Why don't we go see a movie?" Mu Qingma looked up, her eyes brightening. "Can we?" Ning Yuan pinched her little nose and smiled. "Sure, we can go to a private cinema." Ning Yuan also had his own plans. He planned to watch a horror movie. There's a roller coaster rule in dating that leverages the suspension bridge effect. Simply put, when riding a roller coaster or watching a horror movie, we experience anxiety or excitement, causing our hearts to race. This accelerated heartbeat makes us very likely to develop a false sense of attraction toward each other, to the point where we might think that being with this date is happy, exciting, and fun. That's why Ning Yuan wanted to go watch a horror movie with Mu Qingma. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma drove to a high-end private cinema. The environment was clean and hygienic, with mostly couples as customers, and the privacy was well maintained. Ning Yuan bought the tickets and went inside with Mu Qingma to find seats. Mu Qingma sat a bit far away, so Ning Yuan directly pulled her onto his lap. Mu Qingma's body stiffened, but fortunately, the lights in the private room were dim, so no one could see her flushed face. She squirmed and struggled slightly, but eventually leaned into Ning Yuan's embrace. Mu Qingma was tall with long legs, and her figure was simply stunning. Holding her in his arms, Ning Yuan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Ning Yuan couldn't help but imagine what it would look like if those long legs were draped over his shoulders. Mu Qingma was unaware of Ning Yuan's thoughts. She only felt her heart racing. Ning Yuan leaned down and began to passionately kiss her lips. Mu Qingma let out a soft moan and began to respond awkwardly to Ning Yuan's kiss. When Ning Yuan's tongue invaded her mouth, Mu Qingma gasped even more heavily. The scorching breaths spread between them. At that moment, the movie began to play. Ning Yuan had chosen a Thai horror film, rumored to be so terrifying that people had died during filming. The movie opened with mysterious deaths in a small village, the corpses looking particularly gruesome. Ning Yuan let go of Mu Qingma, and the two sat up straight, focusing on the movie. The movie was thrilling throughout, and Mu Qingma eventually curled up in Ning Yuan's arms, clinging tightly to him. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "You're an actor too, why are you scared of this?" Mu Qingma retorted, "I know it's fake, but I can't help feeling scared." "Aren't you scared?" Ning Yuan shook his head. "I'm fine." He truly wasn't afraid. In fact, he had once hoped for such an existence, perhaps then his parents could come back to see him. He really wanted to say goodbye to them properly. Just once. After watching the movie, Mu Qingma felt much better. Ning Yuan kissed her, and they watched another thrilling horror movie. She found tonight's date very interesting and exciting. Ning Yuan drove her home, and Mu Qingma was still reluctant to leave. As she watched Ning Yuan's car drive away, Mu Qingma was about to turn around and go home when she heard a woman's voice filled with anger. "Mu Qingma." Mu Qingma turned around and saw Lu Shuiying, who was emanating a cold aura, walking toward her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Mu Qingma, do you have any shame? Ning Yuan is my husband, and you dare to seduce him without any decency." Lu Shuiying pointed at Mu Qingma, her face flushed with anger, and the coldness in her eyes was almost palpable. Mu Qingma remained expressionless. Slap. She slapped away Lu Shuiying's hand, which was pointing at her, and laughed coldly. "Humph, Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan has already divorced you. You're just his ex-wife, yet you still dare to call him your husband? It's you who has no shame." Lu Shuiying was so enraged that her neck turned red, and her chest rose and fell violently. "What did you say? Say it again. We just had a misunderstanding, our feelings are still there. You're just a mistress, shamelessly meddling in our relationship." Mu Qingma crossed her arms and said coldly, "Do you believe that? Go ahead and deceive yourself, but don't try to deceive me." Lu Shuiying was about to lose her mind, especially after seeing Mu Qingma emerge from the private cinema earlier with that blushing expression. She was certain they had done something they couldn't show in public. She felt like her head was already covered in green. "Mu Qingma, how dare you speak to me like that? Fine, great. I'll make sure you're blacklisted in the entertainment industry." Mu Qingma wasn't the least bit afraid. Her aunt was a big shot in the entertainment industry. Ha, as if the entertainment industry is your family's business. "If you have the ability, go ahead and blacklist me." Lu Shuiying was so angry that she rushed forward to hit Mu Qingma. Mu Qingma suddenly dodged aside, reaching out to push her away. Lu Shuiying stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Lu Shuiying straightened up, regaining some composure, but her anger hadn't subsided. "Mu Qingma, if you're so confident, let's settle this in a duel. If you lose, you'll leave Ning Yuan forever." Chapter 144, Lu Shuiying and Mu Qingma's Second Confrontation Part 3. Mu Qingma sneered, "So you're saying that if you lose, you'll leave Ning Yuan?" Mu Qingma had trained in martial arts and had once fought to a standstill with someone from Ning Yuan. He felt that fighting Lu Shuiying was like bullying her. Lu Shuiying shook her head. "I won't lose. Just say whether you'll fight or not." In Lu Shuiying's eyes, she was certain she wouldn't lose. Even if she were beaten to death on the stage, she wouldn't admit defeat. Because she would never give up on Ning Yuan.
Mu Qingma burst into laughter, then pointed at Lu Shuiying's head. Are you crazy?
If you're crazy, go to the hospital.
Don't bother me. If I lose, I'll leave Ning Yuan. If you lose, nothing will happen to you.
After a pause, Mu Qingmo realized that arguing further with Lu Shuiying was just looking for trouble. If you're so confident, go tell Ning Yuan not to come looking for me anymore, instead of acting like a madwoman and forcing me to withdraw. After speaking, Mu Qingma strode toward her home with her long legs. Lu Shuiying stood motionless behind her, her voice icy. If you refuse to duel me, I can't guarantee what I'll do.
If more scandals about you surface online, don't blame me for not warning you.
Mu Qingma suddenly turned around, and for the first time, anger flashed in her calm eyes. Yes, as an actress, she naturally understood what Lu Shuiying meant. Lu Shuiying meant that she would let unscrupulous journalists or social media outlets smear Mu Qingma with dirt. Once these rumors spread, it would be like having mud on your pants. Even if it wasn't, it might as well be.
Mu Qingma wasn't afraid of what others thought, but she feared that Ning Yuan might be led astray.
Although she trusted Ning Yuan, even if the risk was only 1%, she would eliminate it at the root.
She couldn't tolerate Lu Shuiying's provocation anymore. Alright, since you're asking for it, don't blame me. Go ahead, how do you want to settle this? Lu Shuiying smirked triumphantly. Let us go to the boxing gym. We'll wear gloves and fight. Whoever falls down and can't get up loses. Mu Qingma remained expressionless.
In Mu Qingma's eyes, she wouldn't let Lu Shuiying off until she was begging for mercy on her knees.
Unrestricted or restricted?
Lu Shuiying said, with rules. They agreed that they couldn't hit the back of the head, neck, groin, or throat, but everything else was fair game. Lu Shuiying was thinking that as long as she could defeat Mu Qingma and force her to withdraw, she didn't need to kill her. Mu Qingma agreed, as she feared she might accidentally kill Lu Shuiying. So both parties went to a boxing gym, rented it for the day, and cleared the area.
They also hired the female owner of the gym as the referee.
Mu Qingma changed into her gear, put on her gloves and mouthguard, and stepped onto the ring. Lu Shuiying also changed into her gear and made her way to the ring.
Upon the referee's whistle, both took their stances. Lu Shuiying took a quick step forward and threw a right hook aimed at Mu Qingma's left cheek.
It must be said that Lu Shuiying's decision to challenge a duel wasn't entirely impulsive. Her excellent physique was the result of regular fitness training, which had given her great flexibility and coordination. She was already imagining Mu Qingma being hit by her punch, falling to the ground and screaming in pain.
What good is being taller than me?
I'll still beat you to the ground.
Lu Shuiying thought fiercely to herself, since you dared to take my Ning Yuan, you better be prepared to face my wrath. Mu Qingma moved swiftly, dodging to the side with a quick sidestep, then swung a powerful hook punch. Thud!
Lu Shuiying was struck directly on the jaw, feeling an intense pain that sent her reeling backward. Lu Shuiying fell to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Mu Qingma didn't continue her attack. She intended to teach Lu Shuiying a lesson.
Since you dared to threaten me, you must pay the price. She began mocking her. Oh, is that all you've got? You came running here begging for a duel, and this is the best you can do? It feels like I'm fighting an ant. Lu Shuiying was furious. She scrambled to her feet and began wildly swinging her fists, alternating between right hooks and left hooks, attacking Mu Qingma relentlessly. Mu Qingma wanted to make her so angry that she would lose her composure. She wanted to drain Lu Shuiying's energy.
She dodged Lu Shuiying's attack skillfully, but eventually made a single mistake, and Lu Shuiying's fist swept across her left shoulder, causing a searing pain. Mu Qingma's fist didn't stop there. A right hook struck Lu Shuiying's face, knocking her to the ground, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth.
The intense pain brought some of Lu Shuiying's rationality back. She now realized that Mu Qingma was far too powerful and also knew how to use tactics.
He was provoking her to lose her composure. Lu Shuiying spat out a mouthful of blood to the side, her eyes flashing with a ruthless expression. Today, I will never surrender.
Even if you, Mu Qingma, kill me here.
Mu Qingma saw her expression and grew serious as well. He couldn't afford to lose to Lu Shuiying. He couldn't afford to slip up here.
She continued to provoke Lu Shuiying. Come on, you think you're so tough? How did I beat you into a pig's head? Lu Shuiying, Ning Yuan even kissed me today.
Lu Shuiying was furious, but she forced herself to suppress her anger and began to slow down her attacks, trying to find Mu Qingma's weakness to exploit. However, Mu Qingma was taller and had longer legs, and she was more agile and stronger in every aspect. Lu Shuiying could only fight back with all her might. She charged forward resolutely, aiming to inflict injury in exchange for her own. In the end, during the fierce struggle, she landed a blow to Mu Qingma's abdomen, while Mu Qingma delivered a powerful punch to the area around her right eye. Lu Shuiying's punch was powerful, causing Mu Qingma to bend over in pain. Lu Shuiying herself was hit hard, her entire right eye swollen and covered in bloodshot veins, tears streaming down her face from the pain. The referee they had called in also took the situation seriously. At first, she had thought these two women, who were either wealthy or noble, were just playing around, but now she could see that they were fighting for their lives. She was truly afraid something might happen to them.
So she was ready to intervene at any moment.
On the stage, the pain only fueled Mu Qingma's ferocity, and their fight grew even more brutal, with every punch landing with a thud. Mu Qingma's lips were bleeding, and Lu Shuiying's eyes were swollen shut, her lips covered in blood. Lu Shuiying kept warning herself, "Don't fall. Don't fall." However, her body was already beginning to give out, and she was swaying dangerously. But unwilling to lose, a sudden surge of strength erupted within her, propelling her toward Mu Qingma for one final charge.
Either you lose, or I die.
Mu Qingma's face flashed with a ruthless expression as he delivered a fierce punch.
Boom!
Lu Shuiying was knocked to the ground by the punch, her head slamming against the stage, losing consciousness. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Lu Shuiying suddenly thought of Ning Yuan, the only man in her life, and tears streamed down her cheeks.
I'm sorry, Ning Yuan. I've lost you again. Chapter 145, Rage Trailer released. After sending Mu Qingma home, Ning Yuan drove back to the villa.
Tonight, Meng Nanyu had something to do and had to return to the Meng family, so he didn't come back to the villa. After taking a shower, Ning Yuan read for a while before going to bed. Mu Qingma didn't send him a message either, but Ning Yuan was used to it, as Mu Qingma, the proud and aloof one, rarely initiated contact. If she sent a single message today, it was because she couldn't resist anymore. Meanwhile, online promotions for Rage were in full swing. After all, Ning Yuan was currently at the peak of his fame, and his performance in this film was nothing short of groundbreaking.
The Rage production team began releasing the trailer.
The trailer is divided into 3 parts, with the first one released today. In this trailer, Zhang Xiaoyu was bullied by her classmates, not only beaten, but also urinated on, burned with cigarette butts by delinquent teenagers, and had her naked photos taken. In the end, she jumps to her death.
The trailer sparked a strong reaction upon its release. The comments section exploded. Are these people even human? I want to beat them to death. Zhang Xiaoyu is so pitiful. Hu Peier's acting isn't bad, though. This made me so angry. Ning Yuan also plays Zhang Xiaoyu's father in the show. I really want to see his performance. Besides Ning Yuan, there is also Mu Qingma's female police officer. She is so badass. I saw the stills too. Ning Yuan's look is so different. He is really going all out to look ugly. I didn't expect Ning Yuan to have no ego at all. He's a true actor. I knew Ning Yuan would make a comeback. Look, after he left, has any young actor stepped up? Anyway, there are all kinds of comments online, but everyone says they're really looking forward to this movie. The current film censorship system has changed somewhat compared to 5 years ago, becoming a bit more lenient. According to the production team's announcement, the second trailer will be released tomorrow, and Ning Yuan will appear in it. Ning Yuan's fans can't help but eagerly await it. The next day, the Rage production team indeed released the second trailer. However, the trailer showed these delinquent teenagers being chased and killed, with the final scene revealing Ning Yuan's terrifying face. This caused the comments section to explode instantly. So it's Ning Yuan playing Zhang Guowei, the one hunting them down. This is definitely the must-watch movie of the year. Mom! I want to watch this movie. Hey, your mom will scold you for watching such a movie. Hurry up and come down. Ning Yuan's performance is amazing. It's mind-blowing. I'm going to the cinema to watch Ning Yuan. I'm just a casual fan, but Ning Yuan really acted well. Haha, yesterday someone praised Hu Peier's acting, but today after seeing the trailer, Hu Peier's acting pales in comparison to Ning Yuan's. Exactly. I saw an interview where they asked Hu Peier to comment on Ning Yuan's acting, and she said it was okay. What a clueless person. That's called okay? That's truly okay, but you're not okay. In Ning Yuan's fan group, the discussion was even more heated. I'm so excited. Just waiting for the release. I'm going to watch it 3 times. My favorite actor hasn't been in a movie in ages, I have to support him. I'll bring my boyfriend along and watch it multiple times. What if your boyfriend doesn't want to watch it? Then he's your ex-boyfriend. At that moment, Long Xiaoman quickly stepped forward to speak. Ning Yuan is very grateful for everyone's support, but he also hopes everyone will stay rational. At Jinghai University, Lu Shuifu and Tongtong were in their dorm room, each playing with their phones. Tongtong was busy replying to messages, enjoying herself thoroughly. After all, her treasure friends were tagging her left and right. Among them was a very famous Yuanbao user named Xanai Yuan, who was her online friend. Both of them were die-hard fans of Ning Yuan. Tongtong had chatted with her quite a bit, but she didn't know who Xanai Yuan was. She only knew that she was a rational person who loved Ning Yuan but wasn't a brainless fan. During their chat, Xanai Yuan once told her this. Idols and fans are never a one-sided pursuit or admiration, it's a mutual journey where both sides elevate each other. Idols showcase their talents on stage and on screen, creating a space where fans can channel their passion. Our support, in turn, becomes the strongest force driving idols forward. We admire their work and inspire them to break through their limits.
In the end, in this mutual pursuit, both idols and fans become better versions of themselves. Tong Tong thought this was so true that she almost clapped her hands. As their communication deepened, the two ignored the age gap and became good friends online. Tong Tong shared the latest movie trailer of Ning Yuan with Xinai Yuan. However, the other party might have been busy and didn't respond to Tong Tong. Tong Tong watched Ning Yuan's performance over and over again, completely immersed in it. Meanwhile, her best friend, Lu Shuefu, was also watching Ning Yuan's new trailer. After all, it was her boyfriend's new movie, so as his girlfriend, she naturally had to support him. Despite Ning Yuan playing a comedic role in it, Lu Shuefu still thought Ning Yuan was always so handsome. Tong Tong noticed that Lu Shuefu was staring at her phone and smiling, and couldn't help but say, "Shuefu, what are you smiling at? Are you daydreaming about your boyfriend again? I'm not trying to bring you down, but if your boyfriend were half as handsome as my idol, that would be more than enough." Lu Shuefu couldn't believe someone dared to question Ning Yuan's good looks, even if it was Tong Tong. "Pfft, my brother is absolutely stunning. Your idol isn't even worth mentioning. He doesn't even come close to my brother's little finger." The two best friends started arguing over who their crush was hotter. Finally, Tong Tong said, "You told him to go camping, right? I'll see for myself how handsome he is and why you're so confident in him. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." Lu Shuefu said seriously, "Tong Tong, even though we're best friends, I'm warning you don't have any improper thoughts about my brother, or else we won't be friends anymore." Tong Tong laughed exaggeratedly, "Ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year." Lu Shuefu ignored her and continued looking at her phone. However, she soon remembered something. Her older sister had said yesterday that she had something to tell her, but she hadn't contacted her at all from last night until now. Had her sister forgotten? Or had something happened? Chapter 146, A Laugh to Forget the Past. What Lu Shuefu didn't know was that Lu Shuiying had been knocked unconscious last night. The referee was also startled and rushed over to check on her, feeling her pulse to confirm she was only unconscious before sighing in relief. She certainly didn't want anyone to die at her boxing gym. Mu Qingma was equally startled, thinking to himself, "You, Lu Shuiying, brought this upon yourself. I already said I didn't want a duel, yet you insisted on threatening me to fight. Now you're in a fine mess, knocking yourself unconscious." However, she still called an ambulance and had Lu Shuiying taken to the hospital. After examining her, the doctor said there was nothing serious and gave her some glucose before keeping her under observation in the observation room. Mu Qingma saw that her face was swollen and she had fainted, and there was no one to take care of her at that moment. She looked quite pitiful, so he decided to stay and look after her. About an hour later, Lu Shuiying slowly regained consciousness. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Mu Qingma staring at her. She was startled for a moment. She had just had a nightmare, dreaming that she was locked in a dark, small room, calling out for help but hearing no response. Just as she was about to give up hope, someone came over and pulled her out of the room. She tried to see the person's face clearly, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't make it out. She could only vaguely tell that it was a woman. Lu Shuiying's mind was still reeling, still immersed in the sorrowful dream she had just experienced. After 2 minutes, she finally remembered that she had gotten into a fierce fight with Mu Qingma and had fainted. So where was she now? She looked around and indeed found herself in a hospital receiving in-4 drip. It was already 3 in the morning, and the emergency observation room was empty except for her and Mu Qingma, who was sitting beside her, watching over her. Lu Shuiying looked up at Mu Qingma and noticed that he was also staring at her, saying nothing. Mu Qingma saw her awake and felt a sense of relief for some reason. Lu Shuiying saw the relaxed expression on Mu Qingma's tired face and felt a warm sensation in her heart. She then noticed that the corners of Mu Qingma's lips were cracked and his hair was disheveled, causing her to curve her lips into a smile. She wasn't mocking Mu Qingma, she didn't even know why she was smiling. It was a light-hearted smile. Mu Qingma saw Lu Shuiying smile. At that moment, Lu Shuiying's face was so swollen that her eyes were barely open, giving her an inexplicably comical appearance. Mu Qingma couldn't help but smile as well. The two laughed for a moment before realizing they were still rivals, so they both turned away. However, the tension dissipated instantly. Mu Qingma saw that she had woken up and said, "Hey, you're okay now, right? I'll be going." Lu Shuiying whispered, "Yes, thank you." After all, she had gone to provoke her on purpose. It wouldn't have been wrong for her to call 120 and leave her there. But if she did that, she would be in danger, and anything could happen. Nevertheless, even though she was her rival, she had chosen to bring her to the hospital and stay by her side until she woke up. Despite their rivalry, Lu Shuiying felt that Mu Qingma was a kind-hearted rival. If Mu Qingma knew that Lu Shuiying had given her the title of kind-hearted rival, she would probably laugh herself to death. Mu Qingma was surprised. She never expected Lu Shuiying to say thank you. In their previous 2 meetings, Lu Shuiying had always been arrogant and domineering. So, she stopped in her tracks and turned around to ask with concern, "Are you okay? Is your face okay?" Lu Shuiying never expected her to care about her face. She touched her own face and knew it must be swollen badly. She gave a faint smile and said, "It's fine."
It's cuter when it's a bit rounder. Mu Qingma didn't expect Lu Shuiying to make such a self-deprecating remark.
She paused for a moment, then her lips curved into a smile. However, Lu Shuiying was already fine, and she was ready to go back and rest.
I'll be going now.
Take care of yourself.
Wait. I won't meddle in your affairs anymore.
Lu Shuiying suddenly said. Tonight's events had made her realize the truth.
Yes, she had rushed into a duel with Mu Qingma, nearly getting killed, and what had it gotten her? It didn't stop them, did it? Why am I the only one playing the villain?
What's the rush? I've already divorced Ning Yuan and haven't reconciled yet.
I can't even say a few words to him. The ones who should be worried are Xuefu, who covets Ning Yuan, and my terrifying younger aunt Meng Nanyu. Isn't it better for me to sit back and watch the tigers fight? Maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Plus, Mu Qingma has a good personality and is a kind-hearted person.
If I build a good relationship with her, it might help me in my plan to win Ning Yuan back.
Everyone is after Ning Yuan, yet I'm the one getting hurt.
I'm such an idiot. From now on, I won't be so impulsive.
I'll get along with them and let them fight it out themselves. Mu Qingma stopped in her tracks.
She never expected Lu Shuiying to tacitly approve of her relationship with Ning Yuan.
This girl got beaten up and still wants to move on? That's unexpected.
Mu Qingma nodded at her. Take care of yourself.
You can have someone come pick you up. I'm leaving. Alright, I know. Thank you. Go rest now. You worked hard tonight.
This time, Lu Shuiying's thank you came out much more smoothly, no longer as awkward as before.
Mu Qingma nodded and walked away with her long legs.
Their relationship had eased, but after the recent conflict, there was still a bit of awkwardness between them.
After Mu Qingma left, the observation room was left with only Lu Shuiying alone.
While Mu Qingma was there, she hadn't felt anything unusual, and even felt a surprising sense of security. But now that he was gone, Lu Shuiying felt the hospital observation room was a bit spooky. Moreover, her face began to ache. Earlier, while talking, she had been distracted and didn't notice it, but now it felt like a burning pain. She notified the female driver to pick her up and take her back to the villa. Once she returned, she would need to apply an ice pack. Last time her face swelled up, she had used a hot compress, which made it worse. She couldn't make the same mistake again. She called out to a nurse and had the 4-needle removed.
The female driver arrived quickly. Seeing her face swollen and red, she exclaimed in shock, "Ms. Lu, what happened?"
Earlier, Lu Shuiying had told her to drive back first, so the female driver didn't know what had happened afterward.
Lu Shuiying replied calmly, "It's nothing, I just tripped and fell. Let's go back. Remember not to mention this to anyone."
Got it. After returning to the villa, Lu Shuiying washed up, lay down on the bed, applied an ice pack, and sent a message to her assistant saying she would be out of town for the next 3 days and wouldn't be coming to the office.
With such a swollen face, how could she go to the office? Even a mask wouldn't cover it.
Lu Shuiying was already exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by a call from Lu Xuefu.
"Sister, didn't you say yesterday that you had something to tell me? Why didn't you call all day yesterday?"
Lu Shuiying was a bit grouchy upon waking, but she remembered she had told Xuefu she wanted to talk to her.
"It's nothing important. I'm going to Auntie's house for dinner in a few days. Want to come?" This time, Xuefu didn't refuse immediately but asked, Ning Yuan, is Ning Yuan going too?" Lu Shuiying replied, "Yes, Auntie will invite him too." Chapter 147, Ning Yuan and Xuefu Tongtong Go Camping Part 1.
A few days earlier, when Lu Shuiying mentioned this to her aunt over the phone, the aunt on the other end suddenly fell silent. After about 10 seconds, Lu Shuiying thought she was going to refuse, but to her surprise, her aunt slowly said, "Alright, I'll help you one more time."
Lu Shuiying was overjoyed. "Thank you, Auntie. If I and Ning Yuan get back together, you'll be the one to thank."
The auntess laughed lightly. "No, it's all your own effort.
We'll talk about it later. I have to go now."
Lu Shuiying paused slightly. She couldn't help but notice that when her aunt laughed, her laughter was so pleasant, like the blooming of a fleeting flower, truly breathtaking. Lu Shuiying dared not disturb her further and hung up the phone. Now that Lu Shuiying had told Lu Xuefu, it was because she was afraid Ning Yuan wouldn't go, so she wanted to bring Lu Xuefu along. Since Ning Yuan and Lu Xuefu had a good relationship, he should go for Lu Xuefu's sake. As for Xuefu, upon hearing that Lu Shuiying would invite Ning Yuan along, she naturally agreed. I'll go too. I love crowded places. Last time we drank, it was so much fun, and Auntie's wine is really good, though it does make you tipsy easily. Mentioning the wine, Lu Shuiying also swallowed hard. She had to admit that Auntie's wine was truly delicious. She didn't particularly like drinking, but even her aunt's wine tasted exceptional to her. In Lu Shuiying's plan, since Ning Yuan's relationship with her had improved last time, maybe she should take the initiative this time? Like sneaking into Ning Yuan's room? The only thing bothering her was whether Ning Yuan would kick her out. Lu Shuiying didn't know, but she knew that if she didn't take the initiative, Mu Qingma would get what he wanted.
Since she couldn't get anything from Mooching Ma, maybe it would be better to go straight after Ning Yuan instead?
Lu Shuiying bit her lip and began to slowly formulate a plan. After all, she didn't have to work for the next 3 days and could stay home to recover. Plus, the wound still hurt quite a bit, so she might as well use this time to think things through and distract herself from the pain. She touched her face, it seemed even more swollen today.
Why am I so pitiful?
Lu Shuiying pouted slightly, speaking with a hint of grievance. After finishing her call, Lu Shuefu couldn't help but feel delighted. Now she could spend more time with her brother. First, you can go camping, and then you can all go to Auntie's house for dinner. She personally loved this warm and harmonious atmosphere. Her parents passed away when she was young, and Lu Shuefu also longs for family affection, but there's nothing she can do about it. She's had to be independent since she was a child. She was like a lonely little cat, licking her wounds on her own when she was hurt. Sometimes she would hide under the covers and cry secretly. Although her older sister cares about her, the sister showed business talent at a young age and was nurtured by the Meng family, so she is always very busy. As a result, when Lu Shuefu felt a sense of security with Ning Yuan, she clung to him like a drowning child, refusing to let go. Therefore, her feelings for Ning Yuan are complex. She feels a budding infatuation, yet she also depends on him, finding comfort in his presence.
She couldn't live without Ning Yuan.
However, her top priority right now is to perform well on her midterm exams. Although she was an academic star, she still had to work hard.
So she made plans early to meet Tong Tong at the library to study.
After finishing their books, the two attended their general education class and then went out to eat. They got their meals and sat down to eat. At that moment, Lu Shuefu and Tong Tong both heard the people at the next table discussing Ning Yuan.
They couldn't help but look over, seeing two girls excitedly discussing Ning Yuan's movie trailer and the newly released advertisement. The shorter girl said, "Wow, did you know that when Ning Yuan appeared, I almost fainted from how handsome he was?
It was the first time I saw Ning Yuan dress like that. His sportswear and watch were both so stylish."
"Sis, me too. I almost held my breath.
And he looks so good with that Su Nianxiu."
Shuefu and Tong Tong were listening intently, as hearing their older brother praised made them incredibly happy. But then they heard them say Ning Yuan and Su Nianxiu looked great together? He's not even worth it. They're not even a good match, X2.
It must be said, the two were best friends. They spoke in perfect unison. The two female classmates across from them were stunned. The two of them were also stunned.
Shuefu looked at the suspicious expressions on their faces and said, "Yeah, we're also Ning Yuan fans. We think Su Nianxiu isn't good enough for Ning Yuan." The girls across from them finally nodded. Shuefu and Tong Tong finished their meal in silence and headed back to their dormitory. The two of them spoke in unison again. "Are you a fan of Ning Yuan?"
Seeing that the two were about to speak together again, Tong Tong said, "Shuefu, you go first."
Lu Shuefu said, "Well, I prefer watching his movies." After a pause, Lu Shuefu asked, "The idol you mentioned earlier, was that Ning Yuan?"
"No, it wasn't him, but I also like Ning Yuan's acting."
Neither of them told the other.
Lu Shuefu noticed that Tong Tong always said she liked older men, so she wanted to see what expression Tong Tong would make when she saw her boyfriend was Ning Yuan during the camping trip. As for Tong Tong, she considered Ning Yuan her absolute favorite idol and wanted to keep him carefully hidden deep within her heart.
The rest of the afternoon, the two continued to cram for the exam, reviewing their textbooks together.
The next day, the two began their midterm exams. Since the midterm exams only covered a few subjects, they only lasted 3 days. After the exams were over, the two of them finally relaxed, and the camping trip was put back on the agenda. They had already started purchasing various camping equipment online, such as tents, tarps, tables and chairs, a camping trailer, sleeping bags, a small portable stove, cooking utensils, camp lanterns, a first aid kit, an insect and bear repellent spray, among other items. The camping trailer was for storing equipment and could also be used as a table, so they naturally had to buy one. Once everything was ready, Lu Shuefu walked over and started calling Ning Yuan. "Hello, big brother. What are you doing right now?" If you're not busy, I'll just say it. My midterm exams are over, and I have tomorrow and the day after off.
Can I invite you camping tomorrow?
I've already prepared everything, so you don't need to worry."
Lu Shuefu continued to act cute. "Can we? I really want to go."
"What? You agreed?"
My best friend Tong Tong is coming too, so it'll be more fun."
"Alright, big brother, you go ahead and finish what you're doing. Tong Tong and I will check what ingredients we need to buy, and we'll go shopping tomorrow morning."